She was the innocent and delicate campus belle by day, yet a thief stealing steel bars from the factory by night. I, a financial tycoon reborn, had intended to make up for all regrets in this life, only to uncover a shocking secret about her. To prevent her from calling the police, the campus belle, enduring the humiliation, took off her coat in front of me, only for me to notice her chest bulging. Did you hide something? My accusation left her helpless and terrified. To prove her innocence, the campus belle made a heartbreaking move that completely ignited my protective instincts. My name is Sū Míng, once a global logistics magnate and a tech giant in Asia, possessing immense wealth. Yet at the end of life, rebirth arrived. In my previous life, it wasn't until my final moments that I suddenly realized wealth was merely fleeting as passing clouds, and only the unfulfilled regrets in my heart felt truly real. Fate gave me a chance to start over. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in 2002, the day that left me with lifelong regrets. The song playing beside me changed from "He Must Love You Very Much" to "Your Heart Is Like a Red Stone." I instinctively thought my assistant had made a mistake, until I saw my 18-year-old face in the mirror. The date on the wall calendar was clearly fixed on May 2002. My heart surged with joy, but soon, the time on the medical report made me tremble. Just one more hour left. The girl named Dai Qingyi, whom I pushed into the water, will forever be gone from me. I can't wait any longer. I yank out the 4-tube, charge out of the hospital, and hop onto an old man's classic 28-inch bicycle, rushing non-stop toward that familiar abandoned factory. In his previous life, his father's factory was suppressed by foreign capital, leaving a large stockpile of steel bars. Dai Qingyi came to the factory to steal steel bars to raise money for her grandmother, but unfortunately, she was discovered by the security team. Ended up getting thoroughly impaled by construction materials. When I arrived at the factory, it was already late at night. Relying on memories from my past life, I followed the sound of metal being dragged through the darkness. At last, I spotted that slender figure. She was struggling to drag several steel bars forward when she saw me. Terrified, she dropped the bars on the ground and froze in place. Dai Qingyi, I've finally found you. I took a deep breath, led her to the security room, and turned on the desk lamp, mimicking the interrogation scenes from movies. Under the light, her fair skin stood in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Name? I asked with feigned seriousness. She pinched the corner of her clothes, not daring to speak. She just rejected my confession during the day, even pushed me into the water, and now I caught her stealing. She must think I won't let her off the hook. Not speaking? Do you want me to call the police? Don't call the police. Her voice trembled. From now on, you must honestly answer my questions, understand? Okay. She nodded repeatedly, not daring to look at me. Name? Dai Qingyi. Gender? Female. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. No waters wide enough when you have crossed the sea? No. No clouds are beautiful, but those above the Mount Wu. The spring breeze wafts for miles along the Yangzhou Road? Nor flowers on the roadside look pretty as those on the trees. Take your clothes off. She looked at me in terror. What? If you don't take off your clothes, how can I know if you're hiding anything else? I confidently locked the door, just to be safe. No, really, that's all. She pointed at the steel bars on the ground and waved her hands repeatedly. Words alone aren't proof. Wearing a jacket in the middle of summer, it's obvious you're hiding something. No. She blushed and stammered. After starting high school, because of her physical development, her grandmother insisted she wear a jacket whenever she went out. If you keep this up, I'll have to call the police. No, please. She looked at him pleadingly, slowly unzipping her jacket, forcing a smile to cover her embarrassment. There's nothing, right? I took a look, then suddenly pointed and said, wait, why is it bulging out here again? Did you hide an iron ball? No, it's not here. She shook her head nervously. Then what is it? A copper block? Or maybe a counterweight? None of them are. Is that so? Then you'll have to prove it to me. How do I prove it? She covered her chest, looking at me fearfully. Simple, just jump a couple times, and whatever's inside should fall out. She lowered her head and jumped twice. I stared intently. Here, nothing, right? No, the movement is too small. Maybe you hit it deeper, jump a couple more times. Only then did she realize I was teasing her. But to prevent me from calling the police, she could only turn her head away and jump even harder. Alright now? Alright, I'm ready. The upper body inspection passed, but the lower body still needs reviewing. No, that won't do. She clutched her pants, looking for a chance to run out. She suddenly squatted down, trying to slip through under my arm, but perhaps from too much pressure, the moment she crouched she lunged forward uncontrollably, sprawled on the ground like the Chinese character. Are you putting on an acrobatic show here? I was just about to help her up when I noticed she was lying on the ground sobbing. Hey, don't cry. I quickly helped her to her seat, feeling somewhat at a loss. From now on I won't stop you from stealing steel bars. If it makes you happy, you can steal mine too. After an unknown amount of time had passed, she slowly raised her head and looked at me with reddened eyes. Sū Míng, I'm hungry. I was stunned, suddenly realizing that she came from a poor family and had stolen the rebar just to get a little money for a meal. I hurried to the security room and cooked a package of Fumanduo's spare rib noodles. The moment the noodles hit the pot, the aroma captivated her, and she actually stopped crying. "What's that? It smells so good." She looked at me with a pitiful expression, and I couldn't help but laugh. "I'm not a child," she muttered. I handed her the bowl of noodles, but she just blinked without saying a word. "What? Afraid I poisoned it?" She nodded and then shook her head. "Fine then, if you won't eat it, I'll go feed it to the dogs." I stood up holding the bowl of noodles. 2 sudden barks came from behind. I turned my head, and she was barking like a dog, looking at me with eager anticipation. "Weren't we supposed to feed the dog?" I'm hungry." I froze. This silly girl, even in this state, she's still so adorable. I handed the noodles to her and watched her eat heartily. But after taking a few bites, she paused and pushed the noodles toward me. "Going hungry isn't good for your health. You should eat some too." My heart warmed, even in her current state, she was still thinking of others. I watched as she drank every last drop of the soup, just as the wall clock struck 8. I breathed a sigh of relief, finally making up for the regrets of my past life. "Sū Míng, do you have any money?" She clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with extreme unease. "Wow, stealing is bad enough, but now you want to rob me too? And no, I'm borrowing. I'll pay it back." "Fine, how much do you need?" She took a pen and scribbled on the paper, showing a number, 225. "Sure, but I only have 15 on me right now. Do you want it?" She hesitated for a moment, scribbled on the paper again, then nodded. After getting the money, she rarely showed a smile. I escorted her out of the factory and took a stroll alone around the workshop. Many people have forgotten that more than a decade ago, this place was an electrical appliance factory established by my father, a place into which he poured all his heart and soul. In May 2002, my father's factory was suppressed by foreign brands. In order to keep the business afloat, he took out a 3 million yuan loan from the bank, only to fall into a trap, losing everything he had and ultimately ending his own life. It suddenly struck me that today is the very day my father went to sign the loan agreement with the bank. I shouted that it was bad, and without thinking too much, I rode the 28-inch bike home at the fastest speed. Before 9 p.m., I finally returned home. Mother Yongfang was just coming out of the room when I grabbed her in a tight hug. "Mom, I miss you so much." I remember after my father passed away, my mother worked multiple jobs alone to support my college education, eventually exhausting herself to the point of illness. At this moment, holding her felt like embracing the beautiful dream I had been longing for but could never reach in these past 20 years. "Good son, are you hungry? Don't keep going to internet cafes, they're so chaotic." My mother's voice was gentle yet filled with concern. "It's fine. Where's Dad?" "Your dad? He's in the study organizing documents, and he's been extremely worried lately. That Japanese electronics company said they'd bankrupt your dad's factory within 6 months by launching a price-slashing promotion strategy. Your dad refuses to back down and plans to borrow money from President Zhou to fight them." "Okay, got it." I nodded. It seems there's still time. I changed my clothes, sneaked into my parents' room, and hid the property deed. Not long after, Father Su Zhengfeng was about to leave. "Old Su, don't drink too much, your health comes first," Mother reminded him. "It's fine, I know my limits." Bank manager Joe said the valuation of our factory isn't enough, we need to include the house too. I have to take the property deed. I don't believe we can't beat those Japanese this time. Father's tone was firm. Mother couldn't say anything more, knowing full well Father's stubborn temper. "Honey, where's the property ownership certificate?" Father searched around and ran out looking anxious. "Isn't it right there in the drawer? Did you look carefully?" "No, I've already looked." As they rummaged through the items together, they unknowingly ended up missing the scheduled bank appointment time. It wasn't until his father received the news from President Zhou about the cancellation of the loan that he finally collapsed and fainted, being rushed to the hospital late at night. I know this might seem somewhat unfilial, but Father is too agitated right now. Having him temporarily step away from the factory is the right decision. "Son, you go and help manage the factory first." Father had no choice but to hand the factory over to me. I readily agreed. After leaving the hospital, I was sure this first step was a success. "Alright, son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go to school as usual tomorrow and stop by the factory after class." Mother didn't think a teenager like me could be capable of much, so she didn't hold out much hope either. "Okay, I got it, Mom, it's fine." I nodded. "This time, I'll make those people pay the price." Early the next morning, I first returned Uncle's 28-inch bicycle and gave some compensation as well. Even so, the old man's nagging was unavoidable. I hopped on my bike and fled the scene. An 18-year-old body is truly brimming with boundless vitality. Soon after, I finally arrived at my seat. As soon as I put my backpack into the desk drawer, I noticed a bag of Ludianban soybean milk inside. I was a bit puzzled. Usually I'm the one bringing breakfast to others, so how come someone was bringing it to me? "Sū Míng, give this to me. Wei Wei can't drink it because she's bloated." Zhangya, Lin Weiwei's deskmate, unceremoniously tried to take the soy milk. Wait, did I say that to you? I asked coldly. What do you mean? This breakfast isn't for me? So you mean you don't need my help? Zhangya was somewhat taken aback. No, and besides, we're not close. I remember, in my previous life, I groveled and fawned over Lin Weii, and this Zhangya gained a lot of benefits from it. But after graduation, she introduced Lin Weii to someone else. Fine, Sū Míng, remember your words. Don't come calling me sis before and after when the time comes. Zhangya was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Deal. I nodded. This lifetime, whoever wants to be a simp can go right ahead. I'll also persuade Weii not to be with you. How about that? Scared now? Double blessings have arrived. Take your time, no need to see me out. I said with a smile, leaving them standing there awkwardly. Brother Ming, step outside for a moment. A familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. I looked up and, after recognizing the person, rushed out excitedly and gave him a hug. Fatty! He was my best friend from high school, Yu Yongquan. In my past life, he died in a car accident while trying to help me. In this life, I must not let the tragedy repeat itself. Brother Ming, what are you doing? The chubby guy was so frightened that he quickly pushed me away. I got too excited. Brother Ming, don't scare me, I'm still a pure and innocent young man. He was both amused and exasperated. I won't tease you anymore, what's the matter? Yesterday, I saw Lin Weii having a meal with Wei Zixuan from class 5. You really need to step up your game. Ha, just for this? You rushed downstairs early in the morning to say this? Mingji, you said we should report any of her movements to you immediately. It's alright, no need for it anymore. I patted him on the shoulder. Mingji, you're absolutely right. What's Lin Weii compared to this? If you're going to pursue someone, go for Dai Qingyi even if it's more challenging. After all, she's as cold as ice. He nodded in deep agreement. By the way, Fatty, come with me to the capital this weekend. What for? The college entrance exams aren't even over yet, already thinking about traveling? Want to meet a superstar? Interested? Star player. Got one. Bro, who is it? Don't ask, you'll find out when the time comes. I smiled confidently. This trip to the imperial capital isn't just to help my good friend fulfill his dream. It's also because that star athlete is capable of helping me turn around my family's current dire situation. Wait a minute, do you even have the money? A trip to the capital to meet the football star won't come cheap. Just as I was pondering, a tall guy walked over. Hey, how did the discussion about what we talked about last time go? Are you going to sell me that domain name? I still need my cousin from outside the school to come and tell you personally. The fat guy nervously took a couple steps back, while my eyes lit up with excitement. The money's coming right up. Chapter 4, Don't cry, little one. You mean Wei Zixuan? He's the guy who's been hanging out with Lin Weii. Ming, you better watch your back. The fat guy introduced the big guy's identity. You're Sū Míng, right? Zhangya told me it's been you harassing Lin Weii. You're not allowed to do that anymore. She's already agreed to be with me. Oh, really? Congratulations. Sū Míng was a bit surprised. Lin Weii had activated a new ATM so quickly. Beauty really was the master password to life. Wei Zixuan was also puzzled. Didn't Zhangya say Sū Míng was hopelessly devoted? This didn't seem to fit at all. Then it hit him his earlier intimidating presence must have scared Sū Míng off. He decided to press his advantage. Oh, right. About last time, have you two decided? Will you accept? If you don't, I'll have my cousin from outside the school come talk to you personally. Wei Zixuan patted the chubby guy on the shoulder. What's up, fatso? Sū Míng's memory of this was hazy. Bro Ming, you forgot? We heard domain names could be profitable, so we registered a bunch. Then early this year, a game company announced they were bringing China's first 3D game called Devil Warrior. Everyone's hyped about it now, and our domain name matches theirs perfectly. They all want to buy it, but you told me not to sell, saying it'd appreciate later. Hearing that, Sū Míng recalled the incident. Back then, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. But when the game finally launched in China, there were issues with the name. Though it eventually passed censorship, they had to rename it Spirit. Their whole plan fell apart. No, I've changed my mind. Sell it. Bro, didn't you say we should wait for it to appreciate? The fat guy muttered under his breath, intimidated by Sū Míng's imposing presence. It's fine. Just listen to me. Sū Míng patted the fat guy on the shoulder and turned to ask where the transaction would take place. Good call. A wise man knows when to act. 10,000 yuan. Head to the internet cafe now. You guys handle the paperwork and I'll give you the money. Without further ado, Sū Míng followed them to a nearby shady internet cafe. Keeping this thing another day would be a waste. Watching them leave, Zhangya, who'd witnessed the entire scene, returned home and filled Lin Weii in on their conversation. Weii, I'm telling you, don't fall for it. That Sū Míng guy is playing hard to get. I just saw him go negotiate with Wei Zixuan for your sake. Hearing this, Lin Weii felt pleased not out of affection, but because she relished the thrill of men fighting over her. Weii, did you hear me? Don't agree to anything easily. That guy's character is questionable. Got it. Lin Weii knew full well that a girl who was easily won over would look cheap. Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, Wei Zixuan was pleased to see the deal go smoothly, inwardly laughing at the two for not knowing a good thing when they saw it. As soon as they stepped out of the internet cafe, the chubby guy was already filled with regret. Ming, they all say this game could be the next legend. Once it gets really popular, the domain name will be worth a fortune. I'm losing out here. You won't lose out. Relax. He won't be able to sell that domain anyway. Plus, the internet bubble started last year. Stuff like this won't fetch high prices even if you try to sell it. The fat guy didn't quite grasp it, but then again, getting 5,000 yuan for free didn't seem like such a bad deal. They set a date to head to Kyoto over the weekend, then Sū Míng returned to class. It was already the latter half of their senior year, and classes had mostly stopped. They were basically just filling out exam papers. But math wasn't so straightforward. As the teacher up front explained past college entrance exam papers, Sū Míng was completely lost. He decided to doodle instead. He grabbed an English exam paper. Thanks to his experience in the foreign trade field in his previous life, he flew through it. The math teacher didn't bother with them anyway after all, the students in the back rows were already hopeless. When class ended, Sū Míng quickly checked his multiple choice answers and found he'd gotten almost all of them right. His mood lifted instantly, and he stretched comfortably. But the moment he reached out, he bumped into someone. He quickly pulled his hand back and turned to find Lin Weii, along with a frowning Zhang Ye. Sū Míng, stop being gross. Always trying to get Weiwei's attention this way, so childish. Hey, you can eat crap, but don't talk crap. You. Lin Weii cut Zhang Ye off, her tone commanding. Sū Míng, I want boxed lunch for lunch. Go get it for me, and grab one for Xiaoya too. Sū Míng almost chuckled. In his past life, he'd cared too much about her thoughts, always believing he could win her over with little favors. In reality, she just treated him like an ATM. Still, he didn't refuse outright. Instead, he waited until lunchtime before heading out. 2 boxed meals cost only 10 yuan. Sū Míng went straight up to the experimental class, but the familiar figure scribbling furiously at the windowsill was nowhere to be seen. Strange. Given how far Dai Qingyi lived, she shouldn't have gone home for lunch. Disappointed, Sū Míng started to head back downstairs when he spotted a dopey-looking guy peering into the classroom doorway. After confirming something, he finally tiptoed inside. Sū Míng curiously approached and saw Dai Qingyi stuffing something into her desk drawer. Hey, dummy! What are you doing? Huh? I'm not. She turned her hand away, still unable to meet Sū Ming's gaze. Sū Míng had already seen it. Soy milk again? Huh? Me? Didn't you fall into the water yesterday? I just wanted to give you some extra nutrition. So you borrowed money from me just to buy soy milk for me? Yeah, I was going to buy you milk. It's 1 yuan per bottle, but 2 bottles get you a discount of 1 yuan 50. I borrowed 225 from you because there's still half a month left this month. But don't worry, I'm making money stringing beads. Once I get paid next month, I'll buy you something delicious. Stringing beads is the most common side job in coastal areas. Garment factories need decorative beads for clothing. While the craft isn't difficult, the beading process requires a lot of manpower, so it gets outsourced to small workshops in rural areas. Individuals can also pick up orders to do at home. Sū Míng was momentarily stunned. He was the one who had startled her, causing her to push him into the water as a self-preservation instinct. Why did she look so guilty now? You jerk, no more bringing me food. Here, take this meal. I have food, look. She pulled a bag of white steamed buns from her backpack, each stamped with a red foo character. These were a local high city offering pastry, though the taste was honestly just okay. Look at this, you splurge on soy milk for me every morning, yet you eat this yourself? I was afraid you'd starve yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Dai Qingyi said, her face flushing. Why are you so kind to others? You're such a little fool. Sū Míng couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Please don't call me little dummy, okay? It's Dai, not dummy. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Sū Míng ignored her plea and handed her the boxed meal. Sit down. Let's eat together. Seeing she still hesitated, Sū Míng added, if you really don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Only then did she give in. Let's eat outside. This is your desk, we can't cause trouble for others. The two sat eating by the doorway. Dai Qingyi, who always kept to herself, actually eating with a boy that was quite the news. Lin Weii, returning from the restroom, spotted the scene. Her pride stung, and she walked away. Sū Míng actually missed the food near the school, so he ate rather quickly. Dai Qingyi wasn't in a hurry to eat. She picked up a notebook and began writing. Little dumbass, what are you writing? Nothing, really. I just want to remember all the nice things you've done for me. Sū Míng glanced at her notebook, where a few lines were written. May 15th, owe Sū Míng 1,015 yuan for medical expenses. May 15th, owe Sū Míng 1 bag of Fumin Duo. May 15th, owe Sū Míng 225. May 16th, 1236, owe Sū Míng for boxed meals. Shout I, when did you end up owing me so much? I know, I remember everything. Also, sorry about yesterday, I didn't run away from my responsibilities. After taking you to the hospital, I saw the bill was over 200 yuan, but I only had 100 yuan left. I thought about earning more, but I couldn't make it quickly, so I. Her words left Sū Míng utterly stunned. So, she died in her previous life entirely because of me. Sū Míng stared at her, his eyes suddenly reddening. Dai Qingyi gently ruffled his hair. What's wrong? Don't cry. I'm calling you good boy, don't cry, okay? Sū Míng nodded, silently making a decision in his heart. Dai Qingyi, this lifetime, I will protect you. Chapter 5, Care to make a bet? After school, Sū Míng didn't go home but headed straight to the factory. He immediately noticed the on-duty security guard seemed to be asleep. Sū Míng slapped him awake and was about to scold him when Security Chief Ma Lu rushed over. Hey, little Sū, why didn't you say you were coming? Sū Míng stared at him, his gaze cold and sharp. This man was the very culprit who had directly caused Dai Qingyi's death in his previous life. Later, he had nearly ruined the factory for personal gain. Sū Míng was determined to make him pay. Sū used the title when addressing him at work. Ma Lu froze for a moment before quickly adopting a fawning expression. Director Xiao Sū, please don't be angry. My cousin works very hard. He worked through the night yesterday, which is why he's so exhausted. Sū Míng smirked inwardly. If even a young girl like Dai Qingyi could slip in so easily yesterday, it showed just how lax security was. Understood. Sū Míng declined his offer to accompany him on the inspection and began wandering around alone. The Sū family's appliance factory, named Jiajiaheo, had flourished when Haichang was first designated a special economic zone. Riding this wave, the factory's Lejia refrigerators swiftly dominated high city kitchens. Originally, the refrigerator market in Haichang was sufficiently large. However, with the disruption caused by the international giant Dongzhi, the industry is now struggling. Rationally speaking, the best approach is to scale back operations and cease the previous practice of increasing production capacity annually. Thus, upon entering, Sū Míng immediately saw the production lines operating at full throttle, causing him to frown slightly. Deputy plant manager Jiang Zhenghua, having already learned the situation from Sū Ming's father, promptly came to report on the work progress. Director Sū, all production at our appliance factory is proceeding according to plan. There's absolutely no need for concern. There's some good food in the office, go grab a bite. Jiang Zhenghua knew the factory director's son was here merely to oversee their work, just going through the motions. After all, what could an ungraduated student possibly know? To his surprise, Sū Míng didn't leave. Who set the production plan? Didn't you say the warehouse couldn't hold any more goods? Oh, Director Sū, don't worry. My buddy has a beverage factory up for sale. He's still looking for a buyer, so he agreed to let us store the goods there for a while, just $300 a day. Listen carefully, are we short on space for this inventory? Think about it, we can't sell the goods, yet we keep producing and borrowing space to store them? Yes, Manager Xiao Sū, this is the factory director's order. We actually tried to advise him before, suggesting we clear the inventory first. But the boss said to just ramp up production. He wants to undercut the new Japanese appliance company on price and see who cracks first. They're new here with weak foundations, while our Lejia refrigerators have a solid reputation. Sū Míng felt a headache coming on. No wonder his father had lost so badly back then. This was completely illogical decision-making. And while Little Japan's Dongzhi Electric had only arrived in Haichang last year, they were still an international giant. Playing the low-price game with them was like pitting an egg against a stone. Factory Manager Jiang, I ask you, now that the low-price strategy has begun, how are our sales holding up? Well, it's been so-so. But that's all because Little Son's factory is playing dirty. Whenever we cut prices, they follow suit and slash theirs even deeper. Yeah, you see, that's how business works, survival of the fittest, the big preying on the small. That means we need a new approach. Have you done any research on why that company, after just a year here, has already given us such a hard time? I just found out recently. With the World Cup happening, they hired Argentina as their brand ambassador, the team with the highest external buzz this tournament. Their fans alone are driving significant sales. Exactly. So why can't we do the same? We need to pay close attention to every major social trend. If it can be tied to our products, we should leverage it. Xiao Sū, you're not seriously suggesting we get a national team to endorse us, are you? The Chinese national team did make it to the World Cup this year, but their endorsement fees run into the hundreds of thousands. Hire them? That'd be like throwing money into the ocean. Anyway, you don't need to worry about it. Go tell all the major distributors, cancel our low price strategy and just sell at normal prices. Ha! Factory Manager Xiao Sū, we couldn't even sell at the low prices. If we go back to normal pricing, won't that? Just do as I say. This month, I'll turn the factory around. Don't tell Dad about this, he's in the hospital now. We don't need him worrying again. Zhang Jianguo knew the factory manager's health condition and nodded in agreement. Just then, a group of unexpected visitors arrived to tour the factory. Zhang Jianguo hurried out to inquire. I'm Chen Muyang, manager of Dongzhi Electric. Our boss mentioned your factory will be closing for upgrades soon, so we came for a preliminary inspection.
Arrogant. Utterly arrogant.
This Dongzhi is betting that the Sū family is bound to lose.
Oh? So you're saying you're certain to win?
Only now did Sū Míng understand why his father had acted so irrationally back then. The other side had truly pushed things too far.
Of course, what difference does it make that you're a local factory?
Our boss declared long ago that he'd put you out of business within 6 months.
Looks like we're down to just 1 month now.
We've analyzed your sales figures through market research. They're not even as good as what we sell in a single week. Chen Muyang still sported that distinctive Japanese-style mustache, his face radiating utter servility toward foreign powers.
Alright, Mr. Chen, how about a bet? If we not only survive this month but also see a significant jump in sales, what do you say?
Impossible.
Given your current sales performance and the lack of bank funding, you won't survive this month no matter what. And you're talking about boosting sales?
Unless you're suicidal and plan to slash prices to levels we can't match.
Chen Muyang was supremely confident. As an international conglomerate, they possessed extensive capabilities for gathering and analyzing information.
Their team had conducted in-depth analysis. Zhejiang Electrical Appliances Factory was destined for ruin, with no possible way out.
You're so confident? Then I'll propose a wager, one you'll surely find satisfying.
If we lose, we'll sell you the factory land at a bargain price.
Name your price.
If you lose, you must open your factory for a day so our management can observe your operations. Sū Míng had a reputation in business circles as a ruthless killer.
He relished seeing arrogance in his opponents.
No matter how formidable a commercial empire might be, a single misstep in underestimating him created a fatal opening.
Fine. You're asking for it. We won't lose.
Chen Muyang was supremely confident, and even if they lost, he didn't think the consequences would be so bad, so he agreed. After the others left, Zhang Jiangguo stepped in to dissuade him.
Director Sū, you're acting impulsively.
Before this battle, we were confident too, but the data clearly shows we're not in an ideal position.
Our original plan was that if we truly lost, we'd repurpose this factory for other industries. Now you're handing over the land outright. This is simply.
After all, they've worked here for years.
Naturally, the management team doesn't want to leave. One by one, they've become dejected. Rest assured, I'm not acting on impulse. Production will pause for 2 days to let the workers relax. We'll have plenty to do afterward. Factory manager Xiao Su, what exactly are you planning to do? Me? Since Dong's refrigerators are slashing prices, we'll give ours away for free. Chapter 6, the boldest marketing campaign in history.
2 days later, a headline dubbed the boldest marketing campaign in history appeared in the Haicheng Evening News. Everyone who read the details was utterly stunned. To celebrate the World Cup, Zhejiang Electrical Appliances Factory had launched a special promotion. Customers who purchased a Zhejiang refrigerator starting today would have their purchase refunded in full. If Argentina won the championship, simply present the receipt to claim the money back. If China won, not only would the purchase be refunded, but an additional refrigerator would be gifted. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell, causing quite a stir in Haicheng's appliance market. Any clear-eyed observer could see that the latter part of the offer was merely a gimmick to grab attention, as China's team might not even make it past the group stage. But the first part of the offer was truly explosive. Even before the tournament began, major sports media outlets had predicted Argentina as the top favorite to win.
If that team actually claimed the championship, Zhejiang Electrical Appliance Factory could face bankruptcy.
So when the news broke, countless people believed that Sū, the owner of Zhejiang Factory, had completely lost his mind. But there was a silver lining. The free-for-all gimmick proved irresistible. Even if the promise couldn't be fulfilled, refrigerators remained essential appliances. Consequently, sales of Zhejiang refrigerators skyrocketed exponentially after the report hit. Deputy Plant Manager Jiang, seeing store managers suddenly increasing orders, couldn't believe his eyes. Mr. Sū, how did you pull this off? Have these people lost their minds? Not only are they refusing our price cuts, they're actually asking us to raise prices, claiming it's for corporate procurement.
Sū Míng didn't keep him in suspense, handing him a newspaper.
After reading it, Zhang Jiangguo was shaken for a long time.
Director Sū, this idea is insane.
I'm a longtime soccer fan too. Argentina is incredibly strong this year and has a high chance of winning. If they actually pull it off, our Zhejiang factory will be completely ruined. Just keep shipping orders as requested by major distributors. Urge the workers' sales will surge in the coming days. Not only must production targets be met, but we need to increase output by 20% from the original plan. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Sū Míng was utterly confident. The 2002 World Cup had crowned Brazil's 5th title. For Argentina to win again now? That's still a long way off. As for the Chinese national team? Scoring a single goal in the World Cup would be a breakthrough from zero.
Ha!
Sū Míng suddenly recalled something. Though not a die-hard fan, he could perfectly recall the tournament's scores. If memory served, the national team lost all 3 matches without scoring a single goal that could be worth exploring. With that thought, he quickly turned to Zhang Jiangguo.
Hey, Uncle Jiang, didn't you mention a friend who runs a beverage factory a couple days ago? Yeah, he's about to sell his factory. Business hasn't been good. Uncle Jiang, if I want to buy it, could you help me negotiate the price? Ha! Director Xiaosu, we haven't even sorted out our own affairs yet, and you're already thinking about expanding? That's a bit impulsive, isn't it? No worries, I just want to try my hand at business. It's just an idea for now, let's see what the other party thinks. Alright, I'll take you there this afternoon. No, now. Have someone else handle the shipping arrangements. Come with me immediately.
Hearing this, Zhang Jiangguo dared not refuse and quickly set aside his current tasks. Soon, they arrived at the beverage factory.
This beverage factory had once enjoyed some fame, though it lacked a flagship product. It had essentially built its business by imitating various drinks on the market.
Its only original product was its beer brand, Beer Qiushuan, but its taste was mediocre, and its sales territory was mostly limited to nearby townships. Even so, he had offered 200,000 yuan for the factory, justifying it by saying that although its current performance was poor, the production line had been imported from abroad at the time. It was Zhang Jiangguo who eventually stepped in and negotiated the price down to 180,000 yuan. Sū Míng was generally satisfied and requested 2 cans of the Iron Can beer as souvenirs before leaving.
Once outside the factory, Zhang Jiangguo finally couldn't hold back. Director Sū, I can guess why you're interested in this factory, it's for the beer, right? With the World Cup coming up, you want to promote it. But my friend anticipated this.
If sales were promising, he wouldn't be selling the factory. The truth is, his flagship product is flopping badly.
Not entirely.
The beverage plant still has future potential, but for now, we must capitalize on this wave of excitement to push the beer. As for its poor sales, that's because he doesn't know how to market it. Things will be different under my leadership. Seeing his brimming confidence, Zhang Jiangguo couldn't bring himself to stop him. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this young factory manager was no ordinary man.
This marketing campaign drew quite a crowd of onlookers, naturally catching the attention of Dongzhi Electronics.
At that moment, in their executive conference room, discussions about the matter were underway. Manager Zhao, we've analyzed data from major retailers and found that Lele refrigerators sales are catching up rapidly. Yesterday alone, their sales nearly reached half of ours. Yeah, this kid's got some real talent. We thought Su Zhangfeng was just some small-town nouveau riche, but who knew he had someone like this behind him? That marketing strategy? It's got to be the boldest move in history. I'd never have the guts to pull something like that off. Listening to the chatter around him, Zhao Muyang remained as calm as a rock. What's there to fear? We're an international giant, how could we possibly lose? I deliberately led my team there that day precisely to push their decision-makers into irrational thinking. Now it seems the effect is gradually taking hold. Our appliance company hired the Argentine national team as endorsers, and they probably wanted to oppose us in every way possible, so they came up with this campaign. Manager Zhao, while their approach seems foolish now, it significantly impacted us. The World Cup has genuinely boosted our sales. The Argentine team is our golden ticket to profits. By jumping on this bandwagon, they're essentially snatching food from our mouths. After all, refrigerators aren't replaced frequently. Choosing one brand means choosing against another. Deputy Manager Su's words once again made the atmosphere tense. Because Sū Míng is playing with his life right now. Who wouldn't be scared of going up against a madman? Relax, everyone. He's just betting Argentina won't win the championship, right? But does he have access to all those sports experts? Doesn't he want to die quickly? Then let's give him a helping hand, tell our people to buy his products. Ha? Manager Zhao? I should help him? But you saw it during our inspection, their factory's current scale can't sustain this sales growth. They need to ramp up production capacity, which means expansion. And expansion requires capital. Banks are masters of risk control. They'll see Su's factory is burning the candle at both ends and won't lend lightly. If we place orders for refrigerators and they can't produce them on time, we can sue them. Right. Manager Zhao, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Chapter 7, Playing the Hero. Just as Dongzhi Group was formulating plans to further crush La Family refrigerators, Sū Míng, having finished his factory inspection, approached the vicinity of Dai Qingyi's home. From a distance, Sū Míng spotted her crouched before the stove by the doorway. She used tongs to pull out a charred object, stood up, and was about to pop it into her mouth when she looked up and saw Sū Míng approaching with a smile. Spotting him, Dai Qingyi quickly lowered her head to hide the object. By the time Sū Míng reached her, her hand could no longer withstand the heat, and the item dropped to the ground, a roasted sweet potato. Ouch! Realizing it had fallen, she quickly crouched down, and in that instant, a glimpse of springtime scenery flashed before him. Well, little dumb. Haven't seen you in 2 days, and you've already started smearing yourself with soot and swallowing charcoal. Who are you planning to assassinate for? It's not charcoal, it's a sweet potato. Who taught you to roast sweet potatoes like that? It's all blackened. Really, are you that hungry? Hearing this, Dai Qingyi felt a bit embarrassed and tucked the sweet potato behind her back before nodding. Dummy, you don't even know how to roast sweet potatoes. Let me do it. Sū Míng took the tongs and placed the raw sweet potato on the bottom grate. Covering it with embers, he tapped some unburned fragments onto it from above. Just as he was busy working, a piece of sweet potato suddenly appeared at his lips. He turned to see Dai Qingyi offering him the larger half of the portioned sweet potato, leaving Sū Míng momentarily stunned. "Don't worry, it's not dirty. I scraped off the black bits." Seeing Sū Míng didn't respond, she quickly added, "Oh, I'll go wash my hands." Sū Míng certainly wasn't rejecting her, it was just that the moment had come so suddenly. Once he snapped out of it, he decisively took a bite. Strange. This sweet potato was sweeter than those so-called watermelon honey sweet potatoes they ate at restaurants for exorbitant prices. Now it was Dai Qingyi's turn to be dumbfounded. This was her first time feeding a boy. Only when two coughs echoed from inside the room did she snap back to reality. "Little sister, bring over the big treasure." "Oh, okay. Big treasure?" The voice that had just spoken must have been her grandmother's, but why did those words sound so strange? Unable to contain his curiosity, Sū Míng stepped inside. There in the living room lay an elderly woman, hammering her leg with a hammer-like object. Upon closer inspection, Sū Míng nearly jumped out of his skin. The object looked more and more like a grenade. Dai Qingyi seemed afraid Sū Míng would see their family's predicament and hurried out. "Sū Míng, you should go now. I'll wash up and start beating right away. I'll work hard to pay you back as soon as possible." "No rush, silly. That big treasure in your grandmother's hand." Oh. Grandma's leg hurts. She said this feels good to tap on it." "Wait, what? What's wrong? You want one too? I found it by the river while washing clothes. I have a few more in my room. I'll bring them to school tomorrow and give them to you." "A few more?" Sū Míng didn't dare delay and rushed to hand over the suspicious items to the police station. After the station chief's appraisal, it was confirmed that these big treasures were Type 2 and Type 3 hand grenades left over from the war era. Leaving the station, Dai Qingyi now held a banner honoring her as a mine-clearing hero, yet her expression was downcast. She worried she wouldn't know how to help her grandmother's leg pain anymore. Sū Míng recalled how she'd treasured even a single sweet potato earlier. Without hesitation, he emptied his pocket and handed over all 20 yuan. "Little Dumby, here. The police officer said this is your reward for being a hero." Seeing the money, she finally managed a rare smile, but quickly handed it back to Sū Míng. "Sū Míng, I'll pay you back for this first. The rest, I'll keep working hard to earn." Sū Míng knew she had her college entrance exams coming up soon. To help her get some extra nutrition, he decided she could worry about repaying him after the exams. Dai Qingyi took the money and looked at Sū Míng. So many words were on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, only one sentence came out. "Sū Míng, you're such a good person. Now you're giving me the good guy card too? You're such a little goof." Sū Míng couldn't resist ruffling her hair, and Dai Qingyi quickly covered her head. "Can you not touch my head? I'm not growing any taller." "No way." Sū Míng deftly dodged her shielding hand. Seeing her defense was futile, she decided to turn the tables and actually stood on tiptoe to touch Sū Ming's head. "Humph, then I'll touch yours too. But I've already stopped growing." "Fine." Hearing Sū Ming's words, Dai Qingyi instantly deflated. Sū Míng couldn't help but smile at her adorable antics. What ice queen school beauty. Those people just didn't understand her charm. Finally approaching home, the two bid farewell. Sū Míng mentioned his plans to go to Beijing. Beijing? The Beijing sung about in songs? Of course. What other Beijing could there be? I don't know. I've never been there. No worries, there'll be plenty of time later. Right. Once I make some money, I'll go too. But Grandma says the outside world is dangerous. No worries, I'll protect you. Great. You're in charge of protecting me, and I'll handle your luggage. I'm really strong. She said this, confidently flexing her pale, lotus root white arm. Sū Míng looked at her and felt life was worth living. Alright, I'm leaving tomorrow. Is there anything you want to say? Come back alive. What? Dumbass, say it properly. Is that how you give blessings? Say something nicer, and I'll bring you a gift when I return. No need for gifts. Eat on time? Alright, eat on time. Sū Míng smiled as he finally returned home. But as soon as he arrived, he saw two uninvited guests had appeared in his home. They were Sū Ming's aunt and uncle. After making some money running a pager factory years ago, they'd cut ties with the family. But seeing his father's business grow bigger and bigger these past few years, they'd started paying visits again. Ah, Ming's back? You're educated and well-traveled. Your uncle has a big business opportunity for you. Sū Míng ignored their words and turned to ask his mother what was wrong. Oh, your uncle says the pager business is doing well and he wants to expand. He's thinking of borrowing 300,000 yuan. No way. Xiao Ming, I saw the newspaper too. Doing business like this is too risky. Sure, the factory's refrigerators sold out, but you could easily lose everything. You'd be better off investing some money with me. Diversify your investments. You kids just don't understand. Uncle Yong Jihua put on an air of lecturing, but he was just as clueless as the rest. Back then, he only made a little money because he rode the wave of regional development.
Yeah, Sū Míng. Enough. I won't lend it. Get out. You.
If you don't leave now, I'll call the police.
Seeing Sū Míng's firm stance, the two realized borrowing money was hopeless.
They quickly changed tactics and started cursing under their breath.
After the door closed, Mother Yongfang felt a bit awkward.
Son, he is still your uncle. Blood is thicker than water.
Mom, blood relatives? Didn't they visit Dad in the hospital first? Why come here begging for money?
Well, your uncle was worried you're too young and impulsive. Your marketing plan is too bold. I don't even know how to explain it to your dad.
It's fine. No need to say anything. When he gets out of the hospital, we'll just surprise him.
As for your uncle, don't worry about him. His pager business will be completely dead after this year.
Pagers, also known as BB machines, rose to prominence in the late 1980s.
However, with the rise of mobile phones in the early 21st century, they began a steady decline. Investing in pagers at this point is like walking on thin ice. It could blow up at any moment. Ah! Yongfang sighed, then turned to offer incense to the Guanyin statue. At this point, all she could do was pray. Sū Míng, however, remained supremely confident. He hung the banner honoring him as the mind-clearing hero and returned to his room for a sound sleep.
Chapter 802, The Age of Wildness.
Early the next morning, Sū Míng called up Fatty and they set off for the capital. However, traveling from Haicheng to the capital was indeed a hassle. They had to take a train to Yangcheng first, then fly from Yangcheng to their destination. Thus, by the time they finally arrived in Yangcheng after over 10 hours of bumpy travel on the green skin train, the fat guy was already full of complaints.
Bro, I just don't get it. We're a special economic zone, right? How come we don't even have a direct flight to the capital?
Ugh, this hard sea train ride has wrecked my butt. I swear, I'm gonna study hard, get a government job, and secure a direct flight to the capital someday.
That's tough. 2 years ago, maybe. Stop complaining. Let's keep moving.
Sū Míng smiled without responding. After that fire, it really did have a huge impact on the region's development.
What's up? Ming, why are you being so mysterious? Nothing. Come on, let's go. This trip to the capital, I'll take you to meet a world-class soccer star.
A world-class soccer star?
Ming, who is it? You'll find out when we get there. For now, keep your eyes on the road and watch your wallet.
Relax, this is Yangcheng, our provincial capital.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Fatso said it without a care. Sū Míng dared not let his guard down. The Sky Eye surveillance system wasn't widespread yet. Even as the provincial capital, Yangcheng couldn't escape its share of violent crimes. The banner hanging at the entrance was blunt: don't flaunt your valuables. Beware of carjackers slashing hands. Ha, this train station is terrifying.
Flying motorcycles slashing hands? Like we're back in ancient times. The fat man didn't seem to care, his eyes brimming with excitement at the prospect of the big city.
As he was looking around, a small card was slipped into his hand. Sū Míng was still searching for the best route to the airport and hadn't noticed what was happening nearby.
Fatso, wait here for me. I'm just going to the bathroom. Don't chat with strangers. Got it, Ming.
Yu Yongquan nodded, then swiftly slipped the card into his pocket. When Sū Míng emerged from the restroom, the fat guy was nowhere to be found. Panic nearly made him call the police. Finally, the fat guy emerged from somewhere, sporting a new black eye.
Fatso, in that short time, did you go to the zoo and pretend to be a panda? Don't even get me started, Ming.
I'm so pissed, got scammed.
Fatty pulled out the card he'd just received, which featured a provocatively dressed, sexy woman. No way. Fatso, you actually fell for this?
I didn't want to go, but that bastard kept telling me it was some gorgeous schoolgirl, really cheap.
So I went, and what do I see? A 40-year-old woman.
He told me she was a student at the nearby driving school. I was so pissed I got into a fight with them and bolted out of there.
Thank God they didn't.
Fatso smugly patted his wallet, then let out a triumphant howl.
Where's my wallet? Sū Míng just shook his head inside. Well, you learn from your mistakes. Got your lesson now, huh? Yeah, I know, Ming.
I won't fall for such cheap deals again.
Shut up. I'm telling you to stay away from these people. Thank God they only wanted your money. If they'd wanted your life, you'd be missing at least a couple kidneys by now. No way. Got it, Ming. I promise I won't fall for it again. Thankfully, I stashed some cash under my footpad. Starving to death here, I'm off to grab something to eat. Alright, I'll go buy a ticket. There's an airport express right up ahead. The direct subway line to the airport isn't open yet, which is a real pain. But luckily, Yangcheng Railway Station is the southern gateway to the country, so transportation connections are pretty convenient.
The boarding process was a bit chaotic, though. Even though the ticket said 7 p.m., the driver realized it was nearly full by 6:40 and started urging people to board. Sū Míng frantically yelled, "Fatso," because he absolutely didn't want to spend the night in a Yangcheng hotel. Fortunately, Fatso made it onto the bus at the very last moment. The driver cursed, "Fat bastard," before finally flooring the gas pedal. Phew!
What the hell, is he trying to beat the clock? Fatso was panting heavily after the sprint.
He managed to sit down, but the flab on his body still trembled with each breath.
Forget it, no point getting angry. Just hope we don't miss the flight. There were no convenient electronic systems like in later times.
If they really missed the flight, just queuing for a refund would waste a ton of time. And time was precisely the most precious commodity. The person Sū Míng was seeking in the capital wouldn't be staying for more than a few days.
We still have a few hours, Ming. We'll definitely make it. Come on, let's eat first. We've been starving all day.
That train food smelled like rotten feet, disgusting. Fatso said, pulling 2 bags from his pack and handing one to Sū Míng.
Whoa! These are heavy. What is it? Hee, Ming, it's beggar's chicken. Beggar's chicken? Nice, Fatso, you know how to live. But why didn't you have the shopkeeper open it? No way. The shopkeeper said to open it on the train. That way we can enjoy the authentic flavor right away. This stuff's pretty pricey, $10 a piece. I keep getting this bad feeling. Just as Sū Míng was about to open it, Fatso let out another holy. Damn it! No wonder he told me not to open it, there's a whole clump of dirt inside.
Sū Míng slowly tapped it open, only to find not even a single feather.
A headache instantly hit him.
The fat guy finally understood what they meant by the world is a dangerous place. Fortunately, the bus encountered no further issues and arrived at the airport on schedule, allowing them to board their flight smoothly. The only issue was with the luggage. The check-in staff insisted Sū Míng couldn't bring the alcohol on board. Domestic airlines had always been strict about liquids, but Sū Míng hadn't expected even low-alcohol beer to be restricted. This was indeed a lapse in judgment on Sū Ming's part. After all, in his previous life, once he'd made money, he often flew private jets.
Bringing a couple of cans of beer? That was nothing.
He could practically fly the plane himself.
Bro, what should we do? Was this beer meant as a gift for that soccer star? Sort of. But it won't matter.
Sū Míng poured out all the liquid, and the empty cans finally made it onto the plane. Once on board, Sū Míng held the 2 empty cans and began scheming about how to achieve his goal through alternative means. Soon, a clever idea took shape in his mind. He quickly grabbed a pen and began drafting a meticulous plan.
Fatso was thoroughly baffled. Bro, why are you treating this crappy beer like gold? It doesn't even taste that great, it's worse than Jinwei. What's this soccer star supposed to like about it? You don't get it. This isn't just for Haichang, I'm going to take it nationwide. Put. Ming, you're just blowing smoke. This crappy stuff going national?
I remember the factory that makes this Chuoshuan beer is practically going under.
Sū Míng offered no further explanation.
He simply closed his eyes in silent rest, preparing to take the first step in reversing his fate.
Chapter 9, Hidden Achievements and Fame. Over 3 hours later, the two finally arrived in the capital. Exhausted from the day-long drive, Sū Míng collapsed into bed at the hotel, completely losing any interest in exploring the capital's nightlife. The next morning, the fat guy insisted on trying a local specialty breakfast. They ordered 2 servings of soybean juice downstairs. After just 1 sip, Sū Míng vomited. The taste was simply too pungent. Though he tried to show respect without being too obvious, Sū Míng simply couldn't stomach it. That said, the steamed buns here were truly exceptional, thin wrappers, generous filling, bursting with juice with every bite. Whether driven by hunger or sheer non-picky nature, the fat guy cheerfully snatched the bowl of soybean juice Sū Míng had spurned and downed it in 1 gulp. Bro, don't waste it. This stuff is delicious. Delicious? Fine. From now on, don't call me brother. I'll call you brother. Sū Míng couldn't help but admire him. Bro, it's still ages till noon. Let's hit up an internet cafe after lunch. The ones in the capital should be way better than that tiny room back home. There's an internet cafe here? Yeah, right up ahead. See? The sign's hanging there. Internet access starts at just 1 yuan. Blue, something speed. Blue speed. The more Sū Míng looked at it, the more familiar the name felt, until a major social event imprinted itself in his mind. After finishing their meal, Sū Míng and the fat guy headed to the internet cafe. The moment he stepped inside, Sū Míng scanned the scene where the incident from his past life's news reports had unfolded. Even across the divide of time, he could almost feel the intensity of that horrific moment. Hey! What are you 2 punks staring around for? Minors aren't allowed in here. Don't get me fined. And you 2 who's using someone else's ID to get online? I'll break your legs. Before they could utter a word, the owner unleashed a torrent of abuse. Sū Míng shook his head. He recalled how news analyses had pointed to the internet cafe manager's attitude as a direct cause of that tragedy. Apparently, it was no exaggeration. The chubby guy was annoyed too, but his internet craving was too strong. Reluctantly, he pulled out his ID. Boss, we're adults. We're really here to use the internet. The owner took the ID, glanced at it, jotted down the login time in his notebook, then tossed the ID back to them before turning his attention back to his Legend of Mir game. Following the number on the note, they made their way to the designated computer. Along the way, they passed countless players engrossed in Legend of Mir.
The game was indeed wildly popular, no wonder it had spawned the nation's richest man. Of course, single-player games were still common back then. CS, Red Alert, Meteor, Butterfly Sword, all common sights. Seeing them made the fat guy's fingers itch, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Finally made it to the computers. These are the big screen ones here, a bit slower than the 3 yuan per hour LCD monitors, but at 1 yuan an hour, who's complaining? Ming, come on, fire up Haofeng. Let's play Red Alert. Sure thing, Red Alert, huh? Just what I need to beat you up. Ha, Ming, I won't always lose to you. My skills have improved. Deal? Let's play Red Alert 2. I'll pick China. Wait, Fatso, you say you've improved, then you pick this? Isn't this a bug? Sū Míng was speechless. Red Alert is a multiplayer game where players control different nations, essentially a competitive strategy game. The origin of Red Alert is quite interesting. Invented by an American company in the 90s, its original purpose was to heavily smear communism within the game, thereby westernizing the minds of more young people. But as the game evolved through generations, players actually grew more red. Because in the opposing factions' nations, not only were resources cheaper, but combat power was also higher. The lineup Fatso had chosen featured an incredibly overpowered building called the Flag, which could instantly upgrade grunts to max level, hence the overwhelming combat strength of his troops. From the game's outset, the fat man brimmed with confidence. The moment the Apocalypse unit appeared, he instantly felt certain of victory. But just as he was preparing to rally his forces for a counterattack, he discovered a light beam tower had mysteriously appeared right outside his base, instantly obliterating his tank squad. Holy! Cheating! Ming, you're cheating! The fat guy was dumbfounded. Sū Míng's base was so far away, how could he possibly build structures at such a distant location? What do you mean cheating? This is called air building. Don't you know? What's air building? It's not cheating? Fatso was confused, but he didn't know how to respond. He could only watch as Sū Míng's laser towers gradually advanced near his base until they obliterated it. You lose. Bro, that's not fair. Teach me how to do that, please. Seeing his persistent pleas, Sū Míng decided to teach him. See, once the building loads, just left-click it, move the cursor to the arrow icon, right-click and hold, then drag it anywhere on the map. Sū Míng explained carefully, and the fat guy finally got it. Bro, you're awesome. Come on, I won't lose now. Alright then, you play. I'm done. I'll look up some info. Sū Míng wasn't one to linger on games. He might as well research more about the commercial sectors he could tap into. Forget it, I'll play myself. I'm taking on 7. Enemy difficulty, all set to brutal. Bring it on. After over 2 hours of intense battle, the fat guy was thoroughly thrilled. Sū Míng rubbed his sore, swollen eyes, his notebook now filled with densely packed notes. The fat guy leaned in, curiously reading the text aloud. Major changes in the courier industry. Sū Míng quickly snapped his notebook shut. Finished? Let's go. We need to head to the stadium. Ming, what are you looking at? What's delivery? Never mind. Let's hurry. I'll take you to meet a big-name star. Alright, I've got my autograph ready. Let's see who it'll be today. The chance to see a soccer star quickly made Fatty forget this little incident. Outside the internet cafe, the chubby kid started ranting again. Turns out the owner falsely accused them of breaking a keyboard and confiscated their 10 yuan deposit. Bro, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have shown that guy what fat man's got. Forget it. A big fish can't outsmart a local snake. It's only 10 bucks. No need to start a fight over such a small amount. Why get so worked up over peanuts? After saying this, Sū Míng walked to a phone booth and dialed 119 to report the fire hazard. When he emerged from the booth, Fatty was clapping non-stop. Bro, that was genius. How come I didn't think of that? That jerk's stairwell is piled high with junk, they'll definitely fine him to death. Serves them right for skimming our money. The fat guy assumed Sū Míng was acting out of spite and suddenly felt much better. But Sū Míng remained silent as he walked on, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Chapter 10, Dining with a World-Class Star. As they approached the stadium, the fat guy spotted the banners hanging around and grew visibly excited. Holy crap! Ming, are we meeting the king of football, Pele, today? He's my dad's idol. No way, I gotta go buy a white shirt to get his autograph. Don't rush. We'll see. Sū Míng spotted a convenience store by the roadside. He grabbed 2 bottles of soda and compared their sizes to the 2 empty beer cans. Instead of opening them right away, he pressed them against the ground and began grinding the caps. Fatso was even more puzzled now. Ming, what the hell are you doing? This is like that lid grinding game we played as kids. Shut up. We're going to grind out all 4 caps. Later, I'll have Bailey eat with you. No way. Really? Alright, I'm in. Getting to eat with my favorite soccer star? This little hardship was nothing. Soon, the 4 lids were polished. All set. Let's go book a restaurant first. Sū Míng found a nearby restaurant, booked a private room, and after some persistent requests, the staff even brought in a small refrigerator. Bro, Pele is world class.
You wouldn't actually invite him to eat here, would you? We need at least Jean Jude. Look at that restaurant, the private room doors are all broken. Dining is merely a means, not the end. Sū Míng said as he poured Jianlibo into the beer can, craving that refreshing fizz. Seriously, Ming? You invite him here, but you won't even provide decent wine? Now you're assembling stuff? That's just cheap. Getting big results with small spending, that's skill.
It's called great achievers don't sweat the small stuff. After filling the drinks, Sū Míng pulled out glue and carefully performed a cap transplant on the unopened beer cans. He then stashed them in the mini fridge, clearing out all other beverages. After finishing these tasks, as they stepped out of the private room, the waiter approached again to remind them. Mr. Sū, please remember not to close the door to this private room. The lock is a bit faulty, and if you shut it, it might be difficult to open again. Got it. Let's go, Fatso. We're picking someone up. The two arrived at the stadium, where a crowd had gathered around Pele for photos. Huh, weird. Is that really Pele? Why does he seem so unpopular? What's so strange about that? He's been retired for years. Haven't you heard the saying, once the guest leaves, the tea grows cold? He created miracles on the pitch back in the day and was indeed red hot, but that's not necessarily the case now. Besides, the World Cup kicks off in a few days. The Pele they saw had long since retired. His visit was purely for a commercial event. He'd been hired by a bank as the face of their credit card campaign. No matter how legendary a soccer star is, you might be called a god on the field, but once you retire, you're just a person who has to think about their future livelihood. True, but who cares? I like him anyway. Fewer people means better photo ops for me. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. Later, if I look at you, just smile, okay? Look at me? And I'll smile? What's that supposed to mean, Ming? Just do as I say. Do you want to have dinner with him? Hell yeah. 100%. Just do it. Remember, I'm going first. Soon after, Sū Míng pushed his way through the crowd. Under his spin, he became the guy who saved up 50 grand to treat Pele to a meal with his brother, all to help his mentally challenged sibling fulfill a dream. His assistant was sharp, though. At first, he didn't quite buy it, arguing that inviting the king of football to dinner would cost at least 200,000 yuan. Sū Míng had anticipated some resistance, so he pointed to the chubby guy nearby. The guy did as instructed and flashed his big front teeth. Seeing that simple, earnest look, Pele felt genuinely moved and agreed on the spot. Soon, the four of them headed to the private room. Everything proceeded according to plan, with the only unexpected twist being the chubby guy's overwhelming excitement upon seeing Pele. This only reinforced Pele's belief that the fellow was indeed mentally challenged. As soon as they sat down, Sū Míng pulled out his camera. This action caused Bailey's assistant to jump to his feet, warning Sū Míng that electronic devices were prohibited for filming. Oh, Mr. Bailey, this is such a rare experience. I just want to capture this wonderful moment, nothing else. That way, my little brother can proudly tell his friends he once dined with the king of football. Sū Ming's words were flawless. Pele's assistant was about to protest, but seeing the chubby man's pitiful expression and considering Sū Míng hadn't asked him to endorse anything, Pele intervened. Alright, let's start serving the dishes. Seeing Pele take his seat, Sū Míng signaled the waitstaff to begin bringing out the courses. After the final dish was served, Sū Míng promptly closed the private room door. Hey, Ming, didn't that waiter just tell you not to close the door? Sū Míng quickly shot the chubby guy a meaningful glance. Only then did the chubby guy wisely shut up, though his confusion deepened. Bailey, my younger brother is crazy about soccer. Even after his illness, he doesn't remember much, but he still recalls your legendary moments on the pitch. I'll have him tell you about it. After saying this, he turned to look at the fat guy. What? Ming, I don't understand English. Tell him about Pele's career. Oh? That? I know all about that. My dad watched Pele when he was young. He tells me stories about the Triple Crown every day. As the fat guy narrated and Sū Míng translated, Pele realized these two brothers were incredibly sincere. He never imagined that so many years after retiring, people still remembered his achievements. He nearly broke down in tears. Mr. Pele, could you sign this Brazil jersey for us? And maybe show us a bit of your dribbling skills? No problem. Come on over. Thank you both for remembering me. Pele was overjoyed. The fat guy had just recounted his entire career like a treasure trove, filling his heart with warmth. Without hesitation, he signed the jersey and then naturally picked up the nearby soccer ball to start practicing his juggling. Wow! Truly the king of football. That move was so smooth. Watching his idol juggle the ball up close nearly made the chubby guy faint from sheer excitement. It all felt like a dream, and his admiration for Sū Míng grew even deeper. Great! Mr. King of Football, you're truly amazing. I'm sure my brother will never forget this day. Come on, try our specialty dish first, Mao Shui Wang. Sū Míng pointed to the maochuang on the table, covered in chili flakes. Now the chubby guy finally understood. He whispered, Brother Ming, you're so clever. No wonder you ordered extra spicy. You wanted him to feel the heat, then drink the soda you stashed in the fridge, right? Praise to the skies, even facing this strange-looking dish, Bailey was willing to try it.
But after just one bite, the heat made him smoke. Oh, really spicy?
There's a fridge over here. Sū Míng's expression remained perfectly natural, earning him another round of admiration from the fat guy. Bro, you're such a natural actor. Next, he'd probably open the fridge and let the soccer legend drink the prepared beverage.
But the next second, when Sū Míng opened the fridge, he said to the fat guy, go get Mr. Pele 2 Cokes.
Ha! Chapter 11, a two-bird with one stone chain strategy. The fat guy was puzzled. Had he misread the situation?
Ha! What?
Yeah, go get Mr. Bailey a Coke to cool his palate. Oh, okay. The fat man scrambled to his feet, but just as he reached for the door handle, he realized the lock wouldn't budge.
Wait, Ming, the lock's broken. How could it be broken? I'll handle it.
Sū Míng didn't close the refrigerator door but walked straight over to the entrance, pretending to casually pull on the door handle. At that moment, his assistant finally noticed something was off. Hey, there are drinks right here.
Why do we need to go out?
Oh, those drinks are awful. I thought I'd grab some Coke for you guys. The assistant grew suspicious and walked over to pull the door only to find it truly stuck shut. Behind him, Bailey, who was bursting with thirst, grabbed a can, popped it open, and chugged it down.
Surprisingly, that Jianlibo tasted pretty good.
After finishing it, he gave a thumbs up.
Good.
Seeing this reaction, Sū Míng felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He was even happier he hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. That thumbs up would bring him even greater rewards in the future.
The dinner went smoothly. Out of respect for the fat man as a seasoned fan, Bailey even declined the 50,000 yuan fee. He also signed the jersey, leaving the fat man ecstatic. Soon, it was time to wrap up. Fatso was reluctant to part ways and asked Pele one last question about his thoughts on this World Cup.
Oh, the World Cup? I think this time, our Brazilian team. After all, Pele came from the Brazilian team, and this year's Brazilian squad was exceptionally strong.
So he instinctively believed Brazil was the top contender for the championship. However, Pele recalled his notorious reputation in the football world for being a jinx. His predictions always seemed to go wrong.
So he switched to a diplomatic response, saying the matches should be of high quality and that fans should just enjoy watching the games. Still, out of courtesy, he added one more thing.
I believe China will advance as the group winner. Hearing this, Sū Míng froze.
Only after Pele and his assistant had left did the fat guy shake Sū Míng's shoulder.
Ming, what's up? What did the king of football say at the end?
He said the Chinese team will top the group.
Really? Great. I believe it. The king's judgment is spot on.
I'm placing my bet right now, got over 3,000 left. Fatso, listen to me, just bet on Brazil to win the championship.
Don't wager on anything else. Why? Ming, you know soccer too?
I don't know much, but just trust me on this one.
Alright, Ming, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry.
Fatso decided to keep a low profile, quietly raking in the cash, and then properly shock Sū Míng later. Sū Míng was so sharp as his brother, he couldn't fall behind.
Fatso nearly burst out laughing.
He'd deliberately baited Sū Míng earlier. People called him dumb, but he was as cunning as a fox. Seeing his good mood, Sū Míng didn't press the issue because his earlier words had likely set the stage for a disaster without him even realizing it. Back at the hotel, Sū Míng watched the footage with satisfaction. This first step of the plan had gone perfectly.
Fatso, you were outstanding today.
Thank you so much, you really saved my ass. Sū Míng hadn't deliberately used Fatso, he just wanted to broaden his horizons. Who knew he'd pull through like this?
Brother Ming, don't mention it. Besides, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Getting that autograph, my old man will be green with envy.
Hang with me, and I'll introduce you to even more people you'd love to meet.
Brother Ming, you're the best. I'm sticking with you for life.
Fatso happily picked up the shirt and fiddled with it, then suddenly seemed to remember something.
Oh right, Ming, I finally get your plan now.
You wanted Bailey to drink this beer so he'd spread the word for you, right?
That's a perfect plan.
Pretty much. What Sū Míng was planning did involve this.
But that doesn't make sense.
Why didn't you just open the fridge and let him drink it?
Duh. Don't you get it?
The food I ordered was super spicy, the door just broke, and there were only those 2 drinks left in the fridge.
If I just handed them to him, wouldn't his assistant have thought something was off? Right. Ming, that was genius. Absolutely brilliant. My old man always says you're useless and tells me to stay away from you. Now I realize you're the smartest person alive. He's got so many misconceptions about you. Fatso was utterly impressed with Sū Míng at that moment.
Sū Míng was also delighted. This plan truly killed 2 birds with one stone. First, it leveraged Bailey to open up publicity channels. Second, it let Fatty meet his idol. Even more unexpectedly, this dinner didn't cost nearly as much as anticipated. That meant more money for other things.
Fatso, let's go. I'm treating you to a big dinner tonight. After that, we're heading home. Hell yeah. Ming, you're the man.
After lunch, Sū Míng prepared to return to Haichang. With the college entrance exams approaching, he needed to focus a bit more.
Coincidentally, at the airport, the two ran into Bailey again.
He was heading to Korea, where Brazil's first match would take place shortly. After a brief greeting and parting ways, the young assistant finally couldn't help but mention how incredibly coincidental today's events had been.
Pele, however, didn't see it that way.
If he truly wanted to promote that drink, he could have done so positively. Yet, at the dinner, Sū Míng had said it tasted awful.
If it was really his own product, wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot?
The assistant nodded in agreement, realizing he'd probably overthought it. After boarding the plane, it took quite some time to finally return to Haicheng. This time, the fat man had learned his lesson. He ate nothing, drank nothing, and avoided alleys the entire way, finally arriving safely back in Haicheng. But when he got home in a taxi and saw Sū Míng in the car too, his dad's face instantly fell. The whip in his hand was already itching to be used. "You Yongquan, I wondered why you vanished on weekends. Turns out you were hanging out with this good-for-nothing brat. Now, do you want me to beat you, or would you prefer your mother?" Sū Míng was speechless, remembering how his reputation back then had indeed been rather poor. After all, a spoiled rich kid who didn't study, dragging his own son to internet cafes every day and this time even taking him thousands of miles away. As a father, he was naturally worried. "What's the difference? It'll just turn into a mixed doubles match anyway," the chubby kid muttered under his breath. "What did you say? Get down here. Today, you'll see what I'm made of." Just as Yu's father was about to lay hands on him, the chubby kid beat into it by flashing the jersey. "What's that? You think buying me a jersey means I won't beat you up? It's one Pele wore and it's autographed. Ming took me to dinner with the king of football." "What? Pele? What are you talking about?" Yu's father rushed over excitedly, staring at the signature as if he were dreaming. Then he raised the whip again. "Hey, old Yu, what? Still want to hit me? No, son. Just whip me once to see if it's real." Chapter 12, No More Pampering the Little Princess. After realizing the chubby guy was actually doing something legitimate, Yu's father's expression softened considerably, and he began to look at Sū Míng with newfound respect. "Young Sū, come sit down in our home." Uncle, I'd rather not." Seeing the whips in the couple's hands, Sū Míng felt a twinge of fear. He'd often heard the fat guy mention his parents spurring him on at home, but only now did he grasp the literal meaning behind those words. "Uncle, Auntie, I'll be heading out now. I need to get home for dinner." Sū Míng hurried away, but instead of heading straight home, he made a detour to the factory. With the event still ongoing, the factory has been working overtime to meet production targets these past few days. Upon seeing Sū Míng arrive, Zhang Jiangguo hurriedly rose from his general manager's seat. "Xiao Ming, what brings you here? Aren't you preparing for the college entrance exams?" "It's fine. I'm keeping an eye on the factory. Nothing will go wrong." "No worries, I'm just stopping by. Take a seat if you're tired." Sū Míng casually brushed off the gesture. Deputy Manager Jiang was a long-serving employee under his father and highly capable. It was impossible to imagine him not becoming factory manager someday. However, this act of usurpation was a warning sign. When dealing with employees harboring such ambitions, harsh suppression wasn't the solution. Instead, one must demonstrate even greater strength to command their respect. No, I'm not tired. I'll head to the production workshop right away." "Oh, and Jiang, you should keep a closer eye on worker morale lately. We're pushing overtime, but we can't shortchange them." All right. I know. All right, go ahead with your work. I'll review the recent orders." Zhang Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhang Xiaowei from finance gave him a mocking laugh. "Old Jiang, seriously? You got scared by a kid? You jerk. He came and didn't even tell me? Relax, it's just a kid. What's there to worry about? Besides, he's just playing around. You think he really knows anything about management? The other day he asked me to give him 50 grand, saying he needed it for the capital. I'd bet 80% of that money is going toward his vacation. 50,000. That's spendthrift. They say like father, like son, but in my book, this is a case of the father being a hero and the son being a good-for-nothing." Zhang Jiangguo wore a look of utter disdain, while a plan quietly formed in his mind. Could he really take that position? After reviewing the reports and recalculating the production schedule, Sū Míng found no major issues. It seemed the factory still had some capable people. The workers showed little discontent either. After all, the factory had been on the brink of collapse, leaving them worried about their livelihoods. Now that a turning point had arrived, they naturally worked hard. After confirming other matters were manageable, Sū Míng prepared to leave when someone suddenly called out to him. "Director Sū, everyone's been working really hard lately. How about giving us a raise?" The speaker was none other than Security Chief Ma Lu. Seeing his smug expression, Sū Míng couldn't muster a friendly look. "The workers are tired? What are you tired of? Director Sū, you're missing the point. Without the brothers keeping watch over this factory, how could production run so smoothly? That's your job. If you don't want to do it, then get lost." Sū Míng said no more, leaving with a blank expression.
As soon as he was gone, Ma Lu slipped away to make a call. Hey, Boss Chen. I've agreed to your proposal. I'll make sure to give you a surprise when the time comes. Sū Míng had originally planned to bother Dai Qingyi. When he arrived at her doorstep, he spotted her studying by candlelight under the moonlight from a distance. His heart suddenly softened. The college entrance exam certainly had its flaws, but it remained the best chance for rural students to defy fate and change their destiny. Sū Míng silently wished her luck before heading home. His mother had fallen asleep slumped over the dining table. Hearing the noise, she quickly got up to reheat the dishes. Mom, don't bother. I'm full. Eat some more? I made your favorite. Mom, it's okay. I'm going to study. Ha! Yongfang almost thought she'd misheard. This son of hers, always so playful. Just the other day the finance department said he'd taken 50,000 to go on a wild spending spree, and today he actually volunteered to read? What's going on, Mom? Nothing. Mom's just happy. Yongfang believed her prayers to the gods had been answered and immediately lit incense to fulfill her vow. Sū Míng didn't stop her. The Haichang region revered deities, and while there was an element of superstition, it also provided people with psychological solace. Therefore, Sū Míng didn't want to disrupt it. After brushing up on an English test in his room, Sū Míng realized the material wasn't particularly difficult. He couldn't figure out why he'd struggled to focus on it before. With time to spare, he revisited the math problems. The example solutions were actually quite detailed. With a little effort, they could be understood. Sū Míng patiently studied them, and before he knew it, it was late into the night. Early the next morning, Sū Míng was roused by his mother to get ready for school. By this point, the second mock exam had concluded, and no further practice tests were required. All students needed to do was prepare diligently for the college entrance exam. However, the principal of Haichang Middle School feared students might lack self-discipline at home and underperform on exam day. Therefore, he mandated that every student must attend school until June 5th. After studying all night, Sū Míng was utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto his desk the moment he entered the classroom and fell asleep. Lin Weii, sitting behind him, felt a bit upset because Sū Míng hadn't brought her breakfast like he usually did. Ugh, I'm so hungry. Lin Weii muttered deliberately. When Sū Míng showed no reaction, she raised her voice, only to find him still unmoved. Instead, the boy behind her shared a bread roll. Lin Weii pretended to thank him, but after taking it, she tossed it to Zhangya beside her. After eating, Zhangya naturally wanted to speak up for Lin Weii. She couldn't help but poke Sū Ming's back. Hey, Sū Míng, Weii said she's hungry. Are you deaf? Are you guys crazy? If you're hungry, buy your own food. Do you expect us guys to serve you all day? Are you dead or something? Hey! Sū Míng, what gives you the right to be so rude? Weii was giving you a chance. Zhangya looked equally indignant. In her view, loving someone meant unconditional sacrifice, fulfilling every girl's wish. Any resistance proved the guy had character flaws. A chance? Lin Weii, he confessed to you. If you don't want to date him, just say so. What's with this "you're my first choice if I ever date someone" nonsense? Do you really think all guys are that pathetic? I'm done indulging your princess-like attitudes. If you don't want to date, then forget it. Get lost. Don't ever expect me to wait on you hand and foot again. Sū Míng was boiling with rage, already sleep-deprived. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Sū Wenshun, walked in. Sū Míng, what's with all the yelling first thing in the morning? Weiwei's the top student in our class. If you scare her and mess up her college entrance exam performance, I'll hold you responsible. Sū Míng ignored him and tried to rest his head on the desk again. This guy only cared about top students. Whenever there was a conflict, he'd blindly take the other side without looking at the facts. Ooh, you're upset when I mention you, huh? Alright, everyone, get ready for the English test. Anyone who fails will stand during class today. Their class's grades were mediocre, so this announcement sparked widespread grumbling. Zhangya, however, was smug. Serves him right. Weii, don't let him copy your work. He only passed before because of your answers. Now he thinks he's so great. Lin Weii nodded. When the test papers were handed out, Sū Míng glanced at his and realized, coincidentally, it was the same one he'd done yesterday. He still remembered most of the answers. Forget it. Might as well catch some more sleep. Sū Wenshun saw this and repeated loudly once more. You only have 1 hour. Anyone who fails will stand for a whole day afterward. Chapter 13, Sū Míng's score nearly perfect? Half an hour passed quickly, and Sū Míng finally stretched lazily. What? Sū Míng, scared now? Zhangya said triumphantly. Sū Míng ignored her and immediately picked up his pen to start filling in the answers. Since he didn't have to write an essay, he finished the other questions in just 15 minutes. It was exactly time for class to end, giving him a chance to use the restroom. Sū Wenshun, seeing him about to leave, was instantly displeased. Did I say you could leave? Did you finish your test? Whether I'm done or not, you can't stop me from going to the bathroom. You're not going. If you can't hold it, just go right here. Here? Trying to sneak a drink? The goji berries in your thermos aren't enough to nourish you, so now you want to drink boy's pee? Sū Míng's words successfully made everyone burst out laughing. Just then, the great director Gao Feng happened to walk by and entered the room. After a brief inquiry, he instructed Sū Míng to apologize. Principal Gao, isn't there a rule against using the restroom during class? There isn't one, but since it's still test time, shouldn't you finish first? I'm done. Can't you see for yourselves?
Sū Míng gestured toward the test paper covered in writing on his desk. Gao Feng then looked curiously at Sū Wenshun.
Director. He's faking it. He only spent 10 minutes on this. This test isn't easy, even the top students in the experimental class take half an hour. Does that automatically make the experimental class better than us?
Of course.
They're in the experimental class. And you?
You're barely scraping by in the key class.
How dare you brag?
If you get 5 multiple choice questions right on this test, I'll consider you passing.
Fine, then you guys take a look. See if I can get 5 right.
Principal Gao, who also oversaw the English department, took the test and began reviewing it.
Question 1, correct. Principal Gao marked it.
Sū Wenshun muttered, easy.
Questions 2 and 3, correct. Pure luck. Questions 4, 5, and 6, correct. Guess right? Single choice fill in the blank, got them all right. Wow.
This remark drew a slight gasp from the surrounding students. This test wasn't easy, but the test makers were worried about overall scores being too low, so the multiple choice section at the beginning wasn't too difficult. What puzzled everyone was that Sū Míng actually managed to answer these questions correctly on his own.
What's so wow about it? Focus on your own work. The closed test is the main event.
He was just guessing on the earlier sections. Just as Sū Wenshun finished speaking, Director Gao had also finished reviewing the materials. His brow furrowed at the very first answer. Wait, did you choose B or D for this question? It's a bit ambiguous. If it's B, that's wrong.
Director, I chose D.
Sū Míng glanced at it. He must have written too quickly.
Put. Nonsense.
The moment the director says that, you immediately change your answer. Obviously you picked the wrong one.
Sū Wenshun remained as dismissive as ever.
But the next moment, he was rendered speechless by the pile of red checkmarks Director Gao had marked. Indeed, apart from the somewhat ambiguous first question, all the others were correct.
Ha! Director, you didn't misread it, did you? You really got it right? Even students in the experimental class rarely get a single question wrong. Mr. Sū, why don't you check it yourself?
No, I'm just pointing out, Director Gao, his test scores have always been poor, often failing.
This mock exam English score was only 53 points. I just find it suspicious. Sū Míng, tell me, is this paper really yours? Gao Feng was already deeply skeptical. He'd seen geniuses before, but a student's performance shifting so dramatically just days after the second mock exam?
He'd never heard of such a thing in his entire career.
Believe it or not, it's up to you. Sū Míng offered no explanation.
The bathroom was more urgent.
What are you doing? Trying to flee the scene?
The director hasn't finished speaking.
Sū Wenshun stepped in to block him again. Teacher Sū, didn't you say that if I got 5 right, I'd pass?
Integrity is the foundation of character.
As a teacher, shouldn't you set a good example for everyone?
At this, the other students turned to look. Gao Feng could only wave his hand, signaling Sū Wenshun to step aside.
Sū Míng strode briskly out the door, adding over his shoulder, the feeling of liberation is truly wonderful.
Sū Wenshun was furious. He returned to marking papers with Principal Gao and discovered that aside from the controversial answer that was marked wrong, Sū Míng had gotten everything else correct. Excluding the listening and writing sections, the 115-point exam had earned him 113 points.
Mr. Sū, are you certain this is the underachiever you mentioned? No wonder the student doesn't respect you.
You'll need to come to my office later and explain this to me.
Principal Gao was visibly annoyed. Sū Míng was actually this talented?
He wasn't the class's weak link. He was a genius who could significantly raise the passing score.
No, Director Gao, let me explain. Sū Wenshun tossed his test paper aside and hurried after him.
Zhang, sitting behind him, swiftly snatched the paper and was instantly speechless with shock.
113. This paper? He scored nearly perfect?
Lin Weii, mindful of her image, didn't make a big fuss, but she still couldn't help glancing at Sū Míng's seat.
So he'd always been this outstanding? Had she simply failed to notice? Just then, the chubby Yu Yongquan walked into the classroom. He placed a test paper on Sū Míng's desk and left.
It turned out that the paper Sū Míng had completed yesterday was the weekend assignment the chubby boy had left behind when he came to collect materials at Sū Míng's house.
It had been taken first thing that morning.
Seeing the fully completed answers, the chubby kid had assumed Sū Míng had copied them for him and showered him with thanks. Later, upon hearing that the same test was being administered in another class, he'd hurriedly retrieved it for Sū Míng.
Seeing this identical test paper, Zhang suddenly understood.
I knew he suddenly got so good. Turns out he had the answers. I told you he was hopeless. Wei, thank goodness you didn't agree to his request so easily.
He really is a complete fool 3 days and he expects everyone to see him in a new light. Lin Weii nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. Just then, Wei Zixuan from Class 5 arrived, guitar in hand. He immediately strummed out Love Beyond Control. The 90s saw the rise of many campus singers. A guitar and a love song could win over a girl. It was 2002, still the early 21st century, and this style was still popular. Wei Zixuan wasn't too bad looking either. After his guitar performance, the girls around him were practically swooning. Wei, be my girlfriend. From now on, you'll be my Shankai and I'll be your domyoji. When Sū Míng walked in and heard that cringy line, she turned and walked away immediately. Zhang Ye noticed this and immediately told Lin Weii. Lin Weii knew this was his jealousy showing. A surge of satisfaction filled her heart, reassuring her the game could continue. She accepted the roses but didn't give an immediate answer. When Sū Míng returned, she deliberately stuck the roses into a pen holder. Ah yeah, I absolutely adore roses. If someone could give me lots of them, I'd be overjoyed. Really? I heard the flower shop near campus is having a rose sale. Let's check it out after class. Hearing this, Sū Míng suddenly recalled he hadn't made any gesture for Mother's Day. An idea immediately formed in his mind. Chapter 14, Have I Been Too Hard on Him? Hey, Ming, how did you pull that off just now? Got any study tips? Share them with us so we can boost our scores too. Sū Ming's sudden transformation had everyone genuinely curious. After all, the college entrance exam was a life-changing opportunity. If there really was a secret, they'd sell everything they owned to learn it. Sū Míng waved it off, saying it was just about diligently memorizing vocabulary. He wasn't being mysterious. In his previous life, failing the college entrance exam had landed him in a vocational college. Later, as his business expanded, he inevitably had to communicate via email with foreigners. That's why he'd put in the hard work on English. Only then did he realize that once his vocabulary grew, written English became no challenge at all. The others remained skeptical that memorizing vocabulary alone could suffice, or perhaps they simply craved shortcuts and pressed him relentlessly for more. Seeing Sū Míng become the center of attention, Zhang Ye grew quite displeased. She hurried off to the office to tattle on him to Sū Wenshun. What? You're saying Sū Míng copied answers? Alright, I see. Miss Shanya, thank you for your honesty. I'll handle this. Sū Wenshun, having been publicly humiliated by Sū Míng today, was seething with resentment and scheming on how to get his revenge. Then he noticed the notice about the city-wide English competition on his desk. Without hesitation, he added Sū Ming's name to the list, thinking he'd get his comeuppance on a bigger stage. As noon approached, Dai Qingyi upstairs had already warmed the 6:30 soy milk in her locker by holding it in her hands. As soon as class ended, she intended to rush downstairs immediately, only to discover the class was being extended. She could only glance outside helplessly. Her gaze fell upon Sū Míng standing right at the doorway. Their eyes met, and she quickly looked away. Just then, Fatty emerged from the neighboring classroom. Seeing Sū Míng at the entrance, he assumed he was waiting for him and felt deeply touched. Bro Ming, you're waiting for me? I'm so touched. You used to only have eyes for Lin Weii. Come on, treat me to a big meal. Get lost. I've got other things to do. Sū Míng glanced again at Dai Qingyi's seat and the fat guy instantly got the hint. Bro, I was just joking last time. You're serious? Lin Weiwei's hard to get and Dai Qingyi is even more out of reach. Look at all those guys in the science experimental class who can't win her over. You're just a liberal arts student, forget it. Come on, let's just grab a bite. You go ahead. I really have something to do. Fine. Since you took me to see Bailey last time, I'll help you out as usual. I'll deliver the love letter for you, but I have to say, your chances of rejection are pretty high. Don't blame me for not warning you. As soon as the fat guy finished speaking, the experimental class happened to be ending. Dai Qingyi sat at her desk, glanced at Sū Míng once more, and froze in fear. Bro, look, you scared her so bad she's too scared to come out. As the fat guy spoke, other boys from her class began trickling out. They shot Sū Míng a mocking glance. They'd seen this play out too many times over the years. Anyone who came to confess to Dai Qingyi rarely ended up with a happy ending. Just then, a bespectacled boy emerged from their classroom. Are you here for Qingyi? I'm her class monitor. Please don't disturb her studies. Otherwise, I'll report this to your homeroom teacher. Sū Míng eyed his effeminate demeanor. Snitching to teachers at his age? He couldn't be bothered to engage. Fatso, is this your friend? Don't know him. You losers, do you really think Qingyi would like you? We're in the experimental class. You'll never reach our level in this lifetime. Don't even think about hitting on the girls in our class. Looks like another student whose grades have warped his mind. Sū Míng took a step forward, and the boy actually backed up several paces in fright. What do you want? At that moment, Dai Qingyi finally stepped forward. The bespectacled guy hastily shielded her behind him, playing the hero. Qingyi, it's okay. I'll protect you. Put. Ming, look at his pathetic face. Dai, our school flower, my Ming here is a first-rate gentleman, just a bit timid. He wants to be friends with you. What kind of friendship?
I think you're just trying to harass her. The bespectacled man ranted indignantly, but Dai Qingyi sidestepped him and handed a carton of soy milk to Sū Míng.
Sorry, I forgot this morning with the exam. No problem. Have you eaten? Want to grab a bite together? Sure.
With that, Dai Qingyi followed Sū Míng out. The surrounding guys were dumbfounded.
She just agreed? The school's famously aloof Queen Bee, who'd been the talk of campus for 3 years, she agreed to lunch after just 2 sentences? As for the two of them, they looked more like clowns at that moment. One arrogantly assumed the role of protector, the other presumptuously acted as wingman only for Sū Míng to lure them away with a few words. Dai Qingyi kept her head down the entire walk, then climbed the stairs straight to the rooftop of the teaching building. The rooftop was empty, making her feel much more at ease. She casually gestured for Sū Míng to sit down, then pulled a large cake from her pocket and shared half with him. Though called a flatbread, it was actually a type of steamed cake unique to Haicheng's religious offerings. Its exceptionally dry texture gave it a remarkably long shelf life. Here. Hungry? Here's half for you. Wait, that's all? Will that really fill you up?
Sū Míng was genuinely astonished. How could she maintain such an incredible figure after eating so little at lunch? He caught a brief glimpse and quickly averted his gaze. This girl clearly broad-minded. Dai Qingyi pursed her lips, then handed the remaining cakes to Sū Míng.
Little Dumby, you. What's wrong? Not enough? But I've got nothing else.
Grandma's been suffering from leg pain lately and hasn't been able to make offerings to the gods.
This is the only cake left in the house. If you're really that hungry, just bite me to stave off your hunger.
She reached out again, her arm glowing with a cold white light.
Sū Míng couldn't help but flick her forehead. What a silly goose. Ouch.
She clutched her head, confused by the blow, and looked at Sū Míng with a hint of hurt. I told you the other day the college entrance exams are in a few days.
Why are you still eating this junk? Didn't the police officer give you 20 yuan? 20. Yeah, I spent it all. What? All gone? What did you buy? Dai Qingyi didn't answer.
Sū Míng guessed the money must have gone toward her grandmother's medical treatment, and suddenly felt no need to scold her.
Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. No. The pancakes are good. Pancakes are fine. Delicious my ass. Come on.
Sū Míng tugged at her arm, insisting on treating her to something nice. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Dai Qingyi ran back to the classroom and retrieved her ledger. Just as the two descended the stairs, Lin Weii happened to return from getting food with Zhangya, catching them red-handed.
Dai Qingyi quickly hid behind Sū Míng, avoiding eye contact with Lin Weii. Sū Míng? Aren't you going to explain? What's this all about? You clearly like Weii, yet you're being all flirty with other girls? Explain? What does she think she is? Why should I explain anything to her?
Sū Míng shoved past Lin Weii and walked off. Dai Qingyi, unsure what to say, muttered an inexplicable sorry before hurrying after them in quick little steps.
Watching the two of them, Lin Weii felt a pang of sadness. Ah yeah, do you think I've been too harsh on him? Chapter 15, Rainy Day Romance. Finally, the afternoon dismissal bell rang.
The moment school ended, Sū Míng dashed straight to the flower shop.
The roses here were indeed exceptionally beautiful.
Sū Míng selected a large bouquet and walked out the door with a delighted expression, only to bump right into Lin Weii again.
Stalker! Lin Weii snapped. You knew we were coming here and deliberately followed us, didn't you? Let me tell you, you hurt Weiwei's feelings today.
She won't forgive you easily unless you buy her a Newman MP3 player. After Zhangya finished speaking, she turned to Lin Weii.
See, Weiwei?
I told you he was playing hard to get.
Zhangya, are you making a wish on my behalf? Is she asking for it, or are you? Sū Míng couldn't understand why they were always so confident.
He had clearly given up, yet they still thought he was playing hard to get.
Sū Míng, what do you mean by that? Do I look like that kind of person? You don't just seem like it, you are it.
You must have taken plenty of the gifts I gave her before. And you, Lin Weii, you're just plain stupid. They say big breasts mean no brains, but you've got neither.
Hanging out with someone like that as a bestie? She'll ruin you sooner or later.
Sū Míng berated them both again, mostly feeling resentful about all the effort she'd wasted on them. Lin Weiwei's pride was hurt, and she immediately stepped forward.
Sū Míng, how could you talk about my best friend like that? If you keep this up, I'll never speak to you again. Not talking to me? Fine. Don't talk to me. I don't want to hear your voice anyway.
Sū Míng walked away after speaking, and only then did Lin Weii notice the icy coldness in his eyes as he spoke.
Had he truly changed his mind?
She had clearly said she would think it over carefully.
Was he really that impatient? Or had Dai Qingyi said something to him? Recalling that girl's appearance, Lin Weii felt a pang of inferiority.
Then she remembered her unfairly perfect figure, and jealousy burned fiercely within her.
No way.
She'd go home and scour magazines for ways to fix her flat figure.
She'd make Sū Míng regret this.
This scene happened to be witnessed by Wei Zixuan, who was heading out to play basketball.
Hey, Xian, didn't you say Sister Weiwei already agreed to be your girlfriend? Why are there still blind ones around?
His basketball buddies teased from the sidelines.
No worries, just watch. He can't steal her away.
Wei Wei's head over heels for me.
Wei Zixuan appeared supremely confident, though his fists were already clenched. If Lin Weii actually accepted that bouquet of roses, he wouldn't hesitate to take Sū Míng down. Fortunately, Lin Weii didn't take them. Seeing Sū Míng walk away, he breathed a sigh of relief. See? I told you Wei doesn't like him. Ha! That kid really doesn't know his place.
But Xian, you'd better warn her just in case he keeps pestering her.
Yeah, I will. Wei Zixuan silently clenched his fists, determined to teach Sū Míng a lesson.
Sū Míng pedaled his bike down the road, flowers in hand. Unfortunately, rain suddenly poured from the sky. The downpour forced him to pull over and take shelter briefly. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure sprinting through the downpour. He called out to them immediately. Hey!
Little dumbass, why are you running in the rain? Come over here. Dai Qingyi glanced back and hurried over. You didn't go home after school? What were you doing? Xiao Dai asked. Nothing much. She tucked her hands behind her back to hide something, and in doing so, she straightened her posture, making certain parts of her figure stand out even more. She was already soaked through, her drenched jacket hanging heavily over her. Xiao Dai, that jacket is completely soaked. Don't wear it, you'll catch a cold. Oh, right. If I catch a cold, we'll have to spend more money. Dai Qingyi feared the extra expense would burden her family, so she quickly took off the coat. As she removed it, Sū Míng caught a glimpse of what she held in her hands, a photo frame. Seeing it, memories flooded back to Sū Míng. After Dai Qingyi died in his previous life, her grandmother passed away less than a year later. The dilapidated house became abandoned, and when the neighbors decided to expand, they simply demolished it. On the day of the demolition, Sū Míng happened to be packing up the poorly run factory her family operated for sale. Passing by, she spotted this frame discarded like trash, picked it up, and treasured it until her death. If memory served, the back bore lyrics from the song "He Must Have Loved You." A sudden thought struck Sū Míng. Who could this frame have been meant for? Could she have had a crush? No, that couldn't be. Dai Qingyi was a studious, well-behaved girl. She probably just liked the song itself. After all, a du's song was incredibly popular this year. Over here, Dai Qingyi had finished taking off her coat and was wrapping up the photo frame. Rainwater dripped from her hair, trickling down her ends. Before long, the thin fabric of her school uniform at her chest had been soaked through, revealing a patch of green underneath. Sū Míng found himself staring unconsciously. Dai Qingyi finally noticed and quickly hunched her shoulders. Coincidentally, more people came seeking shelter from the rain. Fearing exposure, Dai Qingyi instinctively moved closer to Sū Míng, the only person she could trust in this situation, until she was practically pressed against him. Sū Míng felt equally uncomfortable. Having such a beautiful girl pressed against him, yet knowing she wasn't his girlfriend and that he couldn't do anything about it, was pure torture. Fortunately, the rain soon eased. Sū Míng didn't dare delay and promptly urged her to head home. Xiao Dai, come on. I'll ride you home. Ah, home? She kept her head down, afraid someone might notice her current state. Right. In return, you have to hold this bouquet for me, okay? Dai Qingyi suddenly realized that this bouquet of roses could conceal her condition, and she nodded excitedly in delight. Soon, the two were pedaling home on their bikes. All the way home, Dai Qingyi breathed in the floral scent, her mood lifting considerably. Xiao Dai, did you go take pictures just now? Sū Míng suddenly wanted to broach the subject of the photo indirectly. Oh, right. They even gave us a photo frame. What kind of photo studio is that? Oh no, replacing this frame will cost $20. Ha? So you used that 20 to get the photos developed? I took them a few days ago. I just went to pick up the photos. Hey, little dumb, are you giving these photos to someone? Yeah. Who are you giving them to? No way am I telling you. Sū Míng heard the cheerful tone in her voice, yet felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be he was right after all? He drove her home in a daze, his mind blank, until Dai Qingyi reminded him they'd arrived. Dai Qingyi's grandmother had been waiting at the door for quite some time. As soon as Dai Qingyi stepped out of the car, she sweetly called out, "Grandma! Oh, my dear, I told you to bring an umbrella." It's fine, Sū Míng. Sū Míng brought me home. Oh, thank you. You brought my little one home. It's so late, why don't you stay for dinner? No, thank you. I'll head home. Sū Míng was already feeling a bit full. Dai Qingyi had intended to go inside to change clothes, but upon hearing Sū Míng decline the invitation, she came back out and looked at him with pleading eyes. Just stay for dinner, Sū Míng. Chapter 16, could she already have someone in mind? Seeing her adorable expression, Sū Míng couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right then, you sit down. I'll go cook. Dai Qingyi's face lit up instantly, and she darted into the kitchen. Dai Qingyi's grandmother was elderly and sometimes a bit absent-minded. She sat there now, staring blankly at the broken black and white TV in front of her. Sū Míng wanted to strike up a conversation but didn't know what to say. Bored, he began to look around the surroundings.
The roof was covered in corrugated iron, with a small hole directly overhead. In the corner, a pile of straw had been arranged into a makeshift bed, likely where Dai Qingyi usually slept. Sū Míng felt a pang of sorrow. In her previous life, she had slept in a place like this for over a decade before dying unexpectedly, never having known a single day of comfort. Sū Míng resolved to find someone to repair the roof and install a proper bed for her later. But with Dai Qingyi's fiercely independent nature, she wasn't sure what excuse could convince her not to refuse. The room was essentially open to the end, its furnishings old and simple. Against this backdrop, the red rose Sū Míng had placed beside the TV now seemed exceptionally vibrant. Sū Míng paused, plucked a single bloom, and walked straight to the kitchen. Dai Qingyi turned in startled at Sū Ming's presence, then softened like a devoted wife and mother. Hungry? It'll be ready soon. Little dumb, this is for you. Sū Míng had given red roses to many girls before, yet for some reason, he felt unexpectedly nervous now. Dai Qingyi approached, bent down to inhale the floral scent, then looked up at Sū Míng, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Emerging from the kitchen, Sū Míng felt a surge of excitement. Stepping into the inner room, he spotted the photo frame placed on the left and couldn't resist picking it up. For decades, he'd thought of her whenever he saw that object. Now she stood right before him. The feeling was truly strange. Hey, young man, who are you? How did you end up at my place? Dai Qingyi's grandmother seemed a bit confused again. Sū Míng could only explain once more that he was her classmate and had just brought her home. Alright, classmate. My little sister cooks well, you should stay. But don't touch that photo. She wants to give it to a boy she likes. It seemed his guess was right, she really hadn't given that photo away back then. Do you know who that person is? Oh, right. What was his name again? I think his surname was Zhu. Zhu? Ah, yes, that's right. Seeing Dai Qingyi's grandmother nod in confirmation, Sū Míng felt a twinge of disappointment. But then he thought about it and realized he shouldn't feel that way. In his previous life, he owed her more than he could repay. By the time he realized how lovely she was, she had already passed away. Though they had played together since childhood, they hadn't been in contact for so many years. It was impossible to say whether she had fallen for another boy in all that time. Lost in thought, Sū Míng felt like leaving, but Dai Qingyi had already brought in the dishes and urged him to sit down. Noticing her slightly reddened hands, Sū Míng asked curiously. I'm so clumsy, she said. The oil splashed on me while I was frying eggs, but it's fine. I'm okay. The meal was simple, a plate of tofu, a plate of homegrown flying dragon greens, and the only meat dish a fried egg scrambled into tiny bits to make it look more substantial. Xiao Dai, I should really go home to eat. No, stay. Try my cooking. I want to thank you for driving me home today. If you're worried about not having enough, I can go buy another egg. Sū Míng wasn't in the mood to eat, and he also didn't want to burden her. After all, families buying eggs by the single piece were indeed rare. But seeing her like this, his heart softened again. All right. I'll go get you some rice. He brought back a large bowl brimming with rice, while the grandmother and granddaughter ate only congee. Little dumb, why didn't you just cook rice? Why did you make porridge too? Well, cooking porridge saves rice. It's fine. I cooked 3 bowls of rice just for you. Sū Míng wanted to share with her, but she firmly refused, insisting he eat his fill. In that moment, Sū Míng felt a flicker of disbelief. Was he really the person she cared about? Here, have some eggs. Dai Qingyi served Sū Míng a large portion of scrambled eggs with her chopsticks, then bowed her head to eat her greens. Little one, why aren't you eating eggs? You used to love them most. When you were little, every time you cried, Grandma would peel an egg for you and you'd stop crying. Hearing this, Sū Míng quickly served her some as well. But Dai Qingyi shook her head and pushed the eggs back. What's wrong? Little dumpling, have you become a picky eater now that you're older? No, I'm not picky. I just can't eat it. Can't eat it? But your grandmother said you'd stop crying as soon as you ate it when you were little. Oh, that was an allergy. I'd pass out after just one bite. Sū Míng glanced at the old lady still piling eggs onto her plate. She recalled the time she'd planted several grenades in her room and couldn't help but marvel, this little dumpy really is tough to kill. Dinner was over quickly. Seeing her hand scalded, Sū Míng volunteered to wash the dishes. Dai Qingyi naturally refused, rushing over to stop her. This back and forth tug of war ended up with both of them washing together. During the process, their fingers inevitably touched. Finally, while washing one of the bowls, Sū Míng pinched her finger between his own. Dai Qingyi's face flushed instantly. She glanced at Grandma, who was staring blankly at the bed as if she'd done something wrong, her lips pressed tightly together. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, though faint, illuminating Dai Qingyi's fair skin. Her arms shimmered in the light. Seeing no resistance, Sū Míng couldn't help but slip more fingers around hers, then spread his palm to take her hand. This time, she panicked completely. No, Sū Míng, I can't. Please, don't. Sū Míng sighed inwardly. He'd hoped to take advantage of the situation, but it seemed Dai Qingyi still harbored feelings for that Jew boy. His heart sank considerably. Little Dumby, I'm heading back. It's getting late. Sū Míng stood up. Dai Qingyi stood up too, her foam-covered hands tucked behind her back, her face flushed an exaggerated red. Thinking she was scared, Sū Míng said nothing more. He grabbed the flowers and rode off on his bike. Dai Qingyi watched his receding figure, unable to suppress the smile that played at the corners of her mouth. As Sū Míng pedaled along, slowly, many things began to make sense. In his previous life, it had been more about guilt after all, she had died in his own factory. Now, given a second chance, he wanted to make amends for her, and it seemed that love wasn't the only way to do so. But it was undeniably a pity. After all, she had spent decades yearning for this moonlight figure, only to fail to win her over in this rebirth. In a novel, such a plot would likely be lambasted by readers. Sū Míng finally arrived home. Her mother was overjoyed upon receiving the flowers and shared some good news. "Oh, hi, Chung TV called. They mentioned an advertising slot opened up and asked if you'd like to buy it." "Great." Sū Míng jumped up in excitement. He was about to make a killing. Chapter 17, Securing the Advertising Deal with Ease. When Sū Míng arrived at Haicheng TV station, he unexpectedly received a cold reception. With internet penetration still low at the time, television remained the primary entertainment for most residents. Consequently, businesses in Haicheng were eager to advertise there, and the station certainly wasn't short on clients. Sū Míng arrived around 7 p.m. but wasn't greeted until 9 p.m., when the conference room door opened and several familiar-looking figures emerged. "Ha, this guy looks familiar? Isn't he the young master of Jiajia Electrical Appliances Factory? What? You're here to place an ad too?" That distinctive mustache instantly jogged Sū Míng's memory. This was Chen Muyang, the general manager of Dongzhi Group in Haicheng. Sū Míng ignored him, intending only to shake hands with station director Guan. But just then, Chen Muyang spoke up again. "Young people are so impatient these days. Think you can make it big? It's not that simple. Director Guan, I've bought all the primetime advertising slots on your station." After speaking, Chen Muyang glanced at Sū Míng again. "How about it? Feeling pretty angry? Don't think you can beat me with that marketing gimmick. Once the World Cup is over, if Argentina actually wins the championship, you'll be facing total bankruptcy." Chen Muyang finally let his people out. Watching them leave, station manager Guan dropped his fawning smile. The deputy station chief beside him looked worried. "Station chief, how are we supposed to sell those garbage time slots? Dongzhi only wants prime time, the rest are terrible. Tell the sales department to push harder. Don't tell those companies they're junk slots, just get them to sign first." Director Guan left with a cold expression. The deputy station manager felt troubled, for these time slots were genuinely unappealing to anyone. Just then, he looked up and spotted Sū Míng. "Hey, boss, you want to run an ad, right?" "That's right." "Alright, what product are you looking to advertise?" "Beer. With the World Cup coming up, I think this product has huge potential." "Well, sorry to say, but several beer companies in the city are already competing for the 7 p.m. advertising slot. Do you know which brands they are? I need to see if you qualify to bid." "Xiao Shuang Beer." "Xiao Shuang? I remember that one, isn't it about to go out of business? Their owner approached us before, but sales were terrible. Later, they blamed our advertising efforts and demanded a refund. I didn't expect you to take it on. Let me be clear, the product is too ordinary, and the taste isn't anything special. Even with advertising, the results won't be great. Don't come back later blaming us." The deputy station manager lost all interest in the conversation the moment Sū Míng mentioned the product name. After all, a factory on the brink of collapse wouldn't be willing to spend much. "I know. So, I'm curious, how do you guys charge for advertising? You know prime time is booked by Mr. Chen. For the 7 p.m. slot, we charge 50,000 yuan per minute for ads under 1 minute and 100,000 yuan for longer spots. But given your factory's situation, you probably can't outbid others. Here's what I suggest, buy a different time slot. If you can purchase the entire block, I can offer you a discount." "Alright, then I'll take all the slots. Run the numbers for me." "What? You mean it? What? You're not buying?" No, come on in, right this way." The deputy station manager was overjoyed. He never imagined such a naive, deep-pocketed fool would actually exist. Before long, the deputy station manager brought Sū Míng to the station manager's office. "Director, great news. This Mr. Sū says he wants to buy up all the advertising slots during our dead air time." Hearing this, Director Guan's eyes lit up, but seeing how young Sū Míng was, he felt a twinge of doubt. "You? What product are you selling? Is it some kind of scam? If so, please leave immediately. We can't risk tarnishing our station's reputation." No, director," he replied. He said, "It's beer." "Beer? That simple? Do you have an ad? Let me see." Sū Míng nodded and pulled out a CD. The VCD played, revealing this scene. Pele faced the camera and kicked a soccer ball. Soon, he felt parched and thirsty. He opened the refrigerator, took out a beer, drank it, and let out a satisfied sigh. It was a muggy summer night, and a cold beer would be perfect. Even the two station managers couldn't help but swallow hard.
But more importantly, who was this celebrity endorsing the product? Wait, is this really the king of football, Pele? Director Guan grew visibly excited, for Pele was the very idol of their youth. Of course. How could anyone fake this? I guarantee with my reputation that the man on screen is absolutely Pele. Sū Míng declared emphatically. As for whether Pele voluntarily filmed this commercial, well, that he couldn't guarantee. Is the king of football currently in Haicheng? I'd love to meet him. Seeing the station manager's reaction, Sū Míng knew there was potential here. After a moment's thought, he came up with a brilliant idea. Oh, he left right after filming. This was his first time endorsing a Haicheng product, and he wasn't sure if he'd still be popular here. If the beer sells well, I'm sure he'll come back. Alright, don't worry, brother. I'll handle this for you. I happen to know some people at the Haicheng newspaper. I guarantee you'll get a front-page headline by tomorrow. What about the TV commercial? Oh, primetime is out of the question. The contract with Mr. Chen and his team was just finalized. No need. Just give me all the dead air slots. I only hope you can offer a discount on the price. Half an hour later, everything was settled. Sū Míng secured most of the advertising slots outside prime time, totaling 50,000 yuan. Director Guan couldn't understand it. The ratings for those dead air slots were the lowest possible. He never imagined Sū Míng would accept them. With that done, Sū Míng felt great. He went home and slept straight through until dawn. He skipped class the next day anyway. With the college entrance exams approaching, skipping school wouldn't get him expelled. Besides, he needed to focus on expanding his beer's market reach ahead of the upcoming World Cup. Director Guan worked swiftly. By the third day, the front page of the Haicheng Morning News featured an advertisement with Pele holding a bottle of Qiushuang beer. Combined with the TV commercials, Sū Míng stayed home. By noon, orders started pouring in from major shopping malls. He immediately began tallying them. When school let out that afternoon, Fatty showed up too, though he didn't look too happy. Ming, did you lie to me last time? I saw the ad you were using Pele for publicity. Ah, Fatso, I never imagined there'd be so much misunderstanding between us. This time I did deceive you, but honestly, you should actually thank me. Seeing his brother in arms fuming, Sū Míng could only resort to his smooth-talking ways. What? Thank you? Fatso was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 18, What Prodigal Son? He's a dragon's son. Right, Fatso, tell me how many years has the Ball King been retired? That's over 20 years. Now tell me this, once a soccer player retires, what do they have to fall back on? When they lose soccer, they lose their main source of income. Their lives become incredibly tough. Have you ever thought about that? No way, Pele won 3 championships, he must have plenty of prize money. See? That's the limitation of your thinking. Who says winning championships guarantees financial security? I chatted with him the other day, and he told me his life is actually quite difficult. Ha? That can't be right. How come I never heard about this? Do you understand English? No, right? He said a lot. Hearing Sū Míng say this, the fat guy regretted not studying English properly. Brother Ming, I'm heading straight to the European and American section when I get back. Hey, speaking of which, if you have that material, could you send me a copy too? Bro Ming, you know English, right? Reviewing old knowledge to gain new insights, that's how I've consistently studied without giving up, which is why I can converse with foreigners. Oh, okay. Fatso nodded. So, after hearing him out that day, I decided to help him out. This ad campaign is my plan. Think about it, doesn't advertising need to be broadcast on TV? My goal isn't just to sell my beer, I want Bailey to make a comeback, land more ads, and solve his financial crisis. So Fatso, don't you think I'm pretty awesome? Sū Míng had already steered the conversation back to his advantage. Wait, hold up, Ming. But then you took back the money you promised him? Wasn't the point to help him out with his financial crisis? Fatso suddenly realized something was off. Oh, it's like this. Think about it, the day we had such a great chat, we became friends. Giving him money now would be insulting him, wouldn't it? Seems like you're right, Ming. You really think things through. Fatso nodded, feeling a new wave of respect for Sū Míng. Hey, Ming, you're being a bit stingy though. If you really want to help Bailey make a comeback, why not buy those primetime ads? Like during the evening, right when the World Cup kicks off? That'd be way more effective. Or is it just that you think those slots are too expensive? Fatso's piercing question left Sū Míng momentarily speechless. But he quickly came up with a perfect answer. Wrong, dead wrong. Why did I choose those time slots? Because the audience during those times is exactly who we want. What do you mean? Fatso, who drinks beer in your household? I drink it occasionally, but my dad drinks it regularly. See, let me ask you this, your dad works on construction sites, right? When does he get to watch TV? Only during his lunch break when he comes home, or after you're all asleep, right? Think about it, usually you're watching cartoons, your mom wants her soap operas at 7 o'clock. The only real time for men is those scattered, so-called junk commercial slots. Men work hard. That's why our ads need to make them happy, show them the idols they used to chase. I plan these time slots all night long. You tell me, is this about saving money?
Hearing this, the fat guy was deeply moved.
Brother Ming, my dad is so awesome.
No, you're awesome too. You've voiced what most men are thinking.
Good boy. You're a quick learner.
Sū Míng patted his head with satisfaction. Come on, help me register phone calls these next couple days. The ads are working, dealers are already calling to place orders.
Are you willing to support your idol? Help boost sales for the products he endorses? I'm in. Ming, leave it to me. Sū Míng could finally take a break.
Handing the phone to him, he headed to the balcony to catch some breeze. Passing by the shrine with the Bodhisattva statue, he picked up 2 apples from the table, biting into one while placing the other on the altar.
Goddess Guanyin, my brother is easily fooled.
I'm just trying to toughen him up, please forgive any shortcomings. After a day of registrations, Sū Míng held the order in his hands with satisfaction. It seemed Bailey still carried significant weight in the eyes of middle-aged men. As for the goods, there was no need to worry. The manufacturer had already accumulated quite a backlog, and seeing they couldn't sell them, they conveniently transferred the goods over when selling the factory this time. As for future orders, he could simply rehire the workers he had previously laid off.
However, he couldn't handle shipping alone now. Fortunately, he could borrow some workers from the electrical factory, so he headed there again. In just one short day, Sū Míng had revived Shou Shuang beer. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, the owner who had just sold the factory, was filled with regret. He immediately called Jiang Jiangguo, desperate to buy back the brewery. What the hell, old Feng?
You begged me repeatedly to let you sell that factory.
Now that you can't sell it, you want it back? You don't seriously think your beer will sell, do you?
The World Cup is an opportunity, but your beer tastes mediocre and lacks exposure.
It's already past its prime.
Mr. Fang didn't elaborate much, just told him to watch the local TV station and he'd understand. Then he said he wanted to come in person to discuss it. After hanging up, Zhang Shelwei from finance looked puzzled and asked.
Jiang Jiangguo was equally baffled.
He turned on the TV, where a beer commercial was airing.
He recognized the spokesperson instantly. Wait, is that ad by factory manager Xiao Su? Wow, he actually got such a big star.
I thought he was just blowing that 50,000 yuan. Turns out he's not a spendthrift, he's a golden child.
Old Jiang, you better watch out. Your rise to power might not be as easy as you think.
The finance guy said it half-jokingly, but Jiang Jiangguo took it seriously. Earlier, Jiang had helped his good friend Boss Fang strategize how to save the factory. They'd considered advertising too, but later found the costs too high. Now, Sū Míng had made a comeback with a single move. It felt like he was about to be crushed by a kid. No way. He had to make something happen. Otherwise, his subordinates would genuinely start saying he was no better than a child. Just then, the marketing department arrived with a report. A major client surnamed Chen wanted to order 100 refrigerators. But because they were urgently needed, delivery had to be within a month, or it would be considered a breach of contract.
Whoa! 100 units, that's no small order. Our workers will have to pull overtime shifts. You'd better go discuss this with factory manager Sue. That timeline seems a bit tight.
Got it.
No problem, we can handle it.
Jiang Jiangyi agreed immediately. Now that he was overseeing factory operations, Sū Míng was performing so well that he naturally didn't want to be outdone. Just as he confirmed the order, Chen Muyan, seated in the Dongzhi Group office building, clapped his hands.
1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's hole. Now it was time to see how the little ants would move. Chapter 19, Teach Them a Lesson.
When Sū Míng arrived at the factory grounds, the former owner of the brewery, Mr. Fang, was also present.
Brother, can I not sell this factory? Mr. Fang, it's written in black and white. You can't renege on the contract.
Besides, even if I cancelled this deal, you'd just repeat the same mistakes.
This factory will thrive under my management, but in your hands, it'll just decline again. Do you believe me?
Sū Míng said confidently.
Don't be so absolute. You had the capital. I was practically broke back then.
If I'd been willing to invest like you did in advertising and hire a star athlete as an endorser, I definitely wouldn't have gone under.
Mr. Fang seemed unconvinced.
He had sensed the World Cup's potential windfall long ago, but lacked the liquidity to compete for World Cup advertising during the tournament.
You're right about that. No matter how big a company's assets are, cash flow is always king.
In the capital market, big fish eating small fish has a success rate of nearly 100% precisely because they have enough money.
But you're still stuck on the surface.
This time, between the advertising campaign and hiring the king of football as an endorser, I only spent 50,000 in total.
50,000? How is that possible? That's Pele, we're talking about a multiple-time champion. Wait, tell me, how did you pull this off? Sorry, that's proprietary information. I can't disclose it unless. Unless? You come manage my brewery for me.
Work for me for 3 years, and after that, you can jump ship anytime.
I'll teach you everything I know.
Hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo and finance manager Zhang Shelwei didn't find it ridiculous.
They even thought Fang Ping was getting a good deal. All right.
I'll manage for you as long as you're not afraid I'll keep messing things up. No, I believe Boss Fong just had a run of bad luck.
You're a talented person. Thanks for the compliment. Since I've agreed to work for you, let me ask one more thing. Why are you running TV ads during dead air slots? No one watches those time slots. No matter how many ads you run, they won't make a dent. Wrong. If you think that way, it means you fundamentally don't understand what advertising is.
At Sū Míng's words, everyone perked up, listening intently. I ask you, this year, no gifts for the holidays.
What's the next line? Only accept Neo-Bajan as gifts. What's the matter? How do you know that line? Because it's on TV every day.
You remember it after seeing it so often.
Right, now you're getting to the heart of it. The essence of advertising is information dissemination. Both reach and frequency matter greatly. Advertising during prime time is because more people watch, that's reach.
But there are only so many prime time slots, so multiple companies share them. Achieving high frequency is actually quite difficult.
But off-peak slots are different.
Since nobody wants them, I buy up all those time slots and run ads daily. If you don't turn on the TV at 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., but do it 3 p.m., my ad will be there.
By airing constantly, your chances of seeing it increase.
As long as someone sees it, the communication goal is achieved.
The effect is fundamentally the same as primetime advertising. This tactic is called viral marketing. Viral? Marketing? That term is quite novel, and the perspective is different too. Fong Ping had always believed advertising meant securing the best slots. He never imagined Sū Míng would offer such an approach. Old Jiang, your boss's son is pretty sharp. He studied in the States, right? What are you talking about?
He's in his senior year of high school and has to prepare for the college entrance exams soon.
What? Senior year? How do you know all this stuff? Just tell me if you want to learn. If you do, come work for me later and study hard. Alright, I'll go tell my wife we're not moving after all. Fong Ping left, and Zhang Jiangyi immediately stepped forward.
Sū Míng, it's not that I'm trying to lecture you, but this deal just isn't worth it. Old Fong may be my friend, but I know he bears significant responsibility for the factory's poor management these past years.
He's just too rigid. Stubborn? As a boss, that's an unqualified trait. As an employee, though, it's a rare quality. No worries. I'll have him follow my path from now on. Within a year, I'll turn him into Haicheng's beverage giant.
Having been reborn, Sū Míng wanted to experience the thrill of molding a business prodigy. Besides, Director Jiang, you're looking at this too superficially. What I see isn't just Fong Ping himself, but the resources behind him.
Resources?
Zhang Jiangwei was puzzled.
Fong Ping was his friend, how could he not know of any powerful connections? Yes. Do you know how Coca-Cola grew to its current scale? Coca-Cola? That's an international giant. They had a reputation.
They entered the domestic market and conquered it immediately.
That's the power of accumulated fame.
Naturally, they swept through the competition like a whirlwind.
Large corporations always dominate smaller ones, it's a dimension-lowering strike. That's how you put it. But our current opponent is Dongzhi, does that mean we're doomed to lose? No, that's not what I meant.
Zhang Jiangwo had inadvertently voiced his true feelings.
To be honest, he was also pessimistic about this bet.
The factory's current surge in shipments was entirely due to Sū Míng's short-term, poisonous marketing strategy, hardly a positive sign.
Just kidding, Director Jiang, no need to be so tense. What I really want to tell you is that I see potential in the channels behind him. Channels? Exactly. When foreign cola brands first entered China, there were already 8 major domestic soda manufacturers firmly dominating most of the market. So they paid little attention to this minor player. Later, Baisher successfully secured financing from Tianfu Cola in the Sichuan-Chongqing region through a series of maneuvers. At the time, outsiders claimed foreigners lacked vision, since Tianfu Cola was already struggling financially and a joint venture seemed unlikely to succeed.
But it turned out they weren't after the formula at all, they wanted the distribution channels. Baisher leveraged this network to rapidly expand its reach, becoming an industry giant within just a few short years.
So you don't genuinely consider him a talent? Of course, I'll give him a chance. If he still fails to meet my expectations later, I'll dismiss him. That's why I need to visit his suppliers in the coming days. Only by securing the distribution channels can I fully commit to the beverage plant. Uncle Jiang, you didn't tell him about this, did you?
Sū Míng suddenly shot him a piercing glance, startling Zhang Jiangwo so much he couldn't meet his gaze for a moment.
Ha?
No business is business.
Good. I won't be at the factory much lately. Keep a close eye on things. If any issues arise you can't resolve, report them to me immediately. My father's still hospitalized, don't bother him. Got it. With that, Sū Míng left the office.
Zhang Jiangwo finally slumped back into his chair, letting out a long sigh of relief.
Zhang Xiaowei from finance burst out laughing. Ha! Old Jiang, look at you now. Chapter 20, Storm Clouds Gathering at the Appliance Factory.
After settling the beer factory shipment arrangements, Sū Míng also left the factory. Watching him go, Security Chief Ma Lu strolled over to the stairwell and struck up a conversation with his buddies who were hanging out there smoking.
Old Dong, been swamped lately? Ma Lu offered him a cigarette.
The middle-aged man took the cigarette and his eyes lit up.
Whoa, old Ma, you hit the jackpot? Nah, these cigarettes. Forget it, the more I talk about it, the angrier I get. Comparing people is like comparing the dead. Old Ma, you're hiding something from me? No, I've told you I'm afraid of retaliation. Relax. My friends keep their mouths shut tight. They won't spill a word. Just spill it.
Alright, I'll tell you, this cigarette actually came from my cousin. His factory's been swamped with orders lately, so everyone got a raise. This cigarette was part of the Labor Day benefits they handed out recently.
People are so kind, aren't they?
They really know workers are the greatest.
Wow, that's awesome. Which company? It's Dongzhi. That's an internationally renowned Japanese company. They've got real integrity. Them? Aren't they our biggest competitor? Old Dong took a drag, growing suspicious. Old Dong, think about it.
They may be our rivals, but they treat their employees so well. We're working hand in hand with this factory, yet they don't even treat us like human beings.
You probably didn't know that, did you? What? You still don't know why the factory suddenly got so many orders? Ma Lu feigned surprise.
I heard it's all thanks to factory manager Xiao Su. Everyone's praising how clever he is.
Smart? I'd say he's downright ruthless.
He ran an ad saying anyone who buys a Lijiao refrigerator will get it free if Argentina wins the World Cup.
You follow soccer too, what do you think of that team's chances? No question about it, they're incredibly strong. I was even thinking of placing a bet. The odds have already climbed past 3.0.
They're the clear favorites to win this year.
Wait, hold up, isn't that factory manager taking a huge risk with this? Exactly. If you know that, don't you think others do too? Exactly, old Ma. Why do you think he's doing this? Old Dong took a few more deep drags on his cigarette, feeling increasingly uneasy. It's because the Sū family never planned for the aftermath.
He ran that ad just to rake in as much cash as possible.
If Agenton doesn't win in the end, he'll make a killing. If he loses, do you think they'll compensate anyone? If it were me, I'd definitely take the money and run. Then who would the people who bought those refrigerators turn to for their money back?
It'd fall right back on you guys, the unsuspecting workers.
Think about it, right at this critical moment when the two factories are facing off, Sū the factory manager just happens to fall ill? Who doesn't know the difference between real and fake sick leave? They probably sent his son out as a front. Ma Lu repeated the script Chen Muyan had given him. Factory manager Sū isn't that kind of person. You can never truly know someone's heart.
Besides, think about this, with orders skyrocketing lately, you've been working yourselves to the bone, yet your wages haven't seen a single raise. So the factory prospers, but you just get more exhausted.
Isn't that a raw deal?
Old Dong pondered for a while, gradually warming to the argument.
That makes sense.
We've been talking about how Sū's son is so talented still in school, yet single-handedly turning things around. Now it seems it was probably Sū's idea all along. Man, brother Ma, if that's the case, working here is like walking on eggshells.
Why don't you hook me up? I'm heading over to work for Dongzhi.
No more slaving away for those blood-sucking father and son.
Hearing this, Ma Lu knew the deal was sealed.
But he held back his laughter and began to spin a tale for the man before him.
No rush, old Ma.
Dongzhi's already made it clear their products sell like hotcakes.
Orders will only keep piling up. They're hiring like crazy. But you don't have to bolt over there just yet. Those two are up to no good. Don't you want to get even? What do you say? Brother Ma, you got a plan? Simple. First, start slacking off at work. Slow things down so they can't ship on time. Then find an opportunity to strike. Make them raise your wages. Basically, stir up as much trouble as possible. Once Mr. Chen finds out, he might even give you a raise himself. Alright. That's the plan. I'll get in touch with a few good brothers. Old Dong was determined to fight for himself this time, unaware he'd already become someone else's pawn. Seeing his pawn already in place, Ma Lu felt quite smug. Who could blame him? Sū Míng was so stingy, unwilling to give him even a small raise. This time, he'd learn his lesson. With the World Cup kicking off the day after tomorrow, Sū Míng skipped school the next day. He planned to expand his sales channels further and check out Fong Ping's distributors while he was at it. His absence infuriated homeroom teacher Sū Wenshun. What? Sū Míng skipped class again. Damn it. If the principal hadn't reminded me you're approaching the college entrance exams, I'd have kicked this troublemaker out of the class long ago. He doesn't even bother informing me when he takes leave. Teacher, Sū Míng must be scared, Zhang sneered from the side. After cheating his way to such a high score, you picked him for the English competition. He's probably too embarrassed to show his face now. Forget him. Lin Weii, you're the English class representative, you'll compete instead. That piece of trash? I'll deal with him sooner or later. Lin Weii, sitting in the back row, wondered if Sū Míng was preparing a surprise for her.
Back in sophomore year, he skipped class without reason and returned with a jar of fireflies.
Sū Míng's absence from class was equally troubling to the fat guy.
He'd been planning to invite Sū Míng to the internet cafe after school these past couple of days, since he'd finally mastered the airdrop technique in Red Alert.
Little did he know Sū Míng would suddenly stop coming to class.
Then he felt a surge of excitement. Surely Sū Míng was busy with the beer sales now. If the sales figures were good, his idol might just make a comeback. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a knock on his desk. He looked up to see Wei Zishuan, flanked by two rowdy-looking youths who clearly had scaled the wall to enter.
The fat guy knew better than to pick a fight head-on. He called out, "Brother Xian. Fatso, cut the small talk. Where's Sū Míng hiding? Tell him to stop bothering Wei, or don't blame me for getting rough. My last warning didn't work, did it?
Tell him if he ignores me again, I'll have my cousin come talk to him personally."
Wei Zishuan left after speaking.
Still shaken, the fat guy hurried back downstairs to check if Sū Míng had arrived. The moment he stepped out, he spotted a girl lurking suspiciously near their classroom door.
Dai Qingyi was deeply troubled. Why hadn't Sū Míng come after that dinner? Had her behavior upset him? That's why she deliberately brought an extra soy milk this morning as an apology.
Yet Sū Míng still hadn't shown up. Just as she was pondering whether to get him a nicer gift to make amends, a voice suddenly came from behind her.
"Miss Dai, what are you doing? Looking for Brother Ming? Here, give him this."
Dai Qingyi shoved the soy milk into the chubby boy's hands and dashed off, running all the way up the stairs. During this time, the boys in the hallway froze as if time had stopped, their eyes fixed on Dai Qingyi's retreating figure.
Was Ming Ge crazy before? Dai Qingyi is so easy to chase, why bother with Lin Weii? Chapter 21, Kicking Out the Creepy Foreign Teacher.
Soon, the day of the World Cup kickoff arrived. After 2 days of running around, Sū Míng had roughly mapped out the local distributors for the brewery. Through negotiations, he had secured their initial trust. With everything prepared, all that remained was to wait for the World Cup kickoff and ride the wave of excitement. Thanks to the viral spread of advertisements and the appeal of Pellé's commercial to middle-aged men, sales of Chiao Shuang beer were steadily climbing. Seeing the promising situation, Sū Míng instructed Fong Ping to gather his former team and prepare the brewery to resume operations at a suitable date.
"Young Master Sū, isn't this a bit too aggressive? We still have significant inventory from before. Are you sure we can clear it all in such a short time? Shouldn't we wait and see?" "No worries, just follow through. I've said it before, within a year, I'll make you the beverage industry giant of Haicheng. This beer is just the first step." Seeing Sū Míng's unwavering confidence, Fong Ping could only comply.
Who knows, maybe he really had something up his sleeve.
After settling the details, Sū Míng finally returned home that afternoon.
His mother's worries resurfaced the moment she saw him.
"Son, you skipped class again today.
The college entrance exams are just around the corner.
Why aren't you focusing more? Don't worry about the factory. Uncle Jiang can handle it.
They've been through thick and thin with your father for over a decade.
They've seen it all."
Of course, Sū Míng couldn't tell his mother that while these managers might be competent in a small town, they were now facing an international giant, something that demanded utmost caution.
"All right, Mom. I know. I'm heading to school now. Don't worry, I'll get good results."
Worried she might fret too much, Sū Míng simply said that and slung his backpack over his shoulder, heading straight for school.
Pedaling his bike, Sū Míng felt incredibly energized.
At 19, his body brimmed with vitality. Breathing in the air deeply felt not like a chore, but utterly refreshing. Scattered students still lingered on the streets. Some had already passed the independent enrollment exams and secured their futures, while others had simply given up on studying altogether, choosing instead to let loose.
Sū Míng understood completely. Some people were simply not cut out for academics.
Certain problems might require a teacher to explain them dozens of times before they clicked, and over time, they grew weary of it.
Fortunately, Sū Míng wasn't one of them. He possessed a certain sharpness.
Despite his rebellious phase, he'd still managed to get into a vocational college in Yangcheng through the college entrance exam. Though it wasn't a bachelor's degree, this was back when undergraduate enrollment expansion was still in its early years, and vocational degrees held significant value. Arriving at the school gate, he saw the security guard reading a newspaper.
"Bro, open the gate for me. Here, have a smoke."
Sū Míng handed him a pack of coconut tree, a local Guangdong brand. At 2 yuan 50 per pack, it was reasonably priced.
"What's your deal? School's almost out, and you're just showing up? Living on US time, are you? No way in. I'm Yi, the gatekeeper. I won't let you slack off. Don't try to bribe me with a pack of smokes. 2 packs then." Clang!
The iron gate swung open as the security guard smoothly accepted the cigarettes.
"This is a one-time thing. I can tell you're a studious kid, so I won't make things hard for you." "You bet, bro. I love studying more than anything." Sū Míng nodded and headed straight for the academic building.
The academic building presented another hurdle. Its entrance led directly to the faculty office. Passing by would inevitably draw attention. Thus, Sū Míng could only stand at the doorway, listening intently. When he saw a teacher emerge from inside, he made a gesture as if about to leave.
Hey! Which class are you in? Class 8, Humanities, Principal Gao. Class 8? Who gave you permission to skip class? Get back inside immediately. If I catch you again, don't blame me for being strict. Got it, Principal Gao.
Sū Míng breathed a sigh of relief, glad he'd gotten away with it. He happily made his way to the classroom, reported his arrival, and then noticed over a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him from the back row. Behind them sat several fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners.
It seemed today's class was going to be anything but ordinary.
Sū Míng stood on the podium, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly recalling something, he introduced in English, "Teachers, this is our classmate. He left his brain in America during his summer vacation, so he often lives on American time." At that, the foreign teachers all burst out laughing. One guy with a goatee even said, "Oh my god, how amusing. Every student at our international school is a genius. How come there are so many idiots here? No wonder all the awards in yesterday's English competition went to our international school students. Ha, interesting. Never seen someone with their ass and mouth switched?" The bathroom's straight down the hallway. Sū Míng wasn't one to mince words either. What gives these foreign teachers the right to act so arrogant? Before the other could even get angry, Sū Míng couldn't stand it anymore.
Sū Míng, what did you say? Say that again. Who gave you permission to spout such vulgar nonsense? Can't you tell the foreign teacher was just joking? Oh, well, I'm not in the mood for jokes. And by the way, Beard, if your character is this poor, your teaching quality must be pretty awful too, right? The remark sent ripples through the room. The bearded man stood frozen, uttering only what? After the teacher beside him translated, the bearded man abruptly stood up, pulling out an exam paper. Okay. Looks like you're pretty upset. Since you're questioning my abilities, I assume your English must be top-notch? Here, I just happen to have a copy of yesterday's competition paper. Dare you take the challenge? What's so hard about writing a test? Sū Míng walked straight in, grabbed the paper, and sat down. Sū Míng, I didn't invite you in. Just teach your class. Look at yourself, someone calls us stupid in your class. Isn't that implying you're a bad teacher? And you're still bloating. You. Sū Míng wanted to say something, but upon second thought, his earlier behavior had indeed been foolish. He decided to drop the matter for now. This test doesn't come with answers. Let Sū Míng be the one to embarrass himself later. Sū Míng, if you apologize to me, I'll help you with a few problems. I already did this exam yesterday. At that moment, Lin Weii spoke up from behind him. Sū Míng ignored her, keeping his head down to work on the problems. Meanwhile, the big bearded guy behind him was still acting brazenly. He had moved to sit next to a quiet girl, shoving her male desk mate aside. Under the pretense of helping her study, he kept reaching over to touch her hand. Students nearby witnessed it, but since he was hired by the school, they dared not speak up. The girl grew so distressed she was on the verge of tears. Finally, she stood up and said, "Teacher Sū, he's touching me." Heh, young lady, you can't just make accusations like that. I'm teaching you, after all. The bearded man naturally denied it. Sū Míng had noticed too, but he didn't want to rock the boat. Look, the foreign teacher says it never happened. You're just being overly sensitive. Besides, it's just touching, it won't hurt you. Study hard, and who knows? Maybe you'll marry a foreigner someday. You could even have a mixed-race baby. Think of this as practice. As soon as he finished, Sū Míng slammed the table and stood up. We're not studying to breed with foreigners. Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing? Don't think I won't discipline you just because you're graduating. Hey, relax. Is the test too hard, making you all worked up? The bearded teacher chuckled. Sū Míng flashed his densely filled exam paper. I'm done with the paper. The difficulty was just average. Then he slowly walked over. Respect others, and others will respect you. Love others, and others will love you. What? You don't need to translate this, I'll tell him myself. Sū Míng kicked the bearded man flying with a single swift blow. FCK off. Chapter 22, Sū Míng's humiliation. In the principal's office, the bearded man and several other foreign teachers were banding together to complain about Sū Míng, who remained utterly unconcerned. Sū Míng apologized to Mr. Robertson immediately. Principal Wen Zhanping pointed at the seated bearded man, who was now glaring at Sū Míng with vicious intent. Apologize? Principal, shouldn't they be the ones apologizing? Sū Míng, don't push your luck. If you dare assault a teacher today, you'll assault the principal tomorrow. Principal, this student is the troublemaker in our class. He's always been unruly, and I can't control him anymore. I hope you'll impose the harshest punishment today and expel this scum. Sū Míng had finally seized his chance to settle the score with Sū Míng. No way. Expulsion is too easy. He hit me, I'm calling the police. Is this how Haicheng Middle School treats international guests? I'm going to the embassy to lodge a complaint against you. The bearded man shouted, threatening to escalate it into an international incident. Exactly.
Principal, call the police to arrest him, then expel him. Sū Míng raved.
Fine.
Then I'll tell the police exactly what happened. I'll report you, Sū Míng, for openly teaching students to mate with foreigners. And you, Big Beard, for molesting students.
I'll also mention the fact that I hit you.
Sū Míng felt no remorse.
This wasn't over a century ago. White skin didn't hold sway here anymore. What? Teacher Sū, what on earth is going on?
Principal Wen looked skeptical.
Principal. This is all false. I've taught at this school for decades. Don't you know my character?
Besides, Teacher Robertson was just named Teacher of the Year this year.
How could the higher-ups have made such a mistake?
Principal Wen nodded in agreement.
While Sū Míng's conduct was questionable, he did face frequent parent complaints. Robertson didn't seem the type to orchestrate such a heinous incident.
Sū Míng, you're not allowed to slander our foreign teachers like this.
They're here to guide our English teaching work. Got that? Sū Míng, apologize now. Who's going to believe your nonsense? Whether anyone believes me doesn't matter. What matters is whether anyone speaks up.
If I recall correctly, there are always reporters waiting outside the college entrance exam halls every year, right? If I say something alone, it might just be laughed off.
But with so many students in our class, and with their friends, guess what? If each of them says something in front of the cameras, does it even matter if you actually said those things? 3 people make a tiger. The power of public opinion is terrifying.
Sū Míng thought his words would simply fade away, that his classmates couldn't touch him. But he forgot that every student taking the college entrance exam gets one chance to capture the attention of the entire society. If someone really wanted to do something, it wouldn't be difficult at all.
Sū Míng never fought unprepared battles.
On his way to the office just now, he'd already mapped out his advantages.
Principal, listen to this. He's openly threatening us.
Our school absolutely cannot compromise with someone like this. Sū Míng, let me tell you, poor academic performance is one thing, but with this attitude, even if the principal doesn't expel you, I won't let you stay in our class.
Knock. Just then, Director Gao knocked and entered.
He whispered something in Principal Wen's ear, and the principal's eyes widened instantly.
Really? Seeing Director Gao nod, the principal spoke up. Alright, let's just drop this matter. Teacher Sū, take a few foreign teachers out for a meal. Sū Míng, you can go now. Hold on. Principal, we're just letting this slide?
I told you I won't teach trash like him anymore.
Director Gao, say something. Kicking him out would raise our class's overall score, right? Sū Míng voiced his discontent.
Director Gao didn't respond to him, instead turning to Sū Míng.
Sū Míng, did you really create that English proficiency competition test?
Yes, he wrote it.
Isn't it a complete mess?
I told you, without the answers, you'd be exposed. Sū Míng interjected.
Full marks. He got full marks. What?
Big Beard snatched the test paper and began checking it with a look of utter disbelief. After a quick glance, he found almost no mistakes, though the essay's handwriting could probably get some points deducted.
Amazing. The other foreign teachers gasped in astonishment.
Alright, Sū Míng, don't worry about this.
The school will handle it.
Just focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance exam. If you don't get along with Teacher Sū, we can arrange for you to switch classes. You can even transfer to the experimental class if you want. The environment there is better.
Principal Wen made the promise.
That's how student life works. Top students can get away with almost anything, especially in high school. The entire 3 years of study are geared toward making a splash during this process, and the school needs that kind of fame too.
No need. I'll stay in class 8.
But principal, my English scores have always been poor because Teacher Sū was always so strict with me. I'm naturally timid, and when he scares me, I easily forget the material.
Sū Míng was stunned. This guy just kicked someone flying, and now he's claiming to be timid?
The principal was no fool. He caught on immediately.
Very well. Here's the arrangement. Sū Míng, you'll remain in class 8.
If you ever feel overwhelmed, step outside for some fresh air.
This school isn't devoid of compassion.
Your mental and physical well-being matters more to me than your grades.
The principal is so understanding. The principal is wise. Sū Míng shouted twice before turning to leave.
The bearded man was displeased.
Hold on. I have no intention of letting him walk away. He kicked me in front of all those people. Those students can all testify.
Testify?
You think they'd rather testify about me hitting you or about you molesting that young girl? Sū Míng wanted to kick him again. You have evidence?
I don't. Principal, your student attacked me for no reason.
Evidence? Simple.
She should still have your marks on her.
We can get a forensic examination done. Plus, our classmate is suffering severe psychological trauma now. She might be at risk of suicide.
Principal, this is the critical period for the college entrance exams.
The higher-ups are watching closely. Forensic testing? Ha! You think I'd waste that kind of money? The school doesn't have funds to throw around like that.
Sū Míng started arguing again.
My family has a little money, not much, but enough for a forensic test. If local labs can't handle it, I'll go to the provincial level. If they can't, I'll go to the capital. You're crazy. I don't have time to waste on this. The bearded man realized he was dealing with a tough nut to crack, backed by the school's authority. His aggressive stance softened instantly, and he slunk away dejectedly. Alright, everyone, return to your respective classes. All the way back, Sū and Shun seethed with pent-up anger. Watching Sū Míng return to his seat, he couldn't fathom where the answers had come from this time. This isn't over yet. Everyone, stand up for today's lecture. Some of your performance has left me deeply dissatisfied. Yesterday's exam papers. Sū Míng stood up but walked straight out. Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing? How dare you show such disrespect to your teacher? Teacher? You should figure out who you're mating with first. Sū Míng grabbed his bag and left. Lin Weii suddenly felt he had changed. He seemed strangely charismatic. His words also sparked a wave of laughter. Quiet. Quiet. Sū and Shun tried desperately to stop it, but no matter how hoarse his throat became, the laughter wouldn't subside. Chapter 23, Soy Milk, I warmed it up for you. May 31st, the 2002 World Cup officially kicked off. On the streets, all kinds of businesses were already showing support for the national team. Soccer truly is the world's #1 sport. Arriving at school early that morning, the class was already buzzing about who would win tonight's match. Fatso, a huge soccer fan, had originally come to hang out with Sū Míng. But when he saw others in their class discussing the match, he couldn't resist joining in. Sū Míng, say something. We're going to cash in after school. We're backing last year's champions, France. What about you? Me? Never really followed it. Sū Míng shook his head. In his previous life, his interest in soccer had mostly revolved around the cheerleaders. He didn't play much soccer himself, but he certainly played with the ball a lot. He only remembered a few major matches, the rest were a blur. But you know, soccer's a round ball, anything can happen. Maybe we'll see an upset. Bro, you're way off there. Those African teams are just a bunch of rough and tumble guys. Their footwork can't hold a candle to the world champions. I'm betting on France at 30, or maybe even a handicap. Anyone taking me up on that? Fatso just gave such a solid analysis that the rest of the class was really convinced by him. Everyone nodded in agreement, planning to hit the lottery shop after school. Alright, Fatso, you go ahead. The college entrance exams are coming up in a few days. Focus now, get into a good university, and you'll have a few more years to play. Sū Míng had been feeling a bit overwhelmed these past couple of days. English wasn't too much of a problem for him, and he could look up example problems for math. It was the comprehensive subjects that were killing him. So much stuff to memorize, dense and packed with knowledge points. Trying to cram it all in these last few days was genuinely painful. What? Ming, what kind of timeline are you on? The exams are still a month away. What? A month? Seriously? What's not real about it? The exams run from July 7th to the 11th. Ming, you keep telling me to study hard, yet you've forgotten the exam dates yourself? Forget it, we'll just go to vocational school together when the time comes. Fatso's words stunned Sū Míng for a moment, but he quickly realized he really had misremembered. Because in Guangdong, the 2002 Gaokao was actually in July, and the content was different too. It was the 3-subject comprehensive X model. Seeing it this way, there was still over a month left. Sū Míng relaxed considerably. With a month to spare, he could focus more on the comprehensive subjects. Soon, the class bell rang. When Sū and Shun walked in with a stern expression, the students stopped discussing the game. Fatty sensibly left too. Sū Míng couldn't be bothered with him. These days, Sū and Shun barely taught his class properly, instead hinting daily that students should go to him for extra lessons as if he were trying to squeeze one last profit out of this group of students. Sū Míng, however, enjoyed attending his classes. With the principal's special permission, his lessons function like free periods, giving Sū Míng the perfect opportunity to catch up on material he hadn't yet mastered. Just then, Lin Weii entered from the doorway. Today she wore a short skirt, looking playful and adorable, and carried a detachable class directory. She began distributing it to the class as soon as she entered. When she reached Sū Míng, however, she deliberately skipped him and handed the yearbook to his desk partner, Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming was an unremarkable guy with glasses, the kind you'd never recognize in a crowd. Suddenly receiving a gift from the goddess left him momentarily tongue-tied. Wei, thanks. Xiaoming, no need to thank me. We've been classmates for 3 years. Remember to fill it out properly. Lin Weii deliberately stood in front of Sū Míng as she spoke. Her melodious voice left Wang Xiaoming spellbound, and he nodded repeatedly. Standing there, her shapely legs drew admiring glances from the boys around her. Noticing the boys' reactions, she felt a smug satisfaction. Glancing sideways at Sū Míng, she saw him still bent over his work, and a pang of irritation shot through her. Before leaving, she deliberately nudged his desk leg with her foot. Sū Míng merely paused his pen briefly, muttered "What's wrong with you?" under his breath, and continued solving problems. A moment later, Sū Míng suddenly felt someone tap him. Thinking it was Lin Weii behind him up to her usual tricks again, he impatiently flicked his hand away, ready to turn and yell.
Instead, he found Dai Qingyi looking startled.
Dai Qingyi, what's wrong? This one's warm. Sorry about earlier, you don't like cold drinks, right?
I kept it tucked inside my uniform for ages. Dai Qingyi pulled out a carton of soy milk, her expression sincere.
Wow.
The surrounding crowd cheered, because that line was way too suggestive.
At the same time, this scene sparked jealousy among many boys.
Dai Qingyi was the school's undisputed beauty queen, someone who usually ignored everyone. Yet here she was, personally coming down to bring Sū Míng a drink, one she'd warmed with her own body.
With just a little imagination, they subconsciously placed the soy milk where certain prominent parts should be.
As they fantasized, they cursed Sū Míng 1,000 times over in their minds. Some even went to extremes, scheming to pick up the bag after he finished drinking and treasure it as a keepsake. Had it not been for that incident, Sū Míng would have been genuinely delighted. But now that he knew she had someone special in mind, her actions seemed more like a way to ease her conscience or offer an apology. Suddenly, his joy faded.
I really won't drink the soy milk. Take it back. I truly don't want it. You have the college entrance exams coming up, do your best.
Even knowing she didn't like him, Sū Míng still offered her his blessings. Living this life again, just seeing her alive was good enough. After all, in his previous life, he had wronged her too much.
You don't want it? Please take it?
Her tone seemed almost pleading. Her soft voice was enough to melt anyone's heart. The boys around them were practically itching to take it for her.
No, go back. I need to study.
And please don't bring anything next time. Sū Míng resolved to be resolute, sparing himself the internal turmoil. Dai Qingyi held the soy milk in her hands for a moment, then turned and walked away, looking forlorn. The boys nearby breathed a sigh of relief. They'd almost let that Sū Míng guy have it easy. Lin Weii witnessed the entire scene. When Zhang remarked that Sū Míng still harbored feelings for her, Lin Weii felt deeply satisfied. She wasn't particularly fond of Sū Míng, but she couldn't stand the idea of someone who had always adored her suddenly losing interest.
It made her unhappy. Of course, Sū Míng's current behavior pleased her greatly.
After all, a princess must reward her loyal knight appropriately. She made her rounds and then came back, suddenly poking Sū Míng on the back.
What? Need something? Here's one for you too. Write it properly.
Otherwise, you'll find it hard to get anything from me in the future. As Lin Weii spoke, a look of haughty pride flickered between her brows.
But Sū Míng's response was even more haughty. No time. Chapter 24, Sweet, Fragrant, and Soft.
Sū Míng had finally come to terms with it. After rebirth, there was no point dwelling on the past. People always say that if they could start over, they'd bravely pursue a certain girl. But have they ever considered that, in that girl's eyes, they might just be a forgettable passerby? Secret admirers often fantasize that if their goddess doesn't marry them, she'll surely be unhappy later in life. But in truth, this notion stems more from their own fear of unhappiness. Having weathered decades of storms, Sū Míng had seen it all. Now that past regrets were mended, forcing Dai Qingyi to fall for him was unnecessary. Lin Weii was also sulking. Sū Míng really didn't know how good he had it. She'd given him a way out, but he wouldn't take it. She was practically handing him the chance to pursue her. Lin Weii had always viewed Sū Míng as a spoiled rich kid with a bit of money, so she never took his affection seriously. She treated him like a kite, occasionally tugging at his strings. Unexpectedly, after yesterday, her perspective shifted. Sū Míng had secretly worked hard behind the scenes to become so accomplished. That set of English competition practice papers? She'd barely scraped by with a passing grade, yet Sū Míng had scored a perfect score.
He'd clearly put in the grind. A guy this accomplished actually seemed worthy of her attention.
That's why she'd decided to give him the first page of her yearbook. But to her surprise, the guy, too proud to admit it, wasn't buying it at all. Vivi, just ignore him. That fool's upset because you gave it to so many others but not him.
What a petty guy, actually trying to monopolize your affection.
Zhang looked at Sū Míng with growing contempt.
Forget it, don't talk about him. I just forgot for a moment.
Lin Weii feigned innocence, secretly delighted that Sū Míng was jealous over her. Listening to the banter behind him, Sū Míng felt utterly speechless. How could Lin Weii be so self-absorbed? She was somewhat attractive, but not to the point of being utterly captivating. Her flat figure was particularly uninspiring. In his previous life, upon learning she had a boyfriend after graduation, Sū Míng had quickly forgotten about him. Later, when he appeared as CEO at a tech conference, it was she who began relentlessly pestering him. By the final years of his life, any lingering fondness Sū Míng had harbored for her youth had completely eroded, replaced by growing aversion. So, had she not revealed that ugly side of herself, Sū Míng might have given her everything she wanted in this lifetime. But now, that was essentially impossible. Sū Míng kept his head down, solving problems, but soon sensed something was off. The boys who'd been roughhousing during the break had gone quiet, and he and T heard the class bell ring. Looking up, he saw the boys staring blankly toward the back door. Sū Míng turned to look and saw the beautiful scene he had always imagined. Dai Qingyi, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, had shed her heavy coat and was now walking gracefully toward him. Sunlight bathed her innocent face, and everything around them seemed to freeze in time. The silence was so profound that Sū Míng could almost hear only the pounding of his own heart. Dai Qingyi blushed bright red under the gaze of so many people, but this time she didn't lower her head. Instead, she held something in her hands and walked towards Sū Míng with determination. 1 step, 2 steps. Time seemed to slow dramatically. Those few steps felt incredibly long to Sū Míng. Was she coming for him? Only when Dai Qingyi stopped before him did Sū Míng finally rise from his seat, his nerves making him stand up. Sū Míng. Here. Here, this is for you, a graduation gift. Don't mind how poorly it turned out, this is my best outfit. She handed over the item in her hand. Sū Míng looked closely and realized it was the very photo frame he'd seen in her home, an object she'd treasured throughout her previous life. In the picture, she wore a pale green dress, her hair pulled into twin ponytails. Standing on one foot, her body leaned slightly to the right, her smile radiating sweetness. In that instant, Sū Míng felt as if his brain had short-circuited, flooded with an overwhelming rush of memories. Could this be a dream? Could it be this photo was actually meant for him all along? Sū Míng, what's wrong? Don't you like it? I've been preparing this for so long. I thought the original was too plain, so as soon as I had the money, I went and had a frame made. But it's okay if you don't like it. You can keep the frame, and I'll take a nicer one for you later. It'll take a while though, because I need to save up again. Taking photos is expensive. Her voice was soft and gentle, like she was soothing someone. What man wouldn't be charmed by that? Sū Míng took the frame, his hands trembling slightly. This moment felt more thrilling than when he won the gold medal at the tech innovation competition in his previous life. No wonder what man wouldn't be overjoyed by something like this? The girl he'd loved for decades never managed to win her heart before she passed away. Only after Rebirth did he learn she'd long harbored feelings for him. So the boy her grandmother mentioned, the one with the surname Zhu, was he actually a Sū? Dai Qingyi liked him and had liked him for so long? For him, she'd even scrimp and save to take a photograph. For him, she'd spend her bonus on a photo frame, then instead of treating herself to a better meal, she'd munch on flatbread in the classroom. When she learned Sū Míng was hungry, she'd even share half of hers with him. For him, she risked ruining her reputation by sneaking into a factory late at night to steal steel bars, all to save his life. Over the decades, Sū Míng restored the cemetery, established a foundation, and named a purchased asteroid after her. None of this was mere wishful thinking, it was the universe's response to her long ago, naive infatuation. It all felt like a grand dream. Sū Míng finally understood the meaning behind the words on the back of her photograph. Not childish like me. He had always thought it was just a line from a song by Adu, written on impulse because the song was popular that year. But now it seemed clear, those words weren't lyrics at all. They were her own heartbreaking monologue. Perhaps she wrote it on a rainy night. That day, she might have witnessed her own confession to Lin Weii, her heart shattering completely. She thought to take this photo as a graduation gift to herself, then leave with that sentiment forever. In her previous life, she never sent that photo, making it her greatest regret. But this time, Sū Míng wouldn't let her regret it again. While Dai Qingyi was still reeling in shock, amidst the class's shouts of "Be together," Sū Míng decisively pulled her into his arms. A wave of cheers erupted. Sū Míng heard nothing else, aware only that the girl before him smelled sweet and tasted sweet. So soft. Chapter 25. My son's in a teenage romance? Does that girl even have a chance? Stop it. Let go of that girl. When Sū Wenshan entered and witnessed the scene, his irritation only deepened. Wasn't that the girl from the science experimental class? Every time she came to the office to ask questions, he'd try to tease her, but she never took the bait. Now she was being held in Sū Míng's arms. Startled by the loud voices, Dai Qingyi finally broke free and hurried upstairs amid the crowd's cheers. Sū Míng! Don't you dare get too out of hand. I don't think I did anything wrong. What's going on? Teacher Sū, why hasn't class started even after the bell rang? The principal happened to pass by and saw Class 8 still in chaos. He couldn't help but ask. Principal. Sū Míng has gone too far. He's openly pursuing a romantic relationship right in front of me. This is the critical period for college entrance exams. He clearly doesn't respect the school's rules and regulations. If you don't punish him, others might follow his example. Early romance was indeed a major headache for middle and high school administrators. At that fiery age, boys and girls could spark something at the slightest opportunity. Sū Míng, is what Teacher Sū said true? You mentioned feeling the class atmosphere was stifling, and I granted you flexibility in your arrangements. However, romantic relationships are fundamentally prohibited. You know the college entrance exams are approaching, everything must prioritize exam preparation. Who is this girl? Principal. Principal. She's from the experimental class upstairs, Dai Qingyi. Her? Are you sure? Dai Qingyi is notorious at Haichun High. She's caused countless fights before. Isn't she the one who never talks to boys? How come she's suddenly dating Sū Míng now? Principal, here's the thing. The reason I've made such huge progress lately is because she's been tutoring me. If you force us apart, my grades will probably take a big hit. Sū Míng had already made up his mind. Since Dai Qingyi had taken the first step toward him, he would take the initiative from here on out. Principal Wen was now at a loss. From an administrator's perspective, prohibiting early romance among students was meant to prevent them from neglecting their studies and jeopardizing graduation rates. But now that this very situation had actually boosted their grades, it seemed almost irrelevant. As principal, his top priority was graduation rates. Since it wasn't affecting them, he might as well turn a blind eye. Over-regulating could backfire. Alright, Teacher Sū, just proceed with your class normally. This isn't early romance, they're probably just sharing knowledge. You misjudged the situation. Continue teaching as usual. Principal Wen left after saying this, but Sū Wenshun still looked unconvinced. They're practically hugging each other, and you call that not early romance but knowledge sharing? No way. This absolutely couldn't be swept under the rug. Sū Wenshun suddenly thought, since the principal wasn't doing anything, he'd tell Sū Ming's parents. Surely his parents wouldn't encourage early romance? So the moment class ended, Sū Wenshun eagerly dialed Sū Ming's father, Sū Zhengfeng. Hello, is this Sū Ming's parent? I'm his homeroom teacher, Mr. Sū. Oh, Teacher Sū, hello. Mr. Sū, the situation is this: your son, Sū Míng, has been repeatedly misbehaving at school. No matter how I try to reason with him, he won't listen. I'm hoping you might be able to help. What? Sū Zhengfeng was so furious he sat bolt upright in bed, his blood pressure spiking instantly. The heart monitor beside him began beeping frantically, prompting the young nurse nearby to urgently remind him to keep his emotions in check. I knew it. That good-for-nothing brat is hopeless. I've only been gone half a month, and he's already causing trouble again. Teacher Sū, I'm truly sorry. Did he break something? I'll pay for it. No, he didn't break anything. It's worse than that. What? Does he think he can get away with anything? Tell me, what exactly did he do? I'm leaving the hospital right now to deal with him. Sū Zhengfeng couldn't take it anymore. This good-for-nothing spending money was one thing as long as he kept his head down. Sū Zhengfeng didn't bother much with his studies. He wasn't cut out for academics anyway. Just get him a high school diploma so he could start training at the factory sooner. Now he's causing trouble again. Thank goodness his good buddy Jiang Jiangguo at the factory keeps an eye on him, otherwise all hell would have broken loose long ago. Sū Wenshun nearly burst out laughing in his office, regretting not informing Sū Ming's parents sooner. Oh my, he's in a teenage romance today. He was openly hugging and kissing a girl right in the classroom. What? He's even picking on that Li guy? Sū Zhengfeng froze. Yes, you heard right, Sū Míng is dating a girl. Ha! Good for him. Sū Zhengfeng burst out laughing upon hearing this. Sū Ming's parents, you seem quite pleased? Of course Sū Zhengfeng was delighted. Teacher Sū, being from out of town, didn't understand the mindset of people in Haicheng. Parents in Haicheng don't actually place that much emphasis on academics. They'd much rather raise their kids to be savvy little business owners. As the saying goes, the first thing children in Haicheng learn after birth is how to use an abacus. No one wants to work for wages. That's why Sū Zhengfeng had always hoped Sū Míng would finish high school and come help at the factory, so he could spend more time at home brewing gongfu tea. However, when Jiang Jiangguo reported a couple days ago that Sū Míng hadn't stayed at the factory over the weekend but had gone to Beijing for fun instead, Sū Zhengfeng was disappointed in this regard too. Parents in Haicheng have only two expectations for their children: to start a family or establish a career. If building a career wasn't feasible, then the path to marriage was the way to go. Getting married early and having several children was the best way to honor their ancestors. Therefore, when Teacher Sū mentioned Sū Ming's early romance, Sū Zhengfeng was overjoyed. He couldn't wait for the college entrance exams to end so his son could marry the girl. Oh, Mr. Sū, who's that girl? Give me her contact info, and I'll go talk to her myself. Mr. Sū, I can't give you that. The girl was probably just confused and tricked by Sū Míng. You wouldn't actually go beat someone up, would you? Sū Wenshun just wants Sū Míng to suffer a little. He doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, lest he end up taking the fall himself. What are you talking about, Teacher Sū? You've got it all wrong. I just want to see what the girl's like. If she's decent, we'll set a date and have that brat marry her. What? Marriage? This remark made Sū Wenshun flush with embarrassment. Exactly. He's young, what else is he going to do? Stay home and squander the family fortune? I married young myself. Oh, right, Mr. Sū, what year was the girl born? I believe she was born in 84. 84, a rat. That's good. Their zodiac signs don't clash. What about their birth charts? Do you know about birth charts? 8-character birth chart? Exactly. We need to match the specific birth charts. If the girl is a rat, then it's the 7th month welcoming the rooster, rabbit, rat, and horse 62 days. Ah, June is the auspicious month for marriage. Very favorable. Sū Zhengfeng clapped his hands and asked, Hey, Teacher Sū, would it be possible for you to pause the college entrance exam? Chapter 26, Don't let anyone know I'm a dumbass. Pause the college entrance exam? So they can get married first? In over a decade of practice, Sū Míng had never heard such an outrageous request.
He could only hang up the phone in a hurry. What kind of person is this?
Sū Míng was troubled. He'd been scheming about how to kick Sū Míng out of the class, but now the kid hadn't left. Instead, he was acting like he was deliberately going against him.
After mulling it over, he pulled out the second mock exam results again.
When he reached Sū Ming's column, his anxiety eased. The kid's dad was loaded. He'd probably splurged on intensive English cramming.
But human energy has limits. Trying to pull off a comeback in just 1 month? Absolutely impossible.
So even if his English scores were stellar, he'd still be a one-subject wonder. Last time, his composite score was a measly 30 points, and his math barely scraped by the passing mark. At best, he'd end up at a junior college. Perhaps he could persuade the principal to arrange a third mock exam just to knock some sense into Sū Míng. With that thought, he made his way to the principal's office. Back in the classroom, the boys around him were all eager to see what kind of photo Dai Qingyi had given him. Sū Míng, of course, refused to show it to anyone, carefully tucking the photo into his backpack to keep it safe. Lin Weii, sitting behind him, felt an indescribable pang. Seeing Sū Míng treasure the gift so dearly made her heart ache, as if something precious had been snatched away.
Weii, look at him. Does he really think Dai Qingyi fancies him? Probably just teasing him. Guys are so pathetic. One photo and they're all over her like flies. Zhanya scoffed. Lin Weii gave a forced smile and nodded, determined to do something about it. Finally, dismissal time arrived. Worried about the crowded cafeteria, Sū Míng deliberately left Sū Míng's class 5 minutes early. Just as he was about to head upstairs to lure Dai Qingyi out, he spotted her descending the stairs at the entrance.
Hey, dummy, skipping class?
Dai Qingyi jumped in surprise and hurried back upstairs.
Then, just as she was about to dash onto the rooftop, she felt someone grab her by the neck.
Gotcha, dummy. No, let me go. I'm sorry. What did I do wrong? I don't know. You idiot, you don't even know what you did wrong.
Sū Míng smacked her on the head.
Tell me, why did you skip class? Were you afraid I'd come looking for you?
Yes.
Dai Qingyi nodded.
Her earlier actions made her too scared to be alone with Sū Míng now.
What? You're still saying yes?
Sū Míng gave her another whack.
Ouch. Sū Míng, stop hitting me, it hurts.
Seeing her plead for mercy, Sū Míng finally let go.
Little dumbass, are you that scared of me? I'm not afraid of you. Then why did you run? You even skipped class to avoid me.
At that moment, the rooftop exit was guarded, leaving Dai Qingyi with no choice but to remain silent.
Not saying anything, huh? Little dumb, do you like me? No. Dai Qingyi shook her head quickly to deny it, though inwardly she wondered, had she really been that obvious? No? Then why did you give me that photo?
You haven't spoken to me these past 2 days, and it made me sad. I wanted to give you a gift, but I don't have any money, so I gave you the photo instead.
Can we still be friends? Silly, I've been busy these past few days. It wasn't on purpose. What? If I ignore you, does that mean you have no friends to hang out with? Aren't there plenty of guys who want to talk to you?
It's not the same, Dai Qingyi replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Different? Does that mean I'm special to you?
This time, Dai Qingyi nodded. Sū Míng felt that one sentence was enough. So he took a step forward, intending to invite her to eat. Instead, she took a step back, covering her mouth tightly with both hands.
Xiao Dai, what's this game you're playing now?
I saw it on TV. When a boy gets close to a girl, it means he's about to kiss her.
No way. Where did you pick up all these weird ideas? Relax, I don't have any such intentions. Really?
Of course it's true.
Come on, let's go eat. Consider it a thank you for that photo.
Sū Míng, you're a good guy. As long as you don't kiss me, you're a really good guy.
No rush. We'll kiss another time. Ha? Dai Qingyi hesitated again. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Let's go eat. Besides, if I want to kiss you, you can just refuse. Seems right. Let's go then.
Sū Míng felt immense joy seeing her finally shed her aloofness.
Wait, no, the ledger. I need to record the accounts. We'll do it when we get back. Let's go.
Sū Míng could already hear the bell ringing.
Freshmen and sophomores upstairs and downstairs were already stirring.
He had to get there before they transformed into relentless eating machines. Thankfully, he made it just in time.
Dai Qingyi, socially anxious, deliberately chose the spot furthest from the crowd.
This could be considered their first date, and the more Sū Míng looked at her, the more adorable she seemed. Dai Qingyi dared not meet his gaze, eating a couple bites with her head down before lifting her eyes to look at him timidly.
Sū Míng, stop looking, okay? Little Dumby, ever heard the saying? One glance at a beauty adds 7 seconds to your life. Want to help me live to 100? I'm not pretty. My aunt always calls me a blockhead. Dai Qingyi shook her head flatly in denial. Dai Qingyi, you're not dumb. Really?
Yes, you're just a little slow. All right. She continued eating with her head down, while Sū Míng just watched her, as if he were already full without eating. Now he finally understood what a feast for the eyes meant.
Dai Qingyi's heart pounded wildly. She thought he disliked her and had come today to say goodbye, even writing everything she wanted to say on the back of the photo. Now she just hoped Sū Míng wouldn't discover this secret, otherwise she'd be mortified. Xiao Dai, can I come over to your place often? My general knowledge is so lacking, I want to learn more from you. Sure, Sū Míng. You gotta work hard. When we get to college, let's stay friends and keep having meals together. Xiao Dai, if I don't get into your school, will you still keep in touch with me? Will you call me often?
Sū Míng waited for her answer, but Dai Qingyi shook her head. Phone calls are too expensive. You silly thing, calling is actually the most economical way I could think of for us to stay in touch.
No, then I'll just save up to visit you. Then why did you just say phone calls are expensive?
Yeah, I'll save every penny I'd spend on calls. I'll save and save and save until I have enough for a train ticket, then I'll come see you. She said happily, as if painting a beautiful picture in her mind.
How could Sū Míng not be moved?
She truly saw herself as someone special.
Little Dumb. Why do you always call me Little Dumb? My surname is Dai. I like calling you that. Fine. But don't tell anyone. You can call me that secretly when we're alone. I don't want others to know I'm a blockhead.
Dai Qingyi placed her finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture. Sū Míng pinched her delicate, soft cheeks.
Little Dumby, you're so adorable it's unfair.
Chapter 27, Smells Bad, Tastes Worse.
Midsummer heat made the cafeteria unbearably sweltering.
The owner was notoriously stingy, using fans discarded from various classrooms, poor quality ones that barely moved any air. As soon as lunch break began, countless students swarmed the cafeteria, forming a line that stretched all the way to the entrance. The cafeteria owner grumbled under his breath, complaining that so many people coming at once nearly broke his door. But he forgot that just last year, he'd complained to the principal about students always buying food outside, claiming he wasn't making any money. That's why this semester, the school banned students from eating off campus.
Ugh, it's so hot, so hot.
Spotting an empty corner, the two girls hurried over and plopped down, immediately rolling up their sleeves with a bold flourish. Sū Míng glanced at them, then at Dai Qingyi, still feeling puzzled.
Little Dumb, aren't you hot? It's 37 degrees outside, and you're still wearing a jacket? I'm not used to it. I'm cold sensitive.
I never take off my school uniform on campus. After saying this, Dai Qingyi zipped her jacket up a bit higher, though beads of sweat were clearly visible on her forehead.
Then why did you take it off when you came to give me the gift just now? I thought you might like it. Ha! Sū Míng was stunned. So she did it on purpose?
That day when it rained, after I took off my coat, you stared at me for so long. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, not like a complaint, more like a whinge.
No way. A girl this adorable? Love? Absolutely love.
But Dai Qingyi was so shy, just like when I held her hand while washing dishes last time. Telling her outright would definitely scare her off.
Looks like I'll have to find a way to make her willing.
Sū Míng thoroughly enjoyed this lunch, arguably the most satisfying meal he'd ever had, surpassing even that priceless lunch with the stock guru. Through this lunch meeting, Sū Míng had established one central idea and two fundamental points. The objective fact that Xiao Dai liked him was essentially established, and the subjective conditions for Sū Míng pursuing her were largely in place. The next step was to focus on how to win Xiao Dai over, continuing to build a wonderful life during their high school years.
As soon as school let out, Fatty headed to the sports lottery shop with his classmates to place bets.
They agreed to head to the nearby workers' stadium to watch the game afterward. Since this was the first time the national team had qualified for the World Cup, the city leaders of Haicheng took it very seriously, investing heavily in a giant screen at the stadium. Sū Míng tagged along with them. As a great man once said, no investigation, no right to speak. Sū Míng needed to personally observe the age demographics of the spectators to better formulate his next beer sales strategy.
Bro, wanna bet? France is gonna win for sure.
With my 40+ years of experience, today's World Cup is gonna make us a killing.
Over 40 years? Fatso, how old are you?
Oh, my dad's been a die-hard fan for over 30 years too, it runs in the family.
You guys go ahead and bet. I'll just watch.
Sū Míng wandered around the lottery shop, noticing it was quite crowded.
It seemed the Chinese national team's first ever World Cup appearance had indeed generated significant buzz.
Before Sū Míng's rebirth, the national team had embarrassed themselves in major tournaments year after year. Yet before every big match, the home stadium was always packed. Such devoted fans truly deserved respect. He wondered how many more years they'd have to struggle in that world before qualifying for the World Cup again.
Listen to me, I'll break it down. This opening match is just a warm-up for France. You gotta go all in.
Don't give me that slow and steady wins the race nonsense. Win, and you're partying with club models. Lose, and you're out on the streets hustling. A white-bearded old man boasted about his insights, seemingly already foreseeing the match's outcome. The chubby guy beside him listened, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. The two chatted endlessly, like they'd known each other in a past life. Old man, let me tell you, you're playing it way too safe.
France against Senegal? That's gotta be at least 3 goals.
What kind of soccer do those big black guys play?
Look at my bets 30, 40, 50. Hey, fatso, don't tempt me.
Sū Míng offered a well-meaning warning after all, persuading someone to bet was the quickest way to get punched.
No worries, no worries. Uncertain risks are called gambling, certain outcomes are called investments. I'm just helping him out.
The old man nodded, finding the logic sound, then staked his entire pension. Seeing this, Sū Míng could only advise, fatso, don't eat too much tonight.
Why? It'll help you run faster. Just kidding. No worries, no worries.
Let's go head to the stadium to watch the game.
The group arrived at the stadium again.
The game was set to start at 5:30, and the entrance was already packed with all kinds of food carts. Fatso was naturally powerless against such temptations, especially stinky tofu. The more pungent the smell, the more he craved it.
Fatso, maybe you shouldn't buy that. Doesn't it smell a bit off to me?
Standing before the cart, the fat guy bought 3 portions in one go.
Bro, you know how good this stuff is.
That's the flavor. The vendor quickly prepared 1 portion. Fatty snatched it up, tore it open, and devoured 2 pieces in one go, only to immediately wrinkle his nose.
Ha? Boss? This stinky tofu. How is it? What do you think of the flavor? It smells rotten and it tastes even worse. Stinky? Hey, it's supposed to be stinky. This is a new flavor, you'll crave it after eating it. Really? Never mind. The texture's actually good, perfectly fried. Ming, want one? No, you eat it.
Sū Míng couldn't stand it anymore and walked straight in to observe the crowd's reactions.
If you don't want it, fine. You just don't know what you're missing. I'll give it to the old man. Fatso, don't give that stinky stuff to anyone. You'll just get yelled at. No problem.
The old man has a poor sense of smell. Sū Míng shook his head and gave up trying to persuade him. Inside the stadium, the commentator's announcements signaled the swift commencement of the match. Being a soccer match, the crowd in the stadium was almost entirely male. There were gray-haired elders, students fresh out of school, and office workers just off the clock.
The fat guy and the old man's gang of gambling enthusiasts were passionately chanting, "France will win."
Then, in the 30th minute, Senegal suddenly scored from a tight angle, taking the lead. The group fell silent instantly, and the old man was completely dumbfounded. Wait, kid, I bet on a 0-1 score. You said at least 3 goals.
Don't panic, it's a technical adjustment. So what if they scored 1? For 1 is what I strongly recommended everyone to bet on.
The others nodded, forced to trust him for now. But the fat guy was secretly freaking out inside.
France seemed to be getting pushed around in the first half. Could they really pull off an upset? What's worse, why was his stomach starting to growl? Chapter 28, The Odd Pairing of Beer and Diapers.
Sū Míng remained oblivious to their concerns, continuing to scan his surroundings.
Then he noticed something interesting. Among the spectators, those without kids tended to smoke, while parents preferred beer.
After pondering it, he reached a conclusion. Men with kids felt irritable, but since they couldn't smoke with children around, they turned to drinking to relieve their frustration.
This thought sparked another idea.
He headed to a nearby convenience store, paid $1 to make a call to the beverage factory.
Hello, is this factory manager Fong? This is Sū Míng. Ah, Mr. Sū, what can I do for you? Last time we went to the city, there was a distributor who runs a pretty big supermarket, right? The one with several branches? Oh, you mean old Mo? He's been my friend for over a decade. What's up, Sū? We'll swing by tonight. Something needs sorting out. Alright, I'll drive over to pick you up later. Alright, meet me at the stadium later.
By the time we walked back, the game was already in the 50th minute.
The score remains 0-1. Looks like an upset might actually happen today. Before long, Fong Ping arrived in his car.
Sū Míng was worried about the fat guy's safety, so he specifically called him to the door and insisted he come along.
It's fine, Ming. You go ahead and stay safe. I'm good. I trust my judgment.
We even bet on 21, just in case of an upset.
I've anticipated every possible outcome. 21 pays 46 times the bet. That's not bad at all.
The fat guy remained utterly confident, so Sū Míng could only leave with Fong Ping first. After saying goodbye, the fat guy walked back, his stomach churning violently. His attention was now largely distracted from the screen as he frantically searched for a restroom. The classmates he'd talked into buying lottery tickets had shifted from initial admiration to outright anger. After all, this was their hard-earned pocket money. The old man who'd bet his entire pension now clutched his cane silently. The fat guy scanned the area and finally spotted the restroom. One leg was already poised to sprint. The others exchanged glances, instantly understanding the situation. In the 85th minute of the match, the chubby guy finally took off running.
Oh no, he's going to explode.
The others were horrified.
Oh no, he's going to run.
So before the fat guy even reached the restroom, he was kicked down by someone behind him.
Damn it! You scammed me out of my money. What happened to the promised blowout?
I told you I wanted to buy 01, but you insisted I change it.
That's my food money for the week.
The others were furious at their loss, because they trusted the fat guy too much and missed their chance.
No, don't hit my face, wait, don't hit my stomach either.
Meanwhile, the old man, whose movements had been slightly sluggish, approached with a determined look in his eyes. Spotting the fat guy on the ground, he summoned the strength he hadn't used up from his years of plowing fields and swung his cane down with all his might. 50 years of accumulated strength, who could block that? Thud! The fat man felt his brain go blank in that instant, as if the folds of his cerebral cortex had been ironed flat. His entire being felt as light and airy as strolling through Norwegian wood. Street workers nearby rushed to intervene. Stop! Stop it! You've beaten him to a pulp. While the fat man was getting beaten up, Sū Míng had already arrived at the Jeju supermarket in the city center. Mr. M.O., you mentioned last time that beer sales at this branch are just average, right? That's right. We don't have a night market here, and there aren't many young singles living alone. It's mostly small families, so the demand for beer isn't that high. A big part of why things aren't selling is your marketing strategy. Pull out the diaper products from the back. Find the ones that aren't selling well, bundle them with beer, negotiate a discounted price, and push this new combination display to the front. Is that all it takes? Yes. Do this, and you'll see results within days. That sounds too good to be true. Could it really be that effective? Just try it and see. Sū Míng felt utterly confident. Mr. M.O. wasn't keen on taking advice from this high schooler, but for the sake of his old friend, he decided to give it a shot. After rearranging the shelves across several branches, Sū Míng finally left satisfied. On the way back, Fong Ping couldn't help but ask. Mr. Sū, what was the logic behind what you just did? I don't get it. What possible connection could there be between diapers and beer? Didn't Mr. M.O. just mention that many customers here are young families? Old Fong, tell me, what do you think of men who actively take care of their kids? Honestly, most men in Haichang are pretty macho. If a guy takes the initiative to look after the kids, he's probably a bit henpecked. Exactly. Being afraid of their wives means their wives probably run the household and they don't get much spending money. If you were that kind of man, and your wife asked you to buy diapers for the baby, and there was a promotion where you got free beer with diaper purchases, would you buy them? Of course I would. Free beer? Wait, if they just gave it away, wouldn't that be too generous? That's exactly why I just had him raise the diaper prices. Hold on, Boss Sū. But if the diapers go up in price, isn't that just passing the cost on to the customer? Exactly. But here's the thing, raising the diaper price won't hurt sales much. When it comes to baby products, if you price them too low, they actually sell worse. And you don't even need to explain the price hike to customers. The guys who just want that free beer will come up with excuses for you. Hearing this, Fong Ping was utterly stunned. He hadn't even considered this angle. Sū Míng had completely mastered customer psychology. At that moment, Fong Ping's respect for Sū Míng deepened considerably. They say like father, like son, but by the looks of it, Sū Míng might just be even more formidable than his dad. Oh, right, old Fong, I asked you to bring back the old staff. Did you handle that? It's been over 2 months since my factory shut down. Some people have already moved on to other jobs. I've managed to bring back some of the management team, and I'm gradually getting the rest back. Yes, I'll expedite it. By the way, Mr. Sū, I still can't help but wonder if we're rushing things. While the ads are performing well, our current inventory can only last another 2 weeks. No, do it ASAP. Because in a few more days, we won't be able to hold out. What do you mean? I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 29, Factory Crisis Looms. Sū Míng returned home to find his mother sitting in the living room, her expression grave. Mom, what's wrong? Xiao Ming, tell Mom honestly, are you in a relationship? Huh? She found out so quickly? Sū Míng knew immediately that Sū Wenshun had tattled. No, Mom. We're just pure friends. Friends? Your homeroom teacher said you two were hugging in class. Xiao Ming, listen to me, we're still students. Don't listen to your dad about marrying too young. Do you even know what that could lead to? Yongfang felt a headache coming on. The dreaded issue of early romance had finally arrived. What consequences? A girl like Dai Qingyi, you couldn't find someone like her with a lantern. Of course, marrying early means enjoying life early. Mom's telling you that guy upstairs? He could have gotten into a decent university, but after he started dating, he hung out with those punks all day. His mom got so mad she had a heart attack. And then there's the kid next door, used to be at a top high school, but after he started dating, his grades plummeted. His parents spent a fortune on tutors just to get him into a vocational college. Mom knows you don't like studying. Since I never went to school myself, I can't say how hard it really is. But I do know this, master math, physics, and chemistry. Mom, I'm a humanities student. Stop talking back. Think back to your last exam, what score did you get? Your grades weren't great before, but at least your attitude was right. It's never too late to learn. If you spend all your time dating now, what will you gain? Sū Míng said nothing, pulling out the English proficiency competition test from his backpack. Full marks. What? Yongfang took the paper. She couldn't understand the questions, but saw a sea of red checkmarks. Mom, I'm going to my room now. Ha?
Yongfang couldn't wrap her head around it. This was so different from everything she'd ever believed. Dating should have a huge impact on grades, right? How could it have such a positive effect? She couldn't wrap her head around it, so she called her younger brother. Sū Míng's uncle, young Wei, answered the phone with utter disdain. Sis, what score did he get? Only 150? That's useless. The full score is 750. Huh? That high? What kind of school can you get into with 150? 150? Might as well get a job. My kid scored 550 on the last mock exam, and I was already freaking out. Sigh, we can't teach him either. We never paid attention to his grades. Sis, forget about him for now. Remember what I told you last time? Listen, your brother-in-law's health is failing, and Sū Míng is so unreliable. Why not invest some money in my business? BBs is so trendy, young people love it. It's bound to make money. Think about it, sis. You earn money, and you can help them out too. Otherwise, what if Sū Míng wants to start his own business? Her brother's words gave Yongfang pause. Her son was still so immature, and her husband had mentioned serious problems at the factory. She needed to contribute to the family too. Alright then, Wei. I have some gold jewelry on hand. If I pawn it, I can get about 100,000 yuan. You can take it for now. Just make sure to keep an eye on Sū Míng from now on. Don't worry, sis. No problem. Just wait for my good news. After hanging up, Yongfang couldn't help but rush to the Guanyin statue to pray, hoping for smoother operations at the factory. The factory was indeed in turmoil. Under the instigation of security chief Ma Lu, many workers had lost their motivation. The production manager, fearing reprimand, kept it hidden for 2 days but couldn't conceal it any longer. He finally confessed the situation to Zhang Jiangguo. Sitting in his office sipping tea, Zhang Jiangguo felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. This was no small problem. The factory's backlog of inventory had almost been completely sold out, so the daily production targets could not be taken lightly. Adding to the pressure was a recent large order for 100 units. Any delay would mean hefty penalty fees. Zhang Jiangguo rushed to the production floor. He found the production lines running, but parts were piling up everywhere. Nearly every line was experiencing delays. Guys, what's going on? Wages were paid yesterday. The workers remained silent, just dragging their feet. Zhang Jiangguo was stumped. He wanted to crack down hard, but then remembered these were all veteran employees at the factory who were on good terms with Su Zhengfeng. If he fired them rashly, he'd have a hard time explaining it. So he had no choice but to soften his tone once more. Hey, old Dong, you're the most senior worker here. Tell me, what have I done that's upset the brothers? Zhang Jiangguo's tone was deliberately humble. After all, these men had worked alongside him for years. He too wanted to emulate factory director Su's charisma and build genuine camaraderie with the workers. That wet behind the ears kid Sū Míng certainly didn't understand these dynamics, so he needed to win over the workers early. That way, once Director Su stepped down, he'd be the top choice for the position. Deputy Director Jiang, everyone respects and trusts you. That's why when Director Su was hospitalized, we were willing to follow your lead. But you've handled this situation in a most unprofessional manner. What do you mean by that? With all these recent orders, even though we haven't been forced to work overtime, our workload isn't as light as before. Every day is hectic, and everyone feels exhausted. Look, why not compensate us with a pay raise? What? A raise? Our factory already pays above average wages locally. That's beside the point. We've been with Jia factory since its inception. As the factory prospers, it's only fair that we all share in the benefits. Don't you agree? Right. With someone leading the charge for benefits, the other workers naturally rallied behind him. Zhang Jiangguo was at a loss for words. When the factory was profitable, they wanted a share of the profits, but when it was losing money, they never volunteered to take pay cuts. But he couldn't voice that now the deadline was tight, and he still needed these workers. But how much should he add to their wages? With over 100 workers in the factory, adding 50 yuan to each person's pay would total 5,000 yuan. Alright, everyone, I'll add another 50 to each of your paychecks. That means 500 yuan net for regular workers. How does that sound? Alright, factory manager Jiang is generous. Everyone will definitely work hard. Brothers, let's give it our all and treat the factory like our own home. Alright. Seeing the benefits secured, the workers stopped complaining and got back to work. Zhang Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this crisis had been resolved for just a few thousand yuan. Sure enough, these uneducated workers were easy to placate. What he didn't know, however, was that as he returned to his office, incited by Ma Lu, the group of workers led by Old Dong was already brewing plans for a second strike. Chapter 30, Are You Heavier Than a Pig? Today was Sunday, a rare weekend off, so Sū Míng naturally headed out to meet Dai Qingyi. Dai Qingyi woke up early and opened the door to find Sū Míng standing there, instantly feeling shy. She couldn't figure it out. He had ignored her before, yet now he was getting close again. That day, she'd only given him a photo and hugged him, nothing special about the photo. Could it be? Sū Míng liked being hugged? Dai Qingyi, what are you spacing out for? Come on, I'll take you out for breakfast. Huh? No, I don't want breakfast. You don't eat breakfast? Dai Qingyi nodded.
Lately, she'd been so busy studying that she barely had time to string beads. The rice jar at home was nearly empty, and she hadn't restocked it. Every day. She just boiled some instant noodles for lunch and dinner, adding a splash of soy sauce for flavor.
Sū Míng instantly understood her situation. Come on, it's my treat. If you won't eat, your grandmother surely will. Take her a portion.
Hearing this, she turned and dashed back inside. While changing into a skirt, she grabbed the ledger again. No, I won't let you treat me. I'll pay you back.
Wow, little dumb, you look so pretty. Flattered by Sū Míng's compliment, she blushed again. It's not pretty. Stop talking about it. Come on. After we eat, we're going on a date. Huh? A date?
Oh, Dai, you know I'm not great at studying, so I thought I'd ask you to a study session today to help tutor me.
Sure, okay. I'll teach you. Dai Qingyi was thrilled. Seeing Sū Míng neglect his studies had always worried her. What if he couldn't get into college?
She didn't know when she'd see him again. Now that he'd finally decided to buckle down, she'd have to teach him with all her heart. Riding on the back of the bike, Dai Qingyi felt her cheeks burning. This was only the second time she'd ridden on the back of a boy's bike. The first time was when they were kids, and Sū Míng had taken her to catch fish in the creek. She'd bumped her hand on a rock back then, and to this day, she still had a heart-shaped mark on her arm.
He must love you so much, he'll outshine me.
Sū Míng hummed a tune as this dreamlike scene replayed, filling his heart with indescribable joy.
Dai Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be he'd already discovered the secret behind the photo?
Her heart pounded nervously.
Xiao Dai. Yeah, I'm here. Is this song any good? It's the hottest hit this year. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's good. Really good. Dai Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed like just a coincidence the song was so popular, it made sense that Sū Míng would know it.
Xiao Dai. Here. We're going downhill. You can hold me. Hold me?
Knowing he'd be happy if she held him, Dai Qingyi decisively wrapped her arms around his waist. Down the slope, they finally reached the rice noodle shop he loved most.
Owner, 2 egg and meat rolls, 1 to go. 1 without egg, add ham, double portions, and add beef too.
Prices were indeed cheap these days. 3 portions of rice rolls only cost 11 yuan. Dai Qingyi listened beside him and instinctively assumed the one loaded with meat was meant for him.
So the one with egg and meat was for him? But he was allergic to eggs. Had he forgotten? Better not remind him. No point upsetting Sū Míng. I'll just give that one to Auntie when we get home. She never thinks breakfast matters much for me anyway.
When the meal arrived, Sū Míng pushed the plate with extra meat toward her.
Eat up. No, you eat it. Eat more. I'll have that one. Aren't you allergic to eggs? Huh? Just a little bit should be fine.
Dai Qingyi stammered, flustered that Sū Míng actually remembered. Sū Míng flicked her forehead with his finger.
You silly thing, why would you eat something you're allergic to? Hurry up and eat. Let's study after this. Oh, okay. Dai Qingyi nodded and bent back over her ledger, scribbling away.
As she ate, Sū Míng noticed she was only picking at the rice noodle sheets, leaving all the other toppings behind.
Hey, why aren't you eating the meat? You're being picky.
No, I'm saving it for lunch and dinner.
No saving it, eat it now. Sū Míng.
Sū Míng ignored her pleas and forced her to eat.
Also, come with me to the market later.
I'm buying groceries, and you can't slack off. You're in charge of cooking dinner for me. Sū Míng knew he had to keep her busy, otherwise, she'd never eat a bite.
Oh, okay.
Finally finished the rice rolls. This was easily the best meal Dai Qingyi had eaten in years. Only now did she realize that the ham sausages kids loved at the convenience store tasted like this.
Finished? You ride uphill. Huh?
Oh, okay, sure. She pushed the bike and motioned for Sū Míng to sit down.
Just kidding, dummy. I'll do it. I'm worried you won't know the way. Then can I help you carry things later? I'm strong.
Sure. I'll buy a pig for you to carry home later. Just as Sū Míng was about to mount his bike, he felt Dai Qingyi wrap her arms around his waist, trying to lift him up.
Whoa! Silly, what are you doing now?
You said we're buying a pig, but I have no idea how heavy pigs are.
Are they as heavy as you?
Sū Míng heard this and flicked her forehead again.
Little Dumby, you've learned to speak in veiled insults now, huh?
No, I don't know how much a pig weighs.
If you really bought one and I couldn't lift it, it would cause you a lot of trouble. Her eyes were filled with sincerity as she spoke, revealing no ulterior motives whatsoever.
Sū Míng believed her, of course. In his presence, she never kept secrets.
Silly, I was just joking with you. A whole pig? The 2 of us couldn't even carry that. Oh yeah, Auntie's right. I really am a blockhead. She gave a silly smile and obediently sat in the back seat. At school, Dai Qingyi was known as the aloof campus beauty, but right now, in front of Sū Míng, she was neither aloof nor cold, just a little silly. This was a side of her that no one else got to see. Let's go grocery shopping. We've got a month left, let's study hard and get into a good university together. Mei-chem, okay, let's get into a university.
Pedaling the bike with her on the back, Sū Míng switched to another song to sing. My love for you has always been quiet, exchanging for the occasional care you give. The ethereal lyrics made Dai Qingyi close her eyes and savor the moment, feeling this song was truly special.
Sū Míng, what song is this? It's so beautiful. Always so quiet. Haven't you heard it? Surely you've seen The Legend of Sword and Fairy? No, I haven't. Never heard of it. Huh?
At that moment, Sū Míng recalled that the TV series had only aired in 2005.
That meant the entertainment market still held immense potential. Jay-Chou hadn't reached his peak yet, the paid online literature market was rising, and Tudo Video.
Sū Míng suddenly realized with astonishment that there seemed to be countless paths leading to Rome right before him.
Chapter 31, Is Your Grandma a Radar?
After buying the vegetables, he also picked up a bunch of grains, oils, rice, and flour. By the time they got home, Dai Qingyi couldn't help but scold Sū Míng for spending too much.
Why buy so much? We only need a little lard for cooking. No problem. We can just save what's left.
I'll need you to tutor me more this month.
Unless you don't want me here. If you don't want me, then I'll leave. No, don't go. Fine, I won't touch anything you leave here. I'll wait until you come back before using it.
It wasn't lunchtime yet, so they decided to study for a while. Sū Míng decided to start with the comprehensive exam first. After all, it covered 6 subjects, requiring much more hard work. Before Sū Míng could even ask, Dai Qingyi handed him a comprehensive exam outline seemingly dozens of pages thick, all meticulously handwritten.
Dumbass, you're way too dedicated. When did you write all this?
Since the second semester of my sophomore year.
Every break, I'd. Oh, you can just memorize this. It covers all the frequently tested points. You can take it home to study. Take it home? What about you? Don't you need to review it often? No, I have my own.
She pulled another review booklet from her backpack, surprising Sū Míng.
How come you have 2 copies? So you prepared this for me all along? I just use it for practicing my handwriting. Shout I really want to kiss you. Ha?
No, I'll go wash the vegetables.
You study, that's right, focus on your work.
Dai Qingyi scurried off to the kitchen, startled. Sū Míng flipped through the knowledge summaries. He had to admit, they were genuinely useful. The next challenge was how to absorb all this information. In his previous life, Sū Míng had enhanced his memory by memorizing English vocabulary, so committing these points to memory now came surprisingly easily. It wasn't until noon, when Dai Qingyi announced lunch was ready, that Sū Míng paused his memorization of the materials. Sū Míng entered the living room to find Dai Qingyi and her grandmother standing to one side, waiting for him as if receiving an important guest. Glancing at the dining table, he saw the pork he'd bought had been separated into lean and fatty cuts, stir-fried with chili peppers. The dish looked absolutely delicious.
Ha? Prawns and steak too? I don't know how to cook those. Dummy, didn't you say you were a master chef? I'm sorry, I've never cooked with these ingredients before.
I was afraid I might mess them up and waste them, they're all quite expensive.
Sū Míng didn't blame her.
Given her family background, being able to eat pork once a year was already a luxury. Beef and shrimp were simply extravagant. But Sū Míng had come today precisely to upgrade her meals.
Then I'll handle it.
Sū Míng turned and headed for the kitchen, though calling it a kitchen was a stretch. It was just a small wood-burning stove, and the wooden handle of the spatula had long since broken off, replaced by a makeshift branch. Sū Míng couldn't begin to imagine the hardships she must have endured after her parents' car accident. Just as he was about to heat the oil, Dai Qingyi entered and insisted on doing it herself, saying these were tasks for girls.
Cooking isn't exclusive to girls. It's a skill everyone should learn. If men learn to cook, they can prepare more delicious meals for themselves later. Dai Qingyi found this reasoning sound.
She pulled a notebook from her pocket and began recording Sū Míng's cooking process from the back. He selected the marbled beef for a golden broth beef dish. As for the prawns, limited by ingredients, he could only blanch them. But these were all locally sourced ingredients. Even simply blanched with soy sauce, they were incredibly flavorful. Before long, Sū Míng finished the dishes. On the way out, Dai Qingyi practically praised him into being a national-level chef. Indeed, this was the difference between people. Back then, he'd lavishly spent money on women, only to be accused of failing to provide emotional value because he'd neglected Valentine's Day. Yet simply cooking a meal for Xiao Dai had her emotional value skyrocketed. It was just her eating habits that Sū Míng didn't particularly like. For the chili fried pork, she'd first suck on a chili pepper, then eat half a piece of meat, followed by a mouthful of rice, before eating another half piece. The golden broth beef hot pot was even more exaggerated. She wouldn't touch the beef on top, instead picking out a single enoki mushroom and then tearing it apart strand by strand to eat. Finally, she wouldn't touch the prawns at all. In contrast, the old lady was much more relaxed, eating a little of everything. She even had Dai Qingyi peel her shrimp. Watching her peel several shrimp without eating them, Sū Míng finally couldn't resist and peeled one for her. Dai Qingyi gasped in surprise, then promptly returned the shrimp meat to Sū Míng's bowl, adding some beef slices instead. You silly goose.
Got it. From now on, you must have meat in every single bite. If you don't, I won't come here anymore. No, don't get angry, okay? I'll eat.
She feared Sū Míng would never speak to her again, so she finally set aside her resentment. But even while eating, she kept mentally calculating the cost of each bite, gesturing with her fingers on the table as she ate. Halfway through the meal, Sū Míng sensed something was off. A steady drip echoed from somewhere in the house. Turning his head, he saw rain pouring down. A hole in the roof above Dai Qingyi's head was letting water drip onto her back. Her clothes were soaked, revealing a vibrant green pattern underneath. Sū Míng quickly pulled her close. You silly girl, he said. You really are clueless. Rain's dripping down your back and you didn't even think to take cover. I didn't want to disturb your meal. Disturb what? Can't you eat properly just because I'm eating? No, look. She turned slightly and raindrops fell, splashing onto the table. It's fine, just eat. I'll shield you. The room wasn't large. After placing the table, there was barely enough space to move around. So they had to push the table right next to the old woman's bed. This meant only 3 people could sit at the table, and one of them would still be dripping with rainwater. Sū Míng wouldn't let her do that, of course, so he had her sit beside him. Their arms brushed against each other from time to time. Dai Qingyi felt secretly delighted, sensing she'd grown a step closer to Sū Míng. After finishing their meal, they studied until past 4 in the afternoon when the rain finally stopped. School would start again tomorrow. After what had happened that day, Dai Qingyi felt awkward about going downstairs to find him. So, treating it as their last meeting for the time being, she personally walked him to the door. Dai Qingyi's grandmother, now somewhat more alert, walked to the door and asked Sū Míng to wait. When she emerged, she held a red cloth bundle in her hands. Little one, your mother left 2 silver bracelets for you. She said to give one to your old man someday. This boy seems like a good lad. Your auntie will take care of it for you. Grandma, please don't say that. Dai Qingyi blushed fiercely. Wasn't this exactly what they called a token of affection on TV? Sū Míng felt a surge of emotion too. This meant the old lady had accepted him so quickly, but hadn't he even confessed yet? When the old lady finally unwrapped the cloth bundle, Sū Míng was stunned. Inside was yet another grenade. Even more terrifying, the old lady told Sū Míng not to be polite if he felt awkward, he could just slip it into his pocket. Chapter 32, the scholarship set up just for her. Another grenade? Sū Míng couldn't quite believe it. After all, how common could such things be in peacetime? Until he tossed it onto the nearby grass, and the explosive blast completely stunned him. Xiao Dai, your grandmother, she can't be a radar, can she? Dai Qingyi was also extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly pushed her grandmother back inside and came out to bid him farewell. Oh, Xiao Dai, with your family's situation, you could apply for that charitable enterprise relief fund. What's that? I've never heard of it. You don't know? Alright, I'll help you write an application and submit it. Then you'll get the money. Sū Míng knew perfectly well there was no such scholarship. He was actually thinking of using this as an excuse to help her. If he gave her money directly, she probably wouldn't accept it. Fine, it's okay. No big deal. I can manage. When it rains, I can catch fish in the back mountain. The back mountain path is slippery and dangerous. Didn't I buy plenty of rice and flour? You can cook them, understand? Don't go hungry. Dai Qingyi nodded, said her final goodbyes, and finally turned to go back inside. Upon returning home, Sū Míng called Fang Ping and instructed him to donate funds to Haicheng Middle School as assistance for academically outstanding students from impoverished backgrounds. The provisional quota was set at 20 students, each receiving 500 yuan, but the condition was that Dai Qingyi's name must be included on the list. Boss, which girl is this? You're so smitten it's practically like you set up a scholarship just for her. Mind your own business. Hey, boss, I've got a great idea. Why not reach out to our journalist contacts? Donating to education like this could really boost our company's image. Fang Ping figured the money was already spent, so why not leverage it? Besides, there's nothing wrong with high-profile philanthropy. Good idea. I know some media contacts. I'll reach out. Sū Míng nodded. He had met director Guan from Haicheng TV station during their last advertising campaign, and this connection would come in handy now. Oh, and Sue boss, I was being shallow about yesterday's matter. My friend called, he said bundling diapers with beer has boosted sales, and he wants you to come in again to help him strategize some more. No rush. There'll be plenty of opportunities. I'll call the TV station first. Sū Míng hung up and dialed director Guan again. Upon hearing about his educational donation initiative, Guan was genuinely pleased. Mr. Sū, you're truly the most promising young entrepreneur I've ever met. No need to say more, this is on me. When it comes time to distribute the scholarships, I'll arrange for several media outlets to cover it and give you the spotlight. Great, thank you, Director Guan. No problem.
With everything settled, all that remained was to focus on exam prep.
Armed with Dai Qingyi's notes, Sū Míng felt highly confident about his performance in the comprehensive subjects. The next day on his way to school, he ran into Fatty, who was limping along with a crutch.
Fatso, what happened to you? Did your parents use you as a badminton practice target again last night? Brother Ming, no way. This injury's from that old fart. Old man? The one who was calling you brother at the game the other day? Aren't you two supposed to be close? Don't even get me started. How was I supposed to know France would pull off an upset? It's disgusting. And those jerks in your class can't take a loss. I just asked them to put up this week's meal money to bet on France with me. After we lost, every single one of them came after me. No way? They beat you up this bad? Seriously? Which one? This is way too much. Sū Míng wants to get back at the fat guy. Nah, no need. I know they're pissed. Those sore losers. I'm done hanging with them. But that old geezer, I know where he lives. Kick his ass for me. He's an old man in his 70s. Should we really do that? But I can certainly give him a piece of my mind. Where does he live? 48 Renmin Road, Building 3. Number 48? The military compound? So what if it's the military compound? Does that mean the old man there can just beat people up? I only made him put his pension on the line.
But thankfully, after he hit me, his stomach started hurting. He ran to the bathroom several times, then passed out from diarrhea.
Some passers-by found him and called an ambulance to take him away. That's when Sū Míng remembered the fat guy had bought that stinky Fatso, try to stay away from the stadium these days. I'm genuinely worried you'll get beaten up.
No worries, Fatso here is tough as nails just like Soviet units in Red Alert.
Hey, Ming, speaking of which, when are we hitting up Shohei's internet cafe again?
My Red Alert skills are on par with yours now.
I've mastered airdrop aces, you can't steamroll me anymore. Oh? You've mastered it? Then I'm not going. Hey, don't be like that, Ming. You can't do this to me. I'm still bitter about that last time you speed cleared me.
Sū Míng never fought battles he wasn't sure he could win, so he waved dismissively and headed straight for the classroom. Fatso was desperate for revenge, alternately suggesting a CS sniping duel at mid-map or a hammer showdown in Meteor Butterfly Sword. Only when the dean walked by did he scramble upstairs. As soon as he entered the classroom, he felt a warm bag of soy milk under the locker. Sū Míng grabbed it and drank it down. This was Dai Qingyi's nutritious breakfast gift, he couldn't let it go to waste. Not long after, Sū Wenshun entered, looking smug as ever, no doubt scheming up another prank.
Everyone, put down your pens. I have something to say.
Sū Míng ignored him completely, continuing to work on his math problems.
I've noticed many of you have been slacking off on assignments lately. Remember, you're not studying for me, you're doing it for yourselves. The last mile is half the journey. With the college entrance exams approaching, this lax attitude won't do. So I suggested to the principal that the school add an additional mock exam. He agreed, and it will be held tomorrow. You've already covered most of the necessary material anyway. After Sū Wenshun finished speaking, a wave of complaints rippled through the crowd. With the college entrance exams approaching, everyone had already covered most of the required material. The remaining days were meant for intensive cramming on weaker subjects. This sudden addition of another exam severely disrupted their study rhythm. Sū Míng, however, didn't mind.
He'd been cramming recently anyway and wanted to see how much stronger his peers were than him. He also wanted to gauge the gap between himself and Dai Qingyi, using it as motivation to push forward. Oh, and the school is offering rewards for this exam. So, everyone, aim for good results. Afterward, we'll select a star learner to share their study tips with you all. This will give you a chance to learn from others' methods during this crucial final stretch of your academic journey. Oh, and one more thing to give you extra encouragement, the third mock exam questions will be slightly easier.
It's meant to boost your confidence.
If you still end up at the bottom with such simple questions, then someone might need to question their own intelligence. After Sū Wenshun finished speaking, he shot a glance in Sū Míng's direction. Sū Míng, however, couldn't be bothered to look at him once. He continued methodically memorizing key points, preparing to make a stunning breakthrough tomorrow.
Chapter 33, Sū Míng, top of both rankings.
The next day, the third mock exam officially began. The exam itself wasn't particularly difficult, but its format strictly followed the National College Entrance Exam model. For Sū Míng, this was his first time back in an exam setting in decades, and he felt a slight tinge of nervousness. The subjects on the first day were relatively manageable.
Chinese language kicked things off first, worth 150 points.
This subject was particularly interesting. Even an office worker who hadn't sat for exams in ages could likely score near the passing mark. That's because its answers were highly subjective, meaning students' scores didn't vary much. This explains why annual top scorers in subjects like math and English, which demand precise answers, often achieve near perfect or perfect scores, while Chinese scores typically hover between 120 and 130. That range represents the ceiling for most test takers. Those scoring above 130 have mastered the test-oriented education system for Chinese to perfection.
Sū Míng navigated the exam fairly smoothly.
Reading comprehension required patience and meticulousness. For the essay, he focused on ensuring his ideas aligned with the broader theme. Sprinkling in a few famous quotes would prevent a low score. As for the classical Chinese section, he genuinely didn't know it. The afternoon session was English, which was Sū Míng's main opportunity to boost his score. He tackled it meticulously, aiming to significantly elevate his overall score for the next day. After a full day of exams, Sū Míng didn't feel tired. His mind was actually buzzing with excitement. Fatso invited him to play games after the exam, but Sū Míng was too busy. He needed to head home and check on the progress of Feng Ping's donation. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed his mother's eyes were red.
"Mom, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" "Son, don't listen to your father. You must study hard."
"I never had the chance to go to school, and only later realized how important education is."
"Mom, what did you and Dad argue about?" "I really haven't neglected my studies." "Your father isn't human. He wants me to visit that girl's family and set a wedding date this month. I've told him repeatedly that marriage isn't urgent."
"A man should marry a virtuous woman. Marrying the wrong one means suffering for a lifetime." Mother cried out in distress, terrified Sū Míng would abandon his college entrance exams. Sū Míng was puzzled.
Wasn't she satisfied with his last 150-point exam? Forget it.
"I'll just try to do better this time and surprise her." After reassuring his mother, Sū Míng called Feng Ping.
Learning everything was arranged on his end, he headed to his room to review for tomorrow's comprehensive exam.
The second day proved trickier.
The comprehensive exam was genuinely challenging.
While subjects like history and geography allowed for some guesswork, the science questions were particularly rough. Physics, which carried the highest weighting, felt like deciphering hieroglyphics. Previous year's college entrance exams followed a 3x comprehensive model, where the X could be chosen from 6 foundational subjects. This year, however, several new subjects were added, and English 2 was also available as an option. Thus, during the afternoon's X subject exam, Sū Míng decisively chose English, his strongest subject.
The grading process was remarkably swift. That very night, all the teachers worked overtime, finally finishing the grading by late evening. The next morning, the rankings were posted immediately, and Sū Míng's scores shattered everyone's expectations. Name, Sū Míng. Total score, 522. Overall ranking, 131. After checking records, it was discovered that the 2002 Guangdong College entrance exam did not separate liberal arts and science tracks. Admission was based solely on overall ranking. This has been corrected here. To be honest, this score wasn't exceptionally high. What astonished everyone was that Sū Míng's name appeared twice on the top 3 lists for individual subjects. First in English, and again first in English 2. Two near-perfect scores of nearly 150 put considerable pressure on the students in the experimental class. As top performers who had dominated the high school rankings for 3 consecutive years, they were well aware of who typically topped the charts in each subject. Yet the name Sū Míng was entirely unfamiliar to them. Every student from the experimental class who came to check the rankings couldn't help but search for Sū Míng's name. Only after flipping past the 100th rank did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dai Qingyi naturally saw it too. She felt genuinely happy about Sū Míng's progress, yet was also troubled by his overall score of 62. That afternoon, classes were unexpectedly cancelled for a small meeting that also included an award ceremony for students from underprivileged backgrounds. In the school auditorium, students were puzzled by the sudden influx of media reporters. Once most attendees had arrived, Principal Wen Zhangping took the stage. He began by acknowledging the significant improvement in student performance during the mock exam. Although the exam had indeed been significantly easier, this was precisely the moment when the students needed encouragement the most. "All right, now I will announce the names. Please come forward when your name is called." Ren Jiaxuan, Li Ming, Dai Qingyi. Dai Qingyi was stunned when her name was called. She hadn't made much progress on this exam. "All right, students, these students come from challenging family circumstances, yet they persevered through their studies. Therefore, the school has partnered with Zhoushuang Foods, a local philanthropic enterprise, to award each of these students a cash prize of 500 yuan. Applause. Amidst the applause, Feng Ping, the factory's public manager, took the stage. As soon as he took the stage to deliver his speech, the media reporters scrambled to take photos. While distributing the awards, Feng Ping studied the students, wondering what kind of girl could possibly be worth the boss handing out 10,000 yuan in one go. When he reached the last recipient, his eyes lit up instantly. This girl was stunningly beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Sū Míng truly had good taste, and she was so ambitious too. Too bad his own son was such a disappointment. If he'd been willing to pursue a girl like this, he'd gladly spend the money himself. After all, marrying a good wife truly benefits 3 generations. Alright, let's give another round of applause to our star student for academic progress, Sū Míng. His scores improved by over 100 points this time, and he even took first place in both English exams for the entire grade.
You students in the experimental class better step up your game, don't let him overtake you on the curve. All eyes turned to Sū Míng. This was the first time in his student life he'd received such widespread attention. Lin Weii watched him with mixed feelings. He didn't seem like just some empty-headed playboy who only knew how to buy people's favor with money. Was her chance gone? Sū Míng felt a surge of satisfaction. Bowing his hands in a traditional gesture, he stepped onto the stage amid applause, his gaze fixed on Dai Qingyi. She was so startled she dared not meet his eyes. Wait. Was he going to do something up there? Meanwhile, the chubby guy in the audience felt a mix of emotions seeing his old buddy who'd once promised to relive their college glory days together suddenly get a shot at undergraduate studies. Could it be, you really can learn English by watching videos? If so, wouldn't watching more the night before the college entrance exams make him unbeatable? The chubby guy silently resolved to scour for more entertaining content in the coming days. Come exam time, he too would make a stunning breakthrough. Chapter 34, Sū Míng is still the boss. Sū Míng, don't get cocky. This time the test was just easy. You're still a loser, just go back to your crappy college. As he passed by Sū Míng, he couldn't resist sneering. Sū Míng offered no response, striding onto the stage with grace amid the applause. Alright, Sū Míng, why don't you tell us why you made such huge progress this time? Share your experience with your classmates. Ahem, hello everyone. Honestly, I believe that to excel in the college entrance exam, you must first clarify why you study. Mr. Zhou once said, study for the rise of China. Su Dongpa also stated, a belly full of poetry and books naturally radiates elegance. Reading 10,000 volumes leads to divine insight. The great foreign writer Bacon put it this way, reading is not for the sake of argument or refutation, nor for credulity or blind obedience, but for thought and deliberation. It was precisely with such purpose that the scholar dedicated his life to the cause of liberation. Su Dongpa produced masterpieces in nearly every work, and Bacon's writings brim with philosophical depth. Only by defining a purpose can we find the drive to strive. My goal for attending university is straightforward. I wish to witness a broader world. My ancestors were like old oxen tethered to the land their entire lives. My youth was saturated with tales of soil. This time, I long to hear stories of neon lights in the city. As Sū Míng spoke these words, the fat guy gave a hearty cheer. That's Ming for you, driving the point home in public that studying hard is all about seeing the city's neon lights. His applause was joined by the principal, then the rest of the audience clapped frantically. Sū Míng, however, wore a look of disdain. From his seat below the stage, he muttered, not even meeting the undergraduate cutoff score, yet dreaming of wandering around big cities? Pure fantasy. Seeing the applause, Sū Míng called for quiet. When the clapping subsided, he abruptly changed his tone. So, we study either for lofty ideals or to gain wisdom. But our homeroom teacher, Sū Míng, takes an unconventional path. He tells us we study to breed with foreigners. Yes, you heard that right. This is our homeroom teacher, a tireless gardener of destruction. Note, I mean destruction with a capital D. Today, standing on this stage, I want to tell him, we Chinese children don't need to marry foreigners to find our purpose in life. The days when foreign powers rode roughshod over us are over. I hope he'll pick up his knees and stand tall. The moment these words left my mouth, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Principal would never imagine Sū Míng would suddenly say such a thing, so he couldn't stop him in time. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. Sū Míng, however, could no longer sit still. Being publicly accused, he felt the same humiliation those students had endured when scolded in front of everyone. But unlike them, he wasn't about to be a doormat. So he stepped forward and shouted, "You bottom of the barrel trash. What gives you the right to accuse me? Do you really think your improved grades are your own doing? Who knows if you cheated just to get up on stage and feed your pathetic vanity? After all, supervision was lax during this exam. Sū Míng didn't mind going down with him. After all, he couldn't stand having a student walk all over him. Besides, Sū Míng's scores were already inflated. How could he suddenly jump over 100 points after just the second mock exam? The reporters had originally come today to pay their respects to the station director and cover the college entrance exam special report. They never expected such an unexpected windfall, so they couldn't help but start setting up their cameras again. Principal Wen sensed trouble brewing and rushed to intervene. But these reporters, drawn to breaking news like flies to rotten meat, weren't about to let it go. Sū Míng, what do you have to say? Got nothing to say now? What are you so cocky about? Think you got into the honors class because of your own merits? You only got in because your father donated some electronics to the school. Your scores in the subsequent exams have been practically on par with those useless students in the regular classes. I haven't kicked you out yet because I'm being merciful. Don't mistake my tolerance for your license to be shameless. Sū Míng unleashed his pent-up frustration in one breath. Everyone, this Sū Míng up here is a student I've taught for 3 years. You can check his records since sophomore year, he's dragged our class down every single time. Now he scores well once and thinks he's flying high. If you're so capable, go get into a top-tier university on the college entrance exam. Forget top tier, if you even pass the undergraduate cutoff, I'll consider it pure luck. You're nothing but a deadbeat leeching off your dad to coast through life.
Before Sū Míng could respond, Fong Ping stepped forward. Mr. Fong, I'm afraid you've witnessed an embarrassing spectacle. Rest assured I'll handle this promptly. This was the first time an entrepreneur had donated to the school's scholarship fund. Principal Wen certainly didn't want to leave them with a bad impression. Handle it? No need. That guy just insulted our boss. I'll take care of this personally. Boss? Fong Ping's words struck like a bolt from the blue. No way. The owner of Chiu Shuang Beer is Sū Míng? So those recent beer ads, did he plan those too? Holy crap. That powerful? He managed to get the soccer legend as a spokesperson. Must have shelled out a fortune for that ad campaign. Comparing people really kills you. Here we are still scheming to ask mom for cash to buy an MP3 player after the college entrance exams, and this guy just casually sets up a factory. What? Sū Míng, you're his boss? So this scholarship donation. Principal, this initiative was indeed my idea. I wanted to contribute more to the school. As Sū Míng spoke, he deliberately glanced at Dai Qingyi. Those in the know started jeering. What's there to brag about? That brewery is your dad's anyway, you're just managing it. Do you even know anything about business management? You're just using your dad's influence to make yourself look good. Su Wenshan remained unconvinced, convinced Sū Míng had merely been born into privilege. Shut your filthy mouth. Our boss Su's brilliance is beyond your comprehension. That factory was on the brink of collapse, he single-handedly revived it. And that beer ad campaign? He orchestrated it entirely on his own. I believe none of us here can match his business acumen. Fong Ping couldn't praise Sū Míng enough. Lin Weii looked at Sū Míng, suddenly seeing him radiate brilliance. He was far more accomplished than these students. If she could follow him, she was sure to live a life of comfort. Su Wenshan was momentarily speechless, but quickly seized upon a counterargument that could turn the tables. Sū Míng, you constantly criticize me for fawning over foreigners, but what about your own actions? Why did your beer ad feature foreigners instead of our national soccer team? So, you're just a hypocrite with a sanctimonious facade, right? The crowd watched in surprise as Sū Míng processed this. Su Wenshan's words held undeniable logic, exposing the flimsiness of Sū Míng's own stance. Fong Ping was also taken aback, not expecting such a counterargument. He glanced back at Sū Míng with a hint of resignation, only to find a smug, triumphant smile playing on the latter's lips. Chapter 35, Making the School Beauty Take Responsibility in Public. Well, Sū Míng, what do you have to say now? All that smooth talk, was it just a carefully crafted persona? Alright, I admit I didn't think this through. Since so many journalists are here today, I'll ask you all to bear witness. First, congratulations to our national soccer team for qualifying for the World Cup. I've always been passionate about our own team. The reason I didn't invite them to endorse this time was to avoid disrupting their training. I hope they can achieve great results. I wouldn't even ask for a championship, but if they could make it to the quarterfinals, I'd be perfectly satisfied. Excuses, nothing but excuses. Anyone can spout empty rhetoric. I could claim to love my country too, after all. Shouting slogans costs you nothing. Mr. Sū, don't get ahead of yourself. There'll be plenty of time for that later. I said I'd apologize, and I'll show my sincerity. Fellow journalists, I ask you to report this interview truthfully. Now, as the manager of Chiu Shuang Foods, I officially announce a policy. Starting today, to celebrate the World Cup and show support for our national team, any retailer purchasing our beer will receive 30% of their payment refunded if the national team scores in any one of their 3 group stage matches. 50% refunded if they score in 2 matches. A full waiver of all future payments if they score in all 3 matches. When Sū Míng finished speaking, the journalists were stunned. Because, frankly, this was downright insane. Regardless of the gap in paper strength, the ball is round. Once a team makes it to the World Cup finals, anything is possible. It's still too early to talk about the national team winning the championship, but scoring goals is definitely possible. After Sū Míng finished speaking, everyone sensed his sincerity. He was genuinely backing the national team through his actions. Fatso nodded. Sure enough, Sū Míng must have taken Pele's advice after all. Pele had predicted China would advance as group winners. Now that even the discerning brother Ming believed it, this time it must be true. He calculated that in the match 2 days later, he would definitely make a killing. Alright, Teacher Sū, what do you have to say now? I've apologized for my blind admiration of foreign things. What about you? Are you going to be honest with your students and admit your words and actions that day were utterly wrong? Sū Míng turned his gaze to Sū Wenshan, effectively cornering him. Sū Wenshan was flustered. He hadn't anticipated Sū Míng playing such a high-stakes game. Once this rule was implemented, public opinion would surely swing back in his favor. But he refused to admit he was wrong. How could he ever lead these students again if he did? Never mind. Teacher Sū, I'll forgive you on their behalf. Just don't say things like that again. Class, Teacher Sū probably always imagined himself as a foreigner when learning English. He did it to force himself into a full learning state, which led to his thinking becoming slightly distorted. Let's give him some patience. I believe he'll get back on track.
Su Wenshun was about to say something, but when Jianping didn't want this teacher-student drama to drag on, he quickly stepped in to change the subject. Ha! Our classmate Sū Míng is truly outstanding. As a longtime soccer fan myself, I have high hopes for our national team. Everyone, let's all shout "Go National Team" together to give them some encouragement. Everyone nodded and chanted in unison. This added some noteworthy material to the college entrance exam special interview, much to the delight of the journalists. Of course, what delighted them even more was witnessing today's showdown. With the World Cup underway, they'd been struggling to find ways to ride that wave of excitement locally, and Haicheng Sū Míng's words had given them inspiration. They were all thinking about rushing back tonight to draft their articles, aiming to get them published tomorrow. Alright, students, I'm sure our national team has already felt your support. However, Sū Míng, congratulations on your tremendous progress this time. But Director Gao has analyzed your overall scores, which are still too low. To help you, the school plans to gather students like you who excel in core subjects and provide intensive training in comprehensive courses. What are your thoughts? This was the outcome of a late-night meeting held last night by Wen Jianping and the teaching staff. Core subjects reflect 3 years of dedicated effort, while comprehensive subjects are relatively simpler. With effective methods, significant score improvements are entirely achievable within a month. Once they succeed in boosting their scores, combined with their already strong core subjects, they could become the school's dark horses, potentially delivering another pleasant surprise to our college entrance exam results. I don't know about the others, but I'd like to find someone else to tutor me privately. My progress is slower, and I'd rather not start with the group. Well then, why not ask around among your classmates? Pick someone with strong overall performance to mentor you. We're all classmates, we should help each other out. When Jianping held high hopes for Sū Míng. Such a sudden leap in grades clearly marked him as a diligent student who quietly put in extra effort behind the scenes. Principal, so this person would be responsible for my overall performance? If that's the case, I do have someone in mind. He'll do his best to help you. Below, Zhang Ye tugged at Lin Weiwei's sleeve. Weiwei, see? That guy probably wants to pick you. Your overall grades are solid. You gotta play it cool later, turn him down a few times first, then agree when he's practically begging. That's how you keep these stinky guys in check. Lin Weiwei nodded. Since Sū Míng had become so outstanding now, she could give him a chance. Alright, did you hear that? Dai Qingyi, the principal said you're responsible for me. Can you handle it? Wow. This was practically a public confession in front of the entire school. Everyone gasped in shock, thinking Sū Míng was incredibly bold. Fatso pulled out his notebook again to jot things down. These were all pickup techniques definitely useful when he got to college. Declaring your feelings in front of the entire school, no girl with any sense of pride could refuse. Ming's move was absolutely genius. What the hell is Sū Míng playing at? Weiwei, he's just trying to provoke you again. He clearly cares about you like crazy, yet he keeps playing hard to get. It's so disgusting. Ignore him for a few days, so he doesn't get any ideas about being worthy of you. Lin Weiwei bit her lower lip, offering no reply. For the first time, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. She sensed vaguely that Sū Míng had genuinely changed. He no longer seemed to have eyes only for her. But what could she possibly do to salvage things? She felt she'd hurt his heart too many times, too deeply. Dai Qingyi stood frozen in place. The very thing she feared most had come to pass. Now, under the gaze of countless eyes, her heart was filled with tension and dread and even a hint of excitement. Little Dumby, if you ignore me, I'll be really embarrassed. Just give me some kind of response. Are you going to take responsibility for me or not? The other boys below the stage shook their heads frantically. This was the girl they'd longed for over 3 years. Her usual serious demeanor made everyone see her as a goddess on a pedestal, untouchable by mere mortals. Yet, in the next instant, Dai Qingyi gave a slight nod. In that instant, countless hearts shattered. And Lin Weiwei's long-held, peculiar arrogance towards Sū Míng was utterly shattered. Chapter 36, the beer order exploded. The mobilization meeting went smoothly, boosting everyone's confidence. In the office, the principal once again congratulated Sū Míng on his progress and affirmed his philanthropic efforts in supporting education. Principal, this is simply my duty. The school has provided us with an excellent learning environment. We should always hold our alma mater dear in our hearts. Very well, Sū Míng. Your awareness pleases me greatly. Miss Sū, please come forward and apologize to Sū Míng. Sū Wenshun didn't want to go, but fearing it might affect his professional title evaluation this year, he reluctantly approached with a look of resentment. Sū Míng, Teacher Sū has often targeted you before, but that won't happen anymore. Teacher Sū, isn't that right? Yes, Sū Míng. As long as you don't lead others in breaking the rules, I won't single you out anymore. Let's respect each other. Ah, Principal, you know about my situation with Dai. Now that she's helping me with my studies, we inevitably spend time together. If someone sees us and reports it to my parents, how unfair would that be? I'm doing this for my education. Is that really your intention? I hesitate to call you out, but think about it. For the first 2 years of high school, you consistently ranked at the bottom of every exam.
Principal, we absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of misconduct. Otherwise, everyone would follow suit.
Principal, look, just as I was ready to buckle down, Teacher Sū tried to stop me again.
Don't I deserve to improve too? One night, passing by the office, I saw you bent over your desk, working late.
I noticed a few more strands of white hair at your temples.
That's when I resolved to study hard.
It suddenly dawned on me, today I take pride in my alma mater, tomorrow, my alma mater can take pride in me. Sū Míng's words struck a chord deep within Principal Wen's heart.
Excellent.
Sū Míng, your words are truly profound.
Today I take pride in my alma mater, tomorrow my alma mater will take pride in me.
Director Gao, have a banner printed with this motto for the college entrance exams. From now on, this shall be our school's guiding principle.
Sū Míng, I can already sense your immense passion for learning in your words. Feel free to discuss studies with Dai Qingyi anytime.
If you need a place to study, come to my office.
Understood? I especially hope you achieve outstanding results. Well, thank you, Principal. It's getting late, so I'd better hurry back to study.
Alright, keep up the good work. The principal is looking forward to seeing your name on this year's honor roll. Sū Míng nodded and left the school with Fangping. Su Wenshun tried to say something more, but Principal Wen cut him off immediately. Mr. Sū, you are forbidden from speaking ill of Sū Míng from now on. We must nurture outstanding students like him.
Su Wenshun was dumbfounded. Sū Míng skips class to date and we're supposed to nurture him? Has the principal lost his mind? That brown-noser Sū Míng, who'd have thought he'd gained the principal's favor again? Now it'll be tough to use school regulations against him.
But he soon shrugged it off. Thanks to his goading, Sū Míng had made such a bold bet just to prove a point. Tomorrow was the national team's big game. If they scored, Sū Míng would be bankrupt. Tomorrow, he'd buy 2 beers to watch the game and savor the spectacle of Sū Míng losing his entire factory. Once they were outside the school grounds, Fangping couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, what you said today, is it real or fake?
I think you're being too impulsive.
That Sū guy provoked you, and now you're making these claims. Forget the national team scoring in all 3 matches. If they score in just 1, we have to refund 30% of the payment.
That's just too outrageous. Relax, old Fong. Our group has Brazil and Turkey. You know their caliber. Do you really think we stand a chance of scoring against them?
Well, those 2 teams are indeed hopeless. But there's also Costa Rica in our group, widely considered the weakest in the bracket.
I'm worried about an upset. No worries.
Liquor has high profit margins.
We can easily absorb this loss.
Think of it as supporting our national team.
Sū Míng chuckled. Boss, you're truly amazing.
You know how to make money, you've got a big heart, and you're even willing to contribute your share to support our national team.
You're the best kind of friend. At that moment, Sū Míng's personal charm soared infinitely in Fangping's estimation. So that bet, it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing? You'd been planning to say that all along? Wait, did provoking that Sū guy also fall into your plan? Sū Míng nodded.
I was already thinking of using all those reporters to promote our beer. I never expected him to give us such a perfect assist.
Brilliant, Boss Sū. Absolutely brilliant. Fangping will be at your beck and call from now on. That very night, the media reporters wrote up their articles. Newspapers were rushed into a second printing overnight.
By the next morning, Xiao Shuang Beer's marketing campaign was officially launched across the front pages of major newspapers.
The papers spread throughout every street and alley.
Nightclub operators and barbecue shop owners who saw the report immediately sensed a golden opportunity to rake in profits. Though the national team wasn't exactly formidable, let alone capable of breaking through the competition, they certainly possessed the ability to score goals. Thus, everyone concluded that the Xiao Shuang beer manufacturer had lost its mind. Savvy distributors immediately began placing bulk orders, planning to push the beer as their flagship product. They saw a chance to not only make sales but also receive manufacturer rebates, a win-win situation. Fans who heard the news, however, saw it differently. They praised the brewery as truly remarkable, willing to sacrifice its own profits to support the national team, far more meaningful than empty slogans from other businesses. Such a conscientious company deserved their full backing.
So fans started flocking to supermarkets, specifically demanding Xiao Shuang beer.
Thus, propelled by these 2 forces and amplified by the king of football's advertisement, Xiao Shuang beer's reputation exploded. Orders poured in relentlessly, a scale Fangping had never witnessed in all his years running the brewery. His hands ached from taking so many orders, yet the office phone kept ringing incessantly. In desperation, he had to cut the phone line to get a temporary break. Taking advantage of the break, Fangping called Sū Míng.
Sū Míng had just woken up. Though it was past 8, he'd been granted special permission for flexible class attendance.
This meant he no longer had to drag himself to the 7:15 a.m. English morning reading session, a practice he considered utterly pointless.
Boss. We're sold out. Completely sold out. Our inventory's been wiped clean.
Thank goodness you had the foresight to get the team cranking out production early. Alright, get that production plan in order.
You're going to be swamped from here on out. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. It's been years since I've heard such exciting news. Fang Ping was ecstatic, rediscovering the passion he'd felt when he first started his business.
Sū Míng hung up the phone and was about to finish breakfast and put on his shoes to head out. Meanwhile, his mother, Young Fang, watched her son skip his morning class again.
She couldn't help but feel he was growing increasingly lazy.
If this continued, she wondered how she could possibly guide him in the future.
What could he possibly do after graduation?
He couldn't just stay home forever, living off his parents. Helpless, she could only call her younger brother.
Oh, sis, don't worry about that. Young people just need some training.
I'll have him come to my factory during summer break. We're family, so I won't shortchange him. I'll pay him 500 yuan so he can experience what it's like to earn big bucks.
Chapter 37, Sweet Like You.
Arriving in the classroom, he found not only a packet of soy milk in his desk drawer but also several sheets of paper. Dai Qingyi had written out the answers to his math problems, even including multiple solution paths. Each step was meticulously detailed down to explaining how to simplify fractions.
As Sū Míng flipped through the problems, he noticed the ink was still wet. It was clear she'd stayed up all night copying these notes, putting in considerable effort. Just as he was reviewing the notes, Fatty showed up again.
Ming, wanna watch the game tonight? It's the national team.
I can't make it. I've got a study session tonight. Bro, you're prioritizing women over your friends. Women only waste your time, they're not as important as your brothers. Remember back in middle school when we swore brotherhood at the temple?
You told me you'd stick your neck out for your brothers.
Yeah, I remember.
But there's a second half to that line.
What?
For a woman, I'd stab my brother twice.
Damn, Ming, looks like our brotherhood's faded. Fine, I'll find someone else. Might as well swing by the lottery shop while I'm at it. Fatso, if you listen to me, don't bet on the national team. Just bet on the opponents.
I don't know the score, but if you just blindly bet on them to lose, you'll definitely make a profit.
Sū Míng wasn't a hardcore soccer fan either.
He didn't recall the exact scores of those 3 matches, only that the national team hadn't scored a single goal. So he wanted to warn Fatso to save his money from going down the drain.
Bro, you're not messing with me, right?
Just yesterday you told those media buddies you were backing the national team, which is why you rolled out such a huge discount promotion.
Now you're telling me not to bet? Sigh. Just remember, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose.
What I said yesterday was off the cuff. This team's really not up to par.
Sū Míng couldn't explain.
He couldn't very well say he already knew they wouldn't score that would make him look like he was just here to profit off others' misfortune. Bro, you don't even watch soccer. Me and my dad have been die-hard fans for decades.
Those other teams are unpredictable, but Costa Rica today?
They'll breeze through.
This is practically giving me free money.
Last time I sold that domain and made 5k, I still have over 2k left.
This time, I'm going all in. Fatso, money doesn't grow on trees. Don't blow it on this nonsense.
Bro, you're just too conservative.
Every expert predicted this outcome, at least a draw. Costa Rica's got neither the physicality nor the skill.
We could just coast through this.
Or are you jealous of your buddy making money?
Don't worry, Ming, if I win, I'll treat you to a big feast.
See ya. Fatso left after saying that.
Seeing his pleas fell on deaf ears, Sū Míng sighed helplessly and let him go. Some things just can't be taught, you have to learn them the hard way. After reviewing more practice problems and encountering a few he didn't understand, Sū Míng hurried upstairs to ask Dai Qingyi.
Dai Qingyi was also upstairs memorizing English at that moment.
Seeing Sū Míng run up, she hurriedly turned around, went back into the classroom, and then came out again.
Little dumbass, I thought you were going to hide from me.
No, I wouldn't hide from you.
I just wanted to give you this.
She pulled out her ledger, calculating as she fished money out of her pocket. There. Sū Míng, I owed you 35 yuan total. All paid back.
Ha? Little dumb, didn't you just get that money yesterday? Shouldn't you keep it for yourself?
You'll need it for college later.
No. I want to pay you back first. You can use it to buy something nice. I've been so unfair to you before.
Her face was filled with remorse. Sū Míng didn't want to accept the money, as it would complicate his future plans. Then, an idea struck him.
Shadai, how about this? I'm not short on cash right now. Why don't you see what your family needs most urgently and pay me back gradually? What do you think?
No, we don't need anything.
We have everything we need. Really? Think about it, isn't the wok for stir-frying broken? Doesn't grandma need medicine for her aching legs? And you're always sleeping on that thatched pile, it'll hurt your spine in the long run. No, it's fine. I'm fine.
No, Xiaodai, July's college entrance exams often coincide with rainy weather.
If it leaks then, it'll disrupt your sleep.
Poor sleep will affect your exam performance, all your 3 years of hard work would go to waste.
Oh, right. Alright, then I need to fix the roof. I'll just buy the cheapest bed I can find. Can you come with me after school?
I'm clumsy and afraid of getting ripped off.
Of course I can. Absolutely.
Sū Míng agreed without hesitation. This time, he had to figure out a way to get her to spend all her money.
After school, they headed to the town square first. Sū Míng picked out a large bed worth about 500 yuan for her, then worked with the shop owner to get it for just 300. After buying the bed, they went to get some medicine for her grandmother and slightly updated some household items. By then, she had only about 80 yuan left. He didn't want to take every last penny, so he let her keep 80 yuan to buy some nice treats for herself. Back home, he helped Dai Qingyi replace everything in the house. Seeing her home transformed, she was overjoyed. See? I told you spend money where it matters. Isn't this bed so much softer than that straw pile? Yes, Sū Míng, thank you. Wait for me, I'll go cook dinner for you. No need. I'll cook today. Consider it my thanks for being my little teacher. Stepping into the kitchen, she discovered sticky notes plastered everywhere. Do not touch. Sū Míng's oil on the cooking oil can, and do not touch. Sū Míng's noodles on the bag of instant noodles. Seeing this, Sū Míng felt a surge of irritation. He hurriedly called Dai Qingyi inside. Little dumb, come here. What's going on? I bought these, so I can't touch them. Sometimes grandma gets hungry, and I'm afraid she'll use your noodles, so I put the notes up to remind her. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, like a child who'd done something wrong. So how have you been surviving these past few days without eating the noodles I bought or having any rice? Sweet potatoes. There are sweet potatoes in the nearby fields. That kind auntie is a good person. She lets me help her plow the fields, and she gives me sweet potatoes. Making a little girl like you plow fields? And you call her kind? Little dumb, tell me, is it worth it? It's worth it. Sweet potatoes are so sweet. I'll go get you a roasted one. You taught me last time, and now I'm really good at roasting them. Dai Qingyi seemed to be showing off as she dashed outside, grabbed a steaming hot sweet potato from the stove where the fire was still burning, and brought it inside. But she must have forgotten to cover it with enough ash, because one side looked quite charred. Seeing this, she panicked a little. Sū Míng, it's actually still edible. Don't worry, I'll prove it by eating it myself. She broke off half and stuffed it into her mouth, not noticing her lips had turned black. Sū Míng, it's so sweet, so sweet. Eat some, I'll feed you. Sū Míng chuckled at her adorable antics and took a bite. Sweet? Sū Míng, it's really sweet, right? Sweet. Just like you. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? You called me a sweet potato, said I was dumb. I won't go ask for sweet potatoes there anymore, so please don't scold me. Chapter 38, Sir, can you spare my face? Sū Míng really was about to laugh at her antics. Little dumb, did you grow up eating cute dots? What's a kawaii do? A kind of ice cream. No, wait, it probably hasn't been invented yet. Sū Míng, sometimes I don't understand what you're saying. It's fine. Starting now, you need to listen carefully to what I say. Really listen. Okay, seriously. I'm listening. She hurriedly pulled out a pen and notebook. Wait, why do you always carry a notebook with you when we're together? Because you're so good to me, I want to repay you. When I make big money someday, I'll be good to you too. Oh, so if I don't have money, I won't treat you well? No, I'll treat you even better when I have money, and I'll still treat you well when I don't. I just don't know how I'll treat you well when I'm broke. She lowered her head, her tone dripping with self-doubt. There's a saying that rings true, those who mature early are actually those who mature late. Experiencing life's hardships too early often traps one in daily trivialities for a lifetime, making one appear foolish when facing major issues. Listen, Dai Qingyi. Eating your meals properly is how you repay my kindness. The rice and flour I buy for you, you must eat them. Sū Míng spoke, and she wanted to shake her head to interrupt again. Listen, let me finish. If you feel bad about it, just put it on the tab. Pay me back little by little later. You absolutely can't go hungry again, understand? Dai Qingyi thought it over, then nodded. She added the previous purchases to the list, recalculating them at the new prices. Sū Míng, I owe you 2,335 yuan total now. I have 80 yuan on me, you can take that for now? After the college entrance exams, I'll work hard to earn money. I won't take the money just yet. Make sure you take care of yourself first. Think about it, don't you need to eat properly to have the strength to earn money and pay me back? She thought for a moment and nodded. That's the spirit. Here, throw away those sweet potatoes, they're all blackened. This time, however, she shook her head. Not giving it to me, huh? No more head taps then. Sū Míng raised his hand, ready to smack her again. Terrified, she quickly offered the sweet potatoes with both hands. Sū Míng tossed the sweet potato out the door and pointed at Dai Qingyi. Little dumb, I've got a task for you. Yes. She immediately stood at attention, like a soldier awaiting orders. Seeing this, Sū Míng couldn't resist teasing her. At ease. Attention. Chest out, eyes forward. Dai Qingyi followed every command to the letter, but when he reached this one, Sū Míng couldn't help but swallow hard. Sū Míng, what's wrong? Thirsty? Aha, yeah, it's really hot out. Yes, it's been hot lately. You should drink more water. I heard from classmates that they went to Kyoto over the weekend, it's scorching there. Right, Kyoto's hot and Tokyo's hot too.
Sū Míng decided to step outside and splash some cold water on his face, otherwise, this summer night might lead to trouble. While he was feasting his eyes here, the fat guy had already arrived at the stadium. Instead of heading straight to the upcoming game, he first went to the snack street to confront the stinky tofu vendor. But the stinky tofu stall was gone, replaced by a bearded guy grilling lamb skewers. "Hey, buddy, my lamb skewers are so fragrant, your drool's gushing like a waterfall."
"Wait a minute, you look just like that stinky tofu vendor."
The bearded man startled, but his eyes darted around.
"Oh, you mean my brother? Your brother?"
"Yeah, he got busted for selling expired stinky tofu."
"Hey buddy, you need him for something?" "Damn it.
That guy sold me stinky tofu and gave this fat guy diarrhea. If I catch him, I'll stuff his ass full of stinky tofu."
"Hey buddy, I'm apologizing for my brother.
Buy my meat skewers, eat away your troubles, and they'll float away like white clouds.
These skewers smell amazing, look way better than stinky tofu. How much?"
Oh, one for $1.50, three for $5.
"Wait, one? How much?"
Fatso seemed to notice something was off.
1.5 yuan each.
3?
5 yuan each.
The fat guy just grabbed a meat skewer, paid 1 yuan 50, and repeated this 3 times before finally walking away satisfied. Walking into the stadium, he was still gloating to himself. What a complete idiot this owner is. Fat man here just made 50 cents off him without breaking a sweat. But the moment he took a bite, something felt off. He rushed back out to confront the vendor.
"Hey, boss, what's up with this lamb? It tastes sour? Kind of stinky, even."
"Oh, it's just gone bad."
"What do you mean? You're selling leftover mutton?"
Fatty was getting angry and was about to grab the owner by the collar to argue.
"Hey, buddy, don't get mad, don't get mad.
You guys use leftover rice for fried rice, and it tastes great, doesn't it? Well, fried rice with leftover rice is tasty, of course."
"That's exactly right." "Right about what?"
"If you can't explain this logic today, I'm calling the cops."
"You really think Fat Man here is a fool?"
The fat man looked utterly unconvinced. He wasn't about to be played for a fool again.
"That's exactly how it tastes. Don't believe me? I'll eat it."
The bearded man decisively grabbed a skewer and polished it off.
"Fatso, you've never had specialty mutton before? That's exactly what it tastes like."
"Bull.
Where haven't I been?"
"Ming and I went to Kyoto, we've had fancy meals, even grilled lamb chops. I just misjudged it earlier."
This really is specialty mutton. Just my style."
The fat guy, afraid of being called a country bumpkin, saw the boss eating it too. With the competition about to start, he dropped the argument and turned to enter the stadium. Seeing him go in, Big Beard quickly pulled out his portable digestive pills and swallowed them, suppressing the gurgling in his stomach. The fat guy entered the stadium just as the Chinese national team's first match of this World Cup was about to kick off. The crowd had swelled to several times its previous size. The only difference was that the beers in everyone's hands had uniformly switched from various brands to Chiu Shuang. This impressed the fat guy. Ming was truly his idol, so skilled at everything. Of course, Ming had warned him not to bet during the day, likely fearing he'd get hooked on gambling. But the fat guy was confident in his self-control. He had only one goal this time: cash out once he hit 3,000 yuan. This time, he felt particularly confident. After all, Sū Míng wasn't the only one backing the national team. Earlier during his trip to the capital, even the legendary Pele had predicted China would top their group. So his prediction was draw with Brazil, beat Turkey, and crush Costa Rica. Plus, he'd just passed a blind fortune teller who predicted a windfall for him today. So right now, the fat guy was absolutely convinced his 2,000 yuan would turn into 3,000 yuan through the national team's victory. Just as he was blissfully watching the game, a strong, calloused hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. "Hey, little fatty, there you are." The fat guy turned to see the old man he'd caused to collapse from diarrhea last time. Behind him stood several elderly men who had just finished exercising, one of whom stood out in his traditional Chinese attire. "Third brother, this is the guy, right? Move aside. I'll whip him to death with my lightning 5-strike whip." The chubby guy was startled by the commotion and could only weakly ask, "Sir, could you please not hit him in the face?" "Brothers, we specialize in hitting faces."
Chapter 39, Secrets Not Shared.
Fatso got beaten pretty badly that day. The old man surnamed Ma hit him hardest. After a few 5-strike whips, he felt like his whole body was about to shatter. Finally, a passerby couldn't stand it anymore and called the police. When the patrol car arrived, they took everyone away. But on the way to the station, the fat guy, still fuming over those spoiled lamb skewers, lost it completely. He unleashed a massive fart right there, leaving Uncle Hat both furious and speechless. At the police station, after verifying their identities, the officers were left speechless. It was hard to tell if the fat guy's bulk was just flab, considering he'd been beaten up by a bunch of 70-year-old men. The awkward part now was that these elderly men were too old to be dealt with properly. After mediation between both parties, the elderly men compensated him with 3,000 yuan as damages. Outside the station, feeling humiliated, the fat guy couldn't resist one last verbal jab. "Old men, remember to rub on some Tiger Balm when you get home. Watch out for your fingers bursting open."
And you, ma, you hit the hardest. According to the principle of action and reaction, you hit me, so I hit you.
Remember to go to the hospital for a CT scan, just in case something unexpected happens.
Fatso, what did you say? We beat the out of you, and you still aren't convinced? Guys, give him another round.
The group closed in, ready to trample the fat man once more. The fatso panicked, snatched a nearby mop, wiped it on his pants, and instantly transformed into the demon god Lubu. It was like the mop was dipped in whomever it touched died. The old men dared not approach. Eventually, someone from inside came out to stop the chaos. Walking down the street, the fatso figured getting beaten for $3,000 wasn't so bad. But that damn kebab vendor revenge was on his mind. He claimed to be buddies with the stinky tofu guy, but now the fatso suspected they were one and the same. This thought ignited a rage at being played like a fool, and he immediately stormed back to the stadium. He didn't find the man, but he did witness Costa Rica's last-minute winner against the Chinese national team. At the 60-minute mark, the opposing star player, Wang Xiaopu, dribbled past 3 defenders in the backfield and passed the ball out. Player number 11 received the assist and fired a direct shot into the net.
5 minutes later, another corner kick was taken.
Wang Xiaopu again shook off defenders and delivered the ball, allowing the opposing number 4 to head it straight into the Chinese team's net.
Despite conceding 2 goals in 5 minutes, fans in attendance held on to hope, believing the Chinese team's paper strength still surpassed their opponents. Unfortunately, the opposing players showed remarkable resilience, sustaining this upset until the final whistle.
When the final whistle blew, the crowd erupted in curses. Fatso, having lost his 2,000 yuan wager, stood in stunned silence.
Had he been deceived by his idol? Could this team truly advance as group winners in such form?
Fang Ping, the brewery manager and a football fan himself, felt deeply disappointed after watching the regular match. Yet he had already sensed something amiss with the national team's capabilities. With Sun Jihai, the key playmaker, sidelined by injury and 2 tough matches ahead, the team was likely headed for even worse results. From a businessman's perspective, however, the scoreless draw was actually a blessing in disguise. It meant the brewery would lose less money. He immediately relayed the result to Sū Míng, who simply replied calmly, "Got it."
You know? Boss, you don't watch football, do you? Oh, right. I did keep a slight eye on it.
Boss, I'm genuinely curious. You always claim not to understand soccer, so why make such bold predictions? Today's match was incredibly tense. Several times I felt a goal was imminent and had already notified finance multiple times to prepare for the outcome. This was indeed hard to explain, as he had entirely leveraged the information gap from his rebirth. But to others, it must seem absurd someone who claims to be clueless about soccer making such accurate predictions. Oh. I have a friend who's been a die-hard fan for over 40 years. I based my predictions on his insights. I really haven't studied it much myself. Sū Míng could only point the finger at the fat guy.
Watching soccer for over 40 years? Holy crap. That's serious expertise. With him on board, we'll be sitting pretty. Sales have skyrocketed these past 2 days, numbers I've never seen before.
No, with the World Cup hype already so intense, we should just fan the flames even more. Hearing Sū Míng had another idea, Fang Ping perked up with renewed interest.
Boss, what's your plan?
Have all the major newspapers publish a statement in our name. Say that although the national team lost today, it was a defeat with honor. We must maintain our confidence in them.
Therefore, the brewery's support for the national team remains unwavering. This setback hasn't dampened our enthusiasm.
Therefore, we've decided to add a new rule to our original bet. For the next 2 matches, we'll set up a starting prize pool of 50,000 yuan. For every goal scored by the national team, the prize pool will double.
Score 2 goals and it doubles again.
This pool will ultimately be awarded to one lucky winner after the group stage concludes, provided that winner is a consumer of our beer. All they need to do is bring a bottle for registration. If the national team fails to score any goals, we will donate the entire prize pool to underprivileged students who achieved outstanding results in this year's college entrance exams.
Boss? Are we really going this big?
Wait, those distributors are sharp.
If the national team loses this time, they won't get any benefits.
They probably won't go crazy stocking up like before. Fang Ping thought these 2 marketing schemes were similar. No one would fall for the same trick twice.
Wrong, old Fang. Thinking that way is a huge mistake.
While the consumer market is ultimately decided by customers, the power dynamics between sellers and buyers are complex and interdependent during its development. When supply exceeds demand, it becomes a buyer's market. When demand exceeds supply, it becomes a seller's market.
My initial announcement about refunding purchases if goals were scored was designed to exploit the dealers' inherent greed.
They stockpiled goods hoping to recoup their investments through winning matches. I was playing on their avarice. Now that they've lost one match, their enthusiasm for stocking up naturally wanes. This is precisely when I released the message that we're willing to offer genuine cash refunds to support the national team, a move that taps into consumers' passion. Consumers eager to support the national team will purchase our products. When distributors see this strong consumer demand, they won't reduce their orders, they'll increase them. Sū Míng briefly explained his reasoning.
Boss, I get it. You've already predicted these 3 matches won't see a single goal, which is why you're making such a bold decision. If no goals are scored, you'll donate the money and gain positive social recognition.
Wait, you mentioned using this money to sponsor underprivileged students taking this year's college entrance exams.
Are you saying you want to help that girl? Holy crap. Boss, you're a genius.
With this marketing campaign, you're not only aiming to make money and build reputation, but also win the girl's heart.
Only now did Fong Ping realize the grand chess move Sū Míng had made. Shoo. Old Fong, secrets aren't meant for 6 ears. Chapter 40, after refusing to be a lapdog, the class beauty gets frustrated. The next day at school, Sū Míng spotted the fat guy limping from afar and ran over to ask what happened. Fatso, what happened? You were almost healed after that beating last time. What now? You didn't go back to the lottery shop giving random advice, did you?
I told you, gambling is a losing game 9 times out of 10.
Hope you learned your lesson this time.
Sū Míng had warned him before that even mindlessly betting on the underdog could net a small profit, but the guy wouldn't listen. Now, after losing his own money, he'd finally understand how right Sū Míng had been.
Ha! No way. Ming, I won big. Look at me, fat man. With decades of soccer watching experience, I can spot a winner at a glance.
I made 3 grand yesterday, then twisted my ankle in the excitement.
Then what about your face?
Twisted my ankle, lost my balance, and fell flat on my face.
Sounds perfectly normal, right? Well, it sounds normal, but how did you get a handprint on your face? Got it from swatting a mosquito yesterday. You know how it is summer, mosquitoes everywhere. Alright, glad you're okay.
Sū Míng had a vague feeling yesterday wasn't that simple, but hopefully after yesterday he'd understand his well-intentioned efforts. Oh, and Fatso, next game's against Brazil. Listen to me, you absolutely, positively must not bet on the national team to win this time.
You know it yourself from analyzing their paper strength. Got it, Ming. I know soccer better than you.
They were last World Cup's runners-up, and this year they've got Ronaldo and Ronaldinho.
Compared to them, we're just greenhorns. I wouldn't be so reckless. Fatso nodded.
Seeing this reaction, Sū Míng felt satisfied, knowing he wouldn't waste money again. He exchanged a few more words before leaving. But after he left, the fat guy had an idea forming in his mind. Since the national team lost yesterday, according to his idol Pele's theory, the course of events would shift. Brazil was too formidable to beat, so the next matches should be a draw against Brazil and a big win over Turkey. The fat guy trusted the king of football's judgment implicitly. He was preparing to bet everything he had on the next match before it even began.
Sū Míng walked into the academic building, greeted by many along the way.
His public confrontation with Sū Wenshun had been so cool. In student days, troublemakers often garnered admiration from certain peers precisely because they possessed a defiant spirit absent in the well-behaved. Of course, Sū Wenshun already had a bad reputation, which meant that when Sū Míng stood up to him, most people sided with Sū Míng. When he reached his seat, he instinctively reached into his bag and discovered not just a packet of soy milk, but also a hard-shelled object. Pulling it out, he saw it was a photo frame. Sū Míng assumed Dai Qingyi had gone out to take pictures again, but when he flipped it over, he was taken aback. It was Lin Weii. She had actually taken the initiative to give someone a photo. In the picture, she wore a spaghetti strap dress, and something about it looked off. There was even a cleavage. But this was forced. Unlike Dai Qingyi's effortless allure, it was clearly not her natural power. What intrigued Sū Míng more was her motive for giving this photo.
Could it be that she finally regretted it and wanted to win him back?
Sū Míng turned to look, only to find the seat empty. His desk partner, Zhang still wore that infuriating smug expression.
What's up? What are you looking at?
Wei called in sick, but it's also possible she just made up an excuse to avoid seeing you. Sū Míng had long grown accustomed to her hostility. Now, his voice remained calm and unruffled.
Guess what? If your desk partner wasn't Lin Weii, do you think any guy would even glance your way? Look at that piece of leek stuck between your teeth. Why don't you clean it off?
Zhang immediately felt uncomfortable and hurried off to the restroom. With the college entrance exams approaching, most classes had shifted to problem-solving sessions or outright self-study. But Sū Wenshun was different. The national soccer team hadn't scored a single goal yesterday, which put him in a terrible mood today. As soon as class started, he began quizzing everyone on their vocabulary again. Anyone who made a mistake got cursed at, and each time, he would subtly take a dig at Sū Míng.
Alright, next question. Number 18, stand up. If you can't answer number 6, copy it 100 times.
As the principal patrolled by, Sū Wenshun deliberately called out Sū Míng's student number. Everyone turned to look at Sū Míng, wondering how he would respond, especially with the principal present. To everyone's surprise, Sū Míng showed no regard for the situation whatsoever. He stood up and walked straight out.
Sū Míng, what exactly are you trying to do? You don't even care that the principal is standing at the door, do you?
Principal, I suddenly have a question about my studies that I need to resolve.
Go ahead, Teacher Sū.
I've already said, stop giving Sū Míng a hard time. Also, I want to mention something. If any of you haven't seen today's paper, go take a look. Sū Míng stated in the paper that for the next 2 matches, if he scores just 1 goal, he'll personally reward the fans with real money. Furthermore, he mentioned he'll sponsor top-performing students at our school. Just based on this attitude alone, I can tell he's not only academically outstanding but will also be incredibly successful in business. Principal when launched into another round of praise. Sū Míng simply replied, staying humble, before decisively leaving during class time.
Of course, he wasn't intentionally putting on a show.
He simply had urgent business requiring him to leave campus during that final class period. When he returned to campus, he was carrying a cake box just as the noon dismissal bell rang. Upon his return, he immediately encountered Lin Weii, who was wearing a fever-reducing patch and being supported by Zhang.
Weii, don't pay him any mind.
I told you he's playing hard to get lately.
This morning he was secretly watching where you went.
Ignoring Zhang's words, Sū Míng walked over. When Lin Weii saw the cake box in his hand, she knew her gift had worked.
Thanks for the cake, Weii, Sū Míng said. But my birthday isn't until tomorrow. I know. That's why this cake isn't for you.
Sū Ming's tone was utterly cold.
Lin Weii was taken aback. If it wasn't for her, then who else could it be for?
Then, Sū Míng pulled a photo out of his backpack.
At that moment, Zhang was stunned. She suddenly realized, could her best friend really have developed feelings for this guy, Sū Míng? Weii, didn't you take this photo the other day? How did it end up with him? You. Lin Weii, here's your photo back.
You should give this to someone who truly cares about you.
What did that mean? Give it to someone who cares about her? So that meant Sū Míng no longer cared?
Whether it was due to her illness or not, Lin Weii felt her heart clench violently. Under the scorching sun, she shivered with bone-chilling cold.
Chapter 41, Coaxing the School Beauty into Signing a Love Agreement. 2 others witnessed this scene simultaneously.
Upstairs, Dai Qingyi had been waiting for Sū Míng as agreed when she happened to see him give Lin Weii a gift. Disappointment instantly filled her heart. Just as the lyrics said, she must love you so much that she'll outshine me.
Forget it.
She shouldn't have expected Sū Míng to suddenly notice her. Perhaps they were just slightly better friends. She turned and returned to her classroom to study, unable to bear witness to the scene any longer.
After returning the photo, Sū Míng left.
Lin Weii stared blankly at his retreating figure for a moment, nearly losing her balance. Just as Zhang reached out to steady her, Lin Weii stopped her.
Yeah, you don't need to help me. I can walk the rest of the way myself. I should be able to manage.
Lin Weii turned away, unwilling to let anyone see her tears, and slowly shuffled forward.
Zhang, too, was lost in complex emotions until someone approached. Zhang, what's your game?
I treat you to fancy meals every day, asking you to help me win Weii over.
Didn't you say my chances were great? How come that Sū Míng guy has Weiwei's photo? Are you sabotaging my relationship with her? Wei Zixuan was furious, his eyes practically devouring Zhang. Caught off guard by the accusation, Zhang froze. Lin Weii had never once expressed affection for Wei Zixuan.
Zhang had merely sought more benefits by playing on the information gap between them. She never imagined this would backfire so spectacularly.
Fearing a beating, Zhang lied.
She claimed Sū Míng had become increasingly unreasonable lately, even forcing Lin Weii today to give him the photos as a graduation gift or else he wouldn't let her off. Under such pressure, Lin Weii had no choice but to comply. Sū Míng had only returned them because he found the photos not revealing enough.
What? You made my girlfriend give you revealing photos?
Sū Míng, you're dead meat.
Wei Zixuan gave chase. Sū Míng, I warned you. You dare harass Weii again? I'm telling you, I'll cripple you. You're sick? Don't bother me. Fine, you think you're tough. You know I can't touch you on campus, right? I'll remember this. Wei Zixuan stormed off, seething with rage.
Sū Míng ignored him and went upstairs to call Dai Qingyi up to the rooftop.
Little dumbass, today's your birthday, right? I got you a cake.
This place is super popular, you have to book days in advance.
I used to.
Sū Míng chatted as they climbed the stairs, only to notice Dai Qingyi's gloomy expression.
What's wrong, little dumby? Sū Míng, actually.
I saw you give Lin Weii a gift earlier. She finished speaking earnestly, noticing Sū Míng staring at her in shock.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to peek. I was upstairs memorizing my lines and just happened to see it.
Sū Míng stifled a laugh, because this was meant for her to see all along.
How could he lure her home if he let the little fool lower her guard? It's fine, really. You know I've been chasing Lin Weii for years. I can't help but still think about her sometimes. No need to lie to you about that.
Dai Qingyi had guessed as much, though her heart ached deeply. She merely nodded and murmured softly, I know.
Alright, open it. Don't waste this cake, blow out the candles. I went out of my way to buy this for you.
We've been friends for so many years, you can't disappoint my heartfelt gesture. Sū Míng lit the candles for her exactly 18, not one more or less.
Dai Qingyi stared blankly at the cake flickering in candlelight.
This was a scene she had imagined countless times. And the person standing before her now was just like the one in her dreams.
Unfortunately, Sū Míng's heart wasn't as warm as the one in her dreams. What are you staring at? Sweetie, make a wish. Birthday wishes come true, you know. Oh, okay. Dai Qingyi promptly closed her eyes. She pondered for a long time, unsure what wish to make. Xiao Dai, why are you taking so long? You can only make one wish at a time. Don't go adding something like world peace or anything like that, too many wishes and it won't come true. Ha? Oh, okay. I'll make one now. Dai Qingyi adjusted her posture slightly, adopting a solemn expression. Then she made her wish, may Sū Míng have smooth sailing and get into college. Alright, is that it? I'm done. Alright, come on, blow out the candles. Blow them out in one breath and your wish will come true. Remember, it has to be one breath. Otherwise, it won't work. Dai Qingyi jumped in surprise. If she couldn't manage that, wouldn't it backfire on Sū Míng? So she immediately took a deep breath. However, her lung capacity was truly poor. After blowing with all her might, one candle remained lit. Panic instantly welled up, threatening tears. Ah! Sū Míng, what should I do? What should I do? I didn't blow out all the candles in one breath. My wish won't come true. Will I ruin your chances of getting into college? Ha? So your wish was for me to get into college? Ha? How did you know? Her look of utter bewilderment made Sū Míng laugh. Sū Míng, stop laughing for now. What should I do? I think I doomed you. Can you relight the candles so I can try again? Ha! Silly girl, I was just kidding. There's no such rule. Don't worry, I'll work hard. Really? Of course I am. You're such a little goofball. Sū Míng couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Dumb or not, as long as you get into college. We'll still be friends there. Dai Qingyi said earnestly. Oh, right, the candles are blown out. Take a look at this document. You'll need to sign it after reading it. Repayment agreement? Yes, little dumb. You know, debts must be repaid, it's only fair. So to keep you spending, I've drafted this agreement. Dai Qingyi unfolded the paper, revealing a lengthy text. I, Dai Qingyi, owing Sū Míng a total of 2,335 yuan, hereby establish this agreement to demonstrate my intention to repay the debt. The agreement stipulates that I must repay Sū Míng the full amount before the start of the university semester. Failure to do so will be considered a breach of contract, with the following consequences. Dai Qingyi curiously flipped to the next page, where the following clause made her heart skip a beat. If I breach this agreement, I must serve as Sū Míng's contractual girlfriend for 1 month? After reading this clause, she glanced nervously at Sū Míng. Sū Míng, you're serious about this, right? Sū Míng nodded. Of course. Think about it, Lin Weii is still the one I love most. This penalty clause is just motivation for you. So relax, little dumb. I'm not after you at all. I just want to give you some drive to earn money. So sign it with confidence. Look at how sincere my eyes are. Dai Qingyi lowered her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, I'll sign. With that, she swept her hand across the agreement and wrote her name on it. Sū Míng quickly tucked the agreement away, his mind already anticipating the day after the college entrance exams when he could finally close the deal. Chapter 42, The Fat Guy's Conspiracy Theory. June 8th. The match between Brazil and the Chinese national team was finally about to kick off. As it was their first World Cup appearance, the Chinese team was indeed generating high buzz. All morning, everyone on the streets was discussing the outcome of this match. After suffering an unexpected defeat in their opening match against Costa Rica, fans had fixed their attention squarely on this upcoming contest. Sure enough, Fatso was already pontificating early in the morning. Bro, here's your chance to make some serious cash. What? Listen, I figured out this World Cup. I stayed up all night analyzing it with my dad and finally understood why the upset happened. You probably don't know the inside scoop, right? Oh, I really don't. Tell me. Sū Míng was actually curious to hear how people of this era truly perceived the national team's capabilities back then. Honestly, those losses were all for the betting odds. Think about it, why did two countries co-host the World Cup this year? Because the event costs a fortune. So the organizers definitely wanted to recoup some of that investment through the tournament. What? Hold on, Fatso, you're not seriously suggesting that losing by 2 goals back then was an actual upset? Sū Míng was stunned. After discussing it all night, father and son had actually come to this conclusion. By all logic, losing by 1 goal would be an upset, but losing by 2? That was simply a case of being outclassed. Of course. Otherwise, what's the explanation? Our national team lacks both skill and physicality, they're nothing but sacrificial lambs for various vested interests. The fat guy had already launched into his conspiracy theories. Why do ordinary people love conspiracy theories? Because they make them feel less ordinary. Hey Fatso, just say what you're up to. This time, I'm going all in on a draw. The fat guy spoke with brimming confidence. Hold on, you're crazy. That's Brazil we're talking about, the Brazil with Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. You don't seriously think they won't score a single goal? Sū Míng was speechless.
He couldn't fathom their thinking this was one of the pre-tournament favorites to win it all.
A draw?
Not even the top 3 clubs in the world would dare dream of that.
See, Ming, you're getting anxious, aren't you?
Their forwards are indeed formidable, so they're bound to score. I predicted that long ago.
So, we bet they'd score 2.
The national team would score 1, and the other would be an own goal probably around the 85th minute.
The later the draw, the higher the odds.
Ming, you don't understand. The World Cup isn't just about sports, it's also a political game, sometimes even a dark one. So, last game the national team lost and swallowed that bitter pill. This time it's impossible, otherwise it'd jeopardize our chances of advancing.
They absolutely have to win this one. Ming, place your bet.
I saw the 22 odds at 135. 1,000 yuan straight up nets over 10,000. Bet 10,000 and it turns into 130,000.
Sure enough, gambling truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 great evils.
Sū Míng could see the excitement radiating from his every word.
Gamblers always fantasize about things unfolding exactly as they imagine.
From the moment he declared an own goal would come in the 85th minute, Sū Míng knew this guy hadn't learned his lesson yet.
Fatso, if you listen to me, absolutely don't bet on a draw. Just blindly bet on a loss.
If you must bet, never touch your family's savings.
Otherwise, you'll regret it.
What Sū Míng feared most was seeing him gamble away his entire fortune. It was the last thing he wanted to witness. The World Cup truly was a national event, but while watching, one must remember this: every year, many people actually lose their lives because of gambling. Sū Míng certainly didn't want his good buddy to go down the wrong path.
No way. My dad's a total wimp, he wouldn't dare bet. He can't even seize such a golden opportunity to make money. I've got 3,000 left. Ming, could you sponsor me a bit?
If I win big, I'm gonna buy a Shenzhou computer and a Xiaoxin 6 phone right away. That phone is so sleek it even dances when it rings. Fatty was already fantasizing about the joy of winning big, stubbornly convinced he was destined for the jackpot.
Alright, Fatso. I can help you buy a computer, but gambling? No way. That's a principle I won't compromise on.
Sū Míng shook his head. Though he vowed to be a better brother after his rebirth, he never support this.
He'd seen far too many lives ruined by gambling.
The most notorious example was Jinli Mobile, whose ads flooded the market back then. They were once a dominant force among domestic phone brands until their founder was suddenly exposed for gambling debts totaling hundreds of billions.
The company collapsed overnight. But saying that might strain their friendship. Gamblers are notoriously overconfident. Fortunately, the fat guy wasn't stingy either. Alright, no big deal. We still have 2 more rounds.
I'll win one, then win another.
That should be enough. Sū Míng didn't feel like saying anything more. He'd probably learned the hard way that gambling is a losing game once he'd lost all his money. Ming, wanna catch the game at the stadium tonight?
You can witness my divine predictions firsthand. Before leaving, the fat guy extended an invitation to watch the game tonight.
Sure, I'll swing by after school. Sū Míng nodded.
Brazil was the champion of the 2002 World Cup, the year that cemented their reputation as the 5-star team. He wanted to see for himself just how terrifying their strength was that year. When Sū Míng entered the classroom, he noticed a pile of gifts on Lin Weiwei's desk behind him. As the class beauty, Lin Weiwei naturally had no shortage of admirers showering her with gifts on her birthday. She still had a slight fever, and her listless appearance tugged at the heartstrings of the young boys surrounding her. They kept fussing over her, asking if she was okay. Some even sat down in Sū Míng's seat, pretending to take deep breaths of the air around them.
Move aside.
Sū Míng stepped forward, his expression stern. These admirers all knew that Sū Míng had once pursued Lin Weiwei the most relentlessly. Sitting so close to her, he had the advantage of proximity. But when Sū Míng publicly confessed to Dai Qingyi that day, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'd lost a formidable rival.
Hey, Sū Míng, since you're not pursuing her anymore, why not give your buddy a shot? I've liked Weiwei for ages. Let's swap seats.
The bespectacled man sitting in his spot said with a smirk. Lin Weiwei didn't look directly at Sū Míng, but she was secretly eager to see how he'd respond.
I'll say it again, move aside.
Sū Míng had no ulterior motives, he was simply too lazy to move his things. Seeing his cold expression, the bespectacled guy hurriedly stood up, not daring to say anything more. After all, this guy was now a school celebrity. Lin Weiwei chuckled inwardly. It seemed Sū Míng still had feelings for her he couldn't bear to leave. But if he couldn't bear to leave her, why was he deliberately getting so close to that Dai guy lately? Could it be, just because that guy delivers soy milk every day? That guy was way too easy to please.
Chapter 43, Boiling the Fool in Gentle Water. Brother Chen, that Sū Míng is getting way too cocky. Should we find a chance to teach him a lesson?
As a rich kid, Chen Jingxing naturally had a few lackeys in class.
No need.
He's just sulking because Weiwei dumped him. I told you he can't compete with me.
Brother Chen,
but he seems to have Dai Qingyi now. She seems even more out of his league.
Shut up. What do you know? He couldn't even get with Weiwei. What makes him think he can land Dai, the school flower? Only now do I realize that seemingly innocent Dai is actually much more cunning.
She probably saw Sū Míng had a little cash and agreed just to use him as a sucker. I couldn't care less for such a shallow woman. Unlike my Weiwei, she's got principles. She wouldn't easily agree to someone she doesn't like because she said she's still immature and doesn't want to date yet.
Brother Chen, you're spot on.
That explains why Dai Xiaohua suddenly gave him a gift in front of everyone that day. It was all about the money. But she really is shallow, not realizing who the real deal is in our class. Your dad's the general manager of Dongzhi Electronics, while Sū Míng's family just runs some local shabby factory. How much could they possibly have? The sidekick's words made Chen Jingxing feel quite pleased.
You're absolutely right. Looks wise, he can't hold a candle to me, right?
The sidekick glanced at his pockmarked face and felt a bit queasy, but for the sake of the money, he nodded in agreement.
Yeah, Brother Zhao, you totally look like that actor from a Taiwanese drama. What's his name? Yen? Oh. What Yen? Which star? Famous? Chen Jingxing perked up.
After all, his mom had always praised his looks since childhood, saying he had the charm of Tony Leung.
Not really famous. I just stumbled upon him online the other day. His surname is pretty rare too, I think.
The sidekick knew he loved hearing this kind of flattery, so he was doing his best to curry favor. Never heard of him, but no worries. If he looks like me, he's got nothing to feel inferior about.
It'll actually add some sparkle to his acting career.
I bet he'll be famous in the entertainment world soon enough.
I'm not into the arts myself, just love reading. If I ever tried, I'd snag a Golden Horse Award in 3 years flat. Just don't like bragging about it. Chen Jingxing was supremely confident.
Yes, young Master Chen, you're just too modest. A little praise, and Chen Jingxing perked right up.
As for Sū Míng? He can't hold a candle to me in looks. His grades? Still no match for mine. So what if he aced English? He's still a one-subject wonder.
I could breeze through that exam with a 600 and still get into a decent undergraduate program.
And let's talk money, he's got nothing on me.
Here's a little secret, my dad's got his eye on that crappy factory of his.
Give it a month and that family's done for. Something's bound to happen soon.
Chen Jingxing ranted on from the back row of the classroom, and naturally, bits and pieces of his words reached Sū Míng's ears. Only then did Sū Míng realize that Chen Jingxing was Chen Moyan's son. But his hopes were likely dashed. With the World Cup fever running high, orders for refrigerators at home hadn't slowed down.
Going out of business wouldn't be that simple.
Right after class, as Sū Míng was working on practice problems, he heard Zhanya call from behind him. Hey!
Sū Míng, Weiwei's getting ready for breakfast. Aren't you going to buy her milk? Is this how you treat someone you're pursuing? It's fine, yeah. He's tired from studying. I'll get it myself. Even though I'm weak from the fever, I need to be independent. Lin Weii spoke while glancing sideways at Sū Míng's reaction.
Sū Míng stood up and walked out.
Zhanya secretly followed him out and saw he was heading toward the convenience store. She hurried back to report. Weiwei, I told you you're overthinking it. He's been chasing you for 3 years, how could he not still be after you? He really is going to the convenience store. Don't be too nice to him. You gotta keep a man on his toes. Lin Weii nodded, a surge of secret delight washing over her. Soon, Sū Míng returned.
As soon as he sat down, he began flipping through math worksheets.
If someone's got backbone, they shouldn't be so obedient.
One word from our Weiwei, and he still had to go buy milk obediently. At that moment, Sū Míng stood up, grabbed the milk, and headed straight upstairs.
Weiwei, see?
Just scold him a little, and he's already starting to defy you. Don't back down, otherwise he'll push his luck.
Lin Weii nodded, though she felt something was off.
Once upstairs, Sū Míng handed the milk to Dai Qingyi. With the college entrance exams approaching, it was a crucial time, and she truly needed the nutritional boost.
No, Sū Míng, you drink it yourself. Milk helps you grow taller. Oh, so you're implying I'm short? No, I'm the idiot. I just want you to be well. Knowing you're clumsy, you should drink more.
Sū Míng playfully tapped her head.
If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. No, I'll take it. I'll take it, but I'm keeping track of this, okay?
Having been hit so many times, Dai Qingyi was afraid Sū Míng would knock her head again.
Whatever you say. Alright, thank you, Sū Míng.
She immediately wrote down a 2 in her ledger. Sū Míng had initially disliked her being so nitpicky about him. But then, a brilliant idea struck him. Every time he gave Dai Qingyi something, she'd record it.
This seemed like another exploitable loophole.
Sū Míng suddenly felt that signing that agreement had been absolutely the right move. He'd slowly boil the little dumpling in warm water like this. Let's see where she could run off to. Back in the classroom, Sū Míng continued studying according to Dai Qingyi's plan. As the days passed and he memorized more material, Sū Míng found that many comprehensive subject exams were becoming manageable. Aside from physics, which required some complex calculations, the other subjects could largely be tackled through rote memorization. And one of the perks of his rebirth was this sharp mind. As he kept memorizing, Sū Míng felt his confidence soar. He couldn't resist grabbing a comprehensive subject exam paper to try. He scored 79 out of 150 on the test, feeling he had made further progress compared to before. The last class of the morning was again taught by Sū Míng, which Sū Míng actually enjoyed. Every time he had this class, he could head to the cafeteria early to avoid the crowds. Sū Míng was really annoyed. With such a troublemaker in the class and no way to deal with him, he could only occasionally make sarcastic remarks during lessons.
Alright, this problem you all must remember it. It wasn't on last year's exam, so it's definitely coming this year. 15 points. Take it or leave it. You're all ordinary students. The college entrance exam is your best shot to change your fate. Don't follow the example of those rich kids who only know how to rely on their families to pave their way. Those people have no purpose in life beyond opening their mouths to eat. As Sū Míng paused here, he deliberately lingered near Sū Ming's desk. Just then, someone appeared at the doorway. Mr. Sū. Sister Zhang? What's up? Sū Míng recognized her as Zhang Xiaowei, the finance manager from the appliance factory. Quick, come with me. There's trouble at the factory. Old Zhang can't handle it, we need you to take charge. Sū Míng sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Chapter 44, Combining Kindness and Authority. As they hurried back to the factory, Zhang Xiaowei recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that due to Zhang Jiangluo's recent misjudgment blindly accepting orders while ignoring the factory's production capacity, the production schedule had been pushed much tighter than before. The factory workers had already staged one strike. To maintain production speed, Zhang Jiangluo had given everyone an extra 50 yuan. Wrong. Giving in after just one strike? How could he possibly lead people like that? Uncle Jiang was thinking too simplistically. Old Jiang had no choice, but barely a few days passed before they went on strike again, and this time, they actually damaged equipment. Damaged equipment? What about the factory security? What are they there for? Sū Míng frowned deeply. Captain Ma and the others said these veteran workers had been putting in long hours and there was no need to nitpick over such things. They hoped the factory would make concessions. Now a piece of equipment was broken, and no one knew who to blame. Wow, he's got some nerve. We hired him to keep order, and now he's playing mediator? Interesting. By the way, what are their demands this time? Surely they didn't just strike for no reason? Oh, it's the same old reason, pay raises. But this time they're asking for a whopping 200 yuan increase. Our factory wages are already pretty high. Adding another 200 would put us on par with big city salaries. Old Jiang doesn't want to compromise easily, and he told me not to tell factory manager Sū. Little Sū, should I call and notify him? No need. My dad's still recovering. There's no point telling him, it wouldn't solve anything anyway. I've got this covered. Sū Míng finished speaking and urged the taxi driver to speed up. Zhang Xiaowei watched Sū Míng, feeling his demeanor resembled that of a 40-something businessman. Unconsciously, she found his profile rather handsome. The thought made her shake her head. He was still just a kid, what was she thinking? When Sū Míng arrived at the factory, the workshop was filled with deafening shouts demanding higher wages. The noise only subsided slightly when Sū Míng entered. Zhang Jiangluo rushed over as if he'd spotted a lifeline. This time, he was truly at his wit's end. Earlier, seeing Sū Míng as a child had made him stubbornly resistant, but now he knew clearly that only Sū Míng could possibly solve this crisis. Xiao Ming, I was careless this time. You absolutely must save our factory. No problem. I'll handle it. Sū Míng ascended to the second floor and addressed the gathered workers below. Who among you will come up to talk? I can meet your demands. At Sū Ming's words, the crowd exchanged glances, yet no one came upstairs. This was good news. Without a leader, they were just a disorganized mob. Hey, Uncle Li, I heard your wife is about to give birth, right? A dark-skinned middle-aged man suddenly felt singled out and asked nervously, what do you want? I recall you're planning to deliver at First People's Hospital. Let me arrange the best doctor for her. Hearing this, the man couldn't tell if Sū Míng was sincere or not. He lowered his head, deep in thought. Hey, Uncle Chen, your grandson Anan attends Blue Sky Kindergarten and is set to start elementary school in September, right? The teaching resources at Haicheng No. 2 Elementary are limited, but I can arrange a spot for him. Also, Auntie Ma, if you're tired today, just rest. Why did you play mahjong all night yesterday? The factory can give you time off. When these words came out, everyone finally sensed something was off. On the surface, Sū Míng seemed concerned for them, but in reality, he was hinting that he knew everything about them. This was terrifying. These three had been causing the most trouble lately. Could they already be on his hit list? Zhang Jiangluo also found it unbelievable. Sū Míng had been at school these past few days. How could he know everyone so thoroughly? Ma Lu stood smoking by the gate, having hoped to witness some drama unfold. Little did he expect that the very people he'd been stirring up these past days would all be called out by Sū Míng. But wait, how could he pinpoint these ringleaders so precisely? Could it be there's a mole within their strike alliance? Old Chen? Old Lin? Or Old Dong? No, Old Dong was the least likely. His influence was so strong without him, this whole operation wouldn't have gained such momentum. He was the initiator himself, why would he play dirty like this? Ma Lu couldn't figure it out, so he could only watch quietly as Sū Míng made his next move. Everyone, you've all been with my father for many years. It's safe to say that without you, there would be no home joy today. By the way, can anyone tell me what the factory's slogan is? The first one to answer gets 100. Sū Míng actually pulled out 100 from his pocket. After a moment of silence, someone finally whispered, "Come to work with a smile, go home safely." Good. Here's your 100. Take it. Sū Míng tossed the money down. The young man caught it, muttering thanks repeatedly. Now, here's 200. Answer me one more question, what are our factory's working hours? 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening. This time, several people scrambled to answer. Very good. I saw that Auntie was the first to shout. Here, 200 for you. Zhang Jiangguo couldn't quite figure it out. Why wasn't Sū Míng rushing to get down to business? Instead, he was handing out money. Wasn't this just encouraging their arrogance? The Auntie, delighted with her 200 yuan, beamed with satisfaction. The others, seeing the 500 yuan in Sū Míng's hand, grew even more eager for his next question. Alright, it seems you all understand the rules now. This time, there's a direct 500 yuan up for grabs, a month's salary for you. Are you ready? Ready. I didn't hear you. Louder. This is a game we're playing. Ready. This time the response was loud enough to stun Ma Lu. Had this ragtag group really been tamed by a few $100? Alright, now answer me this, who broke that machine? It was him. Many immediately pointed their fingers at a young man with yellow hair. Excellent. Sister Zhang, call the police. I want him to pay back every penny for the equipment repairs. Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth instantly froze in terror. He scrambled to his knees, begging for mercy, pleading about his family's hardships, banging his head on the floor until blood flowed. But Sū Míng never once looked at him. This display of both benevolence and authority left everyone witnessing Sū Míng's methods firsthand. Zhang Jiangguo felt a tinge of admiration for Sū Míng, how he'd pinpointed the culprit so swiftly. Still, he didn't agree with his methods. After all, it was precisely because he had paid them off before that he had emboldened these people, leading to this mess. Uncles and aunts, most of you are veteran employees, true pillars of the Sū family. Now, allow me to boldly call you family. Zhang Jiangguo felt goosebumps instantly upon hearing this. This young factory manager was far too skilled at stirring emotions, though his acting was truly awful. Family, I know each of you wants a raise. So today, I'll grant your wish. You said 200? I think that's too little, I can bump it up to 500. Ha! At those words, Zhang Jiangguo's eyes widened instantly. Could the rumors circulating in the factory be true? Was the Sū family really planning to abscond with the funds? Chapter 45, The Ford Wage Incentive System. Soon, a notice was posted. Effective immediately, the monthly salary for employees at Zhejiao Electrical Appliances Factory would increase from 450 yuan to 500 yuan. Furthermore, to foster a family-like atmosphere, the work schedule would shift from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. At first glance, the employees weren't particularly impressed. After all, the 500 yuan salary had already been promised by Zhang Jiangguo earlier, and Sū Míng's benefit merely meant starting work an hour later. But when they read the next part, their interest peaked. Moreover, to streamline management, employees would be organized into teams of 10. To incentivize ambitious workers, a self-determined wage system would be introduced. Self-determined wages? Factory manager, is this for real? Could you actually give us 1,000 yuan if we asked? A younger employee began to ask. It's true. We still need to discuss the specifics, so please give us 4 days. In the meantime, everyone return to your original posts. Only when the factory thrives will everyone's lives improve. More benefits will follow. This announcement takes effect today. You're all off at 5 p.m. Head out to watch the game. I've got beer ready at the factory gate. Remember to cheer for our national team today. With the game happening today, some middle-aged employees stopped protesting and got back to work, planning to fight it out later. Seeing others return to work, the remaining employees followed suit, gradually resuming their duties. Tensions temporarily subsided. Sū Míng returned to his office, now seated in the factory director's chair, while Zhang Jiangguo stood nearby, barely daring to breathe. Uncle Zhang, I told you before, if any employees show signs of unrest, you must inform me immediately. Yes, sir. My mistake. I thought I could handle it myself. Human nature is greedy. Feeding yourself to a tiger won't tame the beast, it only empowers it to become a monster that devours everything. How could you not understand that human hearts are like tigers? I know you're the veteran here. Rest assured, this factory is no big deal to me. After this, my dad's health isn't great, so I'll find other ventures for him to manage. The factory will gradually become your domain. Ah, Ming, no need for formalities. I didn't mean it that way. His words struck a nerve, and Zhang Jiangguo's weathered face flushed with embarrassment. It's fine. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Your drive is a good thing.
After all, Dongzhi is a tough opponent. If you're as passive as my father, defeat is inevitable. Sū Míng wasn't particularly optimistic about the factory's future. Over the past 2 years, numerous international giants had been testing the waters in Haicheng. Dongzhi was merely the tip of the iceberg. As residents' living standards rose, demand for electrical appliances grew steadily. This lucrative market was bound to attract attention. Therefore, the challenges ahead will only multiply. These multinational giants also possess cutting-edge technologies, making the road forward far from smooth. Sū Míng still harbored ambitions to make his mark in Yangcheng, while Sū Zhengfeng's health was failing. Without finding an ambitious successor, the factory wouldn't last more than a few years. Zhang Jiangguo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He now sensed a maturity in Sū Míng that his peers lacked. Comparing himself directly to the young man made him feel like a child. Alright, I've digressed. Uncle Jiang, have you ever heard of the Ford motivation method? Ford motivation theory? Zhang Jiangguo shook his head, unfamiliar with the term. Yes, it's a wage incentive method Ford Motor Company implemented for workers in the early 20th century. Raising wages can greatly boost worker motivation. I've already drafted the specific plan, you can take a look. Sū Míng pulled out the wage incentive proposal. Zhang Jiangguo glanced at it and couldn't help but frown. The wage tiers are split into 3 levels, 1,000, 800, and 500. Workers will definitely choose the highest tier, which will significantly increase our expenses. Zhang Jiangguo couldn't grasp the logic behind this approach. Uncle Jiang, take a closer look at the conditions for reaching the 1,000 monthly salary. Zhang Jiangguo glanced at the production targets listed and calculated in his mind before saying, with some effort, these targets are achievable. However, it would likely require working 2 or 3 extra hours. And since factory manager Sū has always been very considerate toward his staff, he pays them overtime every time they work extra hours. So, our requirement to clock out on time emphasizes avoiding overtime. If these workers want to earn that wage standard, they'll have to work overtime on their own. So, the extra pay we're offering is essentially overtime compensation. Only then did Zhang Jiangguo realize that what they called self-selected wages was actually a trap they'd set for themselves. People are driven by self-interest, but we're not those heartless capitalists. 500 yuan is the average wage for Haicheng workers. The other 2 pay tiers actually offer more than what they'd earn through regular overtime. That's what more work, more pay means. That's actually quite clever. But Xiao Míng, if you had this plan all along, why didn't you present it earlier? Why drag it out for 4 days? Also, there's something I must tell you. Earlier, you said you'd buy refrigerators and refund everyone if the Wagering team won the championship. Now rumors are spreading throughout the factory that if they actually win, you might just abscond with the money. So everyone's worried you'll sell them out. This was also Zhang Jiangguo's lingering doubt, because he couldn't fathom such a bold marketing scheme no matter how hard he racked his brain. Well, there's a reason for the 4 days. Tell me, what date is it today? Zhang Jiangguo quickly glanced at the calendar on the wall. June 8th, tonight's the national team game. What's up? Right, the 8th. 4 days from now is the 12th. No, I'm even more confused. What about the 12th? I really don't get it. The 12th is the final group stage match for the Auntie team. Do you get it now? Zhang Jiangguo pondered for a moment, then finally got it. Holy crap. Xiao Míng, you're a genius. Ha? What's going on? Why am I suddenly a genius? Wait, old Zhang, what are you two talking about? Zhang Xiaowei from finance was completely baffled by their conversation. Uncle Jiang, you explain it to her. Alright. Since Agenting has already played 2 matches yesterday, they currently stand at 1 win and 1 loss. The 12th is their final match. After today, we'll know whether Agenting advances or is eliminated. Regardless of the outcome, the rumors circulating around the factory will naturally dissipate, and people won't be in such a panic anymore. Exactly. But Xiao Míng, I still need to warn you, if the Wagering team advances to the next round, we're in trouble. No, if they advance, it means our marketing campaign can continue. But what if Agenting actually wins the championship? Don't worry, they won't. Trust my judgment. Chapter 46, Luring the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. Sū Míng gave a few more instructions before leaving the factory. Just as he was about to step out the factory gate, Ma Lu suddenly spoke up. Director Sū, things must be pretty tough for you lately, huh? It's manageable. Not a big deal. No big deal? These folks aren't so easily fooled. If you ask me, Factory Manager Sū, you'd be better off giving the brothers a raise. I'll handle these troublemakers for you. Too bad you're so stingy, it'll come back to bite you sooner or later. Captain Ma, you seem rather pleased with yourself. Looks like this factory strike has something to do with you, huh? Hey, Factory Manager Xiao Sū, watch what you say. You'll only dishearten the brothers. If we get upset, who knows what might happen? Ma Lu continued with a fake smile. In his eyes, Sū Míng was just a student. How clever could he be? If push came to shove, he'd just resort to force. You're so confident, must have found yourself a powerful backer.
But a dog is still a dog, destined to guard doors wherever it goes.
Sū Míng would never forget how Ma Lu and his crew had kicked a man when he was down for their own gain when his family's factory went under in his previous life.
What's that supposed to mean? Looking for a beating? How dare you talk to Brother Ma like that?
The smaller security guard beside him shouted defiantly. It seemed the factory's rules no longer mattered to them.
These people had already formed their own faction. Hey, how dare you speak to Director Sū like that? Director Sū were wholeheartedly devoted to the factory, no second thoughts. If you don't believe us, fine. Of course, if you really can't stand us, you can fire us outright. But be prepared to pay a hefty sum. I know my rights. If you try an illegal dismissal, I won't take that without a fight. Ma Lu now felt certain of victory. He intended to stick to the Sū family like a stubborn plaster. Tearing him off would come at a price. Very well. Then you'd better work your ass off. We'll see each other again. Sū Míng smiled, already plotting his next move. Compensation? Not a single penny would he give them. Alright, that's settled. Take care, young Sū. Guys, let's grab drinks and catch the game later. We've got celebrating to do. Alright. Big Brother Ma rocks. As Sū Míng left the factory, the security team behind him cheered as if they'd won a victory. Just as Sū Míng was about to ride his bike back, a group of people suddenly appeared before him. Leading them was a young man with a dragon tattooed on his shoulder, flanked by Wei Zixuan, likely the cousin from outside school he often mentioned. It must be said that the 1990s triad movies like Young and Dangerous had indeed corrupted a whole generation of youth, leading them to mistakenly believe that as long as they stuck together as brothers, they could look down on everything. Sū Míng felt a twinge of unease. After all, this was the age when they were bold and reckless, unaware of the consequences of their actions. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Sometimes, a lack of legal awareness was actually an advantage, because these guys fought like madmen without a care for the consequences. Rumor had it that back in the day, many big shots kept a group of young thugs under their command, specifically for doing this kind of deadly work. Turning back now was clearly not a wise move. Ma Lu and the security guards had already been bribed by Chen Muyang. Asking for help at this point would likely yield nothing. But soon, he devised a clever plan to pit one against the other. So you're stealing my cousin's girlfriend? You're pretty bold. The tattooed youth stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Sū Míng's neck. My name's Chen Ji, as in chicken cutlet. Where'd you come from, bro? Think you can just walk all over our dynasty empire? Sū Míng nearly burst out laughing. Sure enough, everything they did mimicked movie plots. These good-for-nothing punks actually had such a flashy gang name. Sorry, don't know him. Your cousin's girlfriend? I've already taken her. Got a problem? We can always settle it. Sū Míng feigned indifference. Alright, you've got guts, kid. Saying that with all of us surrounding you? Name it, lose your thumb or your pinky? The youth flashed the brass knuckles in his hand. Sū Míng pressed down with his backhand, then wrapped an arm around the guy's neck. Threatening me here won't do you any good. If you've got the guts, let's settle this. I'll give you a week to prepare. Meet me at the factory at noon on the 15th, bring as many as you want. If you can fight your way in, I'll call you Grandpa. Of course, if you're scared, just forget it. Scared? Ha! After all these years on the streets, what do I have to fear? The only thing I'm afraid of is those puny security guards at your gate. They wouldn't even fill my teeth. Well, what a coincidence. My crew here are all battle-hardened ex-special forces soldiers, the kind who can take on 10 men. See that bald guy over there? Sū Míng pointed at Ma Lu, who stood there smoking. Just then, one of Ma Lu's underlings spotted the scene and quickly warned, Brother Ma, that little Sū Míng seems to have called some people to get revenge on you. Ma Lu glanced over and saw 7 or 8 young punks. He burst out laughing. With kids like these? I'll kick each one in the ass. Don't cry to your mommy when I do. Couldn't he even find some real tough guys? Just a bunch of student-looking thugs trying to scare me? If they dare show up, you guys beat the crap out of them. Whatever happens, I'll take the fall. Yeah. Beat 'em up. Big Brother Ma rocks. Chen Ji now spotted Ma Lu too. His gaze seemed to look down on him. You saw me? What's the big deal? Does he have 2 lives or something? Not exactly. He's the 3-time consecutive underground boxing champion. He's trained at Shaolin Temple and practiced Iron Head technique. When the time comes, don't blame him for going all out. And that guy smoking? His cousin. Also trained at Shaolin. He practices Diamond Leg technique. With these brothers around, you think I need to fear you? Fine. I'll remember them. Next week, I'll come pay them a visit. Just don't hide like a turtle then. Chen Ji felt uneasy hearing Sū Míng's words, but his pride as a young man wouldn't let him back down. Sū Míng, my cousin offered you a chance. Who knew you'd be so reckless? Fine, you asked for it. Wei Zixuan joined in the taunting from the sidelines. That bastard's no saint either. He's bullied the fat kid constantly. Last semester, just out of boredom, he beat up a poor kid in their class so badly he was crippled. Enough talk. You'll be there when the time comes.
Even Wu Sangua flew into a rage for a beauty. If you want to win Lin Weii back, show me what you're made of.
Fine. Just you wait. Your days are numbered, you won't last past next week.
The group finished speaking and left in a loud commotion. Sū Míng felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he forced himself to remain composed.
He walked back to Ma Lu and said sternly, "You'd better keep your head down lately. Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of."
I'm looking forward to seeing what those methods are, little Sū, the factory director.
Chapter 47, I'm afraid you'll hit me. Shortly after Sū Míng left, Ma Lu recounted everything that had happened today to Chen Muyang. 4 days? What's the significance? Usually, people commit to either 3 days or a week. I rarely hear anyone mention 4 days. Chen Muyang was equally puzzled.
He flipped through the calendar but found nothing out of the ordinary.
He then asked his secretary about the schedule for the 12th.
Mr. Chen, you're scheduled to attend the Dragon Boat Festival charity event at Haichang Nursing Home on the morning of the 12th.
Dragon Boat Festival? Chen Muyang pondered, unable to fathom what the Dragon Boat Festival could possibly be used for. What else?
Oh, and you have plans to watch a soccer match tonight. It's the Arginet game. You mentioned this match is crucial for you because Arginet is our company's brand ambassador. If they lose, they won't advance, and our subsequent sales will decline.
The secretary added. Agenting? Chen Muyang pondered for a moment before finally catching on. I see.
That's Sū Míng. He's just trying to squeeze out every last drop.
What do you mean, Mr. Chen? Isn't he just stalling? Ma Lu couldn't grasp the underlying reason. You fool! Why didn't you keep pushing him earlier? You gave him breathing room.
He was just waiting for the results. If a Gangting had actually been eliminated, his marketing stunt would have succeeded. We hired a Gangting as our endorser, yet their marketing stole all the spotlight.
But wait, Mr. Chen, isn't this kid just gambling?
All those sports reporters said Agentin had a high chance of winning. The group stage should have been a sure thing.
You ask me? Who should I ask? Who knew their group stage would be so bumpy? After 2 matches, 1 win and 1 loss. Now they must win their final match. Strange. Could this kid actually predict the future? Wait a minute, Mr. Chen. You always say soccer is unpredictable. What if he actually gets lucky?
If they pull off an upset and win the championship, this kid could end up bankrupt.
Ma Lu was still spinning things to suit his own agenda. That would suit him perfectly. As long as Agentin kept their championship hopes alive, consumers would flock to buy their refrigerators for this promotion.
If I were him, I'd cash in while I could and make a quick exit if things turn sour.
This kid is way too cunning.
From Chen Muyang's perspective in this era, he naturally couldn't fathom why Sū Míng dared to pull off such a bold marketing gamble.
After analyzing the situation, management concluded Sū Míng was essentially gambling. Win, and everyone's happy; lose, and he'd simply vanish. Neither outcome was something Chen Muyang wished to see.
His goal was to crush the Sū family completely.
No wonder he'd been handing out money all day. It was to lull those employees into complacency. Handing out money? No. We can't let him pull off such a risky move. Go back and keep stirring things up.
Ideally, get some employees to quit within the next couple of days. That'll stall their production schedule, and then I can hold him accountable for breach of contract due to failure to deliver on time.
Understood, Mr. Chen. Leave it to me. With Chen Muyang's subtle hint, Ma Lu now understood Sū Míng's true intentions and resolved to fan the flames further upon his return.
Meanwhile, Sū Míng had just arrived at the stadium. From a distance, he spotted the fat guy squatting again in front of a barbecue stall.
Fatso, what are you doing? Didn't you learn your lesson after getting diarrhea last time? You're still eating from these street stalls?
No, I'm telling you, those last 2 times I ate from those 2 brothers, I got diarrhea both times. Today, I'm here for revenge. The more I look at this barbecue guy, the more he reminds me of that stinky tofu seller from the first day. After being tricked twice, the fat guy was now hell-bent on getting his revenge. The auntie manning the grill felt so embarrassed under his intense stare that she kept her head down the entire time.
Fatso, are you sure? That's a woman. Yeah, handsome, what did you like to eat? Ha! That voice was so deep and husky, Sū Míng started to doubt, was this really a woman? Auntie, you look just like someone, the stinky tofu vendor from the day before yesterday. And actually, that bearded guy selling lamb skewers yesterday looked like you too.
Plus, they were both at this same stall.
Ha? You mean them? Oh, Auntie, you know them? Don't even get me started. Those 2 brothers aren't human at all.
They always buy expired food to sell to passers-by.
That stinky tofu vendor you mentioned? He's my ex-husband.
I divorced him because I couldn't stand him selling expired goods all the time. As the old lady spoke, she suddenly started crying. In her story, the stinky tofu vendor was her ex-husband, and the one selling the stinky lamb skewers was his older brother, both cut from the same cloth. Her ex was especially terrible. He used to beat her when drunk and steal her earnings to gamble. When their daughter got sick, he refused to take her to the doctor, so she had to lock her at home and work the stalls herself.
Auntie, please stop talking about it. I really dislike those 2 too. Buying your grilled food is my way of helping you out a little.
Oh, you're such a good kid. Go ahead and pick whatever you like. The woman wiped her tears and handed over a basket.
Fatso piled his basket high, though the aroma seemed a bit off. But once they hit the grill, the cumin aroma quickly overpowered everything. Auntie, is this ham done?
I'll try it first. The fat guy was starving. He took a bite and immediately scrunched up his face.
How is it? Tasty?
Auntie got up early to prepare all these ingredients, and that jam you can dip it in too.
The taste was really off, so the fat guy tried dipping a bit into the jam. Surprisingly, it actually tasted pretty good this time. Fatso, let's go. Stop eating.
Sū Míng could smell the off-taste of spoiled ingredients that didn't smell good at all. In his view, if you're going to run a stall, run it properly. No matter how touching the story, the goods you sell should at least be passable. It's fine, Ming. I'm fine. You go inside first. I'll share some with you later. With the jam, the taste improved significantly. The fat guy was relieved to have found another divine stall.
Nah, I'm good. I'm full.
Sū Míng really didn't want to eat, so he made an excuse to go inside first.
7:30 p.m., the national football team's match officially kicked off. Bro, just watch. My analysis is spot on. Fatso pulled out his betting slip with confidence. Fatso, you bet everything?
Of course.
Going all in is a smart move. Just watch, it'll definitely end in a draw today. I'm going to grab a bottle of booze.
The game started off decently enough, and Fatty was still gloating, thinking, so that's all a world-class team's got.
Then, in the 14th minute, Brazil broke the deadlock with a thunderous free kick. Once they scored, they kept coming.
The second goal came in the 31st minute, easily pushed in by the opposing striker.
Fatso kept saying it was fine, but he was clearly nervous, muttering that it would definitely end 2-2.
But Sū Míng knew Brazil's offensive momentum had truly begun.
Ming, hold on a sec. I'm grabbing some booze.
Today, you're gonna witness a miracle. The fat guy dashed off to buy more drinks. Sū Míng kept watching the big screen when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Dai Qingyi standing there.
Hey, dumbass, what are you doing here? You said you wanted to watch the game.
The boys in class said football and beer are a perfect match, so I brought you some beer. She pulled 2 cans of beer from her school uniform jacket.
Sū Míng instinctively took them, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, your place is pretty far from here. How did you get here?
As soon as Sū Míng finished asking, she immediately covered her head.
Shadai, what's that supposed to mean? I walked here. I was afraid you'd hit me. Sū Míng was stunned. She walked nearly an hour just to bring him 2 cans of beer? Chapter 48, watch the game with me. Watch the game with me. Ha? I said, watch the game with me. You're not going to hit me anymore?
She opened her eyes wide, asking curiously.
Why would I hit you? Seriously.
Sū Míng opened one can, but the other was hard to reach. She took the initiative to grab it. Before long, the fat guy returned with 2 bottles of beer in hand.
Hey, Ming, I was wondering why you weren't drinking. Turns out your wife brought them for you.
Seeing the fat guy, Dai Qingyi instinctively ducked behind Sū Míng. Except for Sū Míng, Dai Qingyi felt uneasy whenever other guys approached her late at night.
It's fine, little dumb. Fatso might not be the best person, but he and I get along okay. He won't pick on you. Bro, that's a bit harsh. Why am I not a good person? Watch the game, watch the game.
The second half kicked off and the fat guy dropped the argument. He was waiting to see how the national team would equalize the score. However, the national team's form deteriorated even further at the start of the second half. While they managed some back-and-forth play early in the first half, they were completely pinned back in the second. The opposing forwards created multiple chances right in front of the goal.
Their relentless defense clearly paid no dividends. Not long after the restart, the third goal went in another penalty kick, clearly showing the Chinese players' mental state was crumbling. Fatso was devastated too. This wasn't what he'd bargained for. He predicted a 22-goal comeback, but now they were already down by 3. How could they possibly score 3 goals back in this state? Had his idol Pelé deceived him? Another loss here would mean certain elimination for the national team. They were truly in a desperate situation. The fat guy's mental state was crumbling too. All he could do now was chug his drink. Before long, another bottle was drained. Fatso, cut back on the booze.
Sū Míng sensed something was off and offered a word of caution.
Ha, Ming, I'm fine. We can win.
There's no way we can't even make it out of the group stage. Last year, I saw it with my own eyes. The national team scored a last-minute winner against Oman to qualify for the World Cup.
They've got the talent.
The older generation of fans were fortunate the national team had that one chance to compete against world-class teams at the World Cup. But it was also unfortunate because after that tournament, the national team never qualified again, and the results of that particular campaign were far from ideal. Finally, in the 55th minute, the fat man's heart stopped pounding. The opposing striker glided effortlessly through the penalty area, and his final header sealed the deal. From that moment on, the fat man was a changed man.
He stopped offering words of self-encouragement, instead buying and drinking alcohol relentlessly. Dai Qingyi grew even more frightened, hiding behind Sū Míng and clutching his sleeve tightly. The cold beer, combined with the fact that the place wasn't exactly clean, sent the fat man into another bout of the ensure rebellion. He drank until he was exhausted, yet lingered in the stadium hoping for a miracle. Alas, against such a world-class powerhouse, they couldn't mount a single effective attack for the remainder of the match. Only after the final whistle did the fat guy reluctantly toss away his betting slip. After getting thrashed 4-0, everyone lost their spirits. Fewer people were jogging in the stadium at that hour, because this loss meant their hopes of advancing were dashed. Half drunk, the fat guy staggered out of the stadium. Immediately, he saw the barbecue stall owner being arrested. He walked over to see what was happening. It turned out she had been selling expired barbecue products and a customer had discovered it while making a purchase. Other vendors nearby were voicing their outrage. They were all in the same boat. If she ruined the area's reputation, none of them would be able to make a living. She was still trying to wriggle out of it until the city management officers twisted her arm, sending her into a blood-curdling scream. Assault! Assault! The vendor bellowed, her coarse voice sounding more like she was the one committing the assault. Wait, this sounds like a man? Just then, a pancake vendor swiftly pulled off her hood revealing a man underneath. Gotcha! I knew I recognized you. You're the stinky tofu vendor from the day before yesterday, and you're also the one selling lamb skewers yesterday, right? What? Looks like you're a repeat offender. This time you'll get a proper punishment. Anyone who got sick from eating his stuff can get up to 500 yuan in compensation. Come forward and testify against him. The urban management officer shouted, but no one else moved. Don't be afraid, he won't dare retaliate against you. Step forward bravely. I'm here today to seek justice for you all. No, brother, it's not that they're scared. It's just that I haven't sold a thing. My goods smell so strong that customers passing by these days just can't stand the smell and won't buy. I've been trying different sales tactics because business has been so bad. Bull. I saw some dim-witted little chubby kid buying stuff, didn't he? 3 days in a row. What chubby kid? Where is he? Bring him out. That stuff stinks, only a fool would eat it. These guys are slandering me. Seeing no one stepping forward to testify, the barbecue stall owner grew brazen. Without a victim, the worst that could happen was having the stall confiscated, still better than paying hundreds in compensation. Until a sharp sound rang out. Everyone turned to see the beer bottle in the chubby guy's hand crash to the ground. Silence fell over the crowd. Then someone remarked, "Look, isn't that the fat idiot?" Half an hour later, the matter was settled. The fat man staggered down the road, ignoring Sū Míng's calls from behind. Seeing his deliberate indifference, Sū Míng grew angry and ran up to him, only to find the man already weeping. "Brother Ming." He suddenly threw himself forward, nearly causing Sū Míng to stumble. "It's okay, fatso. So what if you're a fool? They'll forget about it tomorrow. Who's going to hold a grudge against a simpleton like you? Besides, he did pay you back the 500 yuan. Damn it. I'm not crying about that. I'm crying because the national soccer team lost. It's fine. It's only 3,000. Here's what we'll do. Tell me what you want to buy, and I'll personally sponsor it." Brother Ming, you don't get it. Today's loss isn't just about the game. Losing today means we're out of the running for the playoffs. Our first World Cup journey is over. I'm so bitter. Fatso wailed. For a lifelong fan like him, this was devastating. Sū Míng had to console him for a long time before the fat guy reluctantly managed to compose himself. "Forget it. I know we're just not good enough. I'll still come watch the next game. I don't expect them to win, but if they could just score one goal, our world championship journey wouldn't feel so regretful." "But Fatso, what if they can't even score that one goal?" "No big deal. If not this time, we'll wait for the next one. By then, we'll be stronger, and making it to the World Cup won't be such a big deal. Besides, how could we not score even one goal? My dad and I will go all out, attacking relentlessly. We'll score easily." Fatty was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the next match, and Sū Míng didn't want to burst his bubble. For the fans, this night was filled with regret, yet it might turn out to be one of the happier days in the decades to come. Only then did Sū Míng realize the two had been walking for quite some time. After all, boys take longer strides, so Dai Qingyi was now scurrying along to catch up. Sū Míng hurried back and saw Dai Qingyi opening her arms wide. "Sū Míng, are you going to cry too? Huh? Didn't we lose the game? You must be so upset. You can cry if you need to." Dai Qingyi looked at him with gentle eyes. Sū Míng wasn't actually sad. Today's game had been pretty awful to begin with. Still, he decisively burrowed into her embrace. At that moment, he felt like today's game wasn't so bad after all. Milky sweet. Chapter 49, the word great needs no further explanation. As the national team suffered defeat against Brazil while everyone else was grieving, Sū Míng was raking in a fortune. Early in the morning, Fang Ping called to report that the factory's beer orders had exploded again. "Sū boss, you're incredible. The national team only has one game left now, but even if they win, it won't matter. We've made so much money this time, we could probably afford to give some back and still be fine. Last night, flipping through the factory's sales data, Fong Ping was so excited he didn't sleep for a day and night. Was this really his once struggling brewery?
The numbers surpassed even his peak performance, deepening Fong Ping's admiration for Sū Míng.
As expected.
Next, we'll stoke the fire again. The national team has one more group stage match. We'll run another marketing campaign. Have the media report this. For the final match against the formidable Turkish team, to support our national team, the brewery has decided that if they draw, we'll still refund distributors 30% of their payments. Not for any other reason, but purely to back our own team. And to thank our even greater fans, if they score one goal against them, we'll contribute funds to aid farmers, specifically helping this year's tea farmers struggling with unsold crops to sell their products. After Sū Míng finished speaking, Fong Ping felt a twinge of unease again.
Boss, have you ever heard the saying, a desperate army is sure to win?
Now that the national team has no chance of advancing, they'll definitely play with everything they've got. So this time, they really might score.
If we don't score? Don't worry about it. Is that something your soccer-savvy friend said?
Sort of.
Alright then.
Your friend, being a lifelong fan, surely has sound judgment.
But why suddenly add tea farmers as a condition? Zhang Jiangwo couldn't understand they're a beer company, so why would they suddenly get involved with tea?
From a business perspective, this move seemed like a lot of effort for little reward. While the factory had turned a profit, engaging in charity work still felt like a stretch.
Plus, there are countless tea farmers in Haicheng.
If they were truly committed to supporting them, it would likely drain the entire factory dry.
Old Jiang, tell me, how's the economic situation in Haicheng?
Well, to be honest, that fire destroyed far too much. Not only the high-speed rail project, but also the planned airport and numerous other facilities were halted. So while our industrial base remains, agriculture still dominates and tea production is a major category within that. Zhang Jiangwo, a native of Haicheng, had witnessed the city's rise from prosperity to decline. Speaking of that incident, it still fills me with regret.
Had such a major accident not occurred, Haicheng's standing would undoubtedly have risen with the tide. Perhaps within just a few years, its economic development would have firmly secured a spot among the nation's top 3.
Those opportunists who cut corners to make a quick buck now have completely cut off future generations' development opportunities.
That's right. Tea cultivation constitutes a significant portion of the industry.
With abundant rainfall this year, tea production surged, leading to a substantial oversupply.
This issue has become a major headache for the municipal government.
I came across this news in the paper just the other day, which is why I decided to propose this wager. Many farmers in Haicheng grow tea, and our initiative will benefit them, earning their goodwill. Sū Míng shared his thoughts.
Mr. Sū, that makes sense, but I think it's a bit redundant.
Not many farmers watch soccer, they're too busy with their fields. Why would they buy a couple bottles of wine just because of our ad?
Wrong. This ad is for the general public.
The World Cup generates huge buzz, but have you considered how competitive our product will be once it's over? Frankly, our product's flavor just can't compete with the popular brands on the market now. I can't change that I bought this recipe from an out-of-town merchant back in the 80s.
Back then, we were one of Haicheng's first liquor producers, so locals still bought it.
But in recent years, as major brands flooded the market, our sales plummeted. That's why I had to shut down the factory before the new year. If it weren't for you, Boss Sū, stepping in, I'd probably be in Shenzhen chasing my first fortune by now. Zhang Jiangwo recalled the trials and tribulations of these past 2 decades, his heart filled with endless emotion. Time truly flies like a white horse passing through a crack, and autumn leaves scatter in the blink of an eye.
Exactly.
That's why in business, we can't just chase petty gains.
We must build our reputation.
When this marketing plan launched, even if farmers didn't buy, other citizens saw it and understood our sincere intentions.
This subtly instilled the idea that our brewery has always been Hai City's own enterprise.
Sū Míng has always believed that a company's social goodwill is crucial.
Sometimes, it can even determine a company's survival. However, there was a deeper intention he didn't voice. Business owners shouldn't take it for granted that sheer strength can solve everything. Without cultivating good relations with local government, they might find themselves at a loss when future challenges arise. Sū Míng knew this year's tea oversupply was a long-standing problem for higher authorities. By stepping forward to resolve it, he aimed to establish connections with those in power. That way, when he went off to university, the Dongzhi faction wouldn't dare push him too far. Boss, my admiration for you is beyond words.
The fact that you've long wanted to support farmers, that alone earns my respect.
You're the first entrepreneur I've ever met who operates like this. Exactly.
So regardless of whether the national soccer team scores or not, our company will support some tea farmers to help them overcome their immediate crisis.
Though perceptions might differ.
Sū Míng smiled as he revealed his plan.
What do you mean?
If they score, we fulfill our promise.
That proves our brewery keeps its word.
If they don't score, we still follow through.
How would you, as an outsider, perceive that?
What else could it be? Boss, the word great speaks for itself.
Hey, old Jiang, you've learned how to butter people up now, haven't you? Boss, my only virtue is telling the truth.
Sū Míng was pleased to hear Zhang Jiangluo's words. After all, who doesn't like praise?
Oh, right boss, how exactly do you plan to help these tea farmers? Are you really going to buy it all outright? That's no small amount. An entire village's tea harvest could keep our whole brewery drinking for years. You'll find out soon enough. Sū Míng's approach to business was fundamentally driven by commercial logic. Assisting farmers was merely a side effect. These days, pure-hearted do-gooders starve to death. Chapter 50, Calling Daddy. After hanging up, Sū Míng rode his bike to the school. Shortly after entering the classroom, Lin Weii arrived too. Today she wore a skirt, a miniskirt, no less, paired with black thigh-high socks, giving her a playful and adorable look. The moment she entered the classroom, she instinctively searched for Sū Míng. Spotting him, she felt thoroughly satisfied. Last time she'd asked him to buy milk, he'd actually dared to resist. At the time, Lin Weii had thought he'd grown tired of her. But now it seemed her charm hadn't faded at all. Zhang was right. Sū Míng had deliberately delivered the milk upstairs just to make her angry. She had indeed felt a bit upset that day. Lin Weii approached his seat, cleared her throat twice, then let out a smug little snort. Sū Míng, however, was at a loss for words. When Lin Weii had arrived earlier, the boys in the class had made some noise.
He had glanced over out of curiosity, never expecting to be misunderstood by her again. Chen Jingxing, however, was rather excited. Lin Weii had never dressed like this before. Now that Sū Míng had stopped pursuing her, she started dressing like this. Didn't that prove she long despised him, but had simply avoided letting him see her before? In other words, today's outfit was meant for him because everyone knew he was the one who liked her most in class now. Chen Jingxing hurried over, showering her with more warm greetings. Unfortunately, when he suggested seeing the newly released movie Spider-Man, she refused, claiming she was afraid of spiders. Of course, the real reason was that Chen Jingxing was way too greasy. Weighing over 200 pounds, he made her stick to the principle that poverty and low status couldn't change her. No worries, Vivi. When Titanic re-releases, I'll ask you out again. LeBron James's movie is pretty good. This movie was directed by James Cameron, bro. Could you look it up? LeBron is a basketball player. Sū Míng was speechless. This guy was completely clueless. Sū Míng, what's your point? Who doesn't know? Of course I know it's Cameron. I was just saying soon because I follow international sports news. LeBron was named the top high school player this year, and my foreign friends all think he'd be the #1 pick if he entered the NBA draft. Why are you seizing on my slip-up? Okay, you can get worked up, but hold your horses. The 2002 NBA #1 pick was Yao Ming, the guy from Shanghai. What? Guys, come over here. Some clueless guy's talking nonsense. To cover his own slip-up, Chen Jingxing immediately turned on Sū Míng. Me and the guys in my class all play basketball. We've watched plenty of games and know there are several top draft picks this year. Yao Ming? No way. Don't think his height makes him special. That build? He'd get crushed in the US. What use is that huge frame for a technical player? Might as well go shoveling manure with that strength. Sū Míng's words drew laughter from those around him. What do you know? American athletes have superior physical conditioning. Why would they draft an outsider like you? Besides, I don't think Yao Ming is all that great either. Sure, his stats in China look impressive, but that's all padding. The club did it on purpose to make his numbers look better. Oh? So in your eyes, American athletes are just naturally superior? Are we really that far behind? Sū Míng chuckled. People still doubted Yao Ming in this era? After the draft controversy broke, some claimed the NBA only selected him to tap into the Chinese market. But in Sū Míng's view, even if they held 10,000 drafts back then, Yao Ming would still be the top pick every single time. Right. Your Americans eat meat, eggs, and dairy. How could you possibly compare? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. In Chen Jingxing's mind, the physical constitution of Chinese people was inherently inferior to foreigners, so he knew this bet was a sure win. So how do we bet? Since he was asking for a humiliating defeat, Sū Míng was happy to oblige. If someone wants to slap you and they offer their face, well, that is fate's doing. A slap that doesn't land with a satisfying smack would be a waste of heaven's gift. After the college entrance exams, we'll host a banquet to thank our teachers. The top scorers will likely be announced around late June. If that person turns out to be Yao Ming, I'll cover the entire banquet cost. If not, you'll foot the entire bill. This. What? Backing out now? Or is your family's wealth just too small to back such a big bet? I can understand that. After all, compared to ours, your family's resources are practically a drop in the bucket. Chen Jingxing deliberately emphasized his family's substantial wealth, making sure Lin Weii understood his standing. Compared to him, Sū Míng would be crushed flat. I only ever held back before. No, I'm worried you'll renege if you lose. Taking everyone out for street food would be pointless. Sū Míng continued to provoke him. Anyway, it'd be good to make this arrogant rich kid bleed a little. Ha! Me, back out? My dad's the general manager of Dongzhi Electronics. Would I do that? Besides, I can't lose.
What do you know, you frog in a well? Have you even been to America? Those prestigious universities like Duke? I visit them every single winter and summer break. Chen Jingxing couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning his family background. Sū Míng chuckled. Truth be told, in his previous life, he also visited Duke's beauties every year. Yeah, that university, pretty cushy. Stop pretending. In my eyes, you're not even worthy of being my opponent. Of course, since you've offered yourself up today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Here's the deal, the loser has to treat the entire class to dinner at Jinhua Lu downtown. Do you accept this wager? The moment those words left his mouth, anticipation lit up every face in the room. Holy crap! Jinhua Tower? That's the fanciest restaurant in Haicheng. A single meal there costs hundreds. Not cheap, huh? That's Chen Xiao for you, always going all out. Chen Xiao, we're totally backing you on this one. Sū Míng, if you're scared, just apologize to young Master Chen. He's seen more of the world than you've eaten meals. Honestly, he looks like he's had more than his fair share of life's hardships. Sū Míng, say that again. If you're scared, just admit it. No need to shoot your mouth off. So it's Jinhua Tower? I accept the wager. Fine. Whoever backs out later has to call the other daddy. Dare you? Chen Jingxing knew his opponent had taken the bait, so he pressed on. What's the name? Daddy. The whole class erupted in laughter. Chapter 51, The Elders Scheming. After school that afternoon, Sū Míng returned home to find his mother, Yongfang, had already prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Son, you must be tired. I made your favorite corn and pork rib soup, with chestnuts added inside. Sū Ming's ears perked up at the words. He rushed over and quickly downed a bowl. Mom, I think all those restaurant chefs can't hold a candle to you. This soup is absolutely amazing. This was a flavor he'd spent his entire previous life trying to replicate with renowned chefs, yet never quite achieved. Now, tasting it again, Sū Míng couldn't help but want another bowl. You youngster, mind your hygiene. Go wash your hands first. There's also a dish of braised beef brisket with radish that's been simmering for ages. Eat plenty today. Hearing it was all his favorite dishes, Sū Míng hurried off to the bathroom to wash his hands before returning. As he ate, his mother suddenly asked, Son, has school been tiring lately? It's okay, not too bad. With Dai Qingyi helping him plan his studies, Sū Míng felt less lost. Yongfang sighed inwardly. It was the critical final push of senior year. Every student should be buried in their studies. His claim of not being tired meant he'd already switched to relaxation mode. She'd been pleased to see his test papers covered in red checkmarks last time, but then her younger brother had remarked that even 150 points wouldn't get him into any decent university. That made her determined to pave the way for her son first. Son, after the exams, why not go work at your uncle's factory? Huh? Mom, did he ask you to come? Sū Míng paused his chopsticks and asked. No. It's my idea. Look, your academic path isn't working out. You might as well learn a trade. Your uncle's right, having a skill in hand will help you support yourself in the future. Mom, you're mistaken. What kind of skills could there possibly be at uncle's factory? How can it not be technical? It's all electronic equipment, high-tech stuff. Your uncle said he can teach you the assembly procedures. If things don't work out for you later, you could even open a repair shop specializing in fixing pagers. Mother hadn't been to school, so to her, any job involving electricity was skilled work, something prestigious and high-tech. A repair shop for pagers? The term sounded increasingly niche the more she heard it. Nowadays, landlines are common in every household. In a couple of years, mobile phone brands will start conquering the market, and pagers will soon become relics of the past. Getting into this business now is like lighting a lamp in the toilet. Mom, don't listen to him. He doesn't know anything either. His place is just an assembly shop, even the brands are knockoffs. Son, why can't you see? You know our family's situation. I'm not saying you can shoulder heavy responsibilities, you're still in school, but you must plan for the future. If you don't learn anything now, how will you support yourself later? What kind of snake oil is he feeding you? Wait, Mom, did you lend him money again? I did, but just a little. This won't do. I'm calling him right now. Sū Míng felt a surge of irritation. This uncle was always asking for money. All these years, he'd lost a fortune pouring into him. Xiao Ming, don't. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, it was Zhang Jiangwo. Hey, old Zhang, what's gotten into you? You're out of breath. Sis, I'm here to see Xiao Ming. Seeing Zhang Jiangwo's panicked expression, Sū Míng put down the phone first. What's wrong, Uncle Jiang? Quick, come with me. We need to go to the factory. Hey, old Zhang, if you're going to teach him something, let the kid eat first. We'll go after he finishes. Xiao Ming, eat up and then head to the factory to learn more. Your Uncle Jiang is quite an impressive man. Yongfang praised Zhang Jiangwo, hoping he'd mentor her son more. No, sister-in-law, I'm nothing special. Xiao Ming is the remarkable one. What's going on, Uncle Jiang? Come on, let's go. We'll talk on the way.
After that, Sū Míng left with Zhang Jiangguo without finishing his meal. Yongfang, unaware of the situation, assumed Zhang Jiangguo intended to mentor her son. Immediately impressed, she called her husband. "Old Sū, are you feeling any better?" "Much better now. I should be discharged soon, just in time for that little brat's college entrance exams." "What's up?" Old Zhang just came by the house. He didn't even eat dinner before taking Ming to the factory to learn. Looks like he's truly devoted himself wholeheartedly to the factory. There was a moment of silence on the other end before he replied, I see. Actually, Zhang has been with me for years. I know his capabilities better than anyone. As for my health, the doctor said I can't keep working myself to the bone like this anymore. Old Sū, why not use this opportunity to hand over the factory's responsibilities to old Zhang? I trust he can handle it. As for our son, let him study in a big city. Seeing more of the world will do him good. Don't keep him cooped up in this small place forever. Yongfang sighed. There was no other way. Since her own child couldn't hold the family business together, the heavy burden would have to fall on an outsider. Truth be told, during my hospital stay, I've been thinking along the same lines. Jiangguo has always been loyal. I trust him to manage things. It's just that the kid's grades are abysmal. I'd love for him to go to a big city, but I fear he won't even qualify to get in. Sū Zhengfeng was equally helpless. After decades navigating the business world, his son hadn't inherited a shred of his skills. Well, it's up to him now. Summer break is coming up. My brother said Sū Míng could intern at his factory to learn some skills. What do you think? Sounds good. As long as that brat stops hanging out with that fat kid all day and losing track of time. He's old enough now, it's about time he started helping ease the family's burden. That's good. I just mentioned it to Sū Míng, but he wasn't keen. He said pagers would be obsolete in a few years, cell phones would dominate the market. Nonsense. What does that kid know? Sure, fewer people use pagers now, but that just means it's the era of big mobile phones. Those big phones are too bulky, no big boss would buy them. That kid really has no vision. Alright, gotta go. I'll put the food away and reheat it when my son gets back. Just as Yongfang was about to hang up, Sū Zhengfeng remembered something. Oh, right, that brat's homeroom teacher called me about his early romance at school. Did you know? His homeroom teacher called me too. I'm totally against it. Huh? What are you objecting to? You haven't even met the girl. She's a rat in the Chinese zodiac, not incompatible with your son's rat sign. Go find out about her right away. If she's from a good family, make him marry her ASAP. When you meet the right person, you marry them first, don't you understand that? Huh? Dating in their teens, and still in school? What kind of decent girl could that be? She could be some delinquent who smokes and drinks. Anyway, I'm firmly against it, no discussion. Yongfang hung up the phone immediately. Sū Zhengfeng muttered, what a stinker, then thought, well, I'll just go see for myself when I'm discharged. With that thought, he settled back comfortably into his hospital bed, drifting off to sweet dreams of holding his grandchild soon. Chapter 52, could this be part of Sū Míng's plan? Following Zhang Jiangguo to the factory, Sū Míng found over 20 employees already stripped of their work uniforms, shouting demands for a wage increase at least 500 yuan. Captain Ma, as the security chief, how could you not step in to maintain order? How can you justify this to our factory director Sū, who placed such trust in you? Zhang Jiangguo spotted Ma Lu cracking sunflower seeds nearby and instantly lost his temper. Hey, Deputy Director Jiang, you can't talk like that. Our security team's job is to maintain peace and prevent theft. As for these internal conflicts, what can I do? They're beyond my capabilities. We need our brilliant and capable director Sū to step in. Ma Lu replied with a sarcastic tone. Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to respond. He'd get his comeuppance soon enough. Stepping into the production hall, he found workers gathered, shouting that they'd strike unless their wages were raised. Everyone! Didn't we settle this 2 days ago? Give us 4 more days, and the factory will definitely provide a satisfactory response. Why are you causing trouble again now? Zhang Jiangguo stepped forward to mediate. Brothers, don't listen to him. He's just stalling. We work so hard, and he wants to trick us into working extra days. Today, no raise, no deal. Right. We won't accept it. Hey, old Dong, you're a veteran employee, how can you be so misguided? Don't you trust the factory at all? Zhang Jiangguo felt a chill in his heart upon realizing that Dong Wenhua, a respected figure among the workers, was the ringleader of this protest. Zhang Jiangguo, whatever you say today won't change anything. Either we get the raise, or we strike. If you can't decide, then let the person behind you make the call. Dong Wenhua pointed his finger directly at Sū Míng, who stood silently nearby. Sū Míng, of course, didn't back down. He stepped forward to face the crowd. Speak up. What exactly do you want? Alright, Sū Míng. Since you're the son of factory director Sū, your words should carry weight. Our demand is simple, raise our wages to 1,000 yuan. 1,000? What about the rest of you? Do you all agree? Sū Míng looked at the 20 or so people behind Dong Wenhua.
They cowered, avoiding his gaze, obviously opportunists hoping to ride the wave of trouble.
A few others immediately chimed in about how hard they worked, insisting this raise was only fair.
Hard work?
You do the same jobs as them, they haven't complained about it being hard. The rest of the factory workers were still on the job. Since Sū Míng had promised a solution within 4 days, they were willing to wait for now. Moreover, they also felt that the proposed 1,000 yuan wage was unrealistic, so they didn't want to join the protest. Of course, they were all watching Sū Míng's reaction.
If he actually agreed to raise wages, then they'd have to join the protest too. But that's just them being stupid. They don't even know how to fight for their own interests. Dongzhi's factory pays 800 yuan, and the rest even Huazi's cut. Enough talk, Sū Míng. Just say yes or no. If you refuse, we're out of here for good. Things are busy at the factory lately, right? We're all experienced hands, over 20 of us. If we leave, it'll definitely hit you hard. Dongzhi knew this well, which is why he spoke with such confidence. Fair enough. Fine, I guess there's no other way. Sū Míng nodded. Ah, that's the spirit. Little Sue, you're a smart one. Guys, back to work. Hold on, you've misunderstood.
What I meant was, since Dongzhi has been so good to you, you should go.
I won't force anyone.
As soon as Sū Míng finished speaking, Zhang Jiangguo hurried to dissuade him. Xiaoming, what old Dong said may be shameless, but he's right, we're in desperate need of manpower right now.
Our factory isn't a charity. How could I let them walk all over me?
Hey, Xiaoming, you really can't be so impulsive. If the factory's orders aren't delivered on time, the penalty fees alone will be enough to sink us. You know the saying, today they take 5 cities, tomorrow they take 10, and then they get 1 night's peace. Today they're using the factory's workload as an excuse to force us to raise wages.
Can you guarantee there won't be a next time after today? I know. I'm telling you not to be impulsive. Zhang Jiangguo was puzzled. Why was Sū Míng acting so impulsively today? Could it be he misjudged him all along? That deep down, he's just an impulsive youth, and the previous 2 times were merely due to a bit of cleverness? Sū Míng, Deputy Jiang is right.
Think this through carefully, we're in the middle of a critical hiring period. I know that, but don't forget you're our factory's permanent employees. If you want to resign, you must submit a 1-month notice, and you're still required to work normally during that period. We should resolve the order issues within that month.
And your wages? Not a penny extra.
If any mistakes occur during this period, I'll deduct pay severely.
Think it through.
Unexpectedly, Sū Míng turned the tables with a counter-threat, leaving the workers visibly shaken.
After all, with relations already strained, they'd have to endure another month here. Who knows what kind of sabotage they might face?
As they began to waver, Ma Lu chimed in with advice.
Ahem.
Yesterday, my cousin applied at Dongzhi.
They rewarded him 200 yuan right off the bat. Lucky him.
Thank goodness my sister-in-law talked him out of staying in that trashy job.
The sooner you leave, the better. Ma Lu, what do you mean by that?
How dare you side with outsiders?
Zhang Jiangguo snapped angrily. Hey, what's that got to do with me? I was just sharing my family's experience.
Dongzhi seized the moment to stir up the crowd. Guys, if the factory doesn't respect us, we shouldn't take this money either.
Let's go find a better place. Sū Míng, we may be just small employees, but we have our pride.
We'll only lose a little money, but if you can't deliver on time, you'll lose way more. I'm waiting to see the day your factory goes under.
Right. Let them go under. We're off to Dongzhi. The others joined in, clamoring to leave. Alright, Sister Zhang, record all their names. This factory will never hire them again. Uncle Jiang, come with me to the office. Once in the office, Sū Míng instructed Zhang Jiangguo to post the new wage incentive plan immediately. Zhang Jiangguo understood this was meant to calm the workforce.
While it felt satisfying to kick out those greedy bastards, the consequences were now upon them.
After the incentive plan was posted, the remaining employees worked with renewed vigor. Still, Zhang Jiangguo approached Sū Míng to discuss recruitment matters. Xiaoming, this isn't your fault. They were the ones who went too far. If they want to leave, we can't hold them back. I'll personally explain this to factory manager Sue. It's not your mistake. It's fine. You can tell my father. Besides, I was planning to let them go anyway. Huh? What do you mean? You knew they were leaving all along? Zhang Jiangguo was stunned. Could it be, this was all part of his plan?
Chapter 53, Those who dare rebuke me to my face shall be punished with 200 strokes. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The person who entered left Zhang Jiangguo utterly astonished.
Dongzhi, what are you doing here?
The factory has already made it clear you're permanently barred from employment.
Uncle Jiang, don't worry. He's here to see me.
Sū Míng beckoned, and Dongzhi immediately trotted over with an obsequious expression. Young Sue, the factory manager, I've fulfilled my promise to you.
My money. Alright, sister, shall we give him the money? Zhang Xiaowei nodded and pulled out 2 envelopes.
Here, one is your rightful wages, and these extra 2,000 are a bonus.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you, factory manager Sū.
Come to Yangqing sometime, I'll treat you to a meal.
Dong Wenhua said before walking straight out. In the office, Zhang Jiangguo looked utterly bewildered. Wait, Ming, why did you give him money? So this strike was your doing too? Of course not. I just went with the flow. What do you mean? You think those incidents were spontaneous? Someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Dong Wenhua told me he was heading to Yangqing to help his son take care of his grandchild, so I had him play along with my plan.
Oh. No wonder you knew so much about those employees last time.
So old Dong was your pawn all along.
Zhang Jiangguo finally caught on. Exactly.
At the time, I just asked him to monitor the employees for any unusual movements. After all, our factory was going through a turbulent period, and internal grievances were inevitable.
How could you do your job well without understanding the sentiments of the people below you?
Then, just a few days later, Ma Lu showed up to stir up trouble. After Dong Wenhua told me about it, I had him pretend to agree, then use the opportunity to cause a commotion.
Oh. So Ma Lu was the mole. No wonder he always stood by idly. He'd likely been bought off by Dong's side.
I'll have Zhang Xiaowei fire all these security guards immediately.
Zhang Jiangyi immediately set out to eliminate the threat. Ah, no rush.
He's just an insignificant pawn. I could crush him with a flick of my finger.
Uncle Jiang, industrial espionage isn't entirely bad. It all depends on whether he operates openly or covertly.
Once we know about him, he ceases to be the enemy's spy and becomes ours.
Ours too? Oh. I see. You want to feed him false information. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
After saying this, Zhang Jiangguo sensed something was off. But wait, if his goal was to incite these workers to quit, why didn't you stop him? Why did you even have old Dong pour fuel on the fire? Uncle Jiang, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures.
Public sentiment is critical right now. After the last factory-wide strike, we offered a solution and asked for 4 days. Now these people won't even give us 4 days and are demanding exorbitant terms. Tell me, can we really trust such backstabbers to work for our factory? You have a point. 1,000 yuan, what factory in Haicheng can afford that? But I'm worried about Ma Lu.
If we don't get rid of him, he'll cause trouble sooner or later, luring the remaining workers over to Dongzhi. Those who get tricked are mostly brainless anyway.
Dongzhi isn't a charity.
Our factory's wages are already slightly above the average for Haicheng workers.
If their conditions were really that good, how could they possibly be short on workers?
If they could truly pay 1,000 yuan, they'd have posted recruitment notices right at our factory gates long ago.
Exactly. If they paid well, why wouldn't people go?
These folks are truly foolish.
They didn't even bother to investigate, just took off after hearing some security guard talk, abandoning their wages.
Zhang Jiangguo shook his head, though he felt a pang of sadness. After all, some of them were longtime employees.
Uncle Jiang, isn't this a blessing in disguise?
They're the ones with the problem, rushing off without even demanding their wages.
We just saved over 10,000 yuan. Damn. Now I see your scheme.
You had old Dong get rid of these guys just to avoid paying them.
Ming, can I be blunt?
Uncle Jiang, you fought alongside my dad for decades.
You're my elder.
Even an emperor in the Warring States period said, "He who dares to confront me with my faults shall receive the highest reward."
Speak freely.
You're starting to look more and more like a crooked businessman.
Alright, got it.
Sister Xiaowei, make a note, insulting the factory director, deduct 200 yuan from his pay.
Got it.
Zhang Xiaowei immediately reached for her notebook.
Hey, wait, didn't you just say that emperor said?
Oh, I'm not the emperor, I'm the shady businessman. No, Sū Míng, uncle was wrong.
Isn't that enough?
Seeing the usually decisive Zhang Jiangguo groveling before a child, Zhang Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, on Dongzhi's side, Ma Lu had successfully delivered the message.
Chen Muyan listened and was immediately overjoyed. Great. Ma Lu, I owe you a huge favor. But Mr. Chen, I'm under a lot of pressure right now.
That Sū Míng guy even threatened to get back at me last time.
Don't worry.
We live in a society governed by law now.
What are you afraid of? If he dares to touch you, just lie down and sue him into bankruptcy.
You and your brothers have worked hard these past few days.
I'll give each of you 200 yuan. Go buy some good cigarettes to smoke.
Ma Lu immediately showered him with thanks, then stuffed the money into his pocket, already mentally setting aside half for himself.
Captain Ma, there's one more important task for you. Get this done, and it's 500 each. Hearing that figure, Ma Lu's eyes lit up. Leaving early was definitely the right call.
This Mr. Chen sure knows how to throw money around. He must accelerate bringing down the Zhejiang electrical appliance factory to live up to Mr. Chen's trust.
What is it, Mr. Chen? Just give the order.
I'm just a lowly security guard, but since you show me such favor, I'll go through fire and water for you.
Chen Muyan nodded, inwardly chuckling.
It was best not to place too much trust in people who worked solely for money.
Remember last time?
I signed a contract with your factory to buy 100 Lejia refrigerators, but you secretly changed it to 200 overnight.
Mr. Chen, this is a bit difficult. I'll personally add another 1,000 yuan to your pay. Difficult? Difficult or not, I'll handle it. Serving Mr. Chen is my honor. After Ma Lu's impassioned speech, he promptly exited the office. Chen Muyan knew this time the Sū family would surely perish. He'd said he'd wipe them out in a month, and a month it would be. Shortly after Ma Lu left, Chen Muyan's son brought him lunch. Dad, what's got you so happy? You really can't stand that Sū Míng in your class, right? In less than a week, his family will go bankrupt. Really? Fantastic. Serves him right. He dared to compete with me for a woman. Chen Jingxing was overjoyed too. His father's no match for me. Son, do well on your college entrance exams. When the time comes, aim to crush them completely. Got it, Dad. I'll make it happen. Chapter 54, Wilderness, Wetwater, Class. Another rare weekend arrived, and Sū Míng came to study with Dai Qingyi again. Arriving at her house early that morning, he found Dai Qingyi and her grandmother locking the door as they prepared to leave. Their attire was peculiar, both wore straw hats. Her grandmother carried a hoe and seemed quite energetic, while Dai Qingyi was dressed like a country girl. Spotting Sū Míng, she panicked, fearing he'd see her shabby appearance. Like a startled rabbit, she dashed back inside. Clang! After the loud crash, she crouched on the ground in pain. Oh, little dumbass. See me and think you can run? You're breaking my heart. Sū Míng walked over, grabbed her collar, and pulled her up. Seeing the red mark on her forehead, his heart softened. Does it hurt? She nodded, then shook her head, her expression tinged with hurt. So, does it hurt or not? Not really. I'm fine, Sū Míng. Yikes. Look how red it is. Come here, little one. Grandma Dai Qingyi saw the state of her forehead, immediately took off her own cloth shoe, pressed it firmly against her forehead, and began rubbing vigorously. Dai Qingyi gritted her teeth throughout, but finally couldn't bear it and cried out twice in pain. You silly girl, it's good that it hurts. Pain means the swelling will go down. With that, the old woman resumed her vigorous rubbing. Ouch. Sū Míng watched speechless. This was an old folk remedy passed down through generations. When children fell or bumped themselves, parents would use the sole of a shoe to reduce swelling. Whether it actually worked, Sū Míng still didn't know. But seeing Dai Qingyi on the verge of tears, Sū Míng quickly intervened. After asking around, he learned that her grandmother had decided to eat fish today and planned to catch some from the stream behind the mountain. Sū Míng, you stay home and study diligently, okay? Wait for me, I'm going to catch some fish for you to eat. Dai Qingyi opened the door and invited Sū Míng inside. Of course, Sū Míng wouldn't pass up such a chance to bond. He insisted on going along too. Soon, the three of them set off into the mountains. It was the height of summer, and with no tall trees to provide shade in the mountains, the sun beating down on their heads felt quite scorching. As they walked, Sū Míng suddenly found a straw hat on his head. Xiao Dai, no need. You wear it. You wear it. You wear it. Heatstroke is awful. She reached up and tugged on the drawstring beneath the brim, just to make sure Sū Míng wouldn't take it off. Fine, fine. I'll wear it. Just don't strangle me. Oh, sorry, Sū Míng. I didn't mean to. It's fine. What about you? Aren't you hot? I'm fine. I'm standing next to you. I'm short, and the sun doesn't burn short people. After saying this, Dai Qingyi immediately moved to Sū Ming's right side, tucking herself entirely into the shadow cast by his body. Worried she might fall behind, Sū Míng deliberately slowed his pace. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Dai Qingyi's grandmother went nearby to dig wild vegetables, while the two of them headed to the river to catch fish. Sū Míng, you go upstream to herd the fish. I'll catch them, I'm really good at it. Sū Míng nodded in agreement and moved upstream. Just as he was about to ask if she was ready, he noticed Dai Qingyi rolling up her pant legs. That exposed stretch of her calf remained smooth and beautiful, leaving Sū Míng momentarily mesmerized. Sū Míng, are you ready? Ready to go? Ha? Oh, okay. Here we go. The water was fairly clear, but he couldn't spot any large fish, mostly just small fish and shrimp swimming about. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Sū Míng kept stirring the water, eventually driving the fish and shrimp toward Dai Qingyi. Dai Qingyi splashed around several times but caught nothing. Feeling embarrassed, she started apologizing again. It's fine, silly. No need to apologize. If we don't catch anything today, we'll just treat it as a fun outing. Relaxing is good too. After pondering, Dai Qingyi decided to change her fishing spot to a slightly deeper area. This time, no upstream-downstream teamwork was needed, as the fish here were much larger. She simply sharpened a wooden stick into a point and resorted to primitive fishing methods. The water was deep here, so as soon as she arrived, Dai Qingyi began rolling up her pant legs again. This time, she rolled them up all the way to her thighs. Sū Míng felt a surge of excitement watching her, calming down only when she finally stepped into the water. Sū Míng, watch me. I'll show you I'm really good at spearfishing. Really? Then I'd love to learn.
Seeing the pride on her face, Sū Míng naturally didn't want to discourage her.
Sū Míng, watch me. Watch me.
First, build up your strength. She raised the wooden spear high. As she gathered strength, her entire back straightened and certain areas subtly began to firm up. The plain peasant girl's clothes couldn't hide her developing figure. Truthfully, she didn't need to tell him to look at that moment. Sū Míng's gaze had activated auto-aim. Hey! She dove forward with a sudden lunge, the contours of her sweater shifting and dancing.
Oops, missed. Sū Míng, sorry. No need to apologize. Keep going, just keep going.
I'll learn this properly.
Fishing is great, fishing is something I need to learn. Alright. Dai Qingyi was delighted that Sū Míng didn't mind her clumsiness.
Yikes.
Whoa. Ouch.
This time she lost her balance and stumbled backward, falling completely. Sū Míng, whose attention had just been diverted, didn't catch her in time, causing half her back to get soaked by the water. Sū Míng cursed this flashy vest for ruining the limited time perk of her white shirt. Still, Sū Míng wasn't that shameless. Seeing her like this, he didn't want her to get completely soaked, so he helped her onto the shore.
Let me handle it, little dumb. Sorry, Sū Míng, I was trying to teach you. Last month when I came, I caught 2 fish. Oh. I know. Auntie said it's true, when you catch fish, you can't say the fish here are easy to catch. Otherwise, the little fish will hear you, and once they hear, they won't let you catch them anymore. She said this with great solemnity, her earnest expression making Sū Míng unable to resist pinching her little face and gently lifting it up. What are you doing? Sū Míng, I'm not lying.
I swear to this little stream.
What can a stream witness?
This stretch of water you swear on it 1 second, and the next it's already flowing past.
Oh, that makes sense. Then I swear by that big black rock it's not going anywhere, right?
Ah, but the external environment has wind.
It blows away a little bit of it every moment. So the rock from the last second isn't the rock of this second. Oh, I get it.
It's politics, I learned that in philosophy class.
Wrong. It's physics. The lesson is called molecular motion. And now I have to teach you a lesson too. What now?
Dai Qingyi stared at him wide-eyed, her expression innocent.
Light refraction.
Sū Míng seized the moment and thrust his spear with all his might.
In an instant, a tilapia was impaled. Chapter 55, Making a Pack the Adult Way. Wow. Fish. Sū Míng. Fish. Pretty impressive, huh? Amazing. Sū Míng, you're the best.
Dai Qingyi was overjoyed. Catching fish meant dinner was secured for the day.
Want me to teach you? Yes. I want to learn. I want to learn. It's quite simple.
Due to the principle of light refraction, the position of fish seen from the water appears slightly shallower. Therefore, when spearfishing, you should aim toward the fish's belly. This was actually Sū Míng's perspective from a physics standpoint. Looking back now, he realized how superficial he'd been back then. He'd dismissed that knowledge as utterly useless for daily life, yet it was precisely distilled from life experiences. This is precisely the essence of investigating things to attain knowledge. Once Dai Qingyi grasped this principle, she finally managed to catch a fish. Still, she wasn't greedy. After catching 1 fish, she declared she'd stop.
What? 2 fish are enough? They're not even that big. No, enough to eat is fine. We don't need to catch so many. We eat fish to survive, but the little fish need to survive too. We must cherish nature. But suppose you were stranded on a desert island, and there was a large fish that had just given birth. I'd eat it. Ha? Little dumb, you're not being dumb all of a sudden? I'm not dumb. I said we should cherish nature within our means. But when you can't even guarantee your own survival, what's the point of talking about cherishing? Humans have evolved for so long. Standing at the top of the food chain is what we deserve. The earth isn't just for us humans, but the right to life for animals is granted by humans. Therefore, humans must always be superior to animals. This principle applies at all times. Dai Qingyi spoke with such conviction that even Sū Míng was taken aback. She might look a bit dazed and simple, but she wasn't foolish. At least when it came to major principles, she knew exactly where she stood. This made Sū Míng like her even more. Alright, no fish then. I'll catch some small shrimp. I don't like fish anyway. Sure thing. I'll help. I'm a pro at catching shrimp. No need. You rest on the shore. I'll handle it. Sū Míng no longer fully trusted her great-headed claim, fearing she might make a mess of things again. He decided to handle it himself. Dai Qingyi, fearing she might only hinder him, sat barefoot on the shore singing, her pale, delicate feet dangling idly. A red string hung from her ankle, adorned with a tiny bell that jingled with each sway of her feet, adding a playful charm. Catching shrimp proved far trickier than catching fish. After all, they were smaller and far more agile, darting away at the slightest disturbance. Fortunately, when fatigue set in, he could glance at Dai Qingyi, making the task less tedious. Persisting in this manner, he eventually reaped his reward. Seeing Sū Míng carry a bucket of shrimp, Dai Qingyi immediately said, "Sū Míng, you love shrimp, right? I'll cook some for you tonight." "You're good at cooking shrimp?" "No, I'm a terrible cook. I just didn't want you to get too tired. If you're worried it'll taste bad, I won't make it. She shook her head, looking a bit embarrassed. It's fine, go ahead. I'll love whatever you cook. Sū Míng's words gave her confidence. She beckoned happily, gesturing for him to sit beside her. Sū Míng sat down naturally. Then she whispered mysteriously, Sū Míng, would you like a massage? Huh? This little goofball suddenly got smart?
Sū Míng immediately nodded, afraid he might miss out on something.
Alright then, come on. Put your feet in the water.
Those little fish will nibble your toes, it feels amazing. Shoo! Don't tell anyone about this, or they'll never dare eat the fish here.
Keep our voices down.
As she spoke, she kept glancing warily around. The more Sū Míng watched her, the more adorable she seemed. Just then, Sū Míng noticed the heart-shaped mark on the back of her hand. It seemed slightly out of place on her flawlessly smooth skin.
Huh? What's this? Little dumb, who picked on you?
You, of course.
Me? Yeah, when we were kids, you'd always take me out on your bike.
Then one time, you crashed and I hit my head on a rock right around here.
You used to tease me all the time back then. Her words finally jogged Sū Míng's memory of those days decades ago. Actually, when they were kids, Sū Míng's family lived near the factory. Dai Qingyi and he were practically inseparable as childhood sweethearts.
But after they grew up, his family moved to an apartment complex in town. When they met again in high school, Dai Qingyi had become the school beauty of Haicheng Middle School. Rumor had it that boys didn't stand a chance of getting close to her. But back then, Sū Míng's eyes were fixed on Lin Weii, who had advanced to high school with him from middle school. Naturally, he had forgotten about Dai Qingyi.
Little Dumby, this lifetime, I'll make it up to you properly. Silly, I'm not asking for compensation. I just want you to promise me you won't forget me. Even after you go to college, you have to come visit me often. I'm clumsy and easily get lost in the big city. Okay? Her eyes pleaded with him. Who could resist that? An idea struck Sū Míng. He nodded and said, alright, let's make a promise. Sure, pinky swear. Dai Qingyi innocently held out her pinky finger. Hey, silly, that's a kid's promise.
We're adults now, we need a grown-up gesture.
Then how do we do it? Dai Qingyi asked innocently. Come on, hold out your hand and spread your fingers. Oh, okay. Fingers spread. Then what? Then I'll spread my fingers too.
Sū Míng held out his hand and interlaced his fingers with hers.
Is that it? What a strange way.
No, we need to press our palms together.
The longer we hold it, the easier it is for the promise to take effect. Alright, let's do it this way for now.
She nodded, seemingly unaware that this gesture was rather intimate.
Little dumb, why do you have a bell hanging on your foot? I don't know. It's been there since I was very little. Grandma said it brings good luck.
She prayed for it at that sacred mountain temple.
It's very effective. Is that so? Yes, Sū Míng. I'll go get one for you in a few days too.
With this, you're sure to get into college.
Really? Then I'll definitely get one. But what if I get it and still don't pass?
Sū Míng suddenly felt like teasing her.
No. That won't happen.
Look, your name is Sū Míng, it means you're destined to make a resounding success.
Then what about your name, Dai Qingyi? What does it mean?
Sū Míng always thought her name was quite poetic, though he never knew how her parents came up with it.
Nothing special.
My mom said I was as light as a piece of clothing when I was born, so she named me Qingyi.
Oh, it was so easy to take care of me.
Before she could finish, the tickling sensation of tiny fish nibbling her soles made her body sway sideways. She fell right into Sū Míng's arms, and he took the opportunity to draw them closer together.
Just then, a familiar cough sounded from behind them.
Turning his head, Sū Míng saw an old woman with a white headscarf, one hand hoisting a hoe and the other holding a landmine, staring at him.
Chapter 56, Sharing Half My Luck. What kind of outfit is this? A counter-terrorism granny?
Sū Míng felt a twinge of unease. He couldn't figure out how this old lady always managed to trigger the go out and pick up bombs glitch.
Grandma, you're back? Dai Qingyi immediately ran over, eyeing the landmine with curiosity. Grandma, where did this come from? What is it?
Just as she reached out to touch it, Sū Míng quickly stopped her.
How should I know?
I dug it up while gathering wild vegetables.
Looks like some kind of children's toy.
The old woman stared at the round black object, unsure exactly what it was. Sū Míng watched from the side, breaking out in a cold sweat.
A children's toy? More like a Russian toy. Grandma, this thing it's not edible. Give it to me. Here. Upon hearing it wasn't edible, the old woman lost interest in the object.
Sū Míng clutched the object and made his way to a small waterfall at the end of the stream, tossing the landmine into the water.
Boom!
The earth-shaking explosion was enough to demonstrate its power.
This area had indeed been a major target during the invasion years, littered with landmines and bombs.
What intrigued Sū Míng even more was how the old lady had managed to do it. Perhaps she really had been a deminer in her youth.
Oh, it's a bomb. Alright, let's head home. Grandma dug up some finger peaches.
You'll make soup with them today. The old woman nodded, shouldered her hoe, and walked back.
Alright, Sū Míng, let's go home. Oh?
Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Sū Míng found it somewhat abstract. Moreover, Dai Qingyi's tone was so casual. Clearly, she dealt with this sort of thing often. Seeing this, Sū Míng felt even more deeply how difficult her life must have been over the years.
Sū Míng, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Is it too heavy? Let me carry it, I'll handle it. I'm strong enough. Dai Qingyi rushed to share the burden with him. Save your strength for stir-frying later. Fine, I'll make sure it tastes extra good. Back home, seeing her soaking wet, Sū Míng told her to take a shower first. Thinking she wouldn't need to deal with cooking fumes after her shower, Sū Míng decided to handle the meal himself. Tilapia was easy to prepare, just pan-fry it. Shrimp was even simpler, blanching would do. As for the five-fingered peach, it paired best with chicken. Wait, Sū Míng suddenly remembered the old woman's mental state and quickly checked whether he'd dug up the wrong plant. As a common ingredient in Guangdong and Guangxi soups, five-fingered maojiao could be found in most mountainous areas. However, its roots bore a striking resemblance to those of a deadly plant called Duanchanko heartbreak grass, posing a significant risk of mistakenly digging it up. Consequently, the Qingming festival period each year was a peak time for food poisoning incidents in those regions. After a thorough inspection, Sū Míng was relieved to confirm it was indeed the correct plant. However, simply boiling it in water would make it rather bitter. So, Sū Míng made another trip to the market and brought back a chicken. As the chicken simmered with the peaches, a distinctive aroma began to waft through the air. At that moment, Dai Qingyi followed the scent from the doorway and entered. Smells good? Delicious. Sū Míng, it smells so good. She ran over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the pot's contents. Sū Míng, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could live together after college? You cook, I wash the dishes, those days would be so much fun. Ha! Isn't that the kind of life young couples have? Alright, I'll work hard, and you work hard too. Great. Soon, all the dishes were served. Dai Qingyi hurriedly scooped a large bowl of rice for Sū Míng. They ate today's meal with great satisfaction. Dai Qingyi was in high spirits, and Sū Míng was pleased that she appreciated his cooking skills. They studied together until past 7, and Sū Míng felt reluctant to leave. Sū Míng, bye. See you tomorrow at school. Just bye? Aren't you going to walk me out? Oh, sure. Dai Qingyi hurried out. Dummy, I have a secret to tell you. What is it? I'll keep it a secret. Tell me. I don't have any friends. No one will ever know your secret. Actually, I have night blindness. See, even though there's still some light on this stretch of road, I can't see clearly. Ha? Really? Let me see. Dai Qingyi hurried over to Sū Míng, prying his eyes open to peer inside. Little dumbass, can night blindness really be seen that easily? I didn't know. I thought you were hurt. Wait. You have night blindness? That doesn't make sense. You went to watch the game at night before. Dai Qingyi suddenly felt puzzled. Oh. It just happened suddenly. Suddenly. Sū Míng quickly made up an excuse. Alright, sorry. Sorry for what? Help me up, please. Get me to the entrance of my factory, and I'll have someone drive me home. Oh, okay. Dai Qingyi nodded, stepped forward without hesitation, and took hold of him with one hand, her other arm wrapping around his waist. I've got you, Sū Míng. Don't worry, we'll take it slow. Sū Míng naturally leaned into her embrace. The scent on her body was far more fragrant than the five-fingered peach soup he'd drunk today. Sū Míng, why did you get night blindness? It sounds so scary. If I ever got it, I'd be really sad. Dai Qingyi couldn't bear to imagine how devastating it would be to lose sight of this colorful world. That's why she had to take precautions. Oh, the doctor said it's because I don't eat fish and lack a certain vitamin. Then why didn't you eat fish just now? Well, I just don't like it. See? Being picky isn't good. But it's okay. Come on, I'll pull you along. From now on, you have to eat more fish, no pickiness allowed. You have to eat your greens too. And you need to exercise more. Like a little adult, she began lecturing Sū Míng. Sū Míng couldn't focus on a word she was saying. He spent the whole time trying not to laugh, tightening his arms around her waist. Finally, they reached the factory area. She insisted on walking him inside, but Sū Míng refused. He certainly didn't want Ma Lu and the others to discover Dai Qingyi's presence. Are you sure you're okay? Let me walk you in. I can make my own way back home. Dai Qingyi was incredibly gentle, always putting others first, which made Sū Míng feel a pang of pity for her. People like her were far too vulnerable to exploitation in the real world. It's fine, really. Look, there's a light on at the security office entrance. Go on, little dumb. Get some rest early. Sū Míng firmly refused, because this was just an excuse. He simply wanted to spend a little more time with her. If she saw through it, he'd be utterly humiliated. Be careful, okay? Sū Míng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Dai Qingyi called out to him again. Sū Míng, wait a moment. Dai Qingyi suddenly crouched down, and Sū Míng had no idea what she intended to do. Then, she removed the red string from her left foot.
Under Sū Míng's astonished gaze, she tied the red string onto his right hand.
Little dumbass, what are you doing? I'm giving you half of the good fortune I've accumulated over the years.
A breeze rustled through the air, causing the bells to jingle softly. And with this red string, Sū Míng was completely bound.
Chapter 57, The Town Mayor Comes to Find Sū Míng?
Sū Míng arrived at the classroom just as Chen Jingxing walked in. He seemed in high spirits, and his smile grew even brighter upon seeing Sū Míng. Sū Míng, you look in such a good mood.
Honestly, I almost feel bad telling you some bad news. What? Your father died? That's kind of satisfying.
Sū Míng didn't indulge him, offering only a brief greeting. Confucius said it best, the simplest words can be the most satisfying.
Hello, you still have the nerve to gloat. By noon, your people will bring you earth-shattering bad news. We'll see if you can still talk then. Terrible news? Oh, fine. Gotta take a leak first. Seeing Sū Míng's utterly indifferent attitude, Chen Jingxing's anger flared up.
No, he must restrain himself.
The Sū family's days were numbered. Why waste his energy fuming over a fallen dog? At 8 o'clock, Sū Míng's class began, and the Jala Electrical Appliance Factory officially started operations.
Early that morning, Zhang Jiangguo arrived for his inspection. Several recent orders were due for delivery, and he didn't want any more hiccups on the production line. Initially, he'd worried that the reduced workforce would disrupt the planned schedule. But after implementing that wage incentive scheme the day before yesterday, worker efficiency had skyrocketed. Everyone was striving desperately to meet their self-imposed targets. After inspecting the production line, he was thoroughly satisfied. Returning to his office, he began calling the bosses of each order to notify them they could pick up their goods today. But on the fourth call, before he could even dial the number, the phone rang automatically.
Hello? Boss Chen?
Oh, your 100 units will be ready in 2 days, not sooner.
Factory manager Jiang, you must be mistaken. What 100 units? It's 200 units. Mr. Chen, look at the order. You're either joking or I'm mistaken. It's definitely 100 units. You even paid a 30% deposit up front.
I remember it clearly.
Hey, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say 100 units? Check your own order.
The other party's emphatic assurances left Zhang Jiangguo questioning his own sanity.
This wasn't child's play. The production gap between 100 and 200 refrigerators was huge. They couldn't just materialize out of thin air.
Zhang Jiangguo immediately began rummaging through drawers, but as soon as he opened one, something felt off.
The last document he reviewed last night seemed different now. An ominous feeling instantly washed over him.
After searching for a while, he finally found the order contract. Zhang Jiangguo flipped it open and collapsed into his chair when he saw the numbers. After a long moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the other end.
Brother Jiang, surprised? Unexpected? Mr. Chen, what's this? This is what I call a switcheroo.
Your factory dared to oppose Dongzhi so ungratefully. Don't blame me for showing no mercy.
It's you, Chen Muyang.
Zhang Jiangguo finally realized why the other party had refused to appear in person back then. Instead, they had the contract delivered to the address, or his secretary would take it into the office to sign before bringing it back out. But wait, the signature on the contract clearly read Chen Guoli.
Why are you silent? Are you wondering why that name doesn't match? You're truly stupid.
I can't imagine how that old codger Su Zhengfeng could have entrusted the factory to you with such confidence when you don't even know your opponent's real name.
Chen Moyang was actually his alias. Now Zhang Jiangguo had a headache. He never imagined such a shocking conspiracy was hidden within.
After the last strike incident, Sū Míng had warned him that Dongzhi would be up to no good lately.
But he hadn't paid it any mind.
Now he'd fallen into such a massive trap.
Humiliation. Rage. Regret. A torrent of emotions flooded his mind.
Zhang Jiangguo, don't be afraid. If the factory goes under, you can always pack your bags and leave.
My target is the Sū family, father and son. Now, I'm offering you two paths. First, cooperate fully in bringing down the Sū family. I'll give you substantial benefits.
Second, in a couple of days, your factory will default on its orders, facing astronomical compensation.
After such a massive mistake, I doubt the Sū family will keep you around.
You're a smart man, you should know which is the optimal choice.
I'll give you 1 day to consider. Call me back when you've made your decision.
Chen Muyang was confident that after today, he had the appliance factory firmly in his grasp. He saw no need for further pleasantries.
This wasn't him begging for a deal, he was offering Jiang an opportunity.
Of course, if Jiang truly became his mole, his plans would proceed even more smoothly.
But a fool like this?
He'd simply use him and discard him afterward. He wouldn't dare keep such a liability close. Chen Muyang smiled, savoring this year's newly harvested duck dung fragrance tea, and sighed in admiration at its quality. This year's tea harvest was bountiful, driving prices down to near giveaway levels. He was confident that soon enough, he'd witness Jala Appliance Factory dumping their products at rock-bottom prices. Zhang Jiangguo sat deep in thought for a long while. Finally, he slowly rose from his chair. He was still too green for this factory director position.
Given the factory's current predicament, only one person could save it. With that thought, he immediately drove to Haicheng Middle School. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, the secretary was bringing in a newspaper. Mayor Huang Weiman glanced at it and immediately dismissed it with a snort. It's just a gimmick by businessmen to grab attention. Nothing special. Everyone saw how our national team performed in this year's World Cup. Scoring a single goal is no easy feat. This guy isn't genuinely helping farmers. Mayor, you can't say that. I see this brewery is genuinely passionate about our national team. Even though they keep losing, they consistently put up real money to support them. They've done a great job at their factory. Last time, they even donated to support education. I remember this news was broadcast too. They truly are a conscientious enterprise in our Haicheng. Which district's enterprise is this? Have the local township head first verify the factory owner's credibility. If confirmed trustworthy, I'll personally meet with him. Solving this year's tea leaf issue would be a major contribution. After Mayor Huang finished speaking, his secretary nodded and hurried off to handle it. By this time, Sū Míng had grown weary from writing problems and was dozing off with his head on the desk. He was caught red-handed by Section Chief Ma from the Education Bureau, who happened to be passing by on an inspection tour. Principal 1, this student of yours is quite something dozing off in class. Ah, distinguished leaders, this student is simply too arrogant. Our principal told me to turn a blind eye to him, and I'm quite content with that. Seeing an ally, Su Wenshun naturally seized the chance to kick him while he was down. Oh, is that so? Principal 1, this is a serious dereliction of duty. When Zhanping was at a loss for words. Teacher Su, your principal is so biased. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. Now stand up. Look at how you neglect your studies every day. You even dare to sleep in English class. Do you know English is an international language? Do you think you already know it well enough to stop learning? What score did you get? Principal, he scored 143 on the last mock exam. Lin Weii spoke up. 1,403? That still doesn't excuse sleeping in class. I was the top student in Haicheng back in my day. When the results came out, even your town chief Lin came to congratulate me. As the Education Bureau official boasted about his past achievements, Director Gao rushed in. Principal, the town mayor himself is here. Ha? The town mayor? Quickly show him in. No need to panic. He's here to see me. I've arranged a lunch meeting with him this afternoon. Director, he specifically asked for Sū Míng by name. Sū Míng. The entire class's gaze was instantly drawn to him. Chapter 58, now I'm giving you a chance. Sū Míng wasn't surprised by the town mayor's arrival. His earlier pledge to help tea farmers had made the newspapers, so it was bound to catch the attention of higher-ups. At that moment, the group was heading toward the school's conference room. Principal 1, unaware of the reason, could only try to probe indirectly. Mayor Lin, what brings you here to see Sū Míng? You didn't even give us a heads up beforehand. Indeed, Mayor Lin. Didn't we arrange to meet for lunch this afternoon? Why did you come personally? Section Chief Ma, this visit to Sū Míng is at the request of higher authorities. Town Chief Lin finally spoke up. Higher-ups? If even Town Chief Lin was summoned, this person must be quite extraordinary. Principal Wen grew even more curious about Sū Míng. If he could warrant a personal visit from Mayor Lin, he must have done something noteworthy. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to bring some glory to the school. As they neared the conference room, someone came rushing over. Director Su! Director Su! Sister Zhang, what's gotten into you? Hurry to the factory. Old Zhang's car can't get in, he's waiting for you outside. Zhang Shelwei said urgently. Wait, Sū Míng, who is this? Oh, she's the accountant from my factory. Oh. She needs to see you, right? But could you hold off for now? There are so many leaders here. Principal Wen can't afford to offend these leaders. Principal, if our factory manager Su doesn't go now, our factory will be ruined. Sū Míng, I never imagined you'd be helping your father manage the factory. Impressive, truly outstanding. Town Chief Lin nodded, thinking to himself that Sū Míng must be a capable person. It's no trouble at all. Excuse me, leaders, I must step away for a moment. We'll discuss this matter when I return. Sū Míng walked straight out without waiting for their reactions. How insolent. This student doesn't hold us in any regard. Principal, I demand you impose severe punishment. Town Chief Lin, rest assured. Our education system will not tolerate such disrespectful students. Section Chief Ma from the Education Bureau was ready to flex his authority. Principal 1, though inclined to defend Sū Míng, knew that rank has its privileges. He could only nod in agreement. To everyone's surprise, Town Chief Lin waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Talented individuals don't need to be overly constrained by rules. Director Ma, I'm here on assignment from Secretary Zhang above. You'd better watch your words. With that, Mayor Lin departed. Secretary Zhang? Which Secretary Zhang? Section Chief Ma racked his brain, then suddenly paled with alarm. Hey, Mayor Lin, wait up. Where are we having lunch this afternoon?
Seeing their reactions, Director Gao was puzzled.
Principal, the town mayor just mentioned Secretary Zhang.
Which Secretary Zhang is he referring to?
You're asking me? Who should I ask?
Go back and warn Sū Míng if he dares to oppose Sū Míng again, he'll be out on his ear.
When Jianping was certain Sū Míng would make a splash in the near future, he resolved to protect and support him during the remaining days.
Sū Míng had already gotten into the car, looking quite downcast. Someone in that state wasn't fit to drive, so Sū Míng specifically switched the driver's seat with Zhang Xiaowei.
Uncle Jiang, what's really going on? Just tell me straight.
Sai, it's all because I was too aggressive and didn't review it carefully. Last month, I received a large order. The buyer wanted 100 refrigerators right off the bat. At the time, I thought it was a huge profit opportunity and agreed immediately.
I thought everything was fine, but then they just called asking if 200 refrigerators were ready.
I thought they must have made a mistake, but when I opened the contract, it really was 200. Zhang Jiangguo said with a hint of frustration.
Did you bring the contract? Let me see. Yes, Xiao Ming. This time, only you can save our factory.
Zhang Jiangguo promptly produced the contract documents. He had considered the terms Chen Muyang had just proposed, but after experiencing his own strike incident, he believed Chen Muyang was too cunning to be trusted lightly.
Moreover, he had a growing sense that Sū Míng wasn't as simple as he seemed. Allying with him would surely yield valuable lessons down the road. Though he had once looked down on Sū Míng for his youth, Zhang Jiangguo was now thoroughly convinced. Sū Míng glanced at the contract and immediately spotted something amiss.
That too looked odd, more like a one that had been forcibly altered.
Right. I knew I remembered correctly, it was 100 units.
They swore it was 200 and even said if we couldn't deliver that much by the deadline, it would count as a breach of contract.
This number is definitely wrong. No one would write it like this. Looks like someone got into your office.
Wait, I checked with security, they said no suspicious people entered.
Of course not, would a thief ever shout thief?
Sū Míng already had a pretty good idea who the mole was.
You mean there's a mole among the security guards? I know. It must be that bastard Ma Lu.
It's all my fault, I should have been more cautious after you mentioned it that day. Zhang Jiangguo was actually puzzled why Sū Míng hadn't made a move against Ma Lu yet.
So what should we do now?
The delivery date is June 17th, 10 days isn't even enough time.
Where am I supposed to find an extra 100 units for him? Don't panic. Let's talk to them first.
Soon, Sū Míng arrived at the factory.
Hey, Director Sū, what brings you to the factory at this hour? Has something major happened? Ma Lu asked deliberately. Mind your own business. Zhang Jiangguo gave him a cold stare.
This guy was deliberately trying to ruin the factory.
Of course, Director Jiang, don't get upset. I'm doing my job properly. You can't pin whatever happened on me, can you? You still dare to say that?
Hey, Uncle Jiang, no need to argue with him.
Captain Ma, you'd better be careful. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to waste words on such a minor figure. No need to worry about me.
I'm fine.
The three then headed to the office, where Sū Míng found Chen Muyang's number and dialed it.
After a few rings, Chen Muyang's irritating laugh came through. Hey, Jiang, made up your mind? Wanna join me?
Sū Míng glanced at Zhang Jiangguo and remarked, Mr. Chen, that's not very fair poaching people right in front of me.
Oh, Sū Míng. Seems he's already told you everything. Not that a loyal little dog, though a bit dim-witted. So, what's this call about? Begging me to let you off? Lay out your terms. Alright, listen carefully. Sū Míng cleared his throat.
First, you kneel and apologize, and I'll let you cancel the order. Second, you change the order back to 100 units, but you must swear never to bother my Sū family's factory again.
Got it? I'm giving you a chance. What? Sū Míng, have you lost your mind? Chapter 59, Age doesn't equate to experience. Crazy. Crazy. Sū Míng, you've completely lost your mind. Chen Muyang couldn't understand where did Sū Míng get the nerve to speak to him like this. Could it be he truly intended to go down fighting? Hold on, listen up. I genuinely intend to give you a chance. 200 refrigerators at 2,200 yuan each, that's over 400,000 yuan. If I actually deliver those units, won't you be blown away? Chen Muyang burst out laughing again.
Sū Míng, you young folks just love to dream big.
How many dishes did you eat? Getting this drunk in such a short time? You want to produce another 100 refrigerators? Unless every worker in your factory is a superhero. They aren't superheroes, but I am. When I say I can do something, I will make it happen. Alright, I'll be waiting to see your magic show. I'm eager to see what surprises you'll bring. Don't worry about the money, 400,000 yuan is ready and waiting. Just make sure you can take it. Alright, Mr. Chen. Remember to come pick up the goods on the 17th. I'll be waiting here for you.
Sū Míng hung up the phone with confidence. Zhang Jiangguo had expected Sū Míng to have some brilliant plan, but it turned out he was just as helpless. If a few casual words could make the other party cancel the order, then they'd truly be out of their minds.
Ah, never mind. Ming, I know you did your best. This is my fault. I'll take full responsibility. Deduct the penalty from my salary. As for the rest, I'll work here for the rest of my life to pay it off. Uncle Jiang, are you treating our jobs like government positions? Working here for the rest of your life? Don't panic, we won't have to pay any penalty fees. Oh? Ming, you really have a solution? I knew you were capable. Of course. We just need to deliver the goods on time. But today is already the 11th. We only have 6 days left. How could we possibly produce another 100 units? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Jiangwei was utterly despairing. This hole he dug was simply too deep. Who said you had to produce them locally? As long as you can deliver the required number of refrigerators, that's all that matters. There's no rule saying they have to be produced within these few days. What do you mean? I'm saying you could consolidate some of the other orders first to get through this immediate crisis. Ha! But that's robbing Peter to pay Paul. Those other orders would be breached too, we'd still be stuck paying damages. What robbing Peter to pay Paul? This is resource allocation. Don't worry, it won't be a breach of contract. Just find those bosses' contact numbers, I'll handle the talking. Zhang Jiangwo still felt it was unrealistic. How could something like this be resolved with just a few words? Sū Míng didn't seem like the type to pull such strings. But for now, he had no choice but to obey. He dutifully dug up the phone numbers. These are all major orders, mostly from large supermarkets in our city. They probably won't be so easy to appease. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Go check the production floor, just don't delay other orders. This is easily resolved. Sū Míng said confidently. Zhang Jiangwo heard his words and, though he privately thought it utterly impossible, nodded in agreement. As soon as he left, Sū Míng immediately called the owner of one of the supermarkets that had ordered 30 refrigerators. Hello, Mr. Zhao. This is Jiajiao Electrical Appliance Factory. You have an order placed with us. I know. The delivery date is in a couple of days. I'm out of town right now, so just send it directly to our store when the time comes. My staff will handle the receipt. Ah, Mr. Zhao, I need to discuss something with you now. Go ahead. I'd like to request a delay in the delivery date. What do you mean? Is there a problem with the order? That's simple, treat it as a breach of contract. You'll just have to pay compensation. Mr. Zhao was straightforward, cutting straight to the point. Mr. Zhao, our factory is a small operation. Paying that penalty would make it impossible for us to survive. I hope you can be flexible. Cut the nonsense. Business is business. Your struggles don't make mine easier. I've been accommodating your business all along, it's your own mismanagement that caused this. Mr. Zhao, don't reject me outright. I'll offer you favorable terms in exchange. What terms? You have 5 minutes. If you can't satisfy me, you'll just have to pay up. Mr. Zhao was also curious what terms the other party would offer. His cold tone was merely to show he wasn't easy to deal with, hoping to gain more advantages. That's how business works, being too accommodating just makes you look easy to manipulate. You've heard of Chiu Shuang Beer Bar, right? I know it. Their ads have been bombarding us lately, and their marketing has been quite successful. I admire their owner, truly a rare talent. Don't tell me you know the owner behind it? Well, sort of. Even if you do, what does that have to do with this matter? You know how popular Chiosong beer is right now. If you agree to delay the delivery, I'll arrange for the brewery to give you some stock at a preferential price. Sū Míng originally entered the brewery business just to get an early foothold in China's beverage market and position himself as a disruptive force in the industry. Hearing what Zhang Jiangwo just mentioned, he immediately realized the brewery had another purpose. The way you speak suggests you're quite young. You remind me of myself back then. Mind you, that's not a compliment, it's because you're genuinely too naive. The reason your factory's refrigerators have been selling like hotcakes lately is purely because of the World Cup hype. That's why I'm ordering 30 units at once to capitalize on this wave of demand. Beer sales may be strong, but how many cases would you need to sell to match the profit margin of a single refrigerator? I don't want to be stuck with all these units. You have 1 minute left. Sū Míng had anticipated the other party's flippant tone all along. Age doesn't mean anything. Some people gain experience, while others just gain years. You have 30 seconds left. The voice on the other end remained cold and indifferent. Since you know our refrigerator is riding the World Cup hype, aren't consumers buying it precisely because of that refund if Argentina wins marketing gimmick? You have 10 seconds left. Have you never considered that if Argentina fails to advance past the group stage, you might still have a chance to sell these refrigerators? Delivery is scheduled for the 13th, and Argentina's final match is on the 12th. Are you sure you don't want to wait for the results first? After a moment of silence, the other party finally spoke slowly. Hello, what's your name? Chapter 60, Novel Beverage Categories. An hour later, when Zhang Jiangwo returned, he found Sū Míng leisurely brewing tea in the office. Sū Míng, did you handle it?
Yeah, I called and had the supermarket order delivered later.
They said it's no problem. Huh? That's all it took? Just a word from you? What's so hard about that, Uncle Jian? Don't panic. Just use someone else's goods to cover the delivery in a few days. Get 200 units together and dump them on that Chen guy. Then we'll see how he keeps showing off. Alright, Sū Míng, I admit I was wrong.
Before, because you're old Su's son, I thought you might threaten my position, so I subconsciously pushed you away. Now I see I was being overly petty.
Without you, I really would have been finished this time. Jiang Jiangguo said sincerely. Uncle Jiang, we're family.
No need for such formalities.
Sū Míng waved it off.
To him, it wasn't a big deal.
Well then, don't drink that tea.
Our Haicheng duck fragrance had a bumper harvest this year. I'm sick of it.
Try this Longjing instead. It's milder than our local tea.
Jiang Jiangguo pulled tea leaves from a drawer and approached, about to pour them into the teapot. But he saw Sū Míng toss the leaves directly into the heating kettle, which, he noticed, contained no water.
Sū Míng, you didn't put any water in the kettle. I know. Sū Míng remained silent, watching the tea leaves slowly change color at the bottom of the pot until white steam began to rise. Jiang Jiangguo couldn't really say anything either, because although Sū Míng's actions were often baffling to him, they always yielded remarkable results.
Perhaps it was precisely because their minds were worlds apart that he had learned it was best to remain silent around Sū Míng. By the time the steam grew pungent enough to sting his nose, Jiang Jiangguo couldn't resist offering another warning. If this continued, his kettle would be ruined. Sū Míng offered no response, merely silently pulling a carton of pure milk from his pocket and pouring it in.
Well, that kettle was completely ruined now.
Jiang Jiangguo fell silent, still baffled by Sū Míng's purpose.
Uncle Jiang, do you have any white sugar?
White sugar?
Yes, I've been having low blood sugar lately. The doctor told me to keep some on hand.
Uncle Jiang rummaged through drawers and cabinets before finally producing a small bag of granulated sugar. Sū Míng then stirred the liquid with the teacup tongs.
Once it turned a deep reddish hue, he slowly added the sugar.
Uncle Jiang remained silent, his heart aching.
People in Haicheng cherish their tea.
To waste it right before their eyes felt like one of the 10 most gruesome tortures. Thankfully, Sū Míng finally stopped stirring and poured the strange concoction from the kettle into the teapot Jiang Jiangguo had cherished for over a decade.
This maneuver nearly made Jiang Jiangguo faint. Ha! Uncle Jiang, why are your legs giving out? Low blood sugar, right? Here, have a cup. 1 cup will perk you right up. Sū Míng promptly poured a cup. I'm fine. I'm okay. Uncle Jiang waved his hand dismissively.
After all, Sū Míng had just saved his life. It felt awkward to complain. But looking at the concoction before him, he felt a twinge of unease.
Sū Míng, is this drinkable? Just try it and see. Give it a shot, it'll open the door to a whole new world for you. Seeing Sū Míng's enthusiastic recommendation, Jiang Jiangguo couldn't refuse any longer.
Closing his eyes, he downed it in one gulp.
Uncle Jiang, you're treating this like medicine?
I told you to savor it slowly.
Oh, savor it slowly, huh? Fine. Once dead, never revived. Jiang Jiangguo shrugged it off. Sū Míng must have his reasons for doing this.
So this time, he truly savored it like one would savor tea. With the first sip, Uncle Jiang found himself growing fond of the flavor. The milk mellowed the bitterness of the tea leaves, yet the tea's aroma remained unmasked, achieving a perfect balance of texture and flavor.
How is it, Uncle Jiang? Pour me another cup.
Before Sū Míng could even ask, Jiang Jiangguo had already handed over his cup. Before long, the entire pot was drained.
Uncle Jiang, how's the flavor? No need to ask, it's delicious. With this combination, even kids would love it. This is truly a product for all ages. By the way, does this have a name? Milk tea. Milk tea? Simple and easy to remember, excellent. I have a feeling it'll be a huge hit if we launch it.
Jiang Jiangguo was generous with his praise.
Sū Míng wasn't surprised by his reaction.
If this drink were introduced a decade or two later, most older folks would probably shake their heads at its ridiculously high sugar content.
But what era was this?
This was the dawn of the new century. Just look at the New Year's goods market over the past couple of years. The consistently strong sales figures for brands like Fuji and Dai Qingyi milk candy prove one thing: sugary products are bestsellers in China. People here still love their sweets. In the current beverage market, carbonated drinks dominate, making the emergence of bubble tea a genuinely novel category. Followers are always a step behind, only pioneers reap the rewards. Sū Míng, could you tell me how you resolved the issue just now? Did those people just agree so easily? Jiang Jiangguo was still dying to know the reason he'd been on pins and needles all morning over this. Seeing his persistence, Sū Míng stopped holding back and explained the situation.
Oh? So when you acquired that brewery, you already anticipated today's events? No, I'm not a prophet.
It just so happened that when I reviewed that order, I noticed several major clients overlapped with the brewery's customer base. So I decided to leverage that overlap.
Well, Ming, that's just like you. But I'm impressed they agreed so readily when you suggested it. After all, refrigerators are expensive. Delaying delivery by a day means delaying sales. And they actually agreed to let you use the beer order as leverage for postponing the shipment. No big deal. A few of them weren't on board at first. They wanted to cash in on the World Cup rush. So I told them to reconsider after the 12th, since that's when Argentina's final group stage match wraps up. So, Ming, you think Argentina is definitely going to crash out in the group stage? What a shame. I actually thought they had a good chance this time.
Before the tournament, no one could have predicted they'd struggle so much in the group stage. 1 win, 1 loss, putting themselves in such a precarious position.
Zhang Jiangwo, also an Argentina fan, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Yeah, they won't make it. Uncle Jiang, if you were thinking of placing a bet, you might want to cancel it. Sū Míng offered a gentle reminder. Zhang Jiangwo nodded. Since it was Sū Ming's opinion, he had to listen. Chapter 61, What Oscar-winning actor? Oh, I remember now. The papers recently mentioned your plans to acquire tea leaves. I thought it was Fang Ping's idea, but it turns out it was yours. Sū Míng nodded.
He had already decided to acquire these tea leaves.
Just then, Zhang Jiangwo's phone rang. Hello?
Old Fang, oh, the issue here's resolved. Sū Míng handled it with ease.
What? The town mayor went to your place to see Sū Míng personally? Alright, I'll tell him.
Zhang Jiangwo hung up and Sū Míng packed his bag to leave.
Hey, Ming, just now. I know, no need to say more. Uncle Jiang, you'd better ignore that Malu. I've already made arrangements. Don't tip off the snake for now, let them strut around for a bit. If there's any unusual activity at the factory, let me know immediately. I know. I will.
Zhang Jiangwo realized his previous stubbornness had nearly caused a major disaster.
Now he was thoroughly impressed by Sū Míng. Alright, I'm off, Uncle Jiang. Remember not to watch the game tomorrow, it'll just upset you. I'll try.
Shortly after Sū Míng left, Zhang Jiangwo received another call from Sū Zhangphone.
Hello, Director Sū. What's up? Old Zhang, there's something I need to tell you.
I'll be discharged from the hospital in a week, but I'll still need to rest afterward.
I know, Director. I'll keep managing things for you.
No, not just managing.
I want you to take over the factory completely afterward. It's time for me to step back from the front lines. No, Director. I can't take that position. It's better to hand the factory over to Sū Míng. Him? That good-for-nothing brat. I don't even want to talk about him.
His mom just called. His homeroom teacher reported he was caught sleeping in class by an education bureau official. That official's planning serious disciplinary action. Rest assured, if he dares challenge you, I'll be the first to break his legs.
This factory is my life's work. I need it to keep running, and the only one I can trust is you, Old Zhang. Factory director, it really won't work.
You must let Sū Míng handle this. He's been coming to the factory frequently lately, and his performance has truly exceeded your expectations.
Zhang Jiangwo couldn't help but praise him. His performance? Is he leading another sabotage effort? Don't be afraid of him. If he threatens you, just speak up. No, Director. Misunderstanding. Sū Míng is truly exceptional. Zhang Jiangwo realized he was digging himself deeper. Enough. You needn't say more. I'll handle this matter myself. If he dares to act recklessly again, I'll disown him as my son.
Sū Zhangphone finally hung up the phone.
Zhang Jiangwo felt a pang of emotion.
If old Sū truly disowned this son, how much better that would be.
If only my son were like Sū Míng.
If only his own child were half as outstanding as Sū Míng, their family would have soared to success long ago. Meanwhile, Sū Míng arrived at the brewery after riding his bike and sneezing several times in a row. Fang Ping spotted Sū Míng and immediately rushed out to greet him.
Ha! Old Fang, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be inside entertaining guests? Never mind. That's the town mayor. If I didn't attend to him properly, I couldn't bear the consequences.
Besides, Mr. Sū, your arrangements are so meticulously planned I wouldn't dare disrupt your strategy.
Old Fang, you're getting better and better at sucking up. I'm just being flexible. After a moment of banter, the two finally entered the office. Town Mayor Lin was seated there pouring himself tea.
Upon seeing this, Sū Míng didn't rush in but instead stepped back outside.
Mr. Sū, what are you doing? Clothes make the man, and gold adorns the Buddha, don't you get it?
Oh, my mistake.
You just want to look good so he can see our factory's capabilities, right? Wrong. Quite the opposite.
Sū Míng stepped outside, smearing mud on his knees and face. He then ran back and forth in place for a moment before jogging into the office.
Hey, Boss Sū. What happened? Oh. Old Fang said Mayor Lin is coming to inspect our factory. I've always admired you, so I wanted to meet you.
I got so excited I ran too fast and took a tumble. Sū Míng feigned exhaustion, then slowly shuffled over to sit down in his chair. Fang Ping, who had witnessed the entire scene, was stunned.
Sū Ming's acting skills were Oscar-worthy.
Only now did he grasp what Sū Míng was truly after. It felt like decades of worldly experience had left him outmatched by a high schooler in this regard.
Sure enough, upon hearing Sū Ming's words, an uncontrollable smile spread across Town Chief Lin's face.
"Oh, no," he said.
"It's all thanks to everyone's support that I've been able to work so smoothly."
"Of course there is. My parents always tell me that the reason our town enjoys peace and prosperity is because of your dedicated service, Mayor Lin."
"Oh, enough. That's just nonsense they're spouting."
Mayor Lin's face flushed crimson with the praise.
Fong Ping finally understood what Sū Míng was really up to.
Flatter the township chief, and when it comes time to buy tea, you'll get a much better deal and definitely a better price. Compliments cost nothing, so the deal seemed quite profitable.
He just didn't know what Sū Míng planned to do with the tea leaves.
After all, this year's harvest was bountiful, and beyond brewing tea, he couldn't think of any other use. Many households simply sold their tea leaves to the flower market to fatten up their plants.
"Oh, and Mr. Sū, is what you said in the newspaper true? What was that?"
"Oh, that thing about helping local tea farmers sell their harvest if the national soccer team scores a goal.
That's absolutely true.
Our family has always been incredibly passionate about watching the games and strongly supports our national team. So if they actually score on the world stage, we'll put up real money to help those tea farmers consider it charity."
Sū Míng nodded.
But he kept his true motives hidden.
"Here's the thing, Mr. Sū. Instead of waiting to see if the national team scores, why not directly support our local tea farmers?
The tea stockpile problem is severe right now, and the city government is paying close attention to it," Town Chief Lin said eagerly.
"The city government?"
Sū Míng immediately picked up on the sensitive information. He hadn't expected this marketing pitch to reel in such a big fish. Yes, it was identified as one of the major challenges during the first half of the year meeting. "If you're willing to purchase, I'll arrange for local farmers to offer you a low price.
And you won't face any obstacles with transportation afterward." Fong Ping nodded.
It seemed his hunch was correct. Sū Míng had orchestrated all this precisely to acquire the tea at a bargain price.
Mayor, I'm afraid I can't agree to that." "Huh?" Fong Ping's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sū Míng. Was this guy trying to keep another card up his sleeve? Chapter 62, Town Chief Lin's Calculations. "What's the matter? Helping farmers is a deeply meritorious act. Are you unwilling?"
"No, I come from a farming background myself. I naturally feel a kinship with farmers. But right now, our factory's development isn't going well.
Helping specific regions solve their tea stockpile issues is manageable. But if you're asking me to handle the entire city's tea problem, I really can't handle that."
Once the milk tea drinks hit the market, demand for tea leaves will likely surge. But Sū Míng couldn't afford to make it seem like this was an easy task. With great power comes great responsibility. Sometimes that's not just flattery. On the contrary, many people get shackled by that phrase for life, turning their own lives into a complete mess.
"That's true. This isn't your fault. The city did assign tasks earlier, asking companies to find ways to absorb these issues internally. But the obstacles are substantial. After all, this is thankless work. Business owners are spending real money. Even if this year's problem is solved, there's no guarantee tea stockpiling won't happen again. If they're asked to handle it, then they probably won't be able to bear the burden."
"Mayor, you truly understand the situation best."
Sū Míng nodded, adopting a look of genuine difficulty.
"Truthfully, you're the first company to proactively offer help to the tea farmers.
The higher-ups are paying close attention, which is why I was sent here today as a mediator."
"You're young and quick-witted. I'm sure you can devise a solution that benefits everyone."
"I'll consider it. Mayor, may I make an unreasonable request?"
"Oh, go ahead. As you know, I've always admired you greatly.
Since I have the chance to meet you today, I'd like to treat you to a meal," Sū Míng said with genuine sincerity. "That's fine.
Oh, but I think I have another dinner engagement this afternoon."
"Is it with people from the Education Bureau?" "No problem at all. Come join us. I'll treat everyone today."
"Ah, Mr. Sū, I couldn't possibly let you pay.
"How about this? I'll cover it personally."
"As for the tea matter, please give it some serious thought. The benefits extend far beyond just our tea farmers. Think it through carefully." After Town Chief Lin finished speaking, he began making calls to arrange the meeting. Seeing him step away, Fong Ping couldn't contain his curiosity.
"Mr. Sū, why didn't you agree just now?"
"Sure, benefits are fought for."
"Fought for? What did that mean?" Sū Míng remained silent. Town Chief Lin hadn't finished his earlier explanation.
If this matter succeeded, the beneficiaries wouldn't just be the farmers he himself stood to gain as well. Town Mayor Lin had served in his position for over a decade locally. The reason he hadn't been promoted was undoubtedly the lack of an opportunity to prove his worth. Therefore, he undoubtedly placed immense importance on this tea incident. Sū Míng didn't mind doing him a favor, but this favor had to be earned with considerable difficulty. At least superficially, it had to appear as though he'd paid a heavy price.
"All right, Boss Sū, let's go. I've made the arrangements." Jinhua Lu. Choosing Jinhua Lu right off the bat, it seems Mayor Lin is quite anxious too. Sū Míng chuckled inwardly. If he could stretch this out a bit longer, he might just squeeze out even more benefits.
By the time they arrived at Jinhualu, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Just as Sū Míng worried Sū Wenshan might be bragging to his parents, he walked into the private room and saw Principal Wen, accompanied by a group of leaders from the Education Bureau.
Sū Míng? Is the distinguished guest the town mayor mentioned you?
Wen Zhanping stood up, looking at Sū Míng with some surprise.
Yes, I invited Mr. Sū. I'm hosting today, just order whatever you like.
Mr. Sū, if there's anything you'd like to eat, please feel free to order.
Don't be shy. Town Mayor Lin handed the menu to Sū Míng first.
Sū Míng glanced at the menu, then looked up as if remembering something.
Principal, what would you like to eat? Oh, no, you order. Sū Míng, your taste is undoubtedly the best. Principal Wen waved his hands repeatedly. Today was all about making a good impression in front of the leaders. He knew exactly where he stood. I see. Oh, Principal, is it okay if I skip class this afternoon? Not at all, Sū Míng. You don't have to attend if you don't want to.
No, what I mean is, Sū Míng studies exceptionally hard and has already mastered all that material in advance.
Attending class isn't crucial for him.
Principal Wen's words stumbled out.
Who knew Sū Míng had such powerful connections? All right then.
Just don't let the Education Bureau officials catch me later and threaten to fire me. At Sū Ming's words, Section Chief Ma immediately launched into another round of apologies.
Sū Míng, it was all a misunderstanding.
I didn't see clearly earlier, but Principal Wen later explained that you were actually reciting with your eyes closed, not sleeping.
Right, Principal Wen? Ah, yes. It was all a misunderstanding.
After I explained it, Section Chief Ma felt quite embarrassed. He actually intended to apologize to you personally, but didn't expect to run into you here. Principal Wen naturally picked up the conversation with tact.
Fong Ping watched from the sidelines, nearly laughing.
Boss Sū really knew how to bully people when he had the upper hand. Seeing Town Chief Lin there to back him up, he seized the chance to toy with this group. But man, this guy was really enjoying himself. Back when I was in school, I never had this many Education Bureau leaders keeping me company.
Town Chief Lin remained silent, content as long as Sū Míng was satisfied. Solving this issue would also make his report to higher-ups smoother.
Meanwhile, outside, Mother Yongfang had already arrived at Jinhua Tower with Sū Wenshan.
Sū Ming's mother, he's offended the Education Bureau officials this time. I can't protect him.
You know how mischievous he is in class, always defying my discipline.
It's really difficult for me too. I know. Teacher, you've really gone out of your way this time. I hope you'll speak up for me. Well, that depends on how you behave.
Sū Wenshan finished speaking just as his family arrived.
Wow. Dad. We're eating at Jinhualu again? Son, eat your fill today. This auntie is treating us, right? Sū Ming's mom. Right. Eat whatever you like. Yongfang nodded.
To ensure her son could continue his education, the small sacrifice was necessary. Sū Wenshan had been humiliated by Sū Míng today, then warned by Director Gao he was forbidden from targeting Sū Míng at school from now on, or else he'd be fired. Already seething with anger, he then received an apology call from Sū Ming's mother. Suddenly, he found his chance for revenge. After all, Director Gao had only said he couldn't target him on campus, nothing about off-campus matters. Sū Míng, you dared to humiliate me.
Don't push me into treating your mother like a servant. Chapter 63, the principal joins the banquet, leaders toast. The Sū family certainly didn't hold back, deliberately ordering the most expensive dishes. Before long, the lavish meal was served. Jinhua Tower was indeed expensive. The cost of this meal alone could cover their family's food expenses for several months. But for her son's education to continue, she had to spend this money no matter how reluctant she felt. Mom, don't hold back, eat freely. Today, some sucker's picking up the tab. Sū Wenshan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he picked up a slice of snowflake beefsteak and took a hearty bite. Good, son. You're such a filial child. You never forget to invite your mother whenever there's good food. The old matriarch of the Sū family said, picking up a large lobster. Though toothless, she began to gnaw on it. Sū Wenshan's wife's plate of vegetables looked unremarkable, but they were all trendy organic produce and not cheap either. As for their son, his table manners were the worst. He took a bite here, licked a bit there, finished the belly portion of the osmanthus fish on the table, and without touching any other parts, flipped it over and continued eating the belly. Excuse me, may I serve the next course? Dongzhi, the manager of Jinhualu, knocked on the door before entering with a platter of fresh shrimp and pork knuckle slices. Come in, hurry up. Sū Wenshan beckoned eagerly. He'd been craving that lamb shank for ages. Dongzhi actually looked down on this family. They had been regulars here for the past 2 years. When he learned that Sū was a teacher who used his position to coerce parents into treating him to meals, he had held him in contempt. Still, for the sake of his job, he maintained a smile throughout. Just as they passed by, a bratty kid beside them lunged to grab a shrimp, accidentally knocking the lamb shank onto the floor. Sū Wenshan cursed in heartache, "You little brat." He quickly bent down to pick it up.
Young Fong, watching from the side, felt puzzled. How could teacher Sū have two completely different personas inside and outside the school? By then, Sū and Shun had already picked up the lamb shank, wiped it casually with a napkin, and stuffed it into his mouth.
He then said, that. Manager Dong, last time you said I hadn't met the spending requirement. This time I should have, right? Give me a gold card. It's time for my membership level to be upgraded.
Oh, I'm afraid not, Mr. Sū. Our restaurant recently updated its policy. Now only one card can be linked to each ID. If you want to upgrade, you'll have to cover this meal yourself.
What? Changed again? What's wrong with your restaurant? Are you messing with me?
We apologize for the inconvenience, but this policy comes directly from our owner. If you have any concerns, I can have him come out to discuss it with you personally. Manager Dong maintained his professional smile, but Sū and Shun backed down. The owner behind this restaurant had ties to organized crime. He wasn't about to cross him.
Fine, let's eat.
High membership levels only mean slightly cheaper meals anyway. Who cares?
I'm not broke.
Bring another plate of Australian lobster, my son loves it.
Dongzhi nodded.
After stepping outside, he walked back to the door of private room 888.
The boss had personally instructed him to treat the guests inside with utmost hospitality. He took a moment to adjust his attire before entering. Good evening, distinguished guests. I'm manager Dongzhi. Here's my personal card. We sincerely hope for your continued support of Jinhua Restaurant. Please give me a heads up when you visit. I guarantee you'll feel right at home.
After speaking, Manager Dong began distributing his cards. When he reached Sū Míng's table, the sight of the school uniform left him puzzled. Why was a student here at such a formal occasion? Oh, could this be the son of that high-ranking official? With that thought, Manager Dong tactfully handed over a gold card. Hey, Sū, fancy some Mao Tai? He's got some aged bottles here.
Mayor, I'm still in school. I need to go back and write a leave request.
No need. Director Gao has already arranged it for you at school. Don't misunderstand, we're a proper institution, and these procedures must be followed. Principal Wen was also quite perceptive.
He now understood who the real host of this banquet truly was. Alright then, just a simple one. Let's drink for the fun of it.
Ever since falling ill in his previous life, Sū Míng hadn't touched alcohol in ages. Now, he found himself craving a sip. As Dongzhi nodded and stepped out, he already formed a rough impression of the people inside the room, especially that student. He seemed the most extraordinary one. No wonder the town mayor held him in such high regard. When he re-entered the room, he rotated the newly served fish, positioning the head directly toward Sū Míng.
Fang Ping, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
He'd been in business for decades and had never had so many high-ranking officials as companions.
Hanging with Sū Míng definitely had its perks.
However, as the drinking continued, the gathering took a peculiar turn. Everyone began vying to toast Sū Míng.
Sū Míng was genuinely impressed by these old-timers.
Each of them had proper jobs, yet they could hold their liquor so well. Clearly, they drank regularly. Though he'd had his share of drinks, his body was still relatively young and hadn't been through the baptism of alcohol. After a few more toasts, he was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Unable to endure it any longer, he made an excuse to go to the restroom, intending to splash some water on his face. As he passed by one of the private rooms, he bumped into his mother, who was just coming out carrying a tray.
Mom, what are you doing here?
Huh?
Ming? Oh, nothing. I'm having dinner with some old friends.
Wait, aren't you supposed to be in class today?
What are you doing here? And you've been drinking?
Yongfang caught the scent of alcohol and instantly grew angry.
Who invited you to drink? She snapped.
Right, Fizai?
Watch me go in and yell at him.
Just as she tried to push open the door, Sū Míng pulled her back.
Mom, don't go in. There are leaders from the Education Bureau inside.
Huh?
You're having dinner with them?
Yeah.
Mom, gotta go now, I need to use the restroom.
Yongfang quickly pieced it together. Earlier that day, his homeroom teacher had called to say he'd offended an Education Bureau official. Now he was probably being forced to drink as an apology. Thinking of how hard her son was working to continue his education, she felt she should help him. So she swallowed the humiliation she'd endured in the private room and turned back.
Haha, Dad, that old hag is back.
Miss Sū, you were asked to peel some shrimp for my son, yet you flew off the handle like that.
Looks like I'll have to consider not letting your son come here anymore.
No, Teacher Sū, I was wrong. Please don't make things difficult for Xiao Ming. Yongfang glanced at her hand, still bleeding from the shrimp peeling incident, and sighed helplessly.
That won't do. I'm not satisfied with this meal. So later, I want to come back for another one. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Stay in that private room and wait for us to return from our walk before eating.
I'm warning you, if I come back and find you gone, I won't be kind to your son.
Got it. Sū and Shun laughed loudly as he left, deliberately opening the private room door behind him to make sure everyone saw her awkward predicament. Sū Míng emerged from the restroom, puzzled.
His mother was notoriously frugal. Why would she dine at the luxurious Jinhua restaurant?
Just then, Manager Dong passed by, and Sū Míng seized the chance to ask. The truth he uncovered made him clench his fists. Oh, Mr. Sū, I'm terribly sorry. I truly didn't know she was your mother. Had I known, I would have stopped it immediately. Just then, shouts and curses echoed from the hotel entrance. Sū Míng followed the sound and saw Sū Wenshun standing on a homeless child's hand while an old man beside him was kowtowing. Manager Dong, do me a favor.
After hearing Sū Ming's request, Manager Dong turned and walked toward the entrance.
Sū Wenshun, still stomping on the street kid's hand, cursed, You little brat.
How dare you come begging for money? You nearly scared my precious son. You think you're his grandfather, huh?
The old man nodded frantically, his hands crippled and unable to speak. Suddenly, Sū Wenshun's son had an idea. He picked up several ants from the ground and tossed them into the old man's back. Watching him writhe in agony, the boy burst into laughter. Then, Sū Wenshun smugly twisted the floorboards with the soles of his feet, making the child cry even harder. Just then, Manager Dong arrived. Hey, Mr. Sū, congratulations on winning the lottery.
Win?
Yes.
You are our 10,000th customer since opening. Your entire family has automatically been upgraded to VIP status.
Please proceed to room 888 to claim your prize.
Oh, great. Dad, we're VIP members now. Let's go.
The little chubby boy was overjoyed, quickly grabbing Sū Wenshun's hand and pulling him toward the private room. The moment the family pushed open the door, they saw Sū Míng sitting in the center of the banquet table, his gaze utterly cold. Chapter 64, Teacher's Wife. I've been feeling really hot-tempered lately. Sū Wenshun's first instinct was to flee, but Principal Wen had already spoken up. Sū Wenshun, if you leave now, don't bother coming to school tomorrow.
How dare you? My position is approved by the Education Bureau.
If you try to fire me illegally, I'll report you to them.
Funny enough, I'm from the Education Bureau. Who do you plan to report?
Section Chief Ma chimed in from the side. Sū Wenshun felt helpless. This was starting to resemble a situation where someone dared to sue the judge presiding over their own case. Just then, his wife stepped forward.
Don't get too cocky. You think you can gang up on my husband?
My brother is the deputy town mayor. Believe me, one phone call from me and you won't be able to leave this place.
A mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake.
In places like this, no matter how big a shot you are from outside, you're no match for the powerful local officials.
Oh, you mean Huang Wenwei?
I'll give him a call and have him come see how foolishly his sister behaved. Just as Town Chief Lin reached for his phone, Sū Wenshun finally recognized the man and scrambled to beg for mercy.
I was wrong. Please, don't call him. Town Chief, I truly regret it. Do you truly know you're wrong? Then who should you apologize to?
Oh, Sū Míng, I was wrong. Sū Wenshun knew he'd repeatedly targeted Sū Míng, and today he was bound to get his comeuppance. So he just dropped to his knees. Hey, Teacher Sū, get up first. I've always respected teachers and valued tradition. Why make me look like some gangster?
I'm a bright, promising flower of the motherland. Don't ruin my image, right, Principal One?
Exactly, Sū Wenshun.
Don't ruin Sū Ming's image as a model student.
I'm planning to name him outstanding graduate this year and make him a shining example.
Come, Sū Míng, let me toast to you.
Principal Wen finished speaking and proactively clinked glasses with Sū Míng.
Fong Ping nearly burst out laughing beside them. Toasting a student still in school? Principal Wen must be the first in history to do that.
All right, I'm sorry. Sū Míng, I swear to heaven I'll never target you again. During class, you can sleep wherever you want, even on my desk if you like. Sū Wenshun had finally learned his lesson.
Offending Sū Míng was tantamount to offending Principal Wen.
His job would be in jeopardy, with the Education Bureau backing him. His professional standing would be ruined. And then there was Town Chief Lin, who decultivated countless connections over his decade in office. If he angered him too, his days ahead would be anything but peaceful.
Wrong.
Truth is, you're dispensable to me. How you see me matters little, because these past 3 years, you've only belittled me, never imparted any real knowledge. So after graduation, I just want us to forget each other. What you absolutely should not have done, what you must never have done, was to make my mother come work as a servant in your household.
That crossed my line.
Sū Míng finally spoke, and his words sent chills down Sū Wenshun's spine. It seemed he knew everything that had just happened.
I was wrong, Sū Míng. I was truly wrong.
I was blinded by my own foolishness. I'll go apologize to your mother. I'll own up to my mistake. I'll beg for her forgiveness. My mom's always been soft-hearted. If you beg her, she'll probably forgive you in no time. So first, you need to get past me. Alright, I'll admit my fault. I'll drink.
Is drinking acceptable?
Hey, Teacher Sū, this Maodai costs over 1,000 yuan.
You're drinking it? Is this self-reflection or self-indulgence?
Oh, my mistake.
I'll drink something else, something cheaper will do. You are indeed wrong, but it's not about what you drink. The most important thing about a meal is enjoying it. Whether it's expensive or cheap doesn't really matter.
Whether it costs 1,000 or 10,000, being too stingy about money is exhausting.
Teacher Sū, do you think I'm right? Right.
At that moment, Sū Míng finally snapped out of it.
Got it. Everyone, I'm treating for this meal. Don't be polite with me.
Sū Míng is right, let's just enjoy ourselves.
No need to nitpick over every little thing. Now look at you, Teacher Sū. I never meant to imply anything. Don't twist my words.
No, this invitation comes from my heart. Principal, Lin Weii mentioned you've led our school with such dedication all these years, and I've long wanted to treat you to a meal. The leaders from the Education Bureau have been so supportive, and Town Mayor, your years of service for all our residents earn my deepest respect. And Sū Míng, you made such remarkable progress on that English exam last time.
I've been wanting to reward you but never found the right moment.
Today, everyone has finally given me this chance, and I'm determined to make the most of it. No need to say more, I'll cover the bill for today's meal. Please, don't even think about trying to pay. Sū Míng felt the pinch, but compared to his future prospects, he considered spending a few thousand yuan well worth it. Hey, Sū, since Teacher Sū has spoken, let's give him this chance. By the way, I heard your dad is quite fond of Mao Tai.
Got it.
Manager, bring 2 more bottles. Sū Ming's dad is like my own father. I heard he was hospitalized recently, but I've been swamped with work and couldn't visit. Consider this a token of my concern.
Huh? Brother Sū, your dad's sick? Is he okay? Should I get someone to move him to a private room? No need. He's just exhausted.
He should be discharged soon. Take the liquor with you, we'll celebrate his recovery then.
Hey, little chubby, come here. Seeing Sū Ming's gaze, Sū Míng's son instinctively hid behind his mother. Hey, kid. What are you hiding for?
Come here so uncle can see you. Sū Míng quickly pushed the child forward.
Come here, little chubby. You're so adorable.
Sū Míng said, pinching his cheeks until they squished.
You love shrimp, don't you? Here, this plate's for you. Say thank you to uncle. Ooh, thank you, uncle. You're welcome. But I'm not letting you eat it.
Go peel them and play with them instead.
You're too chubby to eat too much.
After dealing with the father and son, Sū Míng turned his attention to the woman.
Master's wife. I don't like eating shrimp, I like peeling them.
The woman hurriedly moved aside and obediently began peeling the shells.
Teacher's wife, look, you're in such a hurry. With your delicate fingers, how could I possibly let you peel shrimp shells?
Sū Míng helped the woman to her feet. This woman wasn't exactly respectable either, she was the alleyway's go-to spiritual counselor for welcoming and sending off visitors. Sū Míng had met her through mahjong games. Years ago, she'd even forced the original wife out of the house, making it one of the town's more widely known romantic scandals. It's just that I've been burning the midnight oil studying lately, and I'm feeling pretty irritable.
Chapter 65, I heard you have night blindness, so I brought fish.
As the woman prepared to tie her hair up, Sū Míng quickly stopped her.
What are you doing? Master's wife, you should break the professional habit.
I heard from Teacher Sū that you make amazing soup, so I wanted to find an opportunity to come over and try it. Sū Míng helped the woman to her feet. This woman truly never did any manual labor in her early 40s, her fingers were as soft as a young girl's.
Oh, right. Sorry, I got carried away.
The woman quickly stepped aside, sensing the situation. At that moment, Sū Míng turned his gaze toward the old woman. The old woman didn't understand what her daughter-in-law meant by just braiding her hair, but seeing that Sū Míng had calmed down after watching this, she quickly complied.
Wait. Don't move. Just stand over there and watch. I won't hit the old woman.
Sū Míng quickly intervened. If she drank that old-fashioned soup, she'd probably never hold her head up again for the rest of her life.
Everyone, let's continue drinking. Since Teacher Sū's family is willing to serve us, let them do so.
Sū Míng gave the word, and the drinking party resumed. When they were nearly done, Sū Míng hastily disbanded the gathering. He'd been slacking off quite a bit during the feast, needing to keep an eye on his mother. He dared not get completely drunk. After splashing water on his face in the restroom and seeing the flush recede, Sū Míng prepared to escort his mother away. No sooner had he stepped out of the restroom than the woman approached him. Sū Míng, dear, she said, I can tell you need some nourishment. He usually plays cards on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Come to my place, and I'll make you a big, nourishing soup, the kind that really builds you up. Her eyes sparkled with flirtatious charm as she spoke.
Sounds good. What kind of soup do you make? Plenty. Depends on what you like.
There's one made with crucian carp, creamy white in color, incredibly soothing to drink.
Another uses bigmouth fish, add some ice cubes for a unique experience.
Or there's the fish with legs, also called soft-shelled turtle.
That's my specialty, braised with chicken. Delicious and nourishing. Madam, what are you doing? No wonder Sū Míng looks so old before he even hits 50. This soup is so nourishing, it's practically over-nourishing. Sū Míng, is the soup I make considered proper soup? What strange things are you thinking about? You're just studying too hard and starting to have odd thoughts.
This weekend, put your studies aside and come learn some wellness practices from your teacher's wife. Deal? With that, the woman swayed her hips and walked away. Sū Míng chuckled and hurried back to the restroom to compose himself. Only after splashing water on his face several times and feeling somewhat composed did he approach one of the private rooms.
Mom, let's go. I've forgiven Teacher Sue. What nonsense are you talking about? I mean, it's all settled now. Let's go. Oh, so the leaders at the Education Bureau forgave you? They really are something. How could they make a student drink so much? You mustn't be so mischievous anymore. Yongfang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was all thanks to the other party showing mercy. They walked to the front desk. Just as Yongfang was about to pay, the manager beside them recited the script Sū Míng had given him. Madam, there's no need to pay. You're our 10,000th customer, it's complimentary. Wishing you a wonderful life. What? Really? Oh my. Thank goodness for the God's blessings. Yongfang pressed her palms together in prayer, convinced her daily devotions had paid off. Mom, what's up? Didn't you say you were having dinner with friends? Did they want you to treat them? Oh, well, every little bit helps. Come on, let's go home. I rode my bike here, I'll take you back to make some big shrimp for dinner. As she stepped out the door, ready to mount her bicycle and leave, Yongfang suddenly stopped. Mom, what is it? Sū Míng was puzzled. Had she spotted something? Look at that homeless couple. They're so pitiful. Buy them something to eat. Doing good deeds will bring you blessings. The Bodhisattva will protect you and help you do well on your exams. Yongfang pointed to the grandfather and grandson begging nearby, her heart twinging with pity. Mom, it's okay. Manager, come here. Sū Míng waved at Dongzhi. Hey! Xiaoming, how can you be so rude to people? Just as Yongfang was about to scold him, she realized the manager was actually coming over. Manager Dong, get them something to eat. Alright, no problem. Dongzhi, of course, knew better than to press the issue. Having witnessed Sū Míng standing in the private room just now, and besides, he'd been fed up with this Sue guy for ages today, finally, someone had stood up to him. See, there are still more good people in this world. Never mind. That child's clothes look worn out. I'll go get some money for them. Yongfang always believed that as long as one held kind intentions in their heart, they could achieve their goals. Only after taking 200 yuan did she mount her bike and ride away, satisfied. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself for the college entrance exam. Just get your diploma. Your father and I aren't well educated, we didn't pass on a good head for studying to you. We don't expect you to pursue higher education. You know the factory's situation isn't great. In the future, your father might stop doing business, and life at home will be tougher. You have to make us proud. But if you really get in, I'll sell my blood to pay for your college education. Yongfang muttered these words as she pedaled her bicycle. Perhaps from the alcohol, Sū Míng felt unusually emotional. As the wind blew, tears welled up in his eyes. Fearing his mother would notice and worry, he quickly wiped them away. Mom, I'll make something of myself someday. Good. I believe in you. Upon returning home, Yongfang immediately headed back to the market. Sū Míng felt a dull ache in his head, so he lay lazily on the sofa to rest. Knock. The door was knocked at that moment. Feeling tired from drinking, he pretended not to hear it. But the knocking didn't stop. Reluctantly, Sū Míng got up to answer the door, his expression still tinged with irritation. Until he saw that adorable face, he froze for a long moment. Little dumb? What are you doing here? Did you come all the way from home? That's pretty far, isn't it? Yes, Sū Míng, fish. Look. Dai Qingyi pulled out a red bag containing 2 fish, wriggling and jumping inside. You walked all that way just to bring me fish? Yeah, didn't you say last time that eating fish might help with your night blindness? Oh, don't worry, these aren't tilapia, they're crushing carp. Grandma says crushing carp soup is delicious. Wait, didn't you have class today? Where did you get the fish? Sū Míng was puzzled. I caught them myself. There are so many fish in the creek, right? I told my teacher I wasn't feeling well during my last self-study period, then I ran home and caught a fish for you from the creek. Dai Qingyi couldn't possibly say he bought it, otherwise Sū Míng would surely scold him for wasting money. But whether bought or caught, Sū Míng was deeply touched at that moment. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. In Dai Qingyi's world, the way to make Sū Míng happy was to be held, so she wrapped her arms around him too. I heard you got scolded by the teachers today. How are you feeling now? Better? Sū Míng gazed into her innocent eyes and suddenly pressed his lips to hers. Whoa, stop. Don't eat me. Chapter 66, I want to give you a gift. Seeing her turn pale with fright, Sū Míng reluctantly let her go. You're not allowed to bring fish late at night anymore. It's dangerous. If you dare come again, I'll really eat you. No, don't eat me. You called me little Dumby, if you eat me, you'll turn dumb too. She couldn't understand why Sū Míng had acted that way just now, thinking he must have been genuinely hungry. Dumb as a rock. Sū Míng chuckled, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Oh, I get it now. Sū Míng, you're hungry, right? Want me to cook something for you? You go rest.
Sure. Sū Míng was naturally delighted.
Son, are you upstairs?
Come down and help mom carry something.
Coming. Dai Qingyi heard this and immediately ran upstairs to hide. Xiao Dai, what are you doing now? Shoo. Don't tell her I'm here, okay? Please. Dai Qingyi made a pleading gesture.
Sū Míng knew she was just being shy, so he nodded and went to help his mother carry the things upstairs.
As the two walked upstairs, Yang Fong finally noticed two fish by the door. Oh my, where did these crucian carp come from?
They're not cheap today, over 6 yuan per pound.
Ha?
Oh, they're from upstairs. As Sū Míng spoke, Dai Qingyi poked her head out.
Upstairs?
Which upstairs? Yang Fong glanced up the stairs, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a head before rubbing her eyes in confusion.
Hey, is someone in the hallway? No one. Dai Qingyi's melodious voice drifted down. Hey, son, did you hear that? Ha? No, what? Strange. Who could be hiding there? Yongfang grew even more curious.
To ease her suspicions, Sū Míng had no choice but to approach personally.
Hearing footsteps approaching upstairs, Dai Qingyi grew even more nervous.
Just as she prepared to run again, Sū Míng, fearing she might make more noise, grabbed her by the collar.
Mom, there's no one here. Strange, no one? Never mind. I'll make dinner. You go lie down and rest. Mom, you handle it. I'll go for a walk to sober up. I'll be back soon.
Sū Míng made up an excuse and finally got his mother to leave. You silly girl, why did you run? Sū Míng tapped her on the head. I'm afraid she'll find out I gave her the fish and get disgusted. Why would she reject you?
Seriously.
Dai Qingyi said nothing, only staring down at the mud-stained slippers on her feet.
Speaking of fish, let me ask you, were these bought or caught? Caught. Honestly, otherwise I'd be banging my head against the wall. No, bought. I'm telling the truth, don't hit me.
Fearing a beating, Dai Qingyi spilled the whole story in one breath.
I already knew. Hey, how did you know?
Of course. Crucian carp are so expensive, if anyone could just catch them freely, that little stream would have been picked clean long ago.
Oh, right. Wow. Sū Míng, you're so clever. Pretty smart, huh? Come on, I'll walk you home. No, thanks. I'll just walk back. You should save more time for studying. Dai Qingyi shook her head.
She was the type who hated burdening others.
It'll take you over an hour to walk home from here. It's fine.
I'll take my time walking back. Sū Míng didn't want her walking that far again, so he insisted on escorting her downstairs.
Sū Míng, thank you. You're so kind to me. Is that all? Sū Míng almost laughed.
He hadn't been a fraction as kind to her as she had been to him.
Well, it's so late, and you still agreed to walk me home. How about this? I'll give you a gift in return. Oh, a gift? What kind of gift?
She reached into her pocket and pulled out an old Eagle brand flashlight. It was one of the 4 essential household items back in the 70s, though it felt a bit outdated now. The flashlight had a classic metal casing, but to make it look nicer for gifting, she'd wrapped it in tape and covered it with sticky notes filled with all sorts of doodles. Her inner world truly resembled that of a child craving recognition.
Here, Sū Míng, take it. Now you won't be afraid of the dark at night. See? It's super bright.
She tapped the flashlight and aimed it at the ground, instantly casting a beam of yellow light. Then Sū Míng took the flashlight and shone it directly onto her face.
Little dumbass. Yeah. You have to say it. Got it. Look up, tuck in your stomach. Dai Qingyi didn't know what Sū Míng was up to, but she reacted almost instantly. Alright, let's go. All set? Yeah, I was just testing your reaction. Not bad. Really? Thanks.
After that, Sū Míng rode his bike with her on the back, while Dai Qingyi shone a flashlight to light their way. The summer night breeze felt stiflingly hot, yet Dai Qingyi found it incredibly soothing.
Sū Míng, that song you sang last time was really beautiful. Oh? You want me to sing for you? Little dumb, you've learned to hint now. Next time you want to hear something, just tell me directly. Is that okay?
Of course.
What are we, friends? Alright, since you liked it, I'll sing you another one, guaranteed you've never heard it before.
Sū Míng cleared his throat and began to sing softly.
Outside the window, sparrows chatter on the power pole. I continue writing, weaving I will love you forever into the poem's final lines. You are the only one I wish to understand.
Sū Míng thought of all the events from his past life, so singing this song was deeply emotional.
How was it?
Little dumb, if you liked it, give me a round of applause.
Dai Qingyi always knew how to provide emotional support.
At the mention of applause, she clapped immediately.
Beautiful, Sū Míng. If you ever become a singer, you'll definitely make it big. Really? Maybe I should consider it.
But singers usually debut in groups to get popular. Look at Shui Mu Nianhua.
How about we form a duo? We could call ourselves the Sū Dai Duo.
Sū Míng teased her on purpose.
Sū Míng, you're teasing me again. I'm not a bookworm.
But if you really want to be a singer, I'll support you as long as you don't mind my clumsy brain.
Sū Míng felt genuinely touched. She always avoided things she wasn't good at, yet here she was, willing to try something new just for him. Sū Míng, you deserve to die. Why did you spend years in your past life chasing after someone who didn't love you? Sigh. Sū Míng. What is it? Little dumbass, go ahead. That song you just sang, does it have a name? The name? I haven't thought of one yet. But if you like it, I'll record it on tape for you later. Great. Great. Sū Míng, you're a good person, a really good person. She gave him a thumbs up, looking especially happy. Sū Míng was happy too. She was truly different, seemed like even the smallest kindness made her incredibly content. But the lyrics to that song were a bit strange. What's strange about them? Why would a sparrow, feeling so high, be chirping on a power pole? Huh? Sū Míng heard this and instantly rolled her eyes. What part did you hear? Pecking? I'll take you to the power pole to peck later. Chapter 67, Quietly Digging Your Own Grave. June 12th. A highly anticipated match of this World Cup kicked off. For the Argentine team, this third group stage match was a true do-or-die battle. Having secured 1 win and 1 loss in their previous 2 games, they needed a victory here to advance. Not only fans, but Chen Muyang, the general manager of Dongzhi Electric in Haicheng, was also intensely focused. This match held immense significance for him, not only because his company had signed Agenting as an influencer ambassador this year, but also due to the bet placed by the Sū family's appliance factory, a full refund if Agenting won the championship. He believed Agenting was merely slow to warm up. Once they advanced past the group stage, subsequent matches would pose no problem, and the Sū family would surely face ruin. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Agenting delivering a flawless outcome. Yet, from the opening whistle, Chen Muyang sensed something was amiss. The once invincible 3-3-1-3 formation seemed utterly ineffective against the towering Swedish players. Every long ball was easily intercepted, leaving the defense looking precariously vulnerable. Finally, in the 59th minute, a Swedish player broke the deadlock, sending a chill through Chen Muyang. Could Sū Míng's gamble actually pay off? Fortunately, in the 88th minute, Agenting managed to tap in a rebound from a penalty that had nearly been missed, pulling one back for his team. Yet that second goal stubbornly refused to come. With injury time dwindling, Chen Muyang's frustration mounted. But the miracle never came. As the final whistle blew, tears streamed down the face of the war god, Body. Agenting failed to defeat their opponents, ending their journey in this World Cup. Damn it! Useless! Useless! With Argentina's early exit, their marketing campaign had completely failed. Sure enough, shortly after the match ended, the deputy general manager rushed in to tell Chen Muyang that many distributors were demanding refunds. No returns. These guys, how desperately they begged us for the goods back then, and now they pulled this stunt. Unlike Chen Muyang's situation, Zhang Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief after watching the match. With Agenting's elimination, it meant Sū Míng's risky gamble had paid off. Sū Míng had executed what could be called the boldest marketing campaign in history, boosting the appliance factory's sales by over 20-fold in a short period without incurring any costs whatsoever. Bolstered by the match's success, Zhang Jiangguo proactively called Chen Muyang. Mr. Chen, you must be in a terrible mood. Looks like things didn't go your way. This was exactly what Sū Míng had instructed, call Chen Muyang the moment the match results were out to knock him off his high horse. Sure enough, hearing Zhang Jiangguo's mocking tone, Chen Muyang exploded with rage. Don't get too cocky. Delivery day is just a few days away. If you can't produce that much inventory, then I'll still make sure your factory goes completely under. Well then, Mr. Chen, you'll just have to wait and see. After hanging up, Zhang Jiangguo called the distributors who had been so difficult just days ago. To his surprise, they all turned into nice guys this time. Not only did they not mention the breach of contract, but they even said they could extend the delivery deadline by another month without any problem. Their top priority now was whether the brewery could give them some orders. Zhang Jiangguo recorded their order requests and immediately forwarded them all to Fong Ping. Upon receiving the requests, Fong Ping immediately contacted the respective owners. With the national team's final group stage match scheduled for tomorrow, they all wanted a piece of the action. News of Chiu Shuang beer offering substantial cash rewards for the national team's victory had spread far and wide in recent days. The brand now seemed to have leaped to the forefront of Haicheng's market. Consumers were either drawn by the brewery's support for the national team loving the house and the bird, or by the marketing scheme where goals meant prizes. In any case, driven by these factors, demand for Chiu Shuang beer was skyrocketing. Fong Ping couldn't help but admire Sū Míng's foresight. He had previously thought that just selling off the inventory would be a success, and there was no need to hire more workers to resume production in the short term. Yet the steady stream of orders pouring in today proved the unprecedented fervor for Chiu Shuang beer among consumers. Production workers were bustling with activity, and the loading crew was swamped. Orders were dispatched to the delivery fleet the moment they came in, with no fear of customers backing out and leaving them empty-handed, because right now, far too many people wanted this beer. Seeing his former colleagues working so hard, Fong Ping decided to skip tonight's mahjong game and stay with his brothers until the very last moment.
While the brewery was bustling with activity, Sū Míng remained in his room, seemingly unfazed, continuing to study with his nose buried in his books. Both Jiang Jiangguo and Feng Ping had already called him earlier. Their first words were always the same, praising his uncanny foresight, as if he were a pre-programmed machine. Tired of hearing it, Sū Míng simply retreated into his room. Before he knew it, the night had passed. Today, his bike happened to break down, so Sū Míng had no choice but to walk. Just then, he spotted the fat guy emerging from the sports lottery shop. "Hey, Fatso, you're betting again? This time you're being good, right? Not betting on the national team?" "Nope. I just put all 500 I had on the national team. I'm betting 60. Fatso declared confidently. Hold on, Fatso, did you eat too much barbecue that day? Did you flush your brain down the toilet when you had diarrhea? They've already lost 2 games and have no chance of advancing. You're still betting on them in this state?" Sū Míng even suspected he was sick. He didn't even copy the answers I gave him earlier. Now, with most people already knowing the outcome, he still refuses to believe it. "No way, Ming. You don't watch soccer, so you don't know about some special rules. Pele said our national team will top the group. I trust his judgment." "Ha? Lost 2 games and still top the group? No, hear me out. You don't watch much soccer, but some rules work like this: if a player has already represented another national team, they can't play here. So I suspect one of those 2 teams must have fielded an ineligible player. That would mean immediate disqualification. As for the 6-0 result? There's an old saying, a desperate army is sure to win. When they let go of everything, they'll unleash their full potential." Wait, a desperate army will win? Scoring 6-0 against Turkey, who dominated the group stage. That's more depressing than doping. Tickets are bought, no refunds possible. Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to argue. "Fatso, since you're already this invested, I can only wish your prediction comes true, but don't tell anyone." Got it. Never flaunt your wealth. This time, I'm quietly raking it in." Fatty nodded and quickly stashed the lottery ticket away, afraid someone might notice the score. Sū Míng shook his head. "Quietly rake in the big bucks? More like quietly digging your own grave." Chapter 68, The Best of Times. Passing by the breakfast shop, the chubby guy wasn't in a chatty mood. He picked out 3 buns and motioned for Sū Míng to help himself. He was treating. "Bro, don't be shy. Those odds are 20 to 1. My 500 will turn into 10,000. You're about to witness the birth of a 10,000 yuan man." No 10,000 yuan man appeared, but a 10,000 yuan loser certainly did. The fat guy had bet wrong twice in a row. Wasn't he the perfect example of a sucker? "No need. Someone's bringing me breakfast later. Bro, you're so lucky. Dai, the school beauty, treats you so well. If she delivered breakfast to me too, I'd be over the moon. Poor guy, just admit it. Stop talking so much." Just then, Chen Jingxing walked up behind them. "Who the hell are you talking about? My Ming's fridge marketing strategy is so successful, hasn't it already beaten your Dongzhi appliances into submission?" Fatso was the first to stand up for Sū Míng. "It was just a stroke of luck, Sū Míng. You really think you've dodged the bullet? There's an even bigger mess waiting for you." Chen Jingxing had already learned about the delivery from his father, so he knew Sū Míng wouldn't be gloating for long. "Cut the chatter. Ready to treat us? What treat? Oh, you mean the NBA draft? Is that even worth mentioning? Not only is it impossible for an Asian to be the top pick, but even if he did get drafted, I could afford to take him to eat at FA. What's that money? I go there myself when I'm free, and I've already earned a silver card." After saying this, Chen Jingxing flashed the silver card for Jinhua Lu in his wallet. "See? You don't get a silver card unless you've spent over 10,000. Never seen one before, huh? No worries. Once the results are out, you'll be treating the whole class. That one meal should be enough to upgrade your card." Sū Míng didn't respond further. Instead, he walked past him and remarked, "Their beef buns are pretty good here, and the soy milk is quite fragrant too. What's it to me? If you want some, buy your own." Sū Míng said no more and headed straight toward the school. Chen Jingxing walked up to the stall. Seeing how popular the beef buns were, he couldn't resist buying 2. Then he thought, wouldn't that be too dry to give to Lin Weii? So he added a cup of soy milk. After arranging to meet the fat guy for the game that night, Sū Míng entered the classroom. When he reached his seat, Lin Weii was already there, having arrived early. She stretched her legs out, resting them directly on the crossbar of his chair legs. Sū Míng glanced down. Today she was wearing white stockings. As Sū Míng pulled his chair back, Lin Weii, sitting behind him, winced in pain and muttered with a hint of grievance, "Why so rough?" But seeing Sū Míng ignore her, she soon swung her legs back over the bar. Sū Míng grabbed the soy milk from the locker, which was restocked at fixed times, and began drinking it. He also found some prohibited items. He pulled out a letter. At the top, in elegant handwriting, was the title, "Curse Letter." By the time you read this letter, the god of misfortune has already latched onto you. You must find a girl to go on a date with for one day, or else you'll face terrible misfortune. This was some recent campus trend, started by who knows who, supposedly a cursed letter but really just an activity encouraging boys and girls to go on dates. But Sū Míng knew exactly whose handwriting this was.
He turned around.
Lin Weii didn't look up at him, but glanced over with her peripheral vision. Then, pretending to be nonchalant, she tucked her bangs behind her ear, trying her best to show her gentle side. If Sū Míng asked her out, she'd accept immediately, no more playing hard to get this time.
But Sū Míng didn't do that.
Instead, he crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it in a perfect arc straight into the trash can. Lin Weii watched, stomping her foot in slight annoyance.
See? She shouldn't have trusted anyone else's half-baked idea.
Sū Míng clearly had no clue she'd written that letter. After tossing the trash, Sū Míng rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out 2 yearbooks. With graduation approaching and no means of communication or contact details, there weren't many ways to preserve memories. The yearbook could be considered the final gift before graduation. Some students took the time to ask others to write in theirs thoughtfully, while others opted for convenience, buying those detachable page yearbooks, splitting them into individual pages, and distributing them to each classmate's locker to be collected later. Sū Míng still felt some attachment to this class, so he didn't bother asking who had given them to him. He just lowered his head and started writing.
Oh, a yearbook? Who's the blind fool who gave you one?
Chen Jingxing arrived just then, carrying another large stack of breakfast for Lin Weii. Passing by, he couldn't resist the sarcastic remark. Lin Weii stood up curiously, wanting to see Sū Míng's home phone number, but Chen Jingxing's bulky frame blocked her view.
Hey, Weii, no need to stand. Just sit and study. This breakfast is from me.
That broke guy probably went bankrupt and can't afford to bring you breakfast anymore.
From now on, I'll be your breakfast guy. Bankrupt? Was he talking about Sū Míng? That can't be right.
His beer's been selling like hotcakes lately. I remember her dad loved buying it too.
Sū Míng didn't respond, continuing to write in the yearbook.
This yearbook was indeed rather plain. Aside from some colorful patterns, the rest was blank, leaving only handwritten entries. Sū Míng filled it out like a resume, writing his name, date of birth, contact information, and other basic details. But as he wrote, something felt off. The phone number was completely wrong. He didn't even own a cell phone yet, so he had to write down his home landline instead. As for WeChat, that wasn't even a thing in this era, so he simply crossed it out. Soon, the blank page was covered in scribbles, looking decidedly half-hearted. But Sū Míng had no choice. Many things were simply impossible to write. No wonder so many classmates felt like strangers after graduation. The lack of communication tools meant everyone lost touch immediately after leaving school.
Just then, Chen Jingxing's irritating voice piped up again. You poor schmuck even knows about QQ? Guess you're not a total bumpkin after all. But since you're so broke, you shouldn't use it. That thing costs money every month. The fees aren't high, but I'm afraid it'd just add insult to injury for your already impoverished life.
Pay?
Hasn't QQ always been free to register and use? Why would it cost anything?
Sū Míng was puzzled. But soon, he realized something was off. A bold idea suddenly burst into his mind. He jumped to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement.
Chen Jingxing, what did you just say? Chen Jingxing jumped in surprise but steeled himself to speak. What? Did I say something wrong?
Since last year, QQ has stopped catering to low-end users like you.
It's now a paid service. What? Does hearing the truth hurt that much?
Sū Míng leapt to his feet, pumping his fist.
Awesome. This truly is the best of times. Chapter 69, The Lost Yearbook.
When discussing the history of China's internet development, one cannot bypass the colossal giant known as OICQ. In February 1999, Zhou Yun, founder of Tencent, created OICQ by emulating the foreign software ICQ. The prefix O stood for opening, signifying greater openness. At that time, the internet was still in its exploratory phase, and the emergence of this instant messaging tool sparked a new wave. As the new century dawned, Zhou Yunpeng officially rebranded his messaging software as QQ. It was precisely through this powerful communication technology, along with features like cute emoticons, that QQ exploded in popularity. By April alone, registered users had surpassed 5 million, setting a new record. Yet the miracle continued. Just 2 months later, users exceeded 10 million, and from then on, user growth became exponential. Overnight, QQ registration numbers became like a second ID for netizens. Yet Zhou Yunpeng couldn't bring himself to celebrate. Originally, the software was developed with the intention of selling it to the Guangzhou Telecom Bureau. But due to unforeseen circumstances, the project was snatched up by others, forcing them to launch it independently. Over the past year, although QQ's user base had exploded, it was all useless data. For a fledgling internet company, the lack of sustainable product revenue meant they were eating into their savings. Moreover, the ever-growing user base placed immense strain on their servers, forcing them to invest heavily in new hardware. The executives resolved to find a profitable avenue. After deliberation, they concluded that introducing paid services directly from the product itself was the solution. They mistakenly believed users had already developed the habit of paying a small fee. Yet this very monetization strategy immediately invited competitors into the market, creating a competitive landscape that plunged Tencent into crisis.
The company nearly ended up selling itself off at a bargain price.
If you were to calculate the timing, it was precisely at this moment.
Sū Míng never imagined that reincarnating would land him such a golden opportunity.
Thinking of the future giant that would dominate every industry, he resolved that this time, he would steer the ship himself to break through the era.
Sū Míng, why aren't you saying anything? Did I get that wrong? Transact just doesn't want low-end users like you anymore.
Right.
Makes sense. I think that's actually pretty good.
Sū Míng nodded and returned to filling out the yearbook. If not for their blunder with the paid service, Sū Míng wouldn't have known how to persuade Zhou Yun to sell him this product. The worse TX's situation became now, the easier it would be for Sū Míng to acquire it. But if he remembered correctly, they'd be securing investment in a few months. He'd have to find time to visit Shenzhen soon and fast. Because he'd already envisioned various derivative products that could generate massive profits: QQ apparel, QQ spaces, even blogs. In this era, any one of them could rake in a fortune. With that thought, Sū Míng quickly pulled out a blank sheet of paper and jotted down a series of related ideas, afraid he might forget them. Stealing vegetables, snagging parking spots, diamond services. Chen Jingxing glanced at the scribbles but couldn't fathom Sū Ming's purpose. Assuming he was having one of his crazy episodes, he ignored him. Back at his seat, his class sidekicks swarmed over. Bro, you're so awesome. I just found out your dad's the general manager of Dongzhi Electronics. I'm not good at studying. Could I work at your factory someday? You? I'll think about it. Chen Jingxing actually looked down on this crowd. They were too poor. Just being his classmates was a blessing they'd earned in a past life. To think they could work alongside him was pure fantasy. This was probably the only chance they'd ever get to associate with someone like him. When we meet again, I'll likely have reached the pinnacle. The little sidekick, however, wasn't giving up. He leaned in again and said, Bro, haven't you been chasing after Lin Weii lately? I've got a brilliant idea. Oh? What is it? Spit it out. You know about those curse letters. If the recipient doesn't follow the instructions, they'll face terrible misfortune. Lin Weii is such a scaredy cat. If you slip a letter into her locker, guess who she'll turn to for help? The sidekick finished speaking, and Chen Jingxing suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. You're a genius, kid. Fine, our factory's hiring you. Bring your parents to work for me too. And don't call me Brother Xing, it makes us sound too close. From now on, call me Young Master Chen, got it? You need to know your place, brother or underling. I hate people who can't tell the difference. Yes, thank you, Young Master Chen. Thank you, Young Master Chun. Hold your thanks. The letter delivery is yours. Oh, and to make it look coincidental, I'll write one myself. When Weiwei sees we share the same predicament, she'll likely agree right away. Brilliant. Young Master Chen, how did I never think of such a brilliant idea? Cut the flattery. I can't stand sycophants. Now get out of here, don't mess up my plan. Yes, sir. The little lackey then found a female classmate to call Lin Weiwei outside. Taking advantage of an empty moment, he slipped a letter into her locker. When Lin Weiwei returned and spotted the letter in her locker, she immediately assumed it was from Sū Míng. Her heart raced with excitement until Chen Jingxing from the back row suddenly yelled. Oh my god. How did I get a curse letter? Has anyone else in the class received one? Let's complete this curse together, or else we're going to be in big trouble. After speaking, Chen Jingxing deliberately glanced toward Lin Weiwei's seat. Lin Weiwei swallowed hard, then decisively crumpled the letter in her hand and stomped it underfoot. Ha? No one else? Really? Chen Jingxing turned to his sidekick, who nodded firmly, signaling he'd already checked. In the end, Chen Jingxing could only approach under the pretense of asking how Lin Weiwei's breakfast was. Sure enough, he found no letter in her locker, instantly boiling with rage at his sidekick. Incidentally, as he passed by Sū Míng, he vented his frustration on him as well. What's the point of writing? Your handwriting's so ugly, I doubt anyone would even want it if you gave it to them. Just then, a fight erupted at the entrance. With the college entrance exams approaching, people were growing increasingly restless. Spotting the commotion, everyone rushed outside. Sū Míng spotted the chubby kid waving him over and hurried outside too. The commotion was quickly quelled, and Principal Wen herded the students back into the classroom. Then, a bespectacled boy in the class began collecting yearbooks from each student starting at the doorway. Apparently, he was the one who had distributed them. But when he reached Sū Míng couldn't find his yearbook anywhere. Bro, still can't find it? Maybe someone stole it? The bespectacled boy's words immediately drew mockery from Chen Jingxing. Ha! You're crazy. Who would steal something written by Sū Míng with his awful handwriting? Are you out of your mind? It's fine. Probably just blew away in the wind. Sū Míng didn't seem bothered, simply telling the bespectacled boy to get another copy. Only after the bespectacled man collected everyone's yearbooks and left did Lin Weiwei breathe a sigh of relief. She then tucked Sū Ming's paper away into her backpack as if it were a precious treasure. Chapter 70, Tonight, it's settled.
As soon as school let out that afternoon, Shen Jingxing came over again.
Since all his fancy probing had been useless, he decided to go straight for it.
Wei, wanna come watch the game with me tonight?
It's the national team. They're bound to score today. The sight of his greasy face made Lin Weii feel queasy.
Oh, sorry, Chan, I'm not feeling well. I want to get some rest tonight. Alright then, no problem. I'll invite you to a movie this weekend. Titanic is truly a masterpiece.
Foreign-made love stories are just so much better, the plot twists and turns, leaving domestic films far behind. Shen Jingxing felt a pang of disappointment but quickly shrugged it off. After all, he no longer had any rivals.
Life was long.
They say true love endures beyond mere daily encounters, but every great romance is never that simple.
Watching him leave, Lin Weii breathed a sigh of relief. Wei, wanna hit up the snack street by the gym tonight? Heard it's gonna be packed. No, thanks. That stuff isn't clean. It's bad for your stomach.
Lin Weii shook her head, clearly uninterested. Just then, Patty came downstairs to invite Sū Míng to watch the game. Since tonight was the national team's final match and tied to subsequent plans, Sū Míng gladly agreed to go. Watching him leave, Lin Weii suddenly changed her plans.
I think we should give it a try. I've been studying too hard lately. Sure, let's go. Should we invite Shen Jingxing?
He's been paying you a lot of attention lately. Zhang Ye said this, but her real intention was to find someone to pick up the tab, a role previously filled by Sū Míng.
No, I'd rather not. I'm afraid people might misunderstand. We're just classmates, after all. Oh, Wei, I have new info about Sū Míng. My mom sells vegetables at the market, right?
Lately, I've often seen Sū Míng and Dai Qingyi come to buy groceries.
He always pays. So I figured they're not actually together. Everyone knows Dai Qingyi's family is really poor.
Sū Míng is doing this to win her over.
Oh, I see.
Wei, so you've got plenty of chances.
What kind of person is Dai Qingyi?
If she could be won over with money, she'd have been swept off her feet by some rich kid 3 years ago.
Why would it be Sū Míng's turn? I reckon he's just doing someone else's bidding. Eventually, he'll come crawling back to you, won't he?
Zhang Ye's analysis reignited hope in Lin Weii.
So, this isn't over yet?
Wei, don't dwell on what happened last time. Guys are like that, it's called playing hard to get. If you ignore him, he'll deliberately chase others to make you jealous. But he picked the wrong target by going after Dai Qingyi.
That's just asking for trouble.
Plus, with me as your strategist, I saw right through his scheme. If you give in now, you'll be leading him by the nose.
Returning that photo, you think he's lost interest? Not a chance.
After all these years of liking you, he wouldn't just give up. The truth is, his appetite has grown. He wants you to agree to be with him outright. After Zhang Ye finished speaking, she grabbed Lin Wei's hand again. Wei, all these guys have ulterior motives. Only I truly have your best interests at heart. When you look for a boyfriend, you have to be really careful.
Don't let them fool you easily. Once guys get you, they won't cherish you. Understand?
After hearing her best friend's words, Lin Weii finally nodded. She realized she had been acting strangely lately, thinking about Sū Míng while eating and sleeping, always feeling a sense of loss.
It seemed she really might have been fooled.
With that thought, Lin Weii decided to go home, take a shower, and get properly dressed up. She would show Sū Míng that she wouldn't lose to Dai Qingyi. By 7 o'clock that evening, a large crowd had already gathered near the stadium. The scene was even more spectacular than before. Since this was the national team's final group stage match, many had come to show their support. Most wore excited expressions. After all, this was their first World Cup appearance, and facing a world-class powerhouse was a rare opportunity. Their current goal was simply to see the national team score against the opponent, achieving that long-awaited breakthrough.
As for winning? No need to rush it. If it doesn't happen this time, there's always next year. Or the year after that. Opportunities will come.
Ming, let's go grab some food first. We're gonna watch this match to our heart's content today, at least 60 minutes, I promise.
Huh? You forgot about getting food poisoning 3 times in a row? And you still dare to eat here? So what? The human body is resilient. Treat it worse, and it gets stronger.
A few bouts of diarrhea, and you'll never get sick again.
These are essential lessons for the body.
With such a weak constitution, how could you ever keep up with this fat lord on our conquests across the land? Fatso's speech was impassioned, but Sū Míng just thought this guy was impossible to kill.
Holy crap! Ming, check out that babe.
The fatso pointed at a girl buying popcorn, her twin ponytails making her look incredibly cute. JK? That kind of outfit was rare these days. Sū Míng wasn't exactly a saint either. He couldn't help but take a second look and realize those legs were indeed something else.
Pervert. Peeking at a girl's legs late at night?
You guys are shameless.
Zhang Ye suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started berating the two of them.
Seeing this big-faced girl made Sū Míng feel queasy. He pointed at the person in front of him and looked at the fat guy.
Fatso, that's your wife. Damn it. Ming. What are you saying?
Your wife. She's all yours.
The two quickly took off, leaving Zhang Yi fuming. She then walked over to the schoolgirl. Wei, I told you that guy can't bear to part with you. Ha? Who? Lin Weii turned around curiously. Sū Míng. He's been eyeing you since you arrived at the snack street.
He was just peeking at you from behind the whole time.
Oh? Really? Lin Weii felt a flutter of secret delight.
Sure enough, her cousin was right, this outfit really could charm those young guys. Later, she'd use her cousin's method to make Sū Míng fall even deeper.
But neither of them knew that in another corner of the snack street, someone else had spotted Lin Weii. Holy crap! When did our town get a beauty like this? Where?
At the mention of beautiful women, Chen Jingxing jumped to his feet, following the direction of his sidekick to spot the JK-style girl. But when the girl turned around, everyone gasped in surprise.
Holy crap! Young Master Chen, that's Lin Weii. Didn't she say she was sick and wouldn't come? Damn it! Whose damn it is? Weii is mine, how could it be yours? Chen Jingxing said, smacking the little assistant on the head. Why'd Weii lie to me? I personally invited her. Could it be she's trying to surprise me?
The little sidekick, fearing more blows, immediately nodded in agreement.
Right.
Young Master Chen, sister-in-law Weii is playing hard to get with you.
Think about it, if it weren't for you, why would she be here? Right. She doesn't even like watching games, ha. Perfect. She's finally seen this young master's charm. Go get me a mask, I'll surprise her too.
Xiao Zhen nodded and dashed out to find a mask vendor on the street, buying a monkey mask. Chen Jingxing snatched the mask and chuckled to himself.
Hee, tonight is all set. Chapter 71, he still loves me after all.
The match was about to begin. People had high hopes for this game, believing the national team could pull off a miracle.
Fatso was especially excited.
This time, he'd ingeniously placed a 60 bet.
If it hit, the 20+ times odds would make for an exceptionally happy summer vacation.
Spotting others who'd placed the same wager, he couldn't resist striking up a conversation with the person next to him. Learning most had bet on a loss, the fat guy was deeply disappointed.
You guys are all football illiterates. Do you even know the game?
The people beside him weren't interested in engaging with him, but surprisingly, the fat guy only got more fired up.
Listen up, I've got inside info. China's national team is guaranteed to win this match.
If you don't believe me, just wait and regret it later.
Hey, bro, you bet too? Let me see. 0-3? Seriously? You've got no taste. The national team can't lose again. You're down 3 more. They'll score 60 in this one.
The chubby guy had now transformed into know-it-all brother, droning on about his theories.
60, Fatso? You're out of your mind. Where'd you get this inside scoop? Of course the big guy didn't buy it. Anyone could see the national team starters were injured and their form was terrible. How could they possibly win? Shoo! Don't go spreading this around. My idol told me. Your idol? Who's your idol? If he's so amazing, bring him out here. Let's see if he's got 3 heads and 6 arms. My idol doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he is my idol. Chubby immediately pulled out the photo he took with Pele during his last trip to Kyoto. Holy crap! Pele! Fatso, where'd you get this? Let me see, pass it over. Fat bro, sell me this photo, name your price.
After all, Pele was a legendary figure in last century's football world. These middle-aged guys naturally recognized him. Seeing this photo, they all reached out to grab it.
Fatso wouldn't give them that chance.
He tucked the photo into his pocket, basking in the adoring stares around him, feeling incredibly smug. He'd brought this photo specifically today to seek the king of football's blessing. There was no way he'd sell it.
Fat guy. Did that soccer king really say the national team can win? The crowd's interest was piqued once more. What? Now you believe me? We do.
The king of football has a keen eye.
If he really said 60, we'd definitely follow him.
The king of football never actually said that. He only mentioned the possibility of advancing as group winners. But fat guy loved to play the know-it-all. Convinced he was right, he spoke ambiguously. Anyway, believe it or not, my prediction is based on what the king of football said.
If you want to make a killing, go for it.
If you think you know better than him, then trust your own judgment. After the fat guy said that, the others lost their confidence too, and a faint hope crept in that the national team might actually pull off a win. After pondering it, the group decided to follow his lead and headed to the lottery shop to bet on China's victory. Though they thought 60 goals was absurd, most settled on more realistic scores like 22.
Fatso, you go home and watch it tonight. Don't stay here. Why? Ming, it's so lively here.
I just saw that old guy who listened to you. He was talking about burning his boats, tore up his 0-3 ticket, and went all in on China winning 3-2.
That's great.
That's the smartest move they could make. They're just too timid. 60 goals is nothing. The national team hasn't scored in the first 2 games, so Turkey's in for a rough ride this time.
Sū Míng was getting a headache. Last time he blabbed, he got beaten up. Why does he still love to shoot his mouth off? Wonder who'll be the one suffering this time. Forget it. Respect others' fates. Maybe it'll toughen him up.
If he gets beaten up, at least it'll help him lose weight.
Soon, the match finally began. In the first 4 minutes, the national team did show resilience, trading attacks with Turkey on nearly equal footing. However, the game took a turn in the 5th minute. The opposing team took a free kick and a Chinese player mishandled the ball, allowing the opponent to seize the opportunity and blast it into the net. No way. That should have been offside.
But his hopes were quickly dashed.
The goal stood 0-1. Just 5 minutes into the game, the national team trailed 0-1. With this goal scored, the fat guy's winning ticket was instantly declared void. Ming, this isn't what we agreed on. Fatso felt like crying.
Sū Míng had no words. In the 8th minute, the opponents scored again with a header.
Conceding 2 goals within 10 minutes left the fans in the stands feeling utterly hopeless.
Sū Míng shook his head.
This match was truly unwatchable.
He'd always heard this was the strongest generation in nearly 2 decades, yet they were getting completely dominated by such a strong team. Behind her, Lin Weii had already dismissed Zhang Ye. Glancing at Sū Míng out of the corner of her eye, she moved closer to him. Behind Sū Míng, Chen Jingxing masked grin so widely his smile stretched to the back of his head.
Sure enough, this woman couldn't resist getting closer to him.
Being a handsome guy, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The game continued, but by the 60th minute, the score remained 0-2. The middle-aged man who'd torn up the 0-3 ticket was growing restless.
Fatso, did you trick us? You look a lot like that lottery shop owner. You didn't just make that up on purpose to get us to tear up that ticket, did you? Exactly. Fatso, if we don't win today, you'd better give us our money back. Fine, I'll refund you. I always keep my word.
I'm confident my judgment was correct. Fatso said this, but he was already scouting escape routes. Last time it was the school guys beating him up they held back for fear of trouble. But if this gang of street thugs got involved, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to save him.
What should we do, Ming? Fatso started whispering for help.
Alright, first pretend to tie your shoelaces. Slowly move toward the edge of the crowd.
That'll make it easier to run later.
Though Sū Míng knew that those who were pitiful were often also despicable, he couldn't bear to watch him get hurt. He could only offer a few pointers. So the fat guy started slowly backing away from the group. However, in the 84th minute of the match, as Turkey scored their 3rd goal, they knew a miracle wasn't coming. Just as they were about to let off steam, they realized the fat guy was missing and immediately began searching for him. Meanwhile, Lin Weii had drawn very close to Sū Míng. She wanted Sū Míng to see her outfit up close today. She looked far better than that dowdy Dai Qingyi. But just as she took a few steps, the guy with the monkey mask eagerly grabbed her shoulder.
Weii, you snuck out tonight to surprise me, right? I can't hold back anymore. I've decided to give you my first kiss. Ah! Stop, stop! Help!
Lin Weii was terrified.
How could she have known there'd be a lunatic here? Damn it! Daring to act like a thug in the stadium? Did you even ask me, Ma? The crowd, already pent up after watching the game all night, heard about the hooligan and immediately began their vigilante justice. Ah! Help! It's me, Chen Jingxing, Weii.
Chen Jingxing removed his mask, revealing a greasy face now streaked with bruises.
Ha! Chen Jingxing?
Lin Weii looked surprised. Seeing they knew each other, the attackers felt awkward.
Could this be a misunderstanding? Chen Jingxing wasn't one to take abuse lying down.
Having been beaten for no reason, he naturally demanded retribution. He stood up, pointing at them and shouting, "You blind dogs!
My father is the general manager of Dongzhi Electronics.
I'll tell him right now, and he'll make you pay."
Hearing his identity, the crowd grew fearful once more. After all, Dongzhi's reputation was undeniably formidable.
At that moment, Chen Jingxing noticed Sū Míng.
Sū Míng, what are you laughing at? Don't get cocky. I'm telling you, you won't get away with this either. Sū Míng rarely smiled unless he couldn't help it. He crouched down and whispered, "Young Master Chen, instead of worrying about me laughing at you, why don't you just leave quickly?"
"Why should I leave? I'm waiting for my dad to arrive."
"What, are you scared?" "Think it through.
Today's the final day of the national soccer team's matches.
There are reporters outside ready to cover this incident. Someone just called you a thug and you revealed your identity. Even if it's a misunderstanding, some journalists will sensationalize it for clicks. Think carefully about the damage to your father's reputation."
Chen Jingxing saw that people were indeed taking photos and instantly sensed trouble brewing.
"Look, I think you should put your mask back on and get out of here fast. Don't let them use you." "Oomph. Good for you for knowing your place. I'm warning you, don't cross me again."
With that, Chen Jingxing pulled his mask over his face and started sprinting toward the exit. Sū Míng called out to the men searching for the boy, "The chubby kid's trying to get away." The men looked over. The figure was almost the same, and the clothes.
"Damn it, he's still here. Changing clothes in such a short time, he's clearly playing games with us. Then let's fight." This time, Chen Jingxing didn't shout like before.
With his goddess right beside him, he wanted to show Lin Weii what a real man was made of. If Lin Weii saw how resilient he was to blows, she'd definitely fall for him.
Then, hey.
Sū Míng tried to break up the fight while landing a few extra kicks. Lin Weii watched, nearly swooning.
Was Sū Míng standing up for her? He really does love me after all. Chapter 72, Boss, your phone's ringing. With Chen Jingxing sent to the hospital, the farce finally came to an end. Fatso walked down the street, relieved he just dodged a bullet. Bro Ming, I'm one lucky bastard still standing after that. Who was that unlucky soul who took the beating?
He actually volunteered to take the fall for Fatso here.
From now on, he's sticking with me. Hanging with you? I'd starve 3 days out of 4. Bro, don't be like that.
Today's match results did deviate slightly from my predictions, but I really know my soccer.
Fatso put on an innocent look. Wait, 0-3 against 60? You call that slightly off? Turkey won 30-0 without breaking a sweat, while we lost but still came out with honor, right?
Sū Míng was speechless. This World Cup was a surprise, but it also exposed many problems.
It couldn't be brushed off with a simple honorable defeat. Looking back at the first game against Colombia, why did everyone back us? Because we were every bit their equal.
Then we got hammered 20-0.
How is that honorable defeat? Ming, I've told you just don't get it.
This was just a World Cup journey. Where a new team nerves led to subpar performance.
But haven't you heard the saying? Never underestimate the young. We now have the strength to consistently qualify for the World Cup. Next time, just watch us crush them.
Sū Míng saw the look on most of the departing fans' faces, the same look Fatso had worn. Yet Sū Míng couldn't bring himself to tell the fat guy the brutal truth. For the next 20 years, we never made it back to the World Cup. So much for never underestimate the young, the middle-aged, or the elderly. The dead are the greatest.
That was the most despairing part.
The fat guy, having avoided a beating, was actually quite pleased. He invited Sū Míng over to his place for bananas his garden crop had just ripened.
Sū Míng nodded in agreement, for the bananas from that family's garden were truly exceptional.
Even as a child, he had found them sweeter and more fragrant than ordinary bananas. It wasn't until later, as an adult, that he learned they were called Big Mac bananas.
As soon as they arrived, the chubby kid eagerly brought over a whole bundle of bananas from the ground.
Brother Ming, help yourself. I'll put on the TV for you. This show's been amazing lately. Fatty turned on the TV, where 18-years-old Sky was airing.
This was China's first campus youth drama. Back then, countless people idolized the male lead, Shi Yinfeng, even copying his hairstyle. Sū Míng ate bananas while watching TV, feeling utterly content.
Just then, the door opened.
It was Fatso's dad.
Seeing his gloomy expression, it was clear he was upset about the recent game.
It's okay, Dad. Next time we'll definitely make it back. What a pity. Who knows how many of these players will still be around in the next 4 years? Fatso's dad was genuinely upset.
He'd watched soccer for so many years, yet as a witness to this generation of the national team's growth, it was a shame they hadn't achieved anything worthwhile.
Dad, have a drink. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep.
Fatso knew how much his father cared about this national team, so he quickly offered more comfort. Yu Daqiang ruffled his son's hair, his eyes filled with approval.
Good boy, you're growing up.
Sū Míng actually envied their father-son bond. Sharing a common passion made them as close as brothers. But he and his father could never achieve that kind of closeness.
Just then, a violent slam echoed from the doorway.
A middle-aged woman strode in, hands on her hips, pointing angrily at Yu Daqiang.
Oh, great. You two are something else. I come home from work to find no dinner cooked. Did you two go watch the game instead? Fatso's dad sensed trouble and jumped to his feet. Honey, it's this kid. I told him to cook. Ha? Dad? When did you dare to make excuses?
Yu Daqiang kicked the fat kid hard enough to send him tumbling, then grabbed a coat hanger. Seeing his movements, the fat boy's mom walked into the room.
Honey, you go cook. I'll deal with him. Yu Daqiang winked at the fat kid. Turns out the two were planning a sneak attack. Dad, how could you sell me out? Shoo. Better than us both getting beaten up, right? Don't worry, good son, we're brothers. Sū Míng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This father-son duo was truly something else.
But then the fat kid's mom emerged from the room with a belt in hand.
Here, let's teach him a lesson.
He can't keep forgetting everything because of soccer. He still has the college entrance exams to worry about.
This.
Yu Daqiang took the belt, but hesitated inwardly.
Holy crap. A belt. I'm outta here. Old you, you're in on this too. Ha? What? You little brat, you dare talk back. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Yu Daqiang kicked him down again and immediately began 20 consecutive lashes. Spare the rod and spoil the child. This is the mistaken belief held by generations of Chinese people. Yet this is also determined by the generally low level of public awareness. Every family has its own troubles, and Sū Míng couldn't really say much. Soon after, his mother joined the beating. The fat guy, having trained for years, managed to endure the combined assault from both genders.
He barely managed to squeeze out a hint of danger in front of Sū Míng.
Ming, there's still Beiheyuan soda in the fridge. Help yourself. You dare drink soda. You look like soda to me.
Then the fat guy's mom tightened her grip on his arm.
Sū Míng didn't dare linger any longer. He grabbed 2 Big Macs and made a quick exit.
Back home, hearing Fangping report today's beer sales had hit a new record high, Sū Ming's mood soared.
But boss, what do we do next?
Without the national soccer team's matches, our marketing campaigns are over.
Sales are bound to drop. Beer is a fast-moving consumer good. Did you really plan to play the long game?
Besides, don't worry. These 2 campaigns have already shown the public our caliber.
I'm confident we've built up some solid reputation.
Next, we must honor our promise. Since no goals were scored, the prize pool remains at the original 50,000. Donate this 50,000 to students who excelled in this year's college entrance exams.
Remember to contact Principal Wen about this. Got it. I'll take care of it. Oh, and I'll have him add that Dai girl to the list. Sū Míng didn't respond.
Whether he added her or not made no difference. Sū Míng was confident Dai Qingyi would achieve excellent results. Oh, and boss, about that tea matter, you said earlier that regardless of whether the national team scored, you'd help out. I was wondering why you didn't agree to Town Chief Lin that day.
When exactly is the best time? Wait for what? Wait for him to call us. Ha? Boss Sū, will Mayor Lin even call again?
I got too drunk last time and forgot to give him our factory number.
No problem. Better if he doesn't.
If he takes the initiative to look up our number, it means he can't sit still anymore. But he is the town mayor after all.
Would he really? Before Fangping could finish, another phone rang.
Sū Míng heard silence on the other end for a moment before replying, "Boss, he's calling."
Chapter 73, Hard Times Breed Difficult People. Hey, Brother Sū, what's the deal? I heard from Director Fang that you agreed? Yes, Brother Lin. Even though the national team didn't score this time, I've decided to contribute to our town. Alright, Brother Sū, I can't thank you enough. You've solved a major problem for me. I'll report this to my superiors immediately. Hey, Brother Lin, I didn't do this just to help you.
Seeing how tough things are for our local tea farmers, I decided to lend a hand.
Serving the people, you know. Oh, I see. Right, serving the people. Town Chief Lin was overjoyed.
Sū Míng was truly a man of integrity. Had he acted solely because of his position, it might have smacked of sycophancy. If he were later accused of colluding with business interests during a promotion, that would be a costly mistake. But Sū Ming's words gave him a perfect justification.
As the local leader, alleviating the people's burdens was simply his duty. But Brother Lin, you know this year's tea stockpile is substantial. Our town's output is massive, it can't be resolved overnight.
So we need to prioritize based on urgency, focusing first on clearing the backlog in impoverished areas.
Could you provide me with a list of these impoverished areas?
I'll conduct on-site inspections to determine where the tea is most suitable for purchase. As you know, we'll need to deploy personnel and vehicles, and locations with poor transportation infrastructure could pose significant logistical burdens.
Sū Ming's words sounded reasonable enough.
After all, they were investing real money into this effort, so naturally they'd want to save wherever possible.
Some areas are just too remote, not only fuel costs but also road damage, and where are factors we need to consider. Alright, I'll get it to you tomorrow. By the way, once I finish my official duties, I'll accompany you to take a look.
Town Chief Lin was in high spirits. This development surely meant his promotion prospects were looking up.
If he did get promoted, Sū Míng would be the first person he'd thank.
Early the next morning, Sū Míng instructed Fangping to head to the nearby impoverished villages.
Boss, I don't understand why you insist on inspecting every impoverished area today. The town has maps showing road conditions, we could just pick one directly. Old Fang, that's too simplistic. The road conditions are just one factor.
I also need to gauge the baseline prices.
No investigation, no right to speak.
We're putting real money on the table here, we can't just accept whatever price they throw at us.
Ha? Are you worried Town Chief Lin might try to pull a fast one?
I thought you two were like brothers, I assumed you trusted him completely.
Even brothers must keep clear accounts. You can never be too cautious. Haven't you heard the saying, discontent brews within the walls? True. But this place is so poor, what's there to gain? Truly capable people can squeeze oil out of even the poorest regions.
With all that tea, even if he inflates the price by 5 cents per kilogram, it's a significant loss for us. Sū Míng has helped farmers before, it just shows that some places are poor for a reason.
Alright, we're at Lin Weii village, boss. Got it.
Just as the two were about to get out of the car, they saw a man emerge from the house at the village entrance, brandishing a stick and charging toward them menacingly.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, fellow villager, we're here to help.
Fangping started to say, but was cut off.
I don't care what you're here for.
Bottom line, you pay to enter the village $5.
Hearing the man's words, Sū Míng frowned slightly.
This road, wasn't it built by the town? What gives you the right to charge?
I don't care about any of that. Bottom line, if you pass by my doorstep, you pay.
Fine. I'll report this to your village chief. Oh? You're looking for the village chief? What a coincidence. Uncle Air, come out, someone's here to see you.
At that moment, a pot-bellied man emerged from the house. Though it was daytime, he appeared somewhat drunk, staggering as he walked.
Who's that? Who's causing trouble here?
You're the village chief, right? Your villagers say they charge fees just for passing through here.
Does that sound reasonable to you? Reasonable? Absolutely reasonable. What do you outsiders know? This is our village's rule: pay to enter, pay to leave.
With that, the village chief reached out his hand demanding payment.
Uncle, we're not outsiders, we're locals. Feng Ping was generally easygoing, so he tried communicating in the local dialect. Oh, locals? Still gotta pay.
I don't care where you're from.
Forget it, old Feng.
This village is beyond saving.
We can strike them from the list.
Poor mountains and harsh waters breed troublesome people. Sū Míng disliked that phrase, but the scene unfolding before him perfectly embodied its meaning. Seeing the payment was unlikely, the village chief was the first to panic.
He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Someone! Trouble here! Everyone come out!"
His shout drew villagers trickling out, each clutching some sort of weapon.
This wasn't going to be a simple matter today.
Among them, an older villager stepped forward, his smile thin and forced as he eyed the two.
"Young men," he said, "it's only $5. Why risk losing something over such a small sum? It's not worth it. No way. We've all come out now. It's not just $5 anymore. Hand over every last cent you have." "Right. Hand it over. This is robbery." Feng Ping was stunned. These people were incredibly bold. "So what if we're robbing you?
This year's tea crop didn't sell, and we're struggling to make ends meet. You have a car, which means you have money.
So what if we take some of it?" "Exactly." Sū Míng was so infuriated he laughed. "So what if I'm poor? Does that make me right? Well, young men, are you going to hand it over or not? Don't give them anything. They're nothing but bloodsuckers." Just then, two more figures approached along the main road. "Lin Weii, what do you think you're doing?
How dare you stand in our way of making money?
This is our business in Lin Weii village. What business is it of yours in Gushuwei village?
You're the village chief, show off your authority in your own village.
Don't come over here causing trouble."
The pot-bellied village chief was clearly displeased.
"Lin Dawn, I'm still handling this matter today.
Town Chief Lin specifically notified us last night that he'd bring the boss over for an inspection to look into the tea leaf issue.
If you disrupt things like this and scare the boss away, what if they don't buy the tea leaves?"
"Put. Tea leaves are piling up everywhere this year.
You really think the town chief is that powerful? Anyway, if he won't help us, we'll find our own way. If they won't give it, we'll take it. Charge." The pot-bellied Lin Dawn now looked every inch the rogue. "Agua, go get the others. Young men, I'll hold them off. You just get out of here."
Lin Weii stepped directly in front of the crowd.
"Ha! Lin Weii, you're out of your mind. You don't seriously think saving these two will make them buy your village's tea, do you? They're not that stupid."
At that moment, Sū Míng stepped forward.
"I am the one here to buy the tea.
This year, I'll take all the tea from your village." The villagers of Lin Weii village were stunned.
Chapter 74, Number 15, Deal. "Ha! Who'd believe that? Those higher-ups have been here before and couldn't do a thing. What could you possibly do?" "Exactly. Who are you trying to fool? You're paying up today, no matter what."
The villagers of Lin Weii village naturally didn't believe him.
The elderly man stepped forward.
"Young man, don't try to intimidate me by bringing up Town Chief Lin.
Even if you really know him, so what?
His wife is from our village. By seniority, he should call me old man."
"You claim to know him?
Then let's see if he'll stand up for a stranger like you or for us, his own people." Before long, Town Chief Lin arrived in his car.
Before Sū Míng could speak, Lin Dawn began his complaint. "Mayor, it's me, the village chief.
These two guys tried to drive right into our village. I was worried they had bad intentions, so I stopped them and fined them.
They refused to pay and claimed they know you. Do you really know these two?" After he finished, the old man chimed in, "Mayor, I'm Old Man Lao. They just threatened to beat me up."
"You're the son-in-law of Lin Weii village, you can't take sides with outsiders."
Town Chief Lin didn't respond to them.
Instead, he looked at Sū Míng.
"How do you plan to handle this, Brother Sū?" "All right then. We certainly can't just enter their village without permission."
"Old Fawn, make a note from now on, our people are forbidden from entering this village."
Understood, understood." Feng Ping shook his head at the villagers. Some people just couldn't grasp an opportunity to get rich even if it was handed to them on a silver platter. That's more like it.
"Since you know the township chief, we'll just fine you this time.
Now get your people and get out."
"But since you dared to offend our old grandfather this time, everyone remember this face. If he dares to come in again, beat him out." Lin Dawn, feeling emboldened by the town mayor's backing, now wore an air of extreme arrogance.
Sū Míng didn't linger. He glanced at Lin Weii beside him. You're the village chief too? Your tea leaves are stuck in inventory this year, right? Take me to see it. Huh? Really? You're actually going to buy our tea? Come on, I'll show you around.
Lin Weii happily led Sū Míng to tour the tea plantation. Seeing no personal gain to be had, the villagers of Lin Weii village dispersed immediately. Village chief Lin Dawn then fawned over him.
Town chief, I never expected you to come personally. So, has that big boss arrived yet? Why not bring him to our village first? We're all family here, we can always give you a bigger cut later. He's here. Where? Where?
Lin Dawn hurried to the main road to look.
The one you just chased away. Town chief Lin shook his head, then turned and left, leaving Lin Dawn utterly bewildered.
Sū Míng had taken a quick look.
The tea leaves here were indeed excellent.
If it weren't for the citywide glut of tea this year, they could have fetched a good price.
What do you think, Brother Sū? Not bad. We'll take all the tea from this village. Great.
Brother Sū, you've truly done our tea farmers a huge favor.
So, would you consider looking at the surrounding areas too?
Their tea leaves are also quite good.
Town Chief Lin naturally hoped Sū Míng would purchase more, hoping to add another feather to his cap. Sure, the price is reasonable. But the transportation here is really inconvenient.
Look at the roads leading into this area, they're just too rough on vehicles. Sū Míng naturally had to fight for more benefits for himself.
Understood. But regarding the road issue, I personally can't make that call. After all, it involves too many departments. You'll need to speak directly with the higher-ups. Town Chief Lin wouldn't dare take full responsibility. Though eager to make a contribution, this initiative was spearheaded by the mayor's office. It wasn't his place to oversee the entire operation. I get it, Brother Lin. How about this, we set a time. I have class today, so how about noon on the 15th? We can meet in person. Of course, you guys can decide the exact time. Alright. Brother Sū, let's go grab a bite.
My treat at Genoa Tower.
With that issue resolved, Mayor Lin was overjoyed. No thanks, I still have to get back for class.
Sū Míng declined decisively. He feared getting completely drunk again. These old guys really knew how to drink.
Oh, right. Hey, I forgot you're still in school.
Alright, little brother, after your college entrance exams, we'll get together more often.
I'll introduce you to more friends. Alright, thanks, Brother Lin. I'll head back to school now. Sū Míng nodded.
With Mayor Lin securing this route, he could attend school with peace of mind.
With him watching over things, any unconventional attacks on his father's factory could be easily handled.
Just as Sū Míng stepped out of the village entrance, the arrogant Lin Weii village chief rushed over.
Hey, boss. You're buying tea, right?
Our Guoshui village tea is definitely better than theirs.
Come to us, we'll give you a fair price. No thanks.
Village chief, I just got blacklisted by your village.
I'm scared.
Sū Míng politely declined.
No. Boss Sū, I was just joking earlier. Look, since you're buying tea anyway, it doesn't matter whose you get, take ours too.
Town Chief Lin, please put in a good word for us.
Village chief, you needn't trouble the town chief. I can give you an answer myself.
After speaking, Sū Míng turned to Town Chief Lin and added, Town Chief, I've been buying tea from all the villages nearby except for this Lin Weii village.
Hey, no, don't do that, Mr. Sū.
Before Lin Dawn could continue, Sū Míng instructed Fangping to drive straight ahead.
Sorry, Brother Lin, but their behavior just now was too much. I can't work with them. No worries. You don't need to do this for my sake. Though my wife is from this village, she rarely comes back since her father passed away. These people are all ungrateful. I was just thinking how I'd warn you if you ended up working with them. Town Chief Lin waved his hand dismissively, clearly holding no hard feelings.
Besides, this matter directly affected his own future prospects. He naturally had to prioritize his own interests.
With his assurance, Sū Míng felt much more at ease.
All that remained was to wait for the 17th to discuss matters directly with the influential figure backing him. Back at the factory, he briefed Fangping on the preparations needed before launching the new product. Soon after, Mayor Lin's reply arrived. The meeting on the 15th had been confirmed.
Mayor Lin sure worked fast.
Of course. With his career on the line, he had to give it his all before retirement. 50 was still prime age for striving. Sū Míng chuckled to himself before heading back to the school.
Upon arriving, he immediately encountered Wei Zishuan, who was just scaling the wall to go online.
Seeing Sū Míng, Wei sneered with disdain in his eyes. Sū Míng was finished.
But before Wei could speak, Sū Míng beat him to it. Remember to show up on the 15th, kid. Don't make me look down on you. Hearing this, Wei Zishuan was instantly enraged. Bring it on. Like I'm scared of you. My cousin's already calling for backup. The 15th? You got it. Chapter 75, a bowl of fish soup. He hadn't eaten breakfast, so he was genuinely feeling hungry now.
Sū Míng arrived at the classroom, dropped his backpack, and headed straight for the cafeteria. As he stepped out the door, he happened upon Director Gao chatting with Vice Principal Wu, who had just returned from an out-of-town research trip. He casually greeted them.
Hey, Sū Míng, what's up? Did you come out for some fresh air because the classroom was stuffy? No, just hungry. Off to eat. Ha? Hungry? Principal Gao glanced at his watch. It's only 11 a.m. How audacious. Hey! How dare you go eat at 11 o'clock? Who gave you such bad manners? Vice Principal Wu had been out of town on a research trip and was unaware of the situation. Director Gao knew Sū Míng was currently a big shot up in the higher-ups, so he dared not offend him lightly and hurriedly intervened. Principal Wu, he knows Town Chief Lin. Forget it. So what if he knows Mayor Lin? Director Gao, what is the purpose of our teaching? I recall the Ode to the Lotus from junior high said it like this: its stem is straight and upright, neither sprawling nor branching. It can be admired from afar but not approached lightly. If he doesn't even understand basic respect today, what's the point of talking about learning? I'm going to find him. Principal Wu was actually more upset that Sū Míng hadn't greeted him earlier, leaving him feeling awkward. No, Principal Wu, hear me out. Director Gao quickly stepped in, fearing he wouldn't be able to explain this to the principal. Director Gao, you needn't stop me. Today I'll teach this unruly student a lesson. Coach him in the principles of being a decent human being. With that, Principal Wu stormed off toward the cafeteria. His last two sentences were spoken rather loudly, drawing the attention of students in nearby classrooms. Su Wenshun peeked his head out, sensing a good show was coming. He told his class to study on their own, then quietly followed after them. However, when he reached the cafeteria, his eyes widened in surprise. How could the ever-upright Principal Wu be massaging Sū Míng's legs? Wait, what is this? Su Wenshun rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen wrong. Oh. I saw that Sū Míng was studying so hard he got hypoglycemic from hunger, so I thought I'd help him relax a bit. As teachers, we always prioritize our students' physical and mental well-being above all else. Principal Wu suddenly adopted an exceptionally gentle tone. Of course, that wasn't the real reason. Director Gao had just mentioned that Sū Míng had donated another 50,000 yuan to the school. Students like this are always the school's favorites, they'd never dare offend him. Teacher Sū, it's class time. What are you doing here? Principal Gao asked with a frown. I saw how hard he's been working, so I came to give him a leg massage. Su Wenshun certainly wouldn't admit he'd come to watch the spectacle. Last time, he spent several thousand yuan on a single meal, and he was heartbroken over it. Then, a surreal scene unfolded in the cafeteria. The usually stern vice principal and Su Wenshun were massaging Sū Míng's legs. Students who came to eat during PE class almost thought they were hallucinating from overexertion. Alright, you can all go now. No need to make a big deal out of me. I just need to eat. Sū Míng dismissed them outright. Money talks, and it really does. Sū Míng then approached the food window. At Haicheng Middle School, meals were typically purchased with meal tickets available in 2, 3, or 5 yuan denominations. Handing over the ticket at the window meant they would automatically assemble your meal. Since the school prohibited outside food during lunch, they had a monopoly. Essentially, you ate whatever they served. Of course, the 5 yuan meal was quite decent. The lady served him a heaping bowl of food. Starving, Sū Míng found even these simple dishes looked like gourmet fare. Just as he was about to take it away, the lady reminded him again. Hey, wait, there's soup too. Soup? Sū Míng was puzzled. Wasn't the school soup always that seaweed and egg drop soup tucked away in the corner? But then again, that soup was quite the story, like cracking an egg into the Yangtze River. If you could actually find egg bits in it, you were lucky. Yes, there's a bowl of soup for you. The auntie said, then turned and headed straight for the kitchen. Ha? Such a big deal? Could this be the principal's arrangement? But this special treatment is a bit over the top, isn't it? Moments later, the lady emerged carrying a huge bowl of fish soup. Before she even approached, the aroma wafted straight up his nose. Auntie, is the school cafeteria going out of business with such huge portions? Or is the owner expecting? Get lost. Why would it go out of business? Just eat what you're given. Hurry up and don't hold up the line for others. The aunt waved him off without further explanation. Since that was the case, Sū Míng didn't ask any more questions. Food was food, and this fish soup looked perfectly simmered, a creamy white color that promised deliciousness. Sū Míng ate with great satisfaction as students from other classes trickled in for PE. After getting their meals, they sat nearby. The first thing they noticed was the steaming fish soup in front of Sū Míng, and they couldn't help but ask. Oh, the cafeteria owner is pregnant, so she's giving out soup. The student heard this and looked utterly confused. Wasn't the cafeteria owner a man? Still, seeing how much Sū Míng was enjoying it, they naturally wanted a bowl too. But before long, he returned with his head hanging low. Dude, are you messing with me? Yeah, the owner's a guy, how could he be pregnant? Sū Míng sipped the fish soup with relish. No, the aunt said, the cafeteria never makes fish soup. If you get to eat it, it must be something your family cooked for you. I don't know. This might be the last bowl. Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to think about it. Having something to eat was enough.
But as he drank, something felt off. The meal ticket cost 5 yuan, but this crushing carp was 6 yuan per pound. The cafeteria owner was notoriously stingy, even a pile of feces on the floor belonged to him. Would he really be this generous? Suddenly, it hit him. He walked over to the far right door of the window and peered inside. Sure enough, a girl was crouched there eating. Xiao Dai. Hey, coming. Hearing Sū Míng's voice, Dai Qingyi stood up almost instinctively, then hurriedly hid her meal behind her back. Sū Míng, what are you doing here? She forced herself to stay calm, determined to keep her secret hidden. That question should be mine, dummy. What are you doing here? Sū Míng crossed his arms, watching her, waiting to see what kind of act this girl was about to pull. I'm just taking a walk after gym class. Her eyes darted around nervously as she spoke, afraid Sū Míng would spot her lie. But her constantly fidgeting fingers had already given her away. Keep spinning your yarn. If it's PE class, why are you wearing cafeteria staff uniform? I was really just taking a walk. Dai Qingyi finished speaking and then leaned her head forward. What are you doing, dummy? Aren't you going to hit me on the head? Go ahead, I'm not lying. She continued to lean forward, looking utterly resigned to her fate. Chapter 76, Sū Míng, Toothache. You little fool, carp is 6 yuan per pound. Does the cafeteria really give away food for free? No, they're on sale today, only 5.5 yuan. Dai Qingyi covered her mouth the moment she realized her slip. Keep lying. Little dummy, I'm so disappointed in you. Now you've even learned to deceive people. Hey, no. Don't be disappointed in me. I was wrong, I won't lie to you anymore. Please forgive me? Honestly, Sū Míng should be the one who owes her for this, yet here she was, acting like she'd done something wrong. Sū Míng hadn't expected that a playful disappointed would make her panic so much. His heart ached unbearably. Alright, little dumb. I was just talking nonsense. I understand you. I told you, if you're hungry, just tell me. I'll take you out to eat. If you feel bad about it, you can pay me back later. Why did you even take this part-time job here? The cafeteria owner is so stingy. You work here for practically nothing, just a free meal. You're about to take your college entrance exams. Why not save more time for studying? Sū Míng knew her family's situation. Too bad she's so stubborn. Otherwise, I could change her situation anytime. No, that's not it. Wrong. She shook her head. Wrong? Yes, I came here not for a part-time job. Yesterday I asked the auntie if I could use the pot here to cook fish for you. She said no, unless I was an employee. I thought about how you have the college entrance exam coming up soon and need to get your eyes treated quickly. I know I have no money, so I can only make some fish soup for you to drink. Just don't look down on me. You need to get better soon. Dai Qingyi's words stunned Sū Míng once more. So she came here to work part-time not to get a few meals, but to use the kitchen stove to cook fish for herself? Little dumbass. I'm here. Attention. Alright, attention. Give me a hug. Ha! Before Dai Qingyi could react, Sū Míng had already pulled her into an embrace. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in cheers, startling Xiao Dai into trying to break free. But Sū Míng had no intention of letting go. He just wanted to hold her like this forever and ever. The students around them were puzzled. How could the vice principal, who was notoriously strict about school rules and discipline, return and simply ignore the scene unfolding before his eyes? The young couples were even more outraged. They occasionally get teased for eating together in the cafeteria, yet here these two were openly embracing with no consequences whatsoever. As the crowd grew larger, Principal Wu finally stepped forward. Just as the other couples prepared to gloat, Principal Wu addressed the crowd. What are you all staring at? Don't you have your own business to attend to? The young lady has low blood sugar, and the young man is holding her to prevent her from fainting. Mind your own business and move along. After saying this, he shot Sū Míng a meaningful glance. That self-important fool. If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now, how could Sū Míng possibly keep holding her? Reluctantly, he let go of Dai Qingyi and led her out of the cafeteria. Little dumbass, you're not allowed here anymore. Why? Are you better now? No, I mean, my family found medicine for me. I'm fine. The medicine works pretty well. I don't have to keep eating fish. Alright, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Sorry for what? Little dumb, I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to take care of me all the time. Alright, I understand. Dai Qingyi hung her head, thinking Sū Míng was rejecting her. Sū Míng really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was so sensitive sometimes it was hard to tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Xiao Dai, listen to me. We're friends, right? Right. Then shouldn't friends reciprocate favors? You're always so kind to me, and I never get a chance to repay you. Tell me, what do you want? I don't want you to repay me. Then you're not treating me like a friend. No, we are friends. Good friends. Best friends forever. But if you don't order anything today, this friendship of ours, it's going to be hard to keep up. Sū Míng simply couldn't stand seeing her constantly put herself down like this. He wanted to do something for her too. One-sided affection always cools eventually, and Sū Míng wouldn't let that happen. Now it was Dai Qingyi's turn to be torn. If she accepted his gift, would it make her seem like a bad girl? But if she refused, would he never offer her anything again? After a moment's thought, she finally spoke slowly. Sū Míng, there's actually something I've always wanted. What? Tell me. Seeing her hesitate for so long, Sū Míng guessed it must be something expensive. But ever since learning the truth behind those photos, Sū Míng had silently resolved to treat her well for the rest of his life. Even if it meant plucking a star from the heavens, he would find a way. The candied hawthorn at the school gate. Candied hawthorn? What's wrong? Too expensive? We could get the single-piece kind, 50 cents each is fine. No, I just didn't expect you'd want just this. Don't you want anything else? Like 2 skewers of candied hawthorn? No, I don't want that. Greedy people never end well. I just want a little bit, so I'll take just a little bit, not a single extra piece. Alright, little Dumby, you've got principles. I'm liking you more and more. Come on, let's go get those candied hawthorn. Sū Míng had truly never met a girl like this before. After striking it rich in his past life, he'd had his share of mistresses. Yet after their intimate moments, they'd always make a demand: a small house, a tiny diamond ring. They'd insist their wishes weren't extravagant, nothing worth over 100 million. Yet right now, Dai Qingyi only wanted this string of candied hawthorn. Sū Míng swiftly took her to a snack stall just outside campus. The shop wasn't far from the school and had been around for years. He suspected that in the 3 years to come, she'd think of it fondly every time she passed by. Owner, 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Hey, Sū Míng. I want some too. I haven't had these in years. 1 skewer, boss. Just 1 skewer. We'll split it so our bond won't fade. Having made what she considered an already outrageous request today, Dai Qingyi didn't dare let Sū Míng spend any more money. Alright, 1 for both of us then. 1 skewer, boss. Sharing a stick of candied hawthorn was a rite of passage for couples, and Sū Míng was more than happy to indulge in this childish gesture with her. The vendor quickly prepared the candied hawthorn. Seeing it glistening with syrup, Dai Qingyi's mouth watered, but she still handed it to Sū Míng. Sū Míng, you eat first. You go ahead. Alright, I'll take the first bite. Sū Míng knew she wouldn't touch it unless he did first, so he didn't hesitate. Only after watching him take a bite did Dai Qingyi finally nibble on one herself. How about it, little dumb? Tasty? Dai Qingyi nodded, then suddenly frowned before spitting out a tooth. Oh no, Sū Míng, my tooth's gone bad. Chapter 77, the battle is about to begin. Sū Míng couldn't quite figure her out. Instead of tossing the broken tooth away, she held it in her hand as if searching for something. Xiao Dai, what are you doing? Me? I'm looking for a place to tell heaven that I lost a tooth. That way, she'll send me a new one. Xiao Dai, are you kidding me? Who taught you that? Oh, Mom. She told me that when I was little. Upper teeth go on the roof, lower teeth in the dirt. And you know what? You have to place them just right. Only then will your teeth grow straight and beautiful. Sū Míng couldn't bring herself to tell her that she was actually past the age for losing baby teeth. Alright, right here. She stood in front of the snack shop, carefully selecting what she deemed the exact center spot. According to her, the more precisely you place it, the straighter the tooth will grow. Then she threw it with all her might. Thud. The tin roof of the snack shop clanged, and the owner came out curiously to investigate. Feeling a bit guilty, Sū Míng quickly pulled Dai Qingyi away. Xiao Dai, let me see which tooth just fell out. No, I must look terrible right now. How could that be? Come on, let me see. Dai Qingyi opened her mouth, and Sū Míng realized it was a front tooth she'd lost. Now she looked just like a little kid missing a tooth. Ha! Little Dumby, you. Ha! Stop laughing. She quickly covered her mouth. Seeing Sū Míng still laughing, she flushed red and said, it'll grow back in a few months. Grow back? Little Dumby, you're already 18. You won't develop anymore. Sū Míng planned to take her to get a tooth fixed. Of course, a small town wouldn't do, teeth were important. He'd take her to a big city to ensure the results. No way. I will still develop. I definitely will. She puffed out her chest, almost talking to herself. Sū Míng thought to himself, if she actually develops more, that would be taking things a bit too far. Hey, Sū Míng, I'll bring you fish tomorrow morning if you don't eat lunch. Xiao Dai, I told you I really won't eat it. You must study hard and get into a big city university, understand? Why? Because I'm going to the big city, and you need to go to the big city to keep paying off my debts. Oh, okay, I will. What about tomorrow night? No fish. Okay. Sū Míng refused to let her continue preparing the fish. The college entrance exams were approaching. If he failed, his options would be limited. If she flunked, it would truly feel like half the sky had fallen. Sū Míng had seen it all too often. In small towns, students who dropped out early usually got married after working for 2 or 3 years.
Some even married right after graduation to someone arranged by their families. Besides, Sū Míng wouldn't be free tomorrow morning anyway. He'd already set a grand chessboard in motion. As the one orchestrating the game, how could he miss witnessing the final showdown? The afternoon bell finally rang.
After parting ways, both returned to their classrooms.
Sū Míng continued his review according to plan, studying until the second to last class of the afternoon ended.
Suddenly, the fat guy came looking for him.
Brother Ming, do you know of any work that could earn me a few $1,000 in a short time?
Yeah, I'll lend you some.
Ha?
Ming, no, I'm not asking you for a loan.
No problem. Just tell me what's going on. I can lend you the money. Oh, it's nothing much. This online friend I met on Dài Qīngyī wants to meet up. He's in Yunnan City.
Dài Qīngyī, hearing the fat guy mention it, stirred memories in Sū Míng. Back in the day, it was one of the most popular chat portals, along with Shitsi Hutong, a gathering spot for the earliest wave of netizens. That novel "Dad, I'm Pregnant with Your Child" was insanely popular back then.
There? Forget it. I wouldn't recommend you go. Why? Ming, I've been chatting with this person for ages. If you trust me, don't go. You won't be able to handle this place. You don't have any online friends nearby, and flying so far for a first meeting? I don't recommend it.
Besides, you know there have been quite a few aviation incidents lately. Sū Míng suddenly remembered that 2002 was a disastrous year for domestic aviation, perfect to scare the fat guy with.
Ha? Really? Then forget it. Closer ones? Yeah, there's one in Huicheng. That's doable.
But instead of lending you money, I'll teach you how to earn it. Sū Míng figured that since this wasn't an emergency like a family member getting sick, but just meeting an online friend, he should earn the money himself.
What? Ming, tell me.
Then, Sū Míng whispered something in his ear.
Is this really okay? Won't I get beaten up? Of course it will. Go ahead. Alright. Ming, I trust you. When I make the money, I'll give you half. Sū Míng waved it off.
His current wealth made such small change seem insignificant.
Finally, the afternoon bell rang.
Sū Míng stretched lazily.
Letting all those knowledge points slip through his mind all afternoon felt incredibly satisfying. Home.
Sū Míng exhaled deeply with satisfaction, deciding to get an early night's sleep so he could properly witness the show tomorrow. The moment school ended, he headed straight to the electronics factory. With a surge in recent orders, the production schedule was slightly tight. However, thanks to the incentive plan he'd rolled out earlier, the workers were now racing to hit their individual targets for higher wages, filling the factory with a vibrant energy. In stark contrast, the security guards at the gate had grown even more brazen. They spent their days drinking and sleeping, daydreaming about getting fired by Sū Míng so they could collect a hefty severance payout in defect to Chen Muyang. "Xiao Ming, what should we do about these guys?" asked one of them. "I think we need to make an example of one or two of them. Only then will the rest of the security team fall in line."
"It's useless.
The entire security team is in cahoots, corrupt from top to bottom. This isn't solved by dealing with just one or two individuals." Sū Míng remembers all too well how these scoundrels stabbed his family's factory in the back last time.
Then what should we do? What can we do? Fire them all. And I want them begging me to let them go. Earlier, Zhang Jiangguo had assumed Sū Míng was too young and soft-hearted.
But now, seeing the confidence in Sū Ming's eyes, he knew he'd been worrying for nothing. The ones who should be scared now were these security guards. "Oh, right, Ming, you have a meeting scheduled at the factory tomorrow. Should we tidy things up a bit, just in case they embarrass you?" "No worries. I'll handle this myself."
Sū Míng smiled and walked over.
"Captain Ma, I have guests coming tomorrow for business talks. Make sure your security team stays alert and doesn't screw things up for me." "Well, it depends on the situation, factory manager Sū. You know how it is, it's so hot out, the guys are all parched."
"You're not handing out any cash for water, are you?"
"Exactly, give us some cash."
The guards grinned and held out their hands, begging for cash.
Sū Míng, however, spoke sternly. "If you don't do your job properly tomorrow, just wait and see how I'll have someone deal with you."
With that, he walked away expressionless.
The moment he was gone, Ma Lu spat on the ground.
"Damn it, that wet behind the ears brat. Let's see who he can call. My 20 years of military boxing training didn't go to waste. How dare he threaten me? If they come, we'll take them down. Guys, don't hold back. Brother Ma rocks. Let's get him." Chapter 78, the tea's fine, but the people might not be. Sū Míng rose early.
Instead of heading to school this morning, he first went to the town government office to inquire about the other party's background.
Town Chief Lin didn't hide anything, directly revealing the man's identity.
Only then was Sū Míng somewhat surprised, so all this had been orchestrated by Mayor Huang behind the scenes. This was an unexpected windfall.
Sū Míng hadn't imagined his rural assistance initiative would catch the mayor's attention. If he could cultivate this connection, things would likely sail smoothly from now on. "Oh, Lin, what are Mayor Huang's hobbies?" "That I wouldn't know.
Mayor Huang has a rather peculiar temperament. He never attends cocktail parties, and I've never heard of him accepting gifts.
He's a genuine public servant who truly works for the people.
Sū Míng was genuinely surprised. In this day and age, it was rare to find someone so incorruptible and upright. Old phone, have the finance department allocate 5,000 yuan to buy some gifts for the elderly.
Isn't it the Dragon Boat Festival in a couple of days? Use that as the occasion. Oh, and make sure to have the TV station cover it. Fang Ping understood Sū Míng was trying to curry favor with Mayor Huang, so he immediately set out to handle it. Hold on, don't go yet. Find 2 reporters. During lunch later, get a photo of me with Mayor Huang. It'll come in handy someday. Got it. Fang Ping didn't question it and immediately went to handle it.
However, after waiting a long time, Mayor Huang still hadn't arrived. Just then, Town Chief Lin received a call informing him that Mayor Huang had personally gone to the agreed-upon location and wouldn't be meeting at the town government office.
See, Brother Sū? I told you Mayor Huang isn't that easy to deal with. Sū Míng nodded.
People who demand nothing were often the most difficult to deal with. People fear vulnerabilities. Those without them cannot be controlled by others. However, he must head to the factory immediately to prevent Mayor Huang from being turned away later. Town Chief Lin had other official duties to attend to, so he excused himself from accompanying them. When Sū Míng arrived at the factory, he found the atmosphere unusually tense. 2 military-plated vehicles were parked inside, making him suspect something serious had happened. Just then, Zhang Xiaowei hurried over.
Factory Manager Sū, you're finally here. What's going on, Sister Zhang?
Why are you so flustered? Those 2 military-plated vehicles arrived this morning.
6 people came in total, 4 of them in military uniforms.
Old Jiang is terrified. He's making tea for them right now. If you don't go see him soon, he'll probably have a heart attack from the fright.
Military personnel?
Sū Míng was puzzled.
This matter couldn't possibly involve the military or government system, could it?
Curiosity piqued, he pushed open the office door.
Almost simultaneously, the 4 soldiers snapped into alert positions.
A middle-aged man with a slick-back pompadour sat leisurely sipping tea.
Ah! Director! Director, you're finally here.
Zhang Jiangbo clutched at him like a lifeline, his words stumbling out.
This is your factory, Director?
So young, exclaimed the young woman in a business suit beside the middle-aged man, clearly surprised.
Mr. Jiang, you're not pulling my leg, are you?
The man set down his teacup, his tone turning serious. Oh, no, he's not the factory director. He's our factory director's son. His father is ill, so he's temporarily managing the factory. As Zhang Jiangbo explained, cold sweat poured down his forehead.
To an outsider, it looked like he was spinning a colossal lie. Alright, Uncle Jiang, step outside for now. It's fine, I'll handle this. Sū Míng motioned for Zhang Jiangbo to step out and compose himself. He then sat down before the man and began brewing tea methodically. This tea won't do. Let's try another.
This is pre-Qingming Longjing, Mr. Mayor.
It's rather light in flavor, much like you, unassuming and detached from worldly pursuits.
Oh, so Town Chief Lin gave you some advance information. Impressive, you've already become so familiar with him.
You know how to network. But how come you're not afraid of me?
Just now, that deputy factory director was trembling so badly he could barely speak. Mayor Huang brought a few soldiers this time specifically to put pressure on Sū Míng.
He knows businessmen don't rise early without profit. If Sū Míng is willing to buy tea, he must have ulterior motives.
Mayor Huang wants to uncover them, turning what appears to be a public service into something harmful to the people.
If you've got nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear.
Besides, Mayor Huang is famously sharp-eyed.
You'd see right through me if I tried anything.
I wouldn't dare play games with you.
Come, have some tea.
Sū Míng poured him a cup. Mr. Mayor, you wouldn't believe it, yesterday when I went to collect tea leaves, I nearly got beaten up. This business really is dangerous.
Is that so? The tea is excellent. Continue.
Mayor Huang sidestepped Sū Míng's attempt to curry favor, focusing instead on praising the tea.
Here, have a few more cups.
Mr. Mayor, though we're a small business, we know it's the unwavering support of Haicheng's people that got us this far.
That's why I actively responded to this tea procurement effort.
Very good.
The tea is truly fragrant. Pour me another cup. Keep the water boiling, don't stop.
Mayor Huang continued to ignore him. A businessman who constantly talks about serving the people is surely doing so to gain greater profits. If he was trying to use this as leverage for favors, he wouldn't stand for it.
The tea is good, but the man, not so much.
Sū Míng poured him another cup, then took out a fresh teacup and turned to the secretary beside him.
Sis, would you like some? Sis? Mayor Huang's secretary, Zheng Haixia, was taken aback. Was it Sū Míng's youth or his nature that made him speak so casually?
She knew that when she accompanied the mayor to meetings, people were always extremely polite.
Zheng, Mr. Sū just called you sister. Won't you have a cup? Mayor Huang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No need. I'm not thirsty. No problem, sis. If you're not thirsty now, just have it later. By the way, I have some tea here, take it with you. No hidden meaning, just felt we clicked instantly.
Sū Míng said, preparing to pack up the tea leaves.
Zhang Hai felt even more awkward. Was Sū Míng genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Could he really not tell who the real boss was? And wasn't this blatant bribery? How audacious.
Mayor Huang was known for his incorruptible integrity.
Sure enough, Mayor Huang couldn't keep his composure. Young Zhang hadn't been in the workforce long and hadn't faced many temptations yet.
Sū Míng was too cunning. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, he tried to probe through his secretary. This couldn't go on, so he had to stop it.
Mayor Huang couldn't help but clear his throat twice. Mr. Sū, mind your manners.
Ah, Mr. Mayor, I know your work is demanding.
Since you enjoy my tea, why not have a few more cups? Or is there something you wish to discuss?
I'll listen carefully.
Sū Míng finally set down the teacup, then looked at Mayor Huang with unmistakable sincerity.
Mayor Huang's mouth twitched. This kid Sū Míng seemed like a real shrewd operator.
Chapter 79, The Hidden Dragon vs. the Phoenix Cub.
At 9 o'clock, Security Chief Ma Lutsai strolled in with a slouching, carefree demeanor.
Just then, the workers below began discussing the 2 SUVs parked at the factory today. SUVs? Oh, didn't that kid Sū Míng say yesterday he had important guests coming? Looks like they're already here.
Brother Ma, should we buckle down? Someone asked. He warned yesterday that if anything went wrong, he wouldn't let us off the hook.
You idiot. We're all under Mr. Chen now. Why should we care? Just keep coasting along. If he doesn't let us off the hook, we won't let him off either. You guys watch. I'm going for a smoke. Mr. Chen sure is generous, he even gives out Zhenghua cigarettes. Those Sū family father and son are such cheapskates.
They wasted 3 years of my youth for nothing.
Ma Lu planned to light up a morning cigarette to wake himself up.
But just as he lit up, he thought he spotted a group lurking in the bushes near the factory gate. The moment their eyes met, they ducked down.
Hey, Brother Ma, who are those guys? No need to guess. They look young, must be that kid Sū Míng's henchmen.
Brother Ma, that brat's heartless.
All these years we've worked our asses off for his family, and now he actually dares to send thugs to beat us up?
The other 2 security guards on duty chimed in with their analysis.
Just then, Ma Lu's cousin seemed to remember something. Man, that kid is just too vicious. What do you mean? It's a blatant scheme.
By hiring these thugs to attack us, whether they win or lose, he can fire us for causing trouble during work hours and achieve his goal. No wonder he put up with us for so long, turns out he just didn't want to pay severance.
Ma Lu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. No worries, I've got a plan.
You guys call the cops first. Tell them there's a riot at Jia Electrical Appliances Factory.
We'll just lay the groundwork now.
Later, we'll deal with these guys properly. Once the police show up, they can vouch for us we only acted out of necessity to protect the factory's safety.
Brilliant. Brother Ma, should we call for backup?
They seem to have quite a few people.
Of course we should. Free human punching bags who wouldn't want to practice? Ma Lu chuckled, then pulled out his walkie-talkie to notify his colleagues in the security dormitory.
He instructed them to lie in wait inside the guard booths, ready to ambush the intruders the moment they entered. Meanwhile, in the bushes outside, Qingyi kept slapping a henchman on the head.
Watermelon head. You idiot. Who told you to stir up trouble?
Thugs who don't use their brains stay thugs forever. The guy's haircut really did resemble a pot lid, so the nickname fit him perfectly.
My bad, chicken brother. I just wanted to lead the guy straight in. Charge my ass. 4 eyes, you go.
You look slightly more respectable.
Pretend you're here for a job interview.
When they open the door, block it.
Then we'll storm in, got it?
The bespectacled henchman nodded and walked over.
Bro, thanks for backing me up.
Today I'll show that Sū Míng what happens when you steal my girl.
Wei Zixuan felt his blood boiling.
After watching so many gangster movies, this was his first time joining the main crew to teach someone a lesson.
Back in the early 2000s, rural areas were anything but peaceful.
Stories of students fighting over girls were endless, and who knows how many were left disabled because of it. Chen Jianing was here not only because Wei Zixuan was his cousin, but also because Sū Míng had disrespected him last time.
No problem. That kid's gotten too cocky.
As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. This time, I'll show him just how formidable Chicken Brother is.
What's our motto? Blunt blades, skinny horses, what do you have to fight Chicken Lord with?
Chen Ji was thoroughly pleased with their synchronized chant, unaware that their voices had long been overheard by the security team nearby.
Ha!
Brother Ma, these kids are quite entertaining. A chubby security guard chuckled from inside the guardhouse.
Shoo! Stop laughing, they're coming. Ma Lu motioned for them to quiet down. A young man then ran over to inquire about the job opening. Oh, we're hiring here. Come on in, I'll show you around our factory. Ma Lu already knew everything, so he naturally led the guy inside.
Just then, the bespectacled guy suddenly grabbed the door.
Boss! The door's open. You guys come quick. Boom!
Over a dozen men burst out of the grass and charged inside in an instant.
At that very moment, Ma Lu ordered the door shut.
Brothers, I have no other demands.
My only order is to take them down.
If anything goes wrong,
I, Ma Lu, will take full responsibility. Let's do this. The two groups instantly clashed in a brawl.
Though those youths were giving it their all, the security team were adults after all, holding the upper hand in sheer strength. It didn't take long before they were subdued, their leader Qingyi trampled under Ma Lu's foot.
You think you can be the boss?
Put.
Ma Lu spat on the ground.
Don't you dare hit our boss.
Oh, you're quite loyal, aren't you?
Come on, pothead, crawl between my legs and I'll let your leader go.
Come on, crawl under mine first. Ma Lu's cousin jumped forward. Don't crawl.
Watermelon head, you're not crawling.
Qingyi cried out in anguish. Shut your trap. You think you're some big shot? Head. Crawl through, pot lid. Ma Lu kicked him again. Thump, thump.
Qingyi began humming a tune none other than the most iconic song from Young and Dangerous, Years of Friendship.
Let's forget the right and wrong, let's cherish the past. As Qingyi sang, his henchmen joined in. What the hell? Singing for buffs? Think you're some legendary chanting mage? Ma Lu and the security guards burst into laughter.
Pot lid, hurry up. Or else, your boss here will have to kick him a couple more times later.
You. My name is Watermelon Head.
Watermelon Head suddenly erupted, shoving Ma Lu's cousin to the ground before launching a rocket headbutt that sent Ma Lu flying. While Ma Lu stood stunned, Qingyi, still spouting nonsense about friendship and comrades, slammed a fist into his face. The security team was quickly routed. The group stormed back into the factory with renewed ferocity. The workers paused their tasks, but seeing the weapons in their hands, they dared not make a move. They could only watch as the men charged upstairs.
Come on, little brother.
Today you settle every grievance, every grudge. If the sky falls, your big bro's got your back.
Qingyi handed Wei Zixuan a thick steel pipe. Wei Zixuan nodded, then kicked open the manager's office door. Sū Míng, I'm ING here.
The first thing he saw upon entering were 4 soldiers, rifles at the ready, staring at them with icy eyes, their hands poised to act.
Wei Zixuan rushed to block the others from entering, but it was too late. A flood of people poured in. Then, the air fell into a deathly silence.
Mayor Huang slammed his teacup down, his tone stern.
What's going on? No one answered, too terrified to speak. Finally, Qingyi broke the impasse. Hey, sir, wanna watch some pole dancing?
Chapter 80, 3 blows to scatter the soul of society. Sir, I'm a respectable man.
No. Mayor Huang replied coldly. Alright, sorry for bothering you.
Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly motioned for the others to leave. Today, it was all thanks to his quick thinking.
Otherwise, their newly established mountain chicken gang would have met its end right here.
But Sū Míng's parting words sent a chill through him.
Hey, didn't I just pay you protection money a couple days ago? Why are you back already? Protection money? Mayor Huang lifted his head, eyeing the group with growing curiosity. Sū Míng, what do you mean by that? When did we ever take protection money from you? Wei Zixuan grew frantic, suddenly realizing this was all a setup orchestrated by Sū Míng. Oh, then let's just forget about it. Sū Míng sighed. I have important guests today. Don't cause trouble. Running this small business is tough enough as it is. What do you mean forget it? Explain yourself. My brother never did any of this.
He can admit to gathering people for fights, extorting students, or stealing from small shops, but he never took your protection money.
Wei Zixuan exclaimed passionately.
Hearing his cousin's words, Qingyi instantly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just as expected, a thug who never uses his brain will always remain a thug.
Are you telling the truth?
Mayor Huang hadn't realized these young men had such a long list of crimes.
He couldn't just look the other way anymore. Of course it's true. My cousin's always been straightforward.
The worst he's done was bumping into an old lady last month.
He always tells me thieves have their code, we never take protection money. Seeing Wei Zixuan speak up, Sū Míng kept quiet.
This alone was enough to send them to jail.
Just then, the police arrived.
The captain walked in, expecting a routine brawl, only to spot Mayor Huang and instantly sober up.
Mayor, what are you doing here? Are you hurt? Mayor.
The thugs froze in place. As the consequences dawned on them, fear finally began to grip them. Qingyi knew that if things continued this way, their mountain chicken gang would surely face annihilation. Ding, 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 ding. Seizing the moment, he began humming Years of Friendship again, hoping to instill confidence in everyone.
Sū Míng was baffled. What was the point of singing? Could it actually boost attack power?
Yet, his henchmen beside him actually began to grow more confident.
What do you think you're doing? Arresting us, huh? The officers from the police station were slightly flustered.
They'd expected a routine brawl and only brought pepper spray. Facing this many people, they weren't sure how to proceed. Several soldiers calmly drew their batons, eager to see how these puny kids planned to stir up trouble.
Fine. If you won't let us live, then none of us will.
Brothers, let's make a big splash and show them the might of the mountain chicken gang.
What's our motto? Blunt blades, skinny horses. What do you have to fight Chicken Lord with? Right. We'll break through the encirclement. Meet at the secret base.
Chen Ji finished speaking and immediately delivered a powerful kick to the officer beside him. Several soldiers reacted instantly. That's the difference with regular troops, 6 blows in a second, their hands leaving after images. Wherever they struck, it was like a fierce wind sweeping through tall grass, instantly incapacitating their opponents.
As comrades fell one after another, anger surged within him.
With a roar, he ripped off his shirt, revealing the shoulder-to-shoulder Guanyu tattoo across his chest stolen from his grandfather's money on his 18th birthday. The tattoo shop owner had warned him this was a Guanyu with open eyes tattoo.
It remained hidden until revealed, and once exposed, it demanded blood.
You forced my hand. Today, Chen Ji will show you what the underworld is all about. Then, seizing the moment, he grabbed a steel pipe in one hand and a machete in the other, preparing to charge at Sū Míng. But he was met head-on with a blow from a club. He tried to rise, only to be struck down by several more blows.
Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Officer. Officer. I'm sorry. I'm an honest man.
Sū Míng shook his head.
Looks like the little punk can't take a beating.
3 blows were enough to crush his criminal spirit. Seeing their leader submit, the others had no choice but to surrender. To prevent further trouble, Sū Míng turned to the investigating officer, Uncle Hat, and said, "You must handle this properly. If anything happens to the mayor today, we'll be the laughingstock of the entire city." The captain, jolted by Sū Ming's reminder, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He resolved to treat this case as a priority, handling it with special care. Once the troublemakers were taken away, Mayor Huang, no fool himself, quickly pieced together that this had been Sū Ming's plan all along. "You're quite the clever one, using me to settle a personal grudge." Mayor Huang finished his cup of tea. Just as Sū Míng reached to pour another, the mayor raised a hand to stop him. "Mr. Mayor, you heard what these people have done.
Besides them, there's absolutely no downside to this.
I just don't want our citizens to suffer oppression anymore. You've got a way with words, you could talk the dead into walking." Though Mayor Huang was somewhat annoyed, he recalled how truly despicable these individuals were. So, he decided to let it go.
"Mayor Huang, I'll ensure the media reports today's events accurately."
"Your command was masterful, leading our comrades to dismantle a juvenile crime ring."
Cut the unnecessary flattery.
"Now, let's discuss the real matter at hand.
Are there truly no strings attached to your tea purchase?"
"This.
I can guarantee there are none." "That doesn't add up."
"Then what's your motive?"
"Mayor Huang, have you ever heard the saying, to establish a heart for heaven and earth?"
"Whoa,
hold on, cut the grand narratives. That's not fitting for someone your age." "Never mind. Just tell me straight, what do you plan to do with all that tea after purchasing it?" Mayor Huang was genuinely curious. What on earth did Sū Míng intend to do with all this tea? Seeing his genuine curiosity, Sū Míng no longer held back.
He pulled out a jar of milk tea he prepared earlier and poured some into Mayor Huang's cup.
Mayor Huang eyed the amber liquid in his cup, hesitant to taste it. But after Sū Míng's persistent urging, he finally took a sip. "How is it?" "Delicious. And there's a tea flavor too. Was this made with those tea leaves?" Sū Míng nodded. "Good. You young folks really think on your feet. This tastes great. If you launch it on the market, it'll definitely be a hit."
Mayor Huang was highly impressed. It was his first time tasting such an innovative beverage. Now he felt reassured. It seemed Sū Míng had no hidden agenda. He'd feared the young man might use the pretext of agricultural assistance to pressure him into selling off plots of land, just like that businessman surnamed Li had done a few years back. "Alright, I'll support your project. But since it's a new product, there's no need to rush.
Focus on refining it first. If you run into any issues, just talk to Zhang." "Thank you, Mayor." Mayor Huang was thoroughly satisfied.
It seemed this trip hadn't been in vain. With matters settled, it was time for them to depart. Before departing, Mayor Huang turned back to emphasize one final instruction: remember to make the arrest sequence sound thrilling.
"Understood. I'll draft it myself."
Sū Míng was delighted. It seemed he had officially connected with Mayor Huang.
Chapter 81, Inviting the gods is easy, sending them away is easy. Once Mayor Huang exited the factory gates, Secretary Zhang finally couldn't resist asking, "Mayor, this Sū Míng is quite the talent, socially responsible too. I was thinking, with the Haicheng Top 10 Entrepreneurs Awards coming up in just over a month, should we consider including him among the nominees?"
"Young Zhang, you're still too inexperienced to see the bigger picture behind this." "Mayor, I don't quite understand."
"Before coming here, I reviewed his background. He's just an ordinary student with average grades. How could he possibly awaken business acumen overnight?" "So what are you implying, Mayor?"
"This must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The recent tea-selling initiative to aid farmers, and that earlier marketing campaign where he scored a goal in a beer commercial to raise funds for underprivileged students, both cases of normal business activities cloaked in the guise of charity.
This clearly indicates the mastermind is no ordinary figure.
Not only do they possess sharp business acumen, but also forward-thinking vision.
That's what makes them a true talent.
Mayor Huang analyzed the situation with great insight.
I see. That's something I hadn't considered.
I just noticed that young man speaks with such remarkable composure, as if he's been through countless high-stakes situations.
That's hardly surprising.
It's the mark of deliberate training. Some wealthy families prefer to groom their children as puppets behind the scenes.
It's been happening for years.
University professors even hand over unpublished academic patents to their offspring to polish their resumes. That's why the children of the wealthy tend to get richer once they've completed their initial accumulation. Their innate grasp of the broader developmental landscape far surpasses that of those from humble backgrounds. Mayor Huang didn't believe Sū Míng could have that many tricks up his sleeve. By the way, Zhang, arrange a dinner with Sū Ming's father. I suspect he orchestrated all this.
We should court such business talent. He could offer valuable insights for Haicheng's commercial development. Got it, I'll handle it immediately.
After Mayor Huang and his entourage departed, Sū Míng still had factory matters to attend to.
The police station needed to transport all these people back, so they definitely required additional manpower. That's why they lingered here a bit longer.
By now, Ma Lu had regained consciousness after being knocked out. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Before collapsing, he'd overheard these men ranting about settling scores with Sū Míng.
He knew instantly they weren't Sū Ming's allies, they were his enemies.
Once again, his security team had been manipulated.
Having swallowed this silent humiliation, Ma Lu naturally wouldn't let it go. Right in front of Uncle Hat, he began wailing. Ouch! It hurts. My head. Mr. Sū, these kids don't know their own strength. Should we send them to the hospital? No need. They're martial artists.
That one's our security chief, he's trained in iron head technique.
Sū Míng certainly didn't want to waste that money. Ouch! Help! My head's spinning and my chest feels so tight. Cousin, are you okay?
Ma Lu's cousin rushed over, about to ask, but his cousin gave him a subtle glance and whispered to pretend to be unconscious. Though he didn't understand the purpose, he obeyed Ma Lu's instructions and pretended to faint.
My cousin has fainted, factory manager Sū. Please wake up and save him.
Seeing this, Uncle Hat grew worried something might happen and urgently called 120 again.
Soon after, the ambulance arrived and took the two brothers away.
Mr. Sū, leave these troublemakers to us.
We understand Mayor Huang's instructions. You should go check on your employees.
We can cover the expenses up front, these guys will definitely have to pay later. With Hat Uncle speaking up, Sū Míng had no choice but to comply, boarding the ambulance alongside them. Inside the ambulance, Ma Lu, who had been feigning a headache, woke up. Ignoring the medical staff's protests, he opened the door and sat at the entrance smoking. Hey, sir, this is making things difficult for us.
It's fine. Ignore them. Just follow the normal procedures. Sū Míng waved the doctor off. He'd already guessed what Ma Lu was up to. Sū Míng, you kid, you're something else. With just a few words, you've got both our gangs fighting tooth and nail for you. Oh? You know how treacherous society is. I'm just giving you an early training session to sharpen your wits. Say thank you. You. Ma Lu felt a bit played, but ultimately held his tongue. No problem. You have your clever schemes, and I have my countermeasures. Think this is fun, huh? Well, my cousin and I just got ourselves a little illness that'll need long-term care. Ma Lu finished his cigarette and stretched out leisurely. Doctor, I'll be requesting a full physical examination shortly. Also, my cousin and I will be staying in the VIP ward. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhang received a call from the police station and promptly relayed the details to Mayor Huang. Mayor, there's a minor named Wang Weiwei. How should we handle this? Minor? Mayor Huang furrowed his brow, then suddenly smiled. Release him. Have the police station give him a verbal warning and call it good. Huh? Just let him go? Yes. First, that's what our country's laws stipulate. Second, that Sū Míng kid exploited us to settle his personal grudges. We can't just sweep this under the rug completely. We need to leave him with a little trouble to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to scheme against us again next time. Understood, Mayor Huang. Meanwhile, at the hospital, under Ma Lu's insistence, the doctors had no choice but to complete all examinations before transferring them to the intensive care unit for observation. Ah, this is comfortable. Cousin, we could easily lounge around here for 10 or 8 years. Ma Guoming nodded and settled back comfortably to watch TV. Hey, Sū Míng, you've really gone out of your way to help us. Since you wanted us to weather the storm for you, I'll be relying on your Sū family to take care of me for the rest of my life. Honestly, I really do owe you one. Just then, Zhang Jiangguo arrived with the media reporters Sū Míng had requested. Sū Míng, you can step out for now. Just remember to have someone send us good food every day. There'll be plenty of expenses ahead, and we've got plenty of time. Sū Míng offered no reply and followed Zhang Jiangguo out of the ward. Hello, Mr. Sū. We're here at Director Guan's request to understand the details of what happened. Alright, let's head to the stairwell. We can talk there.
On the way to the stairwell, Jiang Jiangguo delivered some bad news.
Sū Míng, one of them is a minor.
Apparently, they haven't reached the age where they can be prosecuted, so they've been released.
Released?
Sū Míng pondered for a moment, then shrugged it off as expected. After all, there were still loopholes in the system.
Yeah, that kid was acting all tough.
When I went to record statements earlier, I ran into him on the way out. He told me to warn you, don't say anything out of line, or else you'll face retaliation from their mountain chicken gang.
Kids have gangs?
Sū Míng, don't underestimate these kids.
From what I heard, they've been up to no good. Uncle Hat was shot.
Apparently, they just crave fame and the thrill of being idolized.
Come to think of it, they're all left behind children, pitiful yet despicable.
Oh?
There's that angle too? Interesting.
Sū Míng suddenly smiled.
Sū Míng, why that look again? Last time you smiled like that, you used Old Dong to get rid of those greedy workers. What are you up to now?
Nothing. Our security team has sacrificed so much for the factory, I ought to write their biography. Then Sū Míng walked to the stairwell and said, my two journalist friends, I have another story here. The headline will be, Brave Security Guard Single-Handedly Repels Over a Dozen Vicious Bandits.
I believe it will be a great selling point. Chapter 82, The Wise Captain Ma and the Vile Mountain Chicken Gang. Mr. Sū, isn't this setting him up? What if they refuse to be interviewed?
The two reporters looked troubled.
They will. Old Zhang, after the interview, take them to Genoa restaurant for a meal and give them a gift.
Director Guan and I are old friends. I can't just use his people and then pretend I don't know them.
Got it. Jiang Jiangguo nodded.
Having overheard Sū Míng's words earlier, he couldn't help but think Sū Míng was too cunning. Thank goodness he hadn't sided with Chen Muyan when the factory was in crisis.
Otherwise, he'd be suffering now.
But it was strange the old factory director had always been so kind and gentle.
How did he end up with a son so full of devious tricks? The two reporters exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed.
The slightly older reporter spoke up, Mr. Sū, as journalists, we fear nothing more than reporting inaccuracies.
Please don't offer gifts, we'll report the facts as they are. This isn't a gift.
You know it's the Dragon Boat Festival these days, and I just wanted to offer some Dongzhi, the kind with broad bean filling.
Broad bean filling?
Yes,
broad bean filling. It's a bit unique. Oh, broad bean filling? I've never tried that before. We could certainly give it a shot. But our bottom line remains unchanged, our reporting must be authentic.
That said, when I hear you speak, Mr. Sū, it feels exceptionally genuine. So we'll heavily reference the facts you've presented in our coverage.
Thank you very much.
Sū Míng gave them a few more instructions, and then the two reporters entered the ward to begin their interview.
Excuse me, Mr. Ma? We're reporters from the Haicheng Evening News. We're here specifically to learn about this morning's gang attack. Would you mind sharing some details? What are you doing here? Get out. Ma Guoming, afraid his swollen face would be caught on camera, was somewhat resistant. But Ma Lu quickly stopped him. Oh, journalists, huh? Sure. I'll give you an interview.
Ma Lu had it all figured out. If this made the papers, it would be a win-win. It would put him in the spotlight. If Sū Míng dared to fire him for any other reason, he could leverage public pressure to force Sū Míng's hand. Seeing his agreement, the two reporters breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed Boss Sū really was prescient. Ma Lu was indeed willing to be interviewed. Everything would proceed according to plan. All right, Mr. Ma. Given how brutal these people are, did you have any prior conflicts with them?
The veteran reporter fired off the first question.
No. I don't even know them.
I have no idea which bastard offended them and dragged me into this mess.
Just look at how badly they beat me up.
Ma Lu said, holding his injured arm up to the camera. The young reporter nodded and jotted down a note in his notebook. Mr. Ma says these people are bastards.
All right, Mr. Ma, do you hate these people?
I do. But I hate the mastermind behind this even more. I was just working hard, and now I've been hit with this unwarranted disaster. I hope you media folks can put some pressure on whoever's pulling the strings, get them to step forward and take responsibility for this mess.
Don't make me lose my respect for them.
The young reporter continued writing, Mr. Ma deeply despises these criminals and hopes they will be pressured.
Mr. Ma, if you could go back to before the incident, would you still choose to stand up and protect the factory? I'd have to think about whether the factory deserves it. After all, I've given so much to this place. If they don't compensate me properly, I'd be deeply disappointed. I'm just a worker, I have to consider my own interests. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. That's the bottom line for every worker. The veteran reporter glanced at the young reporter, who nodded and wrote, Mr. Ma hopes these criminals will use their heads, consider whether they deserve it, think more about themselves, and not challenge his bottom line. After asking a few more questions and taking some photos, the reporters finally left. Bro, why did you say so much just now? Are you stupid?
We just shielded Sū Míng from a crisis that's a huge favor we owe him. Now that the reporters have covered this, we'll get support from social forces. Soon we'll have Sū Míng wrapped around our fingers. Just wait, our golden days are coming.
Sū Míng got to work too.
After finishing the report, he treated the two reporters to dinner that same day. They went back and proofread the article that night, rushing to get it published in the next morning's paper. By early morning, the papers were distributed everywhere, including most middle schools. At that moment, Zhang Hui, a second-year student at Haicheng Chengkai Middle School, walked down the street feeling particularly smug.
He was the student released last night due to being underage. Truth be told, Zhang Hui had once been an honest student. But after watching the movie Young and Dangerous, he became deeply enamored with the code of the underworld, which led him to join a gang. Upon arriving at school, he couldn't wait to brag to his classmates about their glorious victory the previous night. Wow! Seriously? Brother Hui, you and a dozen guys took down the entire security team? And you scared off all those 100+ factory workers? You bet.
We stormed upstairs to teach that guy a lesson, but he called for backup, our very own mayor of Haicheng City.
But my big brother wasn't scared. Who cares about some mayor? Our mountain chicken gang does what we want. If they hadn't sent thousands of troops to back him up, what could a little mayor do? Brother Hui, you're full of it. The mayor personally led thousands of troops to arrest you? You're pulling my leg, right?
Of course it's true. I was facing over a dozen of them, no way I could win.
Watermelon Head couldn't say anything. He was the first to kneel and beg for mercy yesterday. How could he keep his reputation in the underworld after that? Just then, someone glanced at the newspaper. Hey, Brother Hui, isn't this about you guys?
Mayor leads raid to crush juvenile crime gang, Mountain Chicken Gang.
Watermelon Head hadn't expected the report to come out so fast. He immediately nodded generously in acknowledgement.
This feeling of fame was just too good.
See?
I told you it was all true.
Wait, hold up, there's a follow-up story below. The factory's security chief, Captain Ma, claims one guy took on all of you, over a dozen of you. If you hadn't ambushed him, you'd have been finished. What? Who said that?
That security team was weak. My boss and I took them down with one combo. They were begging for mercy afterward.
Here, it's written right here.
A classmate hurriedly showed the article to Watermelon Head. It stated, Captain Ma, currently hospitalized at First People's Hospital, claims you're nothing but a bunch of lowlife scum.
He didn't take you seriously at all.
He only spared you because you begged for mercy, but then you ambushed him and got beaten. He claims he's trained in Iron Head Kung Fu, and his cousin has diamond legs. Normally, the two of them could take down a dozen of you second-rate punks. If you don't believe it, come to Ward 1 anytime for a one-on-one match. Watermelon Head's blood boiled as he read the report, filled with mockery and disparagement of their mountain chicken gang. Yesterday was supposed to be their chance to make a name for themselves. Yet in this stinking security guard's account, they'd been reduced to a bunch of cowardly ambushers.
Fine.
You just wait. I'll make a huge splash and show you all what the mountain chicken gang is capable of. Watermelon Head refused to accept this. He wouldn't let anyone mock his brothers, he had to do something.
Chapter 83, I'll always save half a pie for you.
Sū Míng walked down the street, reading a newspaper. The more he read, the more satisfied he felt. You have to hand it to journalists, their skill in cherry-picking quotes turned this report into a full-blown condemnation of Ma Lu and his gang. As the saying goes, it's not the theft you fear, but the thief's intent. These idle youths had nothing better to do, and once they set their sights on someone, trouble was bound to follow. Thus, Sū Míng no longer needed to ponder how to compensate Ma Lu. The hospital stay wouldn't last long anyway. Just as he reached the school gate, he heard the fat guy calling his name. Turning around, he saw the fat guy running toward him in a panic.
Brother Ming, are you okay?
He fumbled around, making Sū Míng feel uncomfortable, so he kicked him in the butt. Fatso, if you're craving a beating, I'll buy you a spiked club to satisfy your hunger.
No. Ming, I just heard from classmates that Wei Zishuan was going to beat someone up.
I thought it was just gossip, but then I found out he was targeting you.
I was actually on my way to visit you at home. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Ha? You're fine?
That kid's pretty ruthless. His cousin outside school is a notorious thug around here, known as Prince Chicken of Rinmin Road.
And you're just fine? Didn't they come looking for you yesterday?
Oh, they did come. But after my verbal lecture, they deeply realized their mistakes and went to turn themselves in.
Holy crap. Ming, you're a badass. Let's go grab breakfast, it's on me today. Those gambling jerks almost beat me up the other day and you saved my ass.
Oh, no big deal.
Someone's bringing me breakfast later. We're close, no need for formalities.
Sū Míng patted the fat guy's belly, telling him to eat less. Before long, he returned with a cup of soy milk and 2 steamed buns.
Wait, Fatso, are you trying to be healthy? Oh, Ming, you said you weren't eating, right? I didn't get you anything. I didn't mean that. I just thought you usually eat so much. Just this little today? Didn't your parents give you breakfast money? They did, but I saved some. What for? Saving up to collect trading cards? Hey, Ming, cut the jokes. It's all because of Wei Zishuan. He's been talking about pooling money to buy Lin Weii a gift, asking each of us to chip in $20. Where am I supposed to come up with that much cash all at once? What? That's despicable. Leave it to me. Bro, you're not going to confront him head on, are you? Don't do it, his cousin is pretty formidable. What era is this? The underworld isn't about violence anymore. Come on, let's go to the principal's office.
Emerging from the principal's office, Sū Míng felt quite pleased.
Alright, he announced. Principal Wen said Wei Zixuan is expelled effective today. He won't bother you anymore. Huh? Expelled already? What did you tell the principal? Nothing much, just mentioned a few things.
The moment Sū Míng walked in and mentioned the mountain chicken gang's plan to attack the mayor, Principal Wen wouldn't dare keep such a troublemaking student around. He then headed back toward the school.
Fatso was green with envy. When would he ever be like Ming Ge, able to expel anyone he wanted at school?
When Sū Míng arrived at the classroom, he found that his locker contained nothing but the daily packet of soy milk. But he wasn't worried. Chen Jingxing would arrive soon, and the breakfast meant for Lin Weii would naturally find its way to him. However, by the time class began, Chen Jingxing's seat remained empty.
Just as Sū Míng was wondering about it, Principal Gao arrived to check attendance.
Noticing one student missing, he turned to ask Su Wenshun at the front.
Oh, Chen Jingxing? He's on medical leave. Said he's sick.
Principal Gao nodded without further thought, made a brief note, and left. Only then did Sū Míng recall the incident where Chen Jingxing had been brutally beaten at the stadium.
Looks like no breakfast today. But it wasn't so bad.
He'd been eating well every day lately, so skipping one meal wouldn't hurt. Su Wenshun had become much more well-behaved lately, not bothering him during class, so Sū Míng decided to just brush through some problems during the first period. Honestly, the general subjects weren't too tough.
It was the math problems that were challenging to tackle on his own. Luckily, Dai Qingyi was a math whiz. He'd go bother her later. Right in the middle of solving problems, his pen suddenly fell. As he bent down to pick it up, he accidentally bumped into Lin Weiwei's back leg. She coughed twice and then said to Zhang Ye beside her, "Aya, I didn't have breakfast. Let's go to the cafeteria later." Huh? It's already the first class. Oh, I forgot. Chen Jingxing is such a jerk he didn't even ask someone to bring you breakfast. Fine, I'll go with you.
Don't count on that guy though, he's such a cheapskate. Sū Míng paid no attention, heading straight out the door as soon as class ended. Lin Weiwei followed him out, only to discover he wasn't heading to the cafeteria but up the stairs instead. Seeing this, she sighed.
Why was Sū Míng so foolish? What kind of person was Dai Qingyi? Could she really be swayed by his petty favors? He'd be better off spending that energy chasing after her. Who knows? Maybe one day when she's in a good mood, she'll say yes.
By then, Sū Míng had already taken a seat beside Dai Qingyi. Once this guy started studying, he became completely absorbed. It was only after his desk partner nudged him that he finally looked up.
Ah, Sū. Sū what? Dai Qingyi's face flushed instantly.
She grabbed Sū Míng's hand and dragged him out, prompting a burst of laughter from the class. Of course, many boys inwardly sighed. They all knew that proximity brings opportunity, yet how could Sū Míng, that guy, have such a long reach? He snatched away their goddess. But these complaints remained unspoken. After all, Sū Míng had kicked the foreign teacher to the ground last time and walked away unscathed, something they certainly didn't have the guts to try themselves. Dai Qingyi dragged him all the way up to the rooftop, then glanced warily down the stairwell.
Xiao Dai, what are you doing? I'm checking if anyone's following us. Why follow us? We're not doing anything wrong. I just came up to ask you a math question. Running up here with me like this, isn't that like drawing attention to yourself?
Oh, you're right.
Dai Qingyi gave an awkward laugh before leading Sū Míng back downstairs.
Downstairs, they spotted a student walking by with a grilled sausage. This little tech sausage was surprisingly good cheap, but the aroma after grilling was truly delicious. That smells amazing, Sū Míng couldn't help but remark.
Huh? Sū Míng, didn't you have breakfast? No, nobody brought me breakfast today.
Sū Míng sighed, realizing how careless he'd been. He'd completely forgotten that kid Chen Jingxing was in the hospital. Dai Qingyi thought for a moment, then pulled out half a steamed bun from her pocket.
What? Little dumb, you're giving me your lunch? No, you eat it. I already ate. What will you have for lunch? This isn't for lunch, it's for breakfast. You only ate half of this for breakfast? No appetite? Feeling under the weather? I saved it for you. You saved it for me? Little Dumby, are you an alien who somehow knew I didn't have breakfast today? I need to crack open your skull and take a look inside.
Sū Míng tugged at the tuft of hair sticking up on her head.
No, don't open my head. I'll confess everything. Dai Qingyi hurriedly took a step back and covered her head. I'm not an alien. I saved it for you on purpose.
When you were little, you always snatched my breakfast, so I'd always save half a pancake for you.
I thought I'd prevent you from needing it, so I'd wait until after the big break to finish it.
Her eyes were sincere as she spoke, yet her words landed like a heavy hammer in Sū Míng's heart.
So you've been doing this all 3 years of high school? Dai Qingyi shook her head.
No, 7 years because we parted ways after 5th grade.
Chapter 84, Shooting Star, Butterfly, Sword.
Sū Míng held the half piece of bread, suddenly at a loss for words. So all these years, she'd only eaten half her breakfasts, simply because she feared she might need to.
Dumb. Huh? What's wrong?
Don't worry, I broke it with my hands, it's not dirty.
I washed my hands.
No, shout I suddenly want to hug you.
Is that okay? Huh? No good, there are too many people. Oh, so when it's less crowded then? No, that's not okay either.
Dai Qingyi realized she'd said the wrong thing and quickly backtracked 3 times.
Sū Míng wasn't in a hurry.
After all, there'd be plenty of chances this summer.
He took some classic math problems from her and went back downstairs to continue studying.
Finally, after enduring the afternoon classes, the chubby kid came running to find Sū Míng.
Bro, that business you mentioned last time, can you really make money from it? What? You think I'd lie to you? No, Ming, it's just short on capital, right? What's so hard to ask for?
As long as you're using the money for legitimate purposes, just tell me what you need. For this good brother, he hadn't been able to help much in his previous life, now reborn, Sū Míng naturally wanted to help improve his life.
Brother Ming, that's one thing, but could you come with me? I get the feeling the folks at the internet cafe aren't exactly easy to deal with.
No, what makes you think they're trouble?
They smoke. Huh? Smoking makes them tough?
Sū Míng was a bit speechless, but upon reflection, it made sense.
At Fatty's age, peers who smoked were usually troublemakers.
His fear was understandable, especially considering how much Wei Zixuan had bullied him before. After pondering it, Sū Míng decided to go with him.
He needed to head to the internet cafe anyway to verify some information. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby fast food restaurant.
Since they needed to buy a large quantity of boxed meals, they eventually settled on a price of 4 yuan per box. They ended up getting 100 boxed meals, then grabbed a small cart and headed to a nearby shady internet cafe.
Bro, selling them for 6 yuan each? Are people actually buying them?
Absolutely. At this hour, everyone's starving and seeing stars.
A steaming hot boxed meal that's only 2 yuan more than the original price? Why wouldn't they?
Fatty remained skeptical. After all, a single yuan could buy an extra hour on the arcade machines in the lobby. But when they arrived at the internet cafe, the boxed meals were flying off the shelves.
They sold out in no time. Holding the several hundred yuan in his hands, Fatty couldn't believe his luck. Ming, you're a genius. How come I never thought of this? It's simple. Profitable opportunities hide in life's details. Just observe and think more. The folks who come to the internet cafe aren't Iron Men.
They're playing games intensely, so they definitely want meals delivered right to their mouths. Sū Míng had anticipated this. As the new century dawned, internet cafes began popping up across the country. These young people, newly exposed to the internet, were highly addicted. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't even want to leave their seats to go to the bathroom. Sū Míng's arrival solved their problem of having to temporarily detach from the virtual world.
Fatso, you can do this too later. Make 200 bucks a time. By summer break, you'll have enough saved up to go play. Alright, thanks, Ming.
Here's your half, we agree to split it evenly. Sū Míng didn't stand on ceremony, tucking his initial investment and the newly earned 100 yuan into his pocket. The fat guy then insisted on treating everyone, firing up 2 machines. This time, he skipped the coin-operated ones and opted for the LCD screen machines, charging 3 yuan per hour.
Come on, Ming, let's play a couple of rounds. No red alert.
Sū Míng had already taught him the secrets last time, so naturally he didn't want to play.
He never went into battle unprepared.
No, not red alert. That game's boring, too predictable. Once one side gains an advantage, they just keep rolling.
How dull.
Today I'll show you this brand new game, some kind of 3060 thing.
Guaranteed to blow your mind. 3060 game? Sū Míng was confused. Was this chubby guy planning to play some racy little game in public?
Until he clicked on a butterfly icon. Meteor Butterfly Sword, launch. Oh, Meteor Butterfly Sword.
A 3D game. What 3060? You scared me there.
Sū Míng breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, 3D.
I don't really know what that means either, just got the gist.
But this game is seriously fun. Sū Míng nodded.
Meteor Butterfly Sword was undoubtedly a game that stunned the entire 80s and 90s generation. Not just because of its open world and characters' dazzling combat animations, but also because its 3D style, that shoe-level perspective, made it utterly immersive.
As for the rise of 3D in movies? That didn't happen until that blue guy showed up 10 years later. Ming, what are you nodding at? That game just came out last week. You haven't even been to the internet cafe this week, how could you possibly know? Come on, let me show you what I'm made of.
Fatty had been repeatedly crushed by Sū Míng in Red Alert last time, and today he came with a thirst for revenge.
Bro, come on, it's super fun. I'll pick the sledgehammer, it's not powerful, but it's super clunky. You pick something else.
Oh, sure.
Sū Míng nodded and skipped the sledgehammer altogether.
Seeing this, the fat guy was overjoyed. Though the sledgehammer was clunky, once its ultimate ability was activated, it unleashed earth-shattering power. Brother Ming, you're in for a surprise this time. But the moment the game started, he saw Sū Míng had grabbed a flintlock musket and dashed off to a distant position.
BIU. 5 health points. Bro Ming, the blunderbuss isn't that powerful. Watch me take you down.
The fat guy wasn't worried.
But when he sprinted to Sū Ming's side, he was instantly knocked down by that flintlock. Ha! Ming, this isn't right, the flintlock has a knockdown effect? Alright then, just hit him.
Sū Míng said, then fired another shot, knocking the fat guy down again as he got back up.
Damn it, let me get up. Ming, can you not knock me down? Alright, get up. Ha!
Brother Ming, you fell for it.
No mercy on the battlefield, I'm unleashing my ultimate move.
Only then did the fat guy reveal his true colors. Turns out, after being relentlessly pounded by Sū Míng, his energy bar had filled up. His character successfully activated the first stage of the hammer ultimate, a burst of energy enveloping him in a golden shield.
Just as he prepared to soar into the air, Sū Míng's flintlock interrupted him. Damn it! Ming, you're cheating. Why did you interrupt my ultimate attack? Ha! You say there are no brothers on the battlefield? Sigh, Ming, it's not like that. I'm quitting.
The fat guy completely lost his cool. After logging out of the game, he said, Ming, think about it.
If you spent ages building up your energy bar only for it to suddenly become useless, wouldn't you be furious? How about we trade places? Fine, let's trade. The fat man intended to follow up and give Sū Míng a taste of his own medicine.
The start had gone smoothly enough, he'd been wearing Sū Míng down, while barely taking any hits himself.
Ha! Sū Míng, bring it on. I'm ready to snipe you.
The fat guy said smugly.
Who knew this unassuming little flintlock could be so satisfying? Alright.
Sū Míng delivered a direct downward smash.
Hey, Ming, you're getting old. You can't even land a hit.
The fat guy had barely finished speaking when he sensed something was off.
Sū Míng's character didn't need to charge up, it just shot straight into the air. Unable to bear witness to this brutal scene, the fat guy quickly backed away. Seriously, Fatso, can you even play this game?
Bro, where'd you learn all these tricks?
Teach me, teach me.
Fed up with the constant pestering, Sū Míng decided to reveal the secret. The hammer's instant ultimate could be activated by pressing the attack button just before the wind-up, cancelling the animation. After countless attempts, the fat guy finally grasped the technique. Confidently, he challenged Sū Míng again.
Come on, Ming, I've mastered all your moves. Fire gun or big hammer, your choice. You know them all? Oh, then I'm out. Damn it. Ming, seriously, you don't suit either the butterfly or meteor factions. You're meant for Jian. Chapter 85, Potential and business opportunities lie everywhere. Damn it. Ming, be a man.
No matter how much the fat guy pleaded, Sū Míng refused to take him on. Eventually, he ran out of options and had to play alone.
Forget it.
I'll just go play Legend by myself. So the fat guy opened up what was currently the hottest online game in the country and started playing. Meanwhile, Sū Míng searched music platforms for songs to listen to. He needed to gauge current trends so he could find corresponding tracks from the future to promote. However, after searching for ages on Baidu, he found nothing useful. Fatso. The fat guy was completely engrossed in the game.
It wasn't until Sū Míng tapped him that he snapped back to reality. Is it that fun? Fatso. Oh, no, I saw Prince Dan. Fatso exclaimed excitedly. Who the hell is Prince Dan? Damn it. Ming, you're so out of the loop. You should get into a legendary game too. Prince Dan is our flaming Hell's God tier player, he's the server's sole owner of the dragon slaying sword. Fatso's eyes sparkled with envy as he spoke. Even though he didn't play the game, Sū Míng had seen related reports. Apparently, that in-game item was worth a pretty penny back then. Dragon Slayer sword? That must be worth a fortune. Expensive? You bet it was. I saw those big guild leaders trying to buy it, bidding up to 60,000 yuan. I was so jealous. If I could make 60,000 yuan, I'd just put it straight into the bank. Just the interest would cover my daily expenses. Fatso, can't you have some ambition? If we had 60,000 yuan, we'd start a food delivery channel right away. Partner with the local fast food shop owner to sell these boxed meals to underground internet cafes and construction sites. Once we scale up, we'd rent a storefront and let the profits compound. Then we could hire some delivery riders to work for us. In a year, 1 store becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and with 8, we go public. That's why people can't earn money beyond their comprehension. With seed capital, you naturally enter the capital game. Saving is utterly useless. These tactics seem perfectly conventional to Sū Míng, but the fat guy was utterly baffled. Bro, what the heck? Food delivery? Riders? Going public? You've never heard of food delivery or riders? Going public, you must have seen it on TV, right? The bell ringing ceremony at the stock exchange. Not at all. I know a tiny bit about stocks. Last Chinese New Year at my grandma's, some distant relative mentioned he was a stock trading whiz.
I saw his computer screen full of green. Apparently that means your finances are in great shape, since green symbolizes health.
Are you sure that distant relative is still alive? Speaking of which, China's stock market back in '02 was pretty chaotic. Anyone who dared jump in then was either a reckless fool or a financial genius. And that relative of Fatso's? Clearly the former. But Fatso's reaction just now had Sū Míng uncovering a new business opportunity.
The domestic food delivery platform market was wide open at the time.
Its predecessor, Group Buying Services, seemed to leave no traceable information.
Sū Míng felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, he often heard his peers lecture the younger generation with phrases like, "We didn't have opportunities like yours when we were young."
Now, that seemed utterly unreasonable.
Their generation truly had abundant opportunities for growth. It all came down to whether one seized them. Those who fail to keep pace with the times become left behind. This is a truth most parents must acknowledge, not one to be dismissed with excuses for their own shortcomings or lack of foresight. How should I put this, Ming? He hesitated. But speaking of which, I didn't see him this new year. He mentioned something about going to Nigeria to sell cotton jackets, supposedly quite profitable. Before leaving, he even borrowed several thousand from my parents, claiming it was an investment. Said he'd share the profits when he returned. But honestly, I've never even heard of that place, let alone been there. Sū Míng shook his head in disbelief.
Selling cotton jackets in Africa? That sounds like a scam to me. Looks like Fatso's parents just threw their money down the drain. Damn it! Don't kill me, man. Just then, the fat guy let out a huge yell.
Sū Míng looked over and saw his gaming screen had gone gray.
See? Fatso, I told you to stop cursing people online all the time. No way. Ming, I wasn't cursing anyone. There are so many big shots in the Blazing Fire server I wouldn't dare act cocky. It's those bastards from the War God Sanctuary who are so damn annoying. War God's Temple? Yeah, it's the top guild in our Legend game. The first guild leader was pretty awesome. He's the one who rapidly expanded the War God Sanctuary.
But then the second leader, that jerk Feng Hanxiao, took over and everything changed.
He's basically made enemies with the entire server, hunting down newbie players for fun.
But his reign won't last much longer.
I hear Sol 15 is leading the opposition against him.
Before long, everyone will rise up against him. Fatso rattled off the details like he owned the place, but Sū Míng was completely lost. That trash Feng Hanxiao, that pig-headed jerk, thinks he's so great.
Forget it. I'm off to play CS.
I'll step in when everyone unites to take down the War God Temple next time. Furious, the fat guy launched Counter-Strike, but then remembered something and quickly set down his headphones.
Bro Ming, what did you call me here for again? Oh, I wanted to ask if you've heard of music websites? Music websites? Nope. Huh? You don't listen to music online? Shanshan Ding Ting? Or NetEase Cloud Music? Never heard of them. Hello?
Sū Míng waited for his next response.
Bro, cut the English, okay? Fatso's face scrunched up in annoyance at the sound of English. No way? Could it be that no music platform has ever existed in China?
Sū Míng fell deep in thought.
Hey, Ming, I'll hook you up with a website. Whenever I need to find something online, it's got everything. What? How 456? What is this? A website? Yeah, it's known as a foolproof navigation site. Just click it and you get all kinds of guidance. When I first started using computers, I logged into this every single day. Fatty helped type in the URL and hit enter. A super clean page popped up. Only then did Sū Míng realize it was a portal site. His navigation tool offered quite a few destinations, with various categories like games, anime, and reading, but nowhere did it mention music. Sū Míng confirmed that China's online music platforms were still a blank slate. Huh? For sale? Oh, that makes sense. Since it's free, people come but don't stick around to play here.
At most, they use it as a stepping stone.
The fat guy shrugged it off. However, Sū Míng recognized the immense commercial potential behind it.
He was genuinely interested in jotting down the website operator's phone number to follow up later. But when he saw the operator's name, Sū Míng's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Because he had discovered a rising star in the internet industry. Chapter 86, Diamond Legs and Iron Head.
Without delay, Sū Míng planned to head home immediately to call and discuss acquisition terms. But the fat guy, being playful and having just earned $100, naturally wanted to enjoy himself a bit more. So Sū Míng had no choice but to leave on his own. Back home, Sū Míng couldn't wait to dial the number. After several attempts, someone finally answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lee? Hello, who's this? I saw the notice you posted online and wanted to ask how much you're asking for it. From your voice, you sound quite young.
Are you sure you can afford it? Don't worry about my age. I'm genuinely interested in what you have. Just name your price.
The other party hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't give a quote.
Instead, they suggested meeting in person. I'm in Guangzhou, Mr. Sū. Would that work for you? Guangzhou?
I might not be available soon, but I should have time after the college entrance exams.
After the exams?
The other party seemed skeptical, but then thought perhaps Sū Míng had a child preparing for the exams, so he didn't dwell on it.
How about this, Mr. Sū? Haicheng isn't too far. I'll set out to meet you in the next couple of days. We can discuss it face to face. After all, you know this item is my life's work, and I don't want to be deceived. That's fine. Just come over.
Sū Míng gave him an address and hung up, feeling a surge of excitement. Just then, his mother returned from the hospital.
Son, you're back already? Perfect timing. Head over to the hospital and pick up your dad's things first.
He'll be discharged in a couple of days. Sū Míng nodded and hurried back to the hospital. Since being hospitalized, Su Zhengfeng no longer had to worry about factory matters, so his daily anxiety had eased considerably.
When Sū Míng arrived, he was still humming along to a Chaozhou opera clip on TV. You little brat, finally decided to visit your old man?
Old Sue, our father-son bond runs deep, no need for constant visits.
You have the nerve to talk about deep father-son bonds? I've been hospitalized for a month. How many times have you actually come? Well, I came last week and found you chatting with the lady in the next bed. Yesterday I came and saw you joking with the nurse at the station. And...
Alright, Dad forgives you. Su Zhengfeng quickly cut him off.
If he kept talking, his image would be ruined. I heard from your mom that you're in a relationship? Mom's just worrying for nothing. It's not that serious. What do you mean not that far?
Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. You know what they say, of the 3 great disgraces, failing to produce an heir is the worst.
Your most important task right now is to bring me a grandson.
Sū Míng was 19 this year. While that sounded outrageous, it was actually quite common in Haicheng. Families with slightly better means practically rush their kids into marriage the moment they graduate.
As for marriage certificates? Those can be taken care of later. Seriously, old Sue, could you be any more unreasonable? I'm taking the college entrance exam soon.
Sū Míng had initially worried his parents would oppose his early romance, but seeing his father now, he grew even more anxious.
Pfft, your college entrance exam? Your mock test scores last time weren't even as high as my blood pressure. Oh, I get it. Is the girl not pretty enough for you to bring home? What? Old Sue, you think your son would be that lacking in taste? Stop being so picky.
With your qualifications, no talent, no eloquence, can't even grasp your studies, and your mom telling me Uncle Jiang runs the family business anyway, you might as well get married sooner rather than later.
Mind your own business. I've got this covered. Arrange? Arrange my ass.
When it comes time to marry, I'll still be the one footing the bill. Su Zhengfeng believed Sū Míng was still just a student, far too immature in his thinking.
To the older generation, a man must marry before 25. Back then, girls were still young and less likely to prioritize financial considerations.
But once past that age, everything changes. By then, you're old and poor. Finding a wife becomes incredibly difficult. A parent's love for their child means planning for the long term.
If the son is incapable, the parent has to strategize all the more. Old Sue, you'll see when you get out of the hospital. Stop judging people with outdated perspectives. Sū Míng offered no explanation.
He simply gathered the items his mother had instructed him to fetch and left. After all, once he was out, everything would become clear.
Hey, you little brat, come back here. Think you can ignore me? Fine, if you won't listen.
Just don't go telling your mother nonsense when you get home. I was merely discussing the patient's condition with a young nurse. Su Zhengfeng hurriedly added. Sū Míng didn't head straight home after leaving the ward. Instead, he made a detour to the intensive care unit. The moment he entered, he spotted Ma Lu and his cousin sitting on the bed, munching on big chicken drumsticks.
Hey, Sū factory director, what brings you to visit us?
Your arrival makes me feel my legs healing a bit better, but full recovery's still a long way off. How well I recover from here depends entirely on how well you play your cards. Oh, you're welcome to stay, but just don't cause any trouble.
Like, if you're going to snore loudly at night, remember to lock the door. The nurse's station just told me you deliberately leave your door open at night and are disturbing the other patients. Get out. Stop bothering us.
They won't leave just because we complain.
Besides, we got injured protecting the factory's safety. You, Sū Míng, need to take full responsibility. If anything happens, you'll be the one to answer for it. I'm warning you, don't even think about ditching us. Last time the reporters came, we gave them our contact info. We can report you anytime. Ma Guoming, Ma Lu's younger brother, was less diplomatic. Look, Boss Sue, my brother doesn't like you. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave now. Exactly. Get lost.
Ma Guoming's voice was so loud it drew the nurse's displeasure.
Mr. Ma, you're at it again. I've told you no eating in bed. This is causing us major headaches.
The young nurse grumbled. Having these 2 oddballs on her shift had completely ruined her day.
Oh? Take your complaints to our boss. This chicken leg was sent over by him, of course we're going to eat it. Ma Lu looked completely oblivious to any wrongdoing.
Sū Míng, however, was puzzled.
When had he sent chicken legs?
But seeing them bloating like that, Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to watch any longer and simply walked out. As he reached the hallway, he spotted a doctor rushing up the stairs. Sū Míng locked eyes with him and felt a sense of familiarity. He followed to get a better look at that signature watermelon-shaped haircut and instantly knew there'd be some drama to watch. Inside the ward, Ma Guoming was gloating after teasing a young nurse and sending her running. "Awesome. Cousin, we've got food, a place to stay, and cute girls to look at. Life's good. Right? That bastard Sū Míng dared to scheme against us. He deserved a lesson." "Exactly. Serves him right. Trying that two birds with one stone trick? Does he think we're idiots? Man, that chicken leg was weird though. Why do my limbs feel so weak after eating it? Cousin, help me up. I need to use the bathroom, but I can't move." "You're way too weak. Your legs stiffened up from lying down too long. You should learn from your older brother. Back when I was at Shaolin, I'd get up early to practice iron head technique. No matter how tired I was, I'd push through. I told you to learn that diamond leg technique before, but you didn't stick with it." As Ma Lu finished speaking and stepped forward to help his cousin up, he suddenly felt his own legs give way. "Ha? What's going on? Could it be poison in the poop? Did you enjoy the chicken drumstick, gentlemen?" A young man in a white lab coat walked in, a baseball bat now in his hand. Who are you?" "Bro, we don't have any beef, right?" Ma Lu panicked. Could this be another hit sent by Sū Míng? "No beef? Are you sure? You called our mountain chicken gang a bunch of losers and said you could take on a dozen of us alone? Well, today, your grandpa's here." The young man removed his mask, revealing a distinctive buzz cut that sent a chill down Ma Lu's spine. No, bro. Go tell that to my bat." Watermelon Head didn't hold back, smashing his bat straight into Ma Lu's leg. "Iron legs, huh? Iron legs, huh? No, bro, it's a misunderstanding. The iron legs. The iron legs." With each utterance of Watermelon Head, another blow landed. Finally, Ma Lu couldn't take it anymore. He'd trained his head, but never his legs. He's got the diamond legs. "Hey! Stop hitting my cousin. Keep this up and I'm calling for help." "Oh, and you iron head technique." Watermelon Head turned and delivered another blow. "Ouch. What iron head technique?" "That's what my brother practices. Iron head technique, you know." Ma Guoming clutched his head, finally unable to take the beating anymore. He pressed the emergency button next to the toilet. The young nurse at the station, recognizing it was someone from Ward 1, assumed it was another attempt to tease her and simply ignored it. Sū Míng shook his head in exasperation outside, then hurried downstairs to the public phone booth to make a call. Of course, he wasn't calling the police. Instead, he contacted the same reporter from last time, claiming there was another big scoop. Chapter 87, The Mayor's Coming Over for Dinner? The Ma brothers' desperate pleas grew so loud they finally caught the attention of the neighboring ward. The occupants called a nurse over, only then learning of the serious incident. Doctors and security soon arrived. Upon realizing his scheme had been exposed, Watermelon Head fled immediately. Ma Lu, beaten and bruised all over, had only one demand: a transfer to another ward. He also threatened to complain to the media about the hospital's negligence, pointing out that no one had responded despite his prolonged pressing of the emergency button. The hospital director, aware that this scandal would damage the institution's reputation, tried to placate Ma Lu. But Ma refused to budge, immediately calling the reporters who had interviewed him last time. He then began pouring out his grievances. Acting on Sū Míng's instructions, the two reporters twisted his words during the interview. They then presented the initial draft of the news report to Sū Míng for review. Sū Míng skimmed the draft. As expected, the entire piece was designed to provoke his opponents. He was thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. The interview was very authentic. Of course, Mr. Sū. We always stick to our principles. Alright, thanks for making the trip. I'll have Old Fong deliver the broad bean stuffed Dongzhi. Mr. Sū, in that case, we won't hesitate to accept. Green bean stuffed Dongzhi are delicious, we must have some. After seeing the two reporters off, Sū Míng departed with a satisfied smile. Barring any surprises, once tomorrow's report came out, those two annoying brothers probably wouldn't dare stay at the hospital any longer. Sū Míng then returned home. Fang Ping called to report that the tea issue was largely resolved, the shipping route and detailed purchase prices had been finalized. Oh, and that production line, have you sorted it out? Summer break is coming up. We're aiming to get the goods out this summer. All set, Boss Sū. Making bubble tea isn't difficult, and the production line isn't an issue either. My factory previously handled mineral water operations, and this line can now be repurposed for bubble tea production. Huh? Your factory made mineral water? Yeah, but it's not selling well and we've got a stockpile. Since our focus is still on beer, we haven't dealt with it yet. We'll find time to dispose of it later. Wait, don't throw it away. Old Rule launch a charity drive in the mayor's name and donate that water to sanitation workers. Boss, that water's expired. Fang Ping reminded him. Giving away expired products could cause serious problems if someone got sick from drinking it.
If it's expired, we won't give it away. We'll sell it instead. Hold on, Boss Sū, did I hear that right? Expired stuff can actually be sold? Yep, you heard right. We can sell it. Sū Míng nodded, already formulating a preliminary plan. Ha! Boss Sū, selling expired products is illegal, I won't do it. Besides, are people really that foolish? Buying stuff they know is past its expiration date? Fong Ping couldn't imagine anyone being so bored they'd buy expired mineral water. No worries, leave this to me. Those folks will even thank us after they buy it.
In Sū Míng's eyes, so-called trash was merely a resource in the wrong place. With a shift in perspective, it could still be turned into profit.
Fong Ping no longer doubted Sū Míng's bold claims. No matter how exaggerated his words sounded, they always came true.
That's why he decided to learn the business from Sū Míng.
Oh, boss, what about the mayor? Should we arrange a meal with him?
Last time, those punks ruined the gathering, and we didn't get to properly host him.
Absolutely. He's the one who'll protect our interests going forward, we'd better treat him like royalty. Sū Míng promptly instructed Fong Ping to set up a meeting.
Fong Ping hung up and immediately got to work, but soon called back with disappointing news.
Mr. Sū, the mayor's secretary, declined. How did she decline? No time? Or?
When I first asked, she said she'd check the schedule. I mentioned the private room at Genoa Tower, but she declined.
I then listed several other high-end hotels in the city. After some hesitation, she informed me Mayor Huang had an urgent matter and hung up. Got it.
I'll call her myself.
Ha? Boss Sū, should I call again? She probably went back to work.
The call ended abruptly.
No way. If he really had something urgent, he wouldn't have said he'd check the schedule.
That means Mayor Huang was right beside her.
Probably didn't like the place you picked. Ha?
But those are all the best restaurants in Haicheng.
They don't like any of them? Could they possibly want to go somewhere else? Fong Ping asked with a hint of resignation. Could it be that Mayor Huang's whole selfless act was just a facade? Don't worry, leave it to me.
Your priority now is to get the bubble tea production line up and running ASAP.
That's the only way we can move forward with the next phase. Got it. Leave it to me, boss. I guarantee it'll be done within a week. Fong Ping accepted the challenge and immediately set to work.
Sū Míng made another call, but his opening line was different this time.
Hey, sis, it's little Sū. Can you set up a dinner with Mayor Huang? My grandpa used to be a Sichuan Chongqing chef, so my mom has some skills too. We'd like to host him at home.
Soon after, a decisive reply came. I can make it, but I want to eat tonight.
Ha? Tonight? What?
Boss Sū, did you just lie to me?
Oh, no, tonight is fine. Sū Míng felt a headache coming on.
He hadn't expected the mayor to be so cunning, trying to catch him off guard like this. That whole Sichuan chef story was indeed something he'd made up. But this was a rare opportunity he didn't want to miss, so he had no choice but to agree.
Then, he mustered his courage to ask his mother, Mom, can you cook Sichuan food? What? Son, you want Sichuan food? Sure, I'll make it for you tomorrow. You have exams coming up, eat more.
Go get some corn and pork rib soup from the kitchen first.
Young Fong said affectionately. No, Mom, I want it now. What? Now? But it's already past 6 o'clock. I have a friend coming over. A really important friend. Probably only coming this once. Won't be coming again after this. Sū Míng could only be honest. Alright, Mom will go buy it.
There are a few stalls open later.
Yongfang nodded immediately upon hearing her son's request.
She grabbed her grocery bag and was about to head out when she turned back to add, oh, I almost forgot your uncle is out on business and might come home a bit later tonight too.
Ha? He's coming too?
Yeah, he said he met some big boss who loves the local dishes here, so he asked me to help prepare them.
Oof. How bold of him, bossing you around again.
Sū Míng said with some displeasure.
He is your uncle, after all.
Besides, your uncle mentioned the guest is a city bureau leader.
If we host him well, we might just get some benefits by association. Oh? From the municipal bureau? Oof. We'll see who ends up benefiting later. Chapter 88, What an Official's Authority.
Mother quickly returned with the groceries, though she still harbored some reservations.
Son, your friend isn't picky about food, is he?
I rarely cook Sichuan dishes, and my cooking definitely can't compare to fancy restaurants.
If it really doesn't work out, I'll give you money to take him out to eat. It's fine, Mom. Just cook whatever you like. I'll go buy some things.
Sū Míng had already figured it out. He'd grab a few dishes from a restaurant now, mix them with his mom's stir-fry later, and blend them together. This would enhance the flavor and confuse the other party. After all, restaurant food had such a strong taste that they'd probably notice right away. But when he returned from shopping, he found a pot-bellied man sipping tea in the living room, while his mom stood on the balcony like a scolded child, being lectured.
Sū Míng couldn't stand by and watch. He flung open the door and charged onto the balcony, shielding his mother. Wei, what do you think you're doing? Showing up at my place late at night to bully my mom? You brat! How dare you talk to your uncle like that? I already told you the city bureau leadership is coming over for soup and stir fry.
But your mother deliberately stir-fried chili peppers, filling the house with smoke and fumes.
She's deliberately sabotaging my plans. Young Wei looked completely justified. Wei, I truly didn't mean to. Sū Míng mentioned a friend wanted Sichuan cuisine, so I prepared it. Since you didn't specify the time, I figured I'd finish this first before preparing for your boss. No wonder.
So you were the one sabotaging things.
Do you have any idea what consequences your family will face if you offend him? And you? What can I even say about you? Truly, a doting mother spoils her son.
Young Wei grew increasingly agitated, even pointing his finger at people. If you don't understand respect and dare point fingers at my mother, I won't mind snapping that finger off later, Sū Míng said coldly. Seeing the icy glint in Sū Ming's eyes, Young Wei finally felt a twinge of fear. He quickly backtracked, forget it. Go cook already. Sis, make sure you stir-fry this dish perfectly today. If you nail it, your family will be on the fast track to success. After speaking, he hurried over to offer tea to the pregnant woman.
Mom, are you okay? Son, I'm fine. I'm going to cook now. If your friend comes later, you two can eat in the room.
Don't disturb the leader. Yang Fong washed her hands and hurried back to the kitchen. Hey, you there.
Come pour some tea.
The big-bellied man gestured again towards Sū Míng.
Seeing Sū Míng didn't move, Young Wei urged again, you kid, are you crazy? The boss is calling you. Oh? Getting feisty? Looks like your Sū family's appliance factory doesn't want to pass next year's inspection.
Big Belly finished speaking, set down the teacup, and wore an amused expression.
Oh, no, sir. The kid doesn't know any better. I'll pour it for you.
Yong Fong hurried forward to apologize. But the pot-bellied man simply poured the tea out.
Today, I'm determined to teach you a lesson. Will you back down? No.
I can call my brothers at the Administration for Industry and Commerce right now to investigate you.
Son, come here and apologize to the boss.
Yong Fong knew better than to cross the authorities, so she hurried to intervene. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Yong Fong opened the door and felt a sense of familiarity toward the person standing there. Your sister-in-law, hello.
Mayor Lin entered, having specially brought 2 bottles of fine liquor.
Wait, you're the town mayor? What brings you here?
Oh, I'm here to see Sū Míng.
Looking for my son? What's wrong with him? If he's done something wrong, don't blame him, he's still just a kid.
Wei, hurry up and ask the leader to put in a good word for him.
Ignore him. That good-for-nothing must have gotten into trouble outside. It'll teach him a lesson. Heartless and ungrateful, he hasn't even called me uncle since he walked in. Yang Wei rolled his eyes and went back to sipping his tea. Hey, misunderstanding. I'm here to have dinner with brother Sū Míng. Ha? Dinner? Yang Fong was taken aback. The friend my son mentioned is actually the town mayor?
Town Chief Lin hurried in, handing Sū Míng the wine.
How's this wine? It's decent. Sit down.
It should be ready soon. Sū Míng nodded, then glanced at his mother, who was still staring blankly.
Mom, is dinner ready?
Oh. There was supposed to be mapo tofu too, but your uncle said it's too smoky. He said the officials don't like the grease fumes.
No problem. I'll handle the rest.
Mapo tofu wasn't difficult to make, so Sū Míng decided to handle it himself. But the moment he stepped into the kitchen, the big belly on the sofa frowned.
Yang Wei immediately snapped, you little brat. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
The boss said he hates the smell of chile, and you still insist on making it.
Aren't you afraid he'll get angry? Finish your tea and get out of here. Waiting for dinner? You little brat, say one more word. Don't blame me for being rude later. Hey, you're brother Sū's uncle, right? Keep your tone in check, don't scare my nephew.
At that moment, Town Chief Lin stepped forward.
What's the deal? Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours how I discipline my own family?
Your upbringing is none of my concern, but I am the mayor of this town. Your tone just now was threatening to a resident of this town, so I must intervene.
Ha!
So it's you the mayor of this town.
Impressive, huh? Sū Míng, you brought this guy to intimidate your uncle? Do you even know who this is?
Yang Wei burst into laughter before introducing the man with the large belly beside him.
This gentleman is Director Ma from the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce.
What makes you so special, you little town mayor? Oh, so he's a leader from the Administration for Industry and Commerce. But don't get it twisted, while he may rank higher than me administratively, he's not my superior.
And he certainly doesn't have the authority to issue orders across departments, does he?
Mayor Lin knew exactly who had arrived tonight, so he wasn't intimidated by these people.
Oh? You're quite knowledgeable. Director Ma finally gave Lin a proper look, though his tone remained dismissive.
I may not have direct authority over you, but my uncle is the vice mayor of Haichang.
Does that give him authority over you? Director Ma, so you have that connection. When can you introduce me?
If I could meet him and get some guidance, my little factory would surely take a big step forward. Yang Guowei was overjoyed, never expecting such an unexpected windfall.
Well, that depends on how well you play your cards. Got it, got it. Yang Guowei said with a fawning expression, then turned serious toward Yang Fong.
Sis, you know how powerful Director Ma's connections are. If you keep protecting this good-for-nothing kid today, you're not just ruining him, you're ruining yourself and your husband too.
Son, how about this? Tell your friends to eat out tonight. Mom will cook, but you need to go apologize to Director Ma. Apologize? Too late. I want him to kneel before me. Mom, don't listen to him. Sū Míng continued to heat oil in the wok, oblivious to the tension.
Yang Fong walked in and turned off the stove, her expression anxious.
Son, don't throw a tantrum. Don't ruin your entire future. Hurry up. I'm giving you 10 seconds. 10. Son, hurry up.
Apologize to your uncle and Director Ma.
5, 4, 3.
Director Ma, you sure know how to wield your authority.
At that moment, a tall figure walked in from outside. Chapter 89. You say the mayor is your son's friend?
That blind dog of a Director Ma looked up and saw the newcomer, his pupils instantly contracting. He stood up and kicked Yang Guowei to the ground.
What are you barking about, you dog? Yang Guowei was knocked to the ground before he could react. Hey, wait, Director Ma, why are you siding with an outsider? Was my gift not generous enough? I don't know you. Director Ma quickly slunk away.
Little did he know that the seemingly insignificant Sū family had such connections they could even bring in the mayor. Staying any longer might cost him his position.
Hey, wait. Director Ma, stay for dinner.
Yang Guowei watched Director Ma hurry away, assuming Sū Míng and the others had offended him with their attitude, prompting him to leave after tossing out a parting shot.
Son, why provoke such a high-ranking official? Think of our family's future. Sister-in-law, don't worry. What's a big shot from the Commerce Bureau? Town Chief Lin quickly interjected.
Mayor, I'll still need your help looking out for my son.
Oh, no need to mention it. He's the one who owes me favors. If not for Sū Míng, I might never get promoted before retirement. I wouldn't dare take credit for that. Mom, dinner's ready. My friends are here. Ha? Oh, these two?
Yang Fong was curious, but quickly figured it out. They were probably here to see Town Chief Lin about business. She just couldn't figure out how her son knew Mayor Lin, and they seemed to be on pretty good terms. With the final dish of mapo tofu served, dinner finally began. Mayor Lin tactfully poured a glass of wine and was about to address Huang as mayor, but Huang cut him off.
Ah, we only use titles at work. Just call me Mr. Huang.
Huang Weiman had come for a casual meal and didn't want the atmosphere to feel too stiff.
Right, Mr. Huang. Drink up, drink up. No more wine for me.
I have to attend the nursing home event for the Dragon Boat Festival tomorrow.
This food looks delicious. Huang Weiman gazed at the familiar flavors, his appetite whetted. Hey, Mr. Huang, eat more, eat more.
Yang Fong hurriedly urged him.
All right.
Huang Weiman took a bite of the spicy chicken, then furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't bad, but the dish didn't seem to follow the authentic method. His gaze shifted to Sū Míng, as if questioning why he'd been deceived.
Hey, Mr. Huang, eat more. My grandfather was a Sichuan chef for decades. My mom hasn't cooked in years, so she might not have the same mastery over the heat.
Sū Míng quickly covered up the lie he'd told on the phone earlier.
That explanation made sense.
After all, people in Haicheng tended to prefer lighter flavors, so it was unlikely Sichuan cuisine would be done perfectly. He'd just have to lower his expectations. Then he scooped another spoonful of tofu. After just one taste, his eyes lit up. How could this tofu be so skillfully prepared? Seeing Huang Weiman's puzzled expression, Sū Míng almost chuckled. He probably couldn't fathom that Sū Míng had combined restaurant techniques with home cooking. The tofu was already drenched in thick, rich sauce. Mixing it all together, it would be strange if you could even taste the difference. As time passed, the blended dish grew more flavorful. Huang Weiman grew increasingly satisfied with each bite. It seemed Sū Míng hadn't been cutting corners this time.
Oh, right, Sū Míng, where's your dad? Why haven't I seen him? Is he still working this late? Huang Weiman asked curiously.
His visit today had another purpose, to meet Su Zhengfeng. After all, someone capable of devising such unconventional marketing strategies must be a talent.
Oh, his dad isn't feeling well. He's hospitalized at the First People's Hospital.
He should be discharged the day after tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Huang Weiman nodded, feeling a slight pang of regret. By the way, Sū Míng, how's that tea project coming along?
Oh, Town Chief Lin has been incredibly helpful. We've coordinated with all the villages and basically finalized the pricing. We expect to start shipping in a couple of days.
Supporting farmers is crucial work. You must handle it well. Town Chief Lin, you've worked hard on this. Not at all, not at all. No trouble at all. Town Chief Lin was visibly thrilled. Being remembered by Mayor Huang would greatly smooth his path to promotion.
Of course, all this is thanks to Sū Míng. He really knows how to get things done.
Come on, brother, if Mr. Huang isn't drinking, we should.
Sorry, brother Lin, I can't drink much either, got things to do tomorrow.
Oh, my bad. I almost forgot you're still a student and have class tomorrow.
Mayor Lin slapped his forehead, then poured himself a drink, finding the solitude quite enjoyable. Sū Míng did indeed have plans for tomorrow but not school. Tomorrow was the delivery date for Chen Muyang's order. Huang Weiman was enjoying his meal, and Mayor Lin was enjoying his drinks.
The dinner had successfully won over both of them.
Sū Míng was also in a good mood and joined in with a couple of glasses. The meal stretched on until past 9 before they finally dispersed.
Sū Míng, of course, didn't forget to snap a photo with Mayor Huang.
After seeing them all off, Sū Míng collapsed into bed with a sense of relief. The next morning, he prepared to head to the factory again. When Yang Fong woke up and learned her son wouldn't be attending school that morning but was heading to the factory instead, she didn't fuss much. She had come to terms with it. If he wasn't cut out for academics, so be it. He was still her child. She simply reminded him to come home for lunch and have some soup. Just as she was simmering the chicken soup, the door suddenly opened. It was Su Zhengfeng, discharged from the hospital and returning home.
Huh? Wasn't tomorrow supposed to be your discharge date? Why did you come out today?
Yang Fong emerged from the kitchen, puzzled. Su Zhengfeng didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked coldly, I heard from Guo Wei that you drove the leaders from the Administration for Industry and Commerce away yesterday?
This. You just spoil him. The messes he makes, I'm the one who has to clean up. Where is he? Old Sue, don't blame the boy. He didn't mean it. Oh. You're being foolish. This is the Administration for Industry and Commerce. What if they start picking fights with us from now on? That brat. I've been too lenient with him before. Today, he absolutely needs a lesson.
Su Zhengfeng reached for the broom behind the door.
Hey, what are you doing? The kid isn't here, he's at the factory.
Yongfeng hurried to stop him. You. No wonder your brother says a soft mother spoils her child.
I'm going to the factory to teach him a lesson.
Su Zhengfeng took a sip of water and was about to put on his shoes to leave when he noticed the photo next to the TV.
This photo. Oh.
This is Xiao Ming's friend.
He came over for dinner yesterday.
Yongfeng hurriedly explained.
What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? This person came yesterday? Yongfeng nodded. This is Mayor Huang Weiman of Haicheng City. You're telling me this is that brat's friend? Huh? Chapter 90, Sū Míng, are you human or ghost? The mayor?
Old Sue, don't pull my leg. Yongfeng said incredulously. Why would I lie to you? Every year the city holds a business conference where renowned entrepreneurs gather.
I've read the reports annually. Last year he was the one presenting the awards. I've longed to attend this conference my entire life.
After Su Zhengfeng finished speaking, Yongfeng's heart remained unsettled for a long time. In her mind, the idea that her son, mediocre in school and always playing around, could be friends with the mayor was already beyond belief. That kid has my old skills.
You still have the nerve to say that? You were just talking about beating him up. How was I supposed to know he had this kind of ability? If he'd told me he knew Mayor Huang, I'd have let him beat me up. At least he didn't disappoint me.
Forget about his studies, this kid might actually have what it takes to be in business. That must be thanks to old Zhang's good teaching. Yongfeng recalled Zhang Jiangluo's recent kindness toward her son and naturally attributed it to his influence.
Oh. You're right. That makes sense. It should be old Zhang's credit.
He's been working hard lately. Tomorrow I'll treat the factory staff to a meal and announce that he'll officially take over as factory director.
Let the brat learn from him.
Whatever he wants to do in the future, I'll give him the money and let him go for it. Su Zhengfeng felt incredibly fortunate. He was grateful to have such a good brother as Zhang Jiangguo in his life. Otherwise, when he was ill, relying solely on his son would have been impossible.
Absolutely. We owe him a debt of gratitude. I agree with your decision, though I wonder how my son will react. Might he harbor some resentment? What could he possibly object to? He's just a greenhorn kid. If it weren't for Uncle Zhang taking him under his wing, where would he be today? No way. I've got to swing by the factory and get old Zhang to put in a good word for me too.
I've admired Mayor Huang for ages. Su Zhengfeng finished speaking and hurried out the door. Outside the factory, Sū Míng arrived to find an Accord parked at the entrance.
Good morning, young factory manager.
The security team had been completely replaced, and this new batch of guards was quite polite. Sū Míng was very satisfied.
Alright, whose car is that?
Sū Míng estimated the car was worth over 200,000 yuan. No one at the factory could afford it.
Oh, it belongs to a boss surnamed Chen.
He heard you weren't here and went to inspect the back area, saying he wanted to see how the renovations were progressing. Sū Míng almost chuckled.
Chen Muyang was so overconfident. Did he really think changing an order would give him an edge over him? Well, if it isn't Boss Sue. Thought you'd crawled away like a turtle.
Chen Muyang, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, strode over with great self-importance. Two men accompanied him, one likely his secretary, the other with a bandage wrapped around his head. His broad build immediately gave away his identity.
Mr. Chen, hide? What am I hiding? Your son's outfit, though, quite the look. That bandaged head so bad he can't be seen in public? Sū Míng, say that again. Chen Jingxing was nearly furious.
He even thanked Sū Míng for helping him escape trouble the other day, only to find out the guy had set him up, leading to him getting beaten by a mob of passers-by. The injuries on his body weren't too bad, but some bastard had stomped on his face twice, ruining his artistic features.
Hey, son, don't worry. He's the one who did this to you, right? Daddy's gonna get revenge today.
Chen Muyang calmed his son's emotions before instructing his secretary to retrieve the order from his briefcase.
Here, Sū Míng. 200 Lele refrigerators, delivery today. Where's my shipment? Hold on, Mr. Chen.
Our workers just started their shift.
Your order is being packed now and should arrive around evening. Enough, Sū Míng.
I know your factory's situation all too well.
Your production capacity can't possibly keep up, can it? Curious how I know? Curious about what? Isn't it those former security guards who were inside jobs?
Sū Míng looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Ha? You know? Haven't you noticed the security guards have been replaced? That idiot's already in the hospital. If you care so much about him, why not go pick him up? Put. He's just a dog. We've got plenty of those.
Shenmu said dismissively, then added, Sū Míng, don't try stalling me.
I know full well you can't possibly deliver those 200 units. Just accept the fact that you've breached the contract. Sū Míng, keep acting cocky. You think you can compete with me for Weiwei? Got what it takes. Don't insult me. You're the only one who likes that. I'm not interested. Keep pretending. You know you're going down, so you play it cool, huh? Don't think I'll just let you off the hook.
Chen Jingxing's words got heated, tugging at the wound on his face and making him wince in pain.
Alright, calm down. Those kicks were indeed a bit heavy. Ha? Holy. It's you. Dad, you gotta avenge me. He ruined my handsome face. Did you say thank you? Chen Jingxing trembled with rage.
That bastard Sū Míng was utterly shameless. Chen Muyang feared his son might faint from arguing so fiercely, so he quickly had his secretary escort him to the car.
Sū Míng, today we'll settle both old and new scores. Hey, I should be the one saying that.
A month ago, right here, you made a bet with me that our factory wouldn't last a month. But now, not only did our factory survive, it had its best sales month in years.
You lost. Do you admit it? Fine. I'll concede this round. But you must resolve the current issue.
If you can't deliver the goods today, I'll sue you for breach of contract and demand 5 times the value of the goods as compensation. These 200 refrigerators are worth over 40,000 yuan each, that's over 2 million yuan.
I demand immediate payment. Hey, calm down. The contract says delivery is today, but the day isn't over yet. By evening, you'll definitely see the goods.
Sū Míng said with unshakable confidence.
You're nothing like your father. He was cluelessly stupid, you're arrogantly stupid. How long do you think you can keep stalling?
At that moment, Zhang Jiangguo emerged from inside.
Director Sū, you're here so early. Mr. Chen's order is already loaded and ready for shipment. Ha? That was fast. Didn't you just start work?
I had the workers pull an all-nighter last night, just in case this guy came looking for trouble.
Well done, old Jiang. Excellent work. Sū Míng was thoroughly satisfied.
He turned his gaze to Chen Muyang.
What are you staring at? Don't think I'll believe you. Where's the cargo? I haven't seen it. Want to see the goods? Easy. Just bring the trucks out.
Zhang Jiangguo spoke into the walkie-talkie, and 2 large trucks rolled out. Opening the cargo doors revealed them packed to the brim with refrigerators.
The sight left Chen Muyang utterly dumbfounded. Sū Míng, what exactly are you? Human or ghost? Well, our little factory director Sū is definitely human. Now, Mr. Chen, do you still have anything to say? Zhang Jiangguo added smugly.
He'd nearly been outmaneuvered earlier and was still fuming inside.
Chen Muyang didn't respond.
Instead, he turned and started to walk away.
Hey, Mr. Chen, are you breaking the contract? I'll go back and have finance transfer the funds. Now it was Sū Míng's turn to speak. Hold on.
I demand you hand over the money immediately. Sū Míng looked at him, his expression calm and composed.
Chapter 91, Who deserves the greatest credit? Fine, I'll give it to you. It's only a little over 400,000.
Chen Muyang said this, but inwardly, he felt a pang of regret. Purchasing Lejia refrigerators had been part of a plan to bring down the Sū family, but now that it had backfired, the headquarters would undoubtedly hold him partially responsible for this payment.
The Sū family was already on the brink of collapse.
Injecting this capital now meant he wouldn't be able to deliver the final blow anytime soon.
Damn it!
How could he have failed to anticipate that Sū Zhengfeng, that businessman who rode the wave of reform dividends, would have such a bold yet meticulous son, capable of executing such reckless marketing strategies?
This boy truly is a prodigy.
Now look at his own son, squandering his prime years in petty jealousy over a woman.
How could he possibly compare? But he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his son now. How else could he set a good example? So he could only tell Sū Míng to wait, then walked over to the car. Dad, did they breach the contract? How should we penalize them?
Chen Muyan, fearing embarrassment, resorted to a lie, claiming he had one.
Right.
They broke the contract. I told him let the Sū family go bankrupt if they must. He's about to transfer the factory to me.
I'm ready to sign the contract. Great. Dad, you nailed it. I'm getting out to laugh at that arrogant fool. Chen Jingxing instantly perked up. After competing with Sū Míng for 3 years, the outcome was finally decided. Ah, son, leave a little room for people. You'll meet again someday. He's already the loser. He probably won't catch up to you in this lifetime, so there's no need to kick him while he's down. Ha? Dad, didn't you always tell me to settle scores? Forget it this time. Let them save some face. After all, the Sū family was a worthy opponent. Son, I'll have my secretary drive you home first. School starts tomorrow. Dad will take you to Genoa Lu for a nice meal tonight. Genoa Tower? Great.
I'll head home first.
Watching his son leave, Chen Muyang breathed a sigh of relief. What? Mr. Chen, did you send your son away first because you're afraid of looking too foolish?
Zhang Jiangguo remarked with a faint, mocking smile.
Ah, old Jiang, you know how it is, leave some room for future encounters.
Mr. Chen has his own struggles.
Let's just give him some face. These words echoed what Chen Muyang had just said, yet now they rang with bitter irony. How could he lose to a mere schoolboy? Sū Míng, don't get too cocky. The matter between our two families isn't over.
I'll make sure my son gets back what you took from him.
Fine, fine. Don't make my victory too easy. After all, Haichang is a small town. If you don't give me some pressure, what fun would that be? Sū Míng couldn't care less about Chen Muyang. Even with the backing of an international giant like Dongzhi Electronics, the next 2 decades belonged to the internet. The emergence of Chen Tianxiao, this year's newly crowned richest man, proved one thing: the rise of emerging industries was terrifyingly swift. What took traditional industries decades to accumulate could be surpassed in just a year or two.
Chen Muyang reluctantly wrote out the check, his hand trembling as he did so.
Mr. Chen, are you okay?
You said 40-something thousand was peanuts, but it feels like you're being bled dry.
Broaden your perspective.
Hearing this, Chen Muyang hastily sped up his writing, then flung the check down with a cold expression before turning to leave.
Hey, Mr. Chen, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you?
If our factory doesn't shut down within a month, you'll have to open yours for us to tour.
Sū Míng reminded him.
After all, large enterprises had their own unique production systems. Sū Míng wanted to see it for himself and, incidentally, open the eyes of the management at his father's factory.
Their perspectives were indeed a bit outdated.
Chen Muyang nearly stumbled backward at the remark, but quickly regained his balance, replying coolly, "Understood. Xiao Ming, you've done us a huge favor this time. If you hadn't called the other distributors to delay their orders, I would have ruined our factory.
You saved my life. Uncle Jiang, don't say that.
You stayed by our side during our darkest hour, that alone was more than enough." Sū Míng waved it off, clearly not giving the matter a second thought. Just then, an old crown sedan approached from the distance. Sū Míng instantly recognized it as his family's car. As it pulled up, Su Zhangfeng hurriedly got out.
Old Jiang, has something happened at the factory?
I think I saw someone surnamed Chen on the way here.
Did he come by?
He did come by, but nothing serious. Hey, factory director, why did you get discharged today?
Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow?
Oomph. It's all because of that good-for-nothing brat causing trouble. Old Jiang, you've been working hard lately keeping an eye on the factory while also preventing my useless son from messing things up. Hearing this, Zhang Jiangguo quickly waved his hands. He dared not take credit for this. If it weren't for Sū Míng, he would have wrecked the factory long ago. No, director, Ming's been doing great.
It's fine, Jiangguo.
You're his senior and my right-hand man, it's only natural to give him a hard time.
What's the worst that could happen, you little brat? If it weren't for Uncle Jiang, you'd have wrecked this whole operation long ago.
Yes, old Sū, you're right. Sū Míng had never been particularly interested in the family business, so he didn't want to take credit for this either, lest he end up distracted by managing it. Factory manager Zhang Jiangguo was about to say more, but Sū Míng quickly cut him off.
Alright, Zhang Jiangguo, no need to be modest. Come on, let's head to the factory. You little rascal, why aren't you off to school? I knew you weren't cut out for business. Now that I'm back, I won't push you anymore. Fine. Sū Míng nodded and walked away.
After all, he'd already dealt the Chen family a crushing blow. His objective was achieved.
As soon as Sū Míng left, Su Zhangfeng followed Zhang Jiangguo to inspect the factory.
The moment he entered, his eyes immediately fell upon the wage incentive system posted on the wall.
Ha! Wages increased this much? Oh, Director Jiang, their production output has nearly doubled. That impressive? Old Jiang, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You really are a talent.
No, that was Sū Míng's idea.
Him? Give me a break. Su Zhengfeng naturally didn't believe it. By the way, the factory must be strapped for cash, right?
Of course, it's not your fault the factory had so much backlogged inventory before I was hospitalized. No, director, you really should come see for yourself. I'll have shall we show you the ledgers guaranteed to blow your mind.
Eyes wide open. Su Zhengfeng's curiosity piqued and he followed up to the second-floor finance office.
He glanced at the ledger handed to him by the accountant and instantly thought he was dreaming. All the goods were sold.
Over 3 million yuan in proceeds? Jiangwo, you've truly surprised me.
You're the top contributor this time.
No, you're flattering me. Actually, the real hero here is. Chapter 92, College Days, give me another cute nickname. Hey, old Jiang, no need to be modest. I actually came here today with a favor to ask. Factory director, just say it plainly. Could you introduce me to Mayor Huang from our city? What? The mayor? Factory director, aren't you overestimating my influence?
I don't even have connections to such high-ranking officials.
Even for the town mayor, I'd need to pull some strings.
Zhang Jiangguo said with some confusion.
Huh? You don't know him? So that kid knows the mayor without your connections? Su Zhengfeng was taken aback. Huh? Sū Míng knows the mayor? Wait, is that even possible?
Zhang Jiangguo was even more astonished.
He knows the mayor? To have that kind of connection, is he really just a student still in school? Something's off. Very off. Before I was hospitalized, my son was just a kid who hung out with that chubby friend at the internet cafe all day long.
Just 1 month apart, and he's changed so much.
Oh, no worries, old Jiang. I was just saying. How about this, let them clock out at 4 p.m. Tonight, we're dining at Jinhua Tower. My treat. Consider it a celebration of my return. Su Zhengfeng hadn't forgotten his mission for today.
As for his son's situation, he needed to investigate further. He wasn't entirely convinced. Sū Míng entered the classroom.
With less than a month left before the college entrance exams, lectures had ceased.
Students were now free to work on practice problems, seeking help from teachers only when needed. Sū Míng actually preferred this teaching style, as it allowed him to catch up on his studies at his own pace. But as soon as he sat down, he noticed Lin Weii sneezing repeatedly. She must have caught another cold. Whenever this happened, Sū Míng would dash out to the pharmacy to buy her a box of cold medicine.
But he wouldn't do that anymore.
Seeing Sū Míng sit down without reacting, Lin Weii tossed the pile of crumpled paper on her desk at his feet. Yet Sū Míng kept his head down, focused on solving problems.
Finally, Zhang Ye beside them couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, Sū Míng, are you made of stone? Haven't you heard Weii sneezing non-stop? Why aren't you getting medicine?
Chen Jingxing is out sick these days. This is your golden chance. After she spoke, Sū Míng still pretended not to hear. The reason things had gotten this bad between him and Lin Weii was largely due to this meddlesome busybody. Lin Weii had noticed it all, of course, but she assumed Sū Míng was just jealous of how nice Chen Jingxing had been treating her lately.
Sigh, such a petty man. Oh well, what can you do? Sū Míng is just so outstanding. He's bound to have a bright future ahead.
She couldn't afford to make him dislike her too much. She had to be the woman behind the scenes. And the first step was learning to understand men.
Aya, come on.
Sū Míng must be exhausted. He just got back from outside and barely sat down before I asked him to go buy medicine.
How could that be fair? Sū Míng, I'm fine. Keep working on your problems. Don't let this distract you from the college entrance exams.
Lin Weii knew Sū Míng still loved her.
Otherwise, why would he have hit Chen Jingxing so hard last time? It was clearly jealousy. College entrance exam? What college entrance exam? You can't cheat on that test. What score do you think he'll get?
Seriously, he'd be better off spending that time chasing girls.
He doesn't even know how to seize an opportunity.
If it were Chen Jingxing, he'd have asked the teacher for leave to buy medicine by now.
Zhang Ye continued her rant.
Sū Míng was getting annoyed listening to her, so he just got up and headed upstairs.
Lin Weii, unaware of his true intentions, assumed Sū Míng had actually been persuaded to buy medicine.
A flicker of secret delight danced in her heart.
Oh, yeah, why did you have to say that to Míng? He didn't mean it. Weii, you're just too nice to these boys. You should boss them around more.
Guys are cheap. If they like you, they'll gladly do anything for you.
No, that's not necessary. I don't have many demands on boys. As long as he treats me well, that's simple enough.
Lin Weii probably had no idea that her simple treat me well had caused countless boys in her class to waste 3 years of their emotions.
After heading upstairs, Sū Míng went straight to the experimental class.
The principal had mentioned earlier that Dai Qingyi was his study partner, and he could approach her anytime with questions. So the next second, Sū Míng walked straight to the back of the experimental classroom, dragged a desk inside, then approached Dai Qingyi with an invitation.
Ha? You, Sū Míng? Dai Qingyi hadn't expected him to dare come up during class. Little dumbass, come sit in the back. I've hit a snag. Dumpling? Qingyi, how cute is your boyfriend's nickname for you? Dai Qingyi's deskmate giggled.
Dai Qingyi quickly covered her mouth, but the others all started laughing too. She could only cover her own ears. The class monitor spoke up at that moment. The bespectacled boy approached and said sternly, Sū Míng, this isn't your class 8. Don't disturb others' studies. I know that. I'm here to study. Study? I almost feel bad pointing this out, but haven't you noticed Dai Qingyi is already scared by your behavior? If you keep pressuring her like this, aren't you afraid she'll never speak to you again? But before the bespectacled boy could finish, Dai Qingyi grabbed Sū Míng's hand first. Sū Míng, don't ignore me. It turned out she'd been covering her ears and had misheard the conversation. Everyone around them burst into laughter. Her desk mate urged Dai Qingyi to go with Sū Míng. Alright, hurry up and go. I know you don't want to let him go, but if you keep fussing like this, he'll really leave. Hearing this, Dai Qingyi quickly gathered her exam papers. See? I told you, Qingyi, you've been waiting forever. I was just trying to help him study, Dai Qingyi stammered, her face flushing crimson as she explained. Exactly. You've got it down to a science. Unable to bear listening any longer, Dai Qingyi hurriedly gathered her papers and headed to the back. Meanwhile, Sū Míng patted the bespectacled guy on the shoulder. Buddy, don't come bother us while we're studying, okay? The bespectacled man instantly looked flustered and slunk back to his seat. Sū Míng, could you give me a new nickname? This one's embarrassing. Sure, what do you want it to be? Just don't call me Little Dumb anymore. Anything else? Otherwise people will think my last name is Dumb. Alright then, from now on I'll call you Dai Xiao Dai. That perfectly solves the problem of people not knowing your surname. That sounds even worse. And Sū Míng, if someone else has the surname Dai, they'll think you're insulting them. You'll get beaten up. So for your own safety, don't call him that, okay? Makes sense. I'll stick with Xiao Dai then. Ha? I'm not dumb. Look at me seriously, do I look dumb? You're incredibly dumb. Dumb beyond measure. Dumb since the dawn of time. Dumb beyond all ancient or future generations. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I weep alone in sorrow. Sū Míng nodded earnestly. Wow. Sū Míng, you're so amazing. She suddenly looked at him with admiration. Impressive? How am I impressive? You just recited a poem. Not bad, you're making progress. Xiao Dai, why do I feel like you're mocking me? Not at all. Looks like the nickname Little Dopey actually motivates you to memorize stuff. Fine, you can call me that, but only until the college entrance exams are over. Once I'm in university, you've gotta give me a cuter nickname. No more Little Dopey, got it? You little Sue. She stared at Sū Míng with intense seriousness, yet the tuft of hair on her forehead fluttered wildly in the classroom's large ceiling fan, adding an extra touch of cuteness. Chapter 93, A Head Full of Melons. Being around someone as adorable as Dai Qingyi naturally lifted his spirits. And when in a good mood, learning came effortlessly. By the end of the morning, Sū Míng had already worked through 2 math practice tests. He only realized now that the self-developed questions for the Guangdong College entrance exam back in the 2000s weren't that difficult at all. As long as you studied diligently, scoring a perfect 100 was definitely achievable. He couldn't fathom how he'd managed to mess up his studies so badly back then. Of course, the little one beside him, buried in her studies, deserved even more credit. Without her, Sū Míng wouldn't have been so desperate to get into a good university. Dinner's ready, dumpling. Sū Míng gently tapped her forehead. Dinner. Didn't save any pancakes for today? Nope. You said you didn't like them, so I ate them myself. But, sorry, Sū Míng. There were mosquitoes last night, and they really messed with my sleep. That's why I woke up late and didn't go to the market to buy fish for you. You won't hit me, right? I might. Ha? Fine then, go ahead. Just don't hit my hands, I still have homework to do this afternoon. And don't hit my head, I'll get stupid. Just kidding, silly. Come on, let's go eat. Sū Míng was starving, so she hurried her downstairs to eat something decent. The moment they stepped outside, they bumped into Lin Weii. Sū Míng, where's my cold medicine? Zhang Ye demanded. I'm not even interested in you anymore. What cold medicine? What do you mean by that? Don't you know Weii has a cold? How dare you sneak upstairs to flirt around? Don't you know how miserable Weii was feeling in class just now? Sū Míng, I'm fine. I'll be okay on my own. Lin Weii put on a pouty expression. See? She says she's fine. Let's go, dummy. Sū Míng turned and walked away with a flourish. Ha? Oh, okay. Coming. Dai Qingyi hurried after him. Lin Weii? That's all buried with the past version of himself. In this life, Sū Míng only needed to care about the joys and sorrows of this silly girl before him. Everything else was none of his concern. He served her a full bowl of rice, and she instinctively pulled out her little notebook to record the expense. Sū Míng didn't stop her. It was better she didn't pay back that way, he'd have an excuse to take her for himself. Midway through her meal, Dai Qingyi suddenly asked, Sū Míng, don't you like Lin Weii anymore?
Instead of answering directly, Sū Míng countered, "Little Dumby, how do you want me to answer that? I'm eating."
She quickly lowered her head to eat, afraid Sū Míng would see through her trick.
That Sū Míng was too clever.
She'd been so smug, thinking she could coax some information out of him, but his response left her completely on the defensive. Sū Míng, Dai Qingyi suddenly looked up and declared, "One day, I'll be just as sharp as you."
That's easy. If you want to get smarter, there's a really quick way. What? What is it? Dai Qingyi looked at Sū Míng with intense curiosity.
Sū Míng suddenly leaned closer and flicked her forehead with his finger.
Hey, is that it? That's the answer? Yes. Let me tell you, every summer when we go buy watermelons, do you know why we always tap it with our fingers? Why?
Finger tapping the watermelon helps you tell if it's ripe. The sound is different.
Huh? But my head isn't a watermelon.
She tugged curiously at the tuft of hair on top of her head.
Hey, ever heard of analogy? A watermelon is a melon, but isn't your head a kind of melon too? So I was just testing if your head is ripe yet. So, am I ripe? Doesn't look like it.
Sū Míng shook his head and went back to eating.
Huh? Why? Was it not loud enough?
Then hit it more times, and my head will definitely be ripe. Sū Míng didn't follow up with any action, but instead stifled a laugh.
If you can believe that, then what else is there to say? Another incredibly joyful day passed. School life was truly a blast. But the fatso clearly didn't share that view.
Right now, he looked like his soul had been drained by his textbooks. He walked out of the classroom looking utterly defeated, his eyes only lighting up when he spotted Sū Míng.
Hey, Ming, what's up?
Oh, I'm here to study with Dai Qingyi.
No way. You're studying with her? I almost felt bad calling you out on it. Seriously, why do you all act like fixed spawn NPCs? Everyone says the same thing when they see me. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Come on, Ming, I'm treating you to internet time today. Hold up, aren't you quitting the boxed lunch business? Didn't you make enough capital? No rush, no rush. The internet cafe isn't going anywhere. Made 100 yesterday, taking it easy today. No big deal. We gotta learn to enjoy life. Pursuing freedom is the greatest happiness.
Sū Míng shook his head.
The fat guy was still young. How could he know that financial freedom was the greatest happiness? Forget it, I'm not going. I need to head back for lunch.
When he left the factory this morning, his dad had said he was treating all the employees to lunch at Jinhua restaurant today and would announce some major decisions.
He specifically told Sū Míng to come along too. Sū Míng didn't object.
He figured it was a good chance to see the changes at the appliance factory. After a month there, he'd figured out who was talented, mediocre, or downright useless. If there were personnel changes, he could offer some input. After getting home, he took a shower and then prepared to ride his bike to Jinhua Lu. He had considered calling manager Dong, but remembering that his father was hosting today, Sū Míng understood his father's deep-seated desire to save face. Naturally, he wouldn't want to steal the spotlight. Inside Jinhua restaurant at that moment, Sū Zhengfeng was selecting dishes. Truth be told, having lived frugally his entire life, he rarely dined at such establishments. This extravagant meal weighed heavily on his heart.
But some expenses were unavoidable.
With the factory now out of danger and turning a major profit, he needed to properly thank his key staff. Otherwise, his widow and orphan back home wouldn't be able to hold the fort.
Old Jiang, is everything taken care of?
All set, director.
Oh, and about that request earlier, I couldn't pull it off. Never mind. Given who Town Chief Lin is, he probably wouldn't have attended our banquet anyway. It's just a shame we missed such a good opportunity.
It turned out the two were lamenting their failure to invite Town Chief Lin.
Ah, it's just that you guys aren't powerful enough.
Sū Zhengfeng, you really don't know your place.
Of course Town Chief Lin wouldn't bother with you. Compared to our Dongzhi group, your electrical factory is utterly insignificant.
We pay taxes many times over what you guys do all year long. Just then, a chubby man stepped forward.
Holy crap! Who is this guy? He must be crazy. What an ugly mug.
Sū Zhengfeng jumped in surprise.
Who was this pig-faced guy covered in bruises? Oh, that's Chen Muyan's son. He got beaten up. Who was so kind? If I ever find them, I'll buy them a drink. You Chen Jingxing still aren't satisfied? Hey, son, keep your cool. Keep your cool.
Let's go toast Town Chief Lin. From now on, our status is way above their level. They won't be able to pull any shenanigans on us.
Chapter 94, Personnel Changes at the Electrical Appliance Factory.
Soon after, Sū Míng arrived and the banquet officially began.
Thank you all for your care and unwavering support during my hospitalization.
Let's consider this our factory's first annual gathering. We'll hold one every year from now on.
And everyone present today gets a 50 yuan bonus. The mention of money immediately drew enthusiastic applause.
A boss who makes empty promises is never as popular as one who hands out cash. Due to the large turnout, the gathering was held in the main hall, a scene witnessed by Chen Muyang as he stepped outside for a smoke. Town Chief Lin, I've put the items in your trunk.
Regarding the appliance factory. Rest assured, Boss Chen.
You're a major taxpayer in this town, and I'm a reasonable man.
Town Chief Lin nodded in agreement. Ah, good.
Mayor, drink up tonight. It took me quite an effort to get you here. Chen Muyang said with flattery. He had previously looked down on these small-town administrators, believing he could crush the Sū family with his own resources. But then Sū Míng suddenly appeared, not only thwarting his plans but also costing him hundreds of thousands.
How could he possibly swallow his pride now?
So he decided to use unconventional means to teach the Sū family a lesson.
Mr. Chen, you're a good man. Come on, let's keep drinking. In a bit, I'll introduce you to my good brother. He can help solve the problems your factory is facing.
Oh? If the town mayor thinks highly of someone, they must be exceptional.
Please do introduce me.
In a couple of days. He's been swamped lately.
Town Mayor Lin said before heading inside.
Chen Muyang, drunk, headed for the restroom only to bump into Sū Míng upon exiting.
Sū Míng, your family sure is smug.
First you swindle me out of hundreds of thousands, then you use that money to treat your employees to a feast.
Well, I didn't want to, but you insisted on giving us the money to spend.
We had no choice but to accept it reluctantly.
And how does that saying go? He who strikes unexpectedly will surely perish.
You tried to orchestrate a sudden event to crush the Sū family, but ended up digging your own grave.
You brought this upon yourself. Just you wait. I've already found someone to deal with you. No matter how powerful you are, you're still just a businessman. How dare you think you can take on the higher-ups?
Oh?
Who exactly? Someone I know?
In the past, Sū Míng would have called him despicable. But now, having secured Mayor Huang's backing, he stood unshakable all thanks to the agricultural tea project.
Who?
You wouldn't know them even if I told you.
This person is someone you'll never come into contact with in your entire life.
My money will serve as your family's ransom.
Chen Muyang finished speaking and left.
He didn't want to engage in unnecessary arguments. When the time came, Sū Míng would naturally seek his help.
Sū Míng didn't take it to heart.
After all, he'd never have any dealings with those higher up. Beyond that level lay only provincial level officials. If Chen could truly persuade provincial leaders to intervene on behalf of a minor figure like himself, then Sū Míng would indeed have no grounds for complaint. After washing his face and stepping out, he nearly collided with a round, flat face.
Holy crap! Sū Míng?
Chen Jingxing, I'm begging you, if you're going to be that ugly, just stay home with the AC blasting and jerk off.
Why come out and scare people? You?
Chen Jingxing, I really don't get why these two are so blind. His little brother clearly said he looks just like that new model from the island, Pai Yan.
How is that ugly?
I know, Sū Míng, you're just jealous of me.
What? Jealous of what? Jealous that your blood sugar's higher than mine? Whatever you say won't change anything. Your family's about to go bankrupt, right?
Your dad brought so many people to Jinawalu probably to say their final goodbyes.
Makes sense.
From the moment you crossed my family, you had no way out. Chen Jingxing still believed the Sū family was completely finished. After all, according to his father's account, Sū Míng had knelt before him that morning begging for mercy.
Your dad said that? What? Stung by the truth? Feeling bitter? Look at yourself, what do you have that I don't? Your crappy fridge?
During the World Cup, its specs were worse than ours. My dad is entertaining Town Chief Lin right now. You guys don't even have the right to drink with him.
Forget it, let's not talk about this. You'll just say I'm riding my dad's coattails and you won't even admit defeat.
Besides, between the two of us, you're not as handsome as me, your grades aren't as good as mine, and now even Lin Weii is chasing after me.
What do you have to compete with me?
Sū Míng felt a wave of confusion wash over him after hearing those words.
Why did it feel like he'd completely twisted everything around? What do you say now? Got nothing to say? Keep your head down around me from now on.
Otherwise, I'll spill the beans about how your family went bankrupt.
Then let's see who you can fool at school. Chen Jingxing walked away smugly.
This was his first complete victory since picking fights with Sū Míng, and damn, it felt good.
Sū Míng merely muttered, "Psycho," before returning to his seat.
Seeing Sū Míng return, Sū Zhangfeng patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Son, I know those decisions were hard for you to hear, but this is what a father should do."
What? What decisions?
Sū Zhangfeng didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up.
Next, I'll announce personnel changes at the factory.
Manager Wu of the production department, the two recent strike incidents reveal gaps in your management.
You're demoted to deputy position. Deputy Manager Xiao Lu, you'll take over. Huh? Oh, thank you, Director. Thank you, Director.
A man in his early 30s erupted with excitement, starkly contrasting with the dejected figure beside him. Furthermore, the former security chief, Ma Lu, was found to be a traitor, acting as an inside man for Dongzhi Electric.
I have dismissed them all.
Next, the new security chief, Captain Lu, please introduce yourself to everyone.
A handsome, sunny dispositioned young man stood up and greeted everyone.
His tall, imposing appearance drew the attention of many female workers in the factory.
Alright, next up is the transportation team.
Su Zhengfeng announced a series of appointments and dismissals. Sū Míng was generally satisfied with most of the selections. While the veterans had loyalty, their capabilities were lacking. It was time for the younger generation to step up. Naturally, these announcements brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Alright, now for the final personnel change and my last order as head of Zhejiang Electrical Appliances Factory. At these words, the crowd grew solemn. They were about to witness a small piece of history. The founder of Zhejiang Electrical Appliances Factory, which had flourished for over 2 decades, was finally relinquishing power. I hereby announce that effective today, Deputy Plant Manager Zhang Jiangguo will formally assume the position of Plant Manager. Everyone, please applaud. No sooner had the words left my mouth than someone slammed the table and stood up. I object. What are you objecting to? Su Zhengfeng turned, about to reprimand his son, only to discover someone else had risen. Old Jiang, what are you objecting to? Chapter 95, Sū Míng's True Identity. Director, please reconsider this decision. Zhang Jiangguo had always believed Su Zhengfeng was inferior to him. In recent years, he'd even harbored ambitions to replace him. But over the past month, Sū Míng had completely won him over. Now he knew he simply didn't have the capability to take over the factory. Why? Old Jiang, you don't want to help me? My body still needs rest. I'm no longer suited for constant struggle. I trust you completely with these brothers. From now on, I'll just be a hands-off owner. No, Brother Su, I truly am not suited to be the factory director. The most suitable candidate is Xiao Ming. Zhang Jiangguo still wanted to learn more from Sū Míng. Ha! You little brat, did you tell Uncle Jiang something? Why are you so jealous? Don't you know that without Uncle Jiang, our factory would have collapsed long ago? Do you think this is some coveted position? Now Dongzhi Electric and other international brands are moving in. What could a kid like you possibly accomplish? Su Zhengfeng was furious. How could his son be so clueless? That morning, he'd intended to ask Zhang Jiangguo to introduce him to the mayor, only for Zhang to claim he didn't know him. At first, he'd been fooled too. But after discussing it with his wife at home, something felt off. Mayor Huang couldn't possibly be someone Sū Míng knew. Someone must have been pulling strings behind the scenes. After much thought, the only person in the factory with that kind of influence was Zhang Jiangguo. Therefore, Su Zhengfeng believed Zhang Jiangguo wasn't being truthful. He must know Mayor Huang but simply didn't want to make the introduction. Su Zhengfeng quickly guessed the reason. With such powerful connections, Zhang Jiangguo probably wanted to strike out on his own. So Su Zhengfeng decided to step aside to retain this talent. Besides, with Zhang Jiangguo wielding such formidable connections, Su Zhengfeng knew better than to cross him lest he face retaliation later. The common people don't fight the officials, that's a timeless truth. Wait, I didn't say that. I agree. Sū Míng was utterly baffled. What was there to object to? He never cared about the family business anyway. In a couple of days, that rising star of the internet industry would come to discuss an acquisition. Then during summer break, he'd have to head to Shenzhen to talk about securing funding for Sū. Compared to the modest profits from the family factory, the internet industry was where real miracles happened. Factory director, Xiao Ming didn't say anything to me. I genuinely believe he's more suited for this position than I am. Hey, Uncle Jiang, don't put me in this position. I really don't want to be some factory manager. Sū Míng protested vehemently. The others at the table were even more puzzled. How could someone be unhappy about a promotion? The factory director position was being shunned like this. Could it be some kind of high-risk job? Enough. We'll discuss this in a couple of days. Su Zhengfeng felt his son had disrupted his plans, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. That foolish boy, why was he so immature? Everything he'd done was for his own good. Everyone, drink up. Let's celebrate today. Seeing the awkward silence, Zhang Xiaowei from finance quickly broke the tension with a toast, and the lively atmosphere returned. But just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a discordant voice cut through the air. Eat up, eat more. Your little dump of a factory won't be around much longer. Chen Muyang declared smugly. Earlier in the private room, Town Chief Lin had already agreed to help him deal with the Sū family. Chen Muyang, what do you mean by that? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough this morning? I spared you some dignity by not telling your son how groveling you were earlier. Now that he's gone, you think you're back on top, huh? Jiang Jianli retorted immediately. What do I mean? I mean I'll make you understand that my money isn't so easy to take. Town Chief Lin, it's them, they swindled my money. You've got to help us get justice. Chen Muyang shoved the half-drunk man behind him forward. You've offended my friend, Boss Chen, haven't you? Fine. I'll remember you. Town Chief Lin slurred his words, clearly having had more than his share. He'd gotten some good news about his career prospects from the mayor's secretary that day, so he was feeling a bit cocky now. Seeing the town mayor backing the other side, Zhang Jiangguo's resolve crumbled instantly. Local officials hold more sway than county-level ones. The town mayor was the ultimate authority in this town. Anyone who crossed him would be at the mercy of others here. What? Struck dumb?
Keep talking. I told you all to just wait. I just hadn't bothered to deal with you before. Su Zhenfeng, you really think you can outmaneuver me? From the moment you decided to take me on, you should have known your fate. Oh, and where's that good-for-nothing Sū Míng? Where is he? Spit out every last penny. Chen Muyan figured he could lean on Town Chief Lin's backing to cancel that contract. Losing over 40,000 on a bunch of useless refrigerators? He was absolutely gutted. Ha? Sū Míng? Where is he? Where is he?
The moment Town Chief Lin heard that name, he perked up. This was his benefactor, more exaggeratedly put, the man who had given him a second chance at his political career. Compared to the tense expressions around him, Sū Míng remained remarkably calm, continuing to serve himself and eat his meal.
Right here, Mayor. This is Su Zhenfeng's son.
You remember to give him a taste of his own medicine.
Hey, Chen Muyan, don't push it too far. Leave some room for others. Who needs mercy? The Chen family is here to crush the Su family. Now I have Town Chief Lin backing me, do you? Chen Muyan's expression was wildly arrogant as he spoke.
Having been trampled on by a young upstart for so long had built up pent-up rage that he could finally unleash today. Just then, Mayor Lin staggered over. Mayor, this is my son.
Don't take it out on him. If you have any issues, take it up with our elders. Su Zhenfeng quickly intervened, then turned to Zhang Jiangguo for help. Old Jiang, you know the mayor, right? Please save Xiao Ming. Ha? Factory director? I really don't know him. Zhang Jiangguo couldn't recall when he'd acquired such connections. You're really Sū Míng's father? Mayor Lin stammered. Yes, Mayor. Don't listen to that Chen fellow's one-sided story. All right. From now on, I'll have your back. Whatever you need, just let me know. Ha? Not only Zhang Jiangguo, but nearly every employee in the factory looked utterly stunned. How could things have taken such an unexpected turn? Wait. Mayor, you must have the wrong person. Mayor, I'm right here.
Chen Muyan thought he was drunk, so he rushed over to steady him.
I'm not drunk. I'll vouch for this Su boss. Mayor, you've got it all wrong.
I came today to ask you to help me get the money back from his son, Sū Míng.
Chen Muyan reminded him again. Idiot.
Mayor Lin slapped him across the face.
Do you even know who Sū Míng is? Ha? Who?
Chen Muyan clutched his face, thinking he must be too drunk to remember.
He's my father. Chapter 96, my son's riding my coattails.
Su Zhenfeng looked at his son, utterly baffled by this tangled web of relationships.
Mr. Su, I was wrong.
It was all a misunderstanding earlier.
From now on, your dad is my dad.
Mr. Su, your son is your son, your dad is my dad, and your son is my son, Mayor Lin said, slinging his arm around Su Zhenfeng's shoulders.
Brother Lin, you should sober up first.
You're way too drunk.
No problem. I can still drink.
Seeing how intoxicated he was, Sū Míng feared something might happen and quickly had manager Dong escort him upstairs to a private room to rest.
Now only Chen Muyan remained, clutching his face in bewilderment.
Mr. Chen, look at you, first you bring us money, then you put on a circus clown act.
How embarrassing is that for everyone?
Zhang Jiangguo seized the moment to mock him.
Don't get too cocky. Don't think knowing the town mayor lets you run roughshod over everything. This society operates by the rule of law. Wait, Boss Chen, weren't you the one who just claimed the town mayor was backing you?
We never said a word about it from the start.
Sū Míng almost laughed.
Compared to the electronics giant, Dongzhi had a first-mover advantage in Haicheng.
Yet over the past 2 years, it hadn't rapidly captured market share.
It seemed General Manager Chen Muyan bore significant responsibility for this.
So what if he's the town mayor? I've got money, you think I can't find someone to deal with you? I know plenty of people. If need be, I'll go to the Municipal Industry and Commerce Bureau and still take you down. See?
I try to reason with you, you act like a thug.
I act like a thug, and then you want to reason with me again.
Sū Míng shrugged his shoulders. In his previous life, his father had been driven into a corner by this Dongzhi. Now it seemed they were nothing but a paper tiger.
Chen Muyan knew he couldn't win this argument, so he left after hurling threats. After seeing him off, Sū Míng sat down to eat.
But as he ate, he noticed everyone else was standing.
Wait, what's wrong with you guys? Sit down.
As soon as he spoke, the others hurriedly sat down.
Don't stare at me, eat. The others nodded and began shoveling food into their mouths. Suddenly, Sū Míng remembered something. Hey, Dad, about that. Su Zhenfeng quickly put down his chopsticks, realizing his slip. He hastily added, Dad's listening. Go ahead, son. Overall, your personnel decisions were fine, but don't replace that manager Wu from production. The strike had nothing to do with him. All right. And Uncle Jiang. Sū Míng turned his gaze to Zhang Jiangguo, who promptly stopped mid-chopstick. Only now did Zhang Jiangguo realize how much he had underestimated Sū Míng. Brother Ming, go ahead. No need for all this formality, Uncle Jiang.
I just wanted to tell you my dad said he'd give you the factory director position, so just take it.
Sū Míng reiterated. No way, no way. Ah, no, Uncle Jiang.
Even though I'm his son, I genuinely don't want it.
Do you understand what I mean? I understand. I'm perfectly content staying as deputy factory manager.
I truly have no other ambitions.
No, do you really get what I mean?
Sū Míng was getting mad.
Why did he keep thinking he was hinting? He'd been perfectly clear. Son, don't blame Uncle Jiang. We'll talk about this later. First, I need to ask you something. Old Sū, we're father and son, no need for formalities. Just ask. What do you want to know? It's just, do you really know the town mayor? How did you meet him? How did I meet him?
Sū Míng paused to recall.
Oh, right, he approached me. He approached you himself.
Sū Zhengfeng sucked in a sharp breath. What astonished him was how, in just 1 month, his son had grown to such an intimidating level, building connections like this.
Yeah? Is that so surprising? No, son. So you're saying the person who came over for dinner that day was really the mayor? Did you see the photo? Yeah, he came over for dinner. Sū Míng continued eating his meal, clearly unimpressed. In stark contrast to his son's nonchalance, Sū Zhengfeng was overjoyed. With his son connecting such high-level contacts, the family business was now virtually guaranteed. Come on, son, drink up.
Sū Zhengfeng deliberately fetched a bottle of Mao Tai and poured 2 glasses.
Old Sū, haven't you always been against me drinking? Ah, you were still young back then. Now you're grown up. Come on, Dad's toasting you. Deep bonds call for a shot down in 1. Sū Zhengfeng took a big gulp and immediately started coughing. Brother Ming, I'll toast you too.
Zhang Jiangguo poured himself a glass and downed it in 1 gulp. Sū Míng felt somewhat uncomfortable with their behavior and quickly intervened.
Uncle Jiang, don't join my dad in this nonsense. You're both my elders. Just say what you need to say. Son, I don't ask for much. I just wonder if you could arrange a meeting between me and the mayor. Ah, Ming, I'm in the same boat.
That's a bit tricky.
Son, aren't you quite familiar with the mayor? Aren't you 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 familiar with the mayor? RN. Actually, we're not that close. No big deal?
This is a huge deal. If Huang Weiman were the type to accept gifts, I would have made my move long ago. If Dad starts handing them out carelessly and ends up offending him, the hard-won connection could be ruined. That's why Sū Míng prefers to handle it himself.
No way, how could you not be close?
Look, Mayor Huang came to our house for dinner and agreed to take a photo.
That shows he values our family. Good son, you're young and can't handle this.
Your old man's been navigating these circles for years.
The connections I can leverage, that's real capital. Otherwise, we'd be no different from ordinary acquaintances.
After a couple more drinks, Sū Zhengfeng began lecturing with an air of worldly wisdom. Sū Míng didn't want to tell him the harsh truth: resources are only valuable when they can be leveraged. That much was true. But there was another truth: when you yourself aren't a resource, there's no leverage to speak of. To leverage connections, you must first be a resource yourself.
Otherwise, why would anyone help you? Yeah, Ming, your dad's right.
We're at loggerheads with Sword of the East now. If we don't get some big shots backing us up, we'll have plenty of trouble down the road. Zhang Jiangguo, not much younger than Sū Zhengfeng, naturally agreed with that line of thinking.
I'm full. You guys carry on. Sū Míng didn't want to linger, lest they make more unreasonable demands.
Hey, don't leave. That little brat, now that he's grown up, he thinks he's all that.
Sū Zhengfeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath as his son walked away.
Just then, his mobile phone rang.
Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Sū? This is Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang? Who is this? Oh, Mr. Sū. That time I went to your place for dinner with the mayor, but I didn't get to see you. It was a shame. I was wondering if you're free anytime soon? Our mayor would like to invite you to dinner. He's quite impressed with you. Dinner? Yes. I'm free. I'm more than free.
Sū Zhengfeng hung up the phone in high spirits.
Factory director, what's up? The mayor's secretary invited me to dinner. Huh? Did Sū Míng just call to invite you? Of course not.
That little rascal, no wonder he knows our town mayor.
Turns out it's all thanks to me.
The mayor said he's admired me for ages. Sū Zhengfeng finished speaking, his face beaming with pride. After all these years, someone finally recognized his abilities, and it was the mayor, no less.
He'd have to make a good impression when the time came. Chapter 97 ruins Sū Míng's reputation. Sū Míng had packed some delicious food from Jinhua restaurant, intending to bring some for Dai Qingyi to try. As he approached the school gate, the bell rang, signaling the start of the first afternoon class. He quickened his pace.
Before he could even step through the gate, he nearly got knocked over by a headless fly rushing out behind him. He turned to yell at the offender, only to find it was Fatso. "What's up, Fatso?" "Ha? Ming, I had to go to the bathroom." "Hold on, little fatty. Come here." The principal said everyone's bags need to be checked at the entrance to make sure you guys aren't bringing in any junk. The old security guard at the gate immediately sensed something was off. Fatso looked a bit nervous but still handed over his backpack. The guard rummaged through the bag, then expertly flipped open one of the books. Sure enough, he pulled out several packets of spicy noodles. "Chubby, you think you can fool this old man with your little tricks? I'm confiscating these. What class are you in? Write down your name." The guard sternly handed over the signature book, and the chubby kid had no choice but to accept his punishment. "Ming, hand over what you're holding too. You weren't here this morning." The principal announced a new rule during the flag ceremony. He said students were littering with snack wrappers, so from now on, no snacks allowed inside. The chubby kid pointed at the bag in Sū Míng's hand. Sū Míng simply walked over to the security guard, flashed the bag, and then calmly stated, "I have low blood sugar. I need to eat." "Oh, got it. It turned out that after the principal had dinner with the town mayor last time, he'd already instructed the gatehouse staff, Sū Míng was a special outstanding student of the school, and they should show him respect. As long as he wasn't tearing down the school, there was no need to stop him. The fat guy stood there dumbfounded. So that's how it worked? But Sū Míng, standing at 6 feet tall, hardly looked like he was suffering from low blood sugar. So he decided to try copying others' behavior. "Uncle, I have low blood sugar. Can I get my stuff back?" The security guard immediately dropped his smile. "Low blood sugar? You look like you're about to pee sugar. Get back inside, or I'll report you to your homeroom teacher." No, I'm sorry. The chubby kid hurried away, then turned to whisper to Sū Míng, "Bro Ming, this security guard must have lost his mind today. Better not mess with him." Sū Míng nodded, unconcerned, and turned to enter the school. Just then, he heard the security guard call out to him. He turned to see the old man holding out a pack of cigarettes. Ming, want a smoke? Just collected these from a student." "Ah, no thanks, uncle. I'm good." Sū Míng waved him off and hurried away. Fatso looked utterly envious. "Brother Ming, when will I be able to treat the school like home like you do?" "Easy. The college entrance exams are coming up. Get good scores, and you'll be back in style next year." "Nah, forget it. I just can't get my head around schoolwork. Getting into a third-tier university would be good enough for me. If that doesn't work out, I'll just go to a vocational college." "Ming, why don't you come to the same school as me? Then we can deliver food to the internet cafes near campus together. $100 a day, and we'll be rolling in cash in no time." Fatso couldn't stand all the rules in high school and was already dreaming about the good life in college. Lately, teachers kept emphasizing how high school would be intense, but things would naturally loosen up in college. That's why he was so eager for university. Fatso, think bigger. How many people are gonna eat at a net cafe near campus? Have you ever thought about bringing the business inside the school itself? School? Oh. I get it, opening a net cafe inside the school would definitely draw huge crowds. Ming, you're a genius. Damn. That's a brilliant idea. Sū Míng was speechless. Looks like he'd have to guide him himself after all. Fatso, you're a real talent. Hee, my homeroom teacher says that all the time. Chinese class was currently in session. The subject teacher was a rather nitpicky old man. While other classes had already transitioned to self-study periods, he still frequently assigned essays. Moreover, every time Sū Míng studied other subjects during his class, the old man would launch into a lengthy lecture beside him. Sū Míng really didn't want to attend, so he simply headed to the principal's office to drink some tea. "Ah, Sū Míng, you're just in time. Section Chief Ma came this morning to apologize for the incident last time." "Section Chief Ma? Oh, you mean the guy from the Education Bureau? The one who publicly reprimanded you?" He apologized and then asked if you'd like to be retroactively awarded the honors you missed these past few years. "What? Make up the awards? That's not necessary. My high school years weren't terrible, but I don't think I met the criteria for awards. Whether you qualify or not is entirely up to them. How about this, outstanding student, municipal 3 good student, Haicheng good youth, which one would you like?" "Principal, really, it's not necessary." Sū Míng shook his head. "It's not like when I was a kid needing a certificate or two to prove something." "Understood. Sū Míng, you're just being modest. Well then, I won't disturb your studies. I'll just sit outside." Sure enough, once you become powerful, the whole world treats you gently. Back in school, he dreaded coming here. Those summoned to the principal's office were usually in deep trouble. Now it had become his personal study room. After enduring the first period, Sū Míng finally returned to the classroom. As soon as he approached his seat, he noticed Lin Weii had a bandage wrapped around her leg. Sū Míng glanced at it briefly before setting down the bag of food he was holding. He grabbed his exam papers and prepared to head upstairs. But as he bent down to search for the exam paper, he felt a hand reach out from behind and take his bag.
Oh, Genoa Tower? Sū Míng, I'll give you credit for your sincerity.
I'll let Wei Wei forgive you. Zhang Ye opened the bag, about to eat the contents inside, but Sū Míng snatched it back before she could.
Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing? What do you mean? Am I some kind of thief? What thief? You like Wei Wei and wanted to give her this tasty treat. I just helped you get it.
Zhang Ye, I'm begging you, it's not your fault you're ugly, but scaring people when you go out is your fault.
And you helped him get it? Did you want to eat it, or did she? So what if I want it? As her best friend, don't I have the right to eat it too? I've never seen a man so stingy.
Wei Wei, you're better off with Qin Jingxing, at least he knows how to be generous with girls. Zhang Ye started stirring the pot again, but her tactics didn't work on Sū Míng at all.
Hey, you guys, stop picking on Sū Míng. His family's practically bankrupt.
Just then, Qin Jingxing limped in from outside.
Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. They assumed Sū Míng had made a fortune from his educational donations, but now he was going bankrupt?
Sū Míng, I told you those kicks you gave me, I'll remember them. Today, I'll make sure you lose everything.
Chapter 98, has the Sū family really gone bankrupt? What? Sū Míng, feeling scared now? Yeah, I'm scared.
I'm going upstairs to pick up girls.
You do whatever you want.
Sū Míng chose to ignore him completely, grabbing the exam papers and heading upstairs. But as he dashed upstairs, he didn't notice someone running down the stairs. Before he knew it, he was tackled to the ground.
Xiao Dai, were you lying in wait for me?
Even though half of Dai Qingyi's body was pressing down on him, she was surprisingly soft, causing him no discomfort at all.
Oh, Sū Míng?
I'm so sorry, so sorry. Dai Qingyi scrambled to her feet and began frantically searching around.
Xiao Dai, what are you looking for? Looking. Found it. She quickly picked up the item.
Sū Míng looked closely. It was a big white rabbit milk candy.
Little dumbass, you really love sweets that much? Didn't you just lose a tooth last time? Aren't you scared? No, it's for you. Dai Qingyi held out the candy. Oh, did I just make you not want it? No, really not. My desk maid gave it to me today. She said it's from out of town and tastes amazing. I saved it for you. My teeth aren't good, so I really don't eat candy anymore.
She sounded so sincere, and Sū Míng believed her without question.
Alright then, give me the candy. I'll give you this instead. What's this? Genoa Lu pastries. My desk mate told me her family always dines here during the new year. It must be really expensive, right? Not expensive at all. How could it be? Eat up, it's fine.
Genoa Lu was indeed considered somewhat upscale in Haicheng, but in Sū Míng's eyes, the quality here barely matched his daily food allowance from his previous life.
Sū Míng, still trying to act like a big shot? Your family's practically bankrupt and you're still trying to keep up your rich kid image?
Qin Jingxing happened to pass by on the first floor and spotted Sū Míng on the stairs, so he called him out directly.
Sū Míng, is your family going bankrupt? Dai Qingyi asked curiously. It's nothing. Don't listen to his nonsense.
Sū Míng now understood just how thick-skinned Chen Muyan was. Judging by his description, he'd probably painted Sū Míng as being completely cornered.
Hey, I'm not making this up.
My dad just wrecked their factory this morning. They'll have to pay millions in breach of contract damages.
Father always says to leave a little room for others, but Qin Jingxing doesn't see it that way.
After being suppressed by Sū Míng for so long, he'd long since stopped holding back.
Sū Míng, is that true? It's fake. Ignore him. Let's go upstairs to eat. Sū Míng couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. Qin Jingxing wouldn't let it go. He caught up and said, Dai, the school beauty, if he runs out of money, he won't be able to buy you gifts anymore. You'll regret following him. Before Sū Míng could retort, Dai Qingyi turned around abruptly. I don't need him to buy me gifts. I'll give him gifts. Come on, Sū Míng, let's go eat. With that, Dai Qingyi took Sū Míng's hand and led him upstairs. Seeing Qin Jingxing's words fall on deaf ears, his sidekick looked puzzled. Strange, wasn't Dai Qingyi only with him for the money? No way. What could Sū Míng possibly have that makes her like him? I know something about him, but I bet no one would believe me. I'll expose him for sure. Qin Jingxing seethed inwardly. He was loaded, yet even pursuing Lin Weii proved difficult. How could Sū Míng, who fell short in every way compared to him, have Dai Qingyi by his side? Once they reached the rooftop, Sū Míng hastily opened the bag and offered her some pastries. Dai Qingyi looked down and saw a hole in his pant leg. For a moment, she felt a pang of discomfort. Sū Míng. What's wrong, dummy? After graduation, I'll work hard and earn money to buy you lots and lots of delicious treats. Alright, you said it. I'll remember. Sū Míng thought she was touched by his offer to bring her treats, so he casually accepted the favor. After school that afternoon, Fatty came running over, clearly thinking about sneaking into the internet cafe to play games again. Sū Míng refused, because the games of this era really weren't that fun. He'd wait until later to rewrite the rules of the gaming industry himself.
Then Sū Míng headed upstairs, intending to take Dai Qingyi out for a nice meal to treat her to something special.
No need, Sū Míng. You haven't even finished the eggs you bought last time. I eat nutritiously every day, no need to go out for a meal. Dai Qingyi already knew about Sū Míng's situation and naturally didn't want to burden him further.
Little Dumby, if you're lying to me, I'll knock your head open.
You'd better tell the truth.
I hesitated for a moment, then changed my tune. Actually, I'm here to study. The college entrance exams are coming up soon, so let's all buckle down and work hard.
Oh, you should have said so earlier. Studying is certainly understandable. I'll head home and buckle down too.
Sū Míng no longer suspected anything.
Dai Qingyi always prioritized her studies, so it made perfect sense for her to say that. After a brief farewell, he left.
Watching his retreating figure, Dai Qingyi silently resolved to do something for him. As Sū Míng reached the doorway, the fat guy reappeared.
Bro! Damn it, Fatso, you scared the hell out of me. See, Ming, you tricked me again. You said you were going on a date, but it turned out to be nothing. I'm off to the internet cafe. I'm not going. The college entrance exams are coming up. Focus on your studies, Fatso.
For now, academic credentials still matter. With the appliance factory issue resolved, Sū Míng felt it was time to focus more on his studies.
Ming, you just don't know how to enjoy life.
You can study anytime, but youth only comes once.
Don't worry, I've got it under control. I'll start serious cramming the last week before exams. This was probably everyone's fate. Sū Míng couldn't persuade him because studying really depended entirely on self-discipline. If he couldn't persuade him, then so be it. Sū Míng shook his head and walked away.
Shortly after Sū Míng departed, the two figures hiding beneath the tree emerged.
See? Wei, Chen Jingxing might be right.
I told you Sū Míng loves going online so much, yet he just refused that fatso in class.
Probably broke. No way. Didn't he just donate to all those underprivileged students at school the other day? That's just how the wheel turns. Who told him to be so flashy and rub Chen Jingxing the wrong way? My dad works at Dongzhi's factory, that's a Fortune 500 company. What does Sū Míng have to compete with them?
I heard they poached a bunch of Sū family factory employees recently. If you don't believe me, just look at Dai Qingyi. They were having lunch together this morning, but as soon as she got the news this afternoon, she didn't even walk home with him. She must have seen through him too. Sū Míng is so talented he'll bounce back eventually.
I think he's genuinely hardworking. Look how fast his English scores improved. He might just pull off a comeback in the college entrance exams. What good is hard work? If you had to choose between scoring 700 on the college entrance exam or 7 million yuan, which would you pick? Chen Jingxing told me their family is at least $1 million in debt now. Why would you jump into this fire pit?
I know, Wei, you feel bad because he's been chasing you for so many years, but a relationship isn't about saving each other.
It's about building a better life together.
Lin Weii listened to Zhang Yi's words, and her perspective seemed to shift gradually.
It seemed she couldn't stake everything on Sū Míng. Should she give Chen Jingxing another chance? Chapter 99, Paving the Way for Him.
Not long after Sū Míng returned home, Fangping called. He reported that the production line for the bubble tea was fully set up and could officially start operations tomorrow.
However, there were some issues. If they wanted to build their reputation over the summer break, they'd better get the production license quickly. Otherwise, launching the product might hit obstacles. Got it. Leave that to me. The tea supply is all set, right? Yes, it's settled.
But the transport team reported that villagers in Lin Weii village have hung banners accusing us of abandoning their tea farmers.
No problem, ignore them. I have no interest in helping people who'll stop at nothing for money.
Sū Míng recalled the scene when they went to collect tea leaves and the villagers of Lin Weii village surrounded them demanding fees at the village entrance.
He couldn't help but feel disgusted.
Alright, Mr. Sū, you decide the product name, packaging design, and advertising slogans. As you know, the brewery dissolved earlier, so many departments are still understaffed. You might have to step in for the advertising department after all, you're the expert here.
Sure thing. Leave it to me.
The product name will be Duck Dung Fragrance Drifting.
That unique?
Old Fong, as product developers, we must ensure our products convey a clear concept.
What do you mean? It's about creating buzz. Let me give you an example, Ant Power. Ever heard of it? No, I don't. It's a health supplement that's flying off the shelves. Why is it so popular? Its name plays a huge role.
In our traditional perception, ants are tiny creatures, yet the name directly links them to words like strength and divine.
If you saw this product in a pharmacy, wouldn't you want to know just how divine it is? That makes sense. It's a bit like Duck Dung Fragrance, actually an alias for our local Phoenix Dan Song tea. But using that name makes people wonder, how can Duck Dung smell good? That curiosity draws them in. Exactly. Of course, that's just one aspect. It's meant to draw in those unfamiliar with this tea. Another factor is regional identity. Regional identity? Exactly. Some things just evoke an instant sense of familiarity and warmth when you see their name.
Take Pearl River beer. People in the Guangfu area will usually buy it first when they drink.
Qingdao beer also leads in sales in Shandong. That's recognition.
While Haicheng's economy isn't as strong as it once was, there's a saying, wherever you go, you'll find people from Haicheng.
Seeing this name, people from Haicheng will instantly understand.
It's laying the groundwork for our future distribution.
Awesome. Boss, that's brilliant. Let's go with that name. Right.
So, building on this name, we can craft this catchy slogan, duck dung fragrance floating, quenches thirst and soothes the tummy.
The aroma of duck dung wafts through the air, quenching thirst and satisfying hunger? This phrase uses dialect again. Is it to spark customer interest?
That's part of it. Actually, a crucial function of advertising slogans is to define a product's positioning. So our straightforward tagline tells customers, buy this, and not only will it quench your thirst, it'll also fill your stomach. Sū Míng once contemplated entering the beverage market, but back then it was already quite chaotic, unlike today, where the landscape is simpler, with carbonated drinks dominating.
China's beverage landscape has been remarkably dynamic.
It began with the big 8 domestic soda manufacturers, then shifted to foreign cola brands dominating the market. Later, fruit juices gained popularity, followed by functional beverages. Then, a certain famous red can ignited the herbal tea craze. As for milk tea beverages, they've enjoyed enduring popularity since a certain instant milk tea powder launched the market in 2005.
The undisputed champion among them is that Baodao brand Sam's milk tea. So entering the bubble tea beverage market at this point is an absolute blue ocean. It's practically impossible not to succeed. Filling you up? Boss, isn't that borderline false advertising? False advertising? Old phone, you gotta learn to bend the rules.
Look at real estate agents. They'll call a property with a stinky ditch in front an unbeatable river view, or label a remote location a forest oxygen bar. Truth is, drinking too much of our milk tea does make you feel full, so saying it cures hunger pangs isn't wrong.
Sū Míng knew advertising inside out. He'd majored in it during his graduate studies at Duke University.
He still couldn't forget the beautiful campus there and, of course, the graduate student he dated back then.
Alright, boss, I'm thoroughly convinced. We'll do it your way. I'll get back to work now. Alright, I can have the packaging ready for you tonight. Sū Míng was supremely confident.
They could simply adopt the packaging from a certain Sam's brand. Their outer packaging design was quite thoughtful. The blue and yellow color scheme symbolized the milk tea's gentle taste, enhancing its approachability. After hanging up, he called Secretary Zhang. The mayor had previously instructed that any calls from Sū Míng regarding tea matters should be given the utmost priority. Therefore, Secretary Zhang took it upon himself to assure Sū Míng that the product license would be secured within the next day.
With all preparations complete, Sū Míng felt considerably more at ease.
The appliance factory wouldn't go under as long as he was willing to keep it running, but its market share wouldn't expand dramatically either.
More appliance companies would inevitably enter the market.
Therefore, Sū Míng needed to develop another local industry to hand over to his father to manage, essentially adding another layer of insurance. Frankly, his father's management skills were mediocre at best. That meant Sū Míng would have to do more groundwork, clearing obstacles ahead of time. As long as they had a few products that could firmly capture market share, the beverage factory would be virtually unbeatable. As for innovating new product lines, that could be introduced at the right moment. After completing all this, Sū Míng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He lay back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and gazed at the family photo on the table. He felt fortunate to have the ability to change all this. In the photo, his mother no longer looked like she was in her 70s despite being only 40, worn down by life's hardships. His father beamed with confidence and vigor, a far cry from the stern, unapproachable figure in the framed portrait hanging on the wall. Old Sū, your son has paved the way for you. You'd better step up to the plate. While becoming the wealthiest man in Guangdong might be a stretch, being the richest in Haicheng should be a reasonable goal. Just then, his mother emerged from the kitchen and asked, "Son, hasn't your father come home yet?" No sooner had she spoken than Sū Zhangfeng pushed open the door.
"Honey, I'm not eating. Find my suit, I'm going out for dinner." "Huh? So sudden? I've already started cooking. What can I do? It's a business dinner. This time it's with a big shot." Sū Zhangfeng was in such a hurry because he had to meet with the mayor. "Old Sū, you've just gotten out of the hospital. You really shouldn't go. Don't be so disrespectful. How dare you call me Old Sū?" Sū Zhangfeng gave Sū Míng a light slap before hurrying into the room to change into his suit. Before leaving, he glanced at his son painting inside. "Forget it. If the brat can't pull his weight, I'll just have to gather more resources for him myself." Chapter 100, Connections Make Things Easier. By evening, he finally finished the packaging design for the milk tea, just as Sū Zhangfeng returned home, though in a foul mood. "What's wrong? Did the meeting go badly?" Yang Fong noticed her husband's gloomy expression and hurried out to ask. "Don't even get me started. I don't know how much I drank. They flat out refused any gifts. Plus, they asked me a bunch of questions I barely understood. After that, their attitude just got colder and colder. Something's off. I hosted them at the best restaurant in town, for crying out loud.
Su Zhengfeng racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Before the meeting, the mayor had said he admired him, so why was there nothing to talk about once they met? Old Su, who did you meet? Do you have to take a test just to drink? What kind of questions did they ask? What regional coordination? Wait, the college entrance exams are almost here. What are you doing? Did you draw all night? This isn't a drawing, it's the packaging I designed. This product will take Haicheng by storm in the near future. Sū Míng held up the packaging design for duck dung fragrance milk tea. Su Zhengfeng glanced at it and scoffed dismissively. What nonsense! What could a kid like you possibly know? At your age, you should be focusing on your studies. Get back to your books. Your grades don't matter, you can just go work at the factory after graduation. Or your uncle's place is an option too. If that doesn't work out, we'll arrange a marriage for you. Where does that girl live? I'll have someone check your birth charts. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Fang's face turned cold. I think you're senile. How old is our son? You're already thinking about marrying him off? Any girl he could date at this age can't be any good. I'm firmly against it. Son, don't listen to your father. Go to your room and study. What? How am I senile? That good-for-nothing can't even grasp his studies. Just yesterday you said he only scored 150 on his third mock exam. What university can he get into with that? What's wrong with carrying on the family line early? Besides, I'm Su Zhengfeng, I'm not lacking in connections. I've got plenty of resources, all influential figures right here in Haicheng. Once that brat has a child, I'll pass my connections on to him so he can keep striving. Yeah, right. You're so capable, yet when you were drinking with those people today, they didn't give you the time of day. Put. What would a woman know? Long hair, short sight. The people I dined with are Haicheng's top brass. Do you think nobody like me can just barge in and give orders? Of course you need patience. Too bad I didn't save his secretary's number earlier. Su Zhengfeng was filled with regret. The mayor had sought him out likely because his factory had been performing well lately. That was clearly the best opportunity he'd ever had, yet he hadn't made the most of it. He feared there might never be another chance like it. Watching the two argue fiercely, Sū Míng grew tired of listening and turned to enter his room to study. Having studied late into the night yesterday, he didn't wake up until after 9 the next morning. But since the principal had granted him permission to attend school at any time, Sū Míng lingered in bed a little longer before finally getting up. When he stepped out of his room, however, he discovered his father had risen even earlier and was already putting on his shoes, preparing to leave. It turned out the appliance factory was preparing to produce a small fan, so he needed to queue early at the Quality and Technical Supervision Bureau to obtain the production license. Su Zhengfeng glanced back at his unmotivated son. Today was a school day, and he'd slept in this late. Clearly, his mind wasn't on his studies at all. He couldn't help but sigh before heading out. Mom, what's wrong with Dad? He's sighing again. Don't mind him. Sighing means bad luck for 1,000 years. He's hopeless like that whenever something happens, he just sighs and complains. These past 2 years, it's only because Uncle Jiang is so capable that the factory hasn't collapsed yet. Last night's argument had left a rift between the parents. Something happened? What? Can I help? Oh, it's nothing. Just go to school after breakfast. You can't help with this. Yongfang already knew last night. The reason the town mayor and city mayor came that day wasn't because of their son at all. It was because the factory's recent operations have been going well, and the higher-ups are optimistic about it. So naturally, Yongfang felt that this kind of situation requiring connections was something Sū Míng, just a student, couldn't handle. Fine. Anyway, I'm grown up now. If anything happens at home, just tell me. I've got connections and money now. Dad, don't worry. If the factory can run it. If not, I've got work for him. Sū Míng said earnestly while eating his breakfast. Yongfang, of course, dismissed it as a joke. Son, don't take after your father. He's always bragging like that, never down to earth at all. Mom, I'm serious. Alright. Good boy. Finish up and head to school. Here's $10 for pocket money. Don't eat junk food and stay away from the internet, it's too dangerous. Mom, I'm 19. 19? Oh, I see. You have more expenses now than before, right? Alright, here's another $5. Make sure you eat a proper lunch, order whatever you want. No matter how tight things get at home, you'll never go hungry. And don't worry about the factory, let your dad and Uncle Jiang handle the hard work. Yongfang pulled another 5 yuan from her pocket. No, Mom, I'm 19 now. You don't need to give me money anymore. I can earn my own. You can earn money? How much could you possibly make? Hauling things around for others might bring in a few dozen yuan a day, but it's not worth it. That kind of work is rough on your body. I don't know, never calculated it. Probably a few 100,000, right? Sū Míng planned to check the brewery's financial statements today. With the World Cup halfway through, he was curious how much beer had actually sold after all that marketing. Ha, look at you, following in your father's footsteps. If you could really make hundreds of thousands, then Mom could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. Yongfang finished with a laugh when suddenly the phone beside her rang. It was Su Zhengfeng calling. He was standing in the service hall looking troubled.
Hey, honey, don't bother cooking lunch for me today. You have another business dinner?
No, the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau is out. No one's available to stamp the documents. I'll probably be stuck waiting in line until this afternoon.
Sigh. It really helps to have connections in high places.
There was such a good opportunity, but I just couldn't seize it.
Alright.
Yongfang hung up the phone, feeling a bit down herself.
Mom, what's wrong? Something else? Nothing. Eat up. I'm going to air out the quilts.
Sū Míng finally finished eating and prepared to head to the brewery. Before leaving, he made a point to call Secretary Zhang again.
Hey, sis, good morning. You little rascal, always calling me sister. I'm not used to it. Can't you just call me Secretary Zhang? Calling you sis is more friendly. I think you're really approachable. Cut it out. The mayor said not to trust a single word coming out of your mouth. I'm busy. What is it? Oh, about the production license? Don't worry. I notified the Quality Supervision Bureau the moment I got here. They know supporting farmers is crucial, so the director personally delivered the license to you. Holy crap. My sister is the bomb. Enough with the banter. I'm hanging up.
After hanging up, Sū Míng felt thoroughly satisfied. It seemed that once you tapped into the right connections, no problem was insurmountable.
Chapter 101, Stirring Up the Storm, Leading the Beverage Industry Revolution.
Arriving at the factory, he spotted Fang Ping seeing off a departing vehicle.
Sū Míng couldn't help but inquire as he approached.
Wow, boss, your connections are seriously solid. The Quality Supervision Bureau personally delivered the license. No other company gets that kind of treatment. Heh, Secretary Zhang really knows how to get things done.
By the way, boss, have you finalized the packaging design? It's done. Take a look.
Sū Míng pulled out the sketches he'd drawn the night before.
Fang Ping glanced at them and immediately had a question. Boss, this main yellow with blue accents color scheme looks pretty nice, kind of like the soft lighting at home. But why did you design the bottle like this?
Why not stick with standard market sizes?
This one looks like it's spinning.
Oh, this design enhances its aesthetics.
Most bottles on the market are 500 milliliters cylinders. Too many of them look uninspired.
Plus, this shape increases friction.
Friction? Old phone, let me ask you, what kind of people crave sweets?
Kids, or recent graduates, and among them, girls probably make up the majority.
Exactly. Our primary target audience is female students. First, the color scheme and bottle shape are designed to enhance visual appeal and attract their purchases.
Second, girls have smaller hands. Holding traditional cylindrical bottles can be risky. They might slip if not held carefully.
This unique shape increases friction, allowing them to grip the bottle firmly. Genius. No, boss, you're a genius. You even thoughtfully design such small details.
Of course.
When we design products, we strive to make things convenient for customers.
Only by consistently putting them first can we achieve both strong word of mouth and sales. Sū Míng had worked as a product manager for a while, so he understood this point all too well.
Never overlook small details, sometimes they truly determine success or failure.
Take Dongpeng, a functional beverage that launched a few years later and quickly dominated the market. Industry analysis later revealed why it surged despite a foreign brand being the established leader in China's functional beverage sector. The most common conclusion reached at the time was that it was cheaper. Indeed, with average household incomes still relatively low, a low-price strategy proved to be a timeless and effective weapon. However, after meticulously studying Dongpeng's rise and conducting field research, Sū Míng realized the secret to its rapid success wasn't just low price, it was a tiny detail, the bottle cap. The product manager had first analyzed their target market, identifying long-haul truck drivers as the core consumer group with essential needs. Nearly all long-haul truck drivers smoke, making an ashtray an indispensable tool during their journeys.
Dongpeng's bottle cap design perfectly addressed this need. This small design detail was the secret to Dongpeng's great success.
Of course, Sū Míng couldn't share this insight with Fang Ping at the time, as the product wouldn't hit the market for several years.
Admittedly, the functional beverage market was still largely untapped domestically at the time.
Due to the country's modest economic development, the number of long-haul truck drivers was relatively small. But after joining the WTO late last year, the domestic economy began to rise rapidly.
With the increase in foreign trade, more and more truck drivers would emerge, and these truck drivers would be a group of golden goose. Boss, I always learn something new working under you.
Alright, old phone, cut the flattery. By the way, where's the ledger? I want to check the previous beer sales data.
Boss, I was just about to tell you. You'll be pleasantly surprised when you see it. Hearing this, Sū Míng felt a surge of anticipation.
Soon, the two arrived at the finance office and Sū Míng flipped through the ledger.
Well, boss, we've made a solid 280,000 yuan in profit.
Fang Ping practically beamed with pride, as his previous accounts had never shown such impressive figures.
Not bad. Keep up the good work. Ha? Boss? Not bad?
You've only been running this factory for a little over half a month and we've made nearly 300,000 yuan.
Isn't that enough? Fong Ping couldn't comprehend it.
At his age, making 200 a day would be cause for celebration.
How could he look so unimpressed with 20,000? Not enough. What a shame. Haiching's spending power just can't compare to a real metropolis. Otherwise, these numbers could have doubled. 20,000 a day? Sū Míng didn't think it was anything special.
In fact, he felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he was scheduled to meet with that tech tycoon in Guangzhou in a few days to discuss acquiring a portal website. This amount of money was indeed a bit precarious. Boss, I can't shake the feeling you're not a 19-year-old student. When I was 19, I was still sneaking around with neighbors digging up other people's sweet potatoes.
Old Fong, you're calling me old. Oh, no.
I just meant you have such forward-thinking vision and mature approach to business I can't even begin to keep up.
Out of my league? Then keep pushing forward.
Get that product into production these next few days. I need the funds to tackle bigger ventures.
Alright, I'll get right on it. Fong Ping nodded and immediately began directing each department to resume work according to the original plan.
A clear-headed decision-maker keeps a company ahead in the competitive market.
With Sū Míng's oversight, China's first milk tea beverage officially launched 2 days later.
Paired with its ingeniously creative advertising, Duck Dung fragrance milk tea became an instant hit upon release. A week passed swiftly. Leveraging the distribution channels established during the beer sales phase, the milk tea quietly entered major supermarkets, officially beginning to shake up the domestic beverage market.
June 27th.
With the college entrance exams fast approaching, Sū Míng refrained from distractions in recent days, reporting to school punctually each morning. However, the moment he arrived at school today, he was met with Chen Jingxing's mockery.
Sū Míng, you still have the nerve to sit there solving problems? You really aren't afraid of losing, are you? What's the point?
Sū Míng couldn't figure out why this guy was pestering him again.
He'd finally left him alone for a while. Was he really just incompatible with this guy? See? I knew he'd play dead. Didn't you say Yao Ming would be this year's NBA draft pick? I said no. The loser has to treat everyone to dinner at Jinhua Lu. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Wei, see? If I hadn't brought it up, he'd still be playing dumb.
I told you his family really went bankrupt.
He can barely afford a meal. Sū Míng, if you're scared of losing, just kowtow to me twice. Once the draft results are out, win or lose, I'll treat everyone to dinner.
After Chen Jingxing finished speaking, Lin Weii was also eagerly anticipating how Sū Míng would react.
Oh, fine. We'll see about that. Good. Sū Míng, you've got guts.
Just don't come begging me for money later. Chen Jingxing knew his provocation had worked, and he felt a surge of satisfaction.
Chapter 102, NBA Draft Results Announced. Alright, everyone.
Seeing how sluggish you all look, I'll lead us through some stretching exercises for this first class. With the college entrance exams approaching, the school suddenly showed more concern. Mr. Zhang, the PE teacher who'd been sick for ages, finally showed up and led everyone in loosening up their joints.
Come on, you guys in the back, stop dozing off. A little exercise will perk you up. Alright, I'll quiz you on a few things. Whoever answers first gets lunch on me today.
Consider it a farewell to our 3 years together. Mr. Zhang had always been quite humorous in class. He'd taught them since freshman year, but unfortunately, starting in sophomore year, his frequent absences due to academic demands became inevitable. Now that he's back, rescuing them from the sea of homework, they were naturally eager to join in the exercises.
Alright, my first question is, what is Newton's first law?
A girl in the front row was closest, so she answered first. Alright, student, congratulations, you've won the chance to have lunch with me. Mr. Zhang finished speaking, and the class burst into laughter.
Alright, moving on. Hey, no slacking off. Keep answering while you sway your hips and loosen your waist.
Ready for the second question, poet immortal Li Bai, poet sage Du Fu, but who is the poet emperor? These poets' works aren't obscure, but their titles?
Few truly know them.
So when this question came up, the students all fell silent in thought.
Four Eyes, who's the answer? Hurry up and find it, I need to show off in front of Wei Wei.
His sidekick, Little Four Eyes, was rapidly flipping through his extracurricular knowledge booklet.
Looking. Strange. The poetic Buddha Wang Wei, the poetic Bon Chen Xiong, the poetic god Meng Haoren. Damn it.
Where's this poetic emperor?
Ah. Found it, Chen Xiao. It's Wang Changling.
Chen Jingxing thought his chance had come, only to find someone had beaten him to it, and that someone was none other than Sū Míng.
Wang Changling was a poet Sū Míng particularly admired.
He had even commissioned a calligrapher to inscribe the line, "Through 100 battles in the yellow sand, my armor is worn through, I will not return until Lulan is conquered," to hang in his study.
So he knew quite a bit about Wang Changling. Yep. Wang Changling. This guy's sharp, even knows such an obscure nickname.
I also know he has another nickname, Master of 7 Character Absolute Verses.
Ah, yes, good. You've grasped the concept. This student, you deserve extra credit today, a special reward from the teacher. The others murmured with envy. Chen Jingxing muttered under his breath, however, as he noticed the admiring look in Lin Weiwei's eyes, which set his jealousy ablaze once more. Alright, looks like I need to give you guys a tougher challenge. There are plenty of boys in this class, some of you play basketball, right? Then you should all know about the NBA, the world's top basketball league. This next question is an essay-style one, feel free to share your thoughts. Who do you think will be this year's top draft pick? As long as you can back up your reasoning, you'll pass. Mr. Zhang, being a basketball enthusiast himself, kept a close eye on the draft situation. His topic certainly caught the attention of many boys. Though the back row crowd weren't exactly studious types, when it came to basketball, they had plenty to say. In an instant, a cacophony of answers erupted. Alright, any other suggestions? So far, your opinions seem fairly consistent. The names mentioned earlier are indeed the likely candidates for the top pick. No, that's still too many options. Let me eliminate two. These two are too obscure. Alright, just these three. You guys place your bets. Whoever gets it right, lunch is on me. The girls can join in too, just make your guesses. With fixed options, even the girls who didn't know basketball were happy to join in. Soon, Teacher Zhang began tallying the votes. After the first round of counting, Boozer had the most votes. Alright, has everyone cast their votes? The draft results will be announced in 5 minutes. Everyone looked around, clearly no one was left out. But then, a voice spoke up. Teacher, what about Yao Ming? What? Yao Ming? He's the first Chinese player ever in the draft, shouldn't we support him? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw that it was Chen Jingxing who had spoken. It turned out Chen Jingxing had noticed Sū Míng's prolonged silence and intended to throw his answer out there to embarrass him. Classmate, the gap in strength is the gap in strength. It can't be bridged by sheer will alone. Yao Ming is formidable here, but the domestic league really doesn't hold much weight compared to foreign leagues. So, there's no need to pick him. Teacher Zhan was just being honest. Back then, it was widely believed that Asians were physically inferior to the other two races. Oh, really? A friend of mine made a foolish bet, insisting Yao Ming would win this year's championship and even offering money on it. Teacher, would you say my friend is being a bit foolish? Well, his judgment was definitely lacking. That bet was just way too far-fetched. Did you hear that? Sū Míng, they're calling you intellectually deficient, aren't you going to refute that? Chen Jingxing called out Sū Míng's name right there in front of everyone. Oh? So it was you? Sue, there's no need to bet with this classmate. I'm telling you outright it's impossible. Oh, that explains the missing vote. You didn't cast one. Come on, join in this question too. I can't vote. Even if you made me vote 10,000 times, it'd still be Yao Ming. This year's top draft pick, only he's worthy. Put. How can our people's quality compare to foreigners? They grow up eating meat, eggs, and dairy, while we're fed rice bran. We lack scientific training, and most importantly, our genes are just inferior. Look, we still haven't produced a single world-class athlete. Ha? Lu Xian? You don't know him? Never heard of him. Hey, buddy, that's impressive. He's the college student who won gold at last year's Universiade. You actually know him? He's competing in the IAAF Grand Prix in July too. I'm rooting for him. Only then did Sū Míng realize Lu Xiang would need several more years to break that groundbreaking record. But no worries, today's draft results would be more than enough to shut up xenophiles like Chen Jingxing. Classmate, you seem to know quite a few athletes. You must have your own reasoning. Care to share why Yao Ming is your top pick? He's not just my pick, he is the top pick. Simple as that. Sū Míng had no idea what reasoning to give, he didn't even watch basketball. Ha! Teacher, see? He can't answer. What a fool. Don't mind him, teacher. Well, since Sue has such strong opinions, let's add Yao Ming's name to the list. 1 vote for Yao Ming. I'll check the computer in the office, the news should be online by now. Teacher Zhang then stepped out. As he left, Chen Jingxing had already popped open the champagne. Sū Míng, stop trying to be so unconventional. You don't know anything about basketball. Yao Ming is the top pick? Only a basketball illiterate like you would choose that. Just be a good boy and collect money to treat the whole class to a meal. This time, you'll see I'll completely bankrupt your family. Soon, Teacher Zhang returned. He immediately grabbed a piece of chalk and walked over to the names on the blackboard. Well. Teacher, is it Boozer? Teacher, is it Stoudemire? Honestly, anyone but Yao Ming. If that's the answer, I'd call him Dad. Then, Teacher Zhang drew a line through Yao Ming's name. This year's number 1 draft pick, Yao Ming. Chapter 103, I treat, he pays. What? Teacher Zhang, you're not mistaken? It's really Yao Ming? Yes, the sports website just posted the results. A Chinese player has been selected as the NBA's top pick for the first time. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. All eyes turned to the ballot on the blackboard. Only Yao Ming's column had the fewest votes, just 1. Yet that single vote was the only correct choice in the entire room.
Sū Míng was the sole winner of this prediction game. Now, not only Chen Jingxing, but even the other boys who had just mocked Sū Míng for not understanding basketball were turning a bit red in the face. No, Mr. Zhang, you must have made a mistake. How could a Chinese player possibly be the top pick in a foreign league? Look, his physical abilities don't even compare. Sure, his stats are impressive, but that's in China. The teams there are nothing but a bunch of second-rate players. Yao Ming often plays against domestic teams. How good could he really be? Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. Teacher Zhang said with a hint of displeasure. Fine, I'll look it up. Just don't confiscate my phone, teacher. Chen Jingxing, eager to prove his point, pulled out his phone, once again drawing envious glances from the crowd. See? Sū Míng, never seen one like this, have you? An Ericsson T39MC, a phone that can access the internet. You'll never get to experience something like this in your lifetime. He began searching for related news with a smug look. A group of boys gathered around, mostly to see his phone. After all, in their eyes, phones were luxury items, and a phone that could access the internet was truly unheard of. Sū Míng didn't respond. After all, what they considered novel in this era was nothing new to him. Mobile internet access had actually been possible since 1999. By now, the technology had matured over several years. Of course, it was still quite cumbersome at this stage, like having to manually enter the mobile DreamNet address to connect, enduring an excruciatingly long access process, and facing the steep cost of 20 yuan for a mere 50 megabytes of data. It was truly unaffordable for most. While waiting for the network activation, the little sidekicks around me started discussing this phone. Chen Xiao, this phone must be expensive, right? Chen Xiao, can this phone really connect to the internet? Then we won't need to go to internet cafes anymore, right? Mr. Chen, does your phone have ringtones? There's this new song called Absolute Devotion, you should listen to it, it's really good. Alright, stop crowding around. It's not expensive, just 2,000 yuan. Going online is simple, you just pay for data. 50 megabytes costs about 200 yuan. Chen Jingxing knew his classmates didn't understand, so he exaggerated the price. Whoa! Chen, 2,000 isn't expensive? You're so loaded. Forget 2,000, that 200 for internet alone could cover my family's phone bill for a whole year. Hearing the compliments around him, Chen Jingxing couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, Lin Weii was seated behind him on the left, so he couldn't see the look of admiration on her face. Hey, don't crowd so close, you'll break my Bluetooth. Bluetooth? What's that, young Master Chen? You guys are so out of touch if you don't know Bluetooth. Bluetooth, you know, it's a data transfer technology. Once activated, you can receive files from other Bluetooth-enabled phones. This is the world's first phone with this feature. My dad bought it to motivate me for the college entrance exams. I told you not to get so close, the Bluetooth is active now. These are invisible wavelengths. If you break it, you're paying for the damage. Chen Jingxing's voice grew louder, determined to let every girl in the class know his family's wealth. Hearing how advanced this thing was, the boys nearby quickly backed away, terrified they might accidentally break something and end up saddled with a huge debt. The webpage finally loaded. Clicking on the news section, the top headline read, "Just in. NBA draft results announced." Chen Jingxing clicked on it decisively. Alright, the page is up. I don't buy Yao Ming being the top pick, teacher. You must have misread it. After a moment of loading, the webpage displayed Yao Ming's official portrait holding a basketball in one hand. Below it, the headline read, "First. A Chinese national selected as the number 1 pick." Chen Jingxing's eyes widened instantly, overcome with shock. How could this be? Seeing him finally calm down, Teacher Zhang knew he must have seen the result. Smiling, she asked, "Well, Chen? Is the result wrong? I didn't bet on him. Damn it, they must have paid someone off." Teacher Zhang ignored him, turning instead to look at Sū Míng with admiration. "Sū Míng, how did you predict Yao Ming would be the top pick? You must have deep insights into sports. Why don't you share your thoughts with everyone?" All eyes turned to Sū Míng, awaiting his answer. Intuition. Intuition. Yes. Sū Míng stopped speaking because he truly had nothing more to say. Teacher Zhang, however, felt this explanation was far too simplistic. He concluded Sū Míng was merely concealing his true abilities. Fine, if Sū Míng didn't wish to elaborate, so be it. Such a person truly possessed foresight, unlike others who spouted endless words with little substance. Hearing Teacher Zhang's words, Lin Weii also realized one shouldn't be too short-sighted. Sū Míng had such foresight today, he alone had selected the correct answer that no one else had chosen. That proved he was truly exceptional. As long as he maintained his confidence, he would turn things around sooner or later. Alright, that's enough relaxation. Let's get back to studying. After class, those of you who answered questions correctly earlier come to the cafeteria, I'll treat you to a meal. Teacher, I'll pass. I'll give my spot to someone else, I have plans to eat elsewhere. Oh, that's fine. Who's it for? Doesn't matter, just not Chen Jingxing. Put. Like I care. It's just a meal, not like I can't afford it. Chen Jingxing said with disdain. Alright, I have an announcement.
After spending 3 years together, I'm really happy. So I've decided to treat everyone to a meal after graduation. We'll go to Jinhualu, eat your fill, okay? Yes. The group cheered. Alright, when the time comes, don't hold back. Just remember it's on me. Young Master Chen's treating. Let's all have a good time. Chen Jingxing was speechless. So they were using his money to curry favor. Well, what can you do? He lost the bet. Fine, I'll pay. I can afford it. Unlike your family, who can't even afford a meal at a fancy restaurant.
Today, I'll show some mercy and pity you.
Come on, everyone, come then. I'll foot the bill.
Chen Jingxing wasn't intimidated by his words. After all, his family had money. A small bet like this was nothing to him.
But the Sū family's current situation?
One loss could be enough to send them spiraling into ruin. He'd find his chance eventually.
So? Think this will provoke me? Sorry, you're overthinking it. Look at yourself, I've got money. I can step on you whenever I want. Well said. Someone just mentioned that if Yao Ming were the top pick, what would he do?
The moment Sū Míng posed the question, Chen Jingxing fell silent.
No big deal. Some people just have foul mouths, their words are like farts. Let's just treat him like one and move on. No way. Say it. Come on, shout out what's on your mind. Daddy. Alright. Chapter 104, Bookkeeping. It was almost lunchtime.
Instead of going upstairs to call Dai Qingyi for lunch as usual, Sū Míng came to the door to wait for Fangping to bring over the business registration change documents for signing.
Before long, Fangping finally arrived. Boss, here are the documents. Just sign them.
Old Fang, Shueishuang Foods is your life's work.
Earlier, I asked you to rename it to Yiming Foods. Now, signing this name means I'm officially the factory owner. Won't that make you uncomfortable? Not at all.
It was my own mismanagement.
Besides, I actually thought the name Zhou Xuan was too tacky.
Changing it is fine, otherwise, it wouldn't help the product reach a broader market. I'm already incredibly grateful that you, Boss Sū, didn't look down on me and brought me into this business.
Alright, Lao Fang. Work hard with me from now on.
Sū Míng swept his hand across the document and signed his name, marking the official start of his first business venture.
Hey, boss, aren't you going to look at this contract? No need.
Trust those you hire, and don't hire those you doubt.
I trust you. Boss, I won't let you down. Fangping felt genuinely touched.
This sense of being trusted felt truly wonderful.
Of course, Sū Míng's fearlessness stemmed from his formidable network in Haicheng, now unrecognizable from his past.
Should anyone try to pull a fast one on him, he possessed the means to make them regret it. So, when those in power trust their subordinates, it's not so much about trust as it is about absolute confidence in their own strength.
Never mind all that. By the way, did you bring the items I asked you to carry? Got it.
Fangping retrieved a bottle of duck poop milk tea from the car. But this one was different. Its label featured not just tea leaves and milk, but an adorable cartoon character.
And the name was wrong too, reading Little Dumb Tea. Boss, you're too good at this.
You personally adjusted the proportions for that girl, and you even used the highest grade milk.
Enough chatter, old Fang. Head back. I'm eating now, no need for you to stay. Alright, my bad. I'll be off then, boss. Fangping was green with envy over Sū Míng.
At such a young age, he already owned his own business. If only Fang had grasped the truth that money is a man's courage back then, he wouldn't have let his first love be snatched away by the village's wealthy newcomer.
Enough of this. Too much complaining will break your gut. Better stick to working for Sū Míng. Following him means boundless prospects.
Just wait and see who dares steal from me then. Just as he was about to leave, something occurred to Fangping.
Oh right, Boss Sū, that Mr. Li you mentioned, is he arriving tomorrow morning? Yes, his flight arrives around 7:30. He'll be here by noon.
Take him to try our local beef hot pot.
Sū Míng nodded.
He'd already agreed with the founder of that portal site to proceed with the acquisition, but the other party had unexpectedly hit some snags recently and couldn't make it.
The matter had been put on hold until today. Got it, boss. Leave it to me. Fangping received the instructions and hurried off.
Sū Míng took his drink upstairs and found Dai Qingyi working alone on her problems. He quietly slid the drink toward her.
Hey, Sū Míng, have you eaten yet?
Only a fool would skip meals at this hour.
Do you really enjoy solving math problems that much? I do. Sū Míng, don't you find it exhilarating when you finally crack a tough problem? What? Joy? Solving anything is more joyful than solving problems.
Sū Míng truly admired her. While others studied out of necessity to escape hardship, she genuinely loved learning.
So what could possibly be more joyful than solving problems? Sū Míng looked down and felt instantly satisfied.
It was clear her nutrition had improved lately.
I'll tell you later. Okay, but you have to tell me. Here, have a sip of this little dazed tea. The more you drink, the more little dazed you'll get.
Sū Míng pushed the tea toward her again.
No way. The more I drink, the dumber I get. Then you'll just say I'm dumb again.
She shook her head and buried herself back in her problems.
Ha! I didn't expect her to say that.
This has plenty of high-quality pure milk in it, it's good for you. To get her to drink it, Sū Míng had to come up with another excuse.
Little dumbie, drink this.
It won't make you dumb, it'll actually make you less dumb.
Liar. Look, it's right on the packaging, little dumb. Tea. No, little dumbie, have you ever heard of the saying, fight poison with poison? Similarly, fight dumbness with dumbness. Drink more. The more you drink, the smarter your brain will become. Sū Míng, I think you're lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? Think about it.
She lowered her head and pondered for a moment, as if nothing came to mind.
See? If I lied to you, I wouldn't lie to anyone else. Ha? No, I spoke too quickly. I wouldn't deceive anyone, least of all you.
Sū Míng quickly corrected his slip of the tongue.
No, lying to others isn't good either.
If you really want to lie, I'll let you.
This little goofball, always so kind.
Sū Míng couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Just then, she suddenly pulled a hair tie from her pocket and slipped it onto Sū Ming's wrist.
Ha? Little dopey, what got into you? Wake up?
Oh. My deskmate said that if you touch my head again next time, I should do this.
She said doing this would make you happy. Are you happy?
Sū Míng felt a pang of emotion. His deskmate was such a good person, he'd have to treat her to a meal next time.
Happy. Here, let me tie your hair. Stay still, okay? Okay, I won't move. The classroom was empty now.
Sū Míng ran her fingers through the girl's silky black hair, its fragrance wafting through the air. The ends of the girl's hair fell downward, hinting at the mysterious and beautiful depths beneath. An 18-year-old girl, already developed like a perfect peach, tempting one to pluck and savor. Sū Míng found himself unconsciously drawn into that sight. Just then, her soft voice asked, "Sū Míng, I want a drink."
Shout it.
Oh, of course.
I brought it for you. Go ahead and drink.
Sū Míng snapped back to reality and began gently arranging her hair once more. Dai Qingyi took only a small sip, and the milky fragrance instantly soothed her soul.
Is it good? Yes. It's delicious. I love it. Alright, then I'll bring it for you every day from now on. No, it's not good. I don't like it.
Dai Qingyi, afraid of wasting her money, refused again.
Oh, I went out of my way to bring you something, and you actually think it's not good? No, it's delicious. I love it. If you like it, I'll bring it every day from now on. Hey, Sū Míng, don't be like this. I don't want to be a burden. Plain water is fine for me.
Dai Qingyi still believed Qin Jingxing's words from that day that Sū Ming's family had gone bankrupt, so she felt deeply for him.
Silly girl, what burden is this? Alright then, let's keep track of the expenses.
Sū Míng suddenly realized that the current debt amount might actually be manageable. He needed to push harder to make that debt grow even bigger.
Alright, let's keep track of it.
Dai Qingyi wrote down the number 25, thinking to herself that at one bottle a day, it wouldn't amount to much by graduation. Little did she know she was slowly falling into a trap someone had carefully laid.
Chapter 105, No More Chicken Legs.
It was clear she genuinely loved this milk tea. Before they even sat down to eat, she finished it while chatting. After she finished, Sū Míng reached out to toss the bottle for her, only to find her quickly tucking it into the cabinet.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, I just think the bottle is pretty.
I want to keep it.
Sū Míng didn't think much of it after all, he'd specially designed the bottle himself, so it made sense that Dai Qingyi would like it. After that, Sū Míng took her to the cafeteria and ordered her a big chicken drumstick first. With the college entrance exams approaching, she needed all the meat, eggs, and dairy she could get. Just as she was about to refuse, Sū Míng preempted her, "If you say no, I'll just order 3 more meat dishes for you later."
Then, I'd like some carrots.
Sure, Auntie, 1 carrot and pork dish, please. Just as the auntie was about to scoop the ingredients, Dai Qingyi piped up first, "Auntie, less meat, please. You can replace it all with carrots." The cafeteria auntie heard this and thought, carrots cost next to nothing.
As long as they don't ask for extra meat, it's fine.
So she stopped shaking and scooped up a heaping spoonful of carrots. Sū Míng looked a bit disgusted. The school cafeteria's version of this dish was always barely edible. The stir-frying technique was lacking, so the carrots were mostly still raw. But as long as Dai Qingyi liked it, that was all that mattered.
Her satisfaction was more important than anything else.
After packing both their meals, Sū Míng was about to swipe his card when the lady waved him off.
No need. No charge? Someone told me not to take your money.
Well, that's just great. Sū Míng immediately realized it was probably the principal's doing again. It must be said, the principal was quite skilled in the art of social grace.
Alright, please thank that person for me.
The aunt glanced at Dai Qingyi, who immediately pulled Sū Míng away. Here, Sū Míng, try this.
It's delicious.
No sooner had they sat down than Dai Qingyi started scooping carrot cubes from her bowl into his. Hey, dumpling, if you don't want to eat it, you shouldn't have ordered it in the first place.
Why are you dumping it into my bowl? Picky eating isn't good.
Sū Míng tapped her head with a chopstick.
Ouch. She clutched her head, looking at Sū Míng with a hint of hurt. I ordered it for you. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. You're such a kid. I'm old enough to order what I want, and besides, these carrots are really gross. I know. You know that and you still ordered them? Little dumbass, you're doing this on purpose. Because I looked it up, carrots help with night blindness. You said you didn't like fish before, so I bought sea bass. But sea bass is so expensive. So I thought I'd get you something else. If you won't eat it, I'll just stick with fish, but maybe not sea bass. I'll get a cheaper kind. Who told you to spend money on me?
Sū Míng realized he'd misunderstood her. He gently stroked her head with a touch of tenderness.
Does it hurt? Yeah, it hurts. All right. I'm sorry.
You silly thing, you don't need to take care of me. Someone as clumsy as you should focus on taking care of yourself first.
I'm nice to you, and you hit me. I hate you.
She buried her face in the table, sniffles escaping her. Sū Míng felt momentarily at a loss. He rarely saw her cry and didn't know how to comfort her. Glancing down, he spotted the diced carrots in his bowl and began shoveling them in.
Silly girl, stop crying. I'm eating now, see? Look.
After a few bites, Sū Míng heard giggles from across the table. He lifted her chin to look. She was trying her hardest to hold back a smile.
Oh, Xiao Dai, trying to trick me with tears? You're clearly laughing. Ha ha. No, I'm crying. Wah. You little rascal, learning to trick people now?
Wait till I teach you a lesson, or you'll get into trouble. Sū Míng pinned her left leg with his own, then reached under the table to tickle her.
Aha. Wrong. Sū Míng, I won't dare anymore, I won't lie to you. She twisted left and right, unable to stop laughing.
Sū Ming's playful mood was in full swing. Seeing her beg for mercy, he didn't stop but instead intensified his teasing. Her waist was incredibly supple.
Greedily, Sū Míng continued touching her under the guise of playfulness.
Soon, however, he noticed a certain spot felt different. Honestly, it was softer than cotton. The harder he pressed, the more it bounced back.
Little dummy, your waist.
Sū Míng looked up, about to speak, only to find Dai Qingyi's face flushed so deeply it seemed it could bleed.
Little dumbass, what's wrong?
Dai Qingyi said nothing, simply placing the chicken drumstick into Sū Ming's bowl.
Ha? You're not eating the chicken leg? Sū Míng, I'm not eating anymore. Can you stop grabbing me? Dai Qingyi shook her head.
How could she have known that eating a chicken leg would mean being grabbed like this by Sū Míng?
Grab?
Sū Míng frowned in confusion, but quickly realized what she meant.
Had he just? Damn it! I got too careless. He hadn't even savored it properly before it was gone.
Sū Míng quickly put the drumstick back on his fork and reached for his own drumstick as an apology.
Here, little dumb, eat. Ha? No thanks. I'm not eating anymore. I'll never dare to eat again.
She backed away, crossed her arms, and looked at Sū Míng fearfully.
If this was how one drumstick was treated, wouldn't two drumsticks be subjected to outright bullying? Sū Míng was speechless. Did he really seem like some kind of pervert?
He had been a model student back in elementary school, after all.
I won't touch you anymore, okay? Eat more. You let go of me first. I did let go. Sū Míng released his arms, looking innocent. Your leg, stop pinching it. Oh, sorry. Got too excited and forgot.
Sū Míng quickly released his legs. Dai Qingyi sat back down, lowered her head, and continued eating without saying another word. Sū Míng felt awkward and quickly tried to find something to talk about, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with anything.
Sū Míng, are you excited? Ha?
Sū Míng looked at Dai Qingyi, feeling that today's little dumb was somehow unfamiliar. But then again, he was old enough, no need to be overly coy.
A little. It feels good. Then let me try it too. Ha? Didn't you say you were excited? I want to see just how excited you are. You silly little thing, you're getting into mischief now, but I like it. Come on.
Sū Míng rubbed his hands together excitedly, only to find one of his legs trapped between hers.
Ha? Little dummy, why are you pinching my leg? Didn't you say pinching legs gets you excited? I'll pinch yours back. Weird, why don't I feel anything? Dai Qingyi looked puzzled.
This wasn't what got me excited earlier.
Sū Míng, why aren't you talking? Answer me clearly. You don't feel anything. Can you teach me?
Seeing her innocent expression, Sū Míng couldn't help but glance back at the spot that had truly aroused him moments ago.
All right. Later.
When the time comes, I'll teach you how to clamp.
Chapter 106, Come back after you quit.
After school that afternoon, Sū Míng decided to buy a phone. After all, he'd be meeting with that internet industry talent starting tomorrow, and they'd likely be in frequent contact going forward.
Getting a phone was essential.
Of course, there were none available in town.
He'd have to figure out a way to get to the city. Fang Ping's car was in for maintenance, and he didn't want any mishaps tomorrow that might leave a bad impression.
As for the factory's vehicles, Sū Míng didn't want to use them either. His parents would inevitably find out he'd bought a phone. After all, it cost several thousand yuan, and his mother would likely harp on about it endlessly.
After much deliberation, Sū Míng decided to take a taxi.
In 2002, Haicheng's taxi market was dominated by Nanxiang and Xingda companies, with the Jetta CIX being a model that was already becoming rare. The moment Sū Míng got in, the starting fare startled him.
7 yuan for the base fare? Yeah, kiddo, we're struggling too. Running a cab's expensive. No problem, just drive on.
Every business owner complains about how tough it is, and Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to argue with them.
Arriving at the digital mall in the city center, it was indeed much livelier than the town.
Here you go, buddy, your receipt.
The driver tossed him a receipt and sped off with a flourish.
Sū Míng took the receipt and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion.
No wonder no one ever mentioned taking taxis back then, turns out they're this expensive.
After all, even in Guangzhou 10 years ago, the starting fare was only 7 yuan. Not only was the starting fare steep in Haicheng, but the per kilometer charge was also 2 yuan.
The only saving grace was the absence of a fuel surcharge, likely because oil prices were lower back then.
However, they added a waiting fee, 50 cents per minute, even for waiting at red lights. All told, for a journey of roughly 18 kilometers, the total fare came to 40 yuan.
40 yuan? That's a day's wage for an ordinary worker in Haicheng. Who could afford to take a taxi?
Inside the electronics mall, the largest counter belonged to Shenzhou Computers. Their booth still displayed a huge poster advertising "Win a computer if the national soccer team wins the championship."
Hey, buddy, looking to buy a computer? Don't just stare, this promotion is legit. Win the championship, get a free computer. The owner was quite pleased.
He'd seen a beer factory use this same tactic in the newspaper recently and thought the advertising idea was absolutely brilliant, so he'd adopted it directly.
Sure enough, once the promotion went up, many more customers came asking about it. Nah, thanks. No thanks. Win the championship and get a free computer, that clearly means they don't want to give anything away.
Further inside were the mobile phone displays, with Motorola occupying the largest space. You have to admit, back in the day, Japanese industrial products were truly formidable.
Their phones, refrigerators, and air conditioners were all incredibly popular.
After browsing for a while, Sū Míng felt quite nostalgic. Most people always reminisce about the past, but if they were actually sent back, they'd probably have a different story to tell.
Just take mobile phones, many couldn't stand the cumbersome keypads, bulky designs, and terrible aesthetics. The smartphone era is far superior, offering every conceivable feature and application. That's closer to the original vision of a personal handheld computer. Ha!
Suddenly, Sū Míng spotted an exceptionally classic model, the Dynatac 8000X. This was a true antique, arguably the world's first handheld cellular phone, commonly known as a brick phone. It was the same model used by Chow Yun-fat in the classic gambling film God of Gamblers. Sū Míng was intrigued that this thing was still in production. Just as he reached out to pick it up, he was stopped.
Kid, this is a phone, not a game console.
If you want to play games, go upstairs to the Little King section, the salesperson beside him said with a hint of annoyance.
Oh, I know. I'm just looking. Hey! Don't you understand? If you're not buying, don't touch it.
The salesperson raised her voice, drawing attention from nearby customers.
Just then, the duty manager hurried over. Oh, sorry. Looking to buy a phone? What's your name? The moment he spoke, Sū Míng's anger subsided considerably. Your company's pretty tolerant, hiring mentally ill people? What do you mean by that? Shut up. Shouted he. I'm sorry, sir. Let me assist you. Don't you think our phones are pretty decent? They're pretty average.
The camera's only a few 100,000 pixels, no dual SIM support, and the internet connection is weak. Sū Míng shook his head, feeling rather picky.
Exactly, sir. You clearly know your phones.
And you look so distinguished. The more I look at you, the more you resemble Mr. Li, the richest man in China.
Wow, you're so handsome, I'd love to take a photo with you.
The manager smiled politely, though inwardly he felt a bit put off.
Motorola was one of the world's most renowned phone manufacturers. If their phones weren't up to par, what others could be?
Therefore, he assumed Sū Míng was simply too embarrassed to leave for the sake of appearances. If that was the case, he didn't mind making Sū Míng look foolish in public.
You've mistaken me for someone else. Oh, my bad. You look just like his son. No, I mean, Mr. Li's son. Now, take a look at our V70 model.
It just launched this year and isn't too pricey, 4,000 yuan.
Storage? Oh, 128 megabytes. Battery life.
On a full charge, it lasts 2 days. Oh, it also has dual microphone noise reduction technology, so calls are crystal clear.
Pixel count. 1.3 megapixels. Barely adequate.
The manager almost laughed again.
Barely adequate? This pixel count is already top tier among domestic phones. The way he talks, you'd think he's used a billion pixel phone.
Sir, you're the one with high standards. Yes, our phones still have room for improvement.
Like in a few months. Swipe. Oh, no problem. Even you? Swipe. Yeah, no need to explain further. As long as it works. Sū Míng pulled out his card, clearly not interested in hearing more. To him, what the manager treated like cutting-edge tech seemed downright low-tech.
The manager took the card with a skeptical look, only to see the payment go through. Feeling thoroughly embarrassed, he then respectfully handed the card back to Sū Míng.
"Ah, Mr. Sū, I wonder whose name you'd like to sign this contract under? Oh, so there's a commission for signing it, right? In that case, that guy over there, come here."
The manager looked puzzled, for the person Sū Míng gestured to was none other than the young man named he from earlier.
"Ha? Mr. Sū, are you sure you didn't call the wrong person?"
Before Sū Míng could confirm, Xiaohe was already scurrying over.
"Hey, Mr. Sū, Mr. Sū. Sorry about that earlier, my mouth got the better of me. Thank you, thank you."
Salesperson Xiaohe grinned so widely his eyes disappeared.
"Ha!
Mr. Sū truly has a magnanimous heart. The manager chimed in with praise from the side.
What are you thanking me for? Go buy me a cup of coffee." "Ha? What? Buying your phone means I can't get a cup of your coffee? No, Xiaohe, hurry up and go. You don't want to lose your job, do you?" The salesperson wanted to protest, but to keep her job, she obediently left.
Once she was out the door, Sū Míng finally said, "Just pack it up.
The commission can go to whoever you want." "Alright, got it. What about the coffee?" For the front desk staff selling Shenzhou computers at the entrance, she was quite polite.
After saying this, Sū Míng grabbed his phone and started to leave, but the manager rushed out after him.
"Understood. My apologies, Mr. Sū. I promise this won't happen again when you visit next time."
Sū Míng turned back and looked at him indifferently.
"Alright then. I'll come back when you resign." Chapter 107, Sū Míng must be jealous.
Walking down the street with his phone in hand, Sū Míng instantly became the coolest guy on this street. The V70's carbon fiber body was indeed far superior to those bulky phones. Of course, its standout feature was the 360-degree rotating body enabled by this material, offering more versatile usage scenarios. With the phone secured, the next step was getting a SIM card. He arrived at the China mobile store, which was packed with people, mostly parents bringing their kids to ask about setting up internet access on their phones.
Probably a graduation reward.
It just goes to show that families with a bit more money start out way ahead of others.
Sū Míng still remembered Fatso's first phone back in 2008, a Nokia 6288 he bought for work, which he often joked was a slider coffin lid. He started college in 2002 and worked for 2 years by 2008. Without a phone and facing high call costs, he was practically cut off from his family whenever he left home. Only the periodic academic warning notices mailed to his parents' address reminded them their son was still out there, adrift. But hey, the saying wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations holds some truth. Those who acquired resources too early, like Qin, never used their phones for anything meaningful. Instead, they became mere symbols of flaunting wealth. Of course, a decade or so later, as the internet became increasingly widespread, the phone had devolved into nothing more than a tool for guiding hand strength exercises at night. When the inventor of the mobile phone first brought this technological marvel out of the lab, his mind was likely filled with visions of all the high-tech scenarios people would achieve with it. If he could see these scenes today, he'd probably want to self-destruct along with the Earth. The line was ridiculously long, and boredom set in. Sū Míng started twirling his phone while scanning his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the banner hanging above, "Unbeatable value." Unbeatable value. Sign up for a plan before July and get calls for as low as 59 yuan. 59 yuan for phone service back in 2002 was indeed outrageous, but it was partly due to the cost of building and maintaining signal towers being spread across users. Glancing at the price list beside it, calls cost 60 cents per minute, already absurdly expensive. Even more outrageous was the fact that connecting a call also charged 40 cents per minute. Sū Míng had always assumed receiving calls was free. Long-distance calls were even more expensive, 1 per minute plus roaming fees. When it was finally Sū Míng's turn, after a brief exchange, he learned that internet access cost 5 yuan per megabyte. To stay updated with the latest news, he opted for a discounted package, 20 yuan for 5 megabytes. But even after paying for the package, he still couldn't access the internet. Turns out he also had to fork over a 200 yuan network access fee. What? A network access fee? Then what was the package fee I paid? Oh, sir, that was a usage fee. With the high demand for internet access, our company's base station construction costs are substantial. Therefore, we must charge users an access fee. This also helps indirectly reduce the influx of people crowding your signal. Sū Míng was stunned. How could they justify such a made-up fee with such elegant language? Setting up fee barriers to weed out some users and prevent network congestion, so paying them actually meant thanking them? Sū Míng didn't know what else to say. But since it was a necessity, he obediently paid up. The next morning, Sū Míng arrived at the classroom and started working on practice problems as usual. As soon as Chen Jingxing arrived, he started causing trouble again. He placed his love breakfast in front of Lin Weii and then began showing off his phone. "Weii, if you ever need to take photos, you can borrow my phone. During lunch breaks, you can listen to music. I have tons of ringtones. If you need to call home, just ask me. This phone is basically ours to share." "Oh? Hee hee, thank you, Chen Jingxing. Lin Weii could only respond politely. After all, Sū Míng was right there, she couldn't show favoritism to anyone. See, Weii? Jingxing treats you so well. Unlike someone who hasn't brought you breakfast in ages, right? Guys who won't put in the effort to chase girls deserve to be single forever. Zhang Ye chimed in from the side. Don't say that, sister Ye. That someone is barely scraping by at home now. He can't even afford breakfast every day. Let's not be too hard on him.
Chen Jingxing said this, but Sū Míng only smiled faintly. Lately, he hadn't bought breakfast because someone delivered it to him every day. Sū Míng glanced back and saw it was rice rolls. She shook her head in refusal. Eating this stuff every day is just too cloying. Chen Jingxing really is a fool to show off his wealth. He's been buying these Grand Slam rice rolls lately, the kind stuffed with all kinds of fillings. Each one costs $10. Sū Míng, why are you shaking your head? Oh, I don't like it. What does it matter to me if you don't like it? Besides, can you even afford this rice noodle roll? Chen Jingxing was infuriated by Sū Míng's half-smile. Whenever he faced him, Sū Míng always wore that confident look, as if he'd already crushed him. Sū Míng just chuckled softly twice before returning to his practice problems. What are you laughing at? Sū Míng, do you really think you're so great? Trying to mess with my head? Let me tell you, I'm not the least bit upset. I've got money now, and my grades are better than yours. You're the one who should be worried. Truly confident people don't need to constantly assert themselves with words. Often, those who shout the loudest are the most insecure, the classic example of barking louder than biting. Sū Míng didn't even consider Chen Muyang a threat, let alone Chen Jingxing, who wasn't even worthy of being called an opponent. He simply found it amusing to tease a fool during his student days. Oh, and Jingxing, you should have seen through him long ago. That guy will never measure up to your family. Everything he puts on is just an act, he's got no real substance. Back when Sū Míng's family business was booming, she'd seethed in frustration, but now she could finally vent. No sooner had she finished speaking than music began playing from Sū Míng's cabinet, last year's smash hit, She Must Love You. Sū Míng pulled out the phone. Its watch-like design was undeniably flashy, and the entire body glowed when a call came in. Sū Míng thought it was tacky, but by the standards of that era, it was the epitome of a high-end phone. Moreover, answering calls with this phone was incredibly cool. You simply flip the sliding cover 180 degrees upward to pick up the call, as smooth as snapping open a folding knife. Hello? You got through? Alright, I'll be right there. Sū Míng hung up, then packed his things and walked away with a flourish, basking in the envious stares of those around him. Chen Jingxing looked like a complete fool. After spending days claiming the Sū family had gone bankrupt, he now had nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Weii was pondering what his ringtone meant. He must really love you enough to make me feel inadequate. After pondering it, Lin Weii smiled confidently. Sū Míng was actually quite adorable, expressing his jealousy in such a way. Men are so easy to please. But after bringing breakfast for a while, he went back to his old ways. It seemed her chance was finally coming. Chapter 108, A Man Dies for His True Friend. An hour later, Sū Míng finally met the internet talent he'd been eager to see. He looked rather slight and, frankly, his demeanor was nothing special. Fang Ping couldn't contain his thoughts any longer and deliberately walked over to remind him, "Boss, your judgment is usually spot on, but I have to be honest this time. This guy has dark circles under his eyes and looks malnourished." "Are you sure he's the internet talent you've been talking about? Just tell me, is his name Li Xingning?" Yes, the name is correct, and he mentioned your name too." "Then it's settled. Leave it to me." Sū Míng stepped forward. The young man before him extended his hand with slight awkwardness. "Hello, Boss Sū." "Ha? You're from Meixian?" "Ha? I'm Hakka." "Boss, you." "Oh, my mother is from there, so I'm half Meixian. That's why I recognized your Mandarin accent, it feels familiar." Fang Ping was a bit surprised. Weren't Sū Míng's parents both locals? How did a Meixian connection suddenly appear? Plus, this young man's Mandarin was far more standard than theirs. After all, constrained by their linguistic background, most Haicheng natives could be identified as such the moment they opened their mouths. After pondering it, he found himself admiring Sū Míng. The guy could spin a lie without batting an eye. Sure enough, upon hearing his accent pointed out, the young man flushed slightly. But when he learned Sū Míng had ties to Meixian, he immediately relaxed. "Mr. Boss, thank you for agreeing to acquire my website. No rush, no need to discuss business right away. We're practically fellow townsfolk meeting like this, we should grab a bite first." Sū Míng slung an arm around Li Xingning's shoulder as they entered the private room. "Boss, I'll go order for us." Fang Ping knew he couldn't get involved in internet matters, so he contentedly stayed on the sidelines providing support, treating it as an opportunity to learn more. But Sū Míng called him back. "No need, old Fang. You stay here. I'll go get the manager." "Ha? Boss, me?" Fang Ping felt awkward. While picking up this young man earlier, he'd tried to strike up conversation, but the guy was so quiet it made him doze off the whole way. Now that Sū Míng suddenly wanted him to entertain the guest, he felt both reluctant and puzzled.
But Sū boss always had his reasons for doing things, so Fang Ping nodded in agreement. As the old saying goes, when words don't click, even half a sentence is too much. After trying 2 more topics without response, Fang Ping simply shut up. Fortunately, Sū Míng returned shortly after, handing over a menu and waving his hand dismissively with a casual, "Just order whatever you like." Fang Ping watched the young man hesitate for a long while before finally opening the menu at Sū Ming's insistence. But after glancing at just a couple of lines, he pushed it back. "Boss, maybe we should just find another place?" "No need. We're eating here." "Brotherly, we're meant to be together. Maybe we were family 500 years ago. You've come a long way, so it's only right I treat you to a meal. Order whatever you like. Consider it doing your little brother a favor." In Fang Ping's memory, Sū Míng had always been the arrogant type. He never expected him to stoop so low, and couldn't help but feel that this young man wasn't as simple as he seemed. Li Xingning thought it over and finally settled on just 1 dish oyster sauce spinach, then stubbornly refused to order anything else. Fang Ping was speechless. This guy was so petty, not at all like someone destined for greatness. "I know, brotherly, you're being too polite. It's fine, I'll handle it. This braised shrimp in oil is delicious. Let's also get some stir-fried orchid crab. Oh, and add the premium sesame oil chicken. Then crispy skin squab. That'll make a land-sea air trio. And..." Stop. "Boss Sū, these dishes cost me 2 months' salary. Please don't order any more." Fang Ping was somewhat surprised, unsure whether this person was genuinely polite or just being polite. Jinhua Tower was indeed pricier than ordinary restaurants, but surely not to that extent. A single dish costing tens or even hundreds of yuan, how could a few dishes possibly devour 2 months' salary? After all, Sū Míng had mentioned the man worked at a high-tech company in Yangchang. All right. Let's start with this. If it's not enough, we'll add more. Old Fang, bring the menu to Old Dong. Come on, brotherly, have some tea. Sū Míng personally brewed a cup of tea. When the man accepted it, he seemed almost intimidated. Fang Ping suddenly guessed the reason behind Sū Ming's actions. This young man was rather shy. The more enthusiastic Sū Míng appeared, the more likely the young man would feel guilty and lower his asking price. However, when he stepped out of the private room and glanced at the menu, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The prices listed were all wrong. Most items were 5 or 6 times more expensive than usual. This oyster sauce lettuce alone cost over 300 yuan. No wonder they said it would eat up 2 months' salary. It seemed this menu had been prepared long ago. Sū Míng was truly calculating. After this meal, the other party would surely hold him in high regard. Sure enough, once the dishes arrived, the young man began toasting Sū Míng with wine. After a few drinks, the conversation flowed freely. After graduating, Li Xingning noticed that people at internet cafes often couldn't remember website addresses and had to keep asking the staff. This inspired him to create How 456, a portal site linking major websites. The website took shape, and traffic gradually grew. Watching more and more people happily surf the web through his platform filled Li Xingning with joy. However, troubles soon followed. Because his site allowed direct links to other pages, major companies initially distrusted him and refused to grant him linking permissions. To secure traffic, Li Xingning had no choice but to pay for access. Furthermore, while traffic had surged, his servers couldn't handle the influx, forcing him to invest in equipment upgrades. "Mr. Sū, I'm exhausted. This is supposed to be a service for everyone, yet those companies won't budge and still demand payment. Seeing people recognize my work made me happy at first, so I persevered for a year. But now my savings are depleted, and I can't afford next month's licensing fees. I was planning to sell it. Mr. Sū, your appearance has saved my life." "Don't say that, brotherly. I told you we're meant to meet." Fang Ping just smiled silently beside them. The sweeter Sū Ming's words sounded, the sharper his knife would cut during the price negotiation later. "Boss, how about this? I'll drop my demand from 300,000 to just 100,000. 100,000 is all I need." Fang Ping nodded. Things were unfolding exactly as he'd expected. But Sū Míng shook his head. "Is it still too expensive, Boss Sū? How about I knock off another 5,000? Fang Ping silently shook his head. Sū Míng was being ruthless. The other party was already cornered, yet he still wanted to finish him off. "The website is your life's work. I won't take what's rightfully yours. I'll give you 100,000 yuan as an investment." "Ha?" Fang Ping stared at his boss in astonishment, a question rising in his mind. Had he not woken up yet? "Boss, are you drunk? Didn't you hear me? This website costs thousands just in monthly licensing fees." Fang Ping thought Sū Míng was genuinely intoxicated. But Sū Míng merely smiled faintly. "No problem. Whatever these websites earn, I'll make them spit it back to me." Chapter 109, The Arrogance of Baidu Executives. "Boss, don't try to fool me. How is that even possible? They've already taken the money, how could they give it back?" Li Xingning found it utterly unbelievable. "I never lie. Grab a few phones, preferably ones with a tougher attitude. I have some tough ones. Here's Baidu, here's Someo. These are big companies. Every time I call them to ask for lower licensing fees, they reject me outright.
Some even curse at me.
Oh? That arrogant? They get traffic from us and still have the nerve to yell? Screw them. Sū Míng pulled out his phone and dialed Baidu first.
The call connected quickly, and Wang Wei, the head of the marketing department, answered. Her tone was icy from the start.
Hello, who's this? This is the head of How 456 website.
Your voice sounds weird.
Not that guy surnamed Lee. What was his name again? Never mind.
I can't be bothered to remember the names of all you trashy little websites.
Who cares who he is? All you need to remember now is who I am.
I'm Sū Míng, the new head of this website.
Whoever comes, it's the same deal. If you need our authorization for the redirect protocol, transfer the money over. Otherwise, no deal.
Wang Wei remained as unyielding as ever, leaving her opponents no room to maneuver. In her view, their search engine launched this year had surged in users due to its powerful features. These small websites were just piggybacking on their traffic. Charging them a fee was perfectly reasonable. After all, users came for Baidu. These sites were merely stepping stones.
Fine, then let's terminate the agreement.
Sū Míng hung up the phone immediately.
Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. This was the first time anyone had dared to hang up on her. Shouldn't these small websites be begging nicely? Oh well, they're all trash anyway.
Wang Wei decided it was insignificant and chose to ignore it, immediately calling meetings with various departments. With the World Cup nearing its conclusion, Baidu planned to capitalize on the remaining traffic surge by embedding a championship prediction minigame on its webpage. Correct guesses would earn users a year of Baidu membership, unlocking additional premium features in the future. The marketing department's proposal was meticulously detailed, so it quickly received unanimous approval. CEO Li Chuanfu praised Wang Wei, noting that since her promotion to marketing manager 2 years prior, the website's user traffic had steadily increased. Meanwhile, on Sū Míng's side, Li Qingning felt somewhat disheartened.
See, boss? That's just how Baidu operates. Dealing with them is always exhausting. No worries expected. Gazelle company managers tend to be a bit arrogant. What about that search cat guy? What's his personality like? Oh, them? They're different from Baidu.
Their phones are always off, nothing but deadlines.
When the licensing deadline approaches and we can't reach them, we just have to transfer the payment proactively. Then don't bother calling. Here's what we'll do. Leah, log into the backend now and take down both their links directly. Ha? Remove them? But these two search engines are the most user-friendly ones out there. Li Qingning hesitated. It's not that these two search engines are their favorites. The problem lies in how you've configured the page. By placing these two at the top, users will naturally only choose from the front results. If you remove their links now, people will naturally switch to others. Sū Míng's confidence stemmed from the fact that domestic search engines were still in their infancy. Someo Search launched in 1997, but its focus was on content distribution channels. Baidu had only just debuted this year, and its explosive popularity wouldn't arrive until a 2009 Spring Festival gala sketch featured its product placement. Therefore, user habits hadn't yet solidified. They hadn't reached the point of thinking, I need to search, I'll go to XX. Consequently, traffic diversion became critically important during this phase. Li Qingning's pioneering portal site held immense importance, yet his failure to adapt turned this massive influx of traffic into a burden akin to owning a golden goose but lacking the marketing savvy to capitalize on it. Boss, really? Could this mean our user traffic will decrease? No, don't worry. We're the ones sustaining them. These big websites are leeching off us while thinking they're the ones supporting us. This time, we're going to make them feel the sting. Sū Míng had already mapped out the entire sequence of plans. All that remained was to wait patiently. Boss, what if they don't come to us? What if they use this as an excuse to terminate the contract? No ifs. They will come. Hearing Sū Míng's unwavering certainty, Li Qingning could only open his computer, log into the backend, and take down those two major websites. It's fine, don't worry about them. Come on, brotherly, let's keep drinking. Just enjoy ourselves today. No, boss, don't call me that. Just call me Little Lee. That won't do. Calling you Little Lee is too informal. How about this? I'll call you Old Lee. It sounds more friendly. This is Old Fong, who helps manage my beverage factory. You two are practically colleagues now. Old Fong, say hello. Sū Míng recognized Li Qingning's capabilities. He'd single-handedly built up a portal website, which proved his sharp foresight in anticipating market and user demands. No, not at all. Nice to meet you, Brother Fong. Li Qingning, slightly tipsy, quickly stood to shake hands. No, brotherly, you're too polite. Old Fong promptly returned the courtesy. He genuinely revised his opinion of this young man, not because he'd seen some hidden talent, but simply because he trusted Sū Míng's judgment. If Sū Míng backed someone, they couldn't be wrong. Old Fong, you two are both my brothers. Does that make me your little brother? Cut the formalities. We're all brothers from now on. Come on, Old Fong, Old Lee, I'll toast to you both. Sū Míng raised his glass first, and the two quickly followed suit.
At that moment, in Baidu's marketing department, Wang Wei, as the person in charge, had come to check on the results of the newly launched campaign as usual. Previously, daily user visits averaged 50,000. With the promotional boost, they should easily surpass 100,000. And with this guessing game being so fun, at least half the users should be participating. So, how many have entered the prediction game? An afternoon's gone by at least 3,000, right? Sister Wang, 1,000. 11,000? Wait, did you guys actually put the event on the homepage? It's up, Sister Wang, but seriously, no one's participating. Could it be the event isn't well designed? Nothing people want to join? Wang Wei was puzzled. The World Cup was trending so hotly, could it be that no one cared? Just as she was pondering this, the boss's secretary rushed in. Sis Wang, the boss wants you for a meeting. Huh? Didn't we just have a meeting at noon? He wants you to come over for a scolding. Chapter 110, I still love your rebellious spirit. Wang Wei stepped into the office just as a document nearly hit her in the face. You idiot! What did you do? The tech department reported that starting afternoon, our user traffic data began showing a downward trend. Li Chuanfu, CEO of Baidu, was seething with anger. This search engine was their flagship project for the year. If it hit roadblocks before even launching, their entire follow-up strategy would be ruined. Wang Wei couldn't figure out why she hadn't done anything, really. At most, she'd revoked the link authorization for that trashy little website at lunchtime. Could it be? Wang Wei, I need an explanation. Don't tell me your department spent a month planning this World Cup prediction event, only to not only fail to boost our search engine but actually drive down user traffic. If that's the case, I'll have to consider replacing your entire department. Your judgment is seriously lacking. Li Chuanfu, a veteran of the internet industry who had fought his way to the top in the early days, was known for his decisive and swift actions. I, Wang Wei, couldn't bring myself to voice the reason I just guessed. Wouldn't that be admitting my own mistake? Besides, she was a proud woman. Why should she admit fault to some small website? What? You don't know where the mistake lies? Then I'll convene a personnel meeting right now. No, boss, I get it. It was the department's deputy manager who cancelled a partnership with a portal site for personal reasons. That portal had linked to us before and should have driven significant traffic our way. Idiot. How many times have I stressed that our search engine is brand new? Our top priority now is acquiring traffic. How dare you neglect someone who could help us like this? I see your days here are numbered. Li Chuanfu felt a pang of regret. How could he have let someone like this become the marketing manager? Wang Wei, rarely witnessing the boss's anger, dared not say anything and could only stand by silently. What are you standing there like a wooden statue for? If you know you're wrong, fix it immediately. Go apologize to him in person. I want you to retrieve that partnership at any cost. Got it. Wang Wei now realized how outrageously wrong she'd been. She immediately dialed Sū Míng's number upon leaving, begging to come apologize in person. After getting the address, she immediately booked a flight. What really got to her, though, was that there were no direct flights from the capital to Haicheng. She'd have to fly to Guangzhou first and then transfer to a train. The thought of enduring the train's miserable conditions made her feel utterly miserable. But to save her job, Wang Wei ultimately chose to compromise. She flew to Guangzhou that night, boarded the connecting train with barely any rest, and after several hours of jostling, finally arrived at the designated location early in the morning. The moment she arrived, she sensed danger. An old rival she knew well was also present. Just as she was puzzling over this, Sū Míng spoke up directly. Miss Wang, didn't you say yesterday that there was no deal? Why come running to talk today? I still prefer your defiant, unruly attitude. Mr. Sū, don't joke. I truly was blind yesterday. Exactly. Baidu people are always so arrogant. Mr. Sū, you absolutely must not partner with them. Yi Luofeng, the search product manager from Somao, quickly chimed in with disparaging remarks. He harbored his own distaste for Baidu. After all, when it came to search engines, Somao was the domestic pioneer. Back then, the job was a breeze, little work required, just coasting by while daily traffic kept climbing. Later, with traffic referrals from a portal site like How456, their visitor numbers climbed steadily. He even received multiple commendations from the company for it. But then Baidu came along, siphoning off a significant chunk of traffic and making his work increasingly difficult year after year. So, while he recognized the value of the portal Li Qingyi had created, the company's focus was elsewhere now. The annual budget was limited, and his department absorbed all of it. As for traffic, they figured the portal would gradually bring it in over time. Compounding the issue, Li Qingyi always sounded so earnest on the phone, completely unaware of his website's true worth. This allowed them to turn the tables, treating him perfunctorily each time and essentially making him work for free for Somao search. Sū Míng, however, had long seen through his ulterior motives. Yeah, Baidu sure is arrogant, but you guys at Somao aren't exactly saints either, right? My buddy says you're always unreachable. Seems like you're not really serious about working with us. Exactly.
Those at Sū Míng are scoundrels.
Mr. Sū, we were blind back then, unaware of how much your site could help us. But Sū Míng's people are even more despicable. They know your value yet exploit Mr. Li's kindness to make him work for free.
That's utterly shameless. Wang Wei wasn't about to let such a chance for retaliation slip by. Exploited? Don't listen to her nonsense. I changed my contact info because I lost my phone during that trip, okay? The webpage just hadn't updated my details in time. Yi Luofeng quickly made up an excuse. But Wang Wei pulled out her phone and dialed the number right away.
Soon, Yi Luofeng's phone started ringing in his pocket.
See, Mr. Sū?
He never changed his contact info. He did this on purpose.
You. Enough, you too. I see right through your little schemes. The reason I agreed to collaborate is because I'm committed to mutual benefit. Sū Míng cut off their argument.
After all, these two represented major corporations, while he was still a newcomer in the internet industry. There was no need to burn bridges.
Yes, Mr. Sū, you truly have the magnanimity of a great man. Mr. Sū, your vision is so sharp we can't even keep up.
Alright, no need for such formalities.
Our partnership must continue. Regarding future licensing fees. Before Sū Míng could finish, Wang Wei cut in. Cancel? Cancel? We at Baidu have already decided to cancel. We welcome your site to link to ours. Ah, Mr. Sū, we at Sū Míng are also canceling. We warmly welcome you to link to us and we'd appreciate a prominent placement. Baidu wants a prominent spot too. The unyielding expressions on both sides confirmed Sū Míng's suspicions.
So now, he finally stated his purpose.
Ladies, have you heard of paid search rankings? Chapter 111, The Prisoner's Dilemma.
Bid-based ranking, simply put, is about throwing money at traffic buyers secure high visibility through premium bids. Back in the day, Baidu had achieved massive profits through this very model, though it also spawned a notorious medical scandal. However, the current internet industry hadn't yet explored this business model, so when Sū Míng introduced the concept, the two people before him were completely baffled. Wang Wei had come with a direct order, so she pressed urgently, Mr. Sū, what exactly does this mean? Could you explain it more clearly? I'm afraid you might not grasp it, so let me put it simply. After Sū Míng said this, Li Xingning felt his boss was being a bit flippant.
Both men were giants in China's internet industry. As juniors, how could they possibly possess knowledge their seniors didn't already have? No worries, Mr. Sū. We're happy to learn.
Yi Luofeng from Sū Míng also wanted to see if Sū Míng was truly capable. Oh, it's an advertising model commonly used by search engines or e-commerce platforms.
Advertisers bid to purchase ad placements or trigger keywords. Sū Míng's detailed explanation left Li Xingning completely speechless. Based on yesterday's conversation, he was just a small-time beverage factory owner. How could he possibly understand the internet? Was it that his own knowledge was lacking?
Glancing at the two internet tycoons beside him, Li Xingning realized he'd overthought it. Both men were equally speechless.
Mr. Sū, what exactly is e-commerce? And what does keyword triggering mean?
Yi Luofeng pressed further with his questions, while Wang Wei nodded repeatedly beside him. Now she understood what it meant to realize there were always people more knowledgeable than oneself.
Oh, e-commerce is.
Sū Míng started to explain, but abruptly stopped himself.
That was a close call.
After all, this was the future money-making tool. If he revealed it to them prematurely, they could leverage first-mover advantage to quickly enter the market. Then he wouldn't stand a chance against them.
Never mind. Explaining too much won't help. You wouldn't understand anyway. Let me put it simply, we've decided to rank your websites through an auction system. The highest bidder wins. I know you can't make decisions about money on your own, so just report back to your backers honestly in a few days. Sū Míng cut straight to the point with a concise summary. Mr. Sū, there's no need for this. Our old cooperation model worked perfectly well. Why not just let us at Sū Míng pay you a fixed monthly advertising fee of 500 yuan? You can just keep the ads running as they are. If the positions aren't ideal, let's not change them. Exactly. Exactly. Mr. Sū, we'll also pay a fixed advertising fee. Let's just skip this bidding ranking nonsense.
The two men felt a pang of regret. They had previously ignored the small website, but now that they were being charged, they were filled with regret.
No way.
I now realize my brother's creation holds real value. It's just that you guys were blind to it.
So I need to unlock its true worth.
Seeing how shrewd Sū Míng was, they knew deception was futile. They also realized those easy days were gone for good.
Sū Míng's budget was limited, so Yi Luofeng tentatively asked, Mr. Sū, if we were to do an auction, what price range were you thinking of?
Oh, there's no reserve price.
It's entirely up to your generosity. Whatever you think it's worth, that's what you bid. I'll assign your auction position based on your bid amount.
The bidding process won't be public, and it'll be limited to 1 month. To be honest, I didn't invite other website managers precisely because I don't think they're as capable as you, and their bids wouldn't hold up. Fang Ping found Sū Míng downright devious. While an auction format was standard practice, he'd implemented it as a blind box guessing game utterly unpredictable. The two were left with a headache.
They hadn't expected Sū Míng to be such a tough nut to crack. They could only excuse themselves for now, deciding to return and consult their boss. After they stepped outside and walked a good distance away, Yi Luofeng finally couldn't hold back and cursed, disgusting. If it's an auction, why not make the process public? This clearly shows he's calling all the shots. Exactly. He's just greedy. Does he really think he can manipulate us like this? Wang Wei was equally displeased. Sū Míng was clearly treating them like suckers to fleece. Sigh, Sister Wang, how about this? There's no need for us to fight to a standstill. You know Somo is focusing on content channels lately, so our budget is tight. I can only go up to 3,000 for this. You guys bid whatever you want. I'll lay my cards on the table first to prevent him from pulling any tricks. Besides, other sites don't have the resources either. I figure my bid will at least come in second. Since first and second place won't differ much, let's just spend a little less. Hearing her longtime rival address her as sister still felt odd to Wang Wei. But as the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Since he was extending goodwill, she nodded in agreement. Alright, Brother Yi, you're too polite. Let's both cut our losses a bit. I sure don't want to get played by this kid and end up spending tens of thousands on ads. Alright, that's settled. I'm driving to Shenzhen for business and heading back to the capital. Let's grab a meal when we get the chance. Sounds good. I'm catching a ride too. After exchanging polite formalities, the two finally parted ways. Shortly after getting behind the wheel, Yi Luofeng of Somao urgently called his secretary. Hey, Xiao Zhao, check how much funding our department has left. Calculated fast, I've got big things to handle. Back at the restaurant, seeing everyone had left, Fong Ping voiced his earlier concern. Boss, about that non-public auction model you mentioned earlier, I get that you don't want them knowing the exact price so they'll increase their monthly bids. But haven't you considered, what if they collude? No way, Brother Fong. As far as I know, those two are sworn enemies. They'd never cooperate. See, this is where your lack of social experience shows. When profit is involved, even enemies can become friends. Rather than letting us hold the upper hand, they'd rather collude beforehand. Both could bid lower amounts and agree to take turns winning the top bid each month. Fong Ping stated with great confidence. Sū Míng's approach actually maximizes losses. What? What should we do, Boss Sū? Are they really going to communicate? Sū Míng chimed in at this point. Old Fong, you've got plenty of social experience, but you don't grasp how intense the infighting is within internet companies. The advertising value between first and second place is worlds apart. So, they definitely won't communicate with each other. Besides, even if they did communicate, it wouldn't matter. They'd never be that coordinated. The nature of the internet industry is monopolistic, it's all about winner takes all. No one would gamble on the other's integrity. That's what we call the prisoner's dilemma. Chapter 112, Invited to the Business Summit. Sure enough, 3 days later, after deliberation, Somao transferred 10,000 yuan in one go. Their internal analysis concluded that HAL 456 traffic diversion was highly effective, justifying the price. Meanwhile, Wang Wei from Baidu, who had assumed Somao's bid was genuinely only 3,000 yuan, had allocated a budget of just 4,000 yuan. Waking up to find their webpage ranking stuck at second place, she instantly realized she'd been duped. She immediately called Yi Luofeng to confront him. In response to her call, Yi Luofeng calmly stated, "The marketplace is like a battlefield, all is fair in love and war." Wang Wei, naturally, wasn't convinced. "Fine, Yi, you want to play this game? How much did you spend this time? Name your number. Next time, you'll see if I dare to challenge you." "Ah, that's confidential business information. I can't disclose it." "Fine, if you won't say, then don't. Just you wait until next month." Wang Wei was furious, but defeat was already certain. Any retaliation would have to wait until next month's bidding round. Fortunately, the second place position still offered decent traffic, so Wang Wei could only swallow her anger this time. It was a classic case of the clam and the snipe. The fishermen reaped the benefits. The fiercer their battle, the more advantageous it became for Sū Míng. For these established companies, the bidding system intensified their rivalry. As for the smaller firms listed on the webpage, they charged a flat monthly fee of 500 yuan for advertising. Those unwilling to pay simply had their listings removed. Thanks to this approach, within just a few days, Sū Míng had already earned over 50,000 yuan in advertising revenue alone. Li Xingning was overjoyed. He'd never imagined his creation could be so valuable. "Boss, thank you. Thank you for helping me discover my worth." "Don't say that, old Li. You've always been outstanding, it's just that these people didn't recognize your worth." Yeah. Looks like we can rest easy just on this ad revenue alone from now on." "Wrong, old Li. The internet evolves at breakneck speed. Remember how people made a killing selling domain names just a couple years ago? After the .com bubble burst, where are all those suckers now? We absolutely can't rest on our laurels. We must innovate proactively to stay relevant." "Boss, I used to think you were just some clueless rich kid, but now I see you may seem like an outsider, yet you understand this industry better than I do.
I'll be sure to seek your advice more often. As I said before, let's learn from each other. If you have any ideas, feel free to share them with me. Sū Míng knew Li Xingming's achievements weren't limited to this. For talent like him, he naturally needed to offer strong encouragement. Alright, thanks boss. Back to work. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, are you watching the World Cup? If you are, remember to bet on Brazil to win tonight. Boss, you study this stuff? But I don't gamble. My mom says 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Sū Míng had intended to guide him toward fortune, for tonight was the World Cup final. After tonight, the name of 5-time champion Brazil would shine across the entire world. Indeed, the saying holds true, one cannot earn money beyond their realm of understanding. Still, it was good his employees didn't gamble. When wealth outstripped one's understanding, it vanished just as quickly. Sū Míng had seen people strike it rich overnight, only to spiral into ruin. After hanging up, Sū Míng finally got ready to put on his shoes and head out. His father had risen early again, his eyes bloodshot, looking as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. Ever since failing to properly host Mayor Huang last time, he'd been searching for an opportunity to make amends, though he still hadn't figured out how to reconnect with that channel. Fortunately, last night had finally shown some promising signs. His brother-in-law, Lin Weii, had leveraged his connections to reach out to Chairman Wang of the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce. The chamber had indicated that the business conference would be held on the 13th of next month, with the mayor in attendance. Consequently, Su Zhengfeng planned to host another banquet, hoping to secure an invitation. But after drinking a lot, Chairman Wang said he'd have to think about it, which left Su Zhengfeng feeling a bit down. Old Su, you okay? Hit any rough patches lately? Need a hand? Help? What the hell kind of help? Just get through this college entrance exam already. Su Zhengfeng was in a foul mood, his tone laced with impatience. Hey, old Su, why are you snapping at the kid? He's about to take the college entrance exam. Don't mess with his head. Yong Fan interjected from the side. Su Zhengfeng thought about it. His son was only 19. When he was 19, he was still sneaking into the neighbor's yard to dig up sweet potatoes. Now, he had no money, no connections, and his grades were poor. He certainly couldn't help him, so he shouldn't be putting this pressure on him. I'm sorry, son. I've just been dealing with some things lately. Su Zhengfeng looked at Sū Míng, his face filled with guilt. It's okay, Dad. I understand. Just tell me if you need anything. Sū Míng didn't seem bothered. He was past the rebellious phase. With the World Cup nearing its end and appliance sales slowing down, he had plenty of his own worries. But now he had the means. If his father asked, he could resolve every problem his father faced at this stage. As Sū Míng stepped out, Secretary Zhang's call came through. Hello, Mr. Su. Sis, didn't I tell you? Just call me brother. I'll just call you Mr. Su. The mayor said you're a handful. Secretary Zhang's tone remained unapproachable. No way. Old Huang said that about me? I'm innocent. I even helped him solve that huge problem with unsold tea. Alright, Mr. Su. The mayor hasn't forgotten your contributions. That's why I'm calling today to invite you to next month's business conference on July 15th. The 15th? I can't make it, I need to study hard. Sū Míng immediately made up an excuse to decline, because he had no intention of attending such a conference. It was basically just listening to officials drone on from the stage, with little practical value. Cut the crap. Your college entrance exams end on the 11th. Besides, you have to go, they've arranged an award for you this year. The mayor personally said it'll make you the center of attention. What? Top 10 entrepreneurs? That's unnecessary. I'm a low-key person. Sū Míng didn't think much of the honor either. After all, he'd already won national-level top 10 awards. What was the big deal about a minor city like Haicheng's top 10? You're that dismissive of the mayor? This award they're giving you is specially created outstanding philanthropist. It's even rarer than the top 10 entrepreneurs. The mayor's showing you such favor. Just be grateful, okay? Now, what else can you say? Secretary Zhang was already primed to watch his expression change. After a long silence on the other end, 2 words came through quietly. Not going. Chapter 113, defeat me, and you need not feel inferior. Secretary Zhang was speechless. Haicheng had never seen anyone so defiant toward the mayor. She could only turn to the mayor standing beside the phone. Mayor Huang was equally speechless. He knew exactly what Sū Míng was thinking, so he took the phone proactively. Ahem, Sū Míng, the city has issued a meeting notice. We'll be offering policy incentives for agricultural support enterprises tax breaks, for instance. I suddenly feel I should attend after all. I need to support the work, right? First, let me clarify, this absolutely has nothing to do with tax breaks. After all, paying taxes lawfully is every citizen's duty. I just want to exchange ideas with my peers. Enough. I know you too well. Mayor Huang hung up the phone. Sure enough, businesspeople never rise early without a profit in sight. Mayor, that kid Sū Míng is just too crafty. He shows zero enthusiasm for anything that brings reputation, only doing things with tangible benefits.
Secretary Zhang was speechless. Where does this kid get all these tricks? He's just a high school senior, for crying out loud. From a business perspective, the less someone cares about reputation, the better for us. It's the merchants laden with accolades we need to be wary of. What do you mean, Mayor? Secretary Zhang was new to the job and didn't grasp the implication.
Young Zhang, you really ought to read more.
I find capital quite enlightening. Capital? Oh, all right. I'll give it a read.
Secretary Zhang nodded. Though he didn't grasp it, he resolved to study harder. Sū Míng arrived at the school, where Fatty was already waiting at the gate.
Bro, what's the plan for the World Cup tonight? I'm betting 30 million on Germany to win.
Suddenly, Sū Míng recalled a classic line from a movie character.
Bro, you're definitely bluffing. Fine, I won't bet on Germany. I'll bet on Brazil. Ha? Ming, don't. Don't bet on Brazil, bet on Germany. I've got inside info. Fatso, you have inside info again?
Sū Míng was already immune to his so-called inside tips.
It's true. This time it really is.
My dad knows this really sharp soccer buddy. He nailed every single Chinese national team match before. Just from this World Cup alone, he's already made over 30,000.
Sū Míng was speechless. Aren't the results of the national team's matches common knowledge? How could anyone possibly bet wrong? Fatso, don't tell me you've already placed a bet. Nope.
I made over 1,000 recently from that internet cafe delivery gig you mentioned.
Too bad someone else caught wind of it. Luck's not on my side anymore. So I'm heading to the betting shop at noon when the odds are better. Once I hit my first jackpot, I'm done with this grueling work. I'll set up a little stall near campus selling adult DVDs. Alright, I'll go with you later.
Sū Míng decided he'd make sure to help him strike it rich this time.
Alright. Ming, bet with me. It'll be the best decision you ever make. Fatso was thrilled.
He'd always been looked after by Sū Míng, and now he could finally help his good buddy strike it rich. When Sū Míng entered the classroom, Chen Jingxing, who'd been struck dumb days ago by Sū Ming's accidental phone flash, started spouting nonsense again the moment he walked in.
Sū Míng, where's your phone? Show it to everyone. Your phone seems pretty valuable, huh? Sū Míng didn't want to engage.
With less than a week left before the college entrance exams and no future overlap after graduation, there was no need for lengthy conversation.
Can't answer, huh? Is it because your phone is too embarrassing to show? Chen Jingxing chuckled, then placed a newspaper in front of Lin Weii. Weii, look. My dad gave me this last night.
It says a student from Haicheng Middle School stole the latest Motorola V70 from a phone store. They're urging the student to return it promptly or face severe consequences. Lin Weii naturally found it hard to believe. After all, Sū Míng hadn't been that kind of person all these years. But Zhang snatched it first. After reading it, she burst into mocking laughter.
Ha! I knew it. Someone whose family went bankrupt could still afford the latest phone? Turns out they're a thief.
Sū Míng put on his headphones and stopped responding, but this made Zhang think he was guilty, so she kept up her verbal assault. Vivi, look at this, some people turn into thieves, while others get invited to this year's Haicheng Business Conference.
Shen Xiao, what did you say you wanted yesterday?
Zhang subtly hinted at Chen Jingxing.
Oh yeah, right. Weii, the Haicheng Business Conference is on the 15th next month.
My dad is close with the chairman, and he's even secured a spot among the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs.
You should come witness my family's big celebration then. Lin Weii glanced at Sū Míng, wanting to see his reaction. Hey, Weii, you should definitely go. I heard the mayor will be there too. Plus, the top 10 entrepreneurs get to dine with the mayor.
Young Master Chen said if you want it, he can arrange it. Having received benefits from Chen Jingxing, Zhang naturally pushed hard to bring the two together. Just then, his young assistant called out from the doorway, seemingly with urgent business to discuss.
Weii, take your time. I'll step out for a moment.
With that, Chen Jingxing hurried away again.
He didn't return until noon.
Sū Míng breathed a sigh of relief. Today, Chen Jingxing had finally done a great favor, because being harassed by flies all day was particularly disgusting. After school, Dai Qingyi wanted to study more, so Sū Míng didn't push her. He made her a beef rice dish. Fatso, however, had been caught reading pornographic magazines in class and was summoned by the principal for a stern reprimand. To avoid missing out on his big money-making opportunity, he specifically instructed Sū Míng to buy all the German lottery tickets for him. Upon arriving at the lottery shop, Sū Míng walked straight up to the owner.
Boss, I'll take Brazil. How much? The boss was busy processing tickets and didn't even look up, responding mechanically. 400,000. The owner glanced up and saw it was a student, a kid. Get lost. 40,000? Do you even have 40?
Use your card. Sū Míng emptied his entire recent earnings into the bet. Unfortunately, he hadn't followed sports closely before and didn't know the final score of this match. Still, seeing the 35x odds for the win-loss bet, he thought it was decent enough. The boss saw the bank card Sū Míng pulled out and realized he hadn't recognized a big shot when he saw one. He quickly explained, the maximum bet per single game is 100,000.
Only 100,000? What a shame. Well, okay then. Alright?
The owner was genuinely puzzled.
Did Sū Míng think he was guaranteed to win? If he lost? No, wait.
Someone who could pull out hundreds of thousands to gamble in one go must come from an exceptionally wealthy family.
So the boss went ahead and placed the bet.
Sū Míng also bought a ticket for the fat guy.
Satisfied with his purchases, he departed.
On his way back, while waiting at a traffic light, he suddenly spotted Chen Jingxing sitting on his sidekick's electric scooter. This was indeed an unexpected encounter. Chen Jingxing waved the cake in his hand.
Delicious temples cake, made by a master pastry chef. $300 apiece. Ever tried it? Sū Míng felt utterly tormented. When would this guy finally slip away quietly?
Finally, the light turned green, and he quickened his pace. Chen Jingxing, meanwhile, urged his sidekick to speed up. As they passed Sū Míng, he shouted loudly.
Sū Míng, you lost to me. No need to feel inferior. Chapter 114, The Greatest Clown in History.
Back at school, Sū Míng first handed the bet slip to the fat guy.
Thanks, Ming Ji. Damn, the principal is out of his mind.
He doesn't catch those reading extracurricular books in class, but he catches me reading a dirty book.
Well, isn't that fair?
No, they read extracurricular books that distract from studies.
I read dirty books to relieve stress and study better. Wait, no brother Ming, you bought the wrong ticket. I bet on Germany.
Fatso stared at the winner listed on the ticket, feeling like he'd been struck by lightning.
It's fine, Fatso.
Just trust me. Fatso really wanted to trust Sū Míng, but he couldn't afford to lose this time. He needed money to buy a phone so he could stay in touch with the girlfriend he'd met in a chat room.
Fine, Ming, I don't blame you. Let's just go with this. Fatso felt a bit down. Sū Míng didn't explain much.
He now wore a pained expression, and after tonight, he'd probably have to thank himself properly. Sū Míng descended the stairs without further comment. After watching him leave, the fat guy skipped class and headed straight to the sports lottery shop.
Though winning tickets couldn't be refunded, he'd recently picked up some tricks from Sū Míng.
After some smooth talking, he successfully sold the winning ticket to an old man. Even though he got punished by the principal and had to stand in the corner for the entire afternoon when he returned, the fat guy was quite satisfied because he had changed the outcome. When Sū Míng returned to the classroom, Lin Weii was hastily stashing the cake from the desk into a cabinet. Realizing she hadn't shown Sū Míng much care lately, she decided to pass on the kindness. So, while Sū Míng was in the bathroom, she secretly wrote a note and slipped it into his test booklet. When Sū Míng returned and opened his test booklet, he saw the note reading, "Meet me on the rooftop after school." There's a surprise. A knowing smile instantly spread across his face, and he found himself humming a tune. This little Dai, now he's even playing the anticipation card. Seeing him so happy, Lin Weii knew Sū Míng must still be thinking about her, which only confirmed she was doing the right thing. Chen Jingxing, seeing Sū Míng so smug, couldn't help but feel annoyed. He turned to his sidekick and asked what plan they had to deal with him. Simple, Chen Xiao. That penniless guy still can't get over Sister Weiwei. We'll just pretend to be her and invite him to the rooftop, then take the chance to humiliate him.
Ah, that's brilliant. Excellent idea. Later, get a few more classmates to go up there.
Tell him I plan to treat everyone to a meal after graduation and we need to discuss where to go.
No problem. Leave it to me.
I'll make sure the whole class witnesses the biggest clown in history. The sidekick immediately set off to carry out the mission. To make it look convincing, he even found a girl with beautiful handwriting to compose the letter. The contents were as sappy as possible, complete with a heart drawn on the cover and the words from Weiwei.
He then slipped it into Sū Míng's locker.
Sū Míng spotted the letter near the end of the last class, but without opening it, he tossed it aside in disgust. It wasn't until after school that the fat guy tried to invite Sū Míng to watch the competition, only to be flatly refused.
I won't be watching the game. I already know the outcome.
Sū Míng had just heard that Chen Jingxing had invited Lin Weii to the game. He didn't want her to misunderstand him again, so he decided not to go. This ill-fated connection was best severed as soon as possible. Besides, Dai Qingyi had specifically mentioned preparing something delicious for him today and asked him to wait for her on the rooftop. Naturally, Sū Míng intended to keep that appointment. Alright, Ming, if you win tonight, dinner's on me.
Sure thing, Fatso. This time I won't hold back.
This time he'd placed a 1,500 bet at 3.5 odds, guaranteeing over 6,000 in winnings.
Covering dinner should be no problem. Once Fatty left, Sū Míng cheerfully headed upstairs.
To keep the anticipation alive, he deliberately avoided seeking out Dai Qingyi, wanting to reveal himself at the very last moment. Shortly after reaching the rooftop, he finally heard footsteps behind him. He stood up cheerfully, only to find it was Lin Weii. He took a couple of steps back, looking somewhat put off.
Why is it you? You jerk, you're messing with me again. Why do you think it's me?
Wait, did you get the wrong person?
Alright, Sū Míng, don't worry about it.
I know your family has suffered a huge setback recently, but I believe in your ability to bounce back. As long as you don't give up, I'll always be here to encourage you. You misunderstood me earlier. I never agreed to be Qin Jingxing's girlfriend. After all, I'm a 6th grade classmate.
If I were to date anyone, you'd be my first choice. Don't lose heart.
Lin Weii recently read about how wealthy families in ancient times would give passing scholars travel money, betting that one might rise to great heights and then bring them fortune. That's the strategy of casting a wide net to catch more fish. So she had a sudden epiphany: she must give more boys opportunities. Any who seemed even slightly promising deserved her encouragement. Ideally, she'd make them feel they could win her over. That way, when one of them soared to success in the future, he'd naturally gravitate toward her, and she could enjoy his fame and fortune.
What? Discouraged? Sū Míng was utterly baffled. What had he done to cause such a misunderstanding?
Why would she assume that if she turned back, he'd still be there?
Right, I know everything.
From your phone ringtone to that call you deliberately let ring that day, you were actually telling me you were jealous.
No, that song has another meaning. I think you misunderstood. It's a song a girl I really like loves.
Sū Míng knew Dai Qingyi loved this song, which is why he set it as his ringtone.
What does that have to do with this guy standing before him? Yeah, I know. You peeked at my songbook, didn't you? This was the first song I ever copied down.
Lin Weii said, taking a few steps forward.
No, wait, wrong. Sū Míng panicked. How had she ended up chasing after him now?
His feelings for her had been completely worn away in his previous life.
Alright, Sū Míng, don't be afraid. I know you value your pride. I won't tell anyone. You can keep secretly liking me. After the college entrance exams, I'll give you a satisfactory answer.
Beautiful things always come slowly, so you have to wait.
Sū Míng wanted to curse. What kind of cringy young adult novel line was this? He didn't even like her. What was there to wait for?
Sū Míng, and this to make up for all you've done for me before. I'd bake this cake myself.
Eat it. I tried really hard.
Sū Míng looked down.
Wasn't this the same cake Qin Jingxing had bought from somewhere earlier?
Truly, there's a saying that rings true: behind every goddess stands a man who's grown utterly sick of staring at her.
When will that guy Qin Jingxing finally realize he's just a pathetic suck-up? Just then, a clattering sound echoed from the rooftop entrance.
The two turned to see Qin Jingxing's 2 cups of milk tea crash to the ground.
Chapter 115. Nobody in my family wants to go to the conference. The air fell silent.
Everyone stared at Qin Jingxing, feeling a pang of pity for him.
Jingxing, let me explain.
Lin Weii felt awkward.
How could she have known Qin Jingxing would follow her?
Now she'd been caught red-handed. Sū Míng was quite pleased to witness this scene. With Lin Weiwei's true colors exposed, he wouldn't have to endure her harassment anymore. But then, Qin Jingxing walked up to Lin Weii and said with a smile, "Weiwei, I know you've always been pure and kind-hearted since childhood, which is why you're easily deceived."
Ha? Deceived?
Lin Weii looked puzzled, momentarily at a loss for words.
Then, Qin Jingxing turned and glared angrily at Sū Míng. Sū Míng, you really don't know when to stop. Do you want me to tell the police about you stealing my phone? And do you realize it was my dad who told me to give people a chance?
That's why I didn't push things too far with you.
I never expected you to be so unrepentant, still deceiving innocent Weiwei. Well, today, I'll expose you completely. What are you exposing?
Sū Míng couldn't understand why he was losing his temper again. The truth was right in front of him, yet he still refused to believe it. Sū Míng didn't know whether to call him foolish or hopelessly devoted. His family really had gone completely bankrupt. My dad's friend, Chairman Wang of the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce, saw his father drunk out of his mind at a banquet yesterday, but Uncle Wang refused to acknowledge him. Later, my dad told me the truth: his father had come begging for money, hoping to borrow capital for a comeback. Because he breached the contract by failing to deliver our order on time, he racked up millions in debt. Now he's completely ruined.
Sū Míng raised an eyebrow, suddenly puzzled. Dad had indeed gotten drunk yesterday, but why would he go looking for that Chairman Wang? Was he really going to ask for a loan? That didn't add up.
Before handing the factory over to Dad, its financial situation had been perfectly sound.
He'd have to ask about it when he got home.
Today's betting winnings would bring in 350,000 yuan, and with his savings, he'd have close to 750,000 yuan.
That should help the family out a bit. My dad? Owing over $1 million? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Yeah, my dad said it. You can deny it all you want. I know you never would, since you still need to keep deceiving innocent girls like Weiwei. Her? Innocent?
Sū Míng had no idea when he'd gone blind.
Weiwei, it's okay. I know you've been deceived.
I'll prove it to you. His family is truly finished.
My resources are something they could never match in a lifetime.
Just wait and see at the business conference.
Qin Jingxing finished speaking and led the rest of the class away. Lin Weii sensed something was off. Seeing Qin Jingxing speak with such conviction, could it really be true? Being broke was one thing, she could earn it back later. But if the Sū family was truly over $1 million in debt, wouldn't she be jumping into a pit of fire?
After all, in this day and age, $1 million plus seemed like a sum ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime.
After hesitating, Lin Weii took the cake and left.
Seeing the group finally gone, Sū Míng felt a wave of relief wash over him. All he wanted now was to finish the exam quickly and never have to deal with these people again. Soon after, Dai Qingyi arrived, holding a red envelope.
Sū Míng, I brought you something delicious today.
Seeing her lifted his spirits considerably.
Oh? What is it?
Anything little dumb brings must be super tasty.
No, it's just a little tasty. Not super delicious. I'm not lying to you. She waved her hand, not wanting to raise Sū Míng's expectations too high. No problem. If Xiao Dai made it, I'll definitely finish it all. What is it?
Dai Qingyi opened it. Inside were fried sweet potato cakes. Sū Míng, I recently discovered that sweet potato slices are really tasty when fried.
Well, maybe just a little tasty. Alright, I'll finish every last bite. Huh? Did you burn your hand?
Sū Míng noticed the blister on her delicate, pale hand.
It's fine. As long as you're happy. You silly goose, you can even burn yourself while cooking? From now on, I'll handle the cooking. Alright. Then I'll wash the dishes for you. Sū Míng nodded and began devouring the sweet potato pancakes in big bites. An hour later, Sū Míng finally returned home from school. As soon as he walked in, he saw his father smoking on the balcony. He rarely smoked, so this must mean something was troubling him. Dad, what's been going on lately? If you need money, you can tell me. Huh? Son, it's nothing. I can handle it. Just eat the food on the table.
The college entrance exams are coming up soon.
You need to keep your strength up.
Your mom and I know you're doing your best. We never got much education ourselves, so we don't expect you to score exceptionally high.
Just be happy.
Su Zhengfeng felt a pang of guilt from earlier that morning. He shouldn't have taken his frustration out on his son.
That's why he'd gone out of his way to cook dinner today. Seeing his father remain silent, Sū Míng decided to ask Zhang Jiangguo about it later. But now, the aroma wafting from the table lured him back. He couldn't resist walking over and lifting the lid. Wow! This smells amazing. Mom's cooking skills have gotten even better. Son, you've got it wrong. Your dad did the cooking today.
Yongfang emerged from the bedroom, holding several incense sticks. Mom, it's neither the 1st nor 15th day of the month.
Why are you burning incense? You forgetful child. Aren't you taking the college entrance exam?
Old Chen upstairs said we must offer incense to the Buddha every day this week for her blessings to help you get good results. And today, you should eat plenty of meat. Mom will go vegetarian this week for it to work. Parents back home are always like this, living their entire lives for their children. But Sū Míng understood this was her comforting ritual. Besides, it was only a short-term vegetarian diet, nothing to worry about. So he didn't stop her. The family sat around the dinner table, and it felt like ages since they'd last gathered like this. Like most traditional Chinese families, Sū Míng knew his parents never voiced their love. A table laden with delicious dishes was their way of showing affection. For now, the best way Sū Míng could repay them was to say, "I'll have seconds," after finishing his meal. After dinner, Sū Míng insisted on washing the dishes. His mother, Yongfang, couldn't persuade him otherwise and let him have his way. "Old Sū, look at our son, how considerate he is." "Yeah, that little rascal has really changed a lot." Su Zhengfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. He also concluded that skipping the Haicheng business conference might be for the best. After all, he hadn't earned his place there yet. Insisting on an invitation would be inappropriate. At worst, he could simply spend quality time with his family instead. Just as Sū Míng loaded all the dishes into the sink and was about to start washing, Secretary Zhang called again. "Hey, sis, have you eaten yet?" "I have. By the way, I need to ask you something." Secretary Zhang had grown accustomed to his excessive politeness and no longer bothered to correct him. "Go ahead, sis. I'm listening. For the business conference, do you need to invite anyone else? I can have someone arrange it, just sending out a few more invitations." "Invite others?" Sū Míng glanced at his parents in the living room and shook his head again. Such a tedious event he himself wasn't even eager to attend. Making his parents endure it too would be unfair. So Sū Míng declined outright. "No need, sis. The people around me aren't really interested in attending this event." Chapter 116, Time to Make a Decision. July 5th marked the final day of school for Haicheng High's graduating seniors. After today, they wouldn't need to come to campus. Tomorrow they'd prepare at home, and the day after the 7th they'd head to their respective college entrance exam venues. Yet Sū Míng was absent again during the final morning of school. Today, he had to take his father's factory employees on a tour of Dongzhi Electric's production workshop. Earlier, Chen Muyang had been overly confident, fantasizing about crushing the appliance factory within a month. So the two had made a bet: if he lost, he'd de-open the factory for a day of tours. The production process involved trade secrets, especially with new products currently under development. But Chen Muyang believed the factory was beyond saving, so he agreed without hesitation. The outcome, however, was turned on its head by Sū Míng's successful World Cup marketing campaign.
At 8 in the morning, Chen Muyang was already waiting at the factory gate. Ever since losing to Sū Míng, he'd been seething with resentment.
Yet, since numerous executives had witnessed the wager, Chen Muyang felt compelled to honor his word and accept defeat gracefully to maintain his reputation for keeping promises.
While waiting, his secretary approached him with a question: should the air conditioner production line using the new technology be shut down to prevent competitors from copying it?
No, Chen Muyang replied. Not only should production not stop, but you must inspire the workers to show their enthusiasm. Let them see how full of energy and spirit our employees are.
Also, you'll be giving the tour.
Focus the key viewing points on the new air conditioning workshop.
Dongzhi currently holds the world's top technology. If their employees could grasp it with just a glance, what would be the point of having so many experts on our side? Besides, those experts from Little Japan, now those are real experts. Their people are just naturally brilliant.
The technology they develop, you domestic folks could never figure out in a lifetime. The young secretary listened to his words with some discomfort, but since she was working under him, she had no choice but to endure it. At 8:15 sharp, Sū Míng arrived with his team. This time, he brought along the entire factory management team. He had intended to bring his father along to witness the advanced management practices of others, but his father had declined, citing a dinner engagement with some Chairman Wang.
Ah, Mr. Chen, you really are here? I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. Impressive. Oomph. Dongzhi is an international enterprise. Integrity is fundamental, that's what our late chairman always emphasized. Alright, let's go. Remember, everyone, observe more, learn more, and speak less. Sū Míng gave a brief instruction, and the group began their tour. An hour and a half later, the group finally emerged, looking somewhat disappointed. Well, everyone, isn't Dongzhi impressive?
Chen Muyang said smugly. Zhang Jiangguo and the others dared not respond, for they had just witnessed Dongzhi's upcoming new product, one that would undoubtedly disrupt the market. Back in 2002, Dài Qīngyī air conditioners had dominated the domestic market with their so-called germ-killing negative ion feature in ultra-thin outdoor units. The model Dongzhi was about to launch was the cream of the crop among them. Just then, Sū Míng finally emerged from the workshop. He too had been closely examining the new air conditioner, but not out of envy, he was plotting how to outmaneuver them. And just moments ago, he had already devised a countermeasure. Hey, what's up with you guys?
If there's nothing, head back. Today's a day off. Go write up your reflections on what you learned today. Mr. Sū, look at them, they've lost all fighting spirit.
Don't be so hard on them, Chen Muyang chuckled, knowing full well this was all Sū Míng's doing.
Oh, it's fine. Last time you guys lost too. Next time, Mr. Chen, if you lose again, they'll probably regain their confidence. You. Off, Mr. Chen. See you next time. When you come next time, remember to replace the tea in the office, it's not very good.
After speaking, Sū Míng immediately led his men away, leaving Chen Muyang fuming behind them. At the same time, he knew that Sū Míng would undoubtedly become a formidable opponent for the Eastern Ice Plans in Haicheng. Sigh. At the same age, why was there such a huge gap between his son and this boy? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Jingxing had also arrived nearby. Earlier that morning, seeing Lin Weii growing restless from studying, Chen Jingxing had impulsively brought her to tour his family's factory, a chance to show her his capabilities. Little did he know that shortly after arriving, he would encounter Sū Míng and his father emerging from the factory.
Dad, what was Sū Míng doing here just now? Chen Jingxing approached, asking with genuine curiosity.
Seeing his son, Chen Muyang startled, then noticed the rather pretty girl beside him. He felt a surge of satisfaction, at least in this regard, his son hadn't been outdone by Sū Míng.
This is?
Oh, Dad, this is Weii, my best friend.
Hello, Uncle. Lin Weii greeted him with grace and poise. Dad, she's also our class monitor.
Her grades are outstanding too, basically, she and I take turns being top of the class.
Oh? Such an outstanding young lady.
Son, bring her along to the upcoming Haicheng Business Conference.
Since she's your best friend, I'll just mention it to Chairman Wang. There's a banquet after the conference you two can attend together. Lin Weii was attractive, class president, and academically strong, exactly the kind of daughter-in-law most parents would consider ideal.
Chen Muyang noticed her simple attire and guessed her family was likely average. For girls like her, flaunting wealth and status beyond their reach could win them over instantly. So Chen Muyang was essentially boosting his son's chances of winning her over.
See, Weii? I told you Dad would like you. You should come along. We'll broaden our horizons together. That conference isn't for ordinary folks, only the city's elite get invited. Chen Jingxing declared with immense pride. Alright then, thank you, Uncle.
Lin Weii replied with feigned modesty, though her heart was already bursting with joy. If she could go to this place, it would surely be an experience worth recounting in the future. Who knows, she might even meet even more impressive people. Seeing her agree, Chen Jingxing felt immense joy. Lin Weii had finally taken another step closer to him.
But that wasn't enough.
He still wanted to hear from his father about Sū Míng's downfall, so Lin Weii would know her choice hadn't been wrong.
Dad, you still haven't told me what exactly was Sū Míng here for just now? Ha? Sū Míng? You saw him? Yeah, Dad. Didn't you say his family went bankrupt? What's he doing here? Did he come begging for money again? Borrow money? Lin Weii asked curiously.
Yeah, my dad said that last time Sū Míng's dad went to ask Chairman Wang for money, but he was completely ignored. Then he turned around and asked my dad, but my dad didn't lend them any either. Chen Jingxing had always believed Sū Míng was in dire straits because of his father's account.
Borrow money? Oh, right. That's what he came for. Didn't you see him leaving the factory earlier?
I told him I couldn't lend him any, worried his family wouldn't be able to repay it. Then Sū Míng said he hoped our factory could hire him, so he could work here to help support his family. Chen Muyang finally understood what it meant to tell one lie and then have to tell 1,000 more to cover it up.
See, Weiwei? Now you believe me, right? I really wasn't lying.
His family went bankrupt ages ago, racking up over $1 million in debt. Now even Sū Míng, about to graduate, has to scramble for a job.
You really shouldn't fall for his tricks anymore, Weiwei.
Thank goodness you came with me today, otherwise, that Sū Míng would still be sweet-talking you.
Chen Jingxing felt a surge of satisfaction.
With this irrefutable proof, he wondered how Sū Míng could possibly hide his true colors now.
Lin Weii nodded.
She'd been puzzled earlier about why Sū Míng would show up at the Chen family factory site, but now she was convinced.
The Sū family was truly finished.
She had to cut all ties with Sū Míng completely to avoid being hounded by him in the future.
Chapter 117, Don't Bother Me Anymore. On the bus back, Sū Míng noticed Jiang Jiangwo's uneasy expression and immediately asked what was wrong.
Xiao Ming, we all feel the factory's future will be even tougher.
Uncle Jiang, why do you say that? You don't know the electronics industry.
I just took a close look at their new models. Many of their features are revolutionary. Forget small local factories like ours, even our major domestic manufacturers wouldn't stand a chance competing against them. Jiang Jiangwo said pessimistically.
What about you guys? Do you feel the same?
Sū Míng looked around at the others. The others nodded in agreement.
Everyone, there's no need to be so downhearted.
I've told you, Dongzhi is indeed formidable, backed by international capital. Their personnel quality and financial reserves are beyond our reach.
But don't forget, in that first direct confrontation, we were the ones who won. So they aren't invincible.
Despite his words, the group's expressions remained largely unchanged. What they just witnessed had been too overwhelming. Xiao Ming, last time we won because of the World Cup. But the World Cup only comes around once every 4 years. And let's be honest, there was an element of luck involved this time. We're in business, we can't rely on luck every single time.
Uncle Jiang, success depends on human effort.
Even without the World Cup, we can defeat them. So there's no need for such pessimism. Learn from the enemy to defeat the enemy. That's precisely why I requested access to their factories. I want you to absorb their advanced production techniques and integrate them into our daily management.
Look at the Tang dynasty.
When Xiaozhi was weak, they sent envoys to Tang China for exchanges, seizing the chance to learn advanced techniques and strengthen themselves.
That's the part we should emulate.
Sū Míng understood, one might start from humble beginnings, but to change one's circumstances, learning must never cease.
Of course, their frustration is understandable.
After turning 25, people's learning capacity declines rapidly.
Those who maintain their drive to learn well into their 40s possess remarkable self-discipline.
This is precisely why Sū Míng required them to share their reflections after writing them, because they might not cover every angle, so pooling their insights was essential. Young factory manager, I'll be frank, you may not grasp our true concerns.
We weren't afraid of Dong's financial backing from the start, we understood their strength from the beginning. But today, after touring their workshop, we finally grasped the meaning of an irreparable gap.
As the factory's longtime technical supervisor, from our insider perspective, once their new air conditioner hits the market, it will have no rivals.
Supervisor Niu finally couldn't hold back.
He felt Sū Míng was still dishing out motivational platitudes, stuck in a purely academic mindset, oblivious to real-world challenges.
Oh, you're worried about that? I haven't underestimated it. Otherwise, why do you think I guessed it at the end?
I was thinking of countermeasures.
You needn't worry.
Sū Míng replied with a smile.
Don't worry? Ming, are you saying you have a solution? Could it be you know some technical expert? Jiang Jiangwo asked, a hint of surprise in his voice.
Sū Míng shook his head. Supervisor Niu chimed in from the side, Old Jiang, even if we knew a tech expert, it wouldn't help. That new air conditioner incorporates tons of cutting-edge features, the latest tech not found in any machines on the market right now.
I only learned about it from the newspaper. These must be the result of years of research by their tech team. It's definitely not something we could solve by hiring 1 or 2 tech experts. No problem. Technical issues don't always need technical solutions.
Sū Míng then offered his solution with a hint of mystery.
What do you mean? How can we compete with their new air conditioner without relying on technology?
Manager Niu was puzzled. You'll see when the time comes. Sū Míng left him hanging, then called for the bus to stop.
Uncle, my school's here.
Take the others back to the factory. Once the bus came to a complete stop, Sū Míng slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped off.
Watching his departing figure, Supervisor Niao asked curiously, "Old Jiang, what do you think? How does the young factory director think?" "No clue." Jiang Jiangguo answered honestly.
Sū Míng seemed far too mature for an 18 or 19-year-old, possessing a breadth of vision that even surpassed his own after decades navigating the business world. But I know his future achievements will surely match those of factory director Sū.
I'm truly envious.
The factory director has raised such an exceptional son. I must seek his advice more often. How did he cultivate such a remarkable child?
Manager Niao remarked with genuine admiration.
Jiang Jiangguo looked at Sū Míng, puzzled. He had watched this boy grow up. While not irredeemably bad, he had been nothing more than a mediocre talent who spent his days hanging around arcades.
How could he suddenly know everything after just a short time apart? Or did factory manager Sū have some secret parenting formula?
He'd have to subtly probe for answers later. Sū Míng arrived at the classroom and habitually reached into his locker. Inside, there was nothing but a carton of soy milk. He pulled out his exam papers to practice, only to notice a sticky note taped to the leg of his desk.
"Sū Míng, please stop bothering me. I'm afraid Jingxing will misunderstand our relationship."
Sū Míng felt utterly speechless.
Who was harassing whom, exactly? So he tore off the sticky note and turned to ask, "Lin Weii, did you put this here?" "Me? So what if I did? I wrote it for her. Weii will never speak to you again. Chen Jingxing is so much better than you. She made the best choice possible."
Zhang Ye chimed in again, ready for another round.
"Hold on, Xiaoya's getting married, and you're jumping for joy?" Sū Míng couldn't help but quote a classic movie line. "What marriage? I'm not marrying you."
Lin Weii shook her head, surprised he was taking it so seriously.
She regretted ever giving him a chance. "Marriage? Give me a break."
Sū Míng crumpled the sticky note into a ball and flicked it toward the trash can, sending it on a perfect parabolic arc. Lin Weii felt her pride stung.
Why didn't Sū Míng look particularly upset?
Just then, Zhang Ye piped up from the side.
"Sū Míng, you're useless even if you throw it away. Weii has already told you there's no connection between you two anymore. Don't try to act like you don't know."
Oh, so he didn't want to end things after all. Lin Weii finally caught on, feeling a mix of disgust and secret delight. Just then, Chen Jingxing strode over with a smug look on his face.
"Sū Míng," he declared, "I've already told my father.
You'll never have the privilege of working at our factory unless, of course, you beg me.
Maybe then I'll consider giving you a chance." "No thanks. I'll pass on your entire family's generosity." Chapter 118, A Fool's Flash of Inspiration. On the afternoon of July 8, the Guangdong College entrance exams were essentially concluded. This year's exam adopted a 3x format.
Besides the traditional Chinese, math, and English tests already completed on the 7th and 8th, the X component comprised two parts. One was the Liberal Arts and Science Comprehensive Exam, a combined test covering all minor subjects. Another portion involves selecting one subject from all elective courses to create a separate exam, typically choosing one from politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, or biology. However, this year's reform added English 2 as an option, with its exam scheduled for the 11th, meaning there are still 3 days left. Sū Míng returned home to find his father unusually present.
"Old Sū, not drinking today? You little brat, as if I actually enjoy drinking. I only do it for you."
Sū Zhengfeng replied irritably. Lately, he'd been drinking daily with Chairman Wang, all to secure an invitation and network with more influential figures. Today, however, because it was his son's final day of exams, Yangfang had specifically instructed him not to go out drinking. He needed to accompany his son for a proper meal today.
"Where's Mom? You always come home looking for her. She said since you're done with exams, you should go out for dinner today." "Huh? No way, I still have one subject left. I haven't finished yet." "What? Not finished? I thought you were done." Never mind. It's all the same anyway." "No, Lao Sū, do you really think so little of me?" "Well, what can I say? You just aren't cut out for studying. Last time your uncle told me about your mock exam you only got 150 points, while your cousin scored over 500. With your scores, taking one more exam will only add a few more points."
Sū Zhengfeng had already come to terms with it. Neither of them had been good at studying back in the day, so he didn't expect his son to excel academically either.
"Old Sū, how can you talk about our son like that? He needs encouragement most at this stage. What if he performs beyond expectations?" "It's fine, son. Mom honestly didn't know you had one more subject to take. Since that's the case, we won't go out to eat."
Yongfang knew her son's grades weren't great, but she still wanted to encourage him more. After all, he was at a crucial stage in his life. He barely scraped by with 150 points not long ago.
"What do you expect?
But listen, you little brat, let me tell you this, whether he does well or not, it doesn't matter. Your old man isn't the same man he used to be.
I'm a millionaire now. Just wait and see how good life gets for you."
Sū Zhengfeng felt a surge of pride. He still believed it was Jiang Jiangwo's exceptional ability that had turned the factory around and made a fortune. Of course, deep down, he thought that while Jiang Jiangwo was impressive, he himself wasn't half bad either after all. His eye for talent was spot on.
Mom, it's fine. Let's just eat. The last subject doesn't matter.
It's been ages since our family went out for a meal.
See, your son has spoken.
Come on, you little rascal, today's your lucky day.
We're going to Genoa Tower, it's a top-tier restaurant.
Don't be shy with your dad, I've got plenty of money. Su Zhengfeng declared proudly.
Genoa Tower?
Sū Míng had grown tired of it lately. But then he remembered his mother had been eating vegetarian lately, and their vegetarian dishes were quite good, so he kept his thoughts to himself. As they got into the car downstairs, Sū Míng looked at the Fukang 988. In just a few years, he'd driven it so hard that chunks of paint were peeling off. He couldn't help but say, "Dad, why don't you get a new car?"
What? Change cars? Fine, then let's get that newly released R23 LSE.
No, you just really like that brand.
Of course. Business is all about good omens. The Fukang is perfect, it means a family with a Fukang will prosper. Besides, there are so many places to spend money now. Buying a car?
Why don't you sponsor me?
Sure, how much? Just kidding, you little brat. Start thinking about earning money after you graduate. Son, wife, hold on tight. Let me show you the power of the king of speed.
Su Zhengfeng pressed the accelerator and the car raced down the highway at 30 miles per hour.
Old Sue, could you please stop driving like a turtle?
Safety first, safety first.
Men of a certain age dread driving the most. This 40-minute trip alone was enough to drive anyone crazy.
So the moment Su Zhengfeng pulled over, he dashed straight for the restaurant restroom. As Su Zhengfeng climbed the stairs, he spotted someone emerging from the restroom who looked familiar.
He practically leaped up the steps and grabbed the person's sleeve. Hey! Chairman Wang, what a coincidence.
By the way, Chairman, you mentioned last night at the dinner table that you'd send me an invitation.
I haven't received it yet. Or could it be that you're too busy with important matters to remember? Wang Longhu's pleasant mood vanished the moment he recognized the visitor.
According to Chen Muyang, this fellow had gone bankrupt and was now borrowing money everywhere in hopes of making a comeback. That's why he was heading to the business conference, looking for opportunities. As for someone like this, purely here to mooch off others, Wang Longhu felt obligated to keep him out to avoid causing discomfort to the other attendees.
Sorry, Mr. Sue. I don't like discussing business during meals. I've told you several times over dinner that I'll handle your matter. By constantly pushing me like this, are you implying you don't trust me at all?
Wang Longhu shot a displeased glance at Su Zhengfeng's hand. Su Zhengfeng quickly withdrew his hand.
My apologies, Chairman Wang. I'm just so anxious about this. If you act this impatient again, I'll reconsider. No. Chairman Wang, please give me one more chance.
I genuinely want to attend the conference and exchange ideas with all the other executives. Su Zhengfeng forced his tone to be as humble as possible, knowing this was the proper approach when dealing with someone of higher status.
Oomph.
Wang Longhu turned and stormed out, only to be called back suddenly at the doorway.
Uncle Wang, what's wrong?
You seem in such a foul mood.
Don't even mention it.
That Su Zhengfeng showed up again.
The one who keeps asking for loans? Yes, but he's not borrowing money now. He's changed his mind and wants an invitation to the business conference. A business conference? What's he going there for? Did he win an award too?
Chen Jingxing suddenly felt a pang of crisis.
If Sū Míng's father and his own dad both won awards, wouldn't that mean he'd have nothing left to brag about? Him? He doesn't even have the qualifications.
Wang Longhu said with disgust. He just wants to use the opportunity to network with more business owners and get them to invest in his ventures.
Never mind. I've got things to attend to at the company.
Jingxing, do your best on the college entrance exams these next few days.
Uncle will give you a gift when it's over. Alright, thanks, Uncle. Chen Jingxing nodded happily.
This was the advantage his father's status brought, something Sū Míng could never experience. But then, an idea suddenly struck him.
Hey, Uncle Wang, wait a moment. Chairman Wang turned back curiously. What is it, Xing? I think you should give an invitation to that Sū guy. Why? Isn't he your father's sworn enemy? No, Uncle Wang.
I just realized that leaving a little room for future encounters is wise. Besides, his son is in my class, and he's shown you such respect lately.
Alright. To grasp such wisdom at your young age, your future accomplishments will surely match your father's.
Wang Longhu nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, Chen Jingxing silently resolved, since I can't take down Sū Míng, I'll humiliate his father at the conference and show him what I'm capable of.
Chapter 119, Waiting for the 15th's surprise.
After using the restroom, Su Zhengfeng called his brother-in-law, young Guowei.
Hey, Guowei, what's the status with Chairman Wang? Why hasn't he agreed yet? Did you deliver the gift? Young Guowei felt uneasy upon receiving the call. Lately, he'd been acting as the middleman between the two parties and had reaped considerable benefits. Now that Su Zhengfeng was calling, could it be he was getting suspicious? Ha! Oh, brother-in-law. You know Chairman Wang is a very busy man. That doesn't make sense. If he's so busy, why does he come for meals every day? And he hasn't helped me with anything. That doesn't add up. Could you give him a call and remind him again? Su Zhengfeng was getting annoyed. Was he being played? Alright, brother-in-law, I'll give him a call and push him. After hanging up, Yang Guowei felt conflicted. Who exactly is this Chairman Wang? What gives him the right to call and pressure others about work? But what could he do now? After fretting for over 10 minutes, Su Zhengfeng suddenly called again. He answered with trembling hands, only to hear a hearty laugh on the other end. Alright, Guowei, you're something else. Ha! What's up, brother-in-law? President Wang's secretary just said they'll deliver the invitation this afternoon and asked me to attend promptly. Really? Of course. I saw Chairman Wang looking displeased earlier and thought we'd lost our chance. Thank goodness you made that call. Su Zhengfeng was overjoyed. This had been his heart's desire since entering business. Yang Guowei hadn't anticipated things turning out this way, but since it had all worked out by accident, he figured he might as well go with the flow. Ah, brother-in-law, you're right. I practically wore myself out talking before he finally agreed. Guowei, you've really worked hard. I've always felt guilty toward you over the years. Things were really tough at the factory back then, so when you asked to borrow money to expand, I turned you down. Su Zhengfeng now realized his brother-in-law was actually quite capable. He once thought him lacking in vision. Brother-in-law, don't say that. What kind of relationship do we have? Where family blood is thicker than water. Just ask if you need anything. But speaking of which, brother-in-law, I have something to discuss with you too. I'd like you to invest in my factory. It's not that I'm short on cash, it's just that our pager sales have been booming lately. I want to make money with my own team. When others offer to invest, I always say I'll consider it. Alright then, let's talk in person. Let me properly thank you. Come to Jinhua Tower. The kid just finished his exams today, and we're bringing him out for dinner. Alright, brother-in-law, I'll be right over. The moment he heard Su Zhengfeng was willing to invest, Yang Guowei skipped lunch and rushed over. Sū Míng reserved a private room, and soon his father walked in, beaming with joy. Old Su, what's gotten into you? Why so cheerful? Yang Fong asked curiously. Honey, it's done. What's settled? That recent matter, I just got word that it's being arranged for this afternoon. Su Zhengfeng said with a beaming smile. Sū Míng couldn't help but wonder. Mom, what's going on? Why are you two playing such cryptic games? Hey kid, mind your own business. Your job right now is to order food. Don't be shy with your old man. Soon enough, your dad will be a big shot in Haicheng. When that happens, just say you're Su Zhengfeng's son, it'll get you places. Su Zhengfeng was already daydreaming about his future fame and fortune. The two had previously agreed never to discuss business matters at the dinner table, so as not to dampen Sū Míng's spirits. Thus, Su Zhengfeng promptly dropped the subject. Alright, waiter, take our order: vegetarian sea cucumber, stir-fried broccoli, and hand-torn cabbage. Ha? Why so plain? Worried I can't afford it? You really look down on your old man? Look at this, what is it? Su Zhengfeng pulled a silver card from his pocket. This is a silver card. I'm a silver card member here. Oh, isn't Mom eating vegetarian lately? Ah, son, it's fine. Mom eats vegetarian, but you guys should eat meat. You're still growing. Yang Fong quickly interjected. Exactly. Don't mind your mom. No need to save money for me today. I'll order. Look at what you're ordering, so stingy. That won't do. Su Zhengfeng grabbed the menu and scribbled away without hesitation. Sū Míng didn't stop him, but he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Petty? In his previous life, his lifestyle had been extravagant enough. At one point, he'd grown bored and retreated to live alone on an island, ordering restaurant takeout daily and having it delivered by helicopter, an act that had drawn widespread media criticism. Shortly after ordering, the waiter brought over a bottle of wine. Ha? Gold card exclusive edition? Old Su, aren't you a silver card member? Yongfang glanced curiously at the Maotai on the table. Right. Never mind him. This meal was long overdue for a gold card upgrade anyway. Sū Míng just smiled without explanation. Soon, all the dishes were served. Just as they were enjoying their meal, someone pushed open the door. It was Uncle Yang Guowei. Come on in, Guowei, take a seat. Son, tell the front desk to crank up the AC. Su Zhengfeng hurriedly greeted him. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to meet some friends. Sū Míng really wasn't in the mood for Yang Guowei, so he simply walked out upon seeing him arrive. Hey, Ming. That little brat. Guowei, don't be upset. Thank you so much today. We finally made it to the conference. It's all thanks to you putting in a good word. That Chairman Wang really is a tough nut to crack. Su Zhengfeng expressed his sincere gratitude. He finally had a chance to break into Haicheng's top business circles. With joy in his heart, he waved his hand generously and ordered several more dishes. Brother-in-law, don't mention it. We're family, no need for formalities.
Wei hurriedly took his seat. Truth be told, he'd already figured it out on the way over.
Chairman Wang's sudden agreement was likely due to his personal influence.
The reason was easy enough to explain: he was the only connection between Su Zhengfeng and Chairman Wang. Therefore, Chairman Wang doing this was undoubtedly a favor to him.
Well done, Wei. You've really made something of yourself.
Now that he's graduated, I'd like Sū Míng to learn from you.
What do you think?
Su Zhengfeng now recognized his brother-in-law's capabilities and intended for Sū Míng to learn from him. After all, as a native of Haicheng, one might not excel at academics, but one absolutely must know how to do business.
Of course.
I've always said my pager factory is a place to hone skills, but he never took it seriously. Here's what we'll do: after he finishes his exams, have him come to my factory for 2 months of hands-on training. By then, he'll understand what high-tech really means.
Young people today, how can they get by without tech knowledge? Yes, Wei, you've really gone out of your way this time. Ming is indeed still immature.
Yongfang was also very pleased.
Come on, honey, grab another bottle of Maotai. I'm having a few drinks with Wei tonight. Wei, you've got to bring me along to the business conference, introduce me to a few more big shots.
Su Zhengfeng opened the bottle of liquor manager Dong had just given him, poured 2 glasses, and downed his in one gulp.
Ha! Oh, sure, absolutely.
Wei felt a twinge of guilt but downed his glass in one gulp.
Brother-in-law, rest assured.
Just wait for the surprise on the 15th.
Chapter 120, got it. July 11th. The English 2 exam finally concluded.
With the last major event of his high school career completed, Sū Míng felt a weight lifted. In high spirits, he walked out of the exam hall and saw students from the first and second grades gradually returning to campus. Most wore expressions of anguish as their college entrance exam break ended and they plunged back into the sea of test papers. The graduating seniors, however, stood in stark contrast. In the dorms, many students had already begun tossing their books into the air, just like scenes from a coming-of-age movie. Principal Wen stood below with a megaphone, loudly urging students to stop such activities. However, before long, a pair of torn underwear landed on his bald head, enraging him so much that he cursed and scrambled to dodge.
Principal? What's got you so worked up? Oh, Sū Míng. Nothing. How did the exam go? Seeing Sū Míng, Principal Wen's expression softened instantly. Not bad. No worries. No matter how you did, you'll always be the best student in the principal's heart. After saying this, Principal Wen cautiously inquired, so about that scholarship donation you mentioned earlier? I'm serious.
Once the results are out, I'll help these outstanding students from poor families in the school's name.
I'll even invite media reporters to cover it. Sū Míng's motivations for philanthropy were twofold: tax deductions and building a positive social reputation.
But helping others was also something he genuinely wanted to do. After all, educational resources in eastern Guangdong were severely lacking. Getting into a good university was no easy feat, and these outstanding students shouldn't have to abandon their dreams just because of financial hardship.
Ah, great.
Sū Míng, this year I've discussed it with several school leaders, and we plan to organize a graduation gala.
We've set the date for late July, right after your juniors finish their exams. We'll all sing together and send off this outstanding group of seniors. What do you think? That's a great idea. High school coursework is so demanding, having some activities is really beneficial.
Principal, you truly go above and beyond for our students' well-being.
Don't mention it. It's only natural. Parents send you to our school, and I'm like your head of the household. It's my duty to care about your healthy growth.
Sū Míng couldn't tell how much sincerity lay behind those words, but as they say, judge by actions, not intentions. At least today, he'd done something Sū Míng approved of. Haicheng High's college acceptance rates have always been solid, but the teachers are just too strict. That's why students end up feeling so miserable. Now that they're graduating, it's perfect timing for a farewell party to lighten the mood. Otherwise, when they look back, they'll have no memories of youth at all, just the pain of endless test prep.
That's great.
Before the show starts, we'll add an outstanding graduate speech.
How about you represent this year? What do you think? Sure. Sū Míng nodded.
He could invite his parents to attend and show them just how outstanding their son had become. This was a scene he'd fantasized about countless times in his previous life.
Oh, right, Principal, are all the performances ready? Ah, everything's ready. No worries. We'll have your juniors perform then. You just sit back and enjoy the show. No, Principal, I want to perform too. Ha? You want to perform too? Yes, why not? I want to sing a song.
Sū Míng had been thinking about this for a while.
You're only young once, what a huge stage.
He had to get up there and sing a few lines.
Fine. I'll have them add you to the list. Principal Wen gritted his teeth and agreed.
In all the previous cultural performances, Sū Míng had never been seen performing. He probably had no talent, and his singing likely wouldn't be anything special. But hey, he was the big spender. If he wanted to add a performance, Principal Wen had no choice but to play along.
Alright then, principal, you go ahead. I'll grab lunch at the cafeteria.
Sū Míng headed to the cafeteria, stopping to grab a meal for Dai Qingyi too. They'd agreed yesterday to share their final high school lunch here. For this final meal, there was no need for restraint. Sū Míng ordered every dish on the menu, filling 3 large plates.
Auntie, swipe my card.
Sū Míng naturally presented his meal card.
Beep. Student, insufficient funds. What? Not enough? Isn't it free?
Sū Míng felt a bit puzzled.
Hadn't the principal and others specially set up his meal card so he could eat without spending money? Student, don't be ridiculous. Who gets free meals? Do you think you're the principal? The auntie said, and everyone around burst into laughter.
Sū Míng felt awkward, but he couldn't figure it out.
He had swiped his card freely every time he ate here before. Just then, an auntie serving food nearby couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over and said, "Your surname is Sū, right? Your meal card worked before not because it was free, but because that little Dai topped up your balance." What? She topped up my card? Yes. You silly goose. That girl was so kind to you she used all the money she earned working here to buy you meals and you didn't even know?
Sū Míng listened, his heart pounding with shock for a long time afterward. No wonder the fried sweet potato cake she brought him on the rooftop that day was still so hot she had never given up her part-time job at the cafeteria. Thinking of how she'd been working so hard lately under the pressure of college entrance exams just to earn him meals, Sū Míng felt deeply guilty. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Dai Qingyi had shifted to his left, now playing hide-and-seek with him. Sū Míng grabbed her in one swift motion and pulled her into his arms. Startled, Dai Qingyi struggled to break free. "Little Dumby, stop running." Hearing his words, Dai Qingyi indeed calmed down. "Forget it, so what if I look foolish? As long as Sū Míng is happy." After a long while, Sū Míng finally let her go. "You jerk! Who told you to top up my meal card?" The moment he reached out, she instinctively flinched. "Don't hit me, don't." Dai Qingyi kept her eyes closed, but Sū Míng only ruffled her hair. "Who said I'd hit you, silly? Let's eat." They sat down at the table. Sū Míng said nothing, just kept piling food into her bowl until it resembled a small mountain. Dai Qingyi dared not speak, thinking Sū Míng was angry that she hadn't told him the truth. At that moment, Sū Míng finally looked up. "Little Dumby," he said, "I'm going to call you that for the rest of my life." Okay. Dai Qingyi dared not argue, merely nodding repeatedly. "Little dumbass, there's a graduation party this year. Remember to come, I'll sing for you." Okay. "Little dumb, come travel with me this summer. I'll show you around Suzhou." Okay. "Little dumb, you're not allowed to be so nice to me anymore." Ha? No way. Chapter 121, Spring's radiance can't be hidden. After lunch, the two strolled around campus, savoring the rare tranquility. After today, they'd be free from the pressure of college entrance exams and the constraints of school rules. Even the air seemed to carry a sense of liberation. Sū Míng, however, seemed less at ease. Ever since they started walking, he'd been searching for an excuse to take her hand. After all, this was their final stroll through campus as high school students. Without holding hands, it felt like something was missing. Honestly, he was such an idiot. Why had he set the agreement's end date for the very end of this summer? If it had been earlier, wouldn't they be together right now? "Sū Míng, I want to sit over there." She pointed toward the bleachers at the sports field. "Oh, sure." The two sat down on the stands. Dai Qingyi closed her eyes and stretched lazily. "Sū Míng, the breeze feels great here. Try closing your eyes like me." Sū Ming's eyes, however, couldn't quite look away. As she gradually straightened her back, something was expanding at an exaggerated pace. "Ha? Sū Míng, what's wrong? Come on, try it like me. You just finished your exam today. Doing this will make your head feel really clear afterward." Dai Qingyi urged again. "Oh, okay. Now, close your eyes. Breathe deeply, inhale, exhale. How does that feel? Sū Míng, does it feel good?" "Yeah, it is. The wind here is strong, so taking deep breaths really feels great. Sū Míng, you know, back when I was bored and alone, I used to come here just to breathe deeply. Now I have you with me. Thank you, Sū Míng. Thank you for being here with me." Dai Qingyi was overjoyed. After 3 years of high school, Sū Míng had finally noticed her. "You silly goose. You've been so kind to me, and I've never even said thank you. Why do you make it sound like I'm the one who's been so good to you? You don't need to thank me. I do it willingly. Besides, you've always been kind to me." These past few years, Dai Qingyi had actually been quite unhappy. She felt so lonely, with no one who understood her. That's why she often recalled the times when Sū Míng had always been by her side during childhood. Now, the dream had finally come true. "Sū Míng, let's keep taking deep breaths. You've been so exhausted lately, you need to breathe deeply several times." "All right." Sū Míng nodded, though his eyes were wide open, watching her performance. How could there be such a perfect girl in the world? Her looks, figure, and personality were all beyond reproach. But then, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sū Míng with a serious expression. Sū Míng, I need to settle accounts with you.
Huh? Settle accounts?
Sū Míng quickly averted his gaze.
Had she noticed what he'd been doing? Yes. She nodded and pulled out a small notebook from her pocket.
I've eaten so much of your food this semester, I need to calculate how much I owe you now.
May 15th, oh Sū Míng 1015. She recited each entry as she wrote down the figures, appearing utterly focused. Dai Qingyi had to calculate carefully.
She knew the Sū family had gone bankrupt, and she had to repay this money to Sū Míng to avoid burdening him too much later.
All right. Sū Míng, I owe you a total of 4,865. Rounding up, let's call it 500. Huh? Rounding? Yes, isn't that fine? Fine, fine. The higher the repayment amount, the less likely Dai Qingyi would be able to pay it back.
Then she'd have to fulfill her promise and become his girlfriend. Of course Sū Míng was happy about that.
Seeing his reaction, Dai Qingyi knew his family must be under immense pressure lately. Sū Míng, this summer break, I'm going to earn a ton of money. I'll take you out for all kinds of delicious food. Sounds great. Sū Míng nodded.
This summer, he absolutely had to spend more time with Dai Qingyi.
Alright, calculations complete. Sū Míng, let's continue deep breathing.
You need to learn self-regulation.
It's okay, everything will pass. The pressure is only temporary. I believe you can definitely get through this.
Sū Míng thought her tone was odd, but he figured she was probably worried he'd done poorly on his exams. That was indeed her overthinking. Thanks to her recent dedicated tutoring, Sū Míng felt inspired during the exam and didn't encounter too many difficult questions. Still, Sū Míng didn't interrupt her.
After all, who would want to spoil such a lovely moment? Sū Míng, keep up with your breathing rhythm. Exhale, inhale, exhale.
Sū Míng thought to himself, Dai Qingyi is so gentle, if she ever becomes a teacher, she'd surely be beloved by her students.
Boom!
Suddenly, Sū Míng heard a popping sound. A metal object sprang out from inside her clothes, clinking against something.
Huh? What was that? Curious, Sū Míng picked it up.
It was the letter D, likely a garment decoration, but Dai Qingyi was clearly wearing her school uniform. Looking up, Sū Míng saw Dai Qingyi's face flushed crimson, her hand clutching the front of her shirt tightly as she hunched over.
Dummy, is this yours?
Dai Qingyi snatched the letter back and shoved it into her pocket.
What's wrong? Feeling unwell? You? What's wrong?
Xiao Dai, is your chest hurting?
Did you get a stitch from walking right after eating? It popped. Burst? What burst?
Worse still, it was past 3 in the morning, and people were already jogging on the sports field.
What should we do, Sū Míng? Dai Qingyi looked helpless. Sū Míng was dumbfounded too. What could he possibly do? There weren't any supermarkets nearby either.
Xiao Dai, don't panic.
Why don't you try fastening it again? Oh, snap it back on. Right, snap it back on. Sū Míng, I need to find a restroom. Can you keep an eye on things?
She hurriedly searched for a restroom. Luckily there was one right here at the sports field. Otherwise, it would have been tough to make it all the way to the one in the teaching building.
Xiao Dai, you go ahead.
I'll keep an eye on things. As soon as Sū Míng finished speaking, Dai Qingyi dashed inside. After a long while, she still hadn't emerged. Sū Míng grew concerned, but since it was the women's restroom, he couldn't just barge in.
Xiao Dai, are you okay? Sū Míng finally couldn't help but ask. Sū Míng, can you come in?
Her voice trembled with tears, sounding frightened.
Hearing her sobs, Sū Ming's heart melted. Forget about the women's restroom, he burst right in.
The moment he burst in, Sū Míng witnessed a scene he would never forget.
Dai Qingyi's school uniform top lay beside the sink.
Both her hands were frantically trying to fix the undergarment, but it seemed futile.
Sū Míng couldn't fasten it. The scene was both pitiful and endearing.
Her hands, straining to cover what they couldn't, failed to conceal the full splendor of spring.
Chapter 122, First Intimate Encounter.
Sū Míng was at a loss when Dai Qingyi delivered another soul-piercing request.
Sū Míng, please help me, okay? Help? Yes, please. Someone will be here soon. She adopted a pleading posture once more.
Sū Míng, ever the man of principle and compassion, instantly materialized before her. This wasn't lust, it stemmed from his innate kindness.
How can I help you?
Up close, he could still sense its overwhelming power, and Sū Míng even stuttered slightly as he spoke.
My button's over here on the side of my shirt. I'm holding it, could you help me fasten it? Thanks, Sū Míng. Sure.
Sū Míng slowly shifted his body to reach for the button.
He wasn't doing it on purpose, he was simply overwhelmed with emotion.
Finally within reach, his hand froze mid-air as his mind drifted away.
Sū Míng. Dai Qingyi's soft call finally snapped him back to reality. Sū Míng shook his head, quickly banishing those strange thoughts from his mind.
He kept repeating to himself, Xiao Dai is still young, I can't do this.
However, he had no idea where the front fastening undergarment should be positioned. After fumbling around for a long time without success, someone approached the door.
Hearing a girl's voice, Sū Míng sensed trouble. If his underclassmen found out he was a pervert sneaking into the girls' restroom right before graduation, the upcoming graduation party would be his downfall. So he quickly ducked into a nearby stall. Seeing him hide, Dai Qingyi rushed in after him. "Wait, little dumbass, what are you doing in here?" "Ha? I saw you come in. You're a girl. This is the women's restroom. What are you afraid of?" "Oh, right." She reached for the door handle only to find the person at the entrance had already stepped inside. Sū Míng quickly locked the door. The group that had entered was the school's women's basketball team. They were changing clothes to prepare for the afternoon game. Their game seemed to be a while away, so they were currently horsing around much to Sū Míng's distress. It was the height of summer and the bathroom was stiflingly hot. Not long after entering, sweat had already beaded on Sū Míng's forehead. Glancing down at Dai Qingyi, she saw the girl's grip on her underwear loosening slightly from time to time, her face as tense as a pig's liver. What could she do? She was the one putting up so much resistance. If she wanted to cover herself completely, she'd have to work hard to pull it up. Watching her, Sū Míng felt a pang of pity. Though it felt presumptuous, he softly asked, "Little dumb, how about I hold it for you for a bit?" He expected a cold refusal, but to his surprise, Dai Qingyi actually nodded. With her consent, Sū Míng now had reason to reach out. With her hands freed, Dai Qingyi beamed with relief, leaning close to whisper a quiet thank you into Sū Míng's ear. Her warm breath tickled his face. People unaware of their own allure were actually the most captivating. Sū Míng held her hand, so they were actually very close. Dai Qingyi felt nervous, so she leaned in to whisper to Sū Míng. "Sū Míng, thank you. You're so kind to me. You've always been kind to me. Actually, you were the one who made me bump my hand before. I hated you so much back then, I even drew a doll to curse you. I'm sorry, Sū Míng. But I tore up that drawing later. You won't be harmed. In the future." She kept talking, her breath warm and sweet, pushing Sū Míng's rationality to its limit. Finally, in that moment, his emotions erupted. Sū Míng pressed his lips directly onto her chattering little mouth. Just like Jay Cho wrote in his lyrics, "All I want to do right now is kiss your stubborn lips." Dai Qingyi finally felt fear, yet she couldn't push him away. Her own undergarments had become the cage restraining her movements. Gradually, the cage loosened, but what followed was a domineering invasion. Sū Míng's hand crept a few centimeters higher from her waist, seeking out the purest, most innocent beauty from her childhood days. Mum. This was the first time anyone had ever treated her like this, and an unprecedented wave of embarrassment flooded her entire body. A thought crystallized in her mind: never again must I come to the women's restroom with Sū Míng. Sū Míng reveled in it, but Dai Qingyi grew increasingly terrified. Finally unable to contain herself, she expressed anger for the first time, her pearly teeth sinking directly into Sū Míng's lip. The sharp pain snapped Sū Míng back to his senses. He released his grip, allowing Dai Qingyi to open the door and escape this tiny prison. She clutched her chest, watching him warily. Oh no! Sū Míng hadn't expected things to turn out this way. But what could he do? The boss was right in front of him. How many people wouldn't just dive right in? Stupid. Sū Míng, you're so mean. Fine, I'm bad. How about you put this shirt on first? In the chaos earlier, that metal letter had fallen into the pit. There was no way to retrieve it now. Dai Qingyi cautiously took the top and put it on, though the process once again revealed a glimpse of her skin. I'm not playing with you anymore. Dai Qingyi wanted to storm off in a huff, but remembering her current state and the people jogging outside, she halted her steps. The two stood facing each other until nightfall, when the younger students returning for the holiday began their evening study session. Only then did they emerge. Dai Qingyi walked in silence the entire way, head down, clearly shaken by the recent events. Hey, which class is that? Just then, a flashlight swept over them, startling Dai Qingyi into burrowing back into Sū Míng's embrace. She had developed a habitual reliance on Sū Míng whenever trouble arose. He was her first port of call. The person approaching was none other than Director Gao. Sū Míng gave a brief greeting before discreetly dismissing him. This wasn't a sustainable solution, so Sū Míng suggested carrying her. Dai Qingyi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Sū Míng crouched down, and the moment she climbed onto his back, the sensation was utterly delightful. Indeed, moving with and without an obstacle were two entirely different experiences. Sū Míng carried her like this all the way out of the school. Sū Míng hummed a tune, feeling quite content. Their relationship had finally taken another step forward. But then, Dai Qingyi suddenly delivered a soul-searching question. Hey, Sū Míng, aren't you supposed to have night blindness? Why does it seem like you can see? Sū Míng racked his brain but couldn't think of a good excuse. He could only confess, little dumb, I lied to you. I don't have night blindness. I'm sorry. Oh, that's good. You scared me to death. I thought you were sick. You're not mad? Not at all. It's better that you're not sick. I'm actually happy about it. Being sick is so miserable. After walking a while longer, Dai Qingyi suddenly spoke with guilt. I'm sorry, Sū Míng. I caused you trouble today. No trouble at all. It was great. Really great. Sū Míng was actually enjoying himself. I'm going to work hard to make money from now on. Good.
Little dumb will earn good money. Sū Míng chimed in.
Though constantly talking about money might seem a bit cliché, her family background shaped that mindset, so it was understandable.
Once I make money, I'll get it cut, it's too big.
Sū Míng shook her head, able only to sigh.
Every family has its own set of problems. Chapter 123, Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime.
After spending a joyful afternoon with Xiao Dai, the moment he got home, the fat guy called.
Hey, fatty. Haven't seen you around lately. Didn't you go meet that online girl again after your exams? Ming, help me. No, what's wrong?
After finishing my physics exam the day before yesterday, I felt like our student days were over. I was filled with mixed emotions, thinking I needed to do something to commemorate it.
That night I went to the internet cafe for an all-nighter.
In the middle of the night, I suddenly felt really guilty. After all, I wasn't exactly a hard worker in school, and I probably didn't do great on this exam either. So, I decided to retake the exams.
And since I'm retaking them, I need to show some real determination.
I remembered what you said, Ming, that foreign languages are the easiest to improve. So, in the middle of the night, I opened Wagger and started looking for suitable foreign language materials.
Wait a minute? You're studying English, so why are you on Wagger? Is this even proper studying?
Sū Míng was speechless for a moment.
Bro, don't interrupt me. Let me continue.
After finishing the foreign language materials, I really wanted to find someone to practice with, so I went to the Shitsi Hudong chat room. Right away, I found a local girl who was also studying foreign languages.
We hit it off instantly and met the next day.
Later, I pointed out some gaps in her studies, so that night I invited her over to fill those gaps. After we finished, she told me today that I need to take responsibility for her, because our all-night study session accidentally produced results.
Hold up, Fatso. Are you saying that after your exam, you got horny as hell, hooked up with that online girl, and accidentally knocked her up? So now you want to borrow money from me to fix this mess? Ming, we're civilized people. Let's keep the language a bit more refined. Fatso said, looking a bit embarrassed. You're being civil now? Fine, I can't help with this. Hey, don't be like that, Ming.
If you don't help me, when she shows up at my place, my parents will definitely beat me to death. Wait, I remember on the day of the World Cup final, I helped you bet on Brazil and won big 3.5x odds.
That should have been around $4,000 or $5,000. Enough to keep you going for a while.
Ming, I secretly went back to the lottery shop and swapped that ticket with someone else.
What? Fatso, you turned down free money?
Sū Míng was so exasperated he laughed.
Why did he always manage to ignore the correct answers he'd already been given? If he'd just listened to him once during those first 3 matches, he'd be rich by now. Bro, I know. I was wrong. From now on, whatever you say goes. I won't argue anymore. Right now, can you just save my life? I can do that, but you might have to sacrifice something. Brother Ming, what do you need me to do? I'll do anything. Hearing Sū Míng's willingness to help, the fat guy clung to it like a lifeline. All right. Come to the brewery tomorrow.
I'll tell you in person. Sū Míng recalled he had some resources he could sell for cash.
Might as well help out this good buddy.
After sleeping soundly until dawn, Sū Míng arrived at the brewery, where the fat guy was already waiting. Soon after, Sū Míng led him over to the warehouse.
Brother Ming, what do you need me to do? What do you need me to sacrifice? Just say the word. You'll need to sacrifice your dignity. Today, you have to dress up as a woman. What? No way. Dress up as a woman? What do you mean? Do you want to make money or not?
The fat guy thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, then laid face down on the table.
Brother Ming, I'm off the hook for the money now. You!
Sū Míng kicked him hard in the ass.
Ouch!
Ming, I know you're desperate, but I didn't know your kinks were this weird.
And now you're hitting people?
Say another word, and I'll make you haul all these bottles out myself.
That's it? Just that and I get paid?
Thank goodness, Ming, you scared the hell out of me.
Fatso breathed a sigh of relief.
You're the one who scared the hell out of me, you fat bastard. I'd rather have a knife stabbed in my back.
Sū Míng cursed. Realizing the misunderstanding, the Fatso obediently began hauling the mineral water bottles out of the warehouse one by one. Nearly 2 hours passed.
He was panting from exhaustion, seeing that about a third remained. He thought about lying down on top to rest for a bit.
Brother Ming, I get paid once I finish moving these, right? Honestly, your factory's pretty shady.
You treat women like men like forklifts, and hide the forklifts so we can't use them.
With all this manual labor, even Ultraman would hit the limit. No way. We still have to sell this stuff.
You get half the money from the sales. As soon as Sū Míng finished speaking, the fat guy jumped to his feet.
Ming! Don't scare me. These are all expired. You want me to sell expired products? If we get caught, I'll go to jail.
The fat guy suddenly felt like he'd been played.
When have I ever screwed you over? Think back. Well, you're right about that. But these are all expired. How am I supposed to sell them? I doubt anyone would be that foolish.
Unless you bundle them at rock-bottom prices, there might be a chance.
But I really can't fathom why anyone would buy them.
The fat guy was genuinely puzzled. He couldn't fathom what was going through Sū Míng's mind.
That won't work.
Selling at rock-bottom prices means you'd be moving them for nothing.
Of course we'll sell them at full price, that's where the profit is. Otherwise, what's the point? Sell at full price? Who would buy expired water?
There's no such thing as that kind of fool in the world. The fat guy shook his head in disbelief. No matter how brilliant Sū Míng was, he still thought this idea was unreliable.
There must be demand, you just have to think harder.
That's how sales work.
Find your target customers, and you won't worry about selling your product. Fatso, let me ask you this, if I told you to sell combs to monks, how would you do it? What? Sell combs to monks? Impossible. Don't jump to conclusions. Think it through, it's all about how you approach it.
Sū Míng preferred not to spell everything out directly. He wanted to train him to think commercially. That was the difference between teaching someone to fish and giving them a fish.
Oh. Beat the monk up. Forcing sales will land you in jail, Fatso. This isn't the world of gangsters anymore. Then it's really gone. They don't need it. The answer to this problem is to partner with the monk.
Tell them the comb has been blessed and sell it to worshippers coming to burn incense. So demand definitely exists, it's just a matter of whether you can spot it.
Sū Míng's question successfully sparked the fat guy's thinking. After pondering for a moment, he finally had an epiphany. Brother Ming, I get it. Tell me.
Sell this water to hikers nearby, they're the ones with the urgent need.
But what if they get diarrhea from drinking expired water? Oh. Then I'll sell anti-diarrhea medicine and tissues too. Ming, I'm creating 3 new needs here, how's that?
Fatso asked with a look of pride. All I can say is, even the king of hell would feel ashamed compared to you.
Chapter 124, The Faith Harvest Plan. What can we do, Ming? The main issue is your product isn't strong enough.
This expired stuff won't sell without some tricks. The issue with that monk's comb earlier already showed it's not really about the product itself. The most important thing is whether you can identify the core demand drivers. Come on, Fatso, today I'll show you what top-tier salesmanship looks like. Soon after, Sū Míng hailed a cab and headed straight to the nearby Green Mountain Temple. Upon arriving at the temple, Sū Míng told Fatty to wait outside. Soon after, a senior monk peered out to observe Fatty, his expression repeatedly shifting to one of approval. The fat guy felt uneasy under the monk's gaze, a creeping sense that he was being sold out. Soon after, the senior monk emerged with Sū Míng, who then produced a set of women's clothing from somewhere.
Put it on. Bro, you're serious? This is gonna be so embarrassing. I'm a man too, I have my pride.
The fat guy resisted.
Fine.
When your old man whips that belt across your face, I hope you'll be this tough then.
Ah, Ming, I guess a real man knows when to bend. Pretending to be a woman isn't such a big deal. Come on, I've dreamed of being a woman since I was little. No one's better at disguise than me.
Compared to his father's belt, dignity suddenly seemed trivial. Before long, he was dressed. This time, he was playing the role of a pregnant woman, while Sū Míng had other plans. Soon, the trio appeared on the main path leading up the mountain, waiting for the pilgrims coming to burn incense. The 6th lunar month was packed with divine holidays, Guanin's Enlightenment Day, City God's birthday, and the Heavenly Blessing Festival. As a result, large crowds of devotees had been streaming up the mountain for days.
Today was the 3rd day of the 6th lunar month, coinciding with the birthday of Vajrayana, the great protector of Buddhism.
His devotees were numerous, and by 10 o'clock in the morning, people had already begun ascending the mountain to make their petitions. Water for sale. Water for sale. 1 stick for 1 yuan, 3 sticks for 5 yuan. Spotting a group approaching, Sū Míng immediately began his sales pitch. Though the pilgrims were thirsty, they heard Sū Míng's exorbitant prices and immediately gave up, continuing onward. Meanwhile, the 2 men on the mountain heard Sū Míng's cries and began acting out their prearranged script.
Master, thank you, master.
The fat man bowed repeatedly as he spoke, his commotion quickly drawing the curious attention of the crowd. As people gathered around, the fat man began recounting his story.
After years of marriage, I finally conceived last month after following your advice to release animals. I'm not greedy, master.
Thank you for guiding me out of my confusion. The fat man bowed again, while the surrounding crowd murmured in discussion.
Wow, is it really that effective? My daughter-in-law hasn't been able to conceive either.
They say of the 3 forms of filial disobedience, failing to produce an heir is the worst.
This has me utterly distraught. You're telling me. My wife only gave birth to a daughter. What good is a daughter? Why is it so hard to have a son?
Sū Míng had pinpointed their pain precisely. What these older devotees craved most was descendants.
Of course, some remained skeptical. That belly's so big? She's really only been pregnant a month? It looks fake.
Hearing this, the fat man could only curse under his breath. Seeing the fat man's weak acting, Master Bugon began his professional performance.
Layperson you, Amitba Buddha. As the saying goes, sow good deeds to reap good karma. The reason you've been unable to conceive is due to the heavy karmic debts from your past life.
To resolve this, you must undertake a grand act of releasing living creatures. You see, water is the essence of all things. It nourishes us humans and animals alike, making it truly magnificent. Yet these merchants have imprisoned its spirit within bottles, an act that undoubtedly diminishes their virtue. Furthermore, as we often say, women are like water. Releasing water symbolizes our willingness to accept girls. Therefore, your next child will be a boy. You must release mineral water bottles frequently from now on. Only by releasing mineral water bottles can your child be born soon and grow up healthy. As Master Bhutan finished speaking, the believers began to stir with anticipation. Just then, Sū Míng's hawking voice echoed again. The fat man heard this and immediately stood up, saying, "All right. To ensure I have a son, I'll go release mineral water right now." His enthusiasm spurred many others to follow him towards Sū Míng's location. "Owner, I'll take a case." "Boss, I'll take 2 cases." These devotees scrambled to buy, fearing their merit wasn't sufficient and might anger the Buddha. Soon, the over 100 cases of mineral water Sū Míng had brought were completely sold out. The 3 of them stood high above, watching the devotees happily release the mineral water while discussing how to split the profits. "Brother Ming, isn't this a bit shameless? Aren't we just scamming people?" Fatso's grandmother was a Buddhist, so he often joined in worship. Now he felt a strange unease. "You're wrong. This isn't deception, it's mutual benefit. We need to sell the water, and they need to accumulate merit. So they're not entirely without gain." The concept sounded abstract, but Sū Míng had witnessed devotees releasing bottled water by the river in his previous life. That experience had taught him the terrifying power faith could wield. But this is a sacred Buddhist site. Won't we face retribution for exploiting these devotees to sell our goods? "Here, Fatso. We made 5,500 this time. 500 is enough for me. Here's your 2,000. Fatso grumbled but quickly stuffed the money into his pocket. "Ha? Fatso, weren't you worried about retribution? Forget it. If I get retribution, I'm more afraid of retaliation at home. Worst case, I'll just have grandma hit me a few extra times with the wooden fish at home." "Fatso, you're quite the filial son." Sū Míng couldn't help but admire his thick skin. Well, what can you do? The master is still a Buddhist monk. If he's not afraid of retribution for lying and still wants to earn this money, then it probably means nothing bad will happen. Fatso consoled himself. "Oh, right master, here's your share, 3,000. You played the key role this time. Without your thick skin, we couldn't have pulled off this act." Sū Míng handed the money to the monk. The monk chanted a few Buddhist mantras before snatching the money into his robe with lightning speed. Only after receiving the payment did the non-greedy master turn around, addressing the fat man with refined courtesy. "Ah, Mr. Yu, I'm not here for profit, I'm cultivating karmic connections. Money matters little, what truly matters is forging friendships." "Well then, master, how about you take a little less? Let's talk feelings instead of money. From now on, I'll consider you my friend." The fat man shamelessly pressed his advantage. "Heh, benefactor. If reason fails with you, this monk knows a thing or two about fists and feet." Chapter 125, Like a Shy Water Lotus. On July 13th, Class 8 of Senior 3 held their first reunion after graduation. Sū Míng also had his first date with Dai Qingyi. They chose Jinhua Tower as the venue, since he'd once brought her pastries from there and she'd really enjoyed them. Sū Míng arrived at the designated spot first, intending to order the dishes ahead of time since some required advance preparation. This time, he planned to let her sample all the signature dishes. But as soon as he arrived, he ran into an old classmate. After greeting a few classmates he'd chatted with before, an unpleasant voice cut through the air. "Sū Míng, you actually showed up? You've got some nerve. Wei said she'd never speak to you again, and here you are, chasing her all the way here." Chen Jingxing was dressed up to the nines today, even sporting a rare hairstyle. If you covered his face, he actually looked quite handsome. "Yeah, shameless. Wei, ignore him. The more you engage, the more he'll push his luck." Zhang Ye chimed in from the side. She'd never cared for Sū Míng anyway, and now that her best friend had cut ties with him completely, she couldn't be happier. Whose dog isn't on a leash? If no one claims it, I'm kicking it with my big foot. Back in school, Sū Míng never indulged Zhang Ye's princess act. Now that they'd graduated, he certainly didn't owe her any favors. "Sū Míng, what are you doing? What have I taught you these past 3 years? Don't you realize you've become the target of everyone's hostility? This banquet is called a teacher appreciation dinner. I don't need your gratitude. Just don't drag my name into it when you get into trouble later." Su Wenshun was here today too. He decrossed Sū Míng before, which cost him his chance at promotion and over 1,000 yuan in annual pay. He'd been stewing over it ever since. As for this teacher who cares only about grades and not the well-being of his students, Sū Míng felt no need to respect him either. "Mr. Sū, you're really coming out to eat like this? Won't the teacher's wife be stewing soup for someone else tonight? I remember her specialty was using a big-mouthed fish, adding some ice cubes. It makes you feel incredibly comfortable." That was what Sū Wenshun's little wife had said herself. But back then, Sū Míng had feared Ai Chang might come too soon, so he'd never accepted her invitations to drink the soup. Hearing this, Su Wenshun suddenly grew suspicious. After all, these were private conversations between husband and wife. How could Sū Míng know? Could it be? Sū Míng! Enough! Stop causing trouble. Today is the farewell banquet for our teacher. We're all here to enjoy a pleasant meal together. Don't ruin everyone's mood. Don't you realize people like you are just a real downer? Lin Weii now felt relieved that leaving had been the right choice. Hey, Weii, I never agreed to let him join us. The bet said I had to treat the whole class, but I never mentioned the condition that it excludes him. What's the matter? Have you finally had enough of eating sweet potato porridge for so long that you couldn't stand it anymore? You thought you could come here today to upgrade your meals, but I won't let you get away with it. Chen Jingxing knew the gulf between their family backgrounds was unbridgeable. Sū Míng could never catch up in this lifetime. Ha! Sū Míng, go on. Now that young Master Chen won't invite you and the teacher doesn't welcome you, what right do you have to stay here? Get out. You won't be invited to any more Class 8 gatherings. Zhang Ye continued to rub salt in the wound. Truthfully, if he hadn't been afraid Dai Qingyi would come here and see him, he would have gone inside the restaurant long ago. Wasting breath on these people was a complete waste of life. Sū Míng, forcing me like this won't make me feel touched. Give up. Just pretend it was all a dream. Lin Weii now understood that Sū Míng regretted her departure. But what good would that do? He refused the chance when it was offered. Now she'd taken it back. Sū Míng! I finally found you. You got me locked up for 2 months, now it's payback time. Sū Míng turned around and was shocked to see an old acquaintance Wei Zixuan, the very same man who had been Lin Weiwei's relentless suitor. Oh boy, Sū Míng, look at yourself. Told you to stop making so many enemies. Chen Jingxing recalled how Sū Míng had tricked him at the stadium last time, leading to a brutal beating. Now, he finally had his chance for revenge. To prevent anyone from helping Sū Míng, he deliberately pointed out the identity of the person approaching. Hey, everyone, stay back if this gets physical, don't want blood splattering on you. This guy up front used to be the school's notorious bully. They don't hold back when they fight. They're here for Sū Míng today, not us. You only get one life, learn to cherish it. After Chen Jingxing finished speaking, the others grew fearful too. This move effectively cut off any chance for Sū Míng to find help. Sū Míng stared at the intimidating group without flinching. He pointed at Lin Weii and asked, Hey, Lin Weii, where'd you get that gold necklace around your neck? See? Jealous, aren't you? This was a gift from yours truly. You penniless beggar could never afford it in a lifetime. Chen Jingxing boasted proudly. Suddenly, he realized he'd said the wrong thing. No, this. Sū Míng, of course, wouldn't give him that chance. Young Master Chen, this is your best opportunity to win Lin Weii over. If you back down now, you're essentially admitting you're a coward, right? That might actually make her see you in a new light. Chen Jingxing glanced at Lin Weii and saw her watching his every move with eager anticipation. What had he done all this for, if not to win her over? Now was the perfect moment to prove himself. So, gritting his teeth, he declared, I love Lin Weii. So what? Don't start anything, this is a busy street, full of people. But Wei Zixuan, blinded by passion, couldn't care less. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Chen Jingxing flying like a soccer ball. Get him. Hey, guys, don't hit his face. Don't hit his face. Brothers, we hit the face. Beat him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wei Zixuan had been locked up for over 2 months, already seething with pent-up rage. Now he held nothing back. Ouch. Help. 4 eyes, you bastard. How have I treated you all this time? Save me. Hesitating whether to help, the little sidekick felt a bit embarrassed. Hey, you guys be careful. These guys don't hold back. Don't get blood splattered on yourselves. Sū Míng called out a warning. Damn it. Wait, he just stole my line. Chen Jingxing suddenly felt like he'd shot himself in the foot. Wait, what about the rest of you? How have I treated you guys? The others also recalled all the favors they'd received from him. Now, outright betraying him felt wrong. But these were still students at heart. Wei Zixuan gave them a stern glare, and they all backed down. Lin Weii was terrified. If Chen Jingxing got beaten up, who would still fawn over her? Oh, Sū Míng, help him out. If you just help him this once, I'll give you another chance to curry favor with me later. Lin Weii, when will you finally realize you're not the goddess everyone can't get enough of? What do you mean? Didn't you come here for me? Ah, the only reason I came here has arrived. Sū Míng gestured behind her. Everyone turned to see Dai Qingyi wearing a dress they'd never seen before. She stood there quietly, the hem of her skirt swaying gently, like a water lily shyly yielding to the cool breeze. Chapter 126, Want to watch the sunset tomorrow? After all, this was a bustling city center, so Wei Zixuan and his crew's commotion quickly drew the attention of passersby who called the police. Hearing the sirens, the group scattered in a panic, leaving behind threats as they fled. Only Chen Jingxing remained, beaten to a pulp. Sū Míng, should we call an ambulance for him?
Dai Qingyi, kind-hearted, couldn't bear the sight. It's fine. He can handle it. Looks bad, but it's not as bad as it seems.
Once the thugs were gone, those nearby hurried to help Chen Jingxing up.
Lin Weii stepped forward. Surprisingly, his swollen face looked somewhat more presentable than before. Who would have thought a beating could have such a cosmetic effect?
But he still paled in comparison to Sū Míng.
Still, as the top student in their class, Lin Weii approached him with concern. Jingxing, are you okay?
Chen Jingxing desperately wanted to capitalize on the moment for Lin Wei's attention, but spotting Sū Míng nearby, he didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he waved it off.
Just a minor scratch.
You guys should be worried about yourselves. Your knuckles must be badly bruised.
Heh, Chen Chen is so awesome.
Little Four Eyes, who had just been a bit disloyal, feared Chen Jingxing's reproach and quickly began sucking up again.
Exactly. Young Master Chen is mighty. Sū Míng, you wanted to see me humiliated? Too bad. My ability to take a beating is beyond your imagination.
Sū Míng didn't bother with small talk and headed straight for the dining area.
Chen Jingxing's little lackey, Four Eyes, seized the chance to show off again and stepped forward to block their path. Hey, you've offended young Master Chen. You still want to eat here? It's fine, Four Eyes. Forget it.
This broke guy probably brought his girlfriend to freeload. I'm generous by nature, no need to stop him.
Sū Míng, I'll treat you both. Just keep a low profile around me from now on.
Sū Míng ignored him and walked straight inside. Knowing Dai Qingyi suffered from social anxiety, he'd specifically booked a private room. Young Master Chen, look at them. They knew you were treating, so they specifically booked a private room.
The minimum charge for this room is 1,000. No big deal. Let him foot the bill.
When it comes time to pay, I'll just say I don't know him.
Oh, Chen, that's classy.
Since their group was too large for the private room, they settled for a table in the main dining area.
As soon as they sat down, Chen Jingxing began pontificating like a successful businessman.
When it came time to order, he was startled by the menu prices were higher than usual. Upon inquiring, he learned it was summer vacation season, with more customers coming in, and these were all staff bonuses. Seeing some items exceeded their budget, Chen Jingxing quickly swapped the king crab Lin Weii wanted for hairy crab, reasoning that king crab was too large and difficult to peel.
Meanwhile, Sū Míng entered the private room, worried that Dai Qingyi might not eat.
He specifically asked manager Dong to prepare a separate menu.
That's odd. Sū Míng, this menu seems off, right? Aren't crabs supposed to be expensive? How come this cheese-baked king crab is only 18 yuan?
Dai Qingyi might not have eaten pork, but she'd seen pigs run. She knew hairy crabs were pricey.
Wrong, dummy.
Crab is indeed pricey, but king crab isn't expensive at all.
Why? Think about it. When selling things, don't those people always hype up how amazing their products are? Like 8 hearts and 8 arrows or secret Tibetan family recipes? That's because their products aren't good enough. Truly excellent products don't need advertising.
So when they say it's king crab, the quality is actually poor. It might not even be as good as regular crab.
Alright, no big deal.
Even if it's not the best, we should be careful with our spending.
Dai Qingyi hadn't heard of this stuff before, so she didn't suspect anything. Oh, what about this? A 5 Wagyu, 12 bucks? Beef is pretty pricey too. Oh. Sick and dead. Really? And this Arctic sweet shrimp? Shipped all the way from up north, only 9 bucks? Local shrimp cost 8 bucks already.
Sū Míng felt a bit awkward. Little Dumb had grown up and was getting harder to fool. But he finally found an excuse, farmed, Arctic variety, but they brought it here and raised it locally.
And the sea cucumber fried noodles? You often hear about abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, and fish maw, but this is only 5 yuan?
No, the chef who makes the noodles is called sea cucumber. Worried she'd keep asking, Sū Míng quickly grabbed the menu.
Alright, Xiao Dai, these dishes should be enough. Let's not waste food. No more orders. Sū Míng, let's just have this one meal after graduation. Even though it looks reasonably priced, it'll still add up to nearly 50 yuan. Dai Qingyi knew his family's situation and didn't want him to spend too much. Alright, just this once.
Sū Míng felt relieved to have navigated the situation. The dishes arrived quickly, including a specially ordered Buddha jumps over the wall. Dai Qingyi found the aroma irresistible and ate with such gusto that she didn't care about her appearance, even getting rice grains on her face. Sū Míng was delighted, as one of his summer plans was to help her gain a little weight.
Sū Míng. What's up, dumpling? I'm going to chop wood tomorrow. Want to come along? Sure, little dumb. That's the spirit. Ask me for help when you need it instead of trying to handle everything alone.
No, I don't need your help.
I just wanted you to see the scenery on the mountain. The sunset is beautiful, though there might be a lot of bugs. It's fine if you don't want to come. Climbing mountains is kind of boring anyway.
Her voice trailed off as she spoke, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed.
Come on.
I haven't climbed a mountain in ages.
Watching the sunset from the mountain must be an amazing experience. You'll have to take me to the best viewing spot.
Any activity involving her felt exciting to Sū Míng.
Sure. Sū Míng, I know a great spot, I'll lead the way. Her enthusiasm returned instantly. Being acknowledged felt so good that she ended up eating 2 extra bowls of rice. The two chatted and ate, reminiscing about many amusing stories from the past, so the meal lasted a full 2 hours. When Sū Míng approached the front desk to settle the bill, Chen Jingxing beat him to it. What a coincidence! We finished just as you did. Are you going to insist on splitting the bill? The server, assuming they were together, hurriedly reminded them, Mr. Chen, if you two are dining together, only one table can receive the discount. Ah, I should clarify, my silver card gets a 10% discount, but it's only for my table. I don't know the people in that private room. Sir, what about your table? The front desk attendant asked awkwardly. Swipe the card. Oh, right, the membership card gets a discount, right? What percentage? Gold card? Oh, right. Gold cards get 25% off, and there's no restriction to just one table. Is this Mr. Chen your friend? Their table can enjoy the discount too. I don't know him. Sū Míng turned away expressionless, striding out with Dai Qingyi in tow. Where'd this Chen kid even get a gold card? How should I know? Stolen or found, I guess. Young Master Chen, that Sū Míng is really arrogant. Fine, let him keep acting cocky. The business conference is the day after tomorrow, and his dad will be there. Don't say I didn't show respect to the elder when the time comes. Chapter 127, Sū Míng, I'm a ghost. Early the next morning, Sū Míng woke up. His mother, Yongfang, was still preparing breakfast. Seeing him up, she couldn't help but feel curious. Son, you finally finished your exams. Why not sleep in a little longer? It's fine, Mom. I'm going hiking. Hiking? Alone? Isn't that dangerous? Oh, honey, he's grown up now. What's there to worry about? Just go cook breakfast. I need to swing by the factory later. Jian Guo and the others have been suggesting improvements for the production line lately, and I need to follow up on those. Oh, okay. Son, remember to bring Ah Fei along. It'll be safer that way. Yongfang gave one last reminder before heading into the kitchen. Watching her go, Su Zhangfeng pulled 500 yuan from his wallet and slipped it into Sū Míng's hand. Old Su, what's this for? Be nice to the girl. No, I'm really going hiking. Come on, you're the one who stays glued to the bed whenever you have a day off. Mom and I have thought you were dead more than once. Now you're telling me you're going hiking? You're going out with the girl, aren't you? I am going out with a girl, and I really am going hiking. Besides, why are you giving me money? You don't need money when you go out with a girl? No, I have my own money. Besides, where would I even spend it? It's the mountains. Sū Míng now had several 100,000 yuan to his name. He no longer needed to ask his family for help. On the contrary, if his family needed assistance, he could provide it at any time. His father's factory might be valued at tens of millions, but valuation isn't the same as actual worth. The factory's working capital is actually quite limited. Cash flow is the lifeblood of any business. Many large corporations have collapsed precisely because they failed to manage this properly. The most notorious example is Enron in the United States. Once a world-class energy giant, it went bankrupt due to cash flow issues, creating the infamous Enron scandal in business history. No worries, take it. Your dad will be a big shot in Haicheng soon enough. This is peanuts. Honestly, old Su, keep it for my mom and me. Cut back on the drinking, use it for supplements or something. Seeing the time was getting late, Sū Míng hurried out. Su Zhangfeng was puzzled. How could his son have changed so much? He remembered that whenever he gave him money before, the boy would only complain it wasn't enough. Perhaps he really has grown up and understands how hard it is to earn money. That's actually a good thing. Later on, I'll have him go to his uncle's factory for some hands-on experience. With a bit of polishing, he should turn out well. But this silly son of mine is a bit too naive. To avoid spending money, he actually asked that young lady to go hiking. Old Su, the porridge is ready. Hey, where's the kid? Yongfang works swiftly, whipping up a few simple dishes in under half an hour. Oh, just leave him be. It's good he's hiking during break to stay fit. And listen, stop restricting his love life. He's finished the college entrance exams and started university. We're not around anymore, of course he'll date. At least he's dating locally now. Do you really want him to wait until college and end up with some guy from another province? Would you be okay with that? The older generation in Haicheng generally insists their daughters-in-law be local. It's about lifestyle differences and how they worship during festivals. If they're too different, they might not get along well later. Yongfang pondered this and found it reasonable. If her son really married a girl from Sichuan or Chongqing, imagine every meal being loaded with chili peppers. That would be a disaster. Got it. I won't nag him so much. You're right, he's grown up now and has his own ideas. We can't control everything. I'll find time to ask where that girl is from. If she's local, that would be perfect. That's more like it. That silly boy, if he's dating, he should just tell us. He could at least bring her home to meet the family. Instead, he takes a young lady hiking in the middle of summer? What's the point of that?
Young people these days are impossible to figure out. Su Zhengfeng chuckled, picked up a piece of salted olive, and quickly finished half a bowl of congee. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he burst out laughing. Ha! Honey, we're going to have a grandchild. What? Stop daydreaming. Our son's still too young. Put. You just don't get it. That's what I call romance heading out to the mountains. That little rascal knows how to have fun. Su Zhengfeng was filled with joy. Yongfeng didn't understand what he was talking about at first. When she finally caught on, her face flushed crimson. Spit. You old lecher. Before long, Sū Míng arrived at Dai Qingyi's doorstep. Dai Qingyi, dressed in simple peasant attire, was putting on a straw hat. Though her outfit was plain, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful. Spotting Sū Míng, Dai Qingyi happily ran out. So early. Sū Míng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll fry you some eggs. It's fine, don't bother. Just some plain congee will do. No way, that's too bland. You won't be able to eat it. Then I'll just add whatever you usually have with it. Sū Míng didn't want her to make eggs again, as prices had recently risen, and he didn't want her to spend extra money. A few minutes later, she brought out the plain congee. On the table sat a small bowl filled with peanuts. Dai Qingyi then drizzled soy sauce over them. Sū Míng, are you sure you don't want eggs? You don't like them? With peanuts? Sure, why not? It's a novel experience. They never made it this way at home, and Sū Míng was intrigued. He picked up a peanut coated in soy sauce and popped it into his mouth. The salty, savory flavor instantly filled his palate, and Sū Míng nodded in satisfaction. How is it? Not good, right? I'll go fry an egg. Dai Qingyi, fearing Sū Míng might dislike it, hurried to head back to the kitchen. Sū Míng quickly pulled her back. It's fine. Eat up. I really do like it. Then, if you ever want anything else, just tell me. Hearing his approval, Dai Qingyi finally relaxed. For the first time, Sū Míng realized how perfectly the soy sauce peanuts complemented the porridge, and he polished off 2 bowls in no time. Alright, I'm full. Let's go. This hat is for me, right? It's been years since I last hiked. Perfect timing to check it out. Sū Míng picked up the patched straw hat resting beside the table. Sū Míng had always been lazy and disliked mountain climbing, finding the mountains boring. It wasn't until he buried his parents with his own hands in his previous life that he began to feel a connection to the mountains. No, you wear this one. Dai Qingyi hurried into the room and returned with another hat. After putting it on, Sū Míng asked curiously, is there a difference? It's new. This one's new. I bought it yesterday. Yesterday? When yesterday? Didn't I drive you home? Oh, you drove me home? I just remembered you were coming today, so I went out again last night. Aren't the streetlights out on that road? You went out too? No problem, I've got this. She picked up the flashlight by the bed, turned it on triumphantly, then held it under her chin and made a funny face. Woo Sū Míng, I'm a ghost. It was indeed a ghost, just a cute one. Sū Míng couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Next time, you're not allowed to buy me anything. I'll try. You have to promise. Alright, I promise I'll try my best. Chapter 128, The Most Beloved Little Rascals. As the saying goes, don't boast of your early start, there's always someone up earlier. It was barely past 8 o'clock, yet Sū Míng had already spotted people climbing up to the mountain's mid-slope. However, these people were mostly just gathering firewood. None possessed the leisurely spirit of Sū Míng. As the old saying goes, farmers have few idle months. Across the land, farming remains the most arduous profession. Though Sū Míng had moved to the city with his parents at a young age, he hadn't forgotten the hardships of his childhood. Back then, farmers were required to pay grain taxes to the government, a policy that persisted until around 2006. Most of those climbing the mountain now sought firewood. In those days, a honeycomb coal briquette cost 50 cents. Southern households didn't need to worry about heating costs, but boiling water and cooking meals alone consumed about 70 briquettes monthly, roughly 35 yuan. 35 yuan was no small sum in 2002. After all, in those days, a typical 3-person household in Haicheng spent over 10 yuan daily on food alone. The cost of coal for cooking could easily cover several days' worth of meals. The 7 necessities of life: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea place firewood first, underscoring its vital importance. Sū Míng, watch your step, let me help you. Dai Qingyi knew he rarely hiked and feared he might slip, so she stayed close to watch over him. I'm fine. Go keep an eye on Grandma. As soon as Sū Míng finished speaking, he saw his grandmother striding ahead with remarkable agility, quickly outpacing both of them. Wow, little dumb, your grandma moves like the wind. Oh, Grandma served in the military when she was young, so she's always been in great shape. It's just that on rainy days, her legs aren't as steady, but usually she's amazing. No wonder Grandma always seemed to have a knack for disarming landmines. Back then, turns out she was a real standout in the military during her youth. With the elders showing such fighting spirit, the younger generation couldn't fall behind. After a brief rest, Sū Míng quickly followed her up the mountain. Fortunately, the slope wasn't too steep, so it wasn't overly strenuous.
They reached the mid-slope in about 20 minutes. This was the spot for gathering firewood. Pine trees were the most common source of fuel in the Haicheng area. Fallen branches would crackle and pop at the slightest spark. Sū Míng, you walk around and look. I'll gather the wood. No problem. I could use the exercise anyway. Sū Míng figured that by helping her finish sooner, he could free up her time to stroll around with him. The summer sun was merciless. After less than an hour of work, they were drenched in sweat, far more satisfying than paying for a sauna. He glanced back at the grandmother and granddaughter. Each wore a white headscarf. Working with such intensity they seemed oblivious to the summer heat. The meaning behind their white headscarves, however, was different. Her grandmother wore this outfit daily, more as a way to uphold tradition. It was said that people in the Sichuan-Chongqing region voluntarily don mourning attire to honor the passing of Chancellor Zhuge Liang, moved by his virtues. For Dai Qingyi, the headscarf was more practical. Sweat-soaked hair would stick to her eyes and obstruct her vision, so wrapping it up made work easier. Seeing how hard they worked, Sū Míng felt a pang of shame and resolved to do more. Just then, Dai Qingyi approached and pulled a water bottle from her basket. Sū Míng, water. Clean water. Ha? No need, I'll have some later. I'm not tired. Just drink it. I know you're tired, I saw you rubbing your waist earlier. Let me give you a massage. Before Sū Míng could refuse, Dai Qingyi had already taken the initiative to offer a shoulder massage. Little Dumby, you're working while keeping an eye on me? Why do you always think of others? If I'm kind to others, they'll be kind to me. Grandma always said there are more good people in the world. She always had her own set of principles, and Sū Míng didn't need to worry. Being kind to others was better than making enemies everywhere. Though sometimes he feared she was too kind, afraid she might be taken advantage of. Sū Míng, when we get back tonight, I'll roast some pine nuts for you. Pine nuts? Those are expensive. Don't buy them. In Sū Míng's memory, ever since a certain snack brand rose to prominence, the variety of candies in the New Year's goods category had dwindled, while the proportion of nuts gradually increased. The brand's two cash cows were macadamia nuts and roasted pine nuts, which he recalled costing over 100 yuan per pound. No need to buy them. They're all here. Look. At that moment, Dai Qingyi picked up a pine cone from the ground. After a few deft motions, a single kernel fell out. These are pine nuts. They smell wonderful when roasted. Sū Míng was somewhat surprised. So pine nuts came from here? He'd missed out on so much as a child, back when he thought these scaly nuts were useless and always kicked them around like balls. Sū Míng, lie down. I'll blow on it for you. Hey, silly, don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What's wrong? I'm worried you're hot and wanted to fan you. Dai Qingyi asked with an innocent expression. It's fine. I'll just lie down for a bit. Seeing her pure expression, Sū Míng genuinely felt reluctant to tease her. He recalled the incident 2 days ago in the sports field restroom. The memory still stirred excitement within him. That feeling when you press it and it almost bounces back. Put. Sū Míng quickly shook his head. It was broad daylight, how could he be thinking such things? He'd already scared her half to death last time. If he did it again, she'd probably block him for good. Sū Míng lay under the shade of a tree, whistling leisurely. As his business grew larger, he might never have such leisurely days again. That's why Sū Míng cherished moments like this. Dai Qingyi fanned herself with a straw hat, the air carrying traces of her intoxicating fragrance. Hey, Sū Míng, you know how to whistle, right? Could you teach me? Sure. Like this, pucker your lips as if you're blowing air, then picture the melody of the song you want to hum. Shoo shoo shoo. With that, the melody of swordsman soon filled the air. What seemed effortless for Sū Míng proved impossibly difficult for Dai Qingyi, no matter how hard she tried. Strange. How could anyone in this world not know how to whistle? No, that's not right. Sū Míng couldn't comprehend it. To him, whistling was the simplest thing in the world. After much pondering, he finally had an answer. Oh. I know why you lost a tooth right here in the middle when you ate that candied hawthorn last time. That's why air leaks through. Ha? Alright, I'll stop being so greedy from now on. No worries. When we get to the big city, I'll have someone fix it for you. No need. Don't spend your money. Didn't I throw that tooth onto the roof last time? The tooth fairy will send a new one soon. Alright then. If he sends one, we won't get it fixed. Deal? Okay. Dai Qingyi nodded, then bent back down to peel pine nuts. Witnessing this scene, a line of poetry naturally surfaced in Sū Míng's mind. Most cherished is the carefree child, lying by the stream, peeling lotus pods. He never imagined that a story he'd struggled to memorize back then would come to mind so effortlessly now. Indeed, the romance of ancient poetry can only be felt when it appears outside the textbook. First recited, its meaning eluded me, now recalled, I become the poet's muse. Perhaps this is the disconnect inherent in Chinese education. Chapter 129. Next time, let's watch the sun rise together. Working away, noon soon arrived. When gathering firewood on the mountain, lunch wasn't something to fuss over. A flatbread and a sip of water, simple yet filling, the perfect choice for manual labor.
But for Sū Míng, this lunch was hard to swallow. Unfortunately, being deep in the mountains, there wasn't much else to buy.
Wait, Sū Míng.
Dai Qingyi produced a carton of milk from somewhere.
Where'd you get this, dummy? I've been carrying it with me all along. I've got eggs too.
She pulled eggs out of her pocket. Seeing Sū Míng unmoved, she thought he didn't like them and started rummaging through her pockets again.
Here, pickled mustard greens, chili peppers, and some peanuts too. If you don't like any of these, I'll go home and cook noodles for you. Xiao Dai, you're really enjoying this. Bringing so much stuff for just one trip up the mountain? No, I brought them for you. The first time up the mountain is exhausting.
When I first came at 6, I started crying right away. I meant to buy you some candy, but after getting your hat, I completely forgot.
How about this, Sū Míng? I owe you a piece of candy. I'll pay you back later.
Hearing her recount this, Sū Míng suddenly realized how unimaginably hard her life must have been.
Alright, little dumb.
Since you're so kind to me, I'll buy you lots of candy from now on.
No thanks. I've decided to quit candy. Auntie said I'm 18 now grown up. Adults don't eat candy.
I want to grow up fast, earn money to buy clothes for Auntie, and treat you to good food. She put on this little grown-up act, but Sū Míng knew that this kind of forced maturity actually meant having to endure so much more. Sū Míng ruffled her hair. She naturally sat beside him, stuffing her mouth with steamed buns to fuel her afternoon's labor. Not wanting the mood to stay so solemn, Sū Míng smiled and said, "Little Dumby, when you feel tired, just open your eyes and look at the empire I built for you."
Okay. Thank you for the kingdom you've built for me. I'll protect it all. Oh, Sū Míng, I need to talk to you about something serious.
Her expression suddenly turned serious.
What's up, little dumb? Why so serious all of a sudden? From now on, if you have any problems, talk to me, okay? You always call me dumb, but I'm not dumb. I can help solve so many issues for you. Don't try to handle everything alone. We're really, really good friends. Alright, I'll remember. From now on, when others are around, I'll call you little dopey. When we're alone, I'll call you little dopey sister. Ouch. Can't you just not be clueless?
She gave Sū Míng a light tap on the head, surprising him.
Ouch. Little dumb, you're hitting me now? I have my limits too.
Mess with me, and I'll make you regret it. She made a threatening fist gesture. The weather was unbearably hot today, so they had to stop working around 4 o'clock. Grandma Dai Qingyi went off to dig medicinal herbs, while Sū Míng followed her a bit further up the mountain. Finally, they caught sight of the long-awaited sunset.
How about it, Sū Míng? Pretty, huh? It is. Little Dumby, I want to take your picture. A photo? Sure. Where should I stand? You can stand anywhere.
Sū Míng pulled out her phone, pressed the shutter casually, and felt utterly satisfied. Of course, it wasn't because Sū Míng was a skilled photographer, it was simply that Xiao Dai was so photogenic. Every shot, no matter how casual, turned out beautifully composed.
Alas, the sunset was breathtaking, but it was nearing dusk.
Before they could linger long, night quietly descended, forcing them to descend the mountain.
Dai Qingyi was reluctant to leave. On the way back, she seemed to have something to say.
Just as Sū Míng was about to depart, she finally spoke up. "Sū Míng, the sunrise here is actually quite beautiful too." Sū Míng knew she was reluctant to leave, so he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm.
So, next time, can I watch the sunrise with you? Little dumb student? Sure. Little Sue.
When Sū Míng returned home, his father was personally cooking dinner, and surprisingly, his mother wasn't doing laundry as usual.
"Hey, Dad, where's Mom?"
"Your mom went to your grandfather's place. It's his birthday soon, and she needs to go prepare some things for the celebration."
"Oh, and if your grandfather asks about your grades, just tell him you did pretty well, okay?"
He taught for his whole life. He wants nothing more than for you kids to do well in school.
Got it. Sū Míng nodded.
He'd known during the college entrance exam that many questions were quite straightforward, so he expected a decent outcome.
Come on, wash up and eat. Let me show you what Dad's got in mind.
Sū Míng nodded, then stared at the table in stunned silence.
Dad, what did you make?
"Oh, braised ox penis, stir-fried kidney, chives with scrambled eggs, and goji berry chicken soup."
"How about that? All super nourishing." "No, old Sue, you're the one who needs tonics." "Why would I need them? The last thing a man should admit is his own inadequacy. Besides, Sū Míng wasn't at that stage yet."
"You little brat, showing no respect for your elders.
You take my kindness for granted. What were you doing running off into the mountains with that girl today?" "Gathering firewood." "Firewood?"
Su Zhengfeng felt a twinge of curiosity.
What kind of game is gathering firewood? Had he fallen behind the times? Never mind.
Just remember to take care of yourself.
Don't think youth means no limits, you'll regret it later. No, old Sue, what are you talking about? Me and her? Really, nothing happened.
Sū Míng was speechless. He wished something would happen, but he just didn't get the chance. Oh, and stop loafing around all day. A man should have his own ambitions.
Tomorrow I'm going to see the big world, I'll take you with me. Tomorrow?
Sū Míng thought for a moment, remembering he had to attend a business conference tomorrow, so he declined.
Can't make it tomorrow. Someone's presenting me with an award. What kind of award? Another internet cafe shooting competition? No, it's a business award. You kid, you're even more full of yourself than your father. Fine, if you won't go, don't blame me for not giving you this opportunity later.
Su Zhangfeng didn't press him. After all, he was still young. He'd send him to his brother-in-law's place for some experience later. Son, you're all grown up now.
How about having a couple of drinks with your old man tonight?
Sure, old Su.
Just don't lose on purpose later. This was Sū Míng's first time drinking with his father.
The feeling was simple yet profoundly beautiful. Before he knew it, Su Zhangfeng was feeling a bit tipsy. Son, remember this, whether you excel in your studies or not doesn't matter. What your mother and I truly hope for most is that you grow up healthy and strong.
I know, Dad.
Also, if a girl treats you well, don't let her down.
When you meet the right person, get married first.
Alright, I got it, Dad.
You go to bed. I'm drunk. Forget it, forget it. I'm getting old, can't hold my liquor anymore.
Su Zhangfeng finally conceded defeat, though he felt losing to his own son wasn't such a bad thing after all. Just as he was about to enter his room, he suddenly turned back as if he had something more to say.
Dad, what is it? Any last words?
Oh, remember to wash the dishes.
Chapter 130. This man has many schemes, exercise caution.
July 15th, the Haicheng Business Conference officially commenced. Early that morning, Su Zhangfeng slipped into a newly purchased suit and now stood before the living room mirror, meticulously combing his slick back hair.
Old Su, are you sure you won't be back for dinner tonight?
Yongfang asked as she emerged from the kitchen, removing her apron.
I definitely won't be back.
The venue will be packed with top officials. If I get another chance to meet the mayor, that would truly bring honor to my family. Su Zhangfeng was still fantasizing about the wonderful scene of meeting some big shot that evening.
Ah, what a pity. Last time he came, we didn't properly host him.
If we could invite him home again, I'd definitely ask him to teach me how to make Sichuan cuisine.
Last time, he probably didn't enjoy the meal. Yongfang sighed. Last time, she really thought he was just an ordinary boss. Plus, it was already quite late, so the ingredients weren't prepared very well. Stop overthinking it. Dining with the mayor is out of the question anyway. Our family doesn't have that kind of luck.
I'd consider myself fortunate just to shake his hand. Su Zhangfeng also felt regret. Last time the mayor invited them to dinner, he got drunk and ended up answering questions all over the place.
Alright, don't dwell on it. What's not meant to be can't be forced.
I'll go to Qingyun Temple nearby today to pray for you both.
The Bodhisattva's birthday is coming up soon. Alright, I know.
Then have dinner with Sū Míng tonight.
No, he's going out too. Said he has a meeting. A meeting? That brat graduated already? Something's fishy. I'll ask him what he's up to now.
Su Zhangfeng headed towards Sū Míng's room. Sū Míng was on the phone in his room at that moment. Secretary Zhang had just called specifically to remind him about tonight's plans.
Got it, sis. I don't have amnesia. We just talked about it not long ago. I'll definitely be there. Good.
You slacker, pay attention.
A lot of people will be there. Oh, and will you attend the dinner? The mayor will be present. No.
Sū Míng made his choice decisively.
What? You're not attending? You just won an award, aren't you going to join the dinner? I have a particularly important appointment. Very important?
Secretary Zhang glanced at Mayor Huang, who nodded in tacit approval before replying, oh, alright then. You don't have to eat, but make sure you come for the award ceremony.
Don't leave us hanging. Don't worry, sis, I won't forget. My family has a rule, never lie to women. Sū Míng made the solemn promise once more. Huh, really? I see you're quite skilled at sweet-talking girls. Have you said that to a lot of people? Sis, have a little faith in yourself. Not every girl is worthy of being charmed.
Zhang, the secretary, chuckled, glancing at the stern-faced Mayor Huang before quickly shutting up.
Alright. Just remember to show up. With that, Secretary Zhang hung up the phone.
Mayor, Sū Míng said he has business to attend to. He can come, but won't be joining us for dinner.
Mei-chem, got it.
Mayor Huang nodded and resumed his work.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, oh, how's that tea project I'm spearheading lately? Any obstacles cropping up? Obstacles? Well, yes.
During the tea harvest, Sū Míng had a conflict with one of the villages. The village chief's son-in-law opened a milk tea shop in their town, and the flavor is very similar to Sū Míng's drink. Plus, because their ingredients are cheaper, they only charge 1 yuan per cup. They brew it fresh on site, so the flavor seems better, and they even offer free samples. This has stolen some of Sū Míng's business. Should we step in and handle this?
Mayor Huang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No need. Tell that town mayor not to get involved either. Huh? Mayor, are you suggesting we replace the person in charge of this project? No.
I need to see if his idea was a sudden flash of inspiration or if he truly has the capability.
If he can't handle such a minor issue, how can I trust him with bigger matters in the future? You're right, Mayor. Your foresight is commendable. Though I still believe he'll handle it.
Secretary Zhang nodded in agreement. Mayor Huang nodded and returned to writing his materials. Then, looking up again with lingering concern, he cautioned, Haixia, this man is quite calculating.
You must be extremely careful.
Ha? Oh, okay. Sū Míng hung up the phone and opened the door to find his father standing there.
Dad, what's up? Your mom mentioned you won't be home for dinner? Where are you off to this time? No fooling around. I'm meeting friends for dinner.
I knew you'd show your true colors after just a couple days off. You need to go train at your uncle's place soon. Yesterday when you went hiking, your mom even praised you for taking care of your body.
You're a man, you should stay home more.
That's what girls like. Su Zhengfeng said this with a hint of disappointment, but quickly remembered something else.
Is it that girl from yesterday? Yeah, I'm meeting her for dinner.
Good, good.
Exactly, a man shouldn't just stay cooped up at home all the time. That's no way to live.
Su Zhengfeng was practically obsessed with the idea of holding a grandchild, so hearing Sū Míng had another date with a girl filled him with satisfaction. Honey, make extra goji berry chicken soup these next couple days.
Looks like our son needs some nourishment. Oh, you want chicken soup, huh? Fine, fine. I don't need tonics.
Just then, Yang Wei suddenly pushed open the door.
Hey! Brother-in-law, I'm here. Are you ready?
Xiao Wei, keep an eye on him tonight.
Don't let your brother-in-law drink too much, his stomach isn't the best.
Yong Fong specifically instructed.
Don't worry, sis. I'm Yang Wei now, I hold sway among the big shots in Haicheng. No one will give your brother-in-law any trouble.
Yang Wei was actually a good-for-nothing, but thanks to the information gap, he'd managed to maintain the image of being successful in front of his brother-in-law. Sū Míng, however, saw this and instantly lost his composure. Dad, Mom, I'm going out first.
Hey, wait. How could you leave without saying goodbye to your uncle? That brat.
Su Zhengfeng couldn't fathom why his son despised his own uncle so much. Especially now, after the man had just done him such a huge favor, only to be met with such a cold shoulder.
It left him feeling rather awkward. It's fine. Kids are like that. No worries.
Just send him to my factory for some summer training. He's been spoiled by you two since childhood, it's only natural he has a temper. Yang Wei smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was plotting how to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson over the summer.
Come on, brother-in-law. Today I'll show you what high society is all about. Let's go.
Su Zhengfeng beamed with delight, relieved he'd finally squeezed his way into this circle. Of course, after tonight, the first person he'd thank would be his brother-in-law.
Chapter 131, The Stubborn Sticker.
Sū Míng headed straight to the food factory after leaving home. Sales of duck dung fragrance milk tea had been booming lately, and they were already preparing to expand distribution channels into major cities. Despite the strong sales figures, running a business demanded constant vigilance. Every 2 weeks, Sū Míng required his team to compile a list of issues for systematic resolution. Upon arriving at the factory, Sū Míng offered constructive suggestions on the production process before listening to management report on major issues encountered over the past 2 months.
Boss, we currently have 2 issues needing resolution. The first is transportation losses.
After our transport team leaves the village with the tea leaves, they must travel along Fuqiang Road, a notorious problem area. The road is full of potholes, causing our trucks to jolt violently and spill some of the tea leaves during transit.
Fong Ping briefly outlined the situation. Fujian Road?
That's notorious for being a terrible road around here.
Has the transport team ever considered using an alternative route?
The intersection of Fuqiang Road is a 3-way junction. Heavy trucks frequently pass through, so the road has never been smooth. We did consider it before, but changing routes would incur costs, leading to even greater expenses than the losses we're already facing. That's indeed a major issue. Changing routes increases costs, while keeping the same route means constant wear and tear. Not only would tea leaves spill, but it could even shorten the truck's lifespan.
Got it. One more thing, what's the other issue?
Oh, this one feels even more serious. Our bubble tea products are being copied.
Plagiarism? Sū Míng's brow furrowed instantly. One key reason their product line gained traction so quickly was its novelty. If someone copies it, they're essentially undermining our foundation.
Yeah. There's a tea shop in our town. The owner used to work at our factory for a while.
He seemed pretty honest back then. Who knew he'd go out on his own?
I heard through the grapevine that he's actually the son-in-law of Lin Dong, the former village chief of Lin Weii village. That guy never came here to work honestly in the first place.
Have you communicated with them?
We need to make our stance clear. We must crack down hard on plagiarism.
Report them to the authorities. Copying product categories can get them shut down immediately.
No, boss. I checked, their product line does resemble ours, but they make fresh tea drinks while we're bottled beverages.
They're fundamentally different categories.
The market regulator won't take the case.
By the way, should we approach Town Chief Lin? His wife is from Lin Weii village, so he might be able to pull some strings. Fang Ping said, sounding a bit annoyed. Lately, their sales have dipped because of this. Hold on. Take me to see the quality of their knockoffs first. Alright, let's head out now. Fang Ping nodded and immediately led Sū Míng to the scene.
Upon arriving at the designated spot, Sū Míng quickly spotted a tea shop named Duck Dung Smells Delicious. Their signature item was the Duck Dung Fragrance Milk Tea, and the banner was downright outrageous: buy one, get one free for the entire month of their grand opening. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory, Sū Míng ordered one right away. At 1 yuan 50, it was a full yuan cheaper than their own product. Sū Míng took a sip and savored it slowly. The flavor was indeed decent, but it fell short of theirs. Yeah, it was inferior, a bit bitter, but you couldn't argue with the price. This was precisely Fang Ping's concern. Per capita income in Haichang wasn't particularly high, so low-priced products generally found a market as long as the taste wasn't too off-putting. The two men's conversation outside the shop quickly caught the attention of a staff member, who promptly relayed the news to the owner, Lin Juanhao. Upon hearing the situation, Lin Juanhao immediately rushed to the scene with his father-in-law, village chief Lin Don.
Well, Mr. Sū, we meet again? Regretting your public announcement about refusing our village's tea now?
Lin Don said with a smug look.
Lin, don't get too cocky. Think you're untouchable? Fang Ping was furious.
He'd intended to use this opportunity to show Sū Míng his capabilities, but this guy had ruined it.
What nonsense are you spouting? Since you refuse to buy our tea, we'll just have to find our own way.
Oh, and if you want us to shut down, simple, we'll take a 10% cut of the bubble tea sales. Lin Don had finally revealed his true intentions.
Impossible. You don't have the authority. Mr. Sū, what do you think of my proposal? Sū Míng nearly sneered contemptuously before turning and walking away.
Lin Don continued to taunt him from behind. Mr. Sū, make up your mind quickly.
Otherwise, we won't settle for just 10%. Shameful. Boss, this man is nothing but a rogue. Should we inform Town Chief Lin? This tea procurement concerns his political achievements, he surely won't refuse. Fang Ping muttered curses as he walked away. Old Fang, don't be impulsive.
If we tell him, he won't refuse. But have you considered? He's the son-in-law of someone from Lin Weii village. This could make things awkward for him later. Forcing him into a pick one or the other situation. Town Chief Lin might end up caught between a rock and a hard place. Then what can we do? Without Lin stepping in, this situation is practically unsolvable. You saw those scoundrels' faces demanding a 50-50 split. Why don't they just rob us outright? No, they are robbers. We saw it the first time we dealt with them.
Thank goodness we didn't partner with them. Fang Ping found the whole situation headache-inducing. These kind of tough nuts are the last thing any businessperson wants to deal with. Don't worry, I've got a plan. That tea shop won't last a month. Boss, I see. You plan to hire someone to take care of them? That's not bad. Though it's not exactly ethical, dealing with scoundrels like them doesn't require playing by the rules. Murder and arson bring gold belts, rules are just for the honest. If you need it, I can call in some people. I know a few folks in the underworld. After all, it's 2002. The Sky Eye surveillance system isn't widespread yet, and criminal gangs still operate everywhere. Businesspeople looking to eliminate competitors occasionally resort to such methods. They work surprisingly well. No need. I'll handle it myself. There's no point in being too unprincipled. After all, we're a new enterprise engaged in poverty alleviation work. This is precisely the time to build our social reputation. We can't afford to give anyone ammunition to use against us. Sū Míng knew Mayor Huan was an upright man. To keep his protection, he couldn't afford any major scandals. Boss, can you really handle this? Yes. Trust me. We can even use this to build our reputation. Then, no matter how much trouble that Lin guy stirs up, we won't be afraid. Boss? Could you give me a hint? I'm genuinely curious. Fang Ping's curiosity was piqued by his words. Old Fang, do you know what they say? The power of the people is boundless. Chapter 132, The Principle of Resource Leverage. Fang Ping shook his head, unsure what the man was getting at. Boss, could you explain it a bit more clearly? Road construction. Road construction? Right. They run a tea stall on site, so the environment has to be maintained. The issues on Fujian Road have been building up for years, haven't they? We can use the excuse of wanting to do something for the town to fund the road repairs. It's for everyone's convenience. If that Lin guy really tries to cause trouble, the nearby residents will probably tear down his tea stall. Right. When they pave the road, all the dust will mess up their tea business. Plus, once it's done, our trucks can drive smoothly too. Brilliant. Boss, you're amazing, solving two problems at once. Fang Ping said with immense admiration. Old Fang, when facing a tough opponent, try to rally others to your side. Make them the target of public criticism, and you'll win without lifting a finger. But boss, while the idea is sound, it's costly.
Spending money on road repairs for such a minor player just isn't worth it.
Do you really think your boss is that stupid? Paying to fix roads? What? Roads don't cost money? Fong Ping was taken aback. Of course not.
By transforming private matters into public ones, you can leverage more resources to your advantage. That's the principle of resource leverage. As for how to wield that leverage, just watch me. Sū Míng already had a rough idea in mind.
Hey, boss, wanna grab dinner tonight?
After hearing about your achievements, the employees back at my factory are all super impressed.
They'd love to have a meal with you and learn more from your wisdom.
If you're up for it, I'll book a table at Pengcheng Hotel right now.
Pengcheng Hotel? Old Fong, why choose that place? It's a bit out of the way. Jinhua Lu would be better. Jinhua Tower does serve excellent food, but Pengcheng Hotel is hosting a business conference tonight.
I thought I'd check it out.
A business conference at Pengcheng Hotel? Not Da Peng Hotel?
Sū Míng said, rummaging through his bag for the invitation. Oh, boss, you might not know this, but while Pengcheng Hotel's food is just average, it's been the go-to venue for government-led events since the 1970s and 80s. Us older folks still call it the state-run hotel. The reason I wanted to eat here was to see if I could meet someone useful. I've wanted to attend this conference for over a decade but never had the chance. Still, I'm sure someone as talented as you will get invited someday. Even though our factory is still in its early stages and doesn't qualify for an invitation yet.
Fong Ping knew Sū Míng's capabilities.
Working under him, he figured he might just squeeze his way into this place in a few years. Just then, Sū Míng finally pulled the invitation out of his bag.
Room 202 at the Pengcheng Hotel. Wow, it really is. Nice one, old Fong. I almost went to the wrong place. The Dapeng Hotel was closer, while the Pengcheng Hotel was farther away.
That's why, after getting the invitation that day, Sū Míng had only glanced at it briefly and assumed it was for this location. After confirming the time and location, Sū Míng was about to tuck the invitation back into his bag when he noticed Fong Ping swiftly approaching.
Fong Ping reached out and grabbed the invitation. Old boss, you're invited. Yeah, is this really somewhere I absolutely have to go? You guys seem pretty interested.
In his previous life, Sū Míng attended events representing China, Asia Pacific, or even the world. Such a small-scale business conference held little interest for him.
Boss. As a businessman in Haicheng, who wouldn't want to attend this conference and broaden their horizons?
This place is the dream hall for us business people.
Getting here means you've been recognized. You're that eager to go? I'll have someone send you an invitation. Dream hall? That's a bit much. Sū Míng couldn't understand why they'd think that way. What? Boss, you just ask and they'll send one? Boss, don't joke around.
Everyone who attends this place is vetted by higher authorities.
I don't have that kind of standing. Fong Ping was skeptical. No problem, I'll make a call.
Sū Míng promptly called Secretary Zhang, who agreed immediately.
It's settled.
Wait at the factory, someone will deliver it shortly.
Boss, this is... What's wrong? Just say it. Who still has dreams? I'll have them add more seats. Fong Ping felt his worldview, shaped over so many years, was shattering.
The place he'd dreamed of countless times, Sū Míng could come and go as he pleased. He recalled a profound saying he'd once read, a path seemingly untrodden by humans may in fact be well worn by white deer. But now, a selfish thought crept in. He'd fantasized about this place for over a decade. Now that he finally had a chance to go, how could those factory employees who'd only been on the job for a short while possibly go too? This stung his pride, so he decided not to bring anyone else.
Boss, maybe we shouldn't bring them. They've never been to a big event before. With so many people here today, it might cause trouble if they mess up. That makes sense. Alright, then arrange their tasks for today. We should be able to depart around 5 o'clock. Sū Míng was human, not divine. How could he possibly read everyone's minds? Alright, got it. Thanks, boss. Fong Ping expressed his gratitude profusely, feeling a surge of excitement at the realization that his long-cherished dream was finally coming true.
Shortly after Sū Míng left, Fong Ping waited at the factory for about half an hour.
Sure enough, someone delivered the invitation. Holding the invitation bearing his name, Fong Ping was so thrilled he practically danced with joy.
He couldn't focus on work, and as soon as it hit 5 p.m., he immediately drove to the venue. Arriving at the second floor of Pengcheng restaurant, he didn't rush inside. Instead, he stood at the entrance, looking left and right, as if all this were some kind of dream.
Coincidentally, Chen Muyang arrived at that moment.
Since the event's organizer was his friend, Chairman Wang, he had taken on the role of manager. Now, he noticed Fong Ping lurking suspiciously.
Hey! What are you doing? Stealing, are you? Recognizing the man as the general manager of Dongzhi Electronics, Fong Ping dared not offend him and quickly explained.
After hearing his explanation, Chen Muyang guessed the man was probably new to such events. A wave of disdain washed over him, and he rolled his eyes before entering. Upon entering the venue, he saw Wang Longhu emerging from the conference room holding a list of award winners. To study potential opponents in the coming years, he was curious to see who else had won this time.
Chairman Wan, may I see the list? Certainly, Mr. Chen. Congratulations on your win.
Dongzhi has only been in Haicheng for a few years, yet you've already made it into the top 10. No, it's all thanks to the support of our superiors. Chen Muyang appeared modest on the surface, but deep down, he felt a sense of pride. These past years, the headquarters had dispatched him to Haicheng to conquer new markets, and he had finally achieved some results. Slowly flipping through the list, he spotted several familiar old rivals. But he paid them little mind. These were just local, outdated appliance manufacturers. Once their new products launched, Toshiba would wipe the floor with them. Then his gaze drifted downward, landing on a name that sent a chill down his spine.
Sū Míng. Chapter 133, Are they out of their minds? What about Sū Míng? Mr. Chen, do you know him?
This Outstanding Philanthropist Award was specially created this year. Seems the higher-ups are quite pleased with him.
If we get the chance tonight, we should make his acquaintance. Never heard of this guy before. Chairman Wang only knew Sū Míng as Haicheng's rising business star, unaware of his father-son connection to Su Zhengfeng.
Had he known, he'd likely be kicking himself now?
Chen Muyang couldn't explain it either.
By not telling Chairman Wang the truth earlier, he'd inadvertently caused Wang to offend the Su family. If the truth came out, he'd be in big trouble.
Oh, no problem. I'm just surprised I've never heard of this person before. Chen Muyang wondered if it could be someone with the same name.
Although their appliance factory had narrowly beaten him once, it hadn't made any significant contributions to Haicheng year after year. The higher-ups shouldn't have awarded such a special prize to a factory like that. Yeah, I just tried to subtly probe the mayor's secretary.
Seems like he's still a student under 20, some top talent from a prestigious university. If I could raise a son like that, my ancestors would be rolling over in their graves. That's it. Based on that description, it could only be Sū Míng.
Among peers in Haicheng, only Sū Míng possesses such top-tier business acumen. Those who haven't crossed paths with him wouldn't grasp his true potential. Chairman Wang probably never imagined this wasn't some elite university student, but just an ordinary high school graduate fresh out of the college entrance exams.
Mr. Chen, please feel free to look around.
The mayor will be making a special appearance at this year's conference and attending the banquet afterward.
I've already reserved your seat at the main table.
Chairman Wang produced another banquet guest list, but Sū Míng's name was conspicuously absent.
Oh, and Mr. Chen, we'll seat you near the mayor. See if you can get acquainted with him. If you're lucky enough to build a connection, then you'll have nothing to fear in Haicheng from anyone.
Oh, thank you.
But isn't Sū Míng supposed to be at the main table?
Oh, him. Seems he has more important matters to attend to. His name was originally on the initial list, but he later said he wouldn't be attending the banquet, so we crossed him off.
Chen Muyang breathed a sigh of relief. That actually works out well. With Sū Míng absent during dinner, I can avoid a direct confrontation. If he were to say anything in front of the mayor, how could I possibly compete with him?
Of course, when dealing with such a formidable opponent, he'd need to adjust his strategy going forward, avoid intense conflicts whenever possible, or better yet, find a way to build rapport.
Hai City was big enough to accommodate 2 tigers.
But if he wanted to extend goodwill, the first thing was to ensure no one found out about what he'd done to Sū Míng as father.
Otherwise, reconciliation would be impossible.
Fortunately, Su Zhengfeng couldn't attend such an event, so this time he'd dodged a bullet.
Just then, his son arrived at the scene. Dad, Uncle Wang really has clout.
They put him in charge of such a big event.
Yeah, you should learn more from Uncle Wang in the future. I know, Dad. Hey, can I borrow your host badge?
Wei Wei's about to arrive.
The class monitor from your class? Exactly, Dad. You haven't forgotten, have you? She's coming, right? You didn't forget to make her invitation, did you? No problem. Just bring her along.
She seems like a good girl. Here, take this host badge.
The people at the entrance won't dare stop you.
Chen Muyang knew his son was showing off, but their family background certainly gave him something to brag about. Chen Jingxing took the badge, his confidence soaring instantly. He headed to the entrance to wait for Lin Weii. Lin Weii soon arrived, wearing a pale yellow floral maxi dress that made her look incredibly pure and innocent. Chen Jingxing naturally stepped forward to take her hand, but Lin Weii took 2 steps back.
Jingxing, we're moving too fast.
Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Wei, come on in.
Today, I promise you'll meet the mayor.
Chen Jingxing wasn't in a hurry.
Before, it was because of that annoying leech, Sū Míng. Now that there was no rival, Lin Weii would be his sooner or later. As soon as they entered the venue, he began explaining the layout to Lin Weii, subtly flaunting his family background throughout his words. Meanwhile, Lin Weii took the opportunity to scan the room for any younger eligible bachelors, mainly because Chen Jingxing's looks were frankly unimpressive. Noticing her half-hearted attention, Chen Jingxing assumed she didn't believe him. Determined to prove his worth, he decided to find someone in the venue to make a point. And lo and behold, he found the perfect candidate. Sū Míng's father had actually shown up.
Hey, Wei, let's go over there and take a look.
Oh, sure. Lin Weii nodded, as she too wanted to change seats. Meanwhile, Sū Zhengfeng was busy toasting the other business owners. It was his first time at such an event, and he was feeling quite excited.
Mr. Wang. My name is Sū.
I'm the owner of Jiajia Electrical Appliances Factory.
Mr. Zhang, here's my business card.
Mr. Li, I've long heard of your reputation.
Might I offer you a toast?
Oh, no need. I'll drink by myself. Sū Zhengfeng came across as overly humble, clearly someone who hadn't built a large business yet. Consequently, the other executives paid him little attention.
But Sū Zhengfeng didn't mind.
He believed that when you lacked clout, it was best to keep a low profile. Being ignored was perfectly normal. Wei, look, this guy's clearly here to cause trouble.
Watch how I kick him out.
Chen Jingxing stretched his limbs, thinking he could finally make a move.
Chen Muyang happened to be nearby.
When he spotted Sū Zhengfeng, his eyes widened instantly.
Chairman Wang?
How did Sū Zhengfeng sneak in here? Oh. Xiao Xing said that's his classmate's father.
Mr. Chen, this kid of yours has quite the commanding presence. What? Sū Zhengfeng was invited by my own son? That ungrateful son of mine. Commander's bearing?
More like a soybean paste bearing. Chen Muyang felt a wave of panic wash over him. Just moments ago, he'd been thinking about mending fences with the Sū family, but now this was about to make things even more tense.
No!
He had to stop this.
Chen Muyang jogged over.
Chen Jingxing, unaware of what had happened, asked, Dad, why the rush? You have. Before he could finish, Chen Muyang punched him unconscious. The incident unfolded right before her eyes, leaving Lin Weii utterly stunned.
What the hell was this, a father randomly punching his son? Did this family suffer from some kind of intermittent mental disorder? Chapter 134, The Self-Absorbed Lin Weii.
If this was indeed a severe hereditary disorder, Lin Weii would have to seriously consider finding someone else.
Ugly enough already, and now he's sick? That was absolutely unacceptable to her.
Taking advantage of Chen Jingxing's absence, she began wandering around the venue. Her student-like appearance was like a hot commodity in the eyes of those middle-aged men, so quite a few executives had already approached her to strike up conversations. Lin Weii was shy at first, but as more and more people showered her with praise, she gradually grew accustomed to the attention. Now she regretted not coming to places like this sooner. Back at school, no matter how sweet the words of affection, the gentleness of someone who hadn't achieved anything was the cheapest kind.
But now it was different.
Surrounded by entrepreneurs who had achieved some success, she no longer needed to judge their wealth by their attire or mannerisms. Her parents' constant arguments over the past few years had taught her that money was the root cause of 99% of family conflicts. So she grasped a truth early on. Love may fade, but gold never does. Just as she was deep in conversation with another eligible bachelor, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face, instantly dampening her spirits.
To prevent him from disrupting the moment, Lin Weii walked over proactively. Sū Míng, what are you doing here again? Lin Weii? Sū Míng was puzzled. How had she ended up here? You really are shameless. I don't understand why you're doing this. Can't you just let go?
You were good to me before, but Sū Míng, grow up.
We're adults now. Love and affection alone can't solve everything. Wait, are you misunderstanding something?
Being berated the moment he arrived, Sū Míng considered it a sign of his improved temper that he didn't punch her. Just then, Sū Zhengfeng noticed the commotion and recognized his son. He hurried over.
Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Oh, Dad, you're here too? All this time you've been groveling at people's tables just to come here? Damn. You should have said something earlier. I could have gotten you an invitation. Sū Míng was speechless.
If he'd said something earlier, this problem would have been solved ages ago.
Sū Míng, you really are ridiculous. This doesn't make me think you've become capable, it just makes me dislike you more. You need an invitation to get in here. Don't tell me you got one too. Of course I received it.
And besides, this conference was, in a way, held for me. Lin Weii shook her head, utterly disappointed in Sū Míng.
You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Tell me honestly, how did you get in here? Sū Zhengfeng quickly cut in.
This kid was spouting nonsense without a second thought. If they offended the organizers and got kicked out, it would be a huge embarrassment.
I just walked in normally with an invitation.
Sū Míng couldn't understand why receiving an invitation seemed so unbelievable to them.
Sū Míng, you know I hate lies more than anything. This only pushes me further away. Fine, still covering it up? You claim you got in with an invitation? Then show it to me. I'll believe you if you do.
Ever since learning about the Sū family's bankruptcy, Lin Weii had grown increasingly disappointed in Sū Míng.
A man doesn't have to be tall or handsome, but he absolutely must have money. Seriously, are you out of your mind? The invitation was collected by the people at the entrance. How could I possibly show it to you? Sū Míng now thought this woman was utterly delusional. Not only did he not have the invitation on him, but even if he did, he wouldn't show it. He had nothing left to prove to her. If he didn't have it, he didn't have it. Why pretend like this?
Just then, a middle-aged man approached from behind Lin Weii.
Oh, Mr. Li, sorry to make you witness this spectacle.
Lin Weii shot Sū Míng a warning glance before turning to flash a dazzling smile.
No problem. I see plenty of opportunists like this all year round.
Besides, beauties have special privileges with me. I wouldn't laugh, on the contrary, I can help you out. The speaker was Li Feng, president of Ocean Chain Supermarkets and vice chairman of the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce. Approaching 50, he frequently abused his position for improper gains and held no resistance to young women just coming of age.
Thank you, President Li.
I'm quite fed up with being harassed. This guy has been relentlessly pursuing me since my school days, and now that I'm here, he's followed me again.
You little brat, is what this girl said true?
Su Zhengfeng felt humiliated. He'd thought his son had changed his ways, yet here he was, still such a good-for-nothing.
It's a lie. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I can't stand this kid. I'm having him thrown out. And since you can't teach your son right, you'll pay the price.
Security, drag both father and son out of here.
Li Feng knew full well that dealing with girls like this didn't require spending much money.
All he had to do was flaunt his prestigious status, and he could get away with a lot. Seeing himself about to be dragged out, Su Zhengfeng quickly called his brother-in-law, Yang Guowei.
Soon, Yang Guowei rushed over. Brother-in-law, what's up? Need me to hook you up with another boss? No. This guy wants to throw us out. No problem, brother-in-law, I'll handle it.
Yang Guowei believed he had some clout, so he stepped forward to negotiate.
Friend, do you realize we all have invitations? Specially issued by Chairman Wang himself. Maybe you should think twice? Oh, you mean old Wang? We just had lunch together. Look at this.
Li Feng flashed his work ID. Yang Guowei saw it and instantly sensed trouble.
He and Chairman Wang weren't even acquaintances.
Now that he'd offended the vice chairman, it was obvious who Chairman Wang would side with.
Brother-in-law. How could you be so blind?
This is Chairman Li, and he's also the big boss behind Ocean Chain Supermarkets.
Ha! Ocean Chain Supermarkets.
Su Zhengfeng immediately sensed trouble. This supermarket was one of Haicheng's renowned chain brands. He'd been trying to seek cooperation with them for ages, but they'd always avoided him.
Mr. Li, don't pick on a kid. Miss, say something, I promise he won't bother you again. Ha! Brother-in-law, so this brat offended Chairman Li?
You're being foolish. I told you to keep a closer eye on him with my sister.
It's one thing for him to disrespect me at home, but out in the world, does he really think people will indulge him?
Yang Guowei had always had plenty of complaints about Sū Míng and couldn't resist kicking him while he was down.
I know.
But with all these bosses here, if I get kicked out, I'll never be able to hold my head up again. Please plead my case. Su Zhengfeng was all about saving face, he didn't want to become a laughingstock.
Alright, brother-in-law, I can plead your case. I should have some influence here. But as for that lawless brat? Just leave him be. Let him learn a lesson. He shouldn't barge into every occasion without any manners.
Hearing his brother-in-law speak thus, Su Zhengfeng could only nod in agreement. After all, his son had caused far too much trouble this time. Seeing this, Yang Guowei finally cleared his throat, adopting a deferential expression as he stepped forward. Chairman Li, today was all a misunderstanding.
Chairman Wang and I are friends.
How about this, Mr. Su stays, and we'll treat you to dinner later.
As for the culprit, you can kick him out. It'll serve as a lesson. Who the hell do you think you are, you little nobody? Get lost. Li Feng's slap sent Yang Guowei reeling in shock. Yang Guowei clutched his stinging cheek, utterly humiliated, while Li Feng ordered the security guards to take action.
Just as the farce seemed to have no end in sight, a beautiful hostess in a cheapao stepped onto the stage and announced in a sweet voice.
Thank you all for coming. The ceremony is now officially underway. Mayor Huang will now announce the award recipients.
Chapter 135, Outstanding Philanthropist of the Year Sū Míng. Mayor Huang stepped onto the stage as journalists from major media outlets began snapping photos. Seeing Mayor Huang speak, Li Feng dared not act rashly and could only temporarily let the Sū family father and son off the hook.
Thank you all for coming. Let me say a few words. Haicheng's industrial and commercial heritage runs deep.
Haicheng people once conducted business across the globe, a source of great pride for us. Of course, none of this would be possible without the dedication of every law-abiding entrepreneur.
You here today are their finest representatives.
Mayor Huang's speech showed some skill, less bureaucratic and more approachable, making the audience below feel genuinely warm. However, Sū Míng detected the subtext. From his remarks, it was clear he harbored reservations about businesspeople engaging in philanthropy. He specifically highlighted a certain businessman surnamed Li who, under the guise of donating to education, secured land from the government for development. Yet, Li hoarded the land without acting, waiting for it to appreciate before selling. Mayor Huang was clearly displeased with this.
Son, you should leave now. It'll be embarrassing if they throw you out later. I'll be fine, your uncle still knows some people. Su Zhengfeng knew offending Li Feng wouldn't be easily resolved.
He planned to plead for mercy later, but didn't want his son to see him looking so pathetic.
Dad, I'm fine.
Look at him, he can barely save himself. Don't pin too much hope on him. Sū Míng had always known Wei was a useless fool. If he truly had those connections, he wouldn't have driven the factory into bankruptcy within a few years and fallen into complete ruin.
Sū Míng. What do you mean by that? I'm still your uncle, after all. Disrespecting me is disrespecting your mother. Besides, I just stood up for your family. You're a thankless brat. Cut the moral blackmail. I simply look down on you. And don't get any ideas he wouldn't dare touch me. Fine, brother-in-law, you heard him.
I was even going to pull some strings to smooth this over for you, but this brat won't take my help. Chairmanly, I'm out of this.
Don't bother saving face for me. Wei had been itching to leave.
He certainly didn't want to offend Chairmanly over this, so he seized the excuse to make a quick exit.
Wei. Wei.
Su Zhengfeng called out twice, but when he saw the man didn't turn back, he sighed to Sū Míng instead. Xiao Ming, you really acted too impulsively this time.
Your uncle did help me a lot to get here. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine. He can't kick me out.
If I leave, this whole conference is cancelled.
Son, don't say that. Your old man isn't that powerful, I can't bail you out of everything.
Su Zhengfeng thought his earlier words had given him a false sense of security.
Sū Míng, at a time like this, you still insist on being stubborn? I know you came here for me. Let me reiterate, it's impossible between us.
Lin Weii had to distance herself quickly, lest these eligible bachelors around her misunderstand.
No worries, Miss Lin. I understand you feel harassed.
Once the mayor finishes speaking, I'd be happy to help you get rid of this guy.
Just then, Mayor Huang finally concluded his speech. Alright, next. Let us present last year's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs: Fan Xiaoyun, Ma Baoju, Lin Genshua, Chen Muyang.
Please invite those whose names were called to the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 10 entrepreneurs began ascending the stage. Chen Muyang arrived later, having just dragged his son upstairs. Though he received an award, he felt little joy, knowing that the prestige of Sū Míng's prize would overshadow his own.
Su Zhengfeng, watching from the audience, recognized the arriving figures.
Seeing his rivals receive awards, he felt a mix of envy and admiration.
Then he noticed Chen Muyang's remarkably calm expression.
The difference in their mental states was stark. Had he won, he would surely be gloating right now.
Lin Weii watched the award recipients on stage, several of whom she had just spoken with, and couldn't help but feel delighted. Then she glanced at Sū Míng beside her. He was simply unbearable in every way. Alright, next, I'm pleased to announce a newly established award this year, the Outstanding Philanthropist Star.
This award recognizes an individual's significant contributions to charitable causes. This young man is someone I hold in particularly high regard. Please welcome this year's outstanding star, Sū Míng.
Sū Míng? Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be?
Su Zhengfeng turned to his son.
Son, this man shares your name.
Try to curry favor with him later.
See if we can get some help from him because of this shared name. Dad, remember one thing. What? Eat your own food, sweat your own sweat.
Relying on heaven, earth, or ancestors, that's no way to be a true hero. With that, Sū Míng strode confidently onto the stage. Lin Weii rubbed her eyes, almost convinced she was dreaming. For she saw Sū Míng radiating an aura of brilliance. The sharp-eyed business owners understood what Mayor Huang's words signified. It wouldn't be long before Sū Míng became the commercial titan of Haicheng. So they quickly dropped their haughty demeanor and proactively approached Su Zhengfeng to converse. Su Zhengfeng felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. After all, he had always been a minor figure here, yet now he was being fawned over by everyone, a feeling akin to a father gaining prestige through his son's achievements. He even felt a twinge of envy toward his own son. Sū Míng stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and accepted the award from Mayor Huang. His expression then turned serious.
Truthfully, he began, I've always been passionate about philanthropy.
As the saying goes, worry before the world worries, enjoy after the world enjoys.
My business principle has always been whether it benefits society, profitability is secondary.
Before Sū Míng could finish his speech, Secretary Zhang below the stage rolled his eyes in disgust.
That sounded way too phony. Who does business without aiming to make money? It's clearly just lip service. No wonder the mayor warned me not to be fooled.
The others were seasoned veterans too. They knew this was just window dressing to polish his image.
Look, this is my son, this is my son.
Su Zhengfeng proudly introduced. Wei also rushed to claim kinship.
Everyone. The one on stage is my eldest nephew.
To have earned the mayor's favor, it seems he'll soon rise to great heights. No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously aloof entrepreneurs began approaching him to make introductions, giving him another chance to bask in his moment of glory. Outside their own circle, no one found Sū Míng's words particularly credible. But that was only natural after all, business people's mouths are liars' tools. Yet, the next moment, Sū Míng continued.
Of course, I'm not saying this to build my reputation. What I truly want is to give back to the public. So, in front of all these media outlets, I can make a promise. This time, we won't just help farmers, we're also going to build roads. Build roads? Secretary Zhang felt a bit awkward. Could it be he'd misunderstood him? Was Sū Míng genuinely proud, not just being sly? Lin Weii, however, felt a pang of resentment. Why not use that money to buy her gifts instead of building roads? Throwing money at the poor. What a waste! The entrepreneurs below erupted in an uproar. While others would hoard every penny they earned, he wanted to spend it on road repairs? 2 words for this Mr. Sū. Great! Chapter 136, Sū Míng, a man worth getting to know. Upon hearing Sū Míng's road building proposal, media cameras immediately swiveled toward him. Such a young man possessing such lofty ambitions was truly rare. If all the young talents of Haichang were like him, what would Haichang have to worry about in terms of development? Seeing the cameras shift focus, Sū Míng knew the moment was ripe. He continued, we all know that Fuchang Road is an old, neglected road. Accidents frequently occurred there, and despite residents' repeated complaints, nothing was done. I simply couldn't bear to see it any longer. This dilapidated road has caused immense inconvenience for residents. I intend to fund its repair to ease everyone's commute. I kindly request our superiors to coordinate with relevant departments to ensure a smooth process. After all, this concerns people's livelihoods, there's no time to waste. Of course, there's no need to remember my contribution, this is simply my duty. If you wish to express gratitude, please direct it toward our leaders. Their efficiency will greatly assist our road repair efforts, and they too have worked tirelessly. Sū Míng stepped down after his speech, and thunderous applause erupted across the venue. He truly was an exceptional individual. To accomplish great things without seeking credit, such capable, humble young people are truly rare these days. Mr. Sū, well done. You've raised an extraordinary son. Mr. Sū, thank you for your son's contribution to Haicheng's public welfare. When the road construction begins, I'll pitch in my share too. Mr. Sū, let me raise a toast to you. Su Zhengfeng smiled awkwardly. To him, road construction was a thankless task, costly and prone to conflicts. His son was being far too idealistic this time. So as soon as Sū Míng stepped down, Su Zhengfeng pulled him aside. You idiot! Why did you bring up the road project in public? Now there's no turning back. I never intended to regret it. You fool! You don't want to back out, but do you actually plan to foot the bill? No regrets, yet unwilling to pay? How is that possible? This time, you're going to bleed money. Old Sū, relax. Someone's covering it for us. Someone else is covering it? Who? Su Zhengfeng couldn't imagine who would suddenly fork over that much money. Meanwhile, Mayor Huang continued his closing remarks. Thank you for your speech, Mr. Sū. I just told my secretary that the road construction will be handled by our municipal government, no need for you to worry about it. After all, you've already worked tirelessly for the farmers' cause recently. Of course, we remain deeply grateful to Mr. Sū for his concern for the people's welfare. Everyone should strive to emulate this kind of benevolent businessman who cares for the world. See, old Sū? I told you I wouldn't have to pay for this. Sū Míng had anticipated this outcome. Ha? How did you know? Ah, this sort of thing, it can only be understood, not explained. Old Sū, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, I can't make it clear. Put. Fine, don't say it. Just playing mysterious. It wasn't that Sū Míng was deliberately putting on airs, it was simply an unspoken understanding that defied explanation. When Fang Ping raised the issue of that tea shop poaching business earlier, Sū Míng had already sensed something was amiss. This matter directly impacted milk tea sales, and if mishandled, it could hinder future tea leaf acquisitions. Yet, when this situation arose, Mayor Huang acted out of character. He didn't immediately order it stopped. Remember, he'd promised to handle any tea-related issues, sparing Sū Míng the trouble. Thus, Sū Míng deduced this was a test. As long as he could resolve the issue, Mayor Huang would intervene regardless of the method. Of course, to guard against misjudgment, Sū Míng added an extra safeguard upon taking the stage. He highlighted the road's long-standing disrepair and the years of unaddressed complaints. A moment's reflection would reveal a glaring question: why had higher authorities ignored this issue for so long? This directly impacted their image, especially with so many media outlets present. Mayor Huang certainly wouldn't stand idly by now. Alright, that concludes the list of award recipients for this conference. Please remain seated. I have arranged a banquet, and I invite everyone to proceed to the first floor hall shortly to take their seats. After delivering his remarks, Mayor Huang descended from the stage to instruct Secretary Zhang on the arrangements. Mayor, did we make a mistake earlier? What mistake? You mentioned earlier that Sū Míng is no ordinary man. In my view, he possesses a truly pure heart, unlike those profit-driven businessmen. Seriously, Mayor, someone who wants to use his profits to build roads, that's truly selfless. Secretary Zhang expressed genuine admiration. Young Zhang, your father entrusted you to me precisely to temper your character. I thought you'd learned your lesson, yet you still fell for it. What's wrong? Mayor, why say that? He wasn't thinking about using the money for road repairs at all. He was clearly taking a jab at our relevant departments.
First he mentions long-neglected infrastructure, then he says the problems have been reported for years without resolution. Guess what the public will say when they see the report? Will they call him a great benefactor, or will they say our work efficiency is lacking? This. And another thing, why do you think he wants to repair the road, and specifically Fuqiang Road? Isn't it because that road is dilapidated, and he cares about the people's livelihood? Secretary Zhang still looks like a naive innocent. Look, I told you you haven't learned your lesson yet. Where was that tea shop you mentioned earlier? Do you remember? Let me think. The intersection of Fuqiang Road. Now you get it? Mayor Huang sighed. The son of an old friend truly lacks the qualities of his father. Secretary Zhang pondered for a moment before finally catching on. Damn it! Secretary Zhang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Put. No, I mean, he's just too calculating. Road construction would kick up dust, inevitably affecting the tea shop. Then people would think he's doing a good deed, but really, he's using charity as a cover to retaliate against his competitors. This move not only eliminates rivals but also garners widespread support, leaving his opponents completely unable to fight back. Right? That kid Sū Míng has way too many schemes. I told you so. Mayor Huang nodded, relieved his niece wasn't quite as dim-witted as he'd feared. No, it's not that Haixia is stupid, it's that Sū Míng is just too cunning. He gets to do good deeds without spending a dime. Most girls would think he's some big-hearted philanthropist. Haixia, I'm telling you this guy isn't someone you should get too close to. Got it? Zhang Haixia gave a perfunctory nod, her mind already far away. She couldn't fathom how someone could be this clever. Sū Míng, I should get to know him better when the chance arises. Chapter 137, I decide to give you a chance. Su Zhengfeng was dying to know how his son had deduced that the higher-ups would voluntarily fund the road repairs, so he kept pressing him for answers all the way home. Dad, don't ask. I can't talk about this kind of thing. Dad isn't the type to keep secrets. If word got out to the wrong people, it would look like I was setting a trap for Mayor Huang. Alright, Dad won't ask. So tell me, what exactly have you been up to lately? How did the leadership end up awarding you this prize? Congratulations, old Master Su. You've raised a fine son. Fang Ping stepped forward to offer his congratulations. And you are? Su Zhengfeng paused, recalling no prior interaction with this man. Oh, I'm the former factory director of Qiushuang Foods and now the new factory director of Yiming Foods. My name is Fang Ping. Fang Ping introduced himself proactively. Qiushuang beer? I seem to recall seeing it in the newspaper. Su Zhengfeng strained to remember. Fang Ping's words were overheard by those nearby, instantly sparking widespread interest. Mr. Fang. Hello. I've admired you for ages. I learned that beer marketing strategy of yours, our store's sales figures skyrocketed. Mr. Fang, I'm from Zhongfu Trading in Haicheng, a wholesaler. Could you supply us with more of your duck dung fragrance milk tea? It's flying off the shelves. Oh, no wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mr. Fang, hello. I've always admired you too. My son has achieved a little success, but he still has so much to learn from you. Having heard about Fang Ping's excellence from others, Su Zhengfeng was naturally eager to make his acquaintance. Ah, Mr. Su, you're too kind. It's I who should be learning from your son, he's the true business genius I've ever met. Fang Ping quickly waved his hands. His reputation was entirely due to Sū Míng's guidance. Moreover, only Fang Ping knew the true value of what Sū Míng had accomplished this time. Not only did the road project eliminate the competition, but it also reduced future truck transportation losses, all without spending a dime. It was essentially getting something for nothing, and only Sū Míng could execute such a meticulously planned strategy. Old Fang, stop talking nonsense. What genius! I'm not one for flattery. Hey, you little brat, don't be so rude. Whether it's business achievements or age, he deserves to be called Uncle Fang. Oh, Mr. Su, you mustn't flatter me like that. Fang Ping quickly shook his head. Not at all. You're his senior. If you ever need to scold him, go ahead. No criticism, no progress, right? No, he's my boss. He's the one who should be disciplining me. Ha? He's your boss? You little brat. Su Zhengfeng stared at Sū Míng in utter disbelief. He'd only been hospitalized for a month, yet it felt like he'd fallen into a parallel universe. Was this really his son, the one who used to skip class to surf the web? Sū Míng nodded, wearing an expression that seemed to say, isn't this wonderful? As they chatted, they descended to the first floor. The others headed inside, eager to mingle with more business tycoons at the venue. Especially Sū Míng, this year's rising star in business, favored by the mayor. His future was undoubtedly bright. Sū Míng, however, parted ways with them. He had already stepped out of the hotel entrance, preparing to leave. Secretary Zhang emerged at that moment. Ah, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Ah, Secretary Zhang, what is it? Sū Míng knew he couldn't be too informal in front of outsiders, so he addressed her formally. Secretary Zhang paused briefly before saying formally, Mr. Su, you mentioned earlier that you wouldn't be staying for dinner because you had an important meeting, correct?
The mayor says you can bring that person.
We can arrange a special seat for them at the main table. Mayor Huang assumed Sū Míng had another major business deal to discuss and was meeting some influential figure. He hoped this person could offer insights to boost Haicheng's industrial and commercial development. Those around them listened with envy, for Mayor Huang clearly held Sū Míng in the highest regard.
No need, thank you. She's a bit shy. Oh, that's a shame.
The mayor had arranged for you to sit beside him. He wanted to ask you some questions.
What? The seat next to him? Son, you're turning that down? Don't be foolish. Su Zhengfeng grew impatient. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could his son be so unreasonable? Dad, how about I give you the seat? What? Me? Am I really worthy of that?
Su Zhengfeng's speech faltered slightly.
Brother-in-law, let me take it. Everyone at the main table is a big shot. You won't be able to handle it. Yong Guowei appeared out of nowhere again. And who might this gentleman be? Secretary Zhang eyed the unexpected interloper with suspicion.
Oh, I'm Sū Míng's uncle, his real uncle. His mother is my sister, and we're very close.
I don't know this guy. Sū Míng's single sentence effectively sealed Yong Guowei's fate. All right then, Mr. Su.
I'll speak with the mayor.
If he agrees, I'll have your father take your position. Secretary Zhang, sensing the family tension, didn't want to get involved and quickly excused himself.
It's fine, Secretary Zhang.
No worries. If the mayor doesn't agree, it's no big deal. I can sit anywhere.
Su Zhengfeng spoke with extreme humility. Just being present at this event was a stroke of luck for him, let alone sitting beside the mayor.
Yong Guowei didn't want to pass up such a chance to save face either.
Since pleading with Sū Míng clearly wouldn't work, he could only turn to Su Zhengfeng.
Brother-in-law, please put in a good word for me. Just take me along. I'll sit next to you. Remember all the favors I've done for you before? This. Just as Su Zhengfeng was feeling torn, someone came running from afar to apologize.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Su. It was all a misunderstanding. I was deceived myself.
Ha? Chairman Wang? What do you mean by that?
The newcomer turned out to be Wang Longhu, president of the Haicheng Chamber of Commerce.
Oh. I wasn't deliberately giving you a hard time earlier.
It was that guy Chen Muyan who said you were here to borrow money and take advantage of the situation, so I was cold toward you.
It's fine. Chairman Wang, let's just keep in touch from now on.
You don't need to return those gifts either. Su Zhengfeng understood that the other party's background wasn't simple either.
It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Gifts? What gifts? Ha? Didn't I have Yong Guowei send you a gift?
Su Zhengfeng turned to ask, only to find Yong Guowei had already slunk away.
Dad, you saw it yourself. I told you he's a good for nothing. Don't trust him so easily in the future. Sū Míng interjected. All right, son. You really have keen insight. I can't match your judgment. Sū Míng nodded, about to leave, when Lin Weii blocked his path.
Her cheeks were flushed pink. She must have just touched up her makeup.
Sū Míng, I'm here. I've decided to give you a chance.
Sū Míng simply sidestepped her.
I've already decided not to give you one.
In that fleeting moment as he passed by, Lin Weii felt a hollow ache in her heart. The boy who once pursued her relentlessly, she had driven him away with her own hands. Sū Míng soon arrived at Dai Qingyi's house. The old lady was unusually energetic today, rolling up her sleeves and splitting firewood in the courtyard. A wild smile played on her face, as if she were reliving the joy of fighting Japanese invaders in her youth. Sū Míng hurried past her into the room. Dai Qingyi stood with her back to him, slowly removing her short-sleeved top. What met his eyes was a radiant expanse of white skin, her beautiful back.
Chapter 138, Playing with a Little Thrill.
Sū Míng decided to retreat back to the courtyard. Dai Qingyi emerged fully dressed, her eyes immediately lighting up with delight upon seeing him.
Sū Míng, when did you get here? Ha? Oh, just now.
Sū Ming's voice betrayed a hint of unease. Just then, Dai Qingyi's grandmother suddenly interjected, he was just peeking at you changing clothes.
What?
Dai Qingyi pursed her lips, glaring at Sū Míng with a hint of anger.
It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. I didn't see anything.
Sū Míng immediately launched into a triple denial.
Is the mole on little sister's left shoulder or right shoulder? Neither. It's on her waist. Look. Oh my. Sū Míng. Dai Qingyi chased after him in displeasure. The two began playfully wrestling before exiting the door. Yet Dai Qingyi stopped chasing and instead ducked into the roadside grass, peering furtively toward her home. Little dumb, what are you doing? Sū Míng approached curiously, wondering what she was up to. Shoo. Crouch down. Dai Qingyi quickly pulled Sū Míng down beside her. She acted very cautiously. After a few minutes, Sū Ming's curiosity finally got the better of him and he asked again. Oh. Auntie won't let me go out to play with you anymore. Ha? So suddenly? What happened? I'm so sorry, I couldn't keep it a secret.
Last night while I was sleeping, I accidentally blurted out what you did to me in the bathroom as if it were a dream.
It's okay. Auntie forgets things easily. It'll be fine in a couple of days. I promise I won't bring it up again.
Sū Míng couldn't help but ruffle her hair. It clearly wasn't her fault, yet she still tried to keep it secret.
What a silly girl. Sū Míng, the way you treat me makes me feel like you think I'm your little dog. But I don't want to be your little dog. Why not? Because I remember you were always scared of dogs when you were little.
Once, when a dog chased us, you left me behind and ran off yourself. Sū Míng felt a bit awkward. He recalled how he'd often tease her when they were kids. That she hadn't gotten back at him meant she was incredibly forgiving.
Sū Míng, are you afraid of cats?
Sū Míng shook her head. Then in my next life, I'll be a cat to stay by your side.
Sure. Hurry up. Auntie should be doing her physical training now. If I'm here, she'll drag me into it too. Dai Qingyi grabbed Sū Míng's hand and pulled him along.
Sū Míng was utterly confused.
Did I hear that right? Physical training?
Yeah, physical training. I went into town recently to buy some milk powder for Grandma to help her health.
Someone recommended this brand, saying it guarantees better health.
I didn't believe it at first, but after Grandma started taking it, she really became super strong.
Now she chops 30 gene of firewood every day and often runs up the mountain to gather firewood. After all that, she still has to run errands. I'm just so exhausted. Wait, what? An 80-year-old woman chopping 30 gene of firewood? When you get back, make sure to bring it over for me to see. What kind of formula is this that's so powerful?
Sū Míng found it quite miraculous too. The two walked to a Sichuan Chongqing restaurant near the stadium. As soon as they sat down, Dai Qingyi grabbed the menu and started ordering.
Sū Míng, just order whatever you like. It's my treat today. I have some good news to share with you. Good news?
Yes. Order first. I'll tell you after we finish eating. Seeing her so excited, Sū Míng didn't want to dampen her spirits. He quickly ordered a few dishes and finished eating. This kind of regional cuisine, heavy on oil and salt, is actually hard to mess up, though it does make you thirsty.
Alright, I'm done. Little dumb, spill it. What's the good news? I got a job. I start tomorrow. Oh, what kind of job? Actually, I can't say. It pays really well, 500 a month. The person said competition is fierce during summer break, so I need to start soon.
500 yuan is average for a regular worker in Haicheng, but to her student mindset, it felt like a high-paying job, hence her excitement. Originally, Sū Míng had intended to help her, but seeing that she could handle it on her own, he was genuinely happy for her. After all, she'd much rather change her circumstances through her own efforts than accept help.
Sū Míng, I'm sorry, I'm just too broke.
Once I make some money, I'll take you out for all kinds of delicious food.
Dai Qingyi said earnestly. Silly girl, is that really something you should be saying? You taking me out for good food? I should be the one taking you out.
Come on, so you can work well tomorrow. We need to do everything we haven't done today.
Think about it, is there anywhere special you really want to go?
She shook her head. Wherever you go, I'll go.
Little Dumby, you don't have to follow my lead on everything. Think carefully, is there anywhere you really want to go?
Your place.
What? My place? Let's go.
Sū Míng hadn't yet thought of an excuse to lure her there, but she was surprisingly proactive.
No. I do miss your mom's Sichuan Chongqing cuisine.
She used to cook it for me all the time, super authentic.
But I don't dare go there anymore. Huh? My mom cooked for you? I had no idea. Alright, I shouldn't have kept it from you.
When we were kids, every time you bullied me until I cried, your mom would make me something delicious. So that's the story behind it.
Well, that's not a bad thing. Maybe it'll help us get along a bit better when it comes to food.
Besides my place, where else?
I also want to go to the children's park.
Don't laugh at me, you told me about it before, saying Flying Bird Children's Park was especially fun, and I remembered it.
Let's go there then.
Without another word, Sū Míng grabbed her hand and they set off. Qingyi Children's Park was one of the earliest playgrounds to open in town, but over a decade had passed and the facilities were starting to show their age. Sū Míng had grown immune to such things, but Dai Qingyi seemed particularly excited.
Sū Míng, I want to try something thrilling. Oh? Sure, what do you want to try? That one.
Sū Míng followed the direction of her finger and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him.
The carousel? Yeah, see?
It says here, please ride with adult supervision.
It must be thrilling. Forget it.
Sū Míng decided not to explain.
As long as she was happy.
After the ride, Dai Qingyi suddenly declared with newfound confidence,
What carousel? Who needs an adult? I can ride it all by myself.
Sū Míng, you can't call me childish anymore, I can come to the amusement park on my own now.
Oh, so brave? Then let's take you on something truly thrilling.
Sū Míng led her straight to the haunted house she dreaded as a child.
Hearing the eerie sounds inside, she swallowed nervously. Sū Míng, can I ask you for 2 favors? 2 things? Go ahead. If I die, tell grandma that little dumb isn't a coward. Ha! The ghosts in there are fake, how could you die? What's the second thing? Can I hold on to you? I'm scared. Chapter 139, Cowardly, Timid, Yet Naturally Superhuman. This flying bird children's park was generally mediocre, but it had managed to stay open for over a decade precisely because its haunted house was terrifying enough. The moment you step inside, the live actors playing ghosts start letting out all kinds of eerie screams, sounding utterly wretched in the darkness. Sū Míng, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Who's protecting whom here? Sū Míng couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at Dai Qingyi, who had already burrowed completely into his embrace. Once we get out, I'll protect you. Ah! A ghost with only half a body grabbed her foot. Dai Qingyi screamed again and immediately started running back. Little miss, you can't go back the way you came. If you leave now, no refunds. The owner seemed to have discovered this amusing little girl for the first time and deliberately teased her, unwilling to let her leave so easily. Don't worry, little dumpling. If you're really scared, we'll just leave. It's not much money anyway. 3 yuan wasn't much, but Dai Qingyi was always frugal, so she tugged at Sū Míng's sleeve. No, don't go, Sū Míng. Let's play a little longer, just a little longer. Dai Qingyi suddenly realized that compared to wasting money, the place didn't seem so scary after all. She took a deep breath. Sū Míng, listen to me. Stop screaming. Don't cloud my judgment. I'll lead the way. I've seen through them, they're just a bunch of humans pretending to be something else. Dai Qingyi said, feigning strength. That's more like it, dumpling. You lead the way. What's that line from Marx? Life is like the ocean, only the strong will reach the other shore. Charge. Dai Qingyi pumped herself up with another burst of motivation before finally stepping forward with determined strides. Sū Míng glanced back at the boss, who immediately understood. Bro, go ahead. We're all men here, I get it. I'll send out our ace intimidator. Sū Míng turned to thank him before following inside. The boss immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and said, guys, keep it low-key. This young couple just finished their college entrance exams, probably on a date. We get it, boss. No problem. Alright. Youth is truly wonderful. Think of it as a graduation gift for them. Xiaozhong, are you there? Come out and join the fun. Xiaozhong stood over 6 feet tall, portraying the infamous monster from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the most terrifying presence in the entire haunted house. Hearing the boss's walkie-talkie, he simply replied, okay, and immediately got back to work. Meanwhile, the two entered the haunted house again, with Dai Qingyi still chanting Ummat Buddha under her breath. Xiao Dai, are you scared? If you are, I can protect you. I'm not scared. It's fine. I won't slow you down. Then why are you chanting Ummat Buddha? I'm praying for your safety. Xiao Dai had already promised to protect Sū Míng, so he couldn't go back on his word. Meanwhile, the half-ghost was smirking to himself. This little girl really is quite adorable. Since that's the case, why not tease her a little more? Instead of approaching her, he picked up the prop skeleton hand nearby and gently brushed her foot from a distance. This single gesture sent Dai Qingyi into a panic, making her jump and scream. It's okay, Xiao Dai. It's fake, all fake. Sū Míng smoothly pulled her into his arms, then gave the staff member a discreet thumbs up. The crew member kept chuckling to himself before resuming his howling and wailing. Hearing these sounds reignited Dai Qingyi's earlier terror, and now little Dumb was struggling violently, trying to escape several times. The little dummy, scared stiff and fidgeting like a pig at New Year's, was harder to restrain than anything. But Sū Míng felt it wasn't enough. Wanting to tease her some more, he finally moved forward a bit, quickly reaching the second stage of the attraction. The second stage looked ordinary apart from the eerie atmosphere. There were no ghosts or monsters in sight. Xiao Dai, look, it's fine now, it's fine. Dai Qingyi opened her eyes, scanned her surroundings, and confirmed everything was indeed fine. She then hastily added, I wasn't scared. I just felt a little tired. True, she wasn't scared though her arms were tightly wrapped around her own waist. But Sū Míng didn't mind. Her hair truly smelled intoxicating, and he wanted to hold her like this forever. But just then, a terrifyingly grotesque hanging ghost suddenly dropped from above, its tongue dangling right in front of Dai Qingyi's face. Ah! Dai Qingyi instantly went berserk. The half-ghost had tried to tease her again, only to be kicked away by her. Sū Míng, who had been savoring the scent of her hair moments before, was now automatically classified by her defense mechanism as a terrifying threat. She landed a punch squarely in his gut. Crouched on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, he watched her flee but couldn't utter a word. Boss, this chick's gone nuts. Code red. The half-ghost urgently warned everyone over the walkie-talkie, his vision still blurred with stars. This little miss is quite entertaining. You guys should tease her more. Haven't met someone this fun in ages. The boss, unaware of the situation, assumed it was just a typical female reaction. The other colleagues, unaware that Xiao Dai had gone berserk, heard Dai Qingyi's screams growing louder as she approached and resumed their ambush. A small zombie leaped over, only to get smacked by Dai Qingyi's heavy cannon shot. It felt like its head had been knocked off.
Xiao Zhong, disguised as the chest monster, fared the worst. Initially relying on his towering stature, he dismissed the seemingly frail Dai Qingyi. But a rocket headbutt sent his stomach churning violently. Old boss, this chick Xiao Zhong coughed violently, clearly unable to speak.
Heh, fun, huh? I kinda wanna go in and scare her myself.
Xiao Dai fought her way through, dispatching little ghosts and zombies with elbow strikes, headbutts, and roundhouse kicks. Like a great exorcist, she carved a path through the demonic encirclement. Soon, she reached the final section of the haunted house. This area was decorated to resemble a spider web, with a large paper spider leaping about on it.
Beside the path lay a lifelike giant python.
If these were mere ghosts, she could console herself that they were just people in costumes.
But these monstrous beasts? That was a different story. Moreover, in the minds of most girls, these two creatures are no less terrifying than ghosts and monsters.
What was even more terrifying was that the giant python had a mechanism and now it was slowly slithering toward them.
Ah! Dai Qingyi dared not charge forward.
Instead, she began flailing her arms wildly. Suddenly, she noticed the wall to her left seemed somewhat fragile.
Without hesitation, she threw herself directly into it. Boom!
The foam board wall exploded, and a little dumpling burst out from inside. The boss was still happily counting his money when he saw the wall blown open in the shape of a person. He froze for a moment, then quickly covered his money.
Well, I was scared, you know.
She blinked her innocent eyes as she spoke. She hadn't done anything wrong, she just smashed through the wall out of fear. At that moment, she looked utterly harmless. She looked timid, cowardly, and yet possessed superhuman strength.
Chapter 140, Little Dumb's Flash of Inspiration.
Sū Míng crawled out clutching his stomach. That punch nearly made him throw up his lunch.
Bro, what's this all about? Planning to haunt us to work off your debt? The owner was speechless.
He'd intended to bring these two young people together, but ended up losing a wall in the process. In the end, Sū Míng had to pay for the damage and vowed never to bring Xiao Dai to the haunted house again.
Now seated in the amusement park's rest area, Sū Míng still clutched his stomach, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. I'm so sorry, Sū Míng. I cost you $100. I'll pay you back.
Dai Qingyi saw the pained expression on Sū Ming's face and assumed the money was causing him stress.
Little dumbass, it's not about the money. It's that punch you threw at my stomach earlier I almost couldn't recover. Huh? Did I? I don't think so.
Dai Qingyi was puzzled. Everything had been instinctive, she only remembered flailing wildly forward, after which the ghosts dared not approach. Seeing her act as if nothing had happened, Sū Míng could only sigh.
Fine, I'm sorry, Sū Míng. Then you can hit me back. Go on, hit me.
Sū Míng didn't do it, just kept holding his stomach. Dai Qingyi felt she needed to cheer him up. A thought flashed through her mind, and suddenly she had an idea. She sat down opposite Sū Míng and deliberately clamped her leg around his.
Wait, little dumb, you. How about it? How about it? Are you feeling any happier?
Dai Qingyi didn't understand why this would feel good, but she recalled how happy he'd been last time in the cafeteria. However, in his current state, Sū Míng wasn't in the mood for such things, he even felt a bit repelled. Because her stomach was too close, any reaction made the pain in her abdomen even more intense.
Sis, just let me be alone for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Then let me blow on it for you.
When I was little and fell down, Grandma said that if you just blow on it, the pain would go away.
Dai Qingyi bent down and began blowing on his injured spot.
Though the posture was awkward, it seemed to help. Soon, Sū Míng felt better and even began to enjoy the sensation.
Hey, little dumb, that's enough, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Sū Míng quickly stopped her, as the staff had noticed something was off and were patrolling nearby.
He hurriedly led little dumb away. One indispensable feature of any amusement park is the claw machine.
This contraption is the bane of many boys' existence. Taking a girl out inevitably meant spending a fortune, only to come away empty-handed because the machine was rigged.
So Sū Míng took an unconventional approach.
Under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, he went to the front desk and handed the shopkeeper 200 yuan outright, asking him to adjust the machine to easy mode. Sir, all the machines in our shop are set to normal mode.
Just play them as usual. The owner was pretty crafty, trying to squeeze more money out of him and initially refused.
Hey boss, have you thought about this? Your machines are so hard to win it, I might only spend $10 and leave.
But if you take my 200 and let me play freely, there's just the two of us, how much could we possibly take?
Besides, these dolls are mostly cheap, mass-produced junk.
$200? You're making a killing. Alright, bro, I'm impressed. You're the first person who's ever asked us to adjust the machine. The shop owner chose to compromise because Sū Míng was mostly right.
The machines were so difficult that most people only tried a few times before giving up. There were very few rich guys like him who got hooked and kept playing. Once the machine was adjusted, Sū Míng brought Dai Qingyi inside.
Hey, those games are too intense. Let's try the claw machine instead. Crane games? Are they easy? Seems tough.
It is, but if you recite the mantra, it won't be.
Huh? There's a mantra?
Yes. Watch this, little dumb, I'm little dumb is truly dumb.
Sū Míng, you're messing with me again. There's no such chant.
No sooner had Dai Qingyi finished speaking than Sū Míng pressed the claw machine button. As the claw descended, it effortlessly picked up a cat-shaped plushie.
Wow! Sū Míng, you're a genius. You actually got it? Of course it's real. Don't believe me? Try it yourself. Remember, you have to recite the mantra. Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Dai Qingyi glanced at the plushie in her hand, eager to give it a shot herself.
Little dumb, little dumb. As the chant ended, the claw descended and sure enough, a doll was lifted up. Wow! Sū Míng, look, look. It really works. You're a genius.
No, it's the chant that's powerful.
I didn't lie to you, did I? Wow. Amazing. But why? Why does saying this name make the machine work so well? Dai Qingyi was a bit confused. Because
these two words bring good fortune.
Haven't you heard the saying, fools have their own kind of luck? No, fools have their own kind of luck? Aren't dumb and foolish the same thing? Seems like it. Hee hee, alright then. From now on, you should call me Little Dumb. I want better luck. Alright, Little Dumb, Little Dumb, Little Dumb, Dumb.
Sū Míng struggled to stifle his laughter.
This kid really is gullible. Alright.
I feel super energized now, I'm going for it again. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the claw machine arcade laden with prizes. The joy of grabbing them was matched only by the misery of carrying them.
Shouldering the heavy bag of stuffed animals, Sū Míng felt like crying. Dai Qingyi was quick to notice Sū Ming's discomfort and rushed over to take the bag from him. Hey, what are you doing? I'm helping you. We'll each carry it for a bit. Are you sure? Absolutely.
I'm strong, I've been training with Auntie lately and I'm super fit now.
Alright, then show me what you've got. Sū Míng took the chance to rest, setting the bag down on the ground. Alright, here we go. Watch me 1, 2.
She seemed to muster all her strength, her face flushing red, then declared, I can't lift it.
See? This thing is heavy. Let me handle it. We'll take the car once we leave the amusement park. We can go slowly, it should be fine.
Dai Qingyi glanced at the distance to the exit and didn't want him to strain himself too much.
Hey, Sū Míng, I can do it, I really can. Oh, I get it. This bag is too big, I can't use all my strength.
Yeah, the bag's big, that's why it's hard to carry.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Little Dumb had a sudden idea, and Sū Míng had a bad feeling about it.
Dai, what are you up to now? Just watch me. Last time we caught fish, you told me knowledge should be applied. She squatted down and began rearranging the dolls inside.
Sū Míng was completely baffled, but he wanted to see what clever idea she had up her sleeve.
All set.
She stood up, clapped her hands, and pointed at the objects on the ground.
Look. Doesn't it resemble a sphere? Next, I'll teach you the application of circles. Dai Qingyi sniffed confidently, then kicked out with her foot. Ouch.
Sū Míng had never heard a bag cry out before. Only this time, the bag didn't budge an inch. Instead, she crouched on the ground, looking at Sū Míng with a pouty expression.
Sū Míng, I think my leg's broken. Chapter 141, are you on top, or am I?
Sū Míng rushed her to the nearest hospital immediately. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed a fracture. After listing a long string of precautions, the doctor finally turned and left.
Sū Míng, I'm sorry. I think I've gotten myself into trouble again. Dai Qingyi hung her head like a child who'd done something wrong. Who said you caused trouble? Nothing happened. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Really? It hurts a little. Just a little?
From this X-ray, you fractured 3 bones in that toe.
Alright, it hurts a lot. Silly girl, why hide whether it hurts or not?
Once the cast goes on, it won't hurt so much.
Alright, Sū Míng, you carried me all the way here. Was it heavy? Not heavy at all. Light as cotton.
Of course, when Sū Míng said like cotton, she wasn't just referring to her weight.
Sū Míng, next time you break a bone, I'll carry you. Oh, thanks, little dopey.
Soon, the nurse came to apply the cast, and Dai Qingyi could finally get out of bed. Then she started fussing about going home again.
Little Dumb, why don't you just skip the hassle today and sleep here? No, I can't. If I don't go home, Grandma will definitely worry. What if she comes looking for me later and can't find me?
The old lady only has this one granddaughter to rely on.
If she suddenly doesn't come home at night, it's definitely possible. Alright, I'll take you back.
Sū Míng understood her concern, so even though the taxi driver was charging extra late at night, he had no choice but to agree. The driver was thrilled picking up a fare late at night meant 100 yuan profit. So when they reached their destination, he made sure to say thanks, boss, several times. Sū Míng, however, wore a grim expression. The joys and sorrows of people truly varied greatly.
Grandma, I'm back.
Dai Qingyi immediately stepped inside, only to find the old lady already fast asleep.
See, Dai, everything's fine. You can rest easy now. I'll head home too.
But now it dawned on him he shouldn't have let that driver leave. The factory was in such a remote location that no cars ever passed by.
No cars? Your place is so far away. No problem, it'll be good exercise.
You go inside now, get some sleep early, and don't take a bath tonight.
No way. You walk back. It's dark out there. I get it. Let me carry you back. You carried me earlier. Shout I, are you sure you can carry me? I'm afraid you'll break the other leg too. Fine, I'm no Hercules.
She hung her head, feeling guilty for not being able to help.
Oh, I've got an idea. You don't need to walk me back. I really can make it on my own. Shout I, could you please stop coming up with these sudden ideas? It scares me. No, stay here. You can sleep here. Ha? Stay the night? What's wrong? Don't you agree?
I know there's only a small bed inside, and you won't be comfortable. No, shout I, let's just go to bed quickly. This time, Little Dumb's flash of inspiration was what Sū Míng would call the most brilliant idea ever.
Ha?
Oh, I'm genuinely exhausted.
Come on, where should I sleep?
The room was tiny, easy to see from one end to the other. The old lady was already sleeping in one bed, and it was piled high with clutter, no room for another person. So that left only the small bed we bought last time.
Oh, you can sleep in my bed. Perfect.
Sū Míng felt a surge of secret delight. This was practically a gift from heaven. He quickly took off his shoes, climbed into bed, and patted the spot beside him.
Come on, Little Dumb, sleep. Such a wonderful time, we must cherish it. I'm coming. Dai Qingyi let her hair down.
Bathed in the dim, warm light, she exuded an added touch of sensuality.
Sū Míng, be gentle. Gentle? When did Little Dumb become so proactive? Could a broken bone really heighten someone's desires? Probably. Otherwise, why would adult films always feature such scenes? Had he stumbled upon a new theory? Wasn't this worthy of a Nobel Prize? Lost in thought, Dai Qingyi already approached Sū Míng's bedside carrying a basin of water. Sū Míng, wash your feet. Wash my feet? Yes, wash your feet. It'll help you sleep more comfortably.
This water's from the thermos, it's warm.
Don't worry. That makes sense.
Before doing something like this, it's best to clean up and maintain a clean appearance.
All right.
As soon as Sū Míng sat up, she acted like a dutiful little wife, gently placing his feet into the water. Her movements were gentle. If she ever became a teacher, she'd definitely be the most popular one.
Sū Míng, tell me if it's too hot. It's fine, go ahead.
The water was actually a bit cold, but it felt just right at that moment. As she bent down, the allure she couldn't conceal was already half exposed, making Sū Míng feel a heat rising within him.
Sū Míng, why are you taking deep breaths? Are you tired? Ha? Yeah, I'm exhausted. Sū Míng knew that if he didn't take deep breaths to calm down, his rationality wouldn't be able to hold back. Alright, tiredness is fine. Just get a good night's sleep. Once you wake up, you won't feel tired anymore. Stupid, are you doing this willingly? Of my own free will. I'd do anything for you because you've been so good to me. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Sū Míng nearly wept with emotion. How could there be such a gentle girl as Xiao Dai in this world? Damn the heavens! Why didn't you let him reincarnate sooner? Now he's doomed to live out his old age alone. Suddenly, he realized he should thank the heavens for this chance to make amends rather than spending each year talking to a small mound of earth. After washing his feet, Dai Qingyi patiently dried them before pouring out the water. Alright, Sū Míng, time to sleep. Ha? Aren't you washing your feet? There's no water left. Why didn't you say so earlier? You could have saved that little bit of water. It's fine. As long as you're okay, it doesn't matter. She shook her head, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Alright, Sū Míng, should I be on top, or should you be on top? Hearing this, Sū Míng was stunned. Ha? Little Dumbass is playing so big? Sū Míng was deeply moved. Little Dumb had finally grown up into Big Dumb. You're on top. Sū Míng felt a surge of excitement. Little Dumb's figure, that image, it was almost too much to imagine. Like this? Yes, hurry up, there's no time to waste. The night is short, and the sun rises early from now on. The emperor won't attend court in the morning. These lines naturally surfaced in Sū Míng's mind. With Xiao Dai sleeping beside him, who'd want to get up? Alright, here I come. Sū Míng, remember to be gentle, the bed's fragile. Got it. I promise to be gentle. A few minutes later, Sū Míng sighed at the bed frame before him. Dai Qingyi peered down from the mattress. Sū Míng, is it really that comfortable down there? Want to switch? Try lying on top. Comfy, so comfy. Little Dumb, go to sleep. Tomorrow an asteroid's gonna hit Earth and the world's gonna end. Sū Míng said with a look of utter despair. Oh, okay. Chapter 142, I want to be closer to you. This was Sū Míng's first time sleeping under someone's bed. It felt a bit like a horror movie. The old wall clock in their house ticked loudly in the dead silence, its sound echoing eerily in the darkness and stirring up childhood fears in Sū Míng. The door wasn't much better, the night breeze made it creak and groan. Disturbed, Sū Míng tried to roll over and find a comfortable sleeping position. But as he turned his head, he saw a head staring at him in the pale moonlight.
But the moment he recognized that face, all sense of dread vanished.
What's up, little dumbass? I think if the world really ends tomorrow, we might as well eat ourselves to death. Are you hungry? Yeah, kinda. Ha! I'll go cook some noodles. Let me do it. It's so late and your foot's not in good shape. Then I'll help you.
With no stores open this late, Sū Míng had to make do with what he could find. He grabbed an egg and 2 slices of ham, then pulled out some instant noodles and got to work. It must be said, when it came to starting a fire, Sū Míng really couldn't hold a candle to her. After struggling with the fire for ages, she got it going in one go.
Not bad, little dumpling. You're quite the whiz. Dai Qingyi looked on with a hint of pride, gently patting Sū Míng on the head.
You're such a goof, little Sū.
Sū Míng chuckled.
Once the pot was hot, he poured in some oil and cracked an egg into it. Once the egg was cooked, he scrambled it with a spatula, added soy sauce, and when it was nicely colored, he poured in a ladle of cold water to create the broth. Then it was just a matter of boiling the noodles. Once they were tender, he scooped them out, and a simple bowl of egg noodles was ready.
Ha! Sū Míng, aren't you adding ham? The ham's for you. You can't eat eggs, right? I'll make you something else.
Hearing this, Dai Qingyi felt a warm glow in her heart. Even before eating, she already felt somewhat full. Sū Míng then followed the same method, and soon 2 bowls of noodles were ready. To save electricity, they deliberately chose the courtyard as their dining spot. After all, moonlight was free. However, it was a bit muggy outside, so they had to bring out the small fan. Dai Qingyi slyly angled the fan to blow more air towards Sū Míng. Then, fearing he might notice, she quickly lifted her bowl and took a deep sniff of the steaming noodles.
Wow!
Sū Míng, yours must taste amazing.
Well, you haven't even tasted it yet. Dai Qingyi slurped up a mouthful of noodles. See?
I told you it was delicious.
I never lie.
Sū Míng felt happy. This adorable little devil really knew how to lift someone's spirits. Silly, I'll make you something delicious again tomorrow.
No way, I have to work tomorrow. Your foot, do you think the boss will still want you? Oh right. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. Why did I even kick it? And I didn't bring back that bag of dolls either. Better not.
Those dolls all come from shady workshops.
The materials are filthy. If she really likes them, we can buy better ones later. It's fine, Sū Míng. I'll find another job. I'll definitely pay you back. Today's hospital stay in that haunted house cost me another 200. So now it's 700. All right.
The ever-growing debt only made Sū Míng happier, because it meant he was getting closer to his goal. Sū Míng, I told you let me wash the dishes after we eat.
I'm not completely useless. I can wash dishes. Give me a chance. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Sū Míng smiled. Such a stubborn girl who knew how hard her life had been before?
Sū Míng was eating his noodles when he suddenly noticed Dai Qingyi had moved a few steps closer.
What's wrong? Too hot?
I told you, set the fan to oscillate.
You don't have to point it straight at me.
Just as Sū Míng was about to stand up to adjust the fan, he felt his hand being pulled by hers.
I'm not hot. Then, I want to sit closer to you. Is that okay?
Sure. Sū Ming's phone was dead, so he couldn't call anyone to pick him up. But at this moment, even if his phone had power, he didn't want to go back. Meanwhile, Sū Zhengfeng had returned home. Though half drunk, his face wore an indescribable smugness, and he was even humming a tune.
What's up, old Sū? Feeling pretty happy? My son, what a face-saving moment. What a face-saving moment. What are you talking about? Did you see your son today? Not just that.
I met the mayor, had a few drinks with him, and got to know a bunch of big business tycoons, the kind you only see in the papers.
That impressive? Guo Wei must have been a huge help. You'd better thank him properly. Yongfan thought it was her brother's doing. Don't even get me started on that guy, he's nothing but a fraud.
Then Sū Zhengfeng spilled everything about young Guo Wei.
Yongfeng couldn't quite believe it after hearing the story. How could that be? Guo Wei seems quite capable.
If you don't believe me, ask our son.
Son, my dear son, where are you? He hasn't come home. I asked Ah Fei, and he said he wasn't there either. Should we call the police?
After all, it was the first time their son had stayed out all night, and Young Fong was genuinely worried.
Don't worry about it. He's far more capable than we ever imagined.
Sū Zhengfeng then briefly recounted what he'd seen and heard that day.
What? That impressive? Honey, do you think someone swapped our son? Get real.
My son, Sū Zhengfeng's son, has never been lacking in anything.
He just suddenly got it.
Seeing he was already getting sleepy, Yongfang quickly brought him hot water to wash his feet. As she washed his feet, Yongfang reminisced about the past, eventually bringing up the Dai family who lived near the factory grounds and their young daughter.
Oh, that girl. I remember her surname was Dai, right?
She was such a good girl, so well behaved. Not only that, but after we moved away, she and our son drifted apart in middle school. It wasn't until high school, during a parent-teacher conference I attended, that I saw her again.
Little Dai stood on stage, having just earned first place in the academic rankings and receiving praise from the principal. She'd blossomed into a real beauty. But what good was that? Our boy didn't know how to cherish her. Now she has countless admirers. Yeah, that dumb kid.
He's got a knack for business, but when it comes to chasing girls, he's hopeless. I only found out today that he's been chasing that Lin girl in his class for 3 years and been rejected the whole time.
That girl?
She's just a gold digger.
I really don't know what that kid sees in her. Oh, I remember that.
At the parent-teacher meeting, my son kept whispering how amazing their class monitor was.
Something felt off about him then.
Originally, I thought it was good that she was a strong student my son could learn from her.
If they ended up together after graduation, that would be nice too. But then one day after school, I saw that girl accepting gifts from several boys. That's when I knew she wasn't right. If only my son could reconnect with little Dai. Ah, well. We'll see if he has the luck for that.
Su Zhangfeng sighed.
Yongfeng's expression was complex.
Late that night, she lit an incense stick before the Buddha statue, praying only for her son's romantic prospects to improve.
Chapter 143, Excessively Dutiful Dai Qingyi.
The next morning, Sū Míng was roused by the sound of group calisthenics.
He sat up to find Dai Qingyi gone from the bed.
Stepping into the courtyard, he saw Grandma Dai Qingyi practicing military calisthenics. She looked surprisingly energetic, and Sū Míng could almost hear the whistling sound of her fists cutting through the air.
Oh, Sū Míng, you're up so early. Are you going to exercise too? Nah, I'll pass. Wait, Xiao Dai, is your grandmother really 80? How come she's so full of energy? For real.
I told you I bought her some nutritional supplements the other day, and now she's got tons of energy.
Little one, come hike with me later. Get breakfast ready. Alright, Auntie. Sū Míng, you should eat something too?
Huh? Sure. We had Sichuan food for dinner last night, so I'm craving something light. Soon after, Dai Qingyi brought out a pot brimming with porridge, though its color looked a bit off.
Sū Míng, this bowl's for you.
You eat first.
Auntie isn't that quick, she still needs to do a set of high kicks. What? High knees?
Sū Míng's worldview shattered.
Doing high knees at this age? Even overweight people can't manage that. Yeah, go ahead and eat. Sū Míng, you need to eat more. Did you sleep poorly last night? Next time you can sleep upstairs. Next time? Next time, I'll make sure we sleep together.
Sū Míng thought bitterly to himself.
Last night, Dai Qingyi had deliberately or perhaps unintentionally stirred his desires.
If she hadn't broken her arm, he would have made his move without hesitation. After 2 spoonfuls of porridge, Sū Míng sensed something was off.
Xiao Dai, what did you put in the porridge? It's so hot. Oh, this?
She dashed into the room and carried out the item from her grandmother's bedside. Sū Míng stared at it and froze in place.
A nitrogen pump? Yes, it's very nourishing. After drinking it, you'll feel incredibly energetic. Look at Grandma, she's so lively now.
Dai Qingyi pointed to her grandmother, who was doing high knee jumps in the courtyard, and smiled with satisfaction. Now Sū Míng understood why the old lady was so energetic. This stuff was a pre-workout supplement for fitness enthusiasts. It made you feel super pumped. Feeding her grandmother a nitrogen pump to force her into exercise. Dai Qingyi's approach was indeed a bit excessive in its filial devotion. But this stuff comes with risks. Overuse can put significant strain on the heart. So Sū Míng decided to tell her the truth. Only then did Dai Qingyi realize she'd caused trouble, immediately promising never to give it to her grandmother again.
Only then did Sū Míng relax.
Having been away all day, he needed to shower after breakfast. Upon returning home, he quickly showered and felt much more comfortable. His father had also returned from outside. Spotting Sū Míng, he mentioned the city's plan to allocate funds for road repairs.
Alright, I'm aware.
Sū Míng nodded, then seemed to remember something and called Mayor Huang. Secretary Zhang answered again, but this time her tone was much warmer, not as stern as before.
Hey, sis, the city decided to fund the road repairs, right? Could you maybe push for a little extra budget? You know how the streetlights on that section of Industrial Road have been broken for ages? It's such a hassle for the residents getting around. Industrial Road? Sū Míng, if I recall correctly, that's where your appliance factory is located, right? Are you sure this isn't for your own benefit?
Well, my primary goal is to care about people's livelihoods, and then maybe get a little something for myself along the way.
Of course, Sū Míng's motives weren't that simple.
Fixing the streetlights would also make it easier for Dai Qingyi to get around later. Zhang Haixia couldn't make the decision herself, so she had to seek Mayor Huang's opinion. Noticing the silence on the other end, Sū Míng knew she was seeking confirmation.
He continued, Sister Haixia, don't ask. Mayor Huang will definitely agree. He's a good official who serves the people.
Mayor Huang immediately bristled. Taking the phone, he snapped, Stop buttering me up, kid. And Zhang is my secretary, why are you calling her Sister Haixia?
Then ask Sister Haixia, does she dislike that title?
Mayor Huang glanced at Zhang Haixia and noticed the girl covering her mouth and giggling. Sensing something was amiss, he quickly said, Fine.
Add her. But don't call me unless it's urgent. Mayor Huang hung up immediately.
Sū Míng was too dangerous. If this continued, his niece might be lured away. He'd have to find a way to transfer her elsewhere.
Receiving the mayor's clear response, Sū Míng was delighted.
He hung up and told Sū Zhengfeng, "Dad, the appliance factory can ship goods at night from now on.
I got the city to add it to the budget.
They'll fix all the streetlights there."
What? You got them to increase the budget with just one call?
Sū Zhengfeng felt a pang of emotion. Those streetlights had been neglected for years. Previous requests had been stalled endlessly, yet his son managed it with a single call.
The gap between them was widening. "Son, I need to discuss something with you."
After Uncle Jiang heard about your actions last night, he reiterated his hope that you'd take over as factory manager. You've graduated anyway, and Dad's starting to feel his age.
Why not come work at my factory?
That beverage business of yours is just small-time nothing compared to the profits from selling appliances.
Huh, Dad? Who told you it's small time? My bubble tea product has already successfully established sales channels in Guangzhou.
I believe it won't be long before it spreads across the entire South China region.
What? That little thing? It's selling all the way to Yancheng? Our appliances only have a bit of name recognition here in eastern Guangdong. Sū Zhengfeng even felt a twinge of envy.
10 years in business, and he hasn't achieved as much as you have in a single month.
Dad, as long as your product is unique in the market, you can dominate it.
Actually, over a decade ago, we were one of the earliest appliance factories established domestically. Back then, you should have focused on expanding sales.
Ah, but business was booming back then.
The sales reps all wanted to stay local and develop nearby markets. I figured sales were rising anyway, so I didn't push them.
Ah, it's all too late now. If only I could start over. Dad, stop sighing like that. No need for do-overs. I'll figure out how to expand the market for you. Have you heard of online shopping?
As far as I recall, online shopping in China only really took off this year, giving rise to giants like eBay. But within a few years, they were crushed by Beribara all because their products had fatal flaws.
Online shopping? Internet cafes? It's exactly what it sounds like. We use the internet as a tool to showcase our products to people worldwide. This saves us the cost of opening physical stores locally and simplifies many processes. Sū Míng explained it simply. Show what we have here to the whole country, even the whole world? Exactly. Now you get it? Got it. But isn't that just scamming people? Chapter 144, The Scheming Master Baker Chen Jingxing. His father's reaction was entirely within Sū Ming's expectations.
After all, the internet was still viewed as a dangerous beast back then. Most people harbored distrust, even fear, toward it. It was precisely this climate that fueled the rise of the lightning Dharma King, who exploited countless young people. However, though Sū Zhengfeng still couldn't bring himself to accept the internet, he recognized his son's abilities. Therefore, whatever Sū Míng was talking about must have potential. Seeing that Sū Ming's ideas were beyond his comprehension, Sū Zhengfeng once again contemplated stepping back from the front lines. "Son, how about this, you take over as factory manager. I won't meddle in any of the factory's affairs. I know you young people dislike being tied down. If it comes to it, I'll just leave you to it." "Dad, I really don't want to. You little brat. Do you despise this factory I built with my own hands? I know you want to prove yourself to me, but you don't have to cut all ties with the family." "Dad, you've got it wrong. I just can't manage it while juggling other commitments. In a couple of months, I'll be starting school. Then I can help guide you remotely on major issues, but for minor matters, you guys can decide on your own. That's the best approach." "What? College? Didn't you graduate already? Why go back?" "No, old Sue, if you look down on me that much, then I guess I'll have to go to college. A high school diploma might be okay now, but as we join the WTO and gradually align with the international community, lacking a university education won't cut it. After 25, your ability to learn drops sharply. So while I'm still young, I need to learn more to keep up with the times." Even though I look down on that certain e-commerce tycoon, I do agree with what he said. English is absolutely the most worthwhile language to learn at this stage. "College? You want to go to college? Didn't you tell me ages ago you didn't want to study? Are you out of your mind? Besides, with your grades, do you really think you could handle college-level work?" Sū Zhengfeng wasn't trying to look down on him, it was just that Sū Ming's terrible academic performance had long since disappointed him. "Old Sue, just wait and see. My grades will blow your mind. It's fine. I'm prepared for anything. No matter how bad the results are." "Hey, old Sue, don't talk like that to the kid. If he wants to go to college, let him go. Don't skimp on this little bit of money." Yongfang emerged from the room just then. She was the most pleased about Sū Míng wanting to attend school. After all, her father was a veteran teacher who valued educated people. "I know it's not about the money. If he truly wants it, I could even send him abroad. But I'm afraid this is just a passing fancy. What if he goes and then says he doesn't want to study anymore? That would be a waste of time." "Old Sue, that won't be necessary. I just want to study in Guangzhou, no need to go abroad. And don't worry about the cost, I've already earned enough to cover my university tuition. Sū Míng had already dried her hair and was getting ready to head back to Dai Qingyi's place.
Mom, don't cook lunch or dinner for me today. I'm going to a friend's place.
With that, he hurried out the door. This son takes after me, he's got backbone and ambition.
Stop tooting your own horn.
At his age, you were probably out digging sweet potatoes somewhere.
But what puzzles me is who's he been looking for lately? Not Ah Fei. I ran into him yesterday at the market.
He said Ah Fei went off to Yunnan to meet some online friend. Who cares?
He's an adult now. He won't disappear. I know he won't disappear. But didn't you say our son was chasing after that girl surnamed Lin? If he's still stubbornly pursuing her, we need to intervene. Huh? Wait a minute. Last time he said he was going hiking, could it be with that girl? That ungrateful son of mine. He doesn't take after me at all.
Sū Míng was walking down the street when he suddenly sneezed several times in a row.
An uneasy feeling washed over him.
Sure enough, just as he was about to turn his bike onto Industrial Road, he collided head-on with that annoying person at the intersection.
Oh, Sū Míng, you actually came chasing after me? Please grow up. We've graduated now, you won't get another chance. And that gift you gave was so cheap. Don't think you can trick my best friend away with that. Zhang Ye couldn't help but look down on Sū Míng.
She thought he was incredibly thick-skinned. Even after being so blatantly rejected, he still had the nerve to chase after her.
What gift? See, Weiwei? Why do you keep giving chances to a man who won't own up to his actions? Sū Míng, are you too embarrassed to admit it?
Yesterday Weiwei said you chased her all the way to the Haicheng business conference just to give her a bracelet.
Honestly, your taste is terrible.
I told her to throw it away, but she said it was your heartfelt gesture and that's worth something. Sū Míng looked at Lin Weii, whose eyes darted nervously because the liar was actually her. Even after being rejected by Sū Míng at the conference, she had to maintain her goddess image. If people found out that Sū Míng, whom she always idolized, was now ignoring her, she'd be the one facing ridicule. Sū Míng shook his head at her.
Someone who didn't treat relationships with sincerity would never earn genuine affection in return.
You, take care of yourself.
Sū Míng said no more, then hurried away. Weiwei, look at him, he really has no clue. Who exactly needs to take care of themselves? The more he acts like this, the less chance you should give him, understand?
Lin Weii nodded, her mood complicated.
Come on, Weiwei, let's keep shopping.
Ignore that annoying guy. Shortly after the two women departed, Chen Jingxing finally emerged from behind the tree where he'd been hiding, now accompanied by a shorter figure. Li Xiaoming, go ask Weiwei if she has any thoughts about the upcoming graduation party, but don't tell her I asked.
Got it? Shen Chen, why are you asking me? I hardly ever talk to the class monitor. Nonsense. You're Sū Ming's desk partner. They'll assume it's Sū Míng asking. Weiwei already can't stand him. If he keeps pestering her, she'll hate him even more. While you're at it, find out what programs Weiwei likes. That's killing two birds with one stone.
After Chen Jingxing got knocked out yesterday, his dad told him to stop messing with Sū Míng. When he heard Sū Míng won the big prize, Chen Jingxing was furious. But after reading The Art of War, he felt confident.
For so long, Sū Míng had always been the one making the moves. This time, it was finally his turn to strike first. Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll beat you. No, I'll go. Fine, I'll go. Young Master Chen, please don't hit me.
Under duress, Li Xiaoming could only nod and dash off.
Watching him move, Chen Jingxing felt deeply satisfied.
His father's punch yesterday felt like wisdom had been injected into him, smoothing out every crease in his brain. Everything required careful consideration before acting, which was why he'd come up with this plan overnight.
Who knows if those old tricks still work? When it comes to strategy, I'm the real deal. Chapter 145, Fantasy Time.
Sū Míng soon arrived at Dai Qingyi's home and personally prepared a feast for her. After lunch, Dai Qingyi shared some exciting news with him in a mysterious tone. Sū Míng, I'll let you in on a secret. I saw city workers carrying blueprints today. They're going to repair all the streetlights around here.
Don't tell anyone else. I know. You know? Yeah, I'm the one who had them come fix it. Oomph. You're lying to me again. You always lie, you'll turn into a little dog. But I'm already human, how could I turn into a dog? Oh, right. That means the curse didn't work. From now on, I'll learn to lie too. Sū Míng, I'll start by tricking you. Actually, Dai Qingyi isn't my real name. Wrong. That is your real name. How would you know? Strange. Why can't I ever fool you? How do you always know when I'm lying?
Dai Qingyi scratched her head, feeling utterly outsmarted.
Sū Míng, I'm so dumb. Do you think my classmates will forget me after graduation? No, because you're very distinctive. Really? I have distinctive traits? Sū Míng glanced down, thinking that the boys in their class would never forget the presence of Dai Qingyi, that white moonlight in their lives. Stop worrying about it. They won't forget you. In school, the ones people forget most easily are the ones with average looks and average grades. Think about it, who in your class fits that description? Dai Qingyi thought for a moment and shook her head. What about your class? Do you remember? In my class?
Li Xiaoming, my deskmate. Li Xiaoming sneezed and soon approached Lin Weii and the others. Gathering his courage, he greeted them, class monitor. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft. The two girls couldn't hear him and continued picking out small accessories. Glancing back at Chen Jingxing, she saw him flash a fist pump before quickly raising his voice.
Class monitor. Ha? Lin Weii glanced back. Hey, who are you? Students like Li Xiaoming average looks, average grades were practically invisible. They'd be forgotten the moment they graduated. Hey! Don't just hit on her like that. Our Weii isn't easy to get, you know. If you want to chase her, you'll have to get past me first.
I'm thirsty, go buy me a bottle of that stinky duck milk tea.
Ha?
No, Zhangya, it's me, Li Xiaoming.
Li Xiaoming? Wait, how do you know my name? Have you been stalking me for ages?
Zhangya's voice boomed like thunder. Seeing her aggressive, white face, Li Xiaoming quickly waved his hands.
No, I'm Sū Míng's desk partner. That was his only identity at the moment.
Since Sū Míng had often hung out with the two of them before, Li Xiaoming quickly used that as a shield to avoid being targeted by Zhangya.
Ha? Sū Míng's desk partner? Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up with surprise. Zhangya continued whispering in her ear, see, Weiwei? I knew this guy wouldn't give up.
First he acts all aloof toward you, then he sends his desk partner over.
Mei-chan, let's see what he wants first.
Lin Weiwei suppressed a smile and turned with a serious expression.
Mr. Li Xiaoming, what can I do for you? Oh, well, the homeroom teacher asked me to come ask if you have any favorite programs. Since you're the class monitor, they want your input. The school will take your suggestions into consideration.
Li Xiaoming repeated Chen Jingxing's instructions.
The homeroom teacher said that? How come I didn't get any notice?
Oh, he was just up front. He told me himself. Li Xiaoming was hopeless at lying, his stammering only confirming Lin Weiwei's suspicion that this was Sū Míng's idea. That guy probably wants to surprise me at the graduation party.
But why not just ask me directly? Why send someone else? Class monitor, I'm telling the truth. No one asked me to come.
Li Xiaoming, afraid of messing things up, quickly emphasized again.
Alright, I believe you. Here's what we'll do, go tell him I want to hear a song something pop.
I really admire guys who can sing.
Alright, class monitor. Happy New Year.
Li Xiaoming, who rarely spoke to girls, bolted as soon as he got the answer. Weiwei, look, this is clearly Sū Míng who called him.
I know. You're still so charming.
Even though he's graduated, he still can't let go of you.
But Weiwei, I'll say it again, Sū Míng's character is questionable.
You should be cautious. Ever since Zhangya didn't get what she wanted from Sū Míng last time, she'd completely grown to dislike him. Now she was determined to keep stirring up trouble.
Don't worry, I know.
You don't need to remind me. I'll keep my eyes wide open and won't agree to anything lightly. Though Lin Weiwei said this outwardly, her mind was already filled with fantasies. In her heart, Sū Míng had essentially passed her test. She'd assumed his family had gone bankrupt, yet he'd made a comeback in such a short time and even connected with the mayor.
That alone proved Sū Míng's capabilities. A man of such quality pursuing her, why hold back? She should seize the opportunity quickly.
Better yet, bear him a son or daughter. That way, if they divorced later, she could secure a larger share of the assets.
What should she name the child she bore him? That was truly a vexing question. While Lin Weiwei was still pondering, Li Xiaoming returned with the answer. So, young Master Chen, I've found out.
The class monitor wants to hear beautiful songs and hopes someone can sing them well.
Singing?
Yeah, she said she likes guys who can sing.
Awesome. That's my specialty. Chen, are you sure you can pull this off?
If Li Xiaoming remembers correctly, this guy right here has a duck-like voice.
Singing? Anyone can do that.
My dad has tons of friends.
Little sister, you're my sweetheart, ever heard of it? Oh yeah. I've heard it. Wait, Chen, do you know this singer? I remember his name was something like Ding Yuan. Yep. That's the name.
He's a famous singer in our city.
My dad's collection of swimsuit model DVDs is basically all his songs. Chen, you're not planning to invite him to sing, are you? If you do, could you get me an autographed photo? My whole family loves him.
Ding Yuan rose to fame in the late 1980s and gained some popularity around Haicheng, releasing numerous hit songs. Back then, the music style in mainland China was still quite retro, so he had a decent following among young people. When it comes to chasing girls, how could I possibly rely on someone else? I want to ask him to coach me so I can make a big splash at the graduation party. Chen Jingxing had it all figured out. He'd sing his confession live at the graduation gala, better to get it over with than risk things getting complicated. He could already picture Lin Weiwei throwing herself into his arms after he sang that song. No, he had to look up the dictionary when he got home to see what to name their child.
Chapter 146, The Million Yuan Commemorative Medal. July 27th happened to be the birthday of Sū Míng's maternal grandfather, young Zhozheng.
So instead of meeting up with Dai Qingyi today, Sū Míng hopped into his father's Fukan 988 early in the morning and headed back to their hometown. Oh, Dad, we'll need to stop by the agricultural bank later.
I forgot to pick something up last time. What is it? A commemorative gift.
Sū Míng recalled the bank calling a couple days ago, informing him his savings had surpassed 1 million yuan and that he'd forgotten to collect a commemorative gift for reaching that milestone. It was probably just some commemorative coins or a t-shirt, nothing particularly valuable. Originally, Sū Míng had no intention of taking it. But his mom had answered the call that day. Hearing that the gifts included a bottle of soybean oil, she ever the penny pincher insisted Sū Míng take them. On the way to the bank, Sū Míng grabbed a package and tossed it onto the back seat of the car. He then handed the soybean oil to his mother, who immediately broke into a smile. "You silly boy," she said. 5 liters of soybean oil will last us ages.
Why didn't you want it? Son, why is the bank giving you gifts? Why don't I get any?
Oh, once your savings hit 1 million, he'll notify you to come collect it.
What? 1 million? You've earned over 1 million? You're not just bragging, are you?
Sū Zhengfeng nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. To steady himself, he quickly pulled over.
What's there to brag about?
The package in the back has commemorative medals and clothes.
Open it yourself and see.
Sū Míng handed over the package, but Sū Zhengfeng hesitated. He felt a pang of defeat at his son's achievement.
As long as he didn't look, he wouldn't admit defeat. I won't look. 1 million? I'll get there soon enough.
With that, he started driving again. Yangfeng cautioned, "Son, your grandfather hated people obsessed with money.
Whatever this is, don't ever show it to him, understand? Oh, then I'll just throw it away."
Sū Míng didn't want those relatives to know he had money either. Just as he was about to toss the package out the window, Yangfeng snatched it back.
"There's a piece of clothing inside, right? Don't waste it. You can wear it at home. It's fine."
His mother was always frugal, so Sū Míng could only let her have her way. Arriving at his grandfather's house, the old man was busy preparing the meal. Yangfeng rushed over to help as soon as she saw him, so Sū Zhengfeng and his son had no choice but to head to the living room to chat with the relatives who had come to celebrate the birthday. Sū Míng had little to discuss with them, so he sat watching television alone. The Yongs were a scholarly family. Old Master Yong had 3 daughters and 1 son. Yangfeng was the eldest, but her grades were poor, so she dropped out after junior high. The second daughter, Yang Guilan, had made it to high school and now worked as an elementary school teacher at a school in Haicheng. However, her husband had repeatedly borrowed money from the Sū family for business ventures, only to squander it all. After Sū Zhengfeng stopped lending them money, their family had rarely kept in touch. Sū Míng only recalled 1 child from that family, likely the little brat currently pouring boiling water on ants at their doorstep. The third child, Yang Hamiao, had the highest education, attending university.
She now teaches at a university in Yangcheng.
She was also the aunt Sū Míng disliked most since childhood, as she often treated Sū Míng differently due to his poor academic performance. For instance, during annual New Year visits to their grandfather, she, working a relatively easy job in Yangcheng, would give the other children 20 yuan each, while Sū Míng always received just 1 yuan, 2 50-cent plum blossom coins, as if he were a beggar being dismissed. The youngest was Yang Guiwei, the spoiled male heir. He failed the college entrance exam 3 consecutive years before finally getting into an agricultural machinery college through connections. Back then, a degree was valuable, guaranteeing a government job upon graduation. Later, with the reforms, he jumped straight into business. Of course, his lack of skill led to several failures. Only on his final attempt did he barely catch the tail end of the era's wave, making a small fortune selling pagers. After that, he began to see himself as a chosen one. Yet every time he faced financial ruin, it was his family who bailed him out. One year, when his son Yong Jiliang was born with complications, it was Sū Míng's parents who covered the costs. Yet at this moment, Yang Guiwei showed not a shred of gratitude. At the previous business conference, he had hoped to piggyback on Sū Míng's fame, only to be publicly disowned by Sū Míng, who claimed not to know him. This left him the target of widespread ridicule. Lately, he could hear the mocking laughter even with his eyes closed, fueling his desire for revenge. With Yangfeng's help, the meal was soon prepared, and the family gathered around the table. Yang Guiwei spoke up first. "Hey, Dad, today's your birthday. I know you've always wanted us kids to get more education. Too bad none of us siblings are really good at it. But it's okay. As the saying goes, the pupil surpasses the master. This year, our family just happens to have 2 young ones getting their exam results. When the clock strikes 12, why don't we have them check their results together? Let's see who becomes our family's first college graduate." That's a good idea, Old Master Young nodded, deeply hoping a university graduate would emerge from the younger generation to bring honor to the family name. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from the driveway. Yang Jiliang dashed out to investigate, then returned beaming, arm in arm with someone. "Third uncle's here." The visitor was none other than Pei Yu, a senior executive at a Hong Kong-funded company in Yangcheng. Earning nearly 6,000 yuan a month, he was considered quite the high achiever.
Good manners, young man. You just finished your college entrance exams, right? Here, uncle will reward you with 100 yuan.
Yang Jilian took the money and proudly flaunted it in front of Sū Míng.
Sū Míng really didn't want to compete with the kid. Just then, the little terror from his second aunt's family burst in, clutching an extra package. Ha!
Mom, I found a treasure in my auntie's husband's car.
Give it to me, don't take it.
Sū Míng quickly intervened, remembering his mother's warning that the old man disliked people obsessed with money. He had to stop the package from being opened. But the moment he chased after the little rascal, the child took off, circling around the dining table.
Xiao Ming, you're an adult, why are you picking on a child? Second aunt always doted on the little ones, so she had no intention of intervening. Exactly. Kids will be kids.
Xiao Ming, we haven't seen each other in a year.
How come you've become so stingy? You're not doing well in school, but do you not even know basic manners? Third uncle Pei Yu chimed in with a sarcastic remark.
Sister, brother-in-law, no offense, but you can't just focus on making money and neglect the kid's upbringing. You've spoiled Sū Míng rotten. He hasn't called me third aunt once since I walked in.
Sū Míng, I know you think having a little money makes you above everyone else. But you probably don't know your family's real situation. Your father was groveling to borrow money from us before. I actually brought 10,000 yuan here today, but seeing your attitude, I won't lend it after all. Yang Hemiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction.
She had once envied her sister marrying into wealth, but now the tables had turned. Thus, the third son and his wife remained unaware of the changes that had swept through Haicheng over the past month, still believing Su Zhengfeng's factory was teetering on the brink of collapse. Su Zhengfeng felt awkward, because that 10,000 yuan was practically nothing.
Yeah, brother-in-law, if you're broke, just shut down the factory. Don't struggle anymore. Your opponent is Dongzhi, you've got no chance against them. Besides, how many years have you been driving that Fukan? A man should have some ambition. Look at my Accord, it cost over 200,000 yuan. Pei Yu flaunted his car keys, though he didn't mention the truth that Accord was second-hand, bought at half price with a loan. He'd gritted his teeth to get it this year just to reclaim the face he'd lost before. Okay, I'll think about it. Think about it.
Su Zhengfeng nodded awkwardly, fully understanding why his son disliked associating with these relatives. Meanwhile, Sū Míng halted his pursuit as the little rascal had already dashed to the old man's side.
Alright, Sū Míng, you're the older brother.
Give your little brother a break. Hand him the package. The old man doted on children, and since Sū Ming's grades had always been poor, he wanted to ease up on him. The little rascal started making faces again.
Fine, if you won't give it to me, I'll take it anyway. If you won't let me open it, I'll open it anyway. Stop. Stop.
Sū Míng tried to intervene, but it was already too late. As the package was torn open, a commemorative medal clattered to the ground.
Ha! What's this? The little rascal picked it up and read it aloud, word by word. Savings. Million. Commemorative. Medal. Chapter 147, Our Family Has a Dragon.
Finally, it was Mother Yongfang who broke the silence. Oh, don't get the wrong idea, this is just a gift their classmates gave them for graduation.
It's all in good fun.
Still worried the old man might be upset, she immediately made up an excuse. Su Zhengfeng, having already seen through Yang Guowei's character last time, feared Sū Míng might be pressured into lending money by his uncle.
He quickly chimed in, yeah, it's fake.
With his parents deliberately concealing the truth, Sū Míng didn't press the matter. After all, flaunting wealth in front of these people was pointless anyway. Third uncle Pei Yu swiftly tucked his used car keys back into his pocket, while third aunt promptly restrained herself upon spotting the Agricultural Bank of China logo on the parcel, momentarily unsure if it was genuine.
Alright, everyone, please sit down and eat. The soup is ready, I'll bring it out.
Yongfang wanted to move past the awkwardness quickly, so she seized the chance to change the subject. Soon, all the dishes were served, and the large family entered a rare moment of harmony. Then Grandpa began inquiring about everyone's family affairs. The second son's family loved to show off. Second aunt mentioned she was in the running for an award this year. Since they were both teachers, Grandpa nodded approvingly. Second uncle, meanwhile, boasted that he was now the legal representative for a company, earning 1,000 yuan a month without lifting a finger.
Wow! 1,000 yuan? Uncle, I want that job too. Yang Jilian listened with envy. Getting paid without lifting a finger?
That sounded like the ideal gig.
Hee, Xiaoliang, that's not something you can just walk into. You need connections. Once I make a name for myself, I'll bring you in. Thanks, uncle. Thanks, uncle. Put. Sū Míng couldn't hold back his laughter. Serving as a company's legal representative? Isn't that just a scapegoat position? And it requires an introduction? And this cousin of mine is just plain dumb, he actually thinks this money comes for free? What company would keep an idle hand around? Just eat your meal properly. What are you laughing at? Sister, look at your own child. Auntie too instantly grew annoyed, sensing Sū Míng's sarcastic undertones. Hey, Ming, hurry up and eat. Don't you have something to do this afternoon? Su Zhengfeng wanted to laugh too, but thankfully he had enough self-control. This time, the third brother's family didn't back him up, because they knew exactly what kind of position a legal representative was. Yong Guowei's expression darkened. How had he raised such a foolish son? He quickly adopted a stern tone. Xiaoliang, what did Grandpa teach you? No talking during meals, no chatting in bed. Eat. Oh, got it. Yang Zhiliang felt speechless. He always felt his father was controlling him, not giving him much pocket money normally, and now trying to stop him from pursuing happiness. Once he got to college, he'd definitely make him pay dearly. Today is our family gathering. Let's celebrate. Guowei, don't blame the kid for being nosy. Alright, it's time, let's check our scores. Who's first? Me. Me first. Yang Yiliang was brimming with confidence. He'd gone over the answers after the exam and was sure he'd scored at least 600 this time. Good. Brave to go first. That shows ambition. In 2002, the most common way to check college entrance exam scores was by calling the 168 information service. Yang Zhiliang dialed 16880-215, entered his candidate number, and quickly received his result, 555 points. Not bad, Xiaoliang. 555 points is enough to get you into Yangcheng University. Want to come here? Auntie can help you out. Well done. Son, you're the first bachelor's degree holder in our family. Dad, we've made it. Yong Guowei was overjoyed. Though his son couldn't match Sū Míng in business acumen, his exam results were undeniably superior. An undergraduate? Hearing his lifelong dream finally realized, the old man became so overcome with emotion he clutched his chest. Yong Fong noticed something was wrong. Dad's having a heart attack. Quick, get his medicine. Fortunately, the old man carried emergency heart medicine with him. After placing a pill under his tongue, he gradually recovered. Ah, I'm getting old after all. The old man sighed, but his eyes soon brightened. My life has been worthwhile. Our family finally has a college graduate. Grandpa, do I get a gift? Yang Zhiliang, emboldened by his new status as a college graduate, began demanding a reward. Alright. I've already thought this through. This is the teacher's apartment I was assigned when I was teaching. From now on, it's yours. The old man produced the property deed and told him he could go transfer the ownership tomorrow. The second child, Yang Guolan, and her family were a bit displeased, but since he had gotten into university, they could only swallow their resentment. Yang Guolan couldn't take it anymore, so she tried to shift the pain elsewhere. Hey, big sis, since Xiaoliang has checked his results, why don't we have Sū Míng check his too? Maybe we'll get double good news. Yeah, you're right, second sister. Xiao Ming, you should check yours too. Cousin, it's your turn. You're not too scared to check, are you? Yang Yiliang began to provoke him. Yang Fong glanced at her son and quickly interjected, Xiao Ming's grades are average. Better not. Father's health is fragile, we shouldn't upset him. Mom's right. My score must be over 600. With Grandpa being so fragile, I'd better not check. Hearing this, the old man snorted. Well, you're being unusually filial. Yang Fong knew this was her father's sarcastic remark, but since her son truly struggled academically, she could only endure it silently. What about you, third son? How's your job at the university? Is it manageable at Yangcheng University? Well, Dad, it's okay. Yangcheng University upgraded to a bachelor's program 2 years ago, so our benefits have improved. That's good. You lot should learn from the third son. Knowledge is power, and education opens doors. Study hard, and you'll have everything in the future. The old man nodded. Having taught his entire life, he firmly believed that knowledge could change one's destiny. Pei Yu, your company's doing well too, right? When you graduated from Huaqiao University, I advised you to join a Hong Kong-funded company. Wasn't I right? Absolutely. Thanks, Dad. Back then, I was still uncertain about my career path. It was your guidance that steered me. Dad, let me raise a glass to you. The old man took a sip of wine and continued, Pei Yu is a role model for you younger generation. I recall his university is now a top-tier institution. You should learn from him. He is a prime example of how knowledge can transform one's destiny. Exactly. We all came from small villages, so we should understand the importance of knowledge. Xiaoliang, if you want to retake the exams for a better score, your uncle can tutor you. Though it's been years since I graduated, I still remember the college entrance exam material. If that doesn't work, I can arrange for our company's graduates to tutor you. They're quite capable, all top-tier university graduates. No need, uncle. I'm already a college graduate, many can't match my achievements. Yang Zhiliang said with a hint of pride. That's right, my son has a bachelor's degree, no need to retake the exam. Hey, brother-in-law, why don't you have Sū Míng check the results? No matter how poorly you did, at least it'll give his grandfather some closure. Ah, this father's health. Su Zhengfeng had used that excuse too. The old man had never thought much of him, and now seeing him make such excuses, he slammed his wineglass down. Stop pretending it's for my own good. If you're too scared to check, then don't. If my grades are bad, they're bad. Why all these excuses?
Seeing his parents hang their heads in silence and the elders Sing, Sū Míng stood up and walked to the phone.
Mom, get the emergency number ready.
Chapter 148. Candidate Sū Míng, your total score is.
Check your own results. I know my own health.
The old man shot him another disapproving glance.
Exactly.
Filial piety has its place, Sū Míng.
Your grandfather just wants to know your grades. He's already endured you getting zeros before. This is nothing. It's not important. Just look it up. No need to play coy. Second sister Yang Guilan continued to stir the pot from the sidelines. See, cousin? Grandpa told you to check it. Relax, we all have a pretty good idea what your score will be. Exactly. The old man's fine.
Worst case, I'll drive him to the hospital in my Honda Accord. Third aunt's husband Pei Yu flashed his car keys again.
Alright, then everyone will have to make a little effort later.
Sū Míng nodded and dialed the 168 information service.
After the line connected, the Autumn Whispers melody played for a moment.
Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to listen and went back to eating.
Son, are you sure you got through?
Su Zhengfeng also wanted to know his exam score. If it really came down to it and his score turned out to be too poor, he'd reveal the current state of his factory's operations to avoid the criticism from these people.
It's connected. I'm not full yet. I'll eat a bit more.
The old man grunted under his breath, then took off his watch and fiddled with it though, of course, he was really just straining to hear the sounds.
After a while, the phone finally began to play audio.
Sū Míng, your overall score this time is 123 points.
Huh? That high? Great.
Su Zhengfeng was delighted, but noticed Sū Míng still sitting there eating, his expression completely unruffled.
That's because the test was easy this time. My son scored 125.
Yang Guowei immediately interrupted Su Zhengfeng's joy. After the phone announced the overall score, it fell silent.
Probably a lot of people were calling, causing some lines to be busy and the voice announcements to be slow.
That's how it was. It only served to heighten everyone's anticipation.
Your Chinese score is 118. 118. 2 subjects over 100.
Su Zhengfeng let out another loud shout, his voice booming because he knew his son had given it his all. The old man finally paused his movements and turned his gaze toward the phone that had just delivered this miracle.
Put. Only 118? My son scored 120. That's 2 points higher than him.
Dad, look, if the math hadn't been so tough this year, Xiaoliang would have definitely gotten into a top-tier university. Yang Guowei still looked down on Sū Míng.
Yeah, Grandpa, I'm totally fine.
It's just that this year's math was a bit tough. Otherwise, I would have gotten into a top-tier university long ago.
Yang Zhiliang chimed in at this point.
After all, he didn't want Sū Míng to snatch away the newly acquired house.
The third son's family wasn't particularly surprised either.
After all, those 2 subjects were all about rote memorization. Even the worst students wouldn't score too poorly. Plus, the Sū family had some financial resources, so they must have arranged private tutoring behind the scenes.
Scoring over 100 points wasn't unusual. It's okay, son.
Your mother said you only scored 150 last time, so this is already an improvement. Su Zhengfeng was genuinely pleased. After all, since entering high school, he hadn't seen his son score above 100 in any subject.
He was a bit more down to earth about it. Wasn't the whole point of studying hard just to get a job and make money?
Now that he could earn money, whether he did well in school or not didn't really matter.
Yang Fong nodded in agreement. Son, Mom will always support you.
That's true enough, but sis, brother-in-law, that's still only a little over 200 points. It's barely enough to get into a vocational college.
Yang Guowei couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark.
After announcing the Chinese scores, the broadcast had been frozen for quite some time.
Huh, why is it taking so long this time? Yang Fong wondered.
Big sis, it's obvious it means he missed other subjects. The third brother was certain, Sū Míng's college entrance exam results were as low as they could be.
That can't be right.
I got up every morning those days to cook him breakfast.
Old Sū, did you actually take him to the exam hall?
Of course I did. I got up early every day. There's no way he could have skipped the exam.
I watched my son go in. Su Zhengfeng was puzzled too, then added, it's fine.
My son, Su Zhengfeng's son, can choose not to study if he wants. Worst case, I'll let him run the factory. He'll live just as well as anyone else. Su Zhengfeng's words weren't unreasonable, but the old man still shot him a disapproving look.
Look at you stinking of money. You've corrupted the child. No, Dad, I.
Just then, the phone, which had been frozen for ages, finally chimed again.
Math score, 125. 125. The group nearly gasped in unison. This 125? You mean 25? Did you guys mishear it just now? Yang Guowei couldn't believe it.
Seeing the others fall silent, he turned to his son with a look of anger.
What's going on? Didn't you say math was really hard? How did he get a 123? Dad, I don't know. It really was hard. Zhiliang panicked at his father's displeased expression.
Meanwhile, Sū Míng remained calmly eating and serving himself, but the math exam, his greatest worry, was over.
He was confident the upcoming foreign language test would allow him to make history. Soon, the phone began announcing results again. English score, 150. Honey, did I hear that right? 150?
Sū Zhengfeng was stunned.
Could this really be the same son who skipped class to surf the web all day? Could it be that everything he'd claimed before was true?
Back then, when the fat guy came over, he'd pass by their room at night and overhear them talking about things like foreign language materials, great deals, and top-notch teachers. He'd assumed they were just wasting their time playing around, but it turns out they were actually studying.
So this was the power of the internet his son had talked about? He'd have to rethink things now. How many points did he score? Am I dreaming? Yongfang couldn't sit still either.
She stood up, her emotions running high.
Is this machine broken? What score is this supposed to be? This phone must be malfunctioning, I'm going to unplug it.
Yang Guowei was utterly speechless.
Stop. Listen until it's finished.
The old man was clutching his chest, yet the pain didn't make him sit down to rest. Instead, he slowly rose from his seat.
At that very moment, he could only feel his entire body trembling, a sign of rapid adrenaline secretion.
Meanwhile, young Zhiliang sat nearby with a calculator, rapidly inputting numbers, 1231181255150.
Your English 2 score is 150. Another 150. Another 150. Ha! Good son, you've truly brought honor to your father. Sū Zhengfeng was overjoyed.
Having held little standing at home these past years, he finally felt vindicated.
Impossible, impossible. Another 150? How many points is that? How many points?
Yang Guowei slumped back in his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost something. Then the voice on the phone delivered the final blow.
Candidate Sū Míng, your total score is. Chapter 149, The Old Man's Confession. 666.
The automated voice from the phone nearly overlapped with the sound from young Zhiliang's computer. The old man's entire body jerked violently, and he was about to collapse. Fortunately, Sū Míng had instructed Yongfang earlier, and she was already waiting nearby. Seeing him about to collapse, she quickly caught him.
But overcome by the shock, the old man had already fainted completely. Ah, Dad. Almost everyone was caught off guard who would have thought a college entrance exam score could terrify someone into unconsciousness. The adults were now as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Finally, Sū Míng regained his composure and took charge. What are you all standing around for? Get him to the hospital. Oh, right. To the hospital, to the hospital.
Under Sū Ming's direction, third Uncle Pei Xian hurriedly helped the old man into the car and urgently motioned for everyone else to get in. Young Zhiliang, thinking he'd secured the house, decided to skip the act altogether and play the role of the devoted son.
Dad, I don't want to go. I've got plans to meet my friends at the internet cafe tomorrow.
Hearing this, young Guowei slapped him across the face. Even if it were true, this wasn't the time to bring it up. How could his son be so stupid? Could it be they really switched babies at the hospital?
Wasn't Sū Míng his son? Playing games?
I don't see you looking like you're playing games.
Get in the car.
And so, the entire family rushed to the hospital.
The diagnosis revealed a ruptured aortic dissection requiring immediate stent placement.
Upon hearing the cost would run into tens of thousands, several family members hesitated.
Charge it to my card.
Though Sū Zhengfeng knew the old man had always looked down on him, when lives were at stake, he didn't hesitate. The second son's family, seeing someone else cover the costs, quickly made up an excuse about the kids needing to go to school the next day and hurried home. Meanwhile, the third son's family, seeing Sū Zhengfeng pull out tens of thousands in one go and hearing Yang Guowei mention the upcoming conference, suddenly felt embarrassed about the mere 10,000 they had planned to contribute. They made excuses about having meetings the next day and left that very night. The task of caring for the old man was passed back and forth until it landed squarely on Sū Ming's shoulders. When the old man woke from his nap and saw Sū Míng standing there, he felt a sudden pang of awkwardness. Sū Ming's feelings toward the old man were lukewarm. Back in the day, the old man had disliked him because of his poor grades. Later, when his father passed away, life became incredibly tough for the widow and orphan. During his university years, he had sent money a few times. He understood the principle of reciprocity, a gift of wood peaches deserved a return of jade. Sū Míng was a grateful man, which was why he agreed to stay and watch over him today. Sū Míng remembered the old man loved tangerines. He silently peeled two and placed them by the bedside without saying a word, then turned on the TV. The old man initially declined, but seeing the orange's golden hue, he couldn't resist picking one up and taking a bite. Midway through eating, he finally spoke up. Those grades, you really earned them yourself?
No, I copied.
If you can cheat on the college entrance exam without getting caught, that's quite an accomplishment.
Ha! Old man, that's not right. Why aren't you criticizing me? What old man? I'm your grandfather.
You're the one who said it told me not to call you grandpa in public because it embarrasses you.
Hearing this, old Master Yon felt a bit awkward. Alright, I admit I used to have some prejudice against you. Quite a lot, actually. Fine. Whatever you say. From now on, I won't look down on you like that anymore.
Old Master was stubborn. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it.
But Sū Míng's academic achievement truly made him rethink his views.
He never imagined someone could pull off such a turnaround in just over a month. The immense effort he must have put in during that time was undeniable.
Which university are you planning to apply to? Not decided yet. I'll prioritize Huaqiao University. Don't worry about me. You don't have to limit yourself to nearby Yancheng. With your scores, you could totally aim for prestigious universities in the capital.
No, Dad, don't flatter yourself.
I'm actually interested in their business administration program. It's the university's flagship program.
Sū Míng had several targets in mind, but his major would definitely be business administration. The key was that Huaqiao University had Hong Kong capital backing. At that time, Hong Kong was still the world's largest hub for capital flows, and businesspeople from there frequently came to campus for presentations. Sū Míng naturally hoped to scout out suitable opportunities there, taking advantage of his proximity.
Business again? Can't you learn from your father? Is studying really so bad? Focus on research. Our generation didn't have opportunities like yours. Now that you do, why not delve deeper into scholarship? Huaqiao University's Chinese language and literature program is excellent. Old man, you're so shallow. Chinese language and literature? How many people actually use the degree to pursue scholarship?
Most just leverage that background to become civil servants or court literati after graduation. Besides, it's not me learning from my dad, it's him learning from me. Sū Míng knew all too well that in a decade or so, humanities majors would be worth less than a dog's dinner. Office clerks earning $3,000 a month were mostly from those fields. But he also understood that many students from humble backgrounds had no real choice. Growing up, they received no guidance, everything was self-discovery.
And exploration inevitably involves mistakes.
Yet sometimes these errors stem not from poor judgment, but simply from being caught in the crossfire of changing times, rendering them unwitting sacrificial lambs. It's profoundly tragic that college graduates raised by farmers end up taking jobs meant for farmers. Therefore, those who can truly dedicate themselves to research regardless of their learning ability almost certainly come from privileged backgrounds.
Hearing Sū Míng's words, the old man snorted coldly.
Look at him, still spouting the same big talk he learned from your father.
That boastful manner is identical. The one I despise most in your family is your father.
As he spoke, the old man began picking at the remaining oranges. Yes, you despise my father most, Sū Míng replied, but he paid the entire 80,000 yuan for the surgery. Hearing this, the old man paused his actions, as if reflecting on the mistakes he'd made over the years.
Sigh. I admit it. I really didn't treat you two father and son right.
Everyone called me a model teacher, but as the head of this household, I was utterly unqualified.
Wait, old man, why are you suddenly confessing?
I just wanted to tell you not to hold such a grudge against my dad.
As for me, it doesn't matter. I hardly ever come here anyway.
The old man sensed a strange detachment in Sū Míng's tone whenever they spoke. But then again, his own coldness back then had driven the boy to want to cut ties. Alright then, I'll leave that teacher's apartment to you. You had the best grades, so consider it your reward.
Dad. You can't give it to him. How can you give our family property to an outsider?
At that moment, Aunt Wu Meili, who'd been eavesdropping by the door for ages, slammed it open and barged in. Chapter 150, A Parent's Love for Their Child is a Far-Sighted Plan.
I knew it.
You're only being so kind to your grandfather to get his house. Wu Meili pointed at Sū Míng.
Her son, young Zhiliang, peeked through the doorway.
Spotting him, she couldn't help but scold, hurry up and come inside.
You good for nothing.
If you don't come now, your cousin will snatch that house away.
Young Zhiliang finally entered, though he avoided eye contact with Sū Míng.
His once proud academic achievements had been utterly overshadowed by Sū Míng, leaving him consumed by self-doubt.
Young Weii pulled up shortly after and joined them.
The moment he entered, the woman began her tirade.
Honey. You're finally here.
That guy just tried to get Dad to give him the house, it's outrageous.
What? Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing?
I'm starting to suspect you deliberately made the old man dizzy, then took advantage of his confusion to trick him into giving you the house.
Hold on, weren't you two the ones who kept insisting on checking the results? Sū Míng's counter-question instantly silenced them. Enough, stop arguing.
Old Master Yong finally spoke up. He now realized just how outrageous the son he'd raised truly was.
Dad. How could you give the house to an outsider? I'm your biological son.
Besides, their family isn't short on houses, it's only fair they get it.
Exactly. Cousin, your family has money, why fight me over this?
Yong Guowei's shameless behavior had rubbed off on his child. Sū Míng had seen this poverty justifies everything attitude far too often.
Truthfully, a house like this, especially one in his hometown, wasn't something he particularly needed.
But Sū Míng didn't want to appear too casual about it. Since the house was now the focal point of their conflict, he might as well leverage it.
Oh, excuse me. Grandpa said whoever takes the best care of him during his hospital stay gets the house. Naturally, I'm in the running.
Hearing this, Auntie's eyes darted around before she quickly interjected, Dad, I'll go home right now and make you some soup. She then shot her husband a meaningful glance.
Wei immediately understood. Dad, I know you love oranges most. I'll go buy some right now.
Xiaoliang, you don't need to go online today, stay here and keep Grandpa company.
Dad. Yang Jilian was a bit displeased. He'd been looking forward to relaxing at the internet cafe today.
His mother felt a pang of frustration at his lack of initiative. As she left, she deliberately gave his arm a sharp twist, finally dissuading him from the idea.
Now, only 3 people remained in the hospital room.
The old man spoke up, asking Yang Jilian to step out for a moment.
Grandpa, I'm your own grandson. What could possibly be so important that you can't tell me? I've got diarrhea. You gonna help me change?
The old man snapped.
Ha! Cousin Biao, my stomach hurts. You handle this first, I'm outta here. Yang Jiliang looked disgusted, then made an excuse and hurried away. The ward instantly grew quieter.
Sū Míng spoke first. Hey, old man, let's get this straight, you've got hands and feet.
If you really have to go, handle it yourself in the bathroom. I'm not doing it for you. You ungrateful grandson. I deliberately sent him away so I could talk to you. Or is it that you just dislike me so much? I'm your grandfather. Old man Yong expressed his dissatisfaction once more.
Well, you never seem to acknowledge me as your grandson either. This long-standing emotional distance was precisely why Sū Míng had chosen to sever ties.
As an elder, the worst thing is failing to treat children fairly. Though young, they aren't stupid.
Many things get buried deep inside, only to erupt silently once they reach adulthood.
Frankly, in the education field, I admire you. Over the years, you've nurtured countless outstanding students. But in family matters, you've failed. As a Chinese language teacher, you should understand the principle that it's not scarcity but inequality that breeds resentment. This was Sū Míng's first conversation with an elder.
Having lived 2 lifetimes, he felt no hesitation whatsoever.
If they could talk, they would. If not, so be it. He didn't expect any help from his relatives anyway.
Years of battling in the business world had forged his heart into something exceptionally resilient.
Alright, I understand. Moving forward, I'll strive to change my temperament.
If any of the younger generation struggles academically, I'll focus on guidance rather than indifference.
Is there anything else you wish to discuss?
Yes. A parent's love for their child should be far-sighted.
I understand you gave Yang Jiliang the house as recognition for his studies. It's an expression of an elder's affection. But it's detrimental to his personal growth.
Because he obtained what he desired too young, he won't achieve much later in life. This is precisely why they say wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. Once they possess resources early on, they lose the drive to strive. Of course, if you can guarantee him lifelong prosperity, that speaks to your ability. But if you can't, then don't instill that mindset in him from childhood.
Put.
You're lecturing your elders with that old man attitude.
Bottom line, you're just resentful about that house, right?
But I didn't trick you into coming to the hospital to take care of me in the first place. I genuinely wanted to give you this house because you're truly outstanding. Now you genuinely deserve my recognition.
Old man, could you please stop being so self-assured? My achievements no longer need your approval.
Sū Míng fetched a newspaper from the hallway. The front page of the Haicheng Evening News featured a headline: Philanthropic entrepreneur helps tea farmers solve sales slump, wins Charity Star of the Year award.
That's you? I'm not my father. I don't brag about things I haven't done. Besides, I don't see anything to brag about in this. So, that so-called million-yuan deposit commemorative medal from earlier, is it real?
Fake. I was afraid you'd ask to borrow money.
Get out. What would an old man like me need all that money for?
The old man shot him another withering glance before adding approvingly, good for you.
You're so much better than your father. All these years, why have I disliked him? Because he's never been grounded.
The first year he married your mother, he lied to me about knowing our school's principal. I thought it might help me get recognized for excellence, but I got shut out. Only later did he admit they'd just eaten at the same restaurant.
Hearing this, Sū Míng couldn't help but laugh out loud. No way, old man, you really had it that rough?
Well, since your 80th birthday is coming up, I'll throw you a big celebration.
Consider it making up for my dad's mistake. What kind of celebration? That's just extravagant waste. I've long since grown indifferent to such things. I'll invite all the entrepreneurs in Haicheng. If you're not interested, then forget it. But now I suddenly feel life needs more of these novel experiences. Chapter 151, a measly 50 won't buy my pride. Damn it. Old man, you're this vain?
Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night, no one sees them.
But back then, I didn't have the means. None of you ever gave me a reason to feel proud, so I just let it go. But now you say you're throwing me a grand birthday bash? Well, it better be spectacular. Back when I was working, those colleagues always looked down on me. Before they kick the bucket, I've got to get my revenge.
Sū Míng was speechless for a moment.
But then again, nobody's perfect. How many in this world truly see through fame and fortune? It's just the helplessness of being trapped in the present. What? Aren't you the same? You look pretty happy laughing at that newspaper. Of course. If you don't show off when you're young, you're wasting your youth. What? You're not a true youth if you don't show off? What does show off even mean?
It's putting on airs, showing off in front of others.
You call that showing off? I just don't get your young people's world. So, old man, you still need to practice. If you don't act reckless in your youth, you're wasting your time. If your heart isn't wild, you're no gentleman.
You're right, I still need to practice. The old man smiled calmly, then remembered something.
Oh, right about the house. You really don't want it? What would I do with it?
They're tearing each other apart over a house. I'm staying out of it.
Honestly, now that you have money, you should buy a house quickly. With a house, you could marry the girl. Don't worry about that. The girl I like is pretty simple-minded. She doesn't care about my house. How is that possible?
Girls these days are sharp as tacks. It's not like our time when a big white rabbit candy could make them happy for days.
Ah, I'm getting carried away. That's just how I like her. Wait, why am I telling you all this? Don't go blabbing about it. I'm out.
Knowing someone was looking out for him, Sū Míng saw no need to stay. Besides, if he stayed any longer, his overly sensitive uncle and his family would start overthinking things. Old Master Yong had previously dismissed Sū Míng as merely academically weak, unwilling to engage him deeply. Only now did he realize the boy possessed a maturity far surpassing even his own generation of elders. Judging a person's potential solely by their grades was far too narrow-minded. Just as Sū Míng was about to leave, he turned back and spoke earnestly to the old man. Old man, remember this house is insignificant to you. You can give it to whomever you wish, for it's a mere trifle to you. But I must tell you, simple matters require slow, deliberate action. Let those who benefit from this see the effort you put in. Only then will they recognize your greatness and repay you in the future. With that, Sū Míng finally departed, leaving the old man pondering his final words. Simple things, done slowly. After deep contemplation, he reached for the orange on the bedside table only to find it gone.
Ah! Why hadn't he let Su Zhengfeng marry into the family?
How much better it would be if he were my own grandson. Sū Míng descended the stairs only to find Yong Jilian hiding in a corner playing his handheld game console.
He said nothing, merely shook his head and walked away. Leaving the hospital, he headed straight for the city center.
The graduation gala was approaching, and he needed to perform a song, a dedication to Xiao Dai. This song didn't exist in this era, so he had to handle the audio himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know any instruments, and he couldn't find a skilled musician to compose music based on his humming. So, a while back, he had to visit a recording studio in the city to record an audio clip, which he would use as material for his performance. Sū Míng boarded the bus and finally arrived at the music store over an hour later. Hey, boss, I'm here to pick up the tape. The owner glanced up and responded lazily, got it. Truth be told, the owner was used to this sort of thing. Every week, countless self-proclaimed singing prodigies would come to the studio to record audio clips for their own enjoyment, but their skills were almost always painfully lacking. After listening to so much noise, it inevitably affected his mood. So, the owner usually turned off the speakers while working to avoid having his musical taste ruined by too much of that awful music. Only after finishing his work did he walk over to the archive to retrieve the tape for Sū Míng. $10, here you go. Hey, boss, would it be okay if I used your equipment to play this tape? I need to make sure everything works perfectly for my performance. Sū Míng was just being cautious, not wanting to mess up later. Hearing this, the boss grew displeased. What do you mean? I've run this music store for years, would I ever cut corners on your work? Even if your singing is terrible, I'd still listen carefully and burn the material for you. Now you're questioning me? Sir, that's not what I meant. I'm actually going to perform. You want to perform? What's the big deal? All year long, I hear people say they want to perform, but it always ends up being just singing in the little park. You want to use my expensive equipment with that shoddy material? Do you even know where I got this equipment? Before the boss could finish, he noticed a 50 yuan note in Sū Míng's hand. Play it. This bag of cash is yours. You're insulting my musical dreams. Our equipment is exceptionally expensive. If it gets contaminated by your shoddy material, it'll malfunction and I'll lose my creative inspiration. You're destroying a musician. A measly 50 won't buy my pride. 100. That's all I got. Alright, boss, go ahead. I'll crank the speakers to full blast. Blow it up however you want. The boss quickly loaded the tape into the equipment and habitually put on his headphones, trying to block out the sound. Boss, don't get the wrong idea, I just wanted to put on headphones to better appreciate your music. Soon, the music began to play. The boss had no chance to object, as he was engrossed in his work while listening to his favorite song. As the song neared its end, Sū Míng nodded in satisfaction. Thinking the track was nearing its end, the boss removed his headphones. The moment he heard it, he was utterly stunned, frozen in place for a second. Sū Míng held out his palm in confusion, waving it in front of the boss.
Aren't you going to take my tape out? Is this really a song you wrote yourself? Yeah, what's up? Not up to par, huh? No big deal, I'm just an amateur hobbyist, unlike you music dreamers. No, boss, you've got it all wrong. I was just asking, boss, do you sell this song? Sell the song? Chapter 152, Money Must Flow. No, I don't. This song was written for Xiao Dai in the first place.
Of course he wouldn't be so shameless as to sell it.
Hearing Sū Míng's blunt refusal, the boss quickly offered a sincere deal. Bro, how about this? I'll give you 1,000 for this song. Sū Míng didn't want to linger. He tucked the cassette away and prepared to leave.
The songs he was currently composing were all future classics. They'd come in handy later, so he certainly wouldn't sell them lightly.
Bro, don't go. I'll up the offer, I'll pay you more.
The boss's sudden change in attitude stemmed from the melody's undeniable quality. He was convinced this song would be a smash hit.
Sū Míng had just called himself an amateur hobbyist, which meant he didn't know the ropes. The boss could easily exploit this information gap to make a profit.
Seeing Sū Míng unmoved, he finally raised the offer again.
Alright, brother, 5,000. Give me the song. 5,000 is really a high price.
Think about it, you're still an amateur, and there are quite a few flaws.
Once I get the song, I'll still have to figure out how to arrange it. But I'm offering this money as support for your young people's musical dreams. Oh? Still plenty of shortcomings? Then forget it. I know my limits. Guess music isn't my path. See ya.
Sū Míng hailed a cab and left.
The boss panicked, trying to chase after him, but couldn't catch up to the taxi.
He should have asked for his contact info earlier.
Maybe he could have haggled a bit more and gotten the song.
Back at the shop, he realized he'd never made a backup copy because he'd dismissed the amateur musicians who came to record as lacking skill.
Regret washed over him once more.
But what he didn't know was that Sū Míng couldn't care less about his money. Now in the cab, Sū Míng understood everything from the boss's reaction. Those classic songs from the future would remain timeless, no matter when they were released. One of Sū Míng's future plans was to build a large entertainment ecosystem where music, as an indispensable component, held particular importance. Competing head-to-head with traditional record labels like the established music giant Rolling Stone was out of the question.
He needed to forge a new path to pioneer the realm of online music.
To build a platform, music that could lead the trends of the era was essential to gain a competitive edge. As for such music, Sū Míng's mind was overflowing with ideas. The taxi ride home brought him back to his family. His mother greeted him and inquired about the old man's condition.
Oh, Mom, he's fine. Uncle said I don't need to go anymore.
From now on, his family will take care of him. His son has graduated and has plenty of time.
What? Your uncle said that himself? Sū Míng nodded. Good. Wei finally showed some filial piety.
I thought he'd try to avoid it, which is why I asked you to stay and help look after him yesterday. Fang was delighted, attributing it to her days of praying to the gods. She stepped forward to offer 2 more sticks of incense to the Buddha. Sū Míng didn't spell it out, but the reason his uncle's family had suddenly become so devoted was all about that apartment. Of course, whether their devotion was genuine or feigned no longer mattered.
As long as they maintained the proper facade, that was sufficient.
As the saying goes, judge by actions, not intentions, for no one is perfect in heart. Before long, father returned, his face clouded with worry.
What's wrong, Dad? Oh, son, you're back. How's your grandfather? He's fine.
He had surgery, but it's nothing serious. He just needs to avoid getting too worked up from now on. Alright, speaking of that, you knew you got good grades all along and deliberately scared your grandfather.
How could I have known? The results weren't released until after midnight. How could I have checked? So you knew you did well all along and deliberately set up your cousin to fail? First you must humiliate yourself before others will humiliate you. He didn't provoke me first, so I wouldn't retaliate. Besides, I only checked because I was forced to. Sū Míng felt no remorse whatsoever.
After all, the aggressor deserves what they get.
Something doesn't add up. How did you suddenly become so sharp? Juggling both academics and career pursuits and succeeding at both?
Su Zhengfeng was skeptical. Sū Míng remained unflustered, quickly offering an excuse. Maybe I was born with a natural talent for business, and it just happened to awaken at this age.
Right, that's it.
Of course, as the son of Su Zhengfeng, I wouldn't fall short. Speaking of which, you got such good grades, Dad should reward you.
Let me think. How about this? Here's 1,000 yuan. Buy whatever you want. That should be plenty, right? I earn more than 1,000 a month in interest alone.
Then buy yourself a phone, not one of those old school big ones.
I heard these are starting to get popular now. This? I'm buying one.
Sū Míng pulled out the Motorola V70 he'd bought last time.
Its unique design instantly caught Sū Zhengfeng's attention. Wow! Is this what phones look like now? So sleek? I'll have to replace this old school model. Want me to give it to you? That would be too embarrassing.
Su Zhengfeng said, already reaching to tuck the phone into his pocket. But Yang Fong snatched it away first and handed it back to Sū Míng.
How old are you? Taking your son's things? Don't forget, this is your gift to him for the college entrance exam. Oh, right. I got carried away. No, you little brat, give me a chance. What do you really need? Give me a chance. I really don't need anything. No way. You're only 19. How can you possibly not need anything? That's not right.
Su Zhengfeng felt utterly defeated. He'd earned hundreds of thousands over the past 2 months, hoping to impress his son. But now that money meant nothing to him, leaving Su Zhengfeng feeling utterly defeated.
Alright, old Su, you and mom don't need to think about giving me any rewards.
Just use that money to live well yourselves.
I don't want you worrying about anything. If you ever need money, just tell me. Ah, speaking of which, son, I actually do have something to discuss with you. Huh? Go ahead. Sū Míng had a bad feeling about this. Think about it, you don't really have any expenses right now. Why not lend me the money? No need. Between father and son, there's no need to talk about borrowing. How much do you need? 1 million. What? A million? Did something happen? Not really. I talked it over with your mom.
You're so young, with all that cash on you, you might not handle it well. I plan to put your money and mine into a 5-year fixed deposit.
The annual interest will be substantial. Dad, you shouldn't think that way. Money needs to circulate to generate greater returns.
Saving it is actually the least worthwhile approach.
Money should circulate? You want to invest? Why not put it into our own appliance factory? It's booming.
Just as Su Zhengfeng spoke, there was a knock at the door.
Yang Fong opened it to find Zhang Jiangwo, the factory's deputy director, rushing in. Director, we've got a major problem. Chapter 153, a despair-inducing opponent. What is it? Old Jiang, take your time.
Yesterday, Dongzhi rushed out their new product, the family one. We saw the ad today. This machine is the most comprehensive I've ever seen. It practically combines all the strengths of every top-tier air conditioner on the market.
The most comprehensive? Incorporating all the strengths?
Hearing that tone, Su Zhengfeng was already getting flustered.
Not only that, but they've introduced groundbreaking innovations. First and foremost is their dual-rotor inverter compressor.
Dongzhi has always been a pioneer in inverter technology, and this new compressor boosts energy efficiency by a full 15%.
A whopping 15%.
As a veteran in the appliance industry, Su Zhengfeng understood what it meant to achieve a 15% energy savings improvement on top of existing technology. Given that the average per capita income in China wasn't particularly high, most people still adhered to the principle of saving wherever possible. The typical customer in this market was middle-aged women, who often held the final say in household appliance purchases. Therefore, the core selling point of saving money was bound to garner significant favor. Dongzhi truly lives up to its reputation as a global giant. Its market analysis of consumer demographics is spot on. Not only that, but the alternating operation of the rotors ensures more stable performance, reducing vibration and noise, a game changer for insomniacs. Zhang Jiangwo spoke with palpable excitement, still reeling from the profound impact that day's advertisement had left on him. Competing against a company like this felt downright daunting.
Can our technicians replicate this?
Su Zhengfeng knew full well that as a small factory, they couldn't lead technological trends. So whenever a popular air conditioner hit the market, they'd find a way to copy it. Technically speaking, it was rather unscrupulous, but that was the nature of the capital market. Hands stained with blood bore no moral burden. Those who clung to fair competition and refused to cut corners had long been crushed by the relentless tide of progress.
Zhang Jiangwo shook his head flatly. Factory director, it's impossible to replicate. Their technology is too core.
If our factory staff could copy it, they'd all be experts.
And it's not just that.
Their machine places even greater emphasis on comfort perception, similar to Daikin's earlier 3D airflow technology. It uses infrared sensors to monitor room temperature and automatically adjusts accordingly. Our elderly customers are most sensitive to temperature changes.
This is a game changer for the senior market.
With such rapid auto adjustment, we need to rethink our marketing strategy. Su Zhengfeng was growing restless, but then he had an idea.
Oh, I know, aren't we launching a child lock feature for our air conditioners? This time, we'll target the children's market.
After all, children's needs are a major household demand.
Some families with kids end up wasting electricity because the little ones keep messing with the AC. Those families will buy our units to save money.
Get in touch with all the major distributors right away and find someone to shoot a good commercial.
However, Zhang Jiangwo didn't act immediately.
What Su Zhengfeng had thought of, others had already anticipated.
Factory director, they also have a secret weapon for saving money. This time, they've launched a dual frequency mode with adjustable pulse amplitude and width.
Not only does it start up quickly, but it also operates efficiently in low temperature mode, ensuring energy savings. As for the child-focused features, they've added a nano-titanium filter unavailable on any other air conditioner currently on the market that comprehensively filters bacteria and viruses. It also includes negative ion air purification. After the ad came out today, I reviewed it multiple times with our technical team, and they all reached the same conclusion. If that commercial isn't exaggerating, then their Family 1 model has no rivals. Jiang Jiangwei was purely rational in his analysis. Although Sū Míng had often encouraged them when he was around, they now knew that kind of hype was useless. The technological gap was right there, they couldn't even figure out how to copy it. Besides surrender, they truly didn't know what else to do. Since head-to-head competition was hopeless, they might as well burn their boats. Well then, with all that technology they've packed in, the air conditioner must be pricey, right? That's true. The current price is significantly higher than any air conditioner they've sold before. After all, you get what you pay for. They're using all the latest technology, so increased costs are inevitable. Good. That means they're not without flaws, their high price is their weakness. We can absolutely use this against them. Factory manager, our sales have been declining over the past 2 weeks. This clearly indicates our products lack competitiveness in the market. Low prices alone won't cut it. They won't buy at low prices? Then we'll cut prices even lower and sell at a discount. Let's see how they play with us. Xu Jinping's two-pronged approach to business warfare. First, technology piracy. Second, low price dumping. The latter required substantial capital, but last month's World Cup profits provided the perfect opportunity to deploy it. Jiang Jiangwo tried to dissuade him, warning that once the price cuts stopped, market growth would halt. This was essentially subsidizing consumers with their own money. And consumers are often greedy. Once you offer low prices, they won't show gratitude but instead expect you to cut prices even further. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Jinping's mobile phone rang. It was Chen Muyang on the other end. At the last business conference, Xu Zhenfeng had discovered Chen was the instigator behind recent events. Instead of seeking reconciliation, Xu had publicly humiliated him, leaving Chen seething with resentment. Now, with the company's new product launch, his confidence had taken a sudden hit. Mr. Xu, didn't you claim Dongzhi is unbeatable? Have you seen the ad? You must be panicking now, right? Don't get cocky. I'm not gloating. You're not even worthy of playing games with me. Back then, I only considered reconciliation because of Mayor Huan's face. But he's already made it clear, normal market competition is a good thing, and he won't interfere. Do you really think you can still compete with me? Bring it on. Let's see who's stronger. If I can beat you once, I can do it again. Hey, calm down, Mr. Xu. Anger is bad for your health. You'd better take care of yourself so you can watch us at Dongzhi slowly eat away at your market share. Chen Muyang chuckled a few times before hanging up. When Xu Zhengfeng tried calling back, no one answered. He could only stew in his own frustration. Despite witnessing his rage, Jiang Jiangwo voiced his thoughts. In short, relentlessly slashing prices for promotions is like pouring oil on a raging fire. It only hastens our demise. What could they do? Fighting wasn't an option, but neither was standing down. Were they really forced to surrender and shut down the factory? Xu Zhengfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Wait, why aren't you asking me if I have any ideas? At that moment, Sū Míng, who had been watching their heated exchange from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Chapter 154, Water can support a boat, but it can also capsize it. You brat, stop messing around. This isn't your concern. Xu Zhengfeng knew his son was busy preparing for graduation events, so he didn't want to burden him with the factory's problems. Of course, he also believed Sū Míng lacked the capability to resolve it. After all, the World Cup incident had relied entirely on clever tricks, a risky gamble. Plus, being young, he was fearless out of ignorance. If it were him, he'd weigh far more factors and never dare such a risky move. Yeah, young factory manager Sū, you simply can't handle this. Jiang Jiangwo nodded in agreement, his conclusion drawn from analyzing the product. Their product was rock solid, not something easily toppled. Do you really think that once they launch their new product, we'll just have to sit back and take it? Sū Míng countered. In his view, no company was invincible. As long as humans ran it, flaws were inevitable. Director Sū, you may not grasp the technical aspects, but this family #1 product is flawless in that regard. Unless you're willing to wage a price war, but that would only hasten our demise. Jiang Jiangwo remained staunchly opposed to price wars, as past experience had proven this tactic utterly ineffective against large corporations. Of course I wouldn't wage a price war. Remember Ado VCD? I remember. Weren't they the top advertiser on CCTV a few years back? They were hugely successful then. Their founder was a farmer. I actually admired him and read his entrepreneurial story. Jiang Jiangwo reads extensively, so he had some familiarity with the man. Their company is now on the brink of bankruptcy. It was precisely price wars and extravagant advertising expenditures that drained their cash flow, leading to their current predicament. Price wars are a foolish, stupid tactic, one only justified when your strength is overwhelming. During his business battles, Sū Míng always avoided price wars. They smacked of technical incompetence. When facing rivals, he preferred intricate strategic maneuvers, slowly wearing down opponents through calculated maneuvers.
That was where the real fun lay.
Su Zhengfeng felt called out and bristled.
You little brat. What do you mean brute force and foolishness? Come on, tell us what's your clever solution.
Their product advantages are unbeatable.
How do you propose we win this battle?
Zhang Jiangguo also perked up his ears, eager to hear the solution.
Think about it carefully.
Whether a product is well made or not isn't really important. What matters is whether consumers are willing to buy it. Make an elephant produce a pile of dung, and you call it high-grade material.
As long as consumers enjoy eating it, then it's a qualified product.
Your objections are useless. This is what people commonly refer to as something the masses love and welcome.
Who do you think you are to oppose it? What the hell are you talking about? I don't get it.
Su Zhengfeng wasn't well educated, so he couldn't follow the convoluted logic. But Zhang Jiangguo caught the subtext. Director Sū means we still need to focus on the consumers, he said.
See? Uncle Jiang really gets it.
Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it.
Consumers are the water, and we are the boat.
A boat without water can't sail, and a tree without roots can't grow.
No.
Zhang Jiangguo scratched his head, feeling surprisingly pleased that a junior had recognized his insight.
Put.
Old Jiang, don't listen to him.
That kid's just spouting nonsense. A good product means good word of mouth. Consumers will naturally trust it. How could they not?
Dad, that's not right.
If a flawless product meant invincibility, how did Ado VCD go bankrupt?
Their products weren't flawed either.
There's a story behind it you might not know. Back then, their company actually had 2 shareholders.
The CEO handled everything, but in '98, the other major shareholder who'd been largely sidelined suddenly published an open letter accusing the CEO of embezzling company funds. Once that news spread, banks and suppliers rushed to withdraw their support, ultimately breaking their capital chain. After the scandal hit the papers, consumers gradually lost confidence, and their market share started plummeting rapidly.
I hadn't heard about this incident before. My family's VCD player was an Ado model, and I still don't understand why they collapsed so suddenly. Today, hearing your account is the first time I've learned about it. Zhang Jiangguo had an epiphany.
He felt he could learn so much more by following Sū Míng. He wondered if he'd ever get the chance to work directly under him. It would surely be immensely beneficial. Zhang Jiangguo now held immense admiration for Sū Míng, though his seniority made it difficult to express openly. But that was just an isolated case.
Back when I ran my business, I never had to overthink things.
I just focused on making products, and it worked.
We didn't need any market research back then.
That's because back then, consumers had fewer choices.
Whatever you made, they bought.
But now that we joined the WTO, the domestic market is being flooded with foreign products.
Do you think it's people choosing goods, or goods choosing people?
If you don't believe me, just look at Qingyi Winery now and decline.
That'll show you how crucial consumer reputation is. The success of entrepreneurs like my father's generation was largely due to the era's advantages.
Whether they admit it or not.
Look or don't look, it doesn't matter. In my view, this family number 1 is truly formidable. With so many advantages, the only way to counter them is through a price war.
Su Zhengfeng remained steadfast in his conviction.
Fine.
Since you all believe their strengths are overwhelming, we shouldn't try to break through those strengths.
Instead, we should attack their weaknesses.
Sū Míng saw no point in further debate.
Hold on, Director Sū. The problem is, they don't really have any weaknesses. The only one they have is that they're a bit pricey. Price isn't their weakness, it's yours.
If they dare set that price, it means they've done their research. While the poor won't buy it, the wealthy will.
And once someone buys it, product reviews will surface.
As you just said, if this product is truly that good, we need to crush them before they gain traction. Hearing this, Zhang Jiangguo felt a bit awkward. In his view, the air conditioner's price was indeed unaffordable for him. But to be fair, with such an outstanding product, there would undoubtedly be buyers.
But then, wouldn't that just prove they're unbeatable? You little brat, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what to do.
If the high price isn't a flaw, then they truly have no flaws. Su Zhengfeng was growing impatient. If they have no flaws, then we'll create one for them. Sū Míng finally revealed his plan. Chapter 155, The Ultimate Business Warrior.
Oh. I get it, smear campaign, right?
Alright, I'll have reporters from major media outlets draft press releases right away, fabricating flaws about this product.
We'll aim to ruin their reputation before they even gain traction. Not bad, son. Who knew you understood these underhanded tactics? Just don't say I taught you, I'm not that shameless. Hold on, what are you two thinking? Sū Míng grabbed Zhang Jiangguo just as he was about to leave, utterly speechless at their plan. Do you two even realize? If malicious defamation gets exposed, you could end up in jail. So what? Kid, if you're gonna do it boldly. Don't be so indecisive. We'll just be more discreet about our methods. If all else fails, we'll burn a few air conditioners and claim it was a short circuit. That's perfectly reasonable, they won't have a leg to stand on. See, Uncle Jiang? My dad's even more of a shady businessman than I am.
Sū Míng couldn't help but notice how familiar his dad seemed with this whole scheme.
Looks like businessmen who survived that chaotic era weren't pushovers. You little brat, what did you say?
You were the one who suggested smearing others in the first place. Su Zhengfeng retorted indignantly.
I know, but couldn't you guys be a little more sophisticated?
True masters don't need to get their hands dirty to ruin a competitor's reputation.
Using such low tactics and calling it sophisticated? I'd say. Director, why don't we hear what young Director Sū has to say? I think he's onto something.
Zhang Jiangwo had to step in before Su Zhengfeng finally shut up.
At that moment, Sū Míng pulled out a newspaper featuring a bidding notice for equipment at the Municipal People's Hospital.
It turned out the People's Hospital had recently expanded its campus and was looking to procure a batch of new equipment.
Hospital bidding? What does that have to do with us? Oh, I see, Director Sū.
So you mean we should bid on the contract and then the hospital will buy our air conditioners?
Zhang Jiangwo thought this was actually a pretty good approach. Wrong.
We will indeed participate in the bidding, but the goal isn't for the hospital to buy our air conditioners.
On the contrary, we need to ensure Dongzhi wins the bid. What? Bid using someone else's air conditioners? Son, have you lost your mind? Why would we want to work for someone else's benefit? Su Zhengfeng ruffled his son's hair, finding no fever. I'm fine. Can't you two figure out what I'm thinking? Tell me, what's the main purpose of this hospital expansion?
Oh, it says here, due to insufficient operating rooms, the hospital plans to repurpose the former morgue space as surgical suites. Placing patients in operating rooms under one roof reduces patient transfers. Since the morgue isn't critically needed and harbors pathogens, the hospital decided to relocate it to the new expansion. Zhang Jiangwo read aloud from the newspaper.
Do you understand now?
The two still shook their heads.
Sū Míng was speechless.
Their comprehension was painfully slow.
Let me ask you this, what features must the equipment in a morgue have? Duh. Refrigeration.
Right, and low energy consumption since it runs year-round to preserve bodies better.
Oh. Most importantly, sterilization. Because after death, bacteria multiply rapidly. Right.
Refrigeration, low energy consumption, sterilization.
So, whose equipment fits the bill best? Oh. Dongzhi. I get it now. Brilliant, Director Sū.
We'll buy the air conditioners, sell them to hospitals at a low price, and once word spreads, everyone will naturally associate Dongzhi's family Model 1 with mortuaries.
Brilliant. Uncle Jiang, you're cut out for business. Thanks, but you're the one who taught me well. Factory Manager Xiao Su, you're truly brilliant. Well, who else's son would be?
Su Zhengfeng lifted his head proudly.
Hey, old Sū, just a moment ago you were criticizing my methods as crude and telling me not to mention you were my father when I was out there. I was just saying that offhand. Where father and son for lifeblood is thicker than water. How could I ever abandon you?
Now Su Zhengfeng was putting on another show of deep father-son affection, which made Sū Míng feel a bit uncomfortable.
Hey, young Sū, what if this blows up later? What if Dongzhi's people come looking for retribution?
After all, this move was clearly meant to smear their reputation.
We didn't smear them.
First off, we bought the equipment to research the latest technology. After studying it, we had nowhere to store it, so naturally we found a buyer to recoup our costs.
This is completely legitimate and legal. Second, we didn't smear them. Morgues need air conditioning anyway.
As for the public perceiving it as unlucky, that's their perception.
We're just doing business, how could we possibly control that? Sū Míng's defense was flawless, leaving Zhang Jiangwo with nothing but admiration.
Once air conditioning became associated with mortuaries, its performance became irrelevant. No one wants to live in a mortuary. Despite years of progress, the public's scientific literacy has only marginally improved. Superstitions like this remain deeply ingrained. Better safe than sorry. Achieving his goal without getting his hands dirty, Sū Míng was truly impressive. By then, Yang Feng had brewed tea and helped Zhang Jiangwo settle into a seat. Not long after they began sipping their tea, the home phone rang.
It was Yong Guowei calling.
It turned out the old man had been comfortably settled in a private intensive care room, but due to bed shortages, the hospital had forcibly assigned someone else to his bed, effectively evicting him. Upon inquiry, they discovered the new patient was the vice president's father.
Then just have dad move out. It's no big deal anyway. A regular ward is fine.
No, sis, they were so arrogant.
They didn't even give a heads up.
They just barged in, kicked us out, and threw our stuff everywhere.
Dad was furious, almost had another episode. He insists on getting justice. But we don't know anyone at the hospital. Yongfeng felt a headache coming on. After all, the other party was hospital staff.
They'd inevitably have to deal with them in the future, and it wouldn't be good to offend them. Since the phone was on speaker, the others heard it too.
Who are these arrogant people? He's just a minor vice president. My son even knows the mayor.
Son, call the mayor and have the director of the health commission personally question them. Su Zhengfeng felt immensely proud upon learning the mayor held Sū Míng in such high regard. Old Sū, that's not our private army. Besides, bothering others over such a minor matter will only disappoint them.
Favors diminish the more you use them. What's the big deal?
He's your own grandfather.
The mayor isn't unreasonable, he'll definitely help. This is such a minor matter, why would the mayor need to get involved? I can just make a phone call. You're just bragging again. I don't believe you actually know anyone at the hospital.
Amidst Su Zhengfeng's skepticism, Sū Míng had already walked over to the balcony and dialed the number.
Chapter 156, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. He's a genius. After finishing the call, Sū Míng returned to sipping his tea. Son, how'd it go? All taken care of? You little brat, say something. Your grandfather's suffering in the hospital and you're still sipping tea. Don't worry, Dad, Mom. Just wait for the call. Before long, news arrived from Lin Weii. Sis, my brother-in-law is so awesome. The hospital director just personally invited us into the VIP ward and had the vice president come apologize in person. That's so impressive. Huh? Oh, really? Young Fong glanced at her son, curious about who he'd called. So, how's Dad doing? Dad's really happy. He said today he finally did something worthwhile. Sis, gotta go, I need to feed him some soup first. Huh? Alright. You two take care of yourselves too. After hanging up, Young Fong voiced her question. Son, who did you call? Your uncle said even the hospital director got involved. Well, obviously the mayor, you little rascal. I told you his connections would come in handy, but you went on about all those big principles. I didn't use that connection at all, it wasn't necessary. You didn't use that connection? Then how did you manage it? The People's Hospital director rarely shows his face, usually only serving the powerful and influential. Zhang Jiangguo was curious about the method he'd used. Simple. I called the director and told him I planned to donate the air conditioning equipment for the morgue free of charge. He owes me that favor, isn't it only natural he'd help me out? That makes sense. But based on the area listed in the tender notice, just the refrigeration equipment for the morgue alone would cost tens of thousands. It feels like a raw deal, basically throwing money down the drain. Zhang Jiangguo felt this deal wasn't worth it, especially since they were paying with real money. Exactly. Son, why are you spending so much money giving things away? It's such a waste. Yang Fong nodded in agreement. She was always frugal and felt this approach was far too disadvantageous. Mom, please don't say that. There are 4 inevitable things in life: birth, aging, sickness, and death. To put it bluntly, hospitals are inseparable from all 4. No one can guarantee they won't get sick. Since you don't have these connections yet, I need to build them for you now. When I go to Yangcheng for school, if you ever have any health issues, you'll have access to care. This isn't wishing ill on you, it's preparing for the future. That's nonsense. Look at me, I'm perfectly healthy. Su Zhengfeng patted his chest emphatically. Old Su, are you sure? You were just hospitalized for a month. So, you and Mom must get regular checkups, especially since you drink often. Keep a close eye on your stomach and liver. Get exams every 6 months. The director already mentioned on the phone that your checkups will be free for life. He'll even assign someone to guide you through the process. That director really thought of everything. Most elderly folks get completely overwhelmed by the hospital's complicated procedures and confusing locations. That's why a whole new profession emerged later, just to escort seniors to medical appointments. Hearing Sū Míng say this, Su Zhengfeng found it hard to argue. Besides, don't just focus on this minor setback. As I mentioned earlier, the core objective is to nip Dongzhi Electric's new product in the bud. Since it's a free donation, we don't even need to wait for their bidding process. We can procure the equipment and install it immediately. This will accelerate the public outcry even further. Moreover, the hospital director just agreed to host a donation ceremony. With media amplification, Dongzhi Electric will be ours for the taking. Sū Míng's move killed 3 birds with 1 stone, once again broadening Zhang Jiangguo's horizons. How could anyone in this world be so diabolically brilliant? Reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms, people often described Zhuge Liang's intelligence as bordering on the supernatural. Back then, he dismissed it as fictional exaggeration, no one could be that clever. But witnessing Sū Míng, he realized that phrase had finally found its living embodiment. Well, old Sū, anything else to say? Sū Míng countered with a smile. Oomph. I'll give you credit for being filial, at least you care about me and your mother. Son. Well done. Your grandfather is very pleased. Mom's cooking today, what would you like to eat? Yongfang was also delighted her son had finally made something of himself. Mom, why don't we let Dad cook instead? Huh? What? Suddenly craving your dad's cooking? Yeah, but Dad's in business, his cooking's just so-so. Huh? Su Zhengfeng shot over a displeased look. But he's got his own style in the kitchen. I wonder if his skills have slipped. What are you talking about, kid? When have I ever gotten worse? I'll whip up a few of my signature dishes for you. Come on, old Jiang, let's go grocery shopping. Tonight, we'll have a few drinks together. Alright, I'll go get the car. Jiang Jiangguo nodded.
This morning he'd been feeling quite anxious, but with Sū Míng's plan, he didn't have to worry so much anymore. Thinking about it, it had been a while since he'd had a drink. Today was the perfect chance to relax. Having Sū Míng strategize for him was a godsend. Victory had come so easily. As they headed downstairs to get the car, seeing the sadness on Yongfang's face, Sū Míng said, "Mom, your cooking is still the best. You little rascal, flattering your mom again. I know you're probably sick of eating my cooking after all these years."
Not at all. Haven't you noticed Dad's been away a lot lately? He's out drinking all the time.
I'm worried he'll ruin his health if he keeps it up, that's why I said that.
Otherwise, how else would he stay home and cook? His cooking? I can only say it's barely edible.
When it comes to cooking in our family, you're the only authority, Mom. Sū Míng said with a smile.
Huh? Really? I thought you didn't like my cooking anymore.
But you're right, your dad has been out socializing a lot lately. I've told him several times to cut back on the drinking, especially since he was just in the hospital.
You know what? Let's schedule a physical for both of us sometime. Come to think of it, my stomach hasn't been feeling great lately either. Better not let small issues turn into big ones and burden you too much. Yongfang nodded, feeling her son was truly thoughtful.
She must have done many good deeds in her past life to deserve such a wonderful son. After pondering this, she lit a few more incense sticks to pay respects to Guanyin.
Mom, so your stomach's been bothering you? Why didn't you say something sooner?
Here's what we'll do. Dad can't stand being praised, but tonight I'll tell him he washes dishes spotless, cleaner than yours. Then we can hand him the dishwashing duty, and we'll have it easier.
Ha! Yongfang was taken aback, then burst into laughter.
You're even more of a sly fox than your father.
Chapter 157, Building Momentum.
After dinner, Sū Míng handed the dishwashing duty to his dad and retreated to his room to practice singing. For tomorrow's graduation gala, he had to ensure he was in top form. This song truly captured the essence of adolescence. Sū Míng sang with such immersion that he gradually slipped into the zone without realizing it. Residents in the same building heard the singing and wondered which apartment it was coming from. Since they'd never heard this song before, they wanted to find someone to ask.
Hey, who's singing? Yongfang wondered aloud.
Yeah, I heard it too. Su Zhengfeng nodded. After searching for the source for a moment, he finally realized the sound was coming from his son's room.
Oh, it was that little brat singing. He had a graduation party tomorrow. Wow, my son really sings well. I never knew he had this talent.
When he was little, I always made him perform on Children's Day, but he always tried to run away.
Put.
He only sings well because he inherited it from me.
Fine, I'll sing my signature song, Only by Striving Can You Win.
As soon as he finished washing the bowls, Su Zhengfeng began belting it out. 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work.
Fight hard. To win. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore.
They flung open the window and started cursing loudly, scaring Su Zhengfeng into shutting off the music immediately. Sū Míng, thinking his singing was too awful and considering the late hour, turned off the music altogether. A flicker of anxiety about tomorrow's performance crept into his mind. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, the famous singer Ding Yuan listened to the young man singing before him, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they nearly touched.
So, what do you think, Uncle Ding? Not bad, right? Not to brag, but my little sidekick loves listening to me sing.
Every time I start, he claps non-stop, makes me feel embarrassed to keep going. Chen Jingxing stood there, his round face beaming with pride.
Really? Impressive. Ding Yuan nodded.
To endure such a terrible voice, this kid must have incredible patience. He'll surely succeed at anything he does in the future.
No need to be impressed, Uncle Ding. Someday you'll be as adored as I am. What kind of upside-down world is this? I should have never taken this job. Money's hard to earn, and this is hell. Teaching someone with zero talent to sing is pure torture. Alright, Xiao Xing.
Here's the thing, your voice is quite unique. This song, Little Sister, You're My Sweetheart, isn't challenging for you to sing. I'll switch it up for you, another one that's a bit more difficult. Ding Yuan figured, since he was bound to embarrass himself anyway, he might as well switch to a lesser-known song. Otherwise, he feared he'd ruin his own reputation.
Oh, sure. Uncle Ding, bring it on. I accept any challenge.
Don't worry about whether I can sing it, there's a reason our class cultural committee admires me.
Alright, since that's the case, let's switch to this song, Lonely Wild Wolf. Ha? This one? No way, Uncle Ding.
While Wild Wolf does fit my current state, I don't want to sing it. I plan to confess my feelings on stage, and that song would express my emotions much better.
With that voice, he wants to sing a love song for a confession? Aren't you afraid people will throw eggs at you when you get up there?
Ding Yuan had already decided that on the day he was supposed to go on stage, he would find an excuse not to go. Otherwise, it would be pure torture for his eardrums. His raspy voice made singing love songs incredibly difficult, but the problem was his dad was indeed generous with the money.
After some thought, Ding Yuan resolved to endure it. For the sake of the money, he'd just have to figure out how to coach him. After a full afternoon and evening of practice, Ding Yuan taught him about resonance control instead of just bellowing aimlessly. Alright, Uncle Ding, you're right.
This song really shouldn't be sung with high notes that would undermine my strengths. But singing it your way actually sounds pretty good.
Chen Jingxing nodded, listening to the sound from the tape recorder. He realized his voice actually sounded quite good.
He couldn't wait for Lin Weii to hear it soon.
Hey, Uncle Ding, come see my performance tomorrow.
Oh, well. My mom had a C-section, so I need to go take care of my son.
What? Your mom? She must be in her 80s.
Oh, I'm an only child. My mom always wanted to give me a little sister, so she tried hard.
Well then, that's too bad. Uncle Ding, aren't you a little disappointed you won't get to hear my beautiful singing? Huh? Yeah, it is kind of sad. Yeah, kinda sad. Ding Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
The 2-week training was finally over, and he wouldn't have to endure it anymore. But the next second, he regretted saying those polite words.
No worries, Uncle Ding. You go ahead with your business. I'll have someone record it and send it to you later. What? Don't be surprised. Once a teacher, always a father, it's my duty. I won't see you off.
I'll go report to my father what I learned tonight. Chen Jingxing strode confidently into the room. At that moment, Chen Muyan was reading the newspaper. It took Chen Jingxing calling out to him twice before he reacted and removed his earplugs.
Earplugs? Dad, do you dislike my singing too? Oh, silly son, of course not. I'm just getting old and my ears aren't what they used to be.
The doctor said I should wear earplugs to rest my eardrums.
Chen Muyang offered a casual excuse.
He knew his son was determined to sing a confession, and though he'd opposed it, he couldn't dissuade him. So he'd had no choice but to spend money on a famous teacher.
Oh, I thought it was something else. Dad, I'll sing for you.
Uncle Ding taught me a rather unique singing technique tonight. Before Chen Muyang could make his escape, his father spoke up. Chen Muyang suddenly realized it didn't sound that bad after all.
Expensive lessons certainly had their perks. Not bad, son. If you want to sing this song, I support you. Anyway, Shaolin already knows our family's circumstances. Just go for it boldly. Thanks, Dad. My only worry is Sū Míng. Didn't you tell me not to antagonize him? What if he complains to the mayor tomorrow after seeing me snatch Lin Weii away? Don't worry. I've already checked this out for you.
The mayor said he only handles business matters and won't get involved in other issues.
Really? That's fantastic, Dad. You're the best dad in the world. Not just that. Tomorrow, humiliate Sū Míng however you want. Our family has nothing to fear from him anymore. The headquarters has developed a new product, it's unbeatable. The Sū family can never surpass us now. Don't hold back tomorrow. Say whatever you want. I've got your back. Chen Muyang declared with absolute confidence. Alright, Dad. Hearing that puts my mind at ease.
I'll show Sū Míng what a formidable opponent looks like. Chen Jingxing rubbed his hands together, determined to reclaim everything he'd lost tomorrow.
Chapter 158, A Man's Undoing. Late July. With the final exams concluded, Haicheng Middle School's academic term drew to a successful close. The graduation ceremony was held that very day.
This was Haicheng Middle School's first graduation ceremony this year, so the students were all quite interested. Even though vacation had started, no one chose to go home. They were all looking forward to enjoying the exciting performances. After all, this was the first time he'd performed this song for Xiao Dai in front of such a large crowd. Sū Míng had been practicing all the way there, dreading any potential slip-ups today. It wasn't until someone tapped him on the shoulder that he snapped out of his reverie.
Sū Míng, what were you doing just now? You didn't respond when I called you and you kept muttering to yourself. I thought you were possessed or something. Oh, nothing. Just singing. Singing?
Ming, come to think of it, I've never been to a karaoke place.
Let's go sometime.
There's this new song called Love Until Death. You probably haven't heard it, but it's amazing.
Love Until Death? That song's ancient. Sū Míng was still reading the lyrics, so he seemed a bit distracted. How is that song old? Hey, what's that?
The fat guy outside the window leaned in to peek, and Sū Míng quickly tucked the paper away.
Come on, let's go inside first. Hey, Ming, you still haven't answered me. Are we going to karaoke? We could sing outside the window. That's my specialty. Tonight I come to your window once more. Cut it out, Fatso. You sing really badly. Damn it. Ming, you've got a sharp tongue. But whatever, I'm not performing on stage.
We can just rent a private room and sing for ourselves. No one else will hear us.
Actually, I'm really curious about something.
When I passed by that karaoke place near the school, the sign outside was still lit up, advertising something about new princesses.
I mean, how many years has the Qing dynasty been gone? Where are these princesses coming from? Well, obviously they get paid for it. What? You can get paid to be a princess? I want to be one too.
No Fatso. Sū Míng jumped in surprise, about to explain when a voice chimed in from behind.
Princess? More like a stud pig. Being a stud pig definitely pays well. Chen Jingxing sneered.
Of course, his bulk was no less than the fat guy's, so the fat guy wasn't the least bit flustered. Yeah, I miss our days at the slaughterhouse. Back then, you were always fighting me for the slop.
Fatso's words had everyone around them roaring with laughter. What do you mean?
Don't think just because you're Sū Míng's friend I won't have someone beat you up.
He's standing right here. He's got no standing with me anyway. What? Why am I involved again? If you've got nothing better to do, why not find a quiet spot to hang yourself?
At worst, I'll just give you extra slop next time so you don't have to fight for it.
Sū Míng was speechless. Was he a butcher in a past life? Was that why enemies in this life were bound to clash so fiercely?
His words once again drew roaring laughter from the crowd, infuriating Chen Jingxing to no end.
Stop laughing. All of you, stop laughing.
At that moment, the students' attention was drawn to a car. BMWs were still a rare sight around here, so the students gazed with envy, all the while wondering who was behind the wheel. When the driver stepped out, the students instantly went wild.
Ah! Dongzhi Yuan. The real deal. Holy crap! Isn't that the superstar? The crowd began screaming, but Dongzhi Yuan wasn't feeling very happy inside.
He was here today at Chen Muyan's request. He hadn't wanted to come and embarrass himself, but Chen Muyan claimed he had an urgent matter come up and couldn't make it. He'd offered extra money to get Dongzhi Yuan to watch the performance, saying it was to help his son gain more confidence.
Brother Ming. Did you see that? Dongzhi Yuan. Ha? Dongzhi? Let me see. Who's that?
Sū Míng found the name completely unfamiliar.
No way. Ming, you don't know Dongzhi Yuan? He's a huge star in our city, Haicheng. He wrote outside the window and even had a group with him.
Outside the window is pretty famous, but I really don't recall Dongzhi Yuan.
Forget it, Ming, I'm not wasting my breath. I'm going to get his autograph first. Fatso dashed over excitedly.
This was his absolute favorite singer, especially that song, Little Sister, You're My Sweetheart.
He loved it so much. By now, Dongzhi Yuan was surrounded by students clamoring for autographs, which he found utterly distasteful.
Students had such poor spending power, few could afford his albums, so he viewed these fans as low quality. He stood there arms crossed, ignoring them completely.
Hey! Ding, big star, give me an autograph. I'm your fan. A longtime fan. Fatso had already pulled out paper and pen.
But Chen Jingxing quickly confiscated the paper and pen.
Hey, Chen, what's your problem? Nothing much. Don't bother my distinguished guest. Uncle Ding has been my vocal coach lately. He doesn't feel like signing autographs today. Grab your crappy pen and get lost.
Chen Jingxing flung the items aside, then used his massive frame to force his way through the crowd.
Dongzhi Yuan was speechless. Calling himself his disciple, wasn't this just ruining his reputation?
Still, considering how he'd handled these low-quality fans for him, Ding reluctantly let it slide to keep the young man happy.
See, Fatso? What's the point of chasing celebrities? To these big stars, you're nothing but walking cash cows. What's that supposed to mean?
Sū Míng forgot this phrase wasn't popular back then. Oh, it means you're basically their cash cows.
Huh, that's weird. He seemed so nice on TV.
Oh, probably just overwhelmed by the crowd here.
Sū Míng didn't think much of his reaction.
When celebrities mess up, fans naturally try to make amends. It's just how things go.
Oh, right, Ming, I just found out Dongzhi Yuan took on a disciple surnamed Chen. Damn it. Why didn't the big star Ding take me on?
That kid's brown-nosing skills are probably better than mine. Fatso, if you want him to take you on as a disciple, it's simple, just throw money at him.
Being a celebrity is just a job. If there's money to be made, they'll definitely be willing. Not all of them, though.
Look at Dongzhi, he wouldn't do that. He once said he only takes disciples based on fate.
No way, you actually believe that? Couldn't it be he's just looking at you on the currency unit? No way, no way. You just don't know him. Besides, I don't have any money anyway.
Recently I hooked up with some online girl from Shitsi Hadong, and it ended up costing me a fortune to clean up the mess.
Fatso fumbled his pockets, signaling he was broke. What? A few thousand yuan, and you blew it all in one go? What could I do?
She was in a bad spot. Her mom's sick, her dad's a gambler.
Enough, enough. Stop it. Sū Míng was speechless. Had this line of excuses been around for so long? More importantly, could anyone actually fall for this? Sū Míng couldn't help but want to rant.
Fatso, you'll be the one to get killed by women someday.
Chapter 159. Now, what do you have to say?
Due to the limited capacity of the science building auditorium, this graduation ceremony was held in the gymnasium.
Though sweltering in the summer heat, the students' enthusiasm remained undiminished.
Backstage, performers were engaged in final rehearsals. Lin Weii slipped backstage and frantically scanned the area. Sure enough, in a corner, she spotted Sū Míng practicing intently.
Weii, you're just too charming. After all that scolding at the farewell banquet, he still hasn't given up. He wants to perform a song for you today. Looks like I was right that Li Xiaoming was the spy Sū Míng sent to gather intel. How disgusting. Zhang Ye spoke up beside her. Lin Weii didn't respond. Watching Sū Ming's focused expression, she found him unexpectedly handsome, and it had nothing to do with his winning charity star. She genuinely admired his talent. I'm going to yell at him. How shameless. Just as Zhang Ye moved forward, Lin Weii pulled her back. Hey, yeah, don't. Right now, she only wanted to keep Sū Míng in a good state of mind, lest it affect his best performance later. Oh, I get it, Weii. You've gone bad too. You plan to wait until he finishes his performance on stage before rejecting him, right? Ha ha, good. That's exactly it. Give him hope, then crush it. That's how it should be done. Zhang Ye had already imagined a whole drama unfolding. At that moment, Chen Jingxing also spotted the two of them. Hey, Weii, what are you doing here? Came to sneak a peek at me, didn't you? No need for explanations. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups are the beginning of lies. If my appearance is impossible for you to forget, then I'm truly sorry. It's the poison I unintentionally spread. Lin Weii clenched her fists, then offered a polite smile. Young Master Chen, you're so lucky. Weii kept saying she wanted to see backstage. I knew right away it was for you. Is that so? Weii, well then may your heart mirror mine, and I shall never betray your longing. Today, I'll give you a huge surprise in front of the entire school. Lin Weii took another deep breath. How could anyone be this stupid? Did he really not know what a surprise was? Seriously. On the way here today, she'd been so excited only to arrive and see this annoying guy. Who dares to offend my Weii? Who else could it be but that shameless jerk, Sū Míng? He probably knew this was his last day to see Weii, so he begged the school to give her a performance opportunity. What? That jerk. I knew something was off. Why was he backstage just now? Chen Jingxing glared at Sū Míng with fury. Doesn't he realize the gap between them? Young Master Chen, you've got to step up. Don't let that guy steal the spotlight. Weii can't stand him. Don't worry, you won't get a chance to speak today. Why? I figured out his tricks long ago. He actually said he'd give Weii a surprise today, so he must be planning to sing a love song. And the most popular love song on the market right now is Ding Jinyuan's. You guys probably don't know this, but Ding Jinyuan is my master. He's here at the venue today too. When it's time for him to perform, I'll have my master forbid him from singing. That way, he won't get a chance to open his mouth. Chen Jingxing said this with a look of pride, as if he himself were the revered superstar everyone adored. Ah! Young Master Chen, is that true? Ding Jinyuan is your master? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Zhang Ye glanced at Lin Weii, who shared the same look of surprise and delight. The Chen family is that powerful? It's not that difficult to arrange. My grandmother invited him to perform at her birthday celebration before. Recently, he said I showed great talent, so he took me on as his disciple. Awesome. Young Master Chen. Could you get us a few autographs later? Our whole family adores him. Sure. No problem. Since you're Weiwei's friend, you're my friend too. Absolutely no problem. Chen Jingxing basked in another wave of pride. Oh, and Weiwei, did you know? Our company just launched a new product called Home Model 1. That air conditioner is seriously awesome. Swing by in a few days, and I'll have my dad hook you up with one. Ha? Really? Lin Weii was pleasantly surprised. An air conditioner? That must be worth a fortune. Faced with such a gift, it was impossible to remain reserved. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? And let me tell you, this air conditioner sold like hotcakes the moment it hit the market. The Sū family will never be able to compete with ours from now on. My dad said that award Sū Míng got looks impressive, but it's just because he exploited a loophole. They gave him that consolation prize-like title for helping farmers. When it comes to profits, our Chen family is clearly the leader. Hearing this, Lin Weii felt conflicted once more. True, Sū Míng had stolen the spotlight that day with his Charity Star Award. But upon closer reflection, what exactly is charity? Spending money on others is charity, right? So maybe his business ventures weren't as profitable as they seemed? Classmates, if you're not participating in the performance, please step outside for now and avoid disturbing those of us who are. At that moment, Director Gao appeared. Right. Weii, you two should step outside for now. Don't worry about me, I need to avoid getting too hyped up so I don't mess up when I sing later. Lin Weii nodded and wished him luck, glancing in Sū Míng's direction before leaving. Chen Jingxing, observing this, arrogantly assumed Lin Weii feared Sū Míng might cause trouble. He promptly walked over, intending to deliver a psychological blow to unsettle Sū Míng. Stop fooling yourself, Chen Jingxing thought. Do you really believe singing a song will move Weii? In the end, a man's worth is measured by his substance. My company just launched a new product, take a look when you have time. You'll see the difference between an internationally renowned brand and some backstreet workshop. Seriously, do you have nothing better to do all day? Could you stop hovering around me?
I might let flies go, but once I swat one, I'll beat it to a pulp.
Sū Míng was getting annoyed.
Where did he get the idea that he was trying to steal Lin Weii from him?
Oh, getting flustered? Ha! It won't help you.
Chen Jingxing felt a secret thrill. His little scheme was working, clearly unsettling Sū Míng.
Fine. Here's some more bad news for you.
This college entrance exam, Weii and I both scored 630.
We've already agreed to attend the same university. Plus, thanks to my dad's connections with the principal, I'm definitely this year's outstanding graduate representative. I'm about to go up on stage to speak. Got anything to say?
As soon as Chen Jingxing finished speaking, the MC on stage announced, "Next, please welcome our outstanding graduate representative, Sū Míng, to deliver his speech." Chen Jingxing was taken aback, while Sū Míng merely gave him a faint glance.
Now, what do you have to say? Sorry, I don't want to hear you speak.
Because your voice is truly unbearable.
Chapter 160, Sū Míng, Outstanding Graduate Representative. Hello everyone, I'm Sū Míng from Class 8, Senior 3.
I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to speak as the outstanding graduate representative.
Holy crap! Ming? How is he here? Aren't outstanding graduates only selected from students with exceptional academic performance? The fat guy was utterly baffled. Could it be that Brother Ming's grades took a nosedive to a hair-raisingly low level this time?
If that's the case, I should have pushed harder for my 200+ score too.
Hold on, I object. Chen Jingxing suddenly interjected. Mr. Chen Jingxing, this is a graduation ceremony.
Please refrain from disrupting the proceedings. Principal Wen said sternly. Even setting aside Sū Míng's remarkable academic progress, his contributions to the scholarship fund alone warrant special recognition.
Principal. Our school motto is be the first to act.
When injustice occurs, we must speak up. Everyone knows that the annual graduate representatives are chosen for their outstanding character and academic excellence.
What qualifications does Sū Míng have? On character?
He kicked a teacher from another school last time.
On academics?
He's no match for anyone, not even me, let alone the rocket class geniuses.
Principal, dare you reveal his college entrance exam score? Dare you compare it to mine?
Chen Jingxing felt deeply resentful at that moment. He never imagined that right before graduation, Sū Míng would steal the spotlight like this.
666. What did you score? What? 666?
Chen Jingxing stared in shock at Sū Míng on stage.
Now he was the fool.
Weii, look at this guy.
He's shameless.
Just to stay with you, he cheated on the college entrance exam to get a high score so he could go to the same place as you.
I only scored 500 this time. How could he possibly be that much better than me? It's fake.
Lin Weii, however, looked at Sū Míng with a hint of admiration.
With such strict supervision during the college entrance exam, cheating was highly unlikely. So he must have started preparing long ago.
After all, she had once said that if he could get into the same university as her, she would give him a chance.
Yeah, 666.
So, what score did you get?
Did you really beat him?
Principal Wen pressed further.
Fine, let's say I can't match him. What about the others?
As far as I know, there are students in the rocket class who scored over 700.
Why aren't they the graduate representatives? That's a valid point.
The students below the stage were all waiting for Principal Wen's response.
Alright, it seems some students aren't convinced.
Let me explain why I chose Sū Míng as the representative this time.
It's true that academically, he isn't the top performer.
But let me tell you something, Sū Míng scored just over 400 on the city mock exam last time. In a mere month, he achieved over 600 points and became the top scorer in both English and English 2 on the college entrance exam.
This proves he's put in tremendous effort. Ask yourselves, who among you could raise their score by over 200 points in just 1 month?
Principal Wen's words left the entire audience in awe of Sū Míng.
Even the top student in the entire school was utterly impressed. Such a person was simply terrifying. His results were truly skyrocketing.
Had he applied himself earlier, his own scores would never have come close to matching Sū Míng's. Thus, he led the applause. If the top student had nothing to say, the rest naturally followed suit, joining in the applause. Seeing no one supporting him, Chen Jingxing felt even more awkward. Ahem, excuse me, may I continue now? Mr. Chen Jingxing, do you have any further objections? Chen Jingxing quickly slunk away, but in his haste, he took a tumble just before leaving, adding another laughable moment to the farce. Sū Míng continued his speech. For a long time, I was utterly lost. My 3 years of high school were practically wasted until a girl appeared. At this point, the entire room erupted in a collective woe. Sū Míng's gaze locked onto a girl standing in the front row of the rocket class. She wore her hair in a simple ponytail, her cheeks flushed, yet her beauty was utterly captivating. Long ago, I had a dream. In it, I lost her forever because I hadn't worked hard enough in my youth. After waking, I resolved to strive. This time, I want to tell her, hey, girl, don't run away this time. I've caught up to you. The entire audience applauded once more. Dai Qingyi below the stage clapped mechanically, only to be interrupted by her deskmate. Qingyi, they're talking about you.
Why are you clapping? Ha? Oh, right.
Dai Qingyi quickly stopped clapping but still couldn't bring herself to look at Sū Míng. Meanwhile, Lin Weii was deeply moved. Sū Míng had actually said those words in front of the entire school, knowing full well how shy she was. After his speech concluded, Sū Míng summarized the past 3 years from various perspectives, earning multiple rounds of applause. Afterward, the principal announced that all outstanding students admitted to top-tier universities would receive scholarships. The financially struggling students collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Dai Qingyi and the audience, the sponsoring company, Yiming Foods, was owned by Sū Míng. She felt profound gratitude for this unexpected support. She had previously worried about tuition fees and the possibility of being forced to drop out. Now, she could follow Sū Míng and continue her studies. Following Sū Ming's speech, the graduation ceremony's performances officially commenced with a grand chorus of patriotic songs. Midway through the performance, Chen Jingxing finally took the stage, guitar in hand, styled to mimic the 1970s pop icon Elvis Presley. The crowd, expecting a rare rock performance, was filled with anticipation. Instead, Chen Jingxing launched into a love song, and the guitar in his hands was merely for show. His singing was mediocre, but the audience still gave him their full respect. Hearing the applause, Chen Jingxing thought he was back on top. Weii, I love you. Lin Weii, did you hear my song? Weii, look how devoted your husband is. Zhang Ye, having received favors from Chen Jingxing, naturally spoke up for him. Principal Wen couldn't stand it any longer. How dare he sing so badly and still have the nerve to make a public confession? So he had him escorted off stage right then and there. And the next performer? Surprisingly, it was Sū Míng again. Here he comes, here he comes. Weii, look, that silly boy's burning up on stage. Zhang Ye teased. Lin Weii nodded. Sure enough, Sū Míng was still trying to win her favor. Meanwhile, Chen Jingxing started stirring trouble again. Master, he definitely wants to sing your song. You have to stop him now, he's my sworn enemy. Though singling out a student seemed petty, Ding Yuan stood up. Young man, I've already authorized one performance of my song tonight. You cannot sing it again. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Chen Jingxing smirked triumphantly at Sū Míng, who merely replied indifferently, who are you? It wasn't Sū Míng being arrogant, he genuinely didn't recognize him, having only observed from afar moments before. Sū Míng, you ask who he is? You ask who he is? How dare you ask who he is? Who turned off the loop? I'm singing now. Music. Sū Míng cut him off mid-incantation. Then, a humming melody began. Ding, 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 ding. Never heard this one before. He's not going to start shouting in original, is he? Probably. The melody's actually pretty good. As the audio played, Chen Jingxing burst out laughing. Ha! Master, someone actually tried to be original? And humming the melody himself? How foolish. Ding Yuan also sneered disdainfully. After the humming, Sū Míng officially began singing. Outside the window, sparrows chattered on the power pole. Just one line, and shock flashed in Ding Yuan's eyes. Ha! Great lyrics. Chapter 161, from now on, I'll protect him. That line really captures the feeling of summer. Hearing this, Dai Qingyi looked up at Sū Míng in surprise. Wasn't that exactly what she'd said that day? That day, when Sū Míng rode her home on his bike, he had sung this very song. Back then, she had remarked that it felt so summery. Little did she know Sū Míng had woven her words into the lyrics. The taste of Pacific sorry, cats following you all want to understand. As Sū Míng sang this line, he pointed in Dai Qingyi's direction. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. What are you doing? Qingyi, go up there. He wrote a song for you, why aren't you going up to join him? Dai Qingyi's deskmate, Wang Xiaodao, timidly urged her to go up. I'll just get laughed at. What's there to laugh at? Look at all the girls around us, they're practically drooling over Sū Míng. You'll just be the envy of everyone up there. So many people like him. Dai Qingyi watched the multi-talented Sū Míng on stage and felt a bit shy about getting close to him. Meanwhile, Lin Weii was being praised to the point of extreme confidence by Zhang Ye. This guy's songwriting skills aren't half bad, Weii. Looks like you've really swept him off his feet. I remember he didn't know anything about music before, but now he can even write songs. Lin Weii nodded, feeling quite pleased. Yeah, the song turned out pretty good. Weii, wait, you're not just going to be swayed by this, are you? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Remember the teacher appreciation banquet? He deliberately ate with another girl to upset you. Now he does one small thing, and you're already thinking of going back? Zhang Ye was practically twisting the truth, because that day, it was clearly Lin Weii who had initiated the dinner with Chen Jingxing. It's fine, yeah. I know my limits. Lin Weii still felt quite charmed by herself. She hadn't expected Sū Míng to take her offhand remark so seriously. Anyway, Weii, I'm just telling you to stay calm. If he betrayed you once, he'll do it again. Only true sisters won't lie to you in this world. Mei Chem, I know. Here's the thing, if he tries to blackmail you later, don't give in. The worst thing about guys is how they love making public declarations they're just playing on your shyness.
I know these guys inside out. Alright, Aya, stop lecturing me. I know what I'm doing.
Lin Weii nodded, her mind racing.
Between Chen Jingxing and Sū Míng, who should she choose? Meanwhile, on stage, Sū Míng continued singing. Though the school discouraged early romance, Sū Míng's lyrics were so masterfully crafted that they instantly evoked the essence of youth. Principal Wen even felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't they discovered Sū Míng's multifaceted talents sooner? Blame it all on that guy, Sū Wenshan. Director Gao. Ah, Principal, what's wrong?
Go tell Sū Wenshan he can forget about any awards or commendations for the next 2 years. Such a promising talent, yet he spent all that time slandering him as a troublemaker. Now Sū Míng has excelled in the college entrance exams, perfect scores in 2 subjects, and even donated money to the school. Sū Míng is magnanimous, but we mustn't overlook Sū Wenshan's grave professional failure. Had he not suppressed Sū Míng back then, who knows what even greater achievements Sū Míng might have attained by now. Alright, understood, Principal. The chubby guy down below was stunned. Was this really his best buddy? When Sū Míng announced he'd sing, the chubby guy had even boasted to everyone nearby that he was Sū Míng's music mentor. Back in the day, he had a collection of CDs, and he'd sung most of those classic old songs himself. He'd then taught them to Sū Míng, so calling himself his half-teacher wasn't too far off. But then Sū Míng turned around and dropped an original song, blowing all the bragging he'd just done right out of the water.
Ming, you're so damn annoying. Couldn't you just not be so damn talented? Chen Jingxing was cursing under his breath too. Damn it. This actually sounds kinda good. Uncle Ding, listen carefully. Did he rip off any part of your song?
Just say the word and I'll report him on the spot, make him look like a fool.
Ding Jinyuan shook his head.
No, this song is definitely his original work.
Original? No way. How could he possibly be original? I was just covering it. What gives him the right?
Chen Jingxing was utterly convinced he was wronged.
Why did Sū Míng always outshine him in every way? Did he really have to rely on his family to compete? His family's new air conditioner model had just hit the market and would likely dominate soon.
But defeating him this way felt utterly unfulfilling. Just then, Sū Míng's song reached its interlude, and he began to speak.
I've liked a girl for a long time. I wrote this song especially for her. I know she's watching me from the audience right now.
If possible, I hope she'll come up on stage and sing the rest of this song with me.
My 3 years of high school weren't happy ones.
This time, I hope she can write a perfect ending for me.
Look, he's confessing right here. Are you still going to pretend you didn't hear him? Dai Qingyi's desk mate nudged her again. Me. Are you still hesitating?
Look at those girls, they're practically dying to rush up and be with him. Girls from other classes couldn't sit still either.
3 years of high school, how had we never noticed such a talented guy in class 8?
Dai Qingyi's desk mate couldn't stand it anymore and pushed her step by step toward the front.
No, Xiaodao, stop. I'm too shy. Dai Qingyi was too socially anxious. She was terrified of being stared at.
By now, she'd been pushed far away from her original spot. Someone nearby piped up, Dai Qingyi, stop being silly.
You don't seriously think this performance is dedicated to you, do you? What do you mean? It is. Sū Míng likes Qingyi. Wang Xiaotao naturally had to stand up for Dai Qingyi. Bull. Likes her? He just can't get our Weiwei, so he's using you as a substitute.
Let me tell you a brutal truth. That day, he sent his desk mate to ask our Weiwei what program she wanted to hear at graduation. Our Weiwei just casually said she wanted to hear singing, so he went and practiced.
Zhang Ye sneered disdainfully. Really? Dai Qingyi turned to Lin Weii, a pang of sadness in her heart.
Lin Weii had actually felt threatened by her before, but seeing how weak her presence was now, and considering all Sū Míng had done for her, she no longer worried he'd choose this girl before her.
Yes, Dai Qingyi, you'd better start making plans early. Then, when he called you up there, why didn't you go? Because it wasn't necessary. A girl should maintain her dignity.
He just wanted to see a crowd and use that as leverage.
Zhang Ye continued. What about you? Do you think the same? Dai Qingyi turned to Lin Weii.
Yes, our Weiwei thinks exactly that. But what business is it of yours? If a boy likes a girl, he should give without reservation, no strings attached.
Lin Weii, that makes you a bad person too. I'll protect him from now on.
This was Dai Qingyi's first direct confrontation with someone, because she wouldn't let Sū Míng get hurt. If you won't go, I will. With that, she strode resolutely onto the stage.
Why not? Can't she fight for him? She was kind, not foolish.
Sū Míng was so wonderful she would fight for him.
Chapter 162, A few words of slander cannot cool my passion.
Sū Míng was delighted that Dai Qingyi had finally taken this courageous step. The students cheered and rejoiced, witnessing someone on stage breaking with outdated conventions.
Yet the teachers didn't intervene. As educators, the underlying logic behind establishing rules for students was to prevent their academic performance from being compromised.
Yet now, with both students excelling at the top of their class in the college entrance exams, it was clear that rigid rules were no longer necessary.
Mr. Sū, how could you teach your students like that just now?
Principal Wen shot a displeased glance at Sū Míng, who stood beside him offering repeated apologies.
Principal, this isn't my fault. That guy deliberately set me up. Don't mock my years of awards and commendations.
I wanted to stop them too, but you yourself told me not to interfere with them.
Sū Míng had assumed his punishment stemmed from Sū Ming's current outburst on stage. Shut up. Who said I told you to stop them?
You claim Sū Míng broke the rules, but I see he simply found his life's purpose early.
Otherwise, how could he have improved his score by over 200 points?
It seems your teaching methods are outdated. We should encourage this kind of behavior.
Look at those two, aren't they a perfect match? Principal Wen grew increasingly fond of Sū Míng.
A student who shows such gratitude and excels academically, what school wouldn't treasure him? Only this fool Sū Míng doesn't know how to build rapport with students.
Ha? What ah? Principal, Alright, get out.
You nearly cost the school a promising young scholar.
Forget about any awards or honors for the next 3 years. Go on. It's been ages since I felt this vibrant energy.
Sū Míng felt like he must be dreaming.
The principal who constantly preached strict discipline was now lavishing praise on the two students on stage. Had the world gone completely mad?
Meanwhile, the other students, unaware of the situation, had been jealous that Sū Míng had stolen all the spotlight. So when they saw him boldly bring his girlfriend up on stage, they expected to see the school leader's angry expressions. Instead, they nearly thought the principal had lost his mind. Because the principal on the podium was actually smiling, and what's more, his eyes were filled with approval.
Damn it! Is this really the same principal who enforced strict discipline? Damn it! This is so unfair. Why isn't the principal scolding them? Uncle Ding, look. Chen Jingxing was thoroughly dissatisfied.
If he'd known the rules were this lax, he would have made his move long ago. Back then, he prioritized his studies, so his pursuit of Lin Weii had paled in comparison to Sū Ming's relentless advances. If the school truly didn't impose these restrictions, his approach would undoubtedly be far more intense.
Shu, don't talk. I want to enjoy the music a little longer. Ding Yuan didn't want to get involved in all that messy business.
Right now, his mind was solely focused on his pursuit of art. Seeing no one paying him any mind, he could only come over to Lin Weiwei's side.
Weiwei, did you like the song I just sang? Ha? Oh, yeah, it was nice.
Lin Weiwei's response was somewhat perfunctory, her gaze fixed on the two people on stage the entire time. Chen Jingxing naturally noticed this and felt a pang of jealousy.
Weiwei, why aren't you paying attention to me? Why are you staring at Sū Míng?
Oh, Lin Weiwei quickly explained.
It wasn't time to choose between them yet. Since Sū Ming's enthusiasm hadn't cooled, she could easily keep playing both sides. Hey, Jingxing, don't get the wrong idea.
Weiwei was looking at him, but she was just trying to catch Sū Míng in the act.
What do you mean? You didn't know?
Sū Míng found out Weiwei loves listening to music, so he deliberately asked the school for a performance opportunity. Just now, he was trying to invite Weiwei on stage and confess to her at the same time.
Really? Weiwei, is that true?
Of course it's true. That day he even sent his desk partner to ask Weiwei what kind of performance she'd like to hear at graduation.
Ha? He also.
Look at him, such a wimpy guy, too scared to even ask a girl directly what she likes.
Weiwei hates men like that the most. Huh, is that so? Yeah, that's Sū Míng for you, a total wimp.
Chen Jingxing said with a hint of guilt, knowing he'd have to bury what he'd done last time deep inside forever.
Young Master Chen, rest assured. Weiwei won't fall for him. With me watching, his little tricks won't fool innocent Weiwei. Weiwei, look at him, he really isn't picky.
Can't have you, so he tries to get with other girls to make you jealous. I wanted him to be embarrassed alone on stage, but that idiot Dai Qingyi actually ran up. Our Weiwei didn't want him, yet she snatched him up, so stupid. Zhangya, still resentful towards Sū Míng, took her frustration out on Dai Qingyi.
Of course, the two on stage paid no attention to the chatter below. Xiao Dai, thank you for coming up.
Sū Míng was deeply moved. She had never performed in front of such a large crowd before.
Taking the stage today must have taken tremendous courage.
That she would go to such lengths for him filled him with nothing but profound gratitude. Dai Qingyi knew deep down that Sū Míng still harbored illusions about Lin Weiwei.
Still, she didn't regret rushing up.
She wouldn't let Sū Míng feel awkward. Even if she was temporarily filling Lin Weiwei's role, that was fine as long as Sū Míng was happy.
It's okay, Sū Míng. This is my first time performing on stage too. Don't look down on me. Relax, don't be nervous. I've sung this song for you several times before, you should know it, right? Yeah, I remember.
You sing, and I'll try to follow along.
Dai Qingyi nodded. Alright, here we go. The interlude ended, and the second half of the song began.
The lyrics of this song were so full of youthful vibes, especially this line, "Rain falls all night, my love overflows like rainwater."
Many girls could actually relate to it.
Dai Qingyi wasn't very familiar with the other parts, but she could keep up with the song's climax. A few words of criticism can't cool my passion.
Yes, Dai Qingyi thought the lyrics were spot on.
No matter what others said about Sū Míng's faults, her passion wouldn't be dampened.
So what if he's bankrupt? As long as he's willing. No.
Whether he's willing or not, she would stay by his side forever. The other girls in the audience were also moved to tears by the song.
Watching the couple on stage, they finally understood why the principal hadn't stepped in to stop them.
Because these two were just too sweet.
Oh my gosh. If someone wrote a song like this for me, I'd be moved to tears. Wait, senior Sū Míng, don't graduate. Just repeat the year and grow up with me, okay? Wah, how come this year's seniors are so lucky? It's so unfair.
Hearing the envy around her, Lin Weii felt a pang of sadness. Because just moments ago, if she'd wanted to, she could have been the one standing on stage right now. The performance on stage was nearing its end. Dai Qingyi wasn't very familiar with this part, so Sū Míng basically sang it solo. I'll keep writing, weaving I'll love you forever into the poem's finale.
You're the only one I ever wanted to know.
As Sū Míng sang these lines, he reached out his hand.
Dai Qingyi promptly placed hers on his.
Then, together, they bowed to the audience.
Chapter 163, Singing Against a Superstar. The performance concluded, marking the perfect end to Sū Míng's 3 years of youth.
So, after stepping off stage, the two made their way to the back of the crowd to continue watching the show. Sū Míng took the opportunity to hold her hand a little longer.
An 18-year-old girl's hand, how could one word describe its smoothness? Yet Dai Qingyi felt a bit embarrassed under the frequent glances from those around them. Hey, Sū Míng, are we still holding hands? Oh, I see. It's your first time performing on stage, right? You must be nervous. Holding your hand helps calm you down.
But I don't feel quite as nervous now that we're off stage.
Dai Qingyi said, pulling her hand away.
No, you're nervous inside.
Huh? Inside? Nervous? Yes, trust me. I'm spot on with people.
Even though you seem calm on the surface, you're panicking inside. That's why I need to hold your hand, otherwise you might get so overwhelmed you pass out.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Dai Qingyi wasn't sure if she was nervous or not, but Sū Míng wouldn't lie to her, so she must be nervous after all.
See, Weii?
He's still holding her hand after his performance, standing right behind her without leaving.
He's clearly putting on a show for you. That acting is just too fake. Zhanya scoffed.
In her eyes, Sū Míng was nothing but a loser. He'd been rejected by his own best friend, yet he was still chasing after her.
Really? Ah yeah, why do I feel like Sū Míng is genuinely upset? He hasn't even looked at me. Oh, you. You just don't believe in your own charm. He definitely won't forget you. Don't believe me? Look, aren't we going to Beijing for fun in a few days? Ask him to buy 2 tickets. He'll definitely buy them. That's not right. Those tickets are pretty expensive. So what? If he likes you, he should make the effort. Come on, I'll go with you, he won't refuse. With that, Zhanya led Lin Weii over to him. Sū Míng, Weii and I are planning to visit Kyoto. You'll buy us tickets then. Are you two out of your minds? Give me a reason. Reason? Do we need a reason? Tell me yourself, who was that song for today? Well, if you're not blind, you should all know, right? Sū Míng grabbed Dai Qingyi's hand and flaunted it. We know exactly who it's for you.
But if you're just trying to win us over with reverse psychology, forget about getting with Weii.
Anyway, it's up to you whether you buy the tickets or not. You only get one shot. Weii, let's go.
Zhanya finished speaking and pulled Lin Weii away. After walking a distance away, Lin Weii asked curiously, Aya, why do I feel like he has no intention of buying?
Why did you make me say that? Look, you're the goddess on a pedestal.
If you tell him all that, he'll get carried away and push his luck.
This is an order from you, I say so much?
He just needs to follow through. Trust me, only by making boys understand the hardship of obeying will they learn to cherish you.
Chen Jingxing noticed the exchange too. Why would Lin Weii initiate a conversation? He quickly figured out the answer. Lin Weii liked guys who could sing.
This Sū Míng, why does he always have to go against him?
Uncle Ding, this guy's way too cocky.
Could you say he plagiarized? You're an authority in music, if you speak up, everyone will believe you.
Huh? That doesn't seem right. Uncle Ding, he's just a student, he can't cause much trouble. Besides, this song isn't copyrighted.
If it really is his original work, you can just take it from him.
He doesn't know anything about copyright registration anyway. Ding Yuan was genuinely tempted, he genuinely loved this song.
He also wanted to try a career change.
Singing the same old love songs day in and day out offered no innovation.
This year, he'd already sunk to performing at random gigs.
Uncle Ding, please.
If you help me, I'll tell my dad your lessons are really effective.
I want to take 2 more months. Hearing this, Ding Yuan realized it was a substantial sum of money, so he agreed.
So when the performance ended, Chen Jingxing stormed the stage, declaring Sū Míng's song was plagiarized.
Mr. Chen Jingxing, if you cause any more disruption, I will not permit you to participate in the graduation ceremony. Principal Wen looked rather annoyed. I'm not causing trouble. This song is an unreleased composition by my mentor, Ding Yuan. He must have snuck into my courtyard and overheard it when he visited my family's factory that day. Ask my mentor if you don't believe me.
Chen Jingxing knew his words alone held little persuasive power, but with Ding Jinyuan's endorsement, it was a different story. Everyone turned to look at Ding Jinyuan, who nodded in tacit agreement.
Principal Wen felt awkward. Though he wanted to favor Sū Míng, Ding Jinyuan's stature made it hard to argue against him. The other students also reasoned that if the great musician said so, it must be true. Thus, they now began to question Sū Míng's character. Faced with this, Sū Míng could no longer hold back. He refused to leave his juniors with the impression that plagiarism was acceptable after all. He would return to his alma mater someday. Sū Míng stepped forward, took the microphone, and raised an eyebrow. Evidence? Evidence? My master hasn't even released the song yet. What evidence could there be? He's a renowned musician. Why would he need to deceive anyone?
Hearing this, it seemed plausible, and the crowd grew even more skeptical of Sū Míng. Principal Wen quickly stepped in to smooth things over. No need to worry.
At least Sū Míng's intentions are genuine. No need, Principal Wen. You don't have to play peacemaker. Since he's so adamant about accusing me of cheating, let's have a contest. We'll see who truly has musical talent. Ding Jinyuan felt a twinge of unease at this. Why did Sū Míng seem so incredibly confident? Chen Jingxing, however, was certain Ding Jinyuan wouldn't lose. Fine. Sū Míng, you brought this on yourself. How do you propose we compare? Simple. We'll do it on the spot. The students below the stage will give us a word, and we'll each sing a demo. Whoever sounds better wins. The loser has to bow and admit defeat. Great idea. What do you think, master?
Chen Jingxing beamed, thrilled that his bait had worked.
Ding Jinyuan nodded.
Creating an entire song on the spot was a bit challenging, but singing a short sample was no problem after all. With years of songwriting experience, he had plenty of unfinished demos lying around.
Alright, come on. Host, pick someone. Whoever raises their hand gets to ask a question. We'll compose it within 5 minutes.
The host glanced at the principal and, seeing his tacit approval, proceeded without hesitation. The students weren't upset by the sudden interruption to the performance. Instead, they grew even more excited. The idea that someone in this city, someone their own age, dared challenge Ding Jinyuan's singing prowess felt like a rebellious act against authority. This thrill spurred them to scramble for the chance to raise their hands. Chapter 164, Deciding to Give Him a Chance. The first question came from a male classmate in the graduating class. Like most, he felt a deep reluctance to leave school, so his question revolved around youth. Uncle Ding, you've released several albums about youth before, including that classic Youthful Bird. This is your forte, you go first. Sū Míng, let him show you what a true musical genius sounds like. Ding Jinyuan nodded, quickly formulating his response. Youth flies on and on, my heart chases after it. Those on the ground are gently blown by the wind. After finishing, he looked at Sū Míng with great confidence. Those around him praised him repeatedly. His skill was as sharp as ever. Sū Míng remained completely unfazed. He had a small library of songs stored in his head. This has-been singer was nothing special. When it came to youth, there were countless classic songs. At the moment of departure, let me sing a song for you. When we meet again, we'll sing this song once more, as if we'd never parted. Though Sū Míng's lyrics didn't explicitly mention youth, they radiated youthful energy, perfectly aligning with the graduation ceremony's theme. Excellent, excellent, Sū Míng. Our school has never had an official anthem. Why not entrust this task to you? As your final contribution to the school, compose a school anthem using that very prelude. Principal Wen expressed his high praise. All right. That's not fair. Singing is definitely more engaging. It draws the audience in emotionally. Uncle Ding only sang a couple lines, but you sang so much more. I don't recall specifying how long you all should sing. Fine, you said it. Uncle Ding, next time you sing more. Ding Jinyuan nodded. Losing to a junior would be a huge embarrassment, so he dared not take this lightly. The second student continued with her question. Her theme was love. In the memories of youth, innocent love always blossoms quietly, something most people can't avoid. So the students were all eager to see what kind of song the two in front of them would create. Ding Jinyuan spoke first again. My beloved, who can understand you? Your heart is like the moon in the sky. Every time dark clouds cover it, my heart grows weary. I wish to become a breeze, gently blowing away the clouds, so I can only see your beautiful face. If heaven permits, I'd rather become a star that doesn't shine, waiting only for you to illuminate me. As he finished, the surrounding crowd erupted in applause once more. Sū Míng felt utterly speechless. Music lovers in this era truly suffered. Thankfully, the mainland music scene was still in its exploratory phase at this time. If this were a few years later, singers like this would have no chance of making a living. The melody was passable, but the lyrics were dreadful, all style and no substance, lacking even basic rhyme. Well then, Sū Míng would sing another verse to show him just how far his outdated songs lagged behind the tastes of today's youth. I want to sing this for you. While youth blooms like flowers. Let the flowers bloom freely. Adorn your years, my buds. My dearest one.
The road is long, let's walk it together. Wow.
The moment these lyrics came out, the girls around them burst into applause and cheers.
Clearly, Sū Míng's song resonated more deeply.
Love at this stage truly felt like a long journey requiring caution and care. Thus, the bold lyrics perfectly captured what they were thinking.
Lin Weii in the audience felt deeply moved.
Sū Míng had truly poured his heart into it today, each song testing the depth of his feelings. She wanted him to sing just for her, while they were still young and vibrant. Yes, perhaps he felt they might never meet again after graduation, so he wanted to say more tonight.
Should she give him a chance?
Dai Qingyi listened to the song, a pang of sadness welling up inside her. Ever since she realized Sū Míng had performed on stage for Lin Weii, she had felt deeply troubled. Chen Jingxing, however, watched Sū Míng's popularity soar and quickly interrupted.
The competition isn't over yet.
There's still more to go. Only 2 rounds so far, keep it going. The crowd's newly stirred excitement instantly cooled as the competition resumed. The third student to ask a question was the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Over the past 3 years, he felt time had flown by. Every day, he opened his eyes to Facebooks, never knowing what the scenery of the 4 seasons outside looked like. So his theme was the 4 seasons. Ding Yuan immediately thought of his nearly finished Song of Spring and was about to sing it when Chen Jingxing stopped him.
Uncle Ding, don't sing first. Haven't you noticed?
He always waits for you to sing first before he sings.
That way, everyone remembers his voice. Ding Yuan nodded.
In singing competitions, there's a concept of the closing act. The later you perform, the deeper the impression you leave on the audience.
Come on, Sū Míng, you go first this time.
Sū Míng shrugged, indicating that none of this mattered. A wingless, withered leaf butterfly
will never witness its own withering. Under the night sky of Jiangnan, beneath the eaves of a small bridge. Unable to decipher the wilds of the north. Good.
The moment these lyrics were heard, every Chinese teacher cheered in unison. Mr. Sū, you've nurtured an exceptional student, congratulations. Faced with others' praise, Sū Wenshun felt even more depressed. He had always looked down on Sū Míng.
How could he be overtaken like this just before graduation? Didn't this only highlight how despicable his past suppression had been? The lyrics were so exquisite that even Ding Yuan felt inadequate upon hearing them. How could anyone write lyrics this beautiful? Left alone to watch fireworks fill the sky, swaying briefly before drifting away with the wind. That single line alone made him realize that today's young musicians had far surpassed him. Though unwilling to admit it, he finally sighed helplessly, I concede. With that, he rose from his seat and walked away, his steps heavy with melancholy. Hey, Uncle Ding. Chen Jingxing panicked upon seeing Ding Yuan leave, but couldn't stop him in time. Wait, Chen Jingxing, haven't you forgotten what you said? Sū Míng, are you really going to do this?
It's not that I'm afraid of you, but my father always told me to leave a way out for others.
Leave a little room for future encounters. But after today, we might never meet again. Now, you can either kowtow though it'll be humiliating or run away.
If I were you, I'd run now.
It's humiliating either way.
You wait. In the end, Chen Jingxing didn't kowtow. Instead, he slunk away in disgrace. With the farce over, Sū Míng felt quite pleased and planned to sing another song. Today marks our final farewell to high school life, so I'd like to sing one more song to commemorate our youth.
Would you mind giving me a little more time?
Principal Wen was the first to cheer him on. After all, he'd be writing the school anthem. The students below the stage had already acknowledged his skill, cheering enthusiastically. Then, Sū Míng began to sing slowly. That person I long for day and night, whom I love so deeply, how can I possibly express my feelings? Will she accept me? The moment those lyrics came out, Lin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. If the earlier hints were subtle, this was a blatant confession.
Fine. Since Chen Jingxing wasn't here anyway, why not give Sū Míng a chance? She began to feel a flicker of anticipation. How delighted would Sū Míng look when he heard her say she was giving him a chance? Chapter 165, Provincial Polytechnic University, accepted. The graduation ceremony concluded smoothly.
Sū Míng had intended to take Dai Qingyi for a stroll around campus afterward, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Instead, he nearly bumped into Lin Weii.
Weiwei, see?
I told you he's rushing to take credit for this. Sū Míng, Weiwei and I are very pleased with what you did today. She's decided to give you another chance to pursue her, but only if you cut ties with all other girls. Since you like Weiwei, you'd better be faithful. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blunt.
Hold on, we've already graduated.
Give me a break, both of you.
Give you a break? Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing? At this point, you still won't admit defeat? You know we've graduated. If you don't seize this chance now, you won't get to see Weiwei every day like you did in school. Don't come begging me for help later. Fine, deal. Now get out of my way, don't block me from finding someone. Sū Míng exhaled in relief. Finally, he could be free.
Sū Míng, say another word. Lin Weiwei quickly stopped her, because after seeing Sū Míng's actions today, she'd decided to give him a chance.
Weiwei, don't stop me. This jerk's getting away with everything. Sū Míng, don't blame Aya.
She stood up for me because she's my best friend.
By the way, I'm planning to travel with her in a few days. We want to hit every single attraction, but our budget might be a bit tight. So, go buy us plane tickets. I'll pay you back later. What does this have to do with me? And are you sure you still have to pay? Sū Míng. Are you being genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? This is your chance to prove yourself. If Wei Wei actually pays you back, it means she doesn't have feelings for you. You won't have anyone to cry to then.
Zhang Ye said this with a look of righteous indignation on her face.
Hold on, do you really think I'm stupid?
I bought your plane tickets without expecting repayment.
What's in it for me? See, Wei Wei?
A man who's so petty is beyond saving.
Let's go. Sū Míng, you're just going to end up alone. Zhang Ye couldn't take it anymore and dragged Lin Weii away. Sū Míng muttered crazy people under his breath before resuming his search for Dai Qingyi.
After searching in vain, he guessed she might have had something urgent and left early.
He then headed to a nearby ticket agency.
In those days, communication systems weren't very advanced, so most people bought tickets at local ticket agencies when traveling long distances. Sū Míng had already mentioned taking Dai Qingyi on a trip, so he'd planned this out long ago. Arriving at the ticket office, he found it crowded due to the summer travel rush. The staff told him to return in a few days to pick up the tickets. Shortly after he left, Lin Weii and the others also arrived at the same place. See, Wei Wei, you really did come after all. Yeah, looks like Sū Míng still cares about me.
Oomph. Well, you'd better keep reminding him. Men are born to serve us.
You can't be too nice to him. Being too kind to a man will bring you nothing but trouble for the rest of your life. Lin Weii nodded, her heart filled with nothing but joy.
Alright then, we just need to book a hotel.
He's already bought the plane tickets, so we'll just explore more when we get there.
Okay. I'll go get ready.
A week later, the university admissions process officially began. Early that morning, Aunt Yang Hamiao called several times in a row.
Son, when are you going to call your third aunt back?
She kept asking if I wanted to attend their school.
Their school?
You only need over 500 points to get in.
What would I be doing there with my scores?
Your aunt said the principal mentioned that whoever recruits a student scoring over 650 points could get promoted to associate professor.
She's hinting you should help out. She says studying anywhere is the same, and Yangchang University isn't any worse. Mom, just ignore her.
Before the new year, you begged her to help me get admission if I didn't do well on the exams. She made all sorts of excuses and hinted she looked down on me.
If that's the case, I have no interest in going there. Sū Míng always kept his personal and professional relationships separate.
With relatives like that, he preferred no contact.
Yes, son, I support you this time.
They all look down on the son of Sū Zhengfeng, but my son is the most promising.
Where do you plan to go? Grandpa mentioned you're considering Huaqiao University, right?
Huaqiao is excellent. Your third uncle's husband works there and became an executive right after graduation.
No, I've changed my mind. With this year's scores, I don't want to apply to Huaqiao University anymore.
I plan to apply to the Provincial University of Science and Technology.
What? Son, you can't be serious. That's the best university in our province.
You should play it safe. Sū Zhengfeng felt uneasy about this decision.
It's fine. I can get in.
Sū Míng also recalled something. A significant part of his future plans revolved around the internet industry. Only the University of Science and Technology had the talent pool he needed.
Son, why didn't you discuss this with us? What if you don't get in?
Yongfang looked deeply worried.
Sū Míng had deliberately kept it from them.
As the saying goes, if your parents are in business or politics, learn from their mindset. If they're in manufacturing or agriculture, distance yourself from theirs. Their limited perspectives won't offer much help.
His father was indeed a businessman, but he had risen on the coattails of favorable circumstances.
Once faced with normal market competition, he was completely out of his depth. So, his understanding wasn't particularly deep either.
Just then, Aunt Wang from upstairs overheard and couldn't help but step in.
Oh, Sū family, don't fret so much.
Kids grow up and find their own paths. Education isn't the only way.
I think Sū Míng would be perfect helping out at your factory.
Don't push him. Not everyone's cut out for books.
Aunt Wang's grandson attended an ordinary middle school, but his grades were decent. He came in first every year. That's why she always loved coming downstairs to share the good news and show off a bit while she was at it. Auntie Wang, our Sū Míng actually really enjoys studying. Oh, if he enjoyed studying, he wouldn't be scoring so low. Sū Míng, don't mind Auntie speaking her mind. Once we grow up, we need to help ease the family's burdens.
Sū Míng smiled and nodded.
No, Auntie Wang, you've misunderstood.
He actually did okay this time. Not bad? 200 or 300 points won't get you into a decent university. Look at my grandson. Aunt Wang pulled out an admission letter from Yangcheng University. Look at this Yangcheng University. The president's signature is right here.
Sū Zhengfeng took it and glanced at it, thinking the president's signature looked terribly messy. He then looked at the cover and awkwardly pointed out, Auntie Wang, this seems to be our local Yangcheng University, the kind you can get into without even needing scores.
The water radical in the character looks like it was deliberately erased. What? Aunt Wang scrutinized the admission letter. At that moment, a postal worker had appeared at the door, holding out a purple envelope. Is candidate Sū Míng here? I have an admission letter for you from Provincial Polytechnic University. Please sign for it. Aunt Wang immediately dashed upstairs, and soon a blood-curdling scream echoed from above. Su Zhengfeng grabbed the letter first, then generously slit the postal worker a 50 yuan red envelope for good luck. Excellent. That's my son, Su Zhengfeng. Wife, notify all relatives we're hosting a celebration banquet too. Sū Míng took the letter and felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had taught many graduate students but never attended graduate school himself. This time around, he would experience the feeling of studying at a prestigious university. Chapter 166, I pick bottles to support you. The moment he got the letter, Sū Míng rushed straight to Dai Qingyi to share the good news. Her acceptance letter had arrived yesterday too, also for Provincial Polytechnic University. He also needed to give her the plane tickets for their trip together, so Sū Míng rode his bike to the ticket office first. Little did he know that right after picking up the tickets, he ran into Lin Weii again. Sū Míng tried to ignore her and leave, but Zhang Ye blocked his path. What? You bought the tickets but are too embarrassed to show them? Seriously, you're a grown man, do you have to be so indecisive? Weii doesn't like men like you. I don't need her approval. Get lost. Besides, I didn't buy these tickets for you too. Seeing Sū Míng about to walk away, Zhang Ye grew impatient. Sū Míng, what do you think you're doing? We've already booked our hotel in Kyoto, and now you're telling us you didn't buy tickets for us. When did I ever say I'd buy tickets for you? My money doesn't grow on trees. Why the hell did I put up with this back then? All these years of boys groveling at her feet in school must have made Lin Weii incredibly overconfident. As for Zhang Ye, she was simply out of touch with reality. When exactly did Weii tell you we were going on a trip during that graduation ceremony? Were you deaf? Oh, right. Good, remember that. Don't try to play dumb, my mind's sharp as a tack. Hurry up and buy it. We've already spent our budget on other things. If you mess up our plans, Weii and I won't let you off the hook. Won't let you off? What exactly would the consequences be? What consequences? Consequences you can't handle. Like Weii never speaking to you again. See if you can take that. Wait, you're begging me to buy something and you can't even be polite? Fine, I won't buy it. Sū Míng sneered coldly and turned to leave. Lin Weii, afraid the money would go to waste, quickly softened her tone. Sū Míng, Aya hasn't been in the best mood lately, but she's only looking out for me. Don't blame her. Your attitude's passable. Weii, didn't I tell you before? Don't be too nice to men. They won't appreciate you. What do you mean we're begging him? Clearly, he's begging us for a chance to buy us plane tickets. Alright, Aya, don't get angry. Don't pick a fight with Sū Míng. Seeing Sū Ming's attitude soften, Lin Weii quickly tried to soothe her best friend. Fine, I won't hold it against him. But this trip? He's covering every single penny. I'm covering everything? Are you out of your mind? Sū Míng sneered. Lin Weiwei's confidence stemmed from her looks. What exactly is she relying on? Sū Míng, just agree to her request. Lin Weii spoke up at that moment. Agree to what? Ha? Covering the expenses for this trip, didn't I just say that? You're overthinking this. You don't seriously think I'll just do it because you asked, do you? Sū Míng scoffed dismissively. How could this woman be so foolish? Just then, someone else appeared at the door. Not buying it? Or can't afford it? Sū Míng turned around and saw Chen Jingxing's greasy, flabby face again. Frankly speaking, if he hadn't pursued Lin Weii, he and Zhang Ye would have been a perfect match. Had they paired up, their offspring would have been a surefire hit. Chen Jingxing, why are you acting all high and mighty again? Forgot you owe me a kowtow? What bow? Got proof? No proof, then it never happened. Anyway, graduation was over. What if Chen Jingxing refused to pay up? He couldn't let Sū Míng blow too much. If he actually made him kneel, he'd never be able to hold his head up again in front of him. Sū Míng shook his head helplessly. I knew you wouldn't be able to play along. But no worries, I've got a big surprise prepared for you too. A surprise? Is that so? You think you can still touch my family now? Chen Jingxing said with great confidence. Fine, just wait and see. Before long, you and your father will be coming to my house to kneel and apologize. You'll see. Sū Míng gave him a thumbs up. Because he remembered the negative buzz about Dongzhi's family #1 was starting to spread. Apologize? You're dreaming. Dongzhi Electronics is thriving now, our new products are a huge hit. Your little bankrupt family? The Chen family will swallow you whole sooner or later. Fine, if you're so confident, I guess I won't be able to forgive you then. You'd better not forgive me. No offense, but as a man, being so petty, how do you expect to win a girl's heart? Weii, I'll cover your flight tickets. Really? Young Master Chen, Weii, look who truly deserves your choice? Remember this, never give him another chance out of pity. He's not worth it.
Zhang Ye continued her lecture, but Sū Míng couldn't be bothered to listen. He hopped on his bike and headed to find Xiao Dai. Sū Míng cycled all the way to her house, only to be told by her grandmother that she'd been working away from home lately. So Sū Míng rushed to the location her grandmother mentioned. Upon arriving and asking around, he learned Dai Qingyi had been fired today. This gave him a bad feeling. He had no idea where Dai Qingyi might be now. Was she still looking for work? Sū Míng could only go from restaurant to restaurant asking around, and before he knew it, night had fallen. As darkness fell, his anxiety grew. Just as he was at a loss, Sū Míng spotted a girl crouched beside a trash bin in a nearby small park. Sū Míng walked over and confirmed it was indeed Dai Qingyi. He scolded her with a hint of irritation. "You silly girl. Why aren't you home at this hour?" "Oh, Sū Míng?" She stood up and quickly hid the bag of fertilizer behind her back. "What are you hiding?" Nothing. You dare lie to me." Sū Míng snatched the item from her hands in irritation. Plastic water bottle spilled out onto the ground, and at the same time, she let out a pained cry. Only then did Sū Míng notice a fresh cut on her hand. "What happened to your hand?" "It's nothing." Dai Qingyi forced a smile. Seeing the cut was quite deep, he suddenly felt a pang of tenderness. He bent down, blew on her palm, and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Receiving no response, he looked up again to find Dai Qingyi pouting, looking a bit aggrieved. "What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot?" "Woo. Sū Míng, I'm so sorry. I'm useless. I wanted to work hard to help you pay off your debt, but I only lasted half a month. Today, the boss said I was too slow and fired me. I was planning to collect more bottles to save money for you, but after trying so hard, I only managed to collect over 20 yuan. She sniffled as she pulled out a crumpled wad of bills from her pocket, along with scattered coins, a dime and a 50-cent piece. Then, with pleading eyes, she said, "Sū Míng, I'll give you the tuition money someone sponsored for my education. Please go to school, okay? I'll collect bottles to support you." Chapter 167, Pinching Face to Pay Fees. Only then did Sū Míng realize she'd always believed his family had gone bankrupt. "No need. I have money for school." "Really? You're lying, right?" "I'm fine. I'm a good student. I can support you through college first, then come back to study later." Just as Sū Míng was about to reveal the truth, he remembered the agreement still stood. To help Dai Qingyi fulfill her end of the bargain, now wasn't the time to speak honestly. "It's true. The principal called today and said I suddenly qualified for a scholarship, so I have money for school now." That's great. "Sū Míng, you get to go to school too. But I'll earn money to pay back the 500 I owe you. Too bad that boss didn't pay me. I worked for free for half a month." "Sū Míng, can we push back the agreement date?" "That's not possible. I really need the money too." "Postpone?" How could he make her his girlfriend by breaking the agreement? So Sū Míng naturally refused. "All right then. With less than a month left before school starts, I'll have to work even harder to earn money." The total debt was 500. Scavenging scrap every day probably wouldn't be enough to cover it. Sū Míng didn't want to push her too hard, lest she take the wrong path, so he quickly said, "I'll go get your wages back for you." "Really?" She lit up with joy, but quickly shook her head. "Sū Míng, you really shouldn't go. That boss, the bald one, looks so scary." "What's so scary about a bald guy?" "Watch me." Soon after, Sū Míng led her to the restaurant where she worked. The boss wasn't there, but the boss's wife looked like someone else you wouldn't want to mess with. "What? Dai Qingyi, you dare come back for your money? You were so slow today, nearly costing our restaurant over 10,000 in sales. I'm being generous even bothering to deal with you." The boss's wife, her face covered in fleshy rolls, spoke with her hands on her hips, her imposing presence intimidating. Dai Qingyi was so frightened she quickly hid behind Sū Míng. Sū Míng stepped forward. "Madam, give people some breathing room. You don't have to push things this far. She signs in daily at your place, establishing a de facto employment relationship. We'll go to the labor bureau, and you'll have to pay up." "What the hell? You're lecturing me about labor laws? Do you even know where the labor bureau's front door is? Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll have you thrown out." Back in those days, there were no surveillance cameras or such, so there were plenty of small-time bosses like this who'd renege after hiring workers. They certainly swindled a lot of young people just starting out. "Sū Míng, let's go," Dai Qingyi whispered from behind him. Seeing Dai Qingyi's resolve weaken, the boss lady grew even more brazen. "Madam, you insist on this, huh? Even if the labor bureau doesn't show up, I see plenty of fancy cars parked outside your place. Looks like you're making some serious money in here, huh? If I report you to the Administration for Industry and Commerce, do you think the fine will be just a few $100? You." In the end, the landlady relented, rounding up the overdue wages to 300 yuan. But Dai Qingyi's little mind couldn't fathom why the landlady had suddenly changed her tune. "Want to know?" "Yeah, I do." Dai Qingyi nodded earnestly. "Call me brother and tell me." "Oh my, brother Pot, just tell me already." "What? Boss?" Sū Míng suddenly thought the Sichuan Chongqing dialect's way of saying brother was just too adorable.
Alright, call me Gogo a few more times. No more.
She finally realized Sū Míng was just teasing her, so she stopped asking and walked straight ahead.
Hey, little dumb, don't wander off. It's dangerous out this late at night. I'm not afraid of danger. I'm grown up now. Sū Míng, we're about to go to college. From now on, I'll stand on my own 2 feet. I can't rely on your help for everything. And please stop calling me little dumb. It makes me sound like a kid. Then what should I call you? Call me big dumb. Got it? You little Sue.
She finished speaking earnestly, took a few steps forward, then was startled back by a drunken man staggering ahead of them. She retreated and hid behind Sū Míng.
Ha? Didn't you say you didn't want to lean on me anymore? I'll lean on you a little longer. Just tonight.
She made a pleading gesture. Sū Míng couldn't resist pinching her cheek, then patted the back of his bike.
Come on, big dumbie. Hop on my special ride. I'll take you home. Sū Míng, why do you keep pinching my cheeks?
Auntie says my face got chubbier because you pinch it.
That's because my fare is pretty steep. Pinching your cheeks counts as payment, pretty good deal, right? Come on, let's go home for dinner. Dai Qingyi didn't get on the bike.
Instead, she pinched his cheek back. Well, I charge a lot for rides too.
Pinching you means I can give you a ride now, right? Ha? Little dumbass, how come you're suddenly so smart? Big dummy. I've always been smart. So, can you ride a bike? I don't think I can. That's right.
Dai Qingyi never learned to ride a bike growing up, so she doesn't know how.
See? That's why I should give you a ride.
Oh, okay. She felt a bit down, then pinched her own cheek.
What are you doing now? Paying the fee, you know.
Pinching hurts, so I'll do it myself.
Ha, silly girl, how adorable are you? Get in the car.
Sū Míng felt his heart melting at her cuteness. Thinking that in less than a month he'd have this adorable girl all to himself, Sū Míng pedaled along feeling genuinely elated. Little dumbie, sing us a song. On a night like this, riding with the wind in your hair while listening to music, how blissful. Alright, the thrilled sparrow sitting on a power pole making kissing sounds.
Pecking again? You're so chatty. Oh, right. Sigh, I'm such a dummy. I'll remember next time. Alright, carry on. Skip straight to the best part. I'll keep writing. I write I'll love you forever at the end of the poem. You are the only one I wish to know. The day of the new semester arrived quickly.
On this day, the home appliance industry was rocked by a bombshell. Jiro Komura, the current president of the global electronics giant Dongzhi, had decided to visit China.
To everyone's astonishment, his first stop was set for Haicheng, not Kyoto. Naturally, this news reached Zhang Jiangguo, who always loved learning. At the Sū family dinner table, he began recounting the man's life story.
I've read this man's work, he's truly a visionary entrepreneur. I wonder who in Haicheng has the honor of meeting him.
Who else could it be but Chen Muyang?
As the key figure behind Dongzhi's expansion into Haicheng this year, and given this is a special economic zone, it makes perfect sense he'd be the first to meet with him. Sū Zhengfeng voiced his thoughts.
Hey, Director Sū, what do you think? Are there any other formidable competitors here? Would it be worth him coming personally?
Zhang Jiangguo had developed a habit of seeking Sū Míng's opinion on everything.
Me? No idea. Anyway, it's not to see me.
Sū Míng kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth. With the new semester approaching, he needed to eat as much of his mother's cooking as possible. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Yongfang opened it to find a man with a handlebar mustache peering inside. He greeted them in broken Chinese. Good day, everyone.
Ha? Who's that?
Zhang Jiangguo hurriedly picked up the newspaper, but the more he looked at the old man before him, the more he felt he resembled the newspaper's description.
The Dasi, here to see Sū Míng-san. Chapter 168, You're no match for me. The head of Dongzhi, the international electronics giant, personally visiting Haicheng to meet a high school graduate? That was absolutely jaw-dropping news. Mr. Gongsuan, are you certain you're here to see my son?
Sū Zhengfeng was astonished. Just moments ago, his factory deputy Zhang Jiangguo had been extolling this man's extraordinary prowess, and now here he was, personally paying a visit to his son.
How surreal. Yes. Sū Míng, could we step aside for a moment? I'm not some kid. I don't like being asked to step aside. Just say it here. What's up? Gongsuan Jiro felt awkward. After all, he'd received a warm welcome from local officials upon arrival today, complete with a banquet in his honor. Yet for the company, he'd left everyone behind to come here first only to be met with such a cold reception. Sū Míng, however, seemed entirely unapologetic. The moment he learned this man was the head of Dongzhi, he understood the purpose of his visit. Now that the other party needed something, there was no need for excessive politeness. Besides, Sū Míng didn't care much for his surname either. Ah, well.
This time, I've come to apologize to you, Red Bean Paste Private Marseille.
Komura Jiro bowed.
But his words were so awkwardly phrased that Sū Míng's head ached just listening.
Old man, aren't you being a bit too cocky?
I can't make heads or tails of what you're saying.
Why didn't you bring a translator? Oh, hey. Mr. Chen, the translator is on his way. He bowed deeply once more. Well, son, you know what? This kid's actually quite polite. Dad, it's all just a facade. In a country that knows minor etiquette but lacks major principles, everyone wears a mask. When facing a powerful opponent, they pretend to be more respectful than anyone else. But the moment you show your vulnerable back, they'd love nothing more than to bite you to death. These words left Jiro Komura feeling awkward once more. He pulled back the foot he'd already stepped inside, standing at the doorway like a greenhorn recruit. Sū Míng, maybe we should invite him in after all. He is an international business partner. If this escalates and he accuses us of undermining the business environment, we could be in serious trouble, Zhang Jiangguo interjected. No worries. If rules worked, he'd have done this ages ago. The fact he came personally today means they've exhausted every other option. They're only apologizing to us out of desperation. Sū Míng had him figured out. Earlier, he'd donated Dongzhi's so-called invincible family Model 1 to the City People's Hospital morgue. Now rumors were spreading that this air conditioner was specifically designed for mortuaries, and many Haicheng families now considered it unlucky. Dongzhi had initially planned to sue Sū Míng for malicious competition upon learning of this, but after thorough investigation, they found no applicable regulations. Sū Ming's act constituted a donation. Not only would he face no punishment, but he would actually receive commendation. Chen Jingxing had intended to conceal the matter, but secrets never stay hidden forever. When Dongzhi's provincial inspection team investigated here, they uncovered this situation. Unable to resolve it locally, Jinneng reported it to headquarters. Upon learning of this situation, Dongzhi President Yasuji Komura analyzed the materials his team had gathered on the recent business battles between the two companies. He concluded that Sū Míng was an extremely difficult opponent. His tactics in every business battle were utterly despicable, yet perfectly legal. Therefore, to successfully expand their market in Haicheng, it was imperative to avoid him at all costs. This was precisely why Neji Komura had made the special trip to apologize today. He understood that if Sū Míng could be an ally, he should never be an adversary. Sū Ming's words silenced Zhang Jiangguo, who recognized that despite his youth, Sū Míng possessed far greater insight. This time, it was best to stay on the sidelines and observe. Let's eat. What are you all staring at? We'll talk when everyone's here, Sū Míng called out. Su Zhengfeng finally snapped out of his daze. After taking a bite of food, it suddenly dawned on him, wasn't he supposed to be the father here? Why was he the one getting lectured? But then he remembered the special status of the visitor. Better to keep quiet. Soon, Komura Jiro's interpreter finally arrived, though that face looked awfully familiar. Mr. Chen, come here. Help me explain. The man who approached was Chen Muyang, accompanied by Chen Jingxing, who looked thoroughly reluctant. Hello. Mr. President. Chen Muyang bowed and scraped, then turned to glare at the people in the room with obvious displeasure. What is this all about? Mr. Kanamura is an internationally renowned entrepreneur. When he arrived here yesterday, he was even personally welcomed by the mayor. How dare you treat him with such disrespect? Aren't you afraid of causing a scandal? With this heavy accusation thrown at him, Su Zhengfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Sū Míng, however, remained completely unfazed. Without even putting down his chopsticks, he merely glanced up at him indifferently. First off, he interrupted our dinner. I'd been polite enough not to yell at him. And who do you think you are, talking to me like that? When did our Sū family's place become a place for you to run wild? Sū Míng, don't get too cocky. I'll report this to the mayor. I have the mayor's number in my phone. I can dial it right now. Want me to? Sū Míng even pulled out his phone and held it out to him, but Chen Muyang hesitated to reach for it. He knew Mayor Huang and Sū Míng had deep connections, and now that Sū Míng controlled the agricultural aid project, he was a big shot in high places. Chen Jingxing, however, was a feisty little thing. Seeing his father bullied, he stepped forward again. Sū Míng. What are you so arrogant about? Back in school, you couldn't win Lin Weii over because I did, so you've held a grudge against my dad, right? Su Zhengfeng and Yongfeng immediately looked up. Could it be their son still harbored feelings for that Lin girl? She's no good, they exchanged glances, their faces clouding with worry. You're overthinking it. I've told you before, you're not even worthy of being called my opponent. But since you're so confident, I'll just have to crush that confidence of yours. Sū Míng set down his chopsticks and stood up. What are you doing? This is a society governed by law. Chen Muyang immediately stepped in to defend his son. Relax. Sū Míng walked over to the tea table and began brewing tea. Mr. Chen, I think Mr. Sū Míng is a really good person. Jiro Komura smiled politely while trying to step in. I didn't say you could come in. Gamura Jiro halted and retreated. If you want to come in and talk, it's simple. Chen Jingxing, you kneel down and kowtow to me first. I haven't spoken, so you can't get up. He has to kneel outside for as long as you stay here. Impossible. Then we'll see you out. Hold on a second. Jiro Komura quickly interrupted, then turned to Chen Muyang. Mr. Chen, you don't want to lose your job, do you? Chapter 169, The Competitor Sū Míng, 98 points. Once that condition was laid out, even if Chen Jingxing was furious, he had no choice but to lower his proud head. After all, his entire sense of superiority stemmed from his father's respectable position. If his father lost that job, his carefree lifestyle would vanish too. Kneeling there, Chen Jingxing seethed inwardly. If Sū Míng showed no regard for their shared past, then he wouldn't hold back. Once they reached university, he'd make him pay. Sū Míng knew full well that pushing things to the extreme would invite retaliation, but he couldn't care less. Because with these rich kids, if you back down time and again, they won't see it as you avoiding trouble, they'll just think you're weak, and they'll only get worse. As for those childish games Sū Míng played, he couldn't be bothered with them. Pouring a cup of tea, the man before him, Jiro Komura, seemed to have received the greatest gift in the world, repeatedly murmuring arigato with gratitude. Chen Muyang stood nearby, feeling annoyed that Sū Míng hadn't poured him tea, but he dared not voice his displeasure now. Alright, what brings you here today? Spit it out. I've got dinner to eat. Seeing that negotiation was possible, Jiro Komura was delighted and quickly stated the purpose of their visit. It turned out that the backlash against family number 1 had already begun to ferment. Sales in Haichang had plummeted recently, so he pleaded with Sū Míng to stop targeting their new product. After all, this was the culmination of years of their team's hard work. If they couldn't compete in the market, that would be one thing. But to have their reputation destroyed by just one of Sū Míng's donation ceremonies? That was too unfair. You've got it all wrong. I never intended to target your product line. Everyone knows I've always been passionate about philanthropy. I simply wanted to improve the hospital environment, which is why I plan to donate a batch of air conditioners. Then why not donate your own brand? Chen Muyang was furious. Sū Míng was clearly playing dumb. Oh, I buy your products precisely because I think they're good. My own products are so shoddy I wouldn't even give them away. Can't I even compliment you? Chen Muyang was speechless. How could someone be so shameless? And the worst part was, he actually had a point. Hey, Sū Sang, we get it. There's an old Chinese saying, those who diligently pursue their craft become masters. We won't cross you anymore. Jiro Komura stood up and bowed again. Ha! You brat, finally speaking like a human. If you don't provoke me, I won't retaliate. But if you start it, you deserve what you get. Keep your dog in line. Sū Míng nodded. Sū Míng! Bastard! Just as Chen Muyang was about to explode, he was cut off by Jiro's retort. If you're going to be a dog, act like one. Your master speaks, yet you keep interrupting. Sū Míng sneered contemptuously. Chen Jingxing, having been warned by Kanamura Jiro, dared not say another word. Now, it was time for the formal negotiations. With the irrelevant meddlers gone, the proceedings went exceptionally smoothly. Go Murajiro pledged that wherever Lei Refrigerators operates, Dongzhi will automatically withdraw. Should any party violate this agreement, they shall cover 1 year's store rent for Lei Refrigerators. If Lei plans to invest in building factories in major cities, Dongzhi will unconditionally dispatch experts to assist with site selection and feasibility studies. Additionally, Lei may send technical personnel annually to the headquarters for technical exchanges, with round-trip airfare fully covered. Finally, to reward good deeds, Dongzhi would allocate reserve funds to compensate Sū Míng tenfold for the air conditioner purchase he donated. Spending over 20,000 on an air conditioner only to recoup 200,000 in return, the 10,000% return rate would make even stock guru Warren Buffett envious. Not bad. Alright, tell us what are your terms. Sū-san, we admit defeat. We just ask you to spare us and stop targeting our new product. Jiro's words were still awkwardly phrased, but the message came through loud and clear. However, seeing Chen Muyang still wearing that stubbornly unyielding look, Sū Míng felt like teasing him a bit. What? Did he invite you here just to be a prop? Translation, you know. He didn't mince words this time. Well, I can't understand what he's saying, so I need you to translate. Of course, you can refuse. Chen Muyang could only repeat himself, we admit defeat. Please stop targeting us. Very well. Though to be honest, I preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Seeing Sū Míng nod, Jiro Komura knew the deal was sealed. Fearing Sū Míng might back out, he hurriedly instructed his secretary to transfer the money. Wait, why the rush to transfer the money? This feels fishy. No, Sū Sang, we wouldn't dare. Jiro Gamura bowed his head again, his demeanor utterly deferential. You people. Sū Míng patted his shoulder, his tone icy. From the sway to the tang to the song, your attitude has always been exemplary like a perfectly well-mannered child. Perhaps those emperors never imagined that centuries later you would bring such catastrophic disaster to this land. So don't let me catch you harboring any thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, next time, it won't be your dog kneeling at the door. Yes, never dare. Mr. Chen quickly apologized to Mr. Sū. Jiro Okamura trembled in fear, then hastily tugged at Chen Muyang's sleeve. Both men bowed deeply, their heads dipping a full 90 degrees. Sū Míng chuckled. Chen Muyang, I must say, your name suits you well. You've mastered the art of living the good life, not bad at all. Finally, the three of them left. Only after they were gone did Zhang Jiangguo dare to celebrate aloud. Uncle Jiang, don't worry. They won't provoke us again. You should have been tougher just now.
But I was afraid they might retaliate.
It's fine.
They won't cause much trouble. Sū Míng knew that with the president of Dongzhi coming personally to apologize today, Chen Muyang wouldn't dare act recklessly anymore. A weight lifted from his heart.
He could finally focus on school. Tomorrow the contract deadline arrives. Just thinking about it still gets him excited.
As the three from Dongzhi left the residential complex, Jiro Komura pondered what else he could do for Sū Míng to mend the rift between their families.
Sū Sang likes charity, right? How about I make a donation in his name? President, are we really just conceding defeat like this? Don't give them the satisfaction. Chen Jingxing was thoroughly annoyed. Kneeling had left his legs trembling. Yeah, President, our East is unbeatable. He just got lucky this time. What the hell? Are you saying we lost to luck? Seriously, President. I went to high school with him. He's not that good. Not that good? Mr. Chen, are you aware that headquarters maintains a chart analyzing opponents from all regions? Jiro Komura sneered. Yeah, I know.
The inspection team already collected his data and sent it back to HQ for analysis.
Wonder what the results were.
Only those scoring above 80 are considered serious rivals.
This kid? Looks like a 60 at best. See for yourself. Jiro Okamura pulled out a chart. Chen Muyang took it and instantly fell speechless. Dad, what's wrong? What's his score? Chen Jingxing curiously leaned in. 998. Chapter 170, a wild card appears. Over 200,000 yuan quickly landed in his account. Sū Míng was thoroughly satisfied.
It seemed this little guy knew how to get things done.
Su Zhengfeng and Zhang Jiangguo were also pleased. Future obstacles would be fewer now. So tonight, they drank a few extra cups.
Watching them down glass after glass, then moving on to drinking games, Sū Míng quickly slipped back to his room to turn in early.
Tomorrow was the day to close the net on Little Dumb.
Recently, he'd arranged an urgent bead stringing order for her at a high price. Yesterday, the little girl mentioned having 500 yuan on her, just enough to repay the debt. By now, she'd likely let her guard down the perfect moment. Waking up refreshed, thanks to her early bedtime, Sū Míng felt her mental energy fully replenished. This allowed her to carefully plan today's strategy. After breakfast, a brilliant idea came to mind. Sū Míng was confident this time would be successful. With everything prepared, Sū Míng made one final call to the People's Hospital director before setting out. After all, he had donated air conditioners to the hospital last time, so the other party was quite respectful.
Hello, Mr. Sū. How can I assist you? It's not really an order, but do you have any single occupancy private rooms available? Yes. Mr. Sū, is a relative of yours ill? I'll have someone clear out a room immediately.
No, I'm staying overnight myself.
What? Mr. Sū, what's wrong? I'm initiating the highest level emergency alert right now.
The moment he heard it was Sū Míng coming, the director immediately took it very seriously.
No, I'm not sick. I just wanted to stay overnight. What? You're staying overnight when you're not sick?
Mr. Sū, the director wanted to say something about you not being sick but swallowed the rest of his words.
No problem. Just have someone prescribe me about 300 yuan worth of medicine. And make sure to remind the person coming with me to pay up quickly. Mr. Sū, how could that be?
Rest assured, you can prescribe whatever medication you need yourself.
The director seemed very generous, but why did Sū Míng find it all a bit odd? I don't get it either. Just have someone arrange it.
Give me a minor ailment costing around 300 yuan, or run some tests, whatever. And preferably, I'll be discharged tomorrow.
No problem, Boss Sū. Rest assured, making you sick is our specialty.
The director hung up, and now it was time for Sū Míng's performance. Soon after, Sū Míng arrived at Dai Qingyi's home. Since she'd be reporting to Yangcheng the day after tomorrow, her next return would likely be during winter break. Dai Qingyi wanted one last look at the place she'd lived for so many years. Sū Míng naturally had no objections. His real purpose today wasn't sightseeing, but finding an opportunity to feign collapse and then spend all her money. So, as they strolled through a small park, Sū Míng made a show of collapsing.
Hey, Sū Míng, what's wrong? I don't know. I can't breathe properly, and suddenly I can't walk anymore. That bad? Come on, let's go to the hospital. Hospital? That'll cost money. Money's no object as long as you're healthy. Let's go.
Dai Qingyi hurriedly supported him to the hospital, while Sū Míng kept grinning to himself all the way. Though he'd made an appointment, the doctor hadn't expected any condition that could be resolved in a single day.
He could only diagnose Sū Míng with low blood sugar, but to be safe, some scans were needed. Think it over, young lady. These tests will cost 300. Do you want to consider it? If you proceed, payment is due immediately.
No need to think about it. I'll pay. Dai Dai Qingyi dashed downstairs without a second thought. Mr. Sū, your girlfriend's got guts.
She clearly cares about you. Oh, not yet. Not your girlfriend? The doctor was puzzled. Such a beautiful girl, and he hasn't made his move yet?
Money really does make you spoiled. Not long after, Dai Qingyi came in humming a tune, leaving Sū Míng puzzled.
Little dumbass, what's going on? You're so happy.
Sū Míng, I just went out to withdraw money from my bank card to pay your medical bills, and I found an extra subsidy in the account.
Great. Now you can pay back your money. What? A subsidy? Yes. I asked at the bank, it was marked donation for education.
That person is truly kind-hearted, sending 2 separate payments.
Sū Míng, you don't need to worry anymore. I'm returning this money to you. Eat well in college, don't go hungry. Going hungry is very bad for you. I'll go buy you some food.
Sū Míng's spirits plummeted at the news, and he nearly slid off the bed where he'd been leaning.
Hey, Sū Míng, you're starving, aren't you? Huh? Yeah, I am. Sū Míng watched months of planning go down the drain. Things were really going south now. I'll hurry back. Don't go hungry. I'll be back soon.
With that, Dai Qingyi dashed down the stairs like a whirlwind.
Sū Míng felt utterly pathetic.
He thought everything was under control, but now he hadn't scored with the girl and had to spend the day in this hospital room reeking of disinfectant. Pacing the hallway, he wondered which jerk had ruined his plans. If someone had sent the money, it could only have been Fong Ping.
Could it be that kid who messed things up? He couldn't resist dialing the number. Hey, boss, what's up? Tell me, how much did you donate to the school? 50,000. Are you sure you didn't transfer any more? No, oh, I see. You want to send some to your girlfriend, right? How much? 1,000? No, stop sending money. That's it. Sū Míng quickly hung up the phone. Strange. So who actually donated the money?
Suddenly, someone called out Sū Sang from the end of the hallway. Sū Míng turned around and saw a man with a handlebar mustache trotting over eagerly.
Sū Sang, you seem to be in a good mood, still taking a stroll?
Eyes you don't need can be donated to those who do.
Where did you get the idea I'm in a good mood? Oh. Sū Sang, you haven't heard? I've got some good news for you. Good news? Yes, Sū Sang. I donated a sum to your school. Following the list you provided, I added another 500 yuan to each recipient. I wonder if that counts as good news. No way. You donated money? Why on earth would you donate money? Who asked you to donate? Sū Míng was furious. Everything had been going according to plan.
Dai Qingyi would earn enough money on the last day, then he'd pretend to be sick and make her spend it. That way, once midnight struck, everything would be fine. But then this unexpected obstacle appeared.
Oh, Sū Sang, I know you like doing charity work. Turns out I'm that kind of person too.
Just the other day I donated to the United Nations Foundation.
No need to thank me. Thanks? My ass.
Sū Míng cursed under his breath and stormed back to the ward.
Komura Jiro scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't catering to his preferences the right move? Sū Sang really was an unpredictable opponent. Chapter 171, Sū Míng, do you like me?
Back in the ward, Sū Míng could only scramble to devise a countermeasure. What to do? It was only just past 7 over 4 hours remained before the contract expired. What kind of illness could he fake to make her spend the 500? What about claiming low blood sugar triggered a hypertensive crisis? Or maybe he could say he hit his head hard when he got out of bed earlier due to low blood sugar and needed urgent bandaging? Whatever it was, Sū Míng had to act fast, preferably before she brought in dinner. Forget it. Time was tight, and he didn't have the luxury to come up with elaborate excuses. He quickly called in 2 nurses to help bandage her head.
Mr. Sū, are you sure? Bandaging the head is usually only done for intracranial hemorrhage surgery. Bleeding is bleeding.
You bandage it however dramatically you want, just make it look as serious as possible at first glance.
Alright, we'll get right on it.
The 2 nurses worked with surprising speed, fetching the bandages and immediately starting the wrapping.
Ouch. Why so tight?
Oh, sorry, Boss Sū.
The doctors always tell us to wrap patients' wounds tightly after surgery to prevent bacteria from getting in. I just got into the habit. Does it hurt? Should we unwrap it and start over? Never mind. Just keep going. Don't waste any more time.
To get my hands on Xiao Dai, I'll endure this pain.
With his head bandaged, Sū Míng now resembled an Indian guy. The 2 nurses couldn't help but giggle.
Fearing they might ruin his plan, he quickly shooed them out. Hey, Boss Sū, if you want to make it look more serious, should we drip some red medicine on it? It'll look like the wound is oozing blood.
Great idea. Go ahead and add some. Soon, a head bandage that looked like it was oozing blood was complete.
Looking at his panda-like reflection in the mirror, Sū Míng couldn't help but chuckle.
Just then, someone knocked on the door. The one who pushed the door open was none other than that Jiro Komura again. Sū Sang, I'm really sorry. I know why you're so angry now. You look pretty rough. Here's some fruit I bought, please enjoy. Damn it. You again? You're not here to ruin my good time, are you? No way. Sū sang, you're my friend from the east. I came to help you. Thanks, but not getting in my way would be enough. By the way, were you following me? How did you end up here? Oh, Sū sang, it's like this. The people here are way too enthusiastic. They found out I like sashimi and treated me to some local large intestine sashimi yesterday. What? Large intestine sashimi? Sū Míng was stunned. This legendary dark food, someone actually dared to eat it? Pulling a prank on me? Exactly, he said. They deliberately didn't clean it thoroughly to preserve some of the original flavor. You know, our cuisine places special emphasis on the inherent taste of ingredients. But I guess I just can't handle the local food. I woke up with diarrhea that just won't stop today. Jiro Komura said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, after devouring that platter of large intestine sashimi, whether it was the water or soil or not, his body certainly paid the price. Looks like I'll have to find out who the genius was who came up with this brilliant idea. Let me tell you, my family has a secret remedy for diarrhea passed down through generations. How does it work? Here's what you do, take 5 grams of cassia seeds, 10 grams of strychnus nux vomica, 15 grams of white toadstool, and 20 grams of rhubarb root. Boil it down to 1 bowl of liquid, don't drink it, just smell it. Got it? Thanks, Sū sang. I'll give it a shot. Though your head looks pretty banged up. Oh, it's nothing, just a little intracranial hemorrhage. You get used to it after a while. When we were kids, we used to compete with our friends over who could bleed the most. Sū Míng patted his head, signaling everything was fine. But Jiro Gakamura was eager to show off in front of Sū Míng. No, this looks serious. Your dean is my friend, I'll call him right now. Bleeding like this is extremely dangerous. With that, he bolted out the door, shouting for help as he ran, causing quite a stir in the hallway. Sū Míng panicked and quickly called the director. Damn it! Director, stop that guy. I'm fine, I was just acting. Don't let him bring people in and ruin my act. Ha? Mr. Sū? I saw him rushing over, saying something happened to you. Your head's bandaged like a pineapple. Are you okay? The dean, unaware of Sū Míng's dramatic addition, asked with concern. I'm really fine. It's just an act. Don't blow my cover. Hurry and stop him from making a scene. Knock him out if you have to. Mr. Sū, we don't do violence. But that temporary security guard accidentally bumped him with a fully charged stun baton earlier. He's sleeping soundly now. Just go ahead with your business. If you marry that girl later, remember to invite me for drinks. Alright. Definitely. Sū Míng hung up the phone with a smile. Little guy, you'll have to make the sacrifice this time. Don't worry, it's just a shock from the stun gun, nothing fatal. After hanging up, Sū Míng turned and saw Dai Qingyi staring at him in shock. Sū Míng froze for a moment, then quickly put on a show of feigning madness. Hey, dummy, when did you get here? Dai Qingyi said nothing, merely lowering her head to silently prepare dinner. Sū Míng felt relieved. She probably hadn't noticed anything just now. Hey, let me see what yummy treats you brought me. Sū Míng eagerly anticipated her pulling food out of the bag, but just then, Dai Qingyi paused. What's wrong, little dumby? I'm hypoglycemic and starving. You really have low blood sugar? She looked up, her eyes already filled with suspicion. I really am. Perhaps it was because she'd just spoken so much, but now her tone was noticeably flat, making it sound even more suspicious. Dai Qingyi, however, keenly picked up on this detail. She stepped closer, her gaze turning stern as if interrogating a suspect. Her reaction suggested she'd heard everything. But Sū Míng still wanted to fight back, so he steeled himself and said, Little dumby, let me explain. Sū Míng. Classmate. She enunciated each syllable with crystal clarity, as if savoring a crisp apple. Her sudden shift in demeanor startled Sū Míng, causing him to stumble backward and plop onto the bed. Dai Qingyi frowned as she stepped closer, her bangs fluttering wildly in the air conditioner's breeze. But little dumb was little dumb, she wasn't the type to play the cold-hearted card. Soon, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's so funny, you silly goose? Sū Míng's face flushed crimson. He felt rather embarrassed that he'd just been startled by a young girl. Dai Qingyi, however, couldn't hide the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Sū Míng, do you like me? Chapter 172, Conquering Little Dumb will lead to lasting victory. Caught red-handed, Sū Míng felt thoroughly embarrassed, at a loss for words for a long moment. He hadn't expected this final step to fail at the last moment. He'd planned to close the net tonight, but now that she'd discovered the truth, she probably wouldn't fall for it anymore. Damn that Jiro Komura. Though I heard he passed out by now. Better grab a stun gun to revive him later. Dai Qingyi regretted speaking her mind the moment she finished. She'd been thrilled to learn Sū Míng liked her finally, her long-term efforts had paid off, catching his attention. Perhaps he'd planned to confess tonight. But now that she'd blurted it out, what if he got too shy and backed out? Wouldn't that mean Lin Weii would snatch Sū Míng away again? Dai Qingyi quickly racked her brains, and soon she came up with a brilliant idea. Sū Míng, I'm sorry. Sorry?
Yeah, I just came downstairs to get the money to pay you back, but I can't seem to find my bank card.
Huh? You can't find it? Yes, I can't find it. I remember the agreement.
I failed to repay you by the agreed time, so I accept the penalty.
You accept the penalty? Wait, are you sure? Do you even remember what the agreement said?
Sū Míng was a bit surprised. I remember I'll be your girlfriend for a month.
Just don't mind my clumsiness.
Sū Míng was so stunned he couldn't speak, feeling that happiness had come a bit too suddenly.
Sū Míng, what's wrong?
Don't worry, I'll definitely find the bank card tomorrow.
I just couldn't find it today. Dai Qingyi thought he was worried about money since his family's current situation wasn't as good as before.
As she spoke, she reached into her pocket again to check.
Nothing. Not finding it? That's fine. Huh? Oh, right. Not that. Well, my luck is a bit off, so I guess I'll have to follow through with the agreed upon punishment. Classmate Dai Qingyi. Yeah. You said it. Here. Dai Qingyi immediately stood up straight, chest out and head held high. The sight was truly a beautiful one.
Now that we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend, you'll have to fulfill your obligations for the next month.
What? Look, I've never dated before either.
Your task is to practice this required course in college with me.
Alright, fine. I'll work hard at it. Dai Qingyi was overjoyed. Thanks to her cleverness, she'd finally snagged Sū Míng.
She'd have to cherish this time together.
Sū Míng, meanwhile, felt incredibly lucky.
He never expected his bank card to go missing at such a crucial moment. It seemed like fate had sent him a golden opportunity and he had to seize it. With his goal achieved, there was no need to stay hospitalized as a cover. He had the doctor make up a reason, and Sū Míng was discharged without issue. Stepping outside the hospital, Sū Míng promptly reached out his hand.
What are you doing, Sū Míng? Look, he began, then forgot what he was saying. Practice with me. Holding hands isn't the first lesson in dating, silly.
I'm not doing this to take advantage of you, it's for your own good.
What if, by the end of this month, you actually want to date? I can help you learn first, and we can improve together.
Alright, for mutual progress. Dai Qingyi promptly offered her small hand. Finally holding her hand as boyfriend and girlfriend, Sū Míng felt a slight tremor run through his entire body.
Dating should be with your white moonlight. This feeling was just right.
It was too late tonight, so after dropping her off, they could only part ways for now. But no need to worry, Sū Míng believed this crucial step had secured a strategic victory. In the campaign to win over Little Days, permanent triumph was assured. Back home, Sū Míng was in high spirits. His parents, seasoned in matters of the heart, instantly saw through their son's romantic progress. So, as soon as he entered his room, they began gossiping. Old Sū, look at our son went out with a girl tonight, didn't he? What's the big deal? It's a good thing. Our son is so outstanding he'll definitely date once he gets to college. Might as well start now, treat it as practice, so people don't call him a bookworm. What kind of father are you? Haven't you forgotten? He's been chasing after that Lin class monitor for ages. Maybe tonight's girl is her. So what if it is? Our son's got charm now. That class monitor wouldn't dare look down on him anymore. Su Zhengfeng watched the Chaozhou opera playing on TV, feeling quite content. You forget what that girl was like? She looked down on our son at the trade fair the other day. A gold digger like that? No matter what you think, I'll never let her set foot in this house. Oh right. But what if it really is her? What then? Our son's grown now, we can't control him anymore. Nah, probably just out gaming with Auntie. I'll sound him out later. Su Zhengfeng felt a twinge of fear. While he longed for grandchildren, the thought of bringing home a daughter-in-law who'd constantly clash with his wife made him dread the chaos it would bring to the household. Soon, Sū Míng emerged from his room with clothes, ready to take a shower. Hey, son, come here. Dad needs to ask you something. What is it? Old Sū, you want to drink again tonight? No more drinking, no more. Got way too drunk with Uncle Jiang yesterday. Your mom kicked me out to sleep on the couch and gave me a huge bump on my head. Hearing this, Sū Míng almost laughed. It was about time Dad learned the price of getting drunk, maybe he'd cut back. Son, tell me, did you go out with a girl tonight? Yeah, why? Sū Míng didn't see any reason to hide it. Su Zhengfeng heard this and felt a bad premonition, but still asked, do we know this girl? Of course. You and Mom have met her. She's smart and pretty, you'd definitely approve. If she fits all three descriptions, then it must be that Lin girl, right? Su Zhengfeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yang Fang also sensed trouble brewing and could only caution, son, you must work hard in college. Your degree is crucial. Why not wait to date until later? It's fine, Mom. I won't neglect my studies. True. Their son had already been accepted into the top university in the province. Their attempts to dissuade him seemed futile. Nothing else. I'm going to take a shower. He had to meet Xiao Dai early tomorrow, so Sū Míng decided to go to bed early again tonight. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Yang Fang began to panic. What should she do? What should she do?
Son, he really is dating that girl now. Look at him, he seems so happy. Sigh. My son is such a smart kid, but why does he have such terrible taste in girls? Is that even pretty? Has he forgotten about that little Dai girl he used to play with when they were kids? Now that was beauty. Not only prettier, but she had better grades too, even in the experimental class. Sigh. A girl like that must have been snapped up long ago. I don't care, Su Zhangfeng, you're responsible for this. If you let that Lin girl into our home, I'll never forgive you. Chapter 173, A Gift for You. Early the next morning, Sū Míng arrived at Dai Qingyi's house again. This time, he wasn't asking her out on a date. Instead, he was there to help her send off her grandmother. Since he was reporting for duty in Yangqing tomorrow, he needed to find a place for the old lady where she could be properly cared for. So you want to send her to a nursing home? If that's the case, I can help you make the arrangements. Sū Míng thought the conditions at the People's Hospital were quite good. Plus, since he was on good terms with the director, he figured he could get help immediately if anything came up. Dai Qingyi shook her head. She'd worked so hard to win Sū Míng over, she didn't want to burden him with anything that might upset him. No. This time, we'll send Grandma to Third Aunt's place. Third Aunt? Didn't you say you had no relatives in Haichang? When did this third aunt appear? Sū Míng was puzzled. In his memory, this orphaned grandson and widowed grandmother had lived together for so long without any relatives visiting. No, Sū Míng, I'm not lying to you. Let me explain. Dai Qingyi hurried to clarify, for she truly didn't wish to deceive Sū Míng. I never said you were lying. No need to get so worked up. Just tell me who this third aunt is. Sū Míng patted her head reassuringly. Right. Third aunt, well, she's actually my father's cousin. She married into this family too, but her marriage didn't turn out well, so we rarely see her. Only then did Dai Qingyi reveal the truth. Sū Míng nodded. The fact that this grandmother and granddaughter lived such a hard life without any help showed that this so-called relative wasn't really that close after all. What truly tugged at Sū Ming's heartstrings, however, was how much she seemed to care about others' opinions. He resolved that once she got to university, he'd focus on building her confidence, encouraging her to live for herself. Soon, a middle-aged woman arrived on a tricycle. The moment she stepped inside, a torrent of foul language erupted. What good is all that education to a girl like you? You'll just end up getting married anyway. You'd be better off staying here to take care of your grandmother. Seeing all the luggage piled up, the woman started ranting again. The old woman knew she was indebted to others and dared not speak her mind. And you? Living past 80, all you do is burden your descendants. If it weren't for your granddaughter promising to send me money each month, I wouldn't have bothered to come get you. The woman continued her tirade. Sū Míng finally understood, no matter how well such a person marries, they'll still end up ruining the family. As the old saying goes, misfortune springs from the tongue. People like this are quick to offend with their words. But Dai Qingyi dared not say anything. After all, she was indebted to them. Even as she was called a money-guzzling good-for-nothing, she kept her head bowed and remained silent. Hey, isn't there a single living soul here? Why won't anyone answer me? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Sū Míng pulled her outside and handed her 500 yuan. It was meant to silence her, and he also instructed her to make sure the old woman ate well from now on. With Sū Ming's intervention, the woman's attitude improved considerably. She came back in, calling her auntie with all sorts of affectionate terms. Alright, auntie, you get in the car first. Don't keep them from catching up. Sū Míng couldn't stand the woman's smug expression and told her to get lost. The woman didn't argue, returning to the car to wait. Dai Qingyi wrapped her arms around her grandmother's like a little child. The old lady gently stroked her head, just as she always had. Neither spoke, for at this moment, words were unnecessary. Alright, little one, don't keep your third aunt waiting. Remember to come back and see grandma during the holidays. The old lady finally took that first step, knowing her granddaughter still had her own mission. She stepped out into the heavy rain as if she had wings, ready to soar anywhere. Unlike her, who could only slowly decay in this land during her numbered days. Yes, I know, Dai Qingyi nodded firmly, yet her arms remained wrapped tightly around the old woman's. In the end, it was the old lady who gently pulled her hand away. She understood clearly that for their family to change their circumstances, her granddaughter must gain knowledge. Unlike others who selfishly dismissed education as useless for their daughters, she believed learning mattered. At the very least, a farmer's son who studied wouldn't return to the fields. He might become a city worker, or even a city boss, anything better than wasting his youth stuck in this small place. Then the old woman turned her gaze to Sū Míng. Sū Míng knew she had something to say and hurried forward a few steps. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. Young man, take good care of my youngest daughter. Here, this is for you. At that moment, Dai Qingyi's grandmother handed Sū Míng an exquisitely crafted cookie box. Sū Míng took it. It felt quite heavy, suggesting the contents were no ordinary treat. It made sense, really. To her, Dai Qingyi was like a precious treasure. But now that she was no longer able to protect her, she could only entrust the hope of safeguarding her to him. Sū Míng naturally nodded in agreement. After all, hadn't he been reborn precisely to protect the world's most precious little dumpling?
Since Sū Míng had just given her money, the woman actually began moving things on her own.
Wow, this is quite heavy, old lady. You've got quite a lot of belongings in here.
Ah, yes, quite a few belongings, all treasures dug from the back mountain.
The old woman nodded. Ha? Treasures? Treasures are great. Treasures are great.
I'll carry them for you, I'll carry them for you. The middle-aged woman's eyes darted around as she schemed in her mind about how to claim these things for herself.
Big treasures.
Those 3 words instantly reminded Sū Míng of the first time she came to her house, where a pile of hand grenades had been stored.
Sū Míng shook her head.
If this middle-aged woman coveted the old lady's treasures, she was in for a treat. As the car grew distant, Dai Qingyi felt tears welling up. This was the first time in her life she'd been separated from her grandmother.
Okay, little Dumby, stop crying. Let's see what Grandma left us, okay? If she hears you crying loudly, she won't want to go to third Auntie's house anymore. She'll want to stay here waiting for you to come back. Wouldn't that make you even more worried? Right. Little Dumby won't cry. Little Dumby is strong. Dai Qingyi wiped away the tears threatening to spill, then crouched down to open the exquisite box alongside Sū Míng.
The moment the box opened, Sū Míng froze in place.
Inside was another landmine? Little Dumb, does Auntie have a big problem with me? Ha?
No, she probably just worries you'll get into trouble.
Big cities are chaotic, she wants you to keep it for self-defense. Heh, really?
Sū Míng gave an awkward chuckle and decided to find a place to detonate the thing.
Carrying this for self-defense? I'd probably get riddled with bullets from Uncle's machine gun the moment I stepped off the bus. Chapter 174, The Outside World is Dangerous. September 1st officially marked the day for school registration. That day, Sū Míng boarded the train to Guangzhou with Dai Qingyi.
The station was packed with college students heading to orientation, and the commotion nearby caught Sū Míng's attention.
Run, keep running.
I told you look down on our mountain chicken gang, and I'll beat you every time I see you.
The speaker was Zhang Hui, nicknamed Watermelon Head, a member of the mountain chicken gang.
He was currently beating up the Ma brothers, the former captain and deputy captain of the security team at Sū's electrical appliance factory.
Ma Lu couldn't fathom why this kid was so relentless.
After getting beaten once, he thought he'd learned his lesson and avoided trouble. Yet Zhang Hui tracked him down at the hospital for another brutal beating, and even after discharge, the torment continued. In short, the brothers had been beaten to a pulp lately. Every time their injuries were nearly healed, new wounds would appear. Consequently, they'd begun to entertain the idea of fleeing the city. But just as the train was about to depart, that buzzcut kid found them again. 2 grown men shouldn't be outmatched by a kid, but their injuries left them unable to use their full strength.
Seriously, are you out of your mind? Why won't you just leave us alone? And stop hitting my head.
I haven't trained in Iron Head Kung Fu, don't keep attacking my weak spot. Ma Lu's cousin, Ma Guoming, had completely lost his composure. After the previous beating, the doctor had already diagnosed him with a mild concussion. If he kept getting beaten up, the risk of a stroke in the future would increase dramatically.
Iron Head Technique, ha! Iron Head Technique, ha! Still with the Iron Head Technique. Bro, he doesn't understand human speech. Save me. You little brat, don't hit my brother's head, hit mine instead. Ma Lu was loyal enough to recognize his cousin's vulnerability and stepped in to protect him. Oh, alright. You're quite the loyal one. I'll hit you then.
Watermelon Head delivered another kick, but this time aimed for Ma Lu's most vulnerable spot. This scene made every man nearby feel a chill down their spine.
Ah! Ma Lu's blood-curdling scream instantly pierced the air. That was the most vulnerable spot for a man. After that blow, he dared not talk tough anymore. Sū Míng, should we call the police? Dai Qingyi, hearing the agonized screams, felt a twinge of pity. It's fine. They're just working out.
Sū Míng rarely got to see such a good show and naturally wanted to watch more.
What? This is exercise? He sounds like he's in agony. Is it really okay to stomp like that? It's fine. You just don't understand. Haven't you heard the saying, the more effective the medicine, the more bitter it tastes? The more effective the exercise, the more painful it is. Oh, that makes sense. Sū Míng, if you ever need to exercise later, I can help you. Dai Qingyi said with an innocent look. Ha? Does she mean, with her feet too? Alright, let's try it sometime. Meanwhile, Ma Lu dared not show off anymore. Ouch. Wrong move. You should keep hitting my brother instead. Oh? Captain Ma's that tough? Then I'll keep going. Watermelon Head kept kicking him hard in the groin.
Fortunately, station staff happened by and quickly put an end to the commotion. The Ma brothers caught their breath, realized the train was about to depart, and hurriedly grabbed their luggage and fled. This left the staff wondering if they were the violent thugs after all. Only after boarding the train did Ma Lu breathe a sigh of relief. That bastard. Once we build up our strength in Guangzhou, we'll get our revenge. Right, bro. Once we're in Guangzhou, I'll train my iron leg technique to perfection. We'll teach him a lesson then.
Just then, that ghostly voice echoed again. Oh? Who are you planning to teach a lesson to?
I happen to be heading to Canton to expand the mountain chicken gang.
How about I lend you a hand? Soon, the carriage erupted in commotion once more. Sū Míng and his companion had just boarded the train.
Hearing the commotion from the adjacent compartment, they realized another fight had broken out.
Sū Míng, there's another fight in the next compartment. Looks like Auntie was right, the outside world is dangerous. Don't worry, this is a train. Someone will handle it. I'm not scared. Why not? Because with you here, it won't be dangerous. Oh my, little dumb, when did you learn to talk like this? You're so clever. Learned? No way. I figured it out myself. Wherever Sū Míng is, there's no danger.
Sū Míng ruffled her hair, filled with anticipation for the journey ahead in this life. Several hours later, the car finally arrived in Yangchang. Dai Qingyi, asleep against his shoulder, looked like a delicate porcelain doll.
Sū Míng couldn't resist snapping a photo. The click of the camera startled Dai Qingyi awake. Sū Míng, is it morning yet? We've arrived. Oh, okay. Let's go. I'll get your luggage, I'm strong.
She said that, but seeing her struggling to carry the bag awkwardly, Sū Míng took it from her out of concern for her safety. He also slung her woven bag over his shoulder.
Just focus on walking, you goofball. Fine, I'll work out harder in college and become a strongman. Next year, I'll carry your luggage. Sure thing. I believe you.
Then you can carry me to school too, I'll save on the bus fare. Just then, Dai Qingyi suddenly stopped, turned around, wrapped her arms around Sū Míng's waist, and gave him a sharp tug upward.
Well, I'll have to work really hard then. Ah, just kidding, dummy. Come on, get off the train. Guangzhou railway station in 2002 was quite something. Various factions lurked around the station perimeter.
The so-called benevolent and righteous beggars sect, often featured in old martial arts novels, actually existed here, though they were clearly nothing like benevolent or righteous, having transformed into pickpockets waiting for their chance. Of course, the bolder ones set their sights directly on unaccompanied children. That's why you'd see parents even tying their kids to their waists with ropes. Sū Míng remained vigilant against these predators when an old woman approached him.
Hey, young lady, could you help me out?
I bought a lot of groceries at the supermarket today and can't carry them back.
Why don't you come with me to deliver them?
Wait, Xiao Dai, don't go.
Granny, you say you're buying groceries for your family, but there must be dozens of pounds of vegetables here? Are your family members Ultraman?
Sū Míng immediately sensed something was off.
Hey, young man, do you really think an old woman like me would lie to you? If you don't have a heart, that's your loss.
But young lady, please help me.
I'm just an old woman.
The old woman knew the girl was more easily swayed, so she turned her gaze toward Dai Qingyi. Sū Míng, she looks so pitiful. Dai Qingyi saw that the woman was about the same age as her own grandmother and instantly felt her heart soften. Yes, the old lady is over 70 and still has to go out to buy groceries. Young lady, you look like someone with a kind heart.
Let's go. I'm sorry, but I can't go. Dai Qingyi shook her head. Why not?
Because Sū Míng said the outside world is dangerous, I'll take his words to heart.
Chapter 175, New Student Registration.
Seeing Sū Míng there, the old woman behind him couldn't bring herself to speak and slunk away. Shortly after she left, several burly men carrying vegetables moved to the next location, confirming that the entire scene had indeed been a scam. It seemed the area around the train station truly was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Fortunately, the University of Science and Technology had arranged special shuttle buses to transport students. After about an hour on the bus, the two finally arrived at the university. The campus radio still played Old Wolf's Loving the Dust, a classic from the 90s campus singer. Paired with the sight of female students cycling past, the air instantly filled with youthful energy. This prestigious institution had produced many outstanding individuals. In his previous life, Sū Míng had always fantasized about studying here whenever he passed by, and now that wish had finally come true.
Dai Qingyi had enrolled in the English program.
As Sū Míng helped carry her luggage upstairs, all he could see were legs, endless legs. After helping Xiao Dai move her things into the dorm, he wanted to stay and chat, but the dorm supervisor seemed strict. As a newcomer, Sū Míng didn't want to cause trouble, so he headed back to his own dorm. The moment Sū Míng entered, he found his roommates were already there. A long-haired, artistically inclined young man approached him.
You must be our Ming Ji, right? Ming Ji, where are you from? I'm Wang Chongyang, from Hunan. Wang Chongyang? That's a powerful name. And how did you know my name?
Well, I figured it out. See, when I arrived today, I cast a hexagram to see what your last character would be. The hexagram showed the fire of departure, with fire overcoming metal overall, and it also signified fame spreading far and wide.
So I guessed it would be Ming Perfect, since the mouth radical represents metal and the bird radical represents fire.
Before Wang Chongyang could finish, a tall man emerging from the restroom cut him off.
Fortune teller. Trying to pull another scam?
He then walked up to Sū Míng and extended his hand.
My name is Zhao Ziwu. I transferred from business administration to international trade.
This is Wang Chongyang, yes, the Chongyang from Foreign Obsessed. He's no hero, just a charlatan.
We've already been studying here for a year.
We heard this new major had potential, so we switched over.
He knew your name because we arrived a few days early and checked the dorm list in the office. Sū Míng nodded and extended his hand in return. My name is Sū Míng. I'm from Haicheng. Last year, China joined the WTO.
That was huge news, but many probably don't grasp what it means. They likely think it's just another political event, when in reality, it will profoundly reshape our country's industrial structure.
They're so young, it's unlikely they grasp the intricacies. Looks like their families must be pretty influential. Wow. Haicheng? Ming, your family must be running a huge business.
That's a common misconception. Mention Haicheng, and almost everyone assumes the family must be in business.
It's okay. The family business isn't huge, my dad handles it all. I don't get involved.
And don't get the wrong idea, not everyone from Haicheng is in business.
Sū Míng chose to play it low-key. Come on, if we're talking business, who can beat your high city folks? Just roll some meatballs and sell them, you guys, or something else.
At that moment, someone playing a computer game nearby took off his headphones and chimed in.
Chen Jia, don't talk like that, Zhao Ziwu interjected.
His words carried clear prejudice, so Sū Míng wasn't going to indulge him.
If you can't afford it, you don't have to buy it. We don't force anyone to buy. What do you mean by that? As if I couldn't afford it.
My dad's a real estate mogul in Fucheng worth tens of millions.
Judging by his outfit, he must be some rich kid.
But the moment he opened his mouth, he gave himself away. Probably scammed his dad plenty of times.
Hey, we're all roommates now. Don't fight. Our dorm advisor said I'd be the dorm leader. Just give me some face.
Chen Jia tried to protest, but the sight of those muscles instantly deflated him. He grunted and went back to playing Counter-Strike with his headphones on.
Alright, Sū Míng, don't worry about it.
We'll get to know each other better over time, Zhao Ziwu said with a smile.
Sū Míng nodded. A guy like him was actually well suited to managing the dorm.
But Sū Míng wasn't afraid of that rich kid either.
If he was willing to get along, then everyone could coexist peacefully.
If he wanted to play tough, Sū Míng wasn't afraid of him either.
Oh, right, there's still one empty bed. Should be 2 more people, right? Oh. The guy on the bottom bunk is Zhang Xiu.
Just call him creepy guy. When he first arrived, I saw him carrying binoculars saying he was going to look around.
Probably checking out girls.
As for the guy on the top bunk, Zhong Shang, he's sleeping.
Didn't you see? Huh? Sleeping?
Sū Míng walked over and only then noticed someone lying at the very back of the top bunk. But strangely enough, this guy sleeps without a pillow, just lying there stiff as a board.
Are you sure he's sleeping? He looks completely stiff. Don't worry. This guy arrived yesterday.
He slept like this all night and scared the crap out of us. He explained it's been like this since he was a kid, his whole body stiffens when he sleeps.
It's an old habit. Don't mind it. Just put your stuff away and go explore on your own. We'll grab dinner together tonight. There's also a class icebreaker event. If you don't have a girlfriend, tonight might be your perfect chance. Zhao Ziwu briefly explained today's dorm arrangements before dragging Wang Chongyang off to play basketball. Sū Míng nodded.
Since they'd arrived a year earlier, they'd surely know more about campus life.
Sū Míng could ask them more questions over dinner tonight.
After putting away his luggage, he heard the snoring of his roommate Zhong Shang. Sū Míng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was indeed alive. Who knew university dorms could be filled with such interesting characters? It looked like these next 4 years were going to be quite the adventure.
Finally, dinner time arrived. That roommate he hadn't met yet, Zhang Xiu, returned looking triumphant.
After greeting Sū Míng, he launched into a chatty account of the beautiful girls he'd spotted around campus today. But this guy acted like he'd never seen a woman before. Even the average-looking ones got praised as if they were goddesses. He even insisted that one girl who was clearly over 200 pounds was curvy, nearly blinding Sū Míng with his exaggeration.
Seriously, Sū Míng, do you even get it? This is the best kind. Have you heard? Every plus-size girl is a hidden gem. I just got her email address, gotta keep encouraging her. Look at her foundation, it's actually pretty solid. Sigh, don't show me anymore. I'm not buying it.
Sū Míng couldn't agree with his taste at all.
Whatever, if you don't appreciate it, fine.
I'll show it to Chen Jia, he definitely gets that kind of curvy girl. Zhang Xiu handed the camera over with eager anticipation, but Chen Jia merely gave him a dismissive glance.
When did you go blind, you idiot?
Chapter 176, A Woman Who Belongs Only in Heaven. Hearing that, Zhang Xiu wisely dropped the subject. Around dinner time, Zhao Ziwu and the others returned from playing basketball, so they all decided to grab a bite at the cafeteria together.
Nah, I'm skipping dinner. My dad's taking me to the White Swan. That place? You guys couldn't afford it in a lifetime. Chen Jia sprayed some gel in his hair and headed out. No problem. If he's not going, we'll just go without him. Zhao Ziwu was a sophomore after all, so he was more mature. He knew there were plenty of show-offs like that on campus. Zhong, still sleeping? Wake up.
Wang Chongyang went to rouse Zhong Shang, who was still lying in bed.
Oh? Is it daylight already? What dawn? It's just getting dark. Aren't you going to eat dinner? Ha? Eat? Oh, okay, let's eat.
You find all kinds of people in college, but this guy is just too strange. Sū Míng couldn't help but ask about Zhao Ziwu's background.
Oh, him? He is a bit odd. Yesterday, old Wang and I even thought he might be sick. Turns out he just has this constitution, he gets sleepy all the time. But hey, he's a genius.
He got in through the National Olympiad competition.
That good?
Sū Míng was a bit surprised. After all, there was a saying in upper-class circles, the more energetic you are, the more successful you'll be in your career.
Weak-bodied people, they thought, wouldn't amount to much. There was some truth to that. After all, high school was full of scholars who could pull all-nighters and still function the next day. University was packed with students juggling graduate school prep and side businesses. These people possessed boundless energy, capable of handling multiple tasks simultaneously, which naturally increased their chances of success. As expected of the province's top university, the Polytechnic University even had 4 cafeterias. Sū Míng and his friends headed to the one closest to their dorms. Wow! So many beautiful girls.
In college, I'm determined to find a girlfriend.
Zhang Xiu stared wide-eyed. Yeah, no problem. You'll definitely find someone.
Zhao Ziwu teased him.
Bro, I feel like you're hinting at something. Ha? Look, 6 o'clock. A beauty.
Zhang Xiu called out.
The group looked in the indicated direction and frowned in confusion. Seriously? Can't you see her? The one in the hot pants. No way, that's attractive?
She's covered in freckles, like little beans.
Wang Chongyang also liked looking at pretty girls, so he glanced over immediately, only to feel nothing but disappointment. Oh, I get it now. Sure, you think showing a bit of leg makes someone beautiful? Sū Míng understood.
After all, some high schools had strict dress codes, so some freshmen hadn't fully adjusted to the change yet. Caught out by Sū Míng's observation, Zhang Xiu felt awkward but refused to admit it for the sake of appearances.
No way. Am I that shallow?
Whether they show their legs or not, it's all the same to me.
It's just... Hey, look! There's one in spaghetti straps up ahead. Zhao Ziwu suddenly yelled. No way, no way.
Zhang Xiu immediately started scanning the area. Hearing the laughter around him, he suddenly flushed crimson.
Everyone came from different parts of the country, so they split up to get their meals.
Sū Míng heard they said the roast meats here were authentic, so he decided to give them a try.
3 yuan per serving, a price he hadn't seen in years.
After getting their food, everyone gathered to eat together. Suddenly, Zhang Xiu started shouting again.
Holy crap! A beauty!
Given his well-known taste in women, no one paid much attention to his claim and kept eating. This time Zhang Xiu got flustered and insisted, swearing on his honor that it was definitely a beauty.
Wang Chongyang was the first to glance over, then cursed, seriously? Are you done yet? You think that girl in the tank top is attractive? What kind of taste is that?
Ha, old Wang, I told you this guy's taste is totally off. Zhao Ziwu was glad he hadn't fallen for it and kept eating.
No, no. Wang, not that one. The girl next to her, the one in the white t-shirt. That figure is absolutely killer. And her looks. I declare her my college goddess.
I plan to spend 3 years winning her over. Wang Chongyang glanced over and finally noticed the girl he was talking about.
Holy crap. Seriously? You're something else, old Zhao. You gotta see this, I'm telling you, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't. Seriously?
Zhao Ziwu looked up too, and after just one glance, he couldn't help but echo the praise.
Well, she's truly a heavenly beauty, a rare gem in this world. See? I told you my taste is spot on.
Zhang Xiu had redeemed herself and was beaming with pride. But when he looked up and saw 2 others still eating in the dorm, he grew curious.
Hey, why aren't you 2 looking? She really is a beauty. What's so great about a beauty? Zhong Shangren sneered. Holy crap. No way, brother Zhong, you're not into guys, are you? Don't freak me out. If that's the case, I'm not sleeping in the bunk below yours anymore.
Go find brother Wu if you want, he's all muscle.
Get lost. I mean, can't you find something meaningful to do with your life?
No, brother Zhong, you sound just like my high school teacher. Seriously, we're in college now.
Can't you relax a bit?
No need to be shy. College girls are super open, you can hook up with anyone easily.
Think about it, no girl ever asked you out in high school. Didn't you feel lonely? Now's the time to let loose.
Zhang Xiu adopted an air of seasoned expertise.
Not really.
Actually, every semester girls would slip me notes asking me to go shopping or grab meals with them. One of them was even our school's beauty queen back then.
Holy crap! The school beauty? What happened with her? Everyone suddenly got curious.
Oh, well, I handed the letters to the teacher. The next day, the principal made her give a public apology under the national flag.
Holy crap! You monster! You turned down the school beauty queen? What do you even want? What matters to you? Sleep. Damn.
I wasted my breath telling you.
Forget it, you're probably too young to get it. Ming, what about you? Aren't you going to look? Seriously, it's really good. You'll regret it if you don't. Fine, stop nagging. I'll see how good it is. Sū Míng looked up and suddenly froze in surprise. Wasn't that Xiaodai? What do you think? Pretty, right? Does she have what it takes to be school beauty queen? Not bad. This girl is top-notch. Guys, don't fight me over her this time. She's absolutely divine. Zhao Ziwu nodded repeatedly, thinking the girls from last year's class were nothing compared to her. Hold on, fair competition. I won't lose.
I think 3 years is too long to win her over 2 years.
I only need 2 years.
Zhang Xiu was brimming with confidence, only to find Sū Míng had already stepped forward.
Chapter 177, You beat Baidu? What's up? Dumbass, no one's eating with you. Want me to tag along?
No, the girls in my dorm said we'd eat together.
We already made plans. Oh, okay then. Go ahead. College is like a small society, you should definitely build good relationships with your roommates. After all, you'll be seeing each other every day. Sorry, Sū Míng. I'll definitely have a proper meal with you tomorrow. No problem, silly. What's with all the formalities? You're being so polite with me.
Sū Míng chuckled, about to ruffle her hair, when she suddenly yelped, "My roommates are here," and darted away.
This little goofball, still so shy.
Sū Míng chuckled and returned to his seat. After eating for a while, he noticed everyone around him hadn't moved. Curious, he looked up and saw them all staring at him with wide eyes.
What's wrong with you guys? Got hit by a pressure point? No, Sū Míng, no Minggu. We all have to call you brother now. We were just strategizing, and you just went for it like that? Zhao Ziwu exclaimed in surprise. Bro, from now on, you're my big bro. One day as the boss, a lifetime as the boss. Wang Chongyang was equally impressed. If they had this kind of initiative, they wouldn't have been single last year. No, you've got it all wrong. This is my girlfriend. What? No way, Ming Ji, you're doing this on purpose, right? I just said we'd take 2 years to win her over, and you pulled it off in a single day?
No, she really is my girlfriend. Sū Míng felt like crying. He couldn't understand why they wouldn't believe him.
Cut it out, Ming.
We all saw you try to touch her hair, and she bolted right away. But even though your move was shameless, we're impressed by your guts. From now on, I'll take a page from your book when you see a girl you like, just go for it. Sū Míng didn't know how to explain himself.
Then let's compete fairly. Tomorrow I'll find out which college she's from. I bet she's a freshman.
I joined the student council last year and know quite a few people. If she were a sophomore or junior, she wouldn't be unknown, she'd be on the campus beauty rankings by now. Sū Míng smiled without comment. Let them waste their efforts if they wished, it would be a good lesson for them to hit a wall. He took a bite of his meal, then suddenly seemed to remember something.
Oh, right, Ziwu. Since you know so many people, I'll ask you about a few folks. Sure, go ahead. There's hardly anyone on campus I don't know. Li Shuelin. Oh, I remember him.
A senior who graduated a few years ago.
He works at Net Clothing now and even came back to campus for a career talk. He was an outstanding graduate from the computer science department. Ha? He graduated?
Sū Míng felt a pang of regret.
Because this guy would go on to create a product that would set the trend for the internet.
But he quickly shrugged it off.
Since he hadn't gone solo yet, that meant there was still a chance.
When the time came, he could leverage his status as a junior classmate to pay him a visit.
What about Zhou Hongyi? He'd graduated too.
That guy was a real heavyweight, the pride of the computer science department.
By now, he must be a big shot in China's internet industry. Sū Míng nodded.
His memory was correct. Old Zhou might be old and not one for small talk, but he still carried significant weight during this period.
Wang Zhan? Never heard of him. Yao Jinbo? He graduated too, another big shot.
Our teachers mentioned him before, calling him a prodigy who started a business right after entering university.
Sū Míng nodded, though he couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. Wang Zhang wasn't here? He's a pioneer who once rivaled Apple's iPhone in the mobile sector, and I'll need to venture into that field eventually. Ah, I see you've been asking about people from the computer science department. Well, I should tell you about a top-tier talent over there, Li Yanhong. He founded Baidu, which is gaining momentum now.
If you're thinking of starting your own business, you could reach out to him.
Zhao Ziwu seemed to recall something.
Well, he's a competitor. We've clashed before we had the upper hand. Sū Míng said awkwardly. After he finished, the group froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Holy crap! Sū Míng, you've got some nerve bragging about beating Baidu? They're hailed as this year's most promising internet platform. Seriously, you don't believe me? Bro, I've always admired your thick skin. When you went after that girl earlier, I knew you're destined for success.
Zhang Xiu said earnestly.
Hold on, Sū Míng, how are we supposed to believe this?
You claim you beat Baidu head-to-head, but why not mention you're also the leader of that navigation site How 456?
We use that site all the time, that might carry more weight. Wang Chongyang chuckled too. Ha! Well, actually, I did acquire it not long ago. Sū Míng answered with equal earnestness. Hold on, Sū Míng, weren't you preparing for the college entrance exams just a few months ago? See? He's lying. Ha! And you actually believed him?
Ming, you're truly unbeatable.
Zhang Xiao definitely didn't buy it. Sū Míng, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned Li Yanhong. I gave you the chance to brag. My bad. Put away your magic now, let us brothers eat properly. We've been starving all day and can't laugh anymore.
Sū Míng sighed helplessly, deciding to keep the secret buried deep within his heart for now. Back in the dorm, he found that show-off rich kid Chen Jie had already returned. Zhang Xiao had just been belittled by him for his poor taste in women, so now he was looking to redeem himself. Bro Jie, you missed out big time at the cafeteria today. There was this super hot chick.
Another beauty?
I don't buy your taste, kid.
Bet she's another ugly chick. No, really.
Ask them, they all saw her too. Zhao Ziwu and the others nodded in agreement.
Put. That just proves your taste is all off.
I saw her at the school gate. Now that's top tier.
White t-shirt, jeans. Wait, are we talking about the same person?
Black hair tie in a single ponytail and blue shoes.
Huh, you're right.
You're catching up to my taste, kid.
But a beauty of that caliber isn't something you guys can handle. I'll make the first move.
Once I get her, I'll share my pickup tips with you. Chen Jie was brimming with confidence.
Brother Jie, you're too late.
Ming already went to chat her up earlier and almost touched her hair.
Dude. Almost means he didn't actually touch it.
Seriously, why is every Tom, Dick, and Harry trying to pick up girls these days?
Can't you guys show some skill? You guys are just too weak, way too weak. Just watch me. Give me 3 days max, and I'll be on a date with her. Sū Míng chuckled.
It had been ages since he'd seen someone this cocky.
Chapter 178, Class Committee Election. Shortly after dinner, the counselor arrived to announce the class icebreaker event for freshmen.
Entering the classroom, Sū Míng scanned the room. People were chatting about all sorts of things, and he marveled at how college truly was a great place for cultural exchange.
Soon, everyone was present.
Counting them, there were nearly 50 people. Sū Míng knew his college entrance exam scores placed him among the top nationwide, but university was a fresh start. Those around him might have similar scores, or perhaps he couldn't even compare to them. Still, Sū Míng had no interest in becoming an academic recluse. His goal in entering this prestigious institution was to leverage its resources, and the first step toward that was becoming class president. Compared to other educational stages, being class president was a thankless, backbreaking job. But university was different. A university class president gained immediate access to the school's first-hand resources and could even profit from information gaps. The senior on stage began outlining the university's fundamentals, but Sū Míng wasn't paying close attention. All the while, Chen Jie, the rich kid beside him, was bragging about the new gear his family had just bought him.
See, none of you have computers yet.
My Shenzhou laptop wasn't expensive, just over 5,000.
No need to envy me, you can get one if you work hard. And this Benetton outfit? Only $1,000.
I'm not vain, it's just that their stuff really is high quality. Oh, and Dad said he'd bring me a new phone, a V70, that Japanese brand.
That'll be about 10 grand. What's 10 grand? Honestly, it's just 2 computers worth of cash. Small change.
I have a feeling phones are only going to get pricier. After all, they call them handheld computers, that's cutting-edge tech. Well, phones will definitely get cheaper and cheaper in the future because technology will become more open. Once there are more products on the market, prices will drop. Back in the early 2000s, phones were indeed luxury items.
The iconic Apple iPhone even earned the nickname kidney stealer for its price tag.
But within a few years, as domestic brands flooded the market, prices plummeted, turning phones into everyday necessities. And those were smartphones, let alone the now ubiquitous flip phones, which will be swept into the dustbin of history within a few years. But when he heard the counter-argument, Chen Jie felt annoyed.
Hey, do you even know anything about phones? Why are you butting in? Not really. Then shut up. This is high-level stuff beyond your comprehension. Ever heard of the V70? 10,000 yuan a piece. How could phones possibly get cheaper? Soon they'll be exclusive to us wealthy folks. Whether phones become the exclusive domain of the wealthy, I don't know. But that V70 you mentioned is actually only 4,000 yuan, hardly a luxury item. You're so quick to argue because I happen to have one.
Sū Míng pulled his phone from his pocket, instantly silencing Chen Jie.
After a long pause, he stammered, so what? My family's rich. 10,000 is 10,000. No wonder rich people's money is so easy to make, they'd probably get upset if you sold them something too cheap.
Better mark this guy down when he's old, we can sell him health supplements. Seeing Sū Míng fall silent, Chen Jie felt vindicated again.
Just remember to support me later. I'm running for class president. My dad said he'll give me 20,000 if I win.
At that moment, the counselor on stage lost his patience. Slamming his fist on the table, he pointed angrily.
What on earth are you talking about? Don't you know the meaning of respect? I've been standing here this whole time and you've been talking non-stop. Why don't you come up here and say it yourself?
Chen Jie quickly waved his hands awkwardly. But turning to Zhang Xiu beside him, he muttered, this guy's just flexing his authority as a counselor. I'm all grown up now, but back in high school, I would have taken him down. Zhang Xiu gave a perfunctory smile before turning her attention back to the pretty girls in the class. Soon after the counselor finished speaking, it was time for the class committee election ceremony. Truthfully, students at good universities were generally eager to run for class committee positions. They understood better than ordinary students that becoming a committee member meant gaining earlier access to resources unavailable to regular students. Even if they weren't aware of this, their families would make sure they understood the benefits. At this moment, even the minor position of life committee member drew a crowd. 7 or 8 candidates competed, and in the end, a petite girl won the vote. Wang Chongyang, who had also run, felt a pang of regret.
Come on, old Wang, what's so regrettable about not getting the life committee position?
Sū Míng asked, puzzled.
Ah, you guys don't get it.
If you're the life affairs officer, you can use handling conflicts between classmates as an excuse to freely come and go in the girls' dormitory.
Holy crap. Wang, no wonder you ran. Why didn't you tell us sooner? You were hogging the perks, huh?
Zhang Xiu banged her chest in frustration. The guys from the dorm behind them started campaigning enthusiastically, while sleep god Zhongsheng remained glued to his desk, sound asleep and snoring contentedly until the counselor woke him up. The counselor, aware of his status as a recommended student, dared not confront him and could only quietly remind him to mind his manners. That's how society works. When you're powerful enough, people speak to you with extreme gentleness.
Soon, the class committee elections resumed.
The race for sports committee member was equally fierce, but Zhao Ziwu's muscular physique easily secured him the position, even earning him a few secret glances from the girls in the audience.
After the sports committee election concluded, the most crucial phase of this round of elections began, the class president race.
This position drew the fiercest competition. The earlier contests had awakened those who'd initially shown no interest, making them realize that being a class officer in college might actually be quite advantageous. So now, whether they were serious contenders or mere bystanders, everyone rushed to throw their hats in the ring. Sū Míng finally made his move. With his silver tongue and his promise to help everyone find a date once he took office, he won over his classmates, who happily cast their votes for him. Seeing him secure the position with ease, his roommates were thrilled for him.
Awesome. Ming, I knew you could do it. So, about that promise to help everyone find a partner, is that for real?
Of course it is.
I never tell lies. Holy crap.
Ming, you're my man now. Meanwhile, Chen Jie, who had confidently run for class president, now wore a sour expression, silently harboring resentment toward Sū Míng. Just as everything seemed settled, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly echoed from outside. Curious glances turned toward the doorway as a girl wearing a helmet finally stepped inside. Her outfit was enough to catch everyone's attention. She wore racing gear, her skin as white as snow. The generous amount of exposed skin was enough to set the hearts of these inexperienced boys racing. And her legs seemed longer than their lives.
Chapter 179, The Beginning of the Beginning. Why didn't you invite me to the class officer election?
The girl stepped in wearing boots, scanned the room, and finally fixed her gaze on Sū Míng, flashing a sly smile. Hey, classmate, are you in our class? The counselor asked curiously.
Yes, I am.
Check the class roster. My name is Zhang Cece.
Really? It's on the last page.
Cece is so pretty.
Ming, I've already mastered what you taught me earlier.
I'm going to confess to her right after this ends.
What's it got to do with you?
Don't you dare steal her from me. That leggy beauty is mine.
Zhang Cece's long legs were absolutely perfect for Chen Jie's taste.
Bro, no way. We agreed to fair competition. Fair competition, my ass.
Any girl I set my sights on isn't getting away.
I'm just warning you not to make things hard for yourselves.
Sū Míng, you two, I already let you have the class monitor position. This girl, I'm not giving up. If you know what's good for you, just back off.
Sū Míng remained silent, however, because as she looked at the girl on stage, she felt an uncanny resemblance to the secretary who had stayed by her side until the very end in her past life. Except that secretary's name was Zhang Dongni, and speaking of which, they both did share the same surname.
But this girl's figure?
Aside from her legs, there's really nothing to write home about. Nothing like my little secretary from my past life. She was a real knockout.
Could she have been reborn too? No, that's ridiculous. Sū Míng, what's your problem? I'm talking to you.
Seeing Sū Míng ignore him, Chen Jie suddenly grew angry.
Hey, wasn't that girl just looking at you, Sū Míng? Do you two know each other? Zhao Ziwu noticed the strange exchange between them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What does Sū Míng have that I don't? She was clearly looking at me. Chen Jie continued his rant. Meanwhile, the counselor on stage, having heard Zhang Cixi's suggestion, announced to everyone, yes, Zhang Cixi has a point. Mixed gender teams work better.
As newcomers, we'll inevitably need an adjustment period.
This process will inevitably bring conflicts.
Sū Míng, as a male student, you might find it awkward to get involved in conflicts arising from the female dormitory. Therefore, I've decided our class will appoint a female class monitor.
Ha? Stealing my job?
Sū Míng glanced up at Zhang Cixi, only to find her raising an eyebrow with a smile less like a challenge and more like a tease. Alright, now those running for the other class monitor position, come forward, girls only. After the counselor finished speaking, a new round of voting began. Zhang Cixi quickly stood out because she offered a condition no one could refuse. As a local, she knew many romantic spots around Yangchang. If everyone voted for her as class monitor, she'd share her guide to these places for free. Alright, let's give a round of applause to welcome our International Trade Class 1 female class monitor, Zhang Cixi.
Impressive.
Sū Míng joined in the applause, surprised that this girl had also grasped the core of the issue.
After 3 years of monotonous academic life, what university students craved most was finding a partner.
Using that as a campaign slogan was practically a surefire win.
She's a pro. Look, my girlfriend got elected class monitor. Tonight I'm treating everyone to dinner and I'll bring her along. Just wait and see my charm in action. Chen Jie declared with brimming confidence. Meanwhile, the counselor called everyone together to take a group photo as a memento of their first days at university. Come on, you class officers, take a picture first. You'll have your work cut out for you with the class duties from now on. Soon, the newly elected class officers were invited to the stage. As class president and vice president, Sū Míng and Zhang Cixi naturally stood together. Remember me? Boss.
Sū Míng glanced at her, his eyes filled with confusion.
Oomph. Men are so forgetful. Are you crazy? I don't know you. You don't know me?
Then who helped you suck out the bad cells when you were hospitalized?
Holy crap.
Sū Ming's eyes widened instantly as he stared at her.
Because sucking out bad cells was a secret code between him and his secretary.
Since he had a prostate-related ailment back then, his secretary often had special methods.
You? Zhang Cixi? How did you? Shoo, look at the camera.
Zhang Cixi pointed ahead.
Okay, everyone, look at the camera. Smile. Say cheese.
The click of the camera signaled the official start of their college life. After the group photo, everyone dispersed. Sū Míng was genuinely puzzled.
Did the little secretary reincarnate too? That's ridiculous. Wait, that didn't make sense. Back then, she was only 24. She should still be a kid now. But this can't be right? Could it be that all of this is just a dream?
Sū Míng pinched himself. The pain was real, making him doubt it was a dream. Before he knew it, he was back among his roommates, and Chen Jie was gearing up to make his move. Just you wait, I'll definitely win this girl over. Chen Jie smoothed his hair, adjusted his watch to a prominent position, and confidently stepped forward to make his move.
Ha! Sure, your goddess is about to be snatched away, and you're just standing there?
Zhao Ziwu, who loved a good show, started egging him on from the sidelines.
No worries.
She clearly isn't the type to chase after superficial things. If he tries to impress her like that, it'll backfire. I wonder if she likes guitars. I studied it for a while myself. Should I play Love Beyond Control to win her over? But before long, Chen Jie returned with a beaming smile.
Let's go. Cixi agreed to join us for late-night snacks.
She specifically asked you all to come. She's genuinely eager. She really wants me to introduce her to you guys.
Ha! She agreed? Zhang Xiu exclaimed.
Yeah, I told you before, I just don't feel like pursuing her.
If I wanted to, it'd be easy. That girl I met at the cafeteria tonight? You'll see. I'll win her over in 2 days flat.
Hearing this, Zhang Xiu felt her heart bleed. Why are rich people so despicable?
Why can't I be the rich one?
The date was set at a restaurant near campus. Zhang Cixi insisted on inviting the whole dorm, sending everyone into another flurry of excitement.
Chen Jie disliked Sū Míng, so he used the excuse of not having enough seats to drive the other roommates away.
Sū Míng hadn't planned to go, but considering it was the first day of school, he didn't want to seem too unsociable. He hailed a taxi and was just about to get in when he saw Zhang Cixi squeeze in behind him.
What are you doing? Aren't you waiting for your roommates? I lied to him. I don't live on campus. Driver, let's go.
The car started moving quickly, but luck seemed to be against them today.
Just as they were nearing their destination, the car broke down.
Fortunately, they weren't far from their destination, so the two had no choice but to walk the rest of the way.
Hey, who are you, anyway? Sū Míng couldn't help but ask. Who do you think I am?
Your adorable little secretary, of course.
No, you're not. Your figure can't compare to hers. Then I've had some tech work done.
She spoke with a constant smile, but Sū Míng sensed a grand scheme behind it. She's at most 3 years old now.
Tell me, what kind of technology could make someone grow over a dozen years overnight?
The words left the girl speechless.
What? Can't talk now? Gone mute?
Sū Míng fired off 2 more pointed questions. Just then, he noticed her suddenly lift her head, yanking him into the nearby grass before throwing herself at him.
Hold on. What are you doing? You've got some nerve asking. You come with my sister to visit my grave and do that? Let's see how tough you really are. Holy. You're her sister?
Sū Míng finally realized who she was. This was Zhang Dongni's bedridden, vegetative state sister. He remembered the little secretary often visiting her.
Shut up. Why? Didn't you love it? Because this book has come to an end. The end.